I uninstalled more than a dozen different versions of the legendary game client in a row, staring blankly at the looping advertisements on my sonching phone. The ads jingle like a hypnotic tune kept echoing in my mind. Once I used to sneak into internet cafes to play those legendary games behind my parents' backs. The thrill felt just like opening a blind box, not knowing what surprise might be inside. Inevitably, I was caught red-handed and scolded harshly by my parents. Though it happened years ago, the memory is still as vivid as ever. I never imagined that not long ago, my parents would pass away in a car accident. The news hit me like a bomb, utterly shattering my world. I sank into depression, quit my job, and holed up at home, mindlessly trying out every so-called authentic legend game I could find. My life seemed to tumble into an endless abyss. Sometimes I'd daydream about a familiar pair of big hands reaching from behind, tugging at my ear and scolding me awake. But reality is cruel. Those moments will never return. All these so-called true legend games are nothing but commercial traps, exploiting players' nostalgia and memories. The games today have lost their soul. It's impossible to recapture that old feeling. The more I thought about it, the angrier I grew, until at last I hurled my phone to the floor in frustration. Just then, a warped vortex of space suddenly appeared and swallowed me whole. When I finally regained my senses, I found myself in Sokovia. A booming voice thundered, "Pietro, have you been fighting again? Look at your brother. He never gives me trouble. Why can't you be more like him?" I saw a boy with torn clothes and bruises all over his face rush into the house. That was Pietro. In front of the television, a girl watching a black-and-white sitcom chimed in, "Dad's right. As the older brother, you really should learn from your younger siblings." The middle-aged man could only roll his eyes in exasperation. This man was Django Maximoff. He worked himself to the bone to raise his 3 children, especially after the youngest son was born and their finances grew even tighter. He'd had to sell their old house and move the whole family into this cramped, shabby home. Yet they considered themselves lucky. 9 years ago, a missile destroyed their previous home, killing the owner's entire family. They saw this twist of fate as good luck brought by the youngest son, their lucky star. Compared to his well-behaved brother, Pietro was undeniably more rebellious. The house was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the black-and-white TV show running in the background. Just then, a woman with champagne-colored hair and a gentle elegance walked in and said, "Dear, gather the children. Today we're eating out." Yet the moment she stepped inside, she sensed something was off. Django began to complain. "Natalia, just look at how spoiled you've let the children become. Pietro is always causing trouble, and Wanda." He glanced at Wanda and shook his head in resignation. Natalia hurried to smooth things over. "At least Mafara is sensible." With that, she walked over to the desk, gently ruffling the hair of the boy who was reading, her eyes full of tenderness and satisfaction. But in the very next instant, this boy, Mafara Maximoff, suddenly rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the floor. "Mafara, Mafara." I don't know how much time passed, but I slowly came to my senses amid the cries calling my name. What happened to me? I opened my eyes, my mind a chaotic whirl. Suddenly, countless streams of information flashed through my head like a barrage of lights. I had become the younger brother of Wanda and Pietro. This was Sokovia in the world of Marvel. What did that mean? In just a few years, this very city would be destroyed during the battle between Ultron and the Avengers, and my family would be doomed. This was the classic everyone dies storyline. "Dad, Mom, Mafara's awake." With a loud shout, the two of them rushed into the room. Seeing their worried faces pierced my heart with pain. Natalia touched my forehead, her voice anxious. "Mafara, how are you feeling?" Just then, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in my ear. "Ding. Special energy detected. System has activated self-protection mode." Realizing this was no hallucination, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this cheat code, my chances of surviving in the Marvel Universe had just shot up. I quickly put on a calm act. "Sorry for worrying everyone. Maybe I've just been studying too hard lately. I'd always been the best student in the family, and everyone praised me for being so sensible." Although Pietro sometimes got jealous whenever I ran into trouble at school, he was always the first to stand up for me. Natalia continued, "Don't push yourself so hard, child. Your father and I have talked it over. We're planning to move to New York. The schools there are much better, and you'll be able to develop your talents. We can also find better jobs." Django nodded in agreement. Hearing this, hope flooded my heart. This was fate's turning point. Leaving Sokovia meant we could escape the family tragedy. But the excitement didn't last long before the harshness of reality dragged me back into despair. New York was hardly a safe place. Moving there was just trading one danger for another. That city was the main stage for epic battles between superheroes and villains. Was I truly prepared to face the unknown dangers that awaited me there? Just when I was feeling helpless, the system's alert chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the MCU storyline. You are awarded 180 minutes of game time. Please keep up the good work. This reward felt like a small comfort in the midst of adversity. Yet I knew all too well that in this Marvel world, I'd have to keep forging ahead, facing one challenge after another like levels in a game. At last, after much explanation, I finally managed to send my parents and the Maximoff siblings on their way. Marfa paid no heed to the so-called game time reward the system had just issued. Instead, he couldn't wait to examine the system itself. A brief period of exploration was all it took for Marfa to master the basic operating methods of the system. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have seen the persistent twitch at the corner of his mouth and sensed the excitement surging within him. As his consciousness sank into his mind, the first thing that greeted him was an ancient stone slab inscribed with the traditional character, dragon. As a devoted player of a legendary game, Marfa knew this icon all too well. Wasn't this the desktop icon for Legend of Mir? Focusing all his attention on the stone slab, he soon felt his awareness slipping into darkness. Then, the world around him began to distort, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself inside a stone chamber. He looked around. The walls were constructed from slabs of stone, each etched with countless mysterious runes that glimmered faintly in the dim light. Directly ahead stood 2 stone pillars, also carved with runes. Flickering flames danced atop them, casting an aura of mystery over the massive stone door at the chamber center. This is unbelievably authentic. Marfa looked at the familiar scene before him, his heart surging with emotion. It was the opening cinematic of the game. He hurried forward, planted his hands against the stone door, and pushed with all his might. With a grinding sound of stone upon stone, the ancient, weighty door slowly creaked open. Beyond it lay a dark, narrow passage, and on one side of the stone wall, 3 icons had been carved in sequence. First, a great sword. Next, a wizard staff. Lastly, a curved rod. Clearly, this was prompting him to choose a class. The 3 icons on the wall unmistakably represented the warrior, mage, and Taoist classes from the legendary game. Without hesitation, Marfa pressed his hand to the icon representing the Taoist. Each of the 3 legendary classes has its own unique qualities. Warriors possess exceptional defense and health, making them the indisputable main tanks of any team. Whether it's the Savage Charge, Crescent Blade, or Flaming Sword, warriors excel in both group battles and one-on-one duels. In the later stages of a game, with the Paralysis Ring and a bit of luck, a warrior can almost instantly defeat any opponent, leaving them utterly defenseless. Mages, on the other hand, are the masters of destructive power. With spells like Blizzard Roar, Lightning Strike, Hell Thunder, and Wall of Fire, no one can rival a mage's ability to clear out hordes of monsters. Moreover, mages possess support skills such as Charm Light, Blink, and Magic Shield, abilities that often turn the tide at critical moments. As for my FA's choice, the Taoist, this is the most balanced of the 3 classes. Admittedly, Taoists can't match the mage's monster-clearing speed or go toe-to-toe with warriors in player duels, but when it comes to treasure hunting, they reign supreme. With skills like Invisibility, Poison Spell, Summoning, Healing, Sacred Armor, and Ghost Shield, the Taoist is truly the king of treasure seekers. Deep down, my FA sensed that since the system let him choose his class, this decision might directly determine the superpower he would gain in the future. And in a perilous world like Marvel's, a class that can turn invisible, heal, and summon creatures would undoubtedly be the best chance for survival. Just as my FA expected, the 3 icons before him were indeed the class selection interface. The moment both his hands touched the Taoist icon, a surge of information flooded his mind. Almost instinctively, my FA brought up his character panel. Character name, Mafara. Class, Taoist. Defense, 0 to 0. Magic defense, 0 to 1. Attack, 0 to 1. Taoism, 0 to 1. Health, 17/17. Mana, 13 o 13. Staring at his rather bare-bones stats, my FA was left speechless. This was nothing more than a rookie's account. Wasn't there supposed to be a starter kit? Something that lets you slash out 999 damage right from the beginning? But then, another thought struck him, and my FA found himself growing excited. Wasn't this the true legend world he had always dreamed of experiencing? He quickly opened his backpack, only to find a lone candle, a plain cloth tunic, and a wooden sword lying quietly within. Candle, durability May 5th. Cloth tunic, defense 0 to 2, magic defense 0 to 1, level required. 1 durability 4/4. Wooden sword, attack 2 to 5, level required. 1 durability 4/4. Without hesitation, Mafara slipped on the cloth tunic, finally ridding himself of the awkwardness of standing there in nothing but his skin. At that moment, Mafara noticed a new option had appeared in his equipment menu, one he had never seen before. Instinctively, he focused his attention on it, and in an instant, the plain robes he'd been wearing vanished with a whisper, replaced by the clothes he wore in real life. What was even more surprising was that the attributes provided by the original robes didn't decrease with the wardrobe change. Is this a costume system? Has it turned into a dress-up game now? Can this still be called a legend? Mafara couldn't help but grumble inwardly, but this time, unlike before, he didn't immediately rush to uninstall the game. After all, he had discovered that this game seemed to be impossible to uninstall. After tinkering with the costume feature for a while, Mafara soon grew bored and continued forward along the dark, narrow corridor. Before long, an invisible barrier blocked Mafara's path. Large, glowing numbers, 180 minutes, appeared on the barrier. It was only then that Mafara realized this was the reward game time the system had mentioned earlier. So it really had become a time card game after all. Because of his intervention, the Maximoff family didn't remain in Sokovia as they had in the original story. Instead, they chose to move to New York together. Without a doubt, this changed the course of the original story. At the very least, they would no longer die in the missile strike launched by Nini. So, did deviating from the plot grant more in-game time? What would happen if he completely disrupted the Marvel Universe's narrative? It was still 2008. Iron Man had yet to make his real debut. With his knowledge of future events, Mafara felt he could at least try to make a difference. But soon, Mafara realized he'd been too naive. After all, the MCU was unlike any other world. Here, all kinds of gods existed. Even setting aside others, the Ancient One alone probably wouldn't allow him to act freely. So, before he became strong enough, should he keep a low profile? Now that the Maximoff family had moved to New York, would that draw the Ancient One's attention as well? Mafara pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a perfect solution. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it for now. When the boat reaches the pier, it will straighten itself out. He would just have to take things one step at a time. Without further hesitation, Mafara charged straight at the barrier ahead. The moment he passed through it, the countdown began. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Digging up meat is hard work. All I find are deer, and every piece is grade 5. At the village entrance on the edge of the Bitch province, a young boy was swinging a wooden sword, skillfully hunting the passing deer and expertly carving every last piece of meat from each one. This is madness. Now I finally understand why all those Legend clone games let you auto-battle or auto-quest from the very start. Who could stand this endless routine of slaughtering chickens and butchering deer? He grumbled on, but Mafara's hands never once slowed. He had already tested the limits. There was no pain from injuries in this game, which was something of a relief. Just imagine if warriors had to endure real pain. Who would want to play? Still, this so-called true legend seemed to have taken realism a bit too far. Mafara still remembered Border Village. In the original game, it was the quintessential beginner's town, so tiny you could walk a full circuit in 2 minutes. But here everything was expanded many times over. The village now felt like a real settlement, with sprawling houses and winding paths. While the NPCs and layout were familiar, the sheer scale was overwhelming. It was almost absurd. Just walking from the center of the village to the outskirts took Mafara a full 5 minutes. Wasn't this just a waste of time? He'd only just managed to tweak the MCU storyline to his liking, and now the system was making things difficult again, including travel time. It had taken Mafara half an hour just to scrape his way to level 4. But to reach level 5, he'd need 400 experience points. A chicken gave only 5, a deer just 15. In other words, he'd have to kill dozens more small animals just to level up. He gave a long, weary sigh. Still, seeing his inventory stuffed with a bag full of fresh meat brought him some comfort. But looking at the battered wooden sword in his hand, practically falling apart, Mafara couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed he'd have to head back to the village after all. This damn system, always finding ways to drain his money. His footsteps now much heavier than before, Mafara trudged toward Border Village in haste. Just then, a shrill cry pierced the air from the tall grass nearby, sending shivers down his spine. He turned toward the sound, and there it was a ray all find. Standing before Mafara was a pitchfork cat. It had a round, pudgy body, almost half as tall as a grown man, topped with a cat's head. Most bizarre of all, it clutched a long, menacing pitchfork in its paw. If the looks were odd, the sound it made was even worse, far more grating than the howls of any love-struck alley cat from his previous life. Now that he was level 4, he figured he should be able to handle a pitchfork cat, shouldn't he? Mafara weighed his odds in silence. After all, he still didn't dare risk experiencing death firsthand. If there was no resurrection in this game, wouldn't dying mean staying dead for real? This can't be entirely blamed on Marfa. When faced with something so uncertain and difficult to attempt, Marfa always felt a sense of reverence. After all, you only get one life. However, as a transmigrator, Marfa now possessed a second chance at life. Damn, that 3 fortunes. Marfa lowered his head to check his stats panel. Ever since he'd reached level 4, his maximum health had increased to 27 points. He'd lost some health in the battle with those 2 monsters just now, and currently had 22 points left. To be on the safe side, Marfa decided to sit down and rest for a while. Maybe it was just psychological, or maybe he'd played too many other online games, but he always felt that sitting restored health faster than standing. Soon, his health was back to full. Hit. With a shout, Marfa raised his battered wooden sword and charged at the cat wielding the rake. The rake-wielding cat didn't back down either, swinging its weapon and aiming a heavy blow straight at Marfa's head. The strike wasn't too painful, but Marfa felt a wave of dizziness and nearly toppled to the ground. At the same time, a bright red -3 floated above his head. What's going on? This game actually has a stun effect. He racked his brain and realized there really was such a mechanic. For example, if you were hit by a mage's lightning spell, the monster would be stunned for a brief moment. Now Marfa had 24 health points, and the Rake Cat had 36. With each attack, he could deal 6 points of damage, while the Rake Cat's hits only took away 3 points. Marfa did a quick calculation. He needed to hit the opponent 5 more times to win, while the cat would need to hit him 8 times to defeat him. Besides, his attack speed was faster than the cat's. Most importantly, when he spawned, there was still a small healing potion hanging from his belt. Weighing his options, Marfa launched another assault on the Rake Cat. -6, -5. -6, -6. Not bad. It's just a little cat. What's there to be afraid of? One more hit should finish you off. As this thought crossed his mind, the unexpected happened. With a sharp snap, his novice wooden sword broke cleanly in 2. Marfa's hand followed through and struck the Rake Cat directly. Disaster. His opponent still had 5 health points left, and he'd just lost his weapon. Regret flooded Marfa's mind. If only he'd gone to the weapon shop to repair his wooden sword earlier. Now the Rake Cat had 5 health points left. Each punch could only deal 1 point of damage, so it would take 5 hits to defeat it, while Mafara still had 18 health points and would need to be hit 6 more times to fall. Although his attack speed was still superior, the situation had become much more precarious. Mafara did the math again, just like he had in elementary school, and realized that for now, his life wasn't in immediate danger. So he set his worries aside and swung his fist at the Rake Cat. After all, this was just a legend game in the real world, not the actual legend game. A hit was a hit, and a miss was a miss. There was no such thing as physical evasion here. Soon, the cat wielding a rake was knocked to the ground by Mafara's punch, blood streaming from its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. It died on the spot. Experience +18. Seeing the number pop up on the system panel, Mafara felt quite satisfied. That was about the same as killing 4 chickens, though admittedly, the process had been a bit risky. But immediately, something under the Rake Cat caught Mafara's eye, a sword hilt. He glanced at the hilt of the wooden sword he had just broken. Did it really drop equipment? Mafara kicked the Rake Cat's corpse aside, and right before him appeared a wooden sword, pitch black from hilt to tip. Durability, 7/7. Attack, 6/6. Accuracy, +1. Required level, 1. Well now, brother cat, it seems I misjudged you. Breaking my old wooden sword was just your way of gifting me something better, wasn't it? Mafara cast a glance at the Rake Cat's corpse, now lying to the side, its eyes still fixed on him, blood trickling down its face. A pang of guilt rose in his heart. But the moment he gripped the smooth, cool hilt of the ebony sword, its blade glinting faintly in the light, that guilt vanished like mist on a sunny day. On the way back to the village, he occasionally ran into a few scarecrows and chicken deer. Armed with the ebony sword, he made quick work of them all, turning each encounter into more experience points. The only downside was that by now, Mafara's backpack was completely full. Reluctantly, he compared the newly acquired chicken and venison to the supplies in his bag, tossing out anything of lower quality. The walk back to the village took only 5 minutes, not a long distance by any means, but with game time cards so precious now, Mafara couldn't help but feel a little stingy with his time. Fortunately, once he returned to Border Village, a wave of rewards awaited him. Chicken meat times 17, unit price 500 gold coins. Venison times 22, unit price 1,000 gold coins. He set aside a portion of chicken and venison for a small experiment, and sold the remaining 16 pieces of chicken and 21 pieces of venison, earning a total of 29,000 gold coins. Coupled with the coins dropped by defeated scarecrows and other monsters, Mafara had gone from penniless to a comfortable player with over 30,000 gold coins. The 180 minutes of gameplay slipped by quickly as Mafara enjoyed battling monsters in the world of Marfa. Character information. Character name, Mafara. Class, Taoist. Defense, 0 to 2. Magic defense, 0 to 3. Attack, 6 to 10. Taoist power, 0 to 1. Health, 35/35. Mana, 23/23. Equipment, ebony sword, cloth robe, candle, iron bracelet x2, bronze ring x2, gold necklace. Ebony sword attributes. Durability, 4/4. Accuracy, +1. Required level, 3. Iron bracelet attributes. Durability, 5/5. Attack, 0 to 1. Required level, 3. Durability, 8 out of 8. Agility, +1. Attack, 0 to 1. Required level 2. As for the source of the iron bracelets, bronze rings, and gold necklace, Mafara didn't offer much explanation. In truth, he had sold 3 batches of meat, so he was flush with cash. Unlike mages, Taoists mainly rely on close combat with monsters until they learn the Soul Fire Talisman skill at level 18. To level up efficiently, Mafara spared no expense. Whenever he saw equipment suitable for himself in the shop, he bought a full set without hesitation. Fortunately, beginner gear was cheap, and for someone as well off as Mafara, money was no obstacle at all. A notification chimed. Your game time has expired. You'll be automatically logged out in 3 seconds. A flash of white light swept by, and Mafara felt everything go dark. In an instant, he was back in that dimly lit tunnel from before. There was only one change. Where the energy barrier had once read 180 minutes, the numbers now looked frozen solid, sealed off entirely. The text on the barrier had changed from 180 minutes to 0 minutes. So, it really was a time card game. Resigned, Mafara walked along the passageway and returned to the original stone chamber. The heavy stone door behind him rumbled shut once more. On either side of the door, the torch flame shrank and then flickered out completely. Mafara was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness, and when he came to, he found himself lying in his own bed. Sokovia Standard Time, 7:38 p.m. Mafara glanced at the wall clock not far away, and his eyes flew open in shock. The moment he entered the game, it had also been 7:38 p.m. A sudden realization struck him. He leapt from his bed in a single motion. With a sharp crack of splintering wood, the bed he'd slept in for over a decade snapped underfoot. His legs crashed straight through the bedboards, landing heavily on the floor. How could this be? Mafara was utterly stunned. He was just a scholar. How could he possibly have snapped a wooden bed with a single step? A suspicion crept into his mind. To test his theory, Mafara cautiously walked over to the spot where he usually kept his dumbbells. The 30-kilogram dumbbell had always been a real challenge to lift single-handedly, as far as Mafara could remember. Feeling both nervous and curious, he slowly reached out and placed his hand on the weight. In the past, he would have needed all his strength to lift it with one hand. But now, to his astonishment, Mafara found himself picking it up as effortlessly as if he were lifting a teacup. Back when he first entered the game and chose his profession, Mafara had sensed something unusual. If this was his own unique ability, its purpose must go far beyond mere entertainment. Besides, earning game time was already incredibly difficult. When he first logged into the game, Mafara's attack power had capped at just 1 point, but by the time he logged out, that number had increased to 10. On paper, it was a 10-fold boost. Yet Mafara understood that this transformation was about much more than numbers. Take Olympic weightlifting as an example. Anyone who could hoist more than twice their own body weight was already considered an elite athlete. Previously, as a student weighing around 65 kilograms, Mafara had been proud to manage a 100-kilogram lift. But now, he had a hunch. Even an ordinary 5-seater car would be no match for his newfound strength. If measured by Captain America's standard, about 5 tons of lifting power, then Mafara had already reached nearly half that in just 3 hours of gaming. The improvement was nothing short of astonishing. The thought made Mafara gasp, drawing in a sharp breath. After all, he was only at level 6. What would happen if he reached level 40 or 50? Might he even rival the Hulk one day? As Mafara stood there in a daze, the doors swung open once again. Natalia hurried in, her face etched with worry. What's wrong, Mafara? That noise just now. She didn't finish her question. Natalia's eyes widened in shock as she caught sight of Mafara, handling the 30-kilogram dumbbell with the ease of a seasoned fitness expert, as if it weighed nothing at all. Instinctively, Natalia stepped back a couple of paces, clearly struggling to believe what she was seeing. Mafara noticed her reaction and realized the situation was quickly spiraling out of control. Just then, as he accidentally let go and the dumbbell was about to crash onto his foot, a streak of red light flashed past. The dumbbell seemed to be held aloft by some invisible force, hovering in midair without falling any further. Marfa turned his head, only to see Natalia standing at the doorway. She was pressing her left hand against her right forearm, her right palm facing upward, pulsing with a flickering red glow, as if she were controlling something unseen. This time, it was Marfa's turn to be astonished. For a moment, he could hardly believe his eyes. Wasn't this precisely the chaos magic wielded by the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff? How could that possibly be manifesting in Natalia? According to the storyline in the MCU, Wanda's powers were supposed to have been awakened by the Mind Stone after she was taken to the Hydra lab by Baron Strucker. Unbidden, a bold idea began to take shape in Marfa's mind. Baron Strucker of Hydra obviously wouldn't have chosen only the Maximoff twins as test subjects for the Mind Stone experiments. But the strange thing is, why was it that only these siblings gained superpowers during the experiment, while the other subjects failed? There must be something deeper at work here. The only reasonable explanation is that Wanda and Pietro already possessed a unique physiology, and the Mind Stone merely served as a catalyst to awaken their latent abilities. This differs from Marfa's previous understanding that the stone granted power out of nothing. If both children have special constitutions, it's possible their abilities are inherited. This makes it easier to accept that Natalia Maximoff, as Wanda and Pietro's mother, might also possess powers similar to Wanda's. Yet if that's the case, why would Natalia, who originally had such abilities, have been killed so easily by a missile in the story? Marfa's mind raced with analysis, and new questions emerged one after another. Why, in the original storyline, did the missile strike in 1999 lead directly to the deaths of Natalia and Django? Was it because she had temporarily lost her magic, or was there another reason? Author's note: the details regarding Wanda's mother are original to this work. If they conflict with the future direction of the MCU, I hope readers will understand. Before Marfa could voice her questions, Natalia seemed to have already come to terms with this seemingly unbelievable reality and spoke first. Marfa, you must understand, people are always filled with fear and rejection toward the unknown. The moment you show yourself to be different, no matter whether you mean anyone harm or not, others will instinctively distance themselves from you. Do you understand? No matter what abilities you might have now, I hope you won't use them. It would be best if you could completely forget about them. At this, Natalia let out a deep sigh, as though she were recalling a bitter memory from her past. Marfa found it easy to understand Natalia's words. After all, in another world, mutants were frequently shunned because of their identities, with nearly the whole world harboring hostility toward them. There were countless children abandoned simply because their identities were exposed. Take Magneto, for example. He had intended to live quietly under another name, but just because he used his powers in a factory to save a colleague, he ultimately suffered the tragedy of losing his family. Marfa could even imagine that her own mother had faced similar experiences in her youth. Perhaps that's why, in the original story, even when Natalia was facing life and death, she never chose to use her own abilities. However, this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, not the world of mutants, so most people still hold a relatively friendly attitude toward those with superpowers. Although Marfa could understand why Natalia chose to live in seclusion, he didn't agree with her decision. After all, their family would soon be moving to New York. Without certain power or allies, who would protect them if Loki invaded? Captain America? Or Iron Man? Rather than relying on others, it's better to depend on oneself. Having lost both parents in his previous life, Marfa was deeply attached to the idea of family and would never entrust his loved one's safety to anyone else, even if these family members were ones he had inherited. I understand, Mom, but do we really have to move to New York? Actually, I'd rather go to China than New York. The Olympics just ended, and the whole world has witnessed China's progress. It's safe there, and there's almost no racial or religious discrimination. As someone who had been Chinese in his previous life, Marfa knew China very well, though there was still an economic gap compared to some developed countries. When it came to safety, China was undoubtedly among the world's best. With such a great place to go, why insist on moving to New York? Yet, after hearing Marfa's words, Natalia frowned slightly, a trace of worry in her eyes, but she didn't explain further. Natalia knew all too well that, as an experienced witch, China's supernatural forces were tangled and complex. If they really moved there, it was uncertain whether they'd be allowed to live in peace. By comparison, at least New York had the protection of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Natalia had already made up her mind. Once they moved to New York, she would personally visit the Sanctum. If she could secure the protection of the Sorcerer Supreme, many problems would be easily solved. And if the Sanctum refused, she could always turn to SWRD. After all, Maria Rambeau, the founder of SWORD, had always been friendly toward those with superhuman abilities. At this point, the Avengers Initiative had not yet begun. On one side was a powerful organization with a strong sense of national security, strictly controlling foreign superpowered individuals. On the other, SWORD, which was in urgent need of powered people. Natalia knew exactly where her best option lay. Wanting to protect Marfa, her most beloved youngest son, Natalia chose not to share any of this with him. She simply stepped forward, gently stroked Marfa's head, and nodded slightly, signaling that she would seriously consider his suggestion. But Marfa, having lived 2 lifetimes, was well aware that Natalia had, in fact, already turned down his proposal. Although Martha didn't truly understand the real situation in China. After all, the Marvel movies she'd seen in her previous life never touched on such matters. She chose to remain silent now that Natalia had already made her decision. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel in Sokovia, a plump woman sat quietly on the bed, eyes closed, immersed in deep meditation. In her hands, she cradled a crystal ball that flickered with a strange, bewitching purple light. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open and let out a piercing, shrill laugh. The sound startled a black cat lounging on a nearby sofa, making its first stand on end in alarm. "Ebony, my little darling, after all this time, we've finally found it," the woman whispered gently. As she spoke, her body began to slowly rise from the bed, hovering eerily in midair. The black cat immediately sprang up and landed gracefully on her shoulder. With a flash of purple blacklight, the suite's floor-to-ceiling windows shattered into dust. Guided by the crystal ball, the woman's figure shot swiftly toward the direction of the Maximoff family. Her hands trembled ever so slightly, betraying her barely contained excitement. For centuries, Agatha Harkness had devoted herself to finding the fabled Scarlet Witch. Throughout those long years, Agatha had traversed nearly every corner of the world. Now at last, she stood at the turning point of her destiny. Agatha Harkness had once been an ordinary witch with unremarkable talent. Out of a moment's curiosity, she began to study forbidden dark magic, violating the laws of the witches' coven. On the day she was sentenced to death, Agatha turned the tables, using black magic to seize the magical energy of every witch present, greatly amplifying her own power. Yet this newfound might was not enough to satisfy her. In the centuries that followed, Agatha nearly purged the magical world of Earth, even setting her sights on the white magic lineage of Kamartaj. If the Ancient One had not intervened personally and defeated her with ease, even Kamartaj might not have escaped unscathed. During her later wanderings, Agatha stumbled upon the Darkhold, an ancient tome as renowned as Kamartaj's Book of the Vishani. Within its pages, Agatha glimpsed a greater hope, to possess the chaos magic of the legendary Scarlet Witch. If she could seize the chaos magic from the current Scarlet Witch, Agatha believed she would finally have the power to challenge the Ancient One once more. After a brief contemplation, Agatha's silhouette appeared directly above the Maximoff family's home. "Ebony, my little darling, it's all up to you now." As she spoke, she tucked the crystal ball away and swiftly scooped the black cat from her back, tossing it onto the rooftop without a moment's hesitation. The cat let out a piercing cry as it sailed through the air, unfazed by its sudden flight. In an instant, its body began to swell, transforming before their eyes into a black panther as large and imposing as a lion. The panther's roar reverberated through the entire house. Curious and alarmed, the neighbors threw open their windows, ready to scold whoever was making such a racket. But when they saw the enormous black panther standing majestically atop the Maximoff family's roof, as regal as a lion, they instinctively took several steps back. Nervously, they swallowed hard, realizing something was very wrong. One by one, they slammed their windows shut and hurriedly locked their doors. After all, everyone knew that panthers were skilled tree climbers. Who could say whether this one would decide to leap into their own home? More importantly, this panther was nothing like the gentle creatures they'd seen at the zoo. Its gleaming claws, catching the moonlight with a chilling glint, made it clear at a glance. This was not a being to be trifled with. Inside, the moment Ebony's massive form landed on the roof, both Natalia and Marfa's expressions changed. Natalia immediately sensed a surge of potent magical energy, while Marfa felt herself overwhelmed by the panther's menacing presence. With a thunderous crash, the roof above Marfa's room caved in completely. A gigantic shadow lunged at her with terrifying speed. Marfa reacted in a split second, grabbing the dumbbell Natalia had just placed in front of her and hurling it at the shadow, without hesitation. The 30-kilogram weight, propelled by Marfa's formidable strength, shot through the air like a cannonball, whistling past Natalia and whipping up a fierce gust. The house trembled violently. The already dilapidated walls couldn't withstand such force, and soon gave way, collapsing in a shower of debris and raising clouds of dust. When the dust finally settled, there was a gaping hole in the wall, large enough for a person to pass through. Icy wind whistled in, making Marfa's silver hair stream behind her. Clearly, the dumbbell hadn't struck Ebony, now in her panther form. After all, she was a feline, and felines were renowned for their agility. More than that, Ebony was the pride and joy of Agatha, the Black Witch, and not an ordinary opponent by any means. Marfa frowned slightly, wary and bewildered by this sudden adversary. Why had Ebony appeared at the very moment she and Natalia had been discussing espers? The coincidence unsettled Marfa, filling her with unease. At that very moment, Marfa suddenly felt an icy chill rush up her spine, as if a murderous intent had materialized behind her, poised to strike her back. Not long ago, Marfa had battled countless monsters in the world of legend, but those were only virtual foes. The sense of danger and the real, tangible threat she now faced were nothing like anything in a game. This sudden surge of killing intent made Marfa's heart leap. She barely had time to think. Her instinct screamed at her to dodge to the side, but she realized she was already too late. Ebony's razor-sharp claws were less than 3 centimeters from Marfa's back. She could almost feel the prickling pain in the air itself. In this split second, Natalia reacted with lightning speed. Her hands moved in a blur before her, and in an instant, a ball of crimson energy, the size of a basketball, condensed between her palms. It shot toward Ebony at blinding speed, so fast that even Marfa couldn't react in time. A deafening explosion rang out as the magic sphere struck Ebony dead on. The shadowy figure was blasted away, flung like an afterimage by the force of the chaotic crimson energy, smashing hard into the nearby wall. The wall couldn't withstand such a tremendous impact. It shattered at once, leaving a gaping hole. Ebony's body was hurled out of the room and disappeared beyond. In the blink of an eye, the little house, now riddled with 3 massive holes in quick succession, teetered on the brink of collapse. Marfa, take Django, Wanda, and Pietro, and get out of here. Natalia's voice was cold and commanding, brimming with an authority that brooked no defiance. Marfa had never seen this side of her before. It was clear, this time, Natalia's fury was real. For someone to dare harm her children right before her eyes, for a mother, this was utterly intolerable. No sooner had the words left her lips than Natalia's figure was completely engulfed in a swirl of scarlet chaos. The power surging from her seemed to warp the very air around her. Lifted by this energy, Natalia began to float slowly upward, her eyes blazing with a blood-red light that sent chills down the spine, an unearthly, mesmerizing glow. No matter who you are, don't even think about hurting my child. Her words rang out with unwavering resolve and strength, revealing the instinct and courage that only a mother possesses when protecting her child. Natalia had always appeared gentle and delicate, but at this moment, witnessing her son under attack, she could no longer conceal her true power. At the same time, Marfa saw his mother dash through the gaping hole in the wall, while the entire house seemed on the verge of collapsing. Without another moment's hesitation, he spun around and sprinted toward the door. To save time, Marfa didn't bother with the handle. Instead, he kicked the door open with a single, forceful blow. In a life-or-death moment like this, speed was far more important than grace. It was only when he burst out of the room that Marfa truly realized. Even though he had gained tremendous power from the game, raw strength didn't equate to combatability. Especially now, he was still at a low level, had barely learned any skills, and couldn't even talk about having a mature fighting style or a seamless attack routine. It was like handing a razor-sharp kitchen knife to a 4-year-old child. No matter how sharp the blade, it would be hard for the child to pose any real threat. Forget adults. Even a teenager could easily subdue him. Before reaching level 18 as a Taoist, aside from the poison spell, he had almost no ranged attack abilities. In other words, he was facing a long stretch where close-quarters combat would be the norm. Without something like Spider-Man's superhuman senses to warn him of danger, his most practical option was to start learning real, effective melee techniques. After all, real-life enemies wouldn't just charge in blindly like video game monsters. Thinking along these lines, Marfa's mind quickly sifted through the Marvel universe, searching for characters renowned for their close combat skills. First, he ruled out the Hulk. He didn't have the Hulk's indestructible body. Even if he became just as strong one day, his defense could never compare. At heart, he was a Taoist, not a warrior. Next, he dismissed Spider-Man. Setting aside whether Peter Parker had even acquired his powers in this era, Spider-Man's close combat relied heavily on his spider sense and the agility granted by his webs. Without those advantages, Spider-Man was simply a bit stronger and faster than average. Nothing more. Then there was Captain America, Steve Rogers. While his hand-to-hand skills were formidable, it was 2008. Steve was still frozen in the ice. Daredevil? Not a good fit either. The fighting style of a blind man simply didn't match Marfa's current situation. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff? That's actually an acceptable choice. After all, when it comes to close-quarters combat, setting aside sheer power, Natasha's skills are nearly on par with Captain America himself. The two of them even served as combat instructors for the Avengers at one point. The problem, however, is that Natasha, due to her limited physical strength, relies more heavily on technique, and her fighting style carries a distinctly feminine touch. Besides, counting on Natasha's help doesn't seem easy, either. Unless, of course, I willingly joined Snake Shield. The mere thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra gave Marfa a splitting headache. As she weighed her options for continuing her training, Marfa didn't hesitate for a second. She swiftly knocked out Wanda, Django, and Quicksilver, bundled them up in blankets, then hoisted them over her shoulder and dashed toward the basement at full speed. Time was of the essence. There was no chance for lengthy explanations. She decided to secure the three of them in the relative safety of the basement first, then figure out her next move. Meanwhile, Natalya had just launched herself out of the house when she was hit head-on by a blast of swirling, purple-black magical energy. Caught completely off guard, Natalya felt as if a massive hammer had smashed in her chest. She was hurled back more than 10 meters, only coming to a stop when she crashed into a distant metal billboard. Blood spattered from her mouth, a crimson trickle running down her chin. It was clear that the attack had done her real harm. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" Natalya demanded, her voice icy and furious, eyes fixed on Agatha, floating in the air, not far away, like a wild beast ready to strike. "Oh, hey." Agatha let out a cackling witch's laugh, her smile ambiguous, her whole demeanor that of someone greeting an old friend after years apart. Impossible to read. "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. I know you. The legendary Scarlet Witch, said to possess unimaginable power. You know, I spent centuries searching for you, and I'm a woman. Do you know how precious a woman's youth is?" At that moment, Agatha's expression grew theatrical. She stroked her cheek with one hand, her face twisted in feigned resentment, like a wife voicing her grievances to her husband. Of course, Natalya was unmoved by Agatha's little act. All she could see was the memory of Agatha nearly hurting her child. A father might endure, but a mother never yields. Anyone who tries to harm those Natalya loves, she will never let them go. "Speak. Why are you looking for me? If you can't give me a good reason, I'm afraid you're about to find out why my magic is feared by so many." Before Natalya could finish her sentence, a flash of excitement lit up Agatha's face. "Look at you. So worked up your eyes are turning red," Agatha said with a chuckle. With that, she raised her right hand before her, tracing delicate patterns in the air with her fingers as if sketching some invisible symbol. At the same time, she muttered a rhythmic incantation in a low, steady voice. In an instant, a swirl of violet-black light shimmered into existence behind Natalya's head, quickly enveloping it in an otherworldly glow. Natalya's eyes became vacant and lifeless. Her whole body slipped into a motionless trance. "Tell me, how did you obtain chaos magic? Tell me." Agatha's voice echoed in Natalya's ears, weaving the threads of a powerful hypnosis. I don't know. I don't know what chaos magic is. I was just born with this power," Natalya replied. Though Natalya was the Scarlet Witch who wielded chaos magic, she had never received any formal training. Up to this very moment, everything she knew about manipulating this force had been pieced together by her own intuition and self-discovery. The way she attacked Ebony earlier with her magic was proof enough of that. If Agatha was like an average student blessed with a master's guidance, then Natalya was a prodigy, brilliant, but entirely self-taught. While her talent allowed her to handle ordinary opponents with ease, when confronted by someone as profoundly skilled as Agatha, Natalya struggled to keep up. "You don't know?" Agatha frowned, clearly displeased with Natalya's answer. "In that case, let me see for myself." As she spoke, Agatha began chanting again. She pushed both hands forward, instantly forging a psychic link with Natalya. A memory flickered to life. "Hi, I'm Justin. Would you like to go to the movies with me?" A vision of Natalya in her teenage years appeared, her beauty rivaling even the Wanda of the future and catching the eyes of many admirers at school. Then the scene shifted. "No, you're a demon. Stay away from me." Natalya's first chaotic awakening played out before their eyes. Justin sat collapsed on the ground, terror etched across his face. "Daddy, don't you want Natalya anymore?" In the next memory, Natalya's father, his face twisted in fear after learning the truth about her, turned and left Natalia and her mother behind. No, please don't hurt my child. The next scene unfolds with Natalia and her mother, dressed in tattered clothes, surrounded by a mob of villagers brandishing weapons. In a desperate bid to protect her daughter, Natalia's mother was beaten to death by the enraged villagers, and Natalia herself barely escaped with her life that day. All the pain and misfortune in her life stemmed from the uncontrollable chaos magic within her. Because of this, Natalia instinctively loathed and resented the immense power she possessed. At the end of the story, Natalia chanced upon Django Maximoff. The two quickly fell in love and had twins, followed by a third child, enjoying a brief period of blissful family life. Yet, peace never truly found her. Every day, Natalia lived in fear, dreading that one day her secret would be revealed, and Django, Wanda, Pietro, and Mafara would abandon her just as her father once did. No, no, no. A torrent of memories drove Natalia to the brink of collapse, and she cried out in agony. Her voice was thick with despair and sorrow, tugging at the heartstrings of anyone who heard it. But Agatha, who had witnessed Natalia's entire life, remained unmoved. Compared to Natalia, Agatha found little difference in her own past. She could still recall the utter hopelessness she felt when her own mother led her to the execution platform. Because of these experiences, Agatha understood that only overwhelming power could guarantee her safety. As long as she stood atop the world, no one could ever hurt her. Again, those foolish people were fit only to be her servants, not to sit in judgment, condemning her with their so-called morals and casting out those like her into darkness. What a pitiable soul. Agatha spoke with a flat, almost indifferent tone as she slowly floated before Natalia. She pressed her palm gently against Natalia's chest, her eyes cold and resolute. If that's how it is, then so be it. Rest assured, once I have extracted the chaos magic from your body, your family will be spared. Consider this the price you pay for your contribution. Though Natalia's face was contorted in pain and her eyes were vacant, her body trembled visibly when she heard Agatha promise to spare her family. Then, as if finally unburdened, she lifted her head, released her clenched fists, and allowed Agatha to draw upon her as a source of power. In an instant, the night sky over Sokovia was awash with crimson as surging waves of chaos energy poured into Agatha. At the same time, Natalia's body began to age rapidly. It was clear that this was the consequence of losing her core power. Bastard, let go of my mother. Mafara burst out from the somewhat shabby house, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Hadn't he just sworn with absolute certainty, no matter who you are, you'll die? Didn't he say his mother could fight off two opponents at once? But in the short time it took to send Wanda and the others down to the basement, how had Natalia already fallen into such a dire, defensive state? Something was wrong. It was simply unbelievable. In Avengers Endgame, Wanda could even pin Thanos to the ground. And Thanos is one of the most formidable beings in the universe, second to none even among the Eternals, not to mention those so-called gods. If his mother was also this Scarlet Witch, then why was she so easily overwhelmed now? Of course, complaints aside, Mafara could only swallow his exhaustion. He clung fiercely to the bonds of family, and he would never allow anyone to harm his mother. In his previous life, he had suffered enough from the pain of wanting to care for his parents when it was already too late. In this life, no matter the cost, he would protect his loved ones. Yet, faced with Mafara's furious shout, Agatha, floating in midair, only looked down at him with disdain. She cast him a contemptuous glance, as if to say, "If you've got the guts, come up here." Through her earlier psychic connection with Natalia, Agatha had sensed that Mafara was no ordinary boy. He seemed to possess tremendous power. But she wasn't worried. Right now, she hovered dozens of meters above the ground, and she didn't think for a moment that Mafara could leap up and pose any real threat. "Ebony, my darling, get up and take care of that little brat." Clearly, Agatha didn't consider Mafara worthy of her personal attention. Compared to him, she was far more interested in the force within Natalia, known as chaos magic. However, even as she spoke, Agatha suddenly realized that extracting chaos magic from Natalia was no longer as smooth as before. Although Natalia's mind was still in turmoil, her maternal instincts had begun to stir, causing her to instinctively resist Agatha's energy drain. At that moment, as if in response to Agatha's call, beneath a nearby metal billboard, the Black Panther Ebony, whom Natalia had sent flying earlier, began to slowly struggle to his feet. Agatha was clearly displeased that Ebony had been knocked out so easily by Natalia and had been lying there for so long. She had invested a great deal of effort in training this shape-shifting black cat. Arrelo, bol bol, ajaja. Murmuring an incantation under her breath, Agatha forced herself to split her focus and cast a dark spell at Ebony. Waves of blackish-purple energy rippled outward, swiftly spreading under Agatha's command. Standing on the ground, Marfa instantly sensed that something was wrong and reflexively looked in the direction Agatha was pointing. A deafening roar echoed through the air, its sound waves pulsing outward. Several nearby green plants shook violently as Ebony's furious howl resounded. When Marfa looked at Ebony again, he saw her form had shrunk slightly, but every strand of fur stood on end. Her eyes, already bright in the darkness, now blazed with a strange and chilling light. Clearly, Agatha had resorted to some secret art, forcibly suppressing Ebony's injuries and driving her into a state of berserk fury. "Is that all you've got?" Marfa remained unimpressed by Agatha's beast-taming skills. When it came to controlling beasts, who could rival a Taoist priest? They could summon skeletons, mythical beasts, moon spirits, even white tigers. They could conjure ghostly shields, holy armor, and healing spells as well. Not only could they boost defenses and recover stamina, but they could also keep calling forth new creatures time and again. Of course, though Marfa looked down on such tricks, these abilities were still far out of his reach for now. Lost in thought for only a moment, Marfa suddenly found Ebony closing in on him. Her razor-sharp claws rose high, slashing down at Marfa's throat without hesitation, smooth and swift, as if she had drilled this move 1,000 times. But this time Marfa was not so easily caught off guard. In fact, when he'd sent Django and the others down to the basement just moments ago, he'd grabbed a handful of lime powder used to keep out dampness on a sudden whim. Having read many martial arts novels in his previous life, Marfa had always been curious about the effectiveness of lime powder and wanted to see if it truly worked as the stories claimed. At the critical moment, Marfa flung the powder toward his own position, squeezed his eyes shut, held his breath, ducked his head, and dodged to the side, barely avoiding Ebony's deadly strike at the very last instant. Ebony never expected this young man before her would resort to such a devious tactic in a face-to-face confrontation. In an instant, her wide-open eyes were smothered with lime powder, a searing pain shooting straight to her brain. Before she could recover from the burning agony, another wave of excruciating pain erupted from her heart, quickly sapping her strength and spreading numbness through her entire body. With a heavy thud, Ebony's massive body crashed helplessly to the ground. At that moment, Marfa gripped a jet-black wooden sword tightly in both hands, holding it before him as he stared ahead with vigilant eyes. Blood trickled from the tip of the ebony sword. Bathed in moonlight, Marfa stood there like a swordsman at the very peak of his craft, decisive, composed, his movements swift and brimming with power. In the shroud of night, his heroic aura shone all the more brightly. Of course, if one could overlook the scattering of white powder at his feet, the scene would have been nothing short of perfect. There was no doubting Ebony's strength. Otherwise, she would not have served as Agatha's loyal companion for so long. Yet, for all their uncanny abilities, animals are not human. They cannot grasp the labyrinth of schemes and malice within the human heart. When it came to speed alone, Marfa was indeed no match for Ebony, the Black Panther, famed for her agility. But in terms of raw strength, Marfa did not lag behind in the least. If anything, he held a slight edge. What's more, he had just summoned the legendary weapon Ebony Sword from his system backpack. Facing a panther disoriented and blinded by lime powder, victory was almost assured. At that moment, 3 crisp system notifications chimed in Marfa's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying Ebony, the pet cat of dark which Agatha Harkness. You are awarded 2,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the MCU storyline. You are awarded 60 minutes of game time. Ding! In recognition of your first magical creature kill outside the game, you are awarded an extra 60 minutes of game time. Before Marfa could even react, 2 warm surges of energy coursed through his body. Instantly, he felt invigorated, every trace of fatigue washed away. Having experienced the sensation of leveling up 5 times before, Marfa recognized it at once. And this time, he had leveled up twice in a row. A thought struck him. He quickly focused his consciousness inward, diving into his mindscape to locate the skill book he had prepared beforehand, and activated it without delay. Skill: Healing, Level 1. Effect: Channels mental power to restore stamina, health points, to oneself or others. Character information. Character name: Marfa. Class: Taoist. Defense: 0 to 2. Magic defense: 0 to 3. Attack: 6 to 10. Taoism: 0 to 1. Health points: 45 to 45. Mana: 31 to 31. Skill. Healing, level 1. Equipment. Ebony sword, cloth garment, candle, iron bracelet x2, bronze ring x2, gold necklace. Unlike other online games, leveling up in Legend brings only modest improvements to attack and defense stats. What truly determines a character's strength is their equipment. Still, leveling up is not without its perks. Most importantly, at the very moment of leveling up, both health and mana are instantly restored to their maximum values. In other words, even if Marfa were gravely wounded, as long as he leveled up, he would be back at his peak in a blink. Secondly, the increase in maximum health and mana that comes with leveling up is equally crucial. To be honest, with Mafa's current mana reserves, even though he possesses many advanced skills, he still can't sustain their consumption. If casting a single skill drains all his mana, then there's simply no way to keep fighting. Mafa understood this very clearly. After this upgrade, he might no longer have much trouble facing Ebony head-on. After all, with the healing spell, as long as he fought a war of attrition, eventually his opponent would be worn down. However, the real challenge wasn't Ebony. It was the enemy in the sky. Reality is far more unforgiving than any person. With his current stats and skills, defeating Agatha was almost an impossible task. In that instant, Mafa realized this with absolute clarity. The true key to breaking the deadlock still lay in the world of Legend. After defeating Ebony, he had gained 120 minutes of game time. If he could make good use of these 2 hours, there might yet be hope to improve his chances of survival. With this in mind, Mafa ignored Agatha, who was slowly descending and had just set Natalia down before walking toward him. Instead, he closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into his mental space. Tick, tick. He found himself once again in that ancient stone chamber. From time to time, droplets of water would fall from the ceiling, striking the floor and making the dark room seem all the more cold and damp. He felt his way forward a couple of steps in the darkness, and suddenly, the torches on either side of the stone door burst in a bright flame. With a faint hiss, the great door began to open. Without hesitation, Mafa dashed inside. Relying on his past experience, he disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel without a moment's doubt. Soon, he stood once more before the wall of air. Just as he expected, the wall was no longer encased in ice, and the words on it had changed from 0 minutes to 120 minutes. Passing through the wall of air, Mafa quickly returned to the border village. In the world of the Legend game, no matter how much time he spends inside, only an instant passes in the real world. He had already confirmed this during his previous visit. Mafa's plan was to use this 2-hour advantage to strengthen himself as much as possible, find a way to drive Agatha back, and rescue Natalia. Of course, judging by his current progress, 2 hours clearly wouldn't be enough to reach level 18 and learn the long-range skill Soulfire Talisman, nor would it be enough to reach level 14 to unlock the poison spell. Furthermore, this world of Legend didn't seem like other online games where you could craft special items like magic grenades. So, was there really no other way? Damn it, this lousy game is absolutely useless. Why can't I learn a thing or two from other companies' games? At the very least, there should be some kind of auxiliary system like Goblin Engineering, shouldn't there? Mafa grumbled, but then, in a sudden flash of inspiration, he seemed to have stumbled upon a new possibility. Without wasting another moment or worrying about burning through his time credits, Mafa plopped down right where he was and started organizing his thoughts. Minute after minute ticked by, and Mafa had already spent a precious 10 minutes or more. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking through his costume. Right at that moment, Mafa finally found the breakthrough he needed to defeat Agatha. That's right. While this world was crafted to closely resemble the legendary game, in the end, it wasn't the original. The very fact that he could meditate and that sweat could dampen his clothes. These details proved that this place wasn't bound by the old rules. If that was the case, why should Mafa confine his thinking to the established framework of the legend? With his mind made up, Mafa dashed toward the entrance of the border village. Now was not the time to hesitate. His time credits were limited. I hope I make it in time. I hope I make it in time. He whispered a silent prayer as he picked up his pace, terrified that even a single second's delay might cost him his last chance. Along the way, he passed by multi-hook cats, ray cats, scarecrows, deer. He even caught sight of a few fearsome orcs wielding massive bone clubs. Mafa ignored all these monsters. His mind was fixed on a clear goal. After running for another half an hour, at last, perseverance paid off. He spotted a few venomous spiders, each as massive as a motorcycle, leisurely crouched in the shade of some trees, enjoying the coolness. Whenever he thought about how he was fighting tooth and nail just to survive here, while those venomous spiders could rest so peacefully, Mafa couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Hey, you lot! He picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at the spider sitting on the edge of the group. Of course, this throwing a rock maneuver didn't seem to impress the system at all. The spider only lost a single point of health, almost as if it was a token gesture. But that was more than enough. The venomous spider that got hit had been dozing, never expecting to be disturbed. Now it was absolutely furious. Just moments ago, it had been dreaming about a horde of mother spiders. With its 8 thick legs thrashing, the venomous spider charged at Mafara, eyes burning with rage, as if it meant to tear him to pieces. If it were before, I might have been scared of you. But now, a hint of disdain flickered across Mafara's face. He immediately cast a healing spell on himself. In the Legend game, healing functions much like a wound salve, a skill that gradually restores health over time, rather than instantly bringing you back to full strength like a powerful sun potion. With the blessing of the healing spell, even if he got injured in battle, his health could be swiftly restored. This was the confidence that allowed Mafara to face the venomous spiders head-on. Having successfully taunted his enemies with stones earlier, Mafara now saw this legendary world in a whole new light. Although it was modeled after the real world, compared to the 2.5D games he played in childhood, this place was filled with far more unpredictable possibilities. Gripping his ebony sword, Mafara casually chopped down a branch as thick as his arm. He held the branch tightly in one hand and his sword in the other, then charged straight at the venomous spider. The spider lashed out with its front legs, but Mafara raised both the branch and his sword in front of him, successfully blocking the attack. The venomous spider wasn't about to give up. Seeing its strike fail, it opened its jaws, dripping with green poison, and lunged at Mafara. Staring at those venomous fangs, Mafara thought to himself, "If I get bitten, I bet it'll feel worse than eating a dozen tubs of pickled noodles all at once." I was waiting for this move. Mafara smiled slightly, and in a flash, stuffed the branch into the spider's gaping mouth with his left hand. "Come on then, kid, let's run a test." The spider let out a distressed, muffled screech, sounding completely at a loss. Clearly, the venomous spider had never encountered such a shameless trick before. It was thrown into utter confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Mafara launched his counterattack. With every strike, a string of crimson numbers, 5, -5, -5, floated above the spider's head. Very soon, the poor spider's meager 42 health points were completely depleted by Mafara. Experience plus 42. But it wasn't over yet. Mafara flipped over the spider's corpse and swung his ebony sword down, striking its mouth relentlessly. "That's what you get for acting tough and trying to bite me." Before long, Mafara had successfully collected 2 of the spider's fangs and tucked them into his backpack. There were still 7 or 8 venomous spiders nearby, scattered under the shade of the trees, resting just like the previous one. Using the same approach, Mafara dispatched them all in just over 10 minutes. Perhaps because these animal-type monsters weren't exactly wealthy, Mafara didn't find any equipment, just 18 spider fangs. Still, it wasn't a bad haul. After all, he had extracted each fang with his own hands, not simply picked them up as loot drops like in a game. You could even call this a minor exploit. Now, with these unsettling creatures dealt with, plus the experience he'd gained from defeating Ebony earlier, Mafara's experience had reached about 70% of level 8, just a step away from level 9. Everyone knows that when a Taoist reaches level 9, they gain their second skill, Spiritual Force Combat. Spiritual Force Combat. By channeling spiritual energy, the accuracy of attacks in battle is enhanced. Mafara had always harbored doubts about this skill. In the game, whether facing monsters or other players, there was usually a certain chance to dodge attacks, a value that could be increased by equipping items that boosted agility or evasion. However, although this world faithfully recreated the legendary game, its rules were far simpler. If an attack landed, it landed. If it didn't, it simply missed. There was no such thing as an evasion mechanic. So what was the point of a skill that increased hit rate? It wasn't just the Taoist skill. Warriors also had their own level 7 skill, Basic Swordsmanship, which similarly improved accuracy. How was that to be explained? Mafara vaguely sensed that the existence of these skills might be tied to the unique features of each class. But since he seemed to be the only player in this entire world, any theories about warriors couldn't be tested. In the end, everything needed to be proven through practice. Guesses alone were just too idealistic. He estimated that he had just about finished collecting the venomous spider fangs, so he quickly shifted his focus to another type of monster. Unlike the venomous spiders that crawled everywhere, the man-eating plants, though also rookie monsters, were rare enough to be called uncommon. The main reason wasn't just their low spawn rate. What made them truly elusive was how difficult they were to spot. Man-eating plants usually buried themselves just beneath the surface of the ground, only springing out to attack the moment someone came near. That meant finding them with the naked eye was no easy task. The forests of Bitch Province were among the finest in the entire legendary world. While perhaps not quite as grand as those of White Sun Gate, they were still lush and vibrant. Marfa dashed along a forest path, anxiety gnawing at him from within. After all, he only had 120 minutes of game time. If he couldn't find the man-eating plants, not only would he be wasting his precious game card, but, more importantly, once he returned to the real world, Agatha would hardly let him off the hook. After all, he had killed her beloved pet. Even if it weren't Agatha, anyone else in her place would have been hard-pressed not to get angry. Marfa had been running through the jungle for 10 minutes, his mouth parched and sweat drenching his clothes. With each passing moment, his remaining game time was slipping away, and the anxiety in his heart only grew heavier. How can this be? Why is finding a few man-eating plants so hard? It feels even more difficult than fighting for the boss on the 3rd floor of Woma Cave back in the day. He muttered to himself, on the verge of falling apart. Suddenly, Marfa's eyes caught a dazzling glint in the distance. In the next instant, he couldn't help but give himself a firm slap. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? Unlike other monsters, the man-eating flower belongs to the plant category, which means it is difficult for it to move. Rather than struggling to survive in the dense jungle where sunlight and food are scarce, the pond's edge is clearly its ideal habitat. After all, whether human or monster, all living things need water, so the pond naturally becomes the gathering place of choice. Add to that the sparse trees and abundant sunlight at the water's edge. Without further hesitation, Marfa dashed toward the pond. As he drew closer, the ground suddenly trembled ever so slightly. In the next instant, a man-eating flower as tall as a person burst from the earth, immediately swinging its thick vines at Marfa in a fierce attack. Found you at last. Marfa was already prepared for this. With a nimble roll to the side, he easily dodged the strike. Quickly scanning his surroundings, he noticed heaps of white bones not far from the pond, some human, some from wild beasts. On the other side of the water, 2 deer bent their heads to drink, seemingly unaware of the lurking danger. Just as he suspected, Marfa realized he'd been thinking too much like a gamer. Even though the monsters in this world were spawned by some unknown force, they still retained a measure of instinct and intelligence. For the sake of survival, they wouldn't just stick to their spawning points. Instead, like true creatures, they would roam in search of better living conditions. Just as the venomous spiders before had sought the shade to cool off, this man-eating flower preferred a place with plentiful water, bright sunlight, and frequent prey. Much like how he'd used a tree branch to deal with the spiders, Marfa had already devised a plan for the man-eating flower. He wasn't incapable of defeating it head-on, but if there was an easier way, why waste the effort? So, Marfa reached into his system backpack and pulled out a torch he'd bought from the general store owner back in the border village. Torches and candles. These 2 items were once considered the most useless tools in the legendary game's design. The developers, perhaps inspired by early single-player games like Diablo, wanted darkness to limit the player's vision, with torches and candles expanding the visible area. However, actual testing showed this mechanic didn't suit online games after all. Unlike single-player games that focus more on realism, online games have their own set of needs and limitations. What players truly crave is the thrill of leveling up by defeating monsters and overcoming rivals to obtain new gear, not the kind of complex mechanics that would disrupt the gaming experience. That's why, in later updates, the design team quickly removed the restrictions on lighting range. Yet, for Marfa, a torch like this is nothing short of a divine artifact, especially since this isn't the original version of Legend. He gripped the torch tightly in his left hand, and in an instant, the tip burst into flame, casting a bright, flickering light. The lively crackling of the fire filled the air, immersing him in an atmosphere both vivid and unique. In his right hand, Marfa still held the gleaming black ebony sword, moving with light, deliberate steps as he approached the man-eating flower. Just as he'd expected, the moment the man-eating flower sensed the torch in Marfa's grasp, it recoiled in fear. Even the 4 vines beside it began to sway more sluggishly. -5, -5, -5, -5, -6, -5. With only a meager 28 points of health, the man-eating flower simply couldn't withstand Marfa's onslaught. In no time at all, it was utterly vanquished. A faint smile played at the corner of Marfa's lips as his gaze naturally drifted to the other corners of the room, where piles of bones lay in silent testimony. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes was all it took for Marfa to easily slay more than 20 man-eating flowers, cowed by the threat of his torch. That's right, over 20 of them. These monstrous plants rewarded him with more than 600 experience points, as well as a hefty pile of carnivorous tree fruits and leaves. Don't ask why you can harvest tree leaves and fruit from a man-eating flower. The answer is no one knows. Maybe the legendary designer who named them that just wasn't thinking straight. Or perhaps, in his mind, flowers and trees were all the same thing. A surge of warmth once again coursed through Marfa's body, and with it, his level rose to 9. He let out a long breath, feeling a rush of clarity and energy. There was no time to lose. He had less than an hour left on his game card. To test his theory, Marfa needed to hurry to his next destination. Impossible, though. This was a fake legend game world, scaled up massively. The vast, bitchy forest alone was enough to make him doubt that an hour would be enough to get there. Even if, by some miracle, the remaining card time was sufficient, Marfa was reluctant to waste it. Who knew when he'd be able to get another game card? Silently, he pulled out a stack of rose-pink scrolls from his backpack. With a determined bite of his lip, he tore one open. In an instant, space itself seemed to wrap around him. Marfa's figure began to blur, dissolving like a three-dimensional hologram. Meanwhile, in another corner of Bitchy Province, a teenager suddenly materialized out of nowhere, and immediately, ugh. So that's how bad it feels to use a random teleport scroll. This is even worse than motion sickness. Marfa muttered, feeling a wave of relief that he hadn't chosen to play as a mage. After all, a mage's blink skill was quite similar in effect to these unpredictable scrolls. Just imagine, using a skill only to end up so nauseated you almost throw up. What kind of experience is that? He hurriedly opened his system map, only to freeze in shock a moment later. He'd actually ended up even farther from Bitchy City than before. Despair collapse? The thought of having to use another random teleport scroll made Marfa's stomach twist in knots all over again. Yet in that moment of misery, a new idea took shape in his mind. Looks like he'd better buy a few more random teleport scrolls next time, and if possible, a town portal scroll would be even better. After all, Bitchy City was a major metropolis, unlike those godforsaken starter villages out on the frontier. Surely, he'd be able to find some good stuff there. What followed were 6 more dizzying leaps, and at last, a majestic, awe-inspiring ancient city appeared before Marfa's eyes. So this is Bitchy City? This is simply magnificent. It's no less impressive than the Forbidden City itself. Staring at the city walls, each over 5 meters high and built entirely from rectangular bluestone blocks in perfect golden ratio proportions, Marfa couldn't help but stand there in awe for a moment. What made it even more imposing was the thick layer of moss that covered the walls, lending this ancient city an added sense of solemnity and sacredness. Ignoring the emotionless gatekeepers, who seemed more like automatons than people, Marfa wasted no time and hurried directly toward the pharmacy marked on his map. That was his true destination. As everyone knows, a Taoist poison casting technique relies on 2 items, gray poison powder and yellow poison powder. The gray powder inflicts persistent damage, while the yellow powder weakens the enemy's defenses. These 2 poisons can be used together, and so, when facing formidable foes, Taoists usually begin by dosing their opponent with both poisons at once. Marfa hadn't reached level 14 yet, and thus couldn't officially learn the Taoist poison spell. But that didn't mean he couldn't use those powders ahead of time, for reasons that need not be repeated here. Agatha, for all her formidable power, was not physically much stronger than the average person. Putting aside the white mages of Marvel's Camartage, neither the future Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, nor the present-day Natalia possessed the robust physiques of those who had undergone various enhancements. In truth, in some respects, they were even more delicate than ordinary people. After all, when you have magic at your fingertips, why bother with physical exertion? Magic makes everything so much easier. But over time, such convenience leads to a lack of physical training, and so, naturally, their bodies grow weaker. If even Wanda and Natalia are like this, how much more so for Agatha, who has devoted centuries solely to the study of magic? If Marfa could just find an opportunity to dose her with these powders, even if he couldn't defeat her outright, he could at least make her suffer. That was Marfa's plan. As he stepped into the pharmacy in Bitchy Province, a pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine instantly assaulted his senses. Wow, no wonder traditional medicine isn't popular with young people these days, Marfa muttered inwardly. It's not just the hassle, just the smell alone is enough to put most folks off. To be fair, both Western and Chinese medicine have their own strengths. There's a saying, Chinese medicine is good, Western medicine is fast, and combining the 2 brings the best results. In fact, some illnesses deemed incurable by Western doctors sometimes find a glimmer of hope in Chinese medicine. Yet, in recent years, with Western medicine advancing at breakneck speed, Chinese medicine seems to have faded into the background. Marfa didn't believe this was a failing of traditional medicine itself, but rather that Western medicine simply suited the fast-paced, modern lifestyle better. After paying the handling fee, Marfa quickly received 4 bags of gray powder, medium quantity. Gray powder, medium quantity. Amount: 600/600. It wasn't that Marfa didn't want to make the yellow healing powder as well. Mainly, it required maggot eggs and scorpion tails, and those two types of monsters were mostly found around the Orc ancient tomb. With time running short, Marfa had little choice but to set aside that plan for now. With everything else settled, Marfa started wandering around Beaching City. One had to admit, a big city was indeed a big city. There was truly everything one could wish for. First, Marfa equipped himself with the best gear available at the shops that he could currently wear. He also bought a spellbook on mental power combat techniques, a stash of wound healing and magic potions, and, by a stroke of luck, found 2 town portal scrolls and 3 random teleport packs at the general store. Naturally, just before his prepaid game time was about to expire, Marfa made a special trip to the jewelry shop and bought a platinum necklace. Previously, Marfa had brought some venison and chicken meat he'd collected back to the real world, curious to see if it would taste any different from what was sold in supermarkets. To that end, he'd carefully selected 2 of the finest cuts. Unfortunately, Agatha's arrival had caught him completely off guard, so those 2 bloody slabs of meat were still sitting in his backpack. This time, the platinum necklace was partly intended as a gift for Natalia. But more importantly, Marfa wanted to see if equipment brought out from the game world would actually work on someone else. If it really could be used by others, Marfa didn't mind bringing out his spare combat gear for Pietro and Wanda. Then, the 3 siblings would be set up as a fake warrior, a true mage, and a real Taoist. Wouldn't causing a ruckus be even easier that way? And if the MCU storyline could really be nudged off course, he'd be able to earn even more game time credits. Why leave 2 free helpers idle, after all? Character, Marfa. Class, Taoist. Defense, 2-4. Magic defense, 1-4. Attack, 6-8. Taoism, 0-3. Health, HP, 50/50. Magic, Mepe 35/35. Skills, Level 1 Healing, Level 1 Mental Power Combat Technique. Equipment, Ebony Sword, Cloth Armor, Torch, Large Bracelets X2, Glass Rings X2, Gold Necklace. Durability, 10 out of 10. Defense, 1-1. Required level, 9. Durability, 3/3. Taoism, 0-1. Required level, 7. Durability, 10 out of 10. Magic, 0-3, +1. Required magic, 10. That's right. Marfa's decision to give the platinum necklace to Natalia wasn't without reason. Unlike Marfa's current equipment, the platinum necklace didn't have a level requirement. Instead, it just required a certain amount of magic power. That meant Natalia wouldn't be limited by the level restrictions that Marfa faced. Secondly, just by looking at the attributes panel, it was clear that this platinum necklace was a true treasure. Ordinary platinum necklaces with magical properties only increase stats by 0-2, but in order to purchase this store's prized item, Marfa had nearly emptied out his entire savings. Poor Gigi and Lulu. If they knew the money earned from selling their meat had ultimately been exchanged for this necklace, who knows what they would think. What delighted Marfa the most, however, was that he had finally confirmed his suspicion. As he had hoped, the mind power combat technique didn't merely boost his attack accuracy as it did in the game. Instead, it allowed him to master telekinesis, the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Marfa had pondered this long ago. As a Taoist, whether casting poison or spirit fire talisman, both skills involved throwing items at an opponent. So the question was, how could powders and paper charms hit enemies accurately from dozens of meters away? The mind power combat technique provided Marfa with the answer. From his understanding, the reason this technique increased accuracy in the game was likely because through telekinesis, he could forcibly alter the trajectory of his attacks when an enemy tried to dodge, ensuring a hit. By this logic, the warrior's basic swordsmanship probably wasn't just about raising accuracy either. It might actually be a set of sophisticated combat techniques. Of course, though he had now learned level 1 mind power combat technique, telekinesis, it still wasn't enough for him to cast poison or spirit fire talisman effectively. The root of the problem was his lack of control and strength. However, if he didn't need to precisely target enemies at long range, but simply hurl a packet of poison powder straight at them, Marfa could just about manage that. And so, the trial versions of Poison and Spirit Fire Talisman came into being. Glancing at the time he had left in the game, just over 30 minutes, Marfa decided not to linger any longer. There was no way he could level up in such a short period. Rather than waste it, he decided to save his remaining time for emergencies, in case he needed to return. After all, compared to the outside world, time spent in the game was negligible. Even if he only used it as a place to hide and think, it would be worthwhile. With that thought, Marfa's consciousness swiftly returned to the real world. But what awaited him was a dark, violet magical projectile. A sudden, thunderous explosion erupted, and the powerful shockwave hurled Marfa a full 5 meters back. He coughed violently, his body trembling as he struggled to regain his footing. Damn it! In a moment's carelessness, he had forgotten about this. Indeed, after spending more than an hour in the game world, Marfa had unconsciously neglected the fact that, at the very moment he'd logged in, Agatha had been preparing to attack him. The rapid shift of the scene left him struggling to keep up. Agatha's brows knitted involuntarily. She had clearly underestimated Marfa. In her calculations, that single magic missile should have been enough to leave Marfa on the brink of death. Of course, the reason she hadn't gone straight for the kill was largely because of Natalia's fierce resistance just a moment ago. Agatha knew that if she were to kill this boy right now, Natalia would surely snap out of her stupor and fight her to the death. All in all, as long as this boy didn't get in the way, that was enough for her. As for Ebony, let die then. True, Agatha had put a lot of effort into nurturing it, but compared to the long-desired power of chaos magic, Ebony was ultimately insignificant. At worst, once she finished absorbing the energy of chaos magic, she could come back and wipe out this whole family. Whatever happened, as long as nothing interfered with her absorption of chaotic energy, everything would be fine. Yet what she hadn't anticipated was that her magic missile had only left the boy with minor injuries. This completely upended Agatha's understanding of the world. On the other hand, Marfa himself seemed utterly unfazed. Was this a joke? Now, his magic defense was a solid 1-4, 4 times higher than when he'd first entered the game. What's more, as he'd leveled up, Marfa's overall constitution, his health, had also undergone a significant leap. That magic missile might have looked threatening, but to Marfa, it was all thunder and no lightning. Lots of noise, hardly any harm. With a casual motion, he cast a healing spell on himself. In an instant, a dazzling orb of blue and green light appeared above Marfa's head, swirling around him and shedding a gentle, shimmering glow. His wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well now, interesting, very interesting. Agatha had always been passionate about magic. Otherwise, she'd never have risked execution all those years ago by secretly studying the dark arts. Over the years, Agatha had learned many spells from the Book of Dark Gods, expanding her knowledge and gaining tremendous power. Yet the magic Marfa had just demonstrated was something she had never seen before. It was like a stamp collector who believed they had acquired nearly every stamp, only to discover, one day, that some kid they'd looked down on possessed one they themselves lacked. Even if the stamp was similar to others in their collection, or not particularly valuable, the collector's obsession would spark a powerful desire to possess it. You're her child, aren't you? As she spoke, Agatha pointed to Natalia, who lay collapsed on the ground not far away. So what if I am? If you dare harm my family, I'll make sure you pay dearly for it. Marfa's voice rang out cold and sharp. Ha ha, child, that's the funniest thing I've heard this century. Let's make a deal then. I won't hold it against you for killing my pet. If you hand over the magic you just used, I'll spare your life. How about it? Hearing this, Marfa immediately put on a look of slight temptation, though his words remained stubborn. If you let my mother go, then perhaps I'll consider it. Never mind whether game skills could even be taught to others. Even if he could, Marfa would never hand them to Agatha. But as the saying goes, if you're going to act, you have to go all in. To seize a chance to turn the tables, this might just be an opportunity. Of course, if he agreed too quickly, someone as cunning as Agatha, who'd lived for centuries, would never buy it. After all, he'd just been threatening her moments ago. If he switched sides this fast, it would be far too suspicious. So Marfa first feigned hesitation, then began bargaining with Agatha. His performance was so convincing it deserved an award. Sure enough, with his air of reluctance, part hesitation, part determination, he managed to win Agatha's trust in the end. Would Agatha really give up her long-cherished dream of chaotic magic just for a mere healing spell? Of course not. But that didn't stop her from deceiving the young man before her. First, trick the spell out of him. She could always go back on her word later. What then? She was a formidable witch. Breaking a promise was hardly beneath her. If worse came to worst, she'd simply kill the boy afterward. No big deal. Agatha swore she'd never lose sleep over fooling a kid. As for what tricks Marfa might be up to, was Agatha afraid? Not in the slightest. What a joke. With a faint, deliberate purse of her lips, Agatha pretended to consider, then nodded slightly. Very well. If you teach me the magic you just used, I'll let your mother go. After all, I've already absorbed quite a bit of magic for myself. Lying came as naturally as breathing to Agatha. In the adult world, this wasn't deception, it was negotiation. Yes, that's all it was. And so, the two, each with their own agenda, approached each other as if nothing were amiss. Meanwhile, Marfa quietly retrieved from his system space a little surprise he'd prepared for Agatha, a town portal scroll. Of course, he'd enhanced it a bit. Marfa couldn't be sure whether Agatha's magical prowess would allow her to resist the scroll's spatial force. But with a dash of gray powder added to the mix, who could say? Marfa gingerly drew a rustic-looking green scroll from his robes, his hands trembling so violently it seemed he was holding not a simple magical scroll, but rather a priceless share certificate from Stark Industries, his reluctance and pain written all over his face. On the other side, Agatha was not someone easily fooled. Having lived for several centuries, she had seen her fair share of magical artifacts. The moment her eyes fell upon the homeward scroll in Marfa's hands, she instantly sensed the powerful magical energy emanating from it. Who would have thought this unremarkable boy, just like herself, had stumbled upon his own extraordinary adventure? Back in her day, acquiring the Book of Dark Gods had greatly enhanced her powers, though the scroll in this boy's hands didn't appear nearly as substantial as that ancient tome. Both its material and the potent aura it radiated made it clear this was no ordinary magical item. There might even be a number of rare spells inscribed upon it, spells the boy simply hadn't learned yet, given his tender age. Indeed, the imagination can be a dangerous thing. At this moment, Agatha had already convinced herself that the homeward scroll in Marfa's hands was some kind of legendary heirloom, perhaps even the personal treasure of the Scarlet Witch. Her eyes began to gleam red with desire as she gazed at the green scroll. She was a breath away from shouting, "I want that." "You can have it," Marfa said, his voice thick with emotion, "but you must keep your word. Take it and leave at once. Never trouble my family again." Still caught up in his performance, Marfa played his role to the hilt. Reluctance, hesitation, pain, worry. Every expression was delivered to perfection, as if he were possessed by some master actor. Realizing she'd let her greed show, Agatha coughed twice to mask her slip. "Don't worry," she replied, tried her best to sound dignified. "Do you really think a witch of my standing would stoop to lying to a child like you? You're giving yourself too much credit." Despite her words, Agatha had indeed considered simply snatching the scroll. Surely, she thought, Marfa would be powerless to resist. But remembering his earlier resistance to her magic, she hesitated. If she used too much force and killed him, Natalia would surely come after her, with everything she had. On the other hand, if she was too gentle, she might give Marfa a chance to destroy the scroll, an equally disastrous outcome. With Natalia still in a daze, Agatha wasn't in any rush. A little theater with the boy suited her just fine. Once the scroll was hers, how she handled Marfa would be entirely up to her. Lost in thought, she was startled when Marfa tossed the scroll her way. Without a second's hesitation, Agatha seized it with a flicker of magic. The moment it touched her hands, she could tell at once. This was no ordinary scroll. The strange magical aura pulsing from it was like nothing she had ever encountered before. At once, a surge of delight welled up inside her, and she couldn't be bothered with anything else. Without hesitation, she unfurled the teleportation scroll. In an instant, a cloud of grayish poison powder billowed out from the scroll. Within moments, Agatha had turned into a little green figure. That's right, the gray powder. In legend, this was one of the crucial tools for a Taoist poison casting technique. Just 1/600th of a packet was enough to turn a boss green, inflicting continuous damage over time. But this time, Marfa had gone all out, mixing in a full tenth of a medium-sized packet into the return scroll. If not for the risk of arousing Agatha's suspicion by using too much, Marfa would have had no qualms about smearing the whole bag right across her face. No stop. Clearly, Agatha was, at this moment, caught between shock and bewildered delight at Marfa's unexpected gift. The poison powder began to eat away at Agatha's cells from the outside in. The searing, burning pain forced her to cry out despite herself. "You little wretch, what have you done to me?" With a strained gasp, Agatha managed to squeeze out these words through clenched teeth. "Oh, my dearest witch sister, how could you be so careless? Look at you. You're so green you almost blind me." Marfa's words poured fuel on the fire, nearly making Agatha's nose twist in fury. Fortunately, Marfa knew her limits. Without the aid of the proper poison casting technique, the gray powder's effects were limited and would wear off quickly. In other words, without the massage of a true poison spell, it simply wouldn't soak in, well, not for long. Without further delay, Marfa immediately unleashed her psychic combat technique. In an instant, an invisible force radiated from Marfa, latching directly onto the teleportation scroll clutched tight in Agatha's hand. The moment the scroll was torn, the spatial magic sealed within wrapped Agatha in its embrace. A flash of light and shadow, and all that remained was a fading afterimage, proof that Agatha had ever been there at all. Goodbye, old hag. Having successfully sent the crone packing, Marfa finally let out a sigh of relief. A return scroll could send its user back to whatever place they subconsciously considered home. Marfa had no idea where Agatha's subconscious home might be, but certainly wasn't Sokovia. Knowing Marvel style, if it were, they'd have slipped in an Easter egg or two in the original plot. Thankfully, with the danger averted, the crisis was over at last. Now, the next order of business was to relocate as quickly as possible. The toxins in Agatha's system would fade in a matter of minutes, and if she decided to mount her broomstick and pay a midnight visit, things could get ugly. No sooner thought than done. Marfa rushed to Natalia's side. She checked her breathing. Yes, it was ragged, a bit uneven, but not weak. The turquoise orb of light was summoned once more. In that instant, Natalia seemed to be blessed by the gods themselves, wrapped entirely in a radiant glow. Her skin, which had appeared dry and aged just moments before, now gradually began to recover its youthful vitality. No, this healing spell isn't strong enough. Natalia's very core has already been wounded by Agatha, Marfa muttered through gritted teeth. Without hesitation, he pulled out a stalk of Eternal Frost ginseng from his backpack. He'd picked it up earlier in Beeching City, originally as a precaution for emergencies, not expecting to use it so soon. The Eternal Frost ginseng was famed as a miraculous remedy for wounds, capable of instantly restoring 100 points each of magical power and life force. Back in his previous life, Marfa had relied on this very item to stay alive while battling bosses in the legendary game. Without a second thought, he forced the ginseng-shaped herb into Natalia's mouth. Sure enough, within just a few breaths, color returned to Natalia's face, her pallor fading away. "Marfa," she whispered. As she opened her eyes and saw her son alive and well, Natalia was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced Marfa tightly, unwilling to let him slip from her sight for even a second. Marfa offered Natalia a partial explanation of what had just happened. Though his account was riddled with inconsistencies, he managed to convey the gist of the situation. Natalia, being an understanding mother, knew her son was growing up and would have secrets of his own. She chose not to press him further. When it came to her ever-steady son, Natalia's trust was absolute. The two of them returned to the basement, where they roused Django and the others, who had been knocked out by Marfa. Without delay, they began hurriedly packing their belongings. "Mom, what happened just now? Why has our house been demolished? Are we moving? I thought we had more time." Pietro Maximoff fired off questions like a rapid-fire cannon. "You got some nerve asking. Who else but you? Always out fighting and causing trouble. Now someone's come looking for payback and blown up our house." Natalia scolded, shooting a glare at her foolish son as she continued packing. "Pietro, handakten." Off to the side, Marfa's cheeks twitched, barely suppressing a laugh. "Oh, my foolish big brother. It's tough, but you're the one taking the blame." Natalia and Django had already secured their green cards for America well in advance. Whether Natalia had used a bit of magic to smooth the process was anyone's guess. Even Marfa didn't know for sure. So, the five of them, lugging bags and suitcases, fled in a hurry, boarding a last-minute, overpriced flight straight to New York. Meanwhile, in a crumbling old castle somewhere in Britain, Agatha's face had darkened, her expression as bleak as a gathering storm. A witch who had survived for centuries, to think she'd been outwitted by a mere young brat. Agatha simply could not swallow her pride over this humiliation. Yet what puzzled Agatha even more was how she had, without rhyme or reason, ended up in this place. Everything around her was achingly familiar. Centuries ago, it was here that she had sworn her oath to join the witches' coven, and here her magical journey began. Of course, it was also here that those very witches had sent her to the gallows. Centuries had passed in the blink of an eye, and now, returning to this place, Agatha felt as though she were visiting another world entirely. Well, a century is 100 years. After all, almost 4 centuries had gone by. She guessed the Maximoff family had surely slipped away by now. Agatha, however, was far from doing what Marfa had feared, mounting her broom and giving chase once more. Though Britain and Sokovia aren't worlds apart, even at her speed, it would take her the better part of a day to get there. By then, who knew where that family would have gone? All in all, her actions this time had been far too hasty, with no preparation whatsoever, coupled with her momentary carelessness. Now that things had come to this, it was far too late to set things right. Still, Agatha was in no hurry. She had already waited centuries. A little longer would hardly matter. Besides, this outing hadn't been a complete waste. For one, she'd absorbed a significant amount of Natalia's chaos magic, which would take some time to digest, and she intended to try converting her own magic into the far more potent chaos magic. Secondly, through this incident, Agatha had uncovered the identity of the current Scarlet Witch. As long as she made another trip to Sokovia, It shouldn't be impossible to find out where this family had gone. At the very least, she could discover their names. From now on, as long as she kept a close watch on the supernatural circles, Agatha was certain she would soon discover some clue about the Maximoff family's whereabouts. Wandering alone through the ruined, old castle, Agatha felt the anger she'd harbored earlier begin to subside. After all, this was the place where she'd grown up. Despite all the bitter memories, it still gave her a profound sense of security. Meanwhile, across the ocean, America had been thrown into turmoil. The stock market was a storm of uncertainty, all because Tony Stark, CEO of the modern Stark Industries, had vanished while traveling for a weapons demonstration. Stark Industries stock had plummeted nearly 30% and was still in freefall. Countless investors had taken to the streets in protest, demanding that the government use all its resources to find Tony Stark and recover their losses. SHIELD Triskelion headquarters. Nick Fury was wearing an anxious expression at this moment. Under pressure from the U.S. government, the United Nations Security Council had sent SHIELD 7 urgent missions in a row, and every single one could be traced back to that playboy, Tony Stark. But what could Nick Fury do? Tony Stark had gone missing in Afghanistan, and at this point in time, SHIELD's surveillance system was far from complete. As luck would have it, Afghanistan just happened to be a blind spot in their network. With a single punch, Fury shattered the computer monitor on his desk. Right now, he wished he could personally fly to Afghanistan to search for Tony Stark himself. Damn it, where's that kid run off to? The Security Council's been chewing me out non-stop. I'm practically their punching bag at this point. As one of SHIELD's founders and the son of Howard Stark, Fury had always kept a close eye on Tony. Both personally and professionally, he felt responsible for giving Stark Industries an explanation. But SHIELD wasn't all-powerful. They couldn't just make things happen at a snap of the fingers. Everyone was pushing. If nagging actually worked, what would we need the police for? Did they really think pestering could make miracles happen? Coulson. All traces of Fury's usual composure vanished. He didn't bother with the comms anymore. He simply raised his voice and shouted. The sound carried straight through the solid wooden door and into the next office. In no time, Phil Coulson came trotting into Fury's office, eager to respond. Director Fury, I'm sorry. I've been in constant contact with the local authorities in Afghanistan, and I've also reached out to Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes in the U.S. military. The entire world seems to have gone mad searching for Tony Stark. Based on the search so far, there's no sign of Tony Stark's body, so it's not hard to guess. He's most likely been kidnapped. I've just contacted Stark Industries again. If they receive any word from the kidnappers, they'll let us know immediately. As a seasoned SHIELD agent and one of Fury's most loyal supporters, Phil Coulson knew his director's temperament inside and out. In times like these, Coulson understood exactly what was weighing on Fury's mind, and he knew better than to risk provoking his famously short fuse boss. So, the moment he entered the office, he didn't wait for Fury to speak. He launched straight into the latest intel on Tony. Of course, Nick Fury wasn't the kind of leader to take his frustrations out on his subordinates. His earlier outburst had been nothing more than being pushed to the brink by the Security Council. Now, hearing how efficiently Coulson had things under control, Fury couldn't help but nod, feeling a sense of relief and satisfaction. You should make another trip to see General Ross from the U.S. military. He's in charge of the American spy satellites. And since Afghanistan is a crucial piece in the military strategy, there's a chance those satellites might have picked up some useful intelligence. With that, Nick Fury waved his hand, signaling Coulson to get moving right away. Inside a humble apartment in the northern part of Brooklyn, New York, the cramped, 80-square-meter space was now packed with 5 people, making for quite harsh living conditions. There was no doubt that this was the Maximoff family, who had fled from Sokovia to seek refuge in New York. North Brooklyn was notorious for being one of the city's most troubled neighborhoods, a headache for New York's mayor, much like the Bronx, where African Americans congregated, or Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, notorious for its criminal underworld. This area was home to large populations of Asians, Hispanics, and Black residents. Their differing values and religious beliefs meant that conflicts were commonplace. While it wasn't as terrifying as a constant battleground, going out alone at night was still far from safe. Having skimmed through Marvel movies in her past life, Marfa knew well that the legendary Captain America, Steve Rogers, was a Brooklyn native. Judging by the circumstances, he most likely hailed from South Brooklyn. Although both areas were technically part of the same borough, they were policed by entirely different precincts, and there were significant differences in basic infrastructure and even in the ethnic makeup of their permanent residents. Unlike Marfa's previous life back in China, the United States was a relatively exclusionary country. This held true not just for people of color, but also for those not native to the state. Compared to China, where the ideology of 56 ethnic groups as one family was celebrated, the contrast was stark. Natalia and Django chose to move here partly because property prices, compared to the affluent neighborhoods of Manhattan and Long Island, were dirt cheap. But more importantly, the New York Sanctum, under the jurisdiction of Kamar Taj, was also located in North Brooklyn. If Agatha ever did come after them, the family could make a dash for the New York Sanctum and seek refuge in the shortest time possible. As one of the world's 3 great sanctums, responsible for maintaining the stability of spatial dimensions, even if Kamar Taj was unwilling to shelter her family, there was no way they would stand by and let the sanctum be harmed. Only by living here could Natalia truly feel safe. And what about those neighborhood punks? Natalia didn't feel the slightest bit threatened by them, not for herself, nor for her family. That mysterious confidence that only a witch could possess. Unlike Wanda, who looked around with obvious distaste, both Pietro and Marfa were actually quite satisfied with their new home. The first reason was that on the very first day after moving in, I became friends with a boy next door who looked like Grant Gustin. Both of us were energetic and outgoing, and running quickly became our daily competition. P.S. If you get this reference, cast your vote of support. As for Chinatown, the other reason was simply that one of the 2 largest Chinatowns in America, New York's Chinatown, was less than 3 kilometers from my new home. The thought of finally being able to enjoy a steaming hot bun sent a wave of excitement through my heart. At the gates of Midtown High School, staring at the bold Midtown High School inscription above the entrance, I couldn't help but feel my eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? Am I about to become Spider-Man's schoolmate? That's not funny at all. But in the next moment, I realized I was overthinking things. Peter Parker was born in 2001. When he first appeared in the events of Civil War, he was only 15 years old. In other words, right now, he'd still be in elementary school. I let out a long sigh of relief. Of all the heroes in the MCU, I could handle meeting any of them, except Peter Parker, Peter Quill, or Scott Lang. Those 3, infamously dubbed Marvel's 3 goofballs, could drive anyone crazy with their constant chatter. Poor Gamora and Tony. Hey, hello there. Are you a new transfer student too? A bespectacled boy behind me, noticing how I stood at the school gate lost in thought, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and patted me on the shoulder to greet me. Yes, my name's Mafa Maximoff. Nice to meet you. I turned and smiled warmly at the boy. Imtuei Magira. Like you, I'm also a transfer student. Tobey Maguire was friendly enough, but there was a trace of uncertainty in his manner. In fact, it was more accurate to call him a forced transfer than a voluntary one. At his previous school, he'd been a classic victim of school bullying. The reason Toby finally mustered the courage to greet me was his hope that we could look out for each other. It was easy to tell that Toby was a shy, gentle giant, at first glance the kind who seemed easy to push around. I evaluated Toby quietly in my mind. Tobey Maguire? Something clicked, and my eyes widened in disbelief. Did you say your name is Tobey Maguire? There was a hint of skepticism in my voice. Huh, that's right. Do we know each other? Toby scratched his head, as if trying to remember whether he'd met someone named Mafa before. Do you have an uncle named, Ben Parker? I asked uncertainly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Marfa couldn't help but curse himself inwardly. Am I an idiot? The guy just said his surname is Maguire. How could his uncle possibly have the last name Parker? And yet, what Toby said next truly made Marfa start to question his own sanity. I do live with my uncle, but his name is Ben Maguire. You. Marfa took 2 small steps back, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What on earth is going on here? Did you really think I wouldn't recognize you just because you slapped on a new name? But just then, a familiar chime rang in Marfa's ears, a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a special mission. Can't tell a tiger from mouse. Mission objective. Help Tobey Maguire become Spider-Man. Mission reward. Unknown. Mission description. If there are 2 Spider-Men in one world, would you still worry about not being able to twist the MCU plot? Wait, the system can actually trigger missions on its own? In that moment, Marfa couldn't help but grow curious about his own system. At first, Marfa had simply thought this was a real-life version of a Legend game. But it turned out this game could not only bring character stats and skills into the real world, but, as demonstrated in his experiments with chicken and venison, even its in-game items. Speaking of the meat brought out from the Legend game, the flavor was truly beyond compare. Marfa even faintly sensed that this meat had some remarkable restorative properties. Ahem, back to the point. The platinum necklace. Marfa had already handed it to Natalia on the plane. At first, Natalia only felt the thing was a bit strange. As if it were draining her magical energy. With her power already damaged at its source, she nearly fainted right then and there. But once the platinum necklace had finished absorbing, it seemed to acknowledge her as its master and began nourishing Natalia's body. In return, In fact, as long as she wore that necklace, Natalia gradually realized she felt no worse off than before her injuries. This utterly astonished Natalia. After all, even in a venerable organization like Kamartaj, magical artifacts of this caliber were few and far between. As for the necklace Marfa had just produced, one could imagine that it would be a treasure even by Kamartaj standards. This event had shaken not just Natalia, but Marfa as well. The experiment worked. Legends and game equipment really could be brought out and given to others for use. This only deepened Marfa's curiosity about the mysterious legend system. And now, the system could even trigger special missions. No point overthinking it. Marfa immediately chose to accept the mission. Tobey Maguire. If you're a true Spider-Man fan, you'll certainly know that he's the actor who played Peter Parker in Sony's 2002 Spider-Man film. In other words, this guy has now put on a new identity and is standing right in front of me. This is just wild. But the most crucial part is that the system actually wants me to help him become Spider-Man. Marfa could already picture it. In a few years, when Tobey Maguire meets Tom Holland. No, wait, when he meets Peter Parker himself. The scene would be electrifying to witness. Just thinking about it made his heart skip a beat. And so, one of them wanted to look out for the other, while the other was scheming how to help him become Spider-Man. In no time at all, the two found themselves chatting away, as if they'd been the closest of friends for years, long before they even stepped into the classroom. Unlike students in China, who sit upright and attentive while teachers fill the blackboard and students diligently take notes, the American education system clearly places a greater emphasis on hands-on experience, and classroom discipline is far more relaxed. As a transmigrator, Marfa didn't possess the same natural talent for learning as his predecessor, but with the memories of 2 lifetimes and a wealth of theoretical knowledge from his previous life, he could now bridge theory and practice. After a few lessons, his impressive performance and occasionally unique ideas had already earned him approving glances from several teachers. As for Tobey, unlike the MCU's Genius Spider-Man or the Prodigy in The Amazing Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's version of Spider-Man was really just average in terms of academic talent. Neither outstanding nor lacking, perhaps just a bit more well-read than most. Otherwise, why else would he end up taking selfies just to land a job at a newspaper after graduation? All right, everyone, that's it for today's lesson. This afternoon, you're welcome to head to the lab and put today's concepts to the test, or visit the school library to look up material related to the course. Though, honestly, I doubt any of you will pick that option. Maybe you'll find it more exciting to ask out a handsome guy or a pretty girl instead, right? And don't forget to hand in your homework tomorrow. Okay, class dismissed. At the front of the room, a balding professor delivered his closing remarks with great enthusiasm, leaving Marfa utterly bewildered. Was this really a teacher? Who acts like this? No extra lectures? No dragging out the class? And what was with the encouragement to go on dates? Clearly, even now, Marfa hadn't fully adjusted his mindset. While Sokovia's education system was somewhat similar to America's, it was nowhere near as open. Not to mention the memories of his own student days from his previous life. This was a world apart. As soon as the Mediterranean professor left, the classroom instantly burst into lively chatter. You should know that silver hair is extremely rare in Marfa, and combined with the Maximoff family's naturally good genes, Marfa easily stands out as one of the most handsome types in any crowd. Ever since he gained extraordinary power in the legendary game, a new confidence and an inexplicable aura seemed to radiate from him, making Marfa irresistibly attractive to all the girls in the classroom, especially those in the throes of adolescence. In no time at all, the girls surrounded Marfa, 3 rows deep, then 3 more, forming a tight, impenetrable circle around him. Some asked where he lived, some wanted to know if he had a girlfriend, and some, more direct than the rest, handed over love letters they'd secretly prepared during class. What a sight! Tobey Maguire, standing not far away, was left utterly dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Of course, being so popular with the ladies almost always means you'll draw the envy of the boys. Flash Thompson had been the heartthrob of Class 11, Grade 10. With decent looks, a tall and sturdy build, bulging muscles, and perhaps most importantly, a rich family background, he often showed up at school in sports cars, making him the center of attention for all the freshman girls. But today, all eyes had turned to this silver-haired newcomer, stealing Flash's thunder completely, something he simply could not accept. It was just past noon. By the time Marfa finally managed to slip away from the flock of girls, the lunch rush in the cafeteria had died down, leaving only a few scattered students still eating. As Marfa's close friend, Tobey naturally stuck by his side. When they reached the counter, Tobey spoke up first. "Excuse me. Sorry to bother you. Could I get a student meal, please?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the cafeteria lady scooped up a ladle, shot Tobey a quick sideways glance, and, with practiced efficiency, dug into the boiled peas. She shook the spoon a little, then again and again. In the blink of an eye, the heaping spoonful of peas had dwindled to just a few lonely stragglers. She repeated the process with the fried chicken bites, the apple cubes, the mashed potatoes, the beef patty. There was certainly a variety of dishes, but what actually landed on Toby's tray was barely enough to fill him up. Marfa's turn came soon enough. "Kind lady," he said with a courteous smile, "I hope my friend hasn't been any trouble. Please accept my apologies on his behalf. And might I trouble you for a meal as well?" Marfa's polite manner made the cafeteria lady pause and look up at him. The sight that greeted her, short, stylish silver hair, a few artfully messy bangs across his forehead, enough to catch her eye. His eyes were clear, striking blue, his nose straight and handsome, and though his skin wasn't as fair as a pure-blooded Westerner's, it gave him a healthy, vibrant glow. But the real clincher was Marfa's sweet tongue. Who doesn't like a good compliment? What did he just call her? A beautiful lady. Huh. The cafeteria auntie secretly delighted in her heart. "You rascal, always so glib," she chided, rolling her eyes at Marfa with mock annoyance. Then, without hesitation, she scooped a generous heap of fried chicken pieces onto Marfa's tray. After a moment's thought, she added another half scoop before finally giving a slight nod of approval. Peas, beef patties. In the blink of an eye, Marfa was carrying a tray piled so high it looked like a small mountain as he walked over to Toby. What the heck? Is that even possible? Toby couldn't help but be amazed. Marfa's little performance had completely upended his view of the world. So this is the secret to winning over the cafeteria, Annie? Please, this is nothing. A silver tongue never fails you. That's ancient Eastern wisdom, kid. You should learn a thing or two. Marfa said smugly, striding off toward the dining area, leaving Toby standing alone with his meager share of food, bewildered and windblown. As Marfa kept glancing back and joking with Toby, Flash Thompson, who was eating by the aisle, couldn't help but curl his lips into a sly, sinister grin. He quietly stretched out his right leg, hoping to trip the unsuspecting Marfa. At that moment, Marfa's view was blocked by his overloaded tray, and he was busy bantering with Toby. Anyone else would have surely been tripped by Flash and become the laughingstock of the cafeteria. But was Marfa just an ordinary person? Even though he'd traded away many of his strength-boosting gear to improve his Daoist skills, making him much less powerful than before, he was still far beyond the reach of any normal human. Closer and closer. Flash's eyes were glued to Marfa as he approached, eagerly anticipating the show he was about to witness. There was a sharp, unmistakable crack, like bones snapping, followed almost instantly by a blood-curdling scream. Aakak! Suddenly, every student still eating in the cafeteria turned their heads to look. There, splayed dramatically on the floor, was Flash Thompson, the heartthrob of Class 11, Grade 1, his face the color of raw liver, clutching his right leg and writhing in agony. Marfa, meanwhile, stood innocently to the side, his expression saying, "Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me." Tears, snot, drool, soup. A jumble of mysterious fluids covered Flash's entire face, his pitiful state almost too much to watch. Thompson, are you all right? Just look at you. No manners while eating, no manners while sitting. Can't you just have a proper meal? Why did you have to stick your leg out so far? I was carrying my tray. I couldn't see your leg at all. You know what? Maybe try to hang in there a bit. When I'm done eating, I'll take you to the nurse's office. Marfa offered, his tone a peculiar mix of reproach and comfort. Flash Thompson sobs dramatically. Listen to that. Does that even sound like something a decent person would say? You want to wait until you finish eating before taking me to the nurse's office? Why not just take a nap after your meal and then send me over? Flash Thompson's family owns several chain hotels, so they're quite well off. Because of this, his parents have spoiled him rotten since he was a child. He's never had to lift a finger or worry about a thing. He's so used to the life of a pampered young master that he's never had to endure such pain and humiliation before. But, to be fair, what Maffa just said wasn't wrong. Who stretches their legs out into the aisle while eating? To make matters worse, a crowd of students quickly gathered around, eager to see what was happening. In that moment, Flash felt utterly humiliated with nowhere to hide. All he could do was let out one miserable wail after another to vent both his physical and emotional agony. At that point, Toby managed to squeeze through the crowd and spotted Flash on the ground. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, the way Flash glared at Maffa with such malice made it clear this had something to do with his best friend. Toby was always known for his kindness, a real nice guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bullied so many times that he had to transfer schools. Thinking it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, Toby immediately set down his lunch tray and walked over, intending to help Flash up. But seeing that the guy hanging out with Maffa was now trying to play the Good Samaritan and further humiliate him, Flash would have none of it. His eyes blazed with anger, and without thinking, he kicked out at Toby with his uninjured foot. Caught off guard, Toby stumbled and landed hard on his backside. The crowd gasped in shock. After all, their impression of Flash had always been that of a bully who picks on the weak. Strangely enough, a lot of rebellious girls actually found this tough guy act attractive rather than off-putting. But no one expected that even in such a situation, Flash would remain so aggressive. Instantly, the onlookers scattered. No one dared step forward to help, and nobody wanted to risk getting on this little tyrant's bad side. Toby, you really are well kind, I'll give you that. I hope you won't be offended by me saying so. You're a good person, but you don't have to be that way to everyone. Let me teach you something. There's an old saying from the East, a gentle horse is easily ridden. A kind person is easily bullied. Sometimes you need to learn how to stand your ground. To be honest, Mafara had met plenty of nice guys in his previous life. The perpetual backup, the ones who help old ladies cross the street, the ones who donate their bodies to science. Doing good deeds is certainly praiseworthy and worth encouraging, but not everyone deserves your help. After all, these days, how rare is it to hear of someone taking advantage of another's kindness? Have you ever heard of that so-called good guy who donated his eyes to someone, only for that person to turn around and kill his beloved goddess? Abito, I suspect this is about me. Or, to give a more recent example, in the plot of Captain America, Civil War, in order to prevent the bomb strapped to Crossbones from exploding amid the crowd, Wanda used her magic to send the blast skyward. Yet, the explosion ended up destroying half a building, which ultimately became the spark that ignited the Sokovia Accords, leading to her house arrest by Tony Stark and Vision. Vision, for his part, was even more shameless. Seizing the moment while Wanda was mired in guilt and self-blame, he wormed his way into her life. Despite being a vibranium android, he insisted on pursuing Wanda, wasting her youth. Every time Marfa imagined his own sister someday twisted into all sorts of strange poses by a robot, he couldn't help but bristle with anger. He made a silent vow. He would never entrust his sister to a robot incapable of making her truly happy. Marfa could swear to the heavens. His motives had nothing to do with steering the plot, just earning game credits. Soon enough, the school nurse from Midtown High arrived. The group looked at the sobbing Flash with undisguised disdain, then loaded him onto a stretcher and took him to the infirmary. And so, on the very first day of school, Marfa had the honor of being summoned to the principal's office. Luckily, the cafeteria had surveillance cameras, so the principal didn't make things difficult for Marfa, just asked him to find time to apologize to Flash, and that was the end of it. Meanwhile, Django Maximoff was running into trouble of his own. Perhaps it was that mysterious father-son connection. On Marfa's first day of school, he accidentally broke Flash's leg, and as his father, Django couldn't let his son lose face. Django had just landed a job in an antique shop, but on his very first day, he accidentally shattered a jade bracelet worth tens of thousands of dollars. The shop owner was an eccentric old man. At first glance, his hair was wild, his clothes unkempt, and he looked like someone difficult to get along with. Yet instead of flying into a rage, or even scolding Django for his mistake, the old man simply told him to keep working, and that he'd deduct a portion of Django's wages each month to pay for the loss. Precisely because of this, Django felt all the more burdened by guilt. On his very first day, he had caused such a disaster. If it had been his own business, Django would have fired himself on the spot. It was all too hard. This was an unfamiliar place, after all. For the sake of his child's education, and to escape a danger that Natalia refused to speak of, Django could only grit his teeth and bear it. When he returned home from work, his wife Natalia was already busy preparing dinner. "Darling, how was your day at work?" Smiling from the kitchen, Natalia called out to him. The moment she spoke, Django seemed to wilt like an eggplant left out in the sun, his face painted with misery. What happened? Sensing her husband's strange mood, Natalia immediately asked with concern. At that very moment, the front door swung open, and Wanda, Marfa, and Pietro filed into the room. "Mom, Dad, guess what? I made so many friends at school today." Pietro's cheeks were flushed with excitement as he eagerly recounted his adventures at school. And by the way, Marfa was called to the principal's office for a talk today. As he said this, Pietro could barely contain his excitement. After all, back in Sokovia, it was always him who got summoned to the principal's office. Django and Natalia never missed a chance to compare Marfa to him, always holding Marfa up as the example of the perfect child. Though Pietro sometimes felt a twinge of jealousy toward his younger brother, he never disliked him. Instead, he would defend his bookish sibling to outsiders at every turn. But now, with the rare chance to see his brother getting a scolding in front of their parents, Pietro couldn't help but relish it a little. Before Pietro had finished, Django slammed his palm down hard on the table. The sound cut through the room like a thunderclap, and in an instant, everyone fell completely silent. "What has become of our family?" Are we cursed? First our house is blown up for no reason. Then we're hunted down and forced to hurriedly pack up and flee to America in the dead of night. Martha, who used to be such a well-behaved child, is now getting called to the principal's office. At that moment, Django finally lost his composure. As the pillar of the family, only heaven knew what kind of pressure he'd been under these past 2 days. When that jade bracelet shattered earlier today, Django had even found himself teetering on the edge of despair. They say even the strongest hero can be brought low by poverty, and blow after blow had driven Django to the brink of collapse. In all these years, Django had never lost his temper like this. Even Natalia, sitting nearby, was taken aback by her husband's outburst. For pairs of eyes stared at Django, and no one dared to speak first. For a moment, the room was steeped in a heavy, suffocating silence. But was Django truly angry about the cramped living conditions and Martha's supposed mischief? Knowing his son as well as he did, Django didn't really believe Martha would go astray just because they'd moved to a new place. There had to be more to the story. What truly angered him was himself, his own powerlessness, his inability to provide a comfortable life for his family, or to give them a sense of safety and security. Seeing his wife and children looking at him with such fear in their eyes, Django realized he had lost control of his emotions. Almost. Reflexively, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette, then stepped out onto the balcony, seeking solace in the ritual of smoke and silence. The soft crackle of burning tobacco, the loneliness etched on Django's face, and the delicate rings of smoke drifting into the air. If someone were to capture this scene and title it The Hard Life of a Man, perhaps it would become a masterpiece recognized around the world. Soon, a pair of gentle, jade-like hands wrapped around Django's sturdy waist from behind, followed by the warm, delicate embrace of a loving body. Feeling the gentle warmth against his back, Django couldn't help but tremble. Even as ashes from his cigarette fell, he remained oblivious, while 2 silent tears slid uncontrollably down his cheeks. "I'm sorry, darling, for letting you bear so much pressure," Natalia's voice echoed softly by his ear. In that moment, all the worries and burdens that had weighed on Django seemed to vanish into thin air. In the living room, witnessing this scene, Martha felt deeply moved. On one hand, she was genuinely happy to experience the fulfillment of a loving family, a happiness she'd missed in her previous life. On the other, a new worry crept in, concern for the family's financial situation. Although Midtown High was a public school, the tuition was anything but cheap, nearly $20,000 per year. With 3 children in the family, that meant a whopping $60,000 just for school fees, which translated to almost 400,000 yuan. As for Django, he was currently just a clerk at a Chinatown antique shop, while Natalia was still unemployed. To be honest, with this kind of family income, Martha doubted that Natalia could have gotten them through immigration without pulling a few strings back then. After all, it's common knowledge that America only opens its doors to the wealthy or those on the fast track to wealth. It seemed clear she needed to do something. From the news a few days ago, it appeared that Tony Stark had been kidnapped in Afghanistan while demonstrating the new Jericho missile. The incident had stirred up quite a storm. Even though there was no official confirmation, Martha knew, both from Stark Industries' plummeting stock and her memories from her previous life, that the story was true. As a result, Stark Industries' stock price was taking a nosedive. If only she had some capital now, she could buy up as much Stark Industries stock as possible. Then, when Tony Stark returned, she could sell everything at a profit. And when Tony Stark later announced that Stark Industries would cease making and selling weapons, causing another crash in the stock price, she could scoop up even more shares. The more Martha thought about it, the more she could almost see dollar signs reflecting in her eyes. But the problem remained. Where would the initial investment come from? Soon, an idea began to take shape in Martha's mind. That's right. In the world of the legendary game, what was the best way to make money without needing high combat skills? Without a doubt, mining was the top choice. Compared to the meager earnings from hunting and selling meat, mining was far more lucrative. Gold mines, silver, copper, iron, and especially the black iron were used for forging stronger gear. Copper and iron were one thing, but gold and silver, especially gold, were hard currency. If she could bring that into the real world and meld it down, just the thought of it made Martha's heart race. Now here's the problem. He's only got a little over 30 minutes left on his game card. How much can he even mine in that time? And that's not even counting the time wasted just getting to the mine itself. What a headache. The key is to find a way to earn more game time. Once you have that, strength and money will follow. Well, forget it for now. Might as well head to the mine and see what he can dig up. At the very least, maybe he could relieve some of the urgent needs at home. No sooner thought than done. Martha focused his mind and sank into his consciousness. It was still that same stone chamber, still that heavy stone door. The flames on the lantern pillars danced as always, but Marfa no longer felt the curiosity or tension he'd had at first. After all, this was his third time here. Once in the game, Marfa made straight for the warehouse keeper in Beeching and stored away everything he wouldn't be needing for now. Then on a whim, he slaughtered a few chickens, sold their meat for some gold coins, bought himself a pickaxe, and set out on his mining adventure. Durability, 13/13. Attack, 0 to 8. Required level, 1. Random teleportation scroll. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few trips, Marfa felt like he was about to retch up last year's New Year's feast. Let's hope Agatha gets just as queasy from teleporting. He shouldn't be the only one suffering through this. Meanwhile, far away in a castle in England, Agatha suddenly sneezed. Could it be that Brat's poison is laced with some kind of flu virus? She casually pulled a silk-embroidered handkerchief from her waist, rubbed her nose, and went right back to tending the cauldron of bubbling green potion before her. Completely unaware, Marfa finally arrived at the entrance to the Beeching mine after burning through 2 whole packs of random teleportation scrolls. Umitba. He whispered a quick prayer and, nerves jangling, stepped into the mine. He knew exactly what lurked inside. Sure enough, the moment he entered, a creature slightly bigger than a human head, plump and pale, started squirming toward him. Its chubby little legs jiggled beneath its body, which pulsed with each movement. Damn it, what a hellhole. He'd braced himself for this, but seeing such a revolting thing up close still had Marfa gagging uncontrollably. Cave grubs. These were the most common monsters in the shallow parts of the mine. They weren't strong, and they moved terribly slowly, but they were just plain disgusting. It was like someone had blown up one of those white worms you find clinging to filth in an outhouse, magnified it thousands of times. The sight alone made Marfa's skin crawl. He hesitated. He still wanted to keep using his ebony sword, after all. If he stuck it into one of these things, he might never be able to clean or maintain it again without feeling sick. But then again, it occurred to her that the gray poison powder used by Daoist seemed to require cave maggot eggs as an essential ingredient for its concoction. In that sense, there was simply no avoiding these creatures. After all, she couldn't possibly let a momentary feeling of disgust keep her from mastering half of the poison arts. With that thought, Marfa immediately gripped her ebony sword and charged straight at the cave maggots. Damn you, you disgusting thing. D. -7, -8, -8. -7, -8, -7. It had to be said, gold coins were a marvelous thing. Even though most of what you could buy in stores was nothing special, if you had enough coins early on, keeping your gear updated in time really did make leveling up much smoother. Take this cave maggot with its 65 health points. Marfa only needed a few strikes to leave it battered and broken. But just then, the maggot clamped its tiny mouth shut, its belly puffed up, and suddenly a cloud of gray-green poison powder burst forth from its jaws. Marfa, caught off guard, was hit full-on by the toxic cloud. In the next instant, she felt her whole body stiffen, as if she'd been turned to stone, completely unable to move. This was bad. She'd been paralyzed. When it comes to PK and Legend, the first thing that pops into any seasoned player's mind is the legendary paralysis ring. For warriors, wearing it meant sacrificing a ring slot and losing some stats, but countless fighters still craved it with all their hearts. The real reason wasn't the ring's lackluster 0 to 1 attack power, but its unique ability, a 1 in 15 chance to paralyze your opponent for 5 seconds. 5 seconds of petrification, your enemy frozen in place, unable to strike back. For warriors with lightning-fast attack speed, its effect was, in some respects, on par with the mythical Dragon Slayer's sword. It was said that when special rings were first introduced into the game, the paralysis ring was so coveted that one could easily fetch tens of thousands for it on the market. Marfa had once imagined what it would be like if her foolish brother, Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff, could wear the paralysis ring. With his incredible attack speed, wouldn't he be able to keep any opponent immobilized forever? The very idea was enough to make her heart race. But later, in her own experiments, Marfa came to a conclusion. In the real world, people simply didn't have levels. Any equipment with level restrictions was impossible for real people to use. On the other hand, items that depended on magic, mental power, or attack power could still be used in the real world by anyone who met those requirements, like Natalia's platinum necklace. So in the end, Marfa gave up on the idea of grinding for a paralysis ring for Pietro. After all, the ring required you to be level 16 to equip it. Back to the main story, the paralytic venom of the cave maggot truly gave Marfa quite a shock. Who would have thought that this plump little creature could wield an effect rivaling that of a legendary artifact? However, after it spat out its venom, the cave maggot seemed utterly spent, as if drained from overindulgence. Its whole body wilted, turning limp and feeble, a far cry from its previous vigorous state. Even its attack speed slowed considerably. Before long, Marfa smoothly dispatched this unruly pest with a swift slash of his blade. Experience gained, plus 150. Not bad at all, Marfa mused. That's about the same experience as taking down 10 deer in just a few strikes. With this thought in mind, Marfa thrust his sword into the maggot's lower body, rummaged around for a bit, and then his face fell in disappointment. Damn it, looks like this maggot is male. No maggot eggs at all. Marfa grumbled aloud, but on second thought, considering how far this maggot just sprayed its poison, it would have been odd if it wasn't male. Having dealt with this disgusting creature that had interrupted his money-making, Marfa immediately stowed his ebony sword back in his pack and instead drew out his pickaxe. True to its name, the pickaxe's head resembled the beak of a red-crowned crane, tapered and fashioned from fine steel, glinting with a subtle metallic sheen. The wooden handle was obviously made of the same material as the beginner's wooden sword Marfa had wielded when he first arrived in this legendary game. The handle was 1.5 meters long, quite an intimidating tool, all things considered. All right, time to get to work. Just thinking about the emerald green gems studding the mine walls sent a rush of excitement through Marfa's veins. As Marfa raised his pickaxe high, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble. Moments later, a bestial roar echoed in his ears. What's going on? Could it be? A dreadful realization dawned on Marfa. Instinctively, he leapt backward, stowing the pickaxe and quickly drawing his trusty ebony sword. Sure enough, just as Marfa retreated from his original spot, a zombie burst from the ground. It wore tattered monk's robes, with a string of prayer beads still looped around its neck. Are you kidding me? Is this really necessary? Marfa blurted out, startled by the sight of decaying flesh barely concealed beneath the robes. Worse still, he could just make out a few tiny white worms wriggling in and out of the rotted flesh, clearly the offspring of those cave maggots from before. Utterly revolting. This game is almost too realistic, Marfa thought. With creepy things like zombies running around, if only there were a way to blur them out, he'd be the first to vote yes. For a mage, even at level 7, taking down zombies with fireball is hardly a challenge. With a bit of kiting, the job is done, and the loot is surprisingly generous. Everything from equipment to skill books, not to mention the hefty chunk of experience points. But for low-level warriors and Taoists, especially warriors, it's simply not wise to tangle with zombies too early on. After all, these creatures have a whopping 155 health points, along with pretty decent attack and defense stats. That means for Taoists and warriors whose class skills aren't quite developed yet, fighting zombies is utterly exhausting. More often than not, they have to chug health potions just to make up the difference. So, should I just take out this zombie right now, and then start mining in peace? Or would it be smarter to look for a safer spot? Marfa hesitated, especially considering he was already running low on game time. He'd wasted quite a bit of it traveling and hunting cave maggots earlier. If the ores he mined turned out to be too few to fund his first pot of gold, it would be a real joke. After weighing his options, Marfa gritted his teeth, cast a healing spell on himself, grabbed his ebony sword and torch, and charged straight at the zombie. Creatures of darkness fear fire and light. This is a law of nature, and the world of legend is no exception. Otherwise, these zombies wouldn't be hiding away in these gloomy mines. Sure enough, the moment Marfa pulled out the torch, the zombie instinctively shuddered, and its attack slowed noticeably. -4, -5, -7, -5. -6, -5, -4, -5. The zombie's health was certainly thick, far beyond any monster Marfa had faced before. In just moments, Marfa's own health had dropped to about 1/3, while the zombie in its monk's robes had only lost about 1/4. With no better option, Marfa quickly dodged back, putting some distance between himself and the zombie. Thankfully, there was no such thing as corpse poison in Legend, or Marfa wouldn't be having such an easy time. He quickly cast 2 more spells on himself, bringing his health bar back to safety, and then charged at the zombie again, swords clashing. At this pace, Marfa had to retreat 3 times in total before. Finally, with a clean sweep, the zombie's shiny bald head rolled to the ground, its health bar emptied at last. Experience gained, plus 160. At the same time, 2 glowing accessories dropped from the zombie's body. Durability, 11/11. Accuracy, plus 1. Taoist magic, 1 to 3, plus 1. Required level, 17. Durability, 7 out of 10. Defense, 0 to 2. Required level, 18. Gazing at the phoenix pearl in his hand, Marfa's eyes lit up. What a find. This was a true treasure. An extra point was added to the Daoist skill limit. This was quite a significant boost for a junior Taoist like him in the early stages. He looked at the gleaming equipment level, then glanced at his own measly level 9, and for a moment, Marfa couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was as if a starving man, pockets stuffed with gold, had wandered into a 5-star hotel, only to watch helplessly as countless delicacies were laid out before him. Yet the hotel insisted on accepting only cash. How agonizing that must be. Suppressing the urge to snatch up the Phoenix Pearl, Marfa stuffed both pieces of equipment into his backpack. Such was the sorrow of slaying monsters above his level. The experience gains were rich, the loot enticing, but the gear that dropped was impossible to equip. Just thinking about it was a bitter pill to swallow. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. After all, he'd been hurrying down the path, slaying cave maggots, and even taking down a zombie along the way, a whole routine that had already eaten up quite a bit of time. Now, with just over 10 minutes of game time left on his card, he had to get to work. Without another thought, Marfa sheathed his ebony sword, swapped it out for his pickaxe, picked a promising spot on the mine wall, and started hacking away. We miners have strength. Oh, we miners have strength. Day after day, we toil away. Yes, day after day, we mine and sweat. His robust voice rang out, mingling with the rhythmic clink of pickaxe against stone. In that moment, the once eerily silent and gloomy mine began to echo with the atmosphere of a bustling coal mine. Soon enough, the first chunk of or revealed itself under Marfa's relentless strikes. Purity, 13. He was clearly pleased with his first find. After all, back in the day, when Marfa played this game, it wasn't uncommon for his backpack to be filled with copper and iron ores with purity barely in the single digits. In the world of legend, mining typically yielded iron or copper or silver or gold ore and black iron ore. The first 4 types could only be sold to the blacksmith. The higher the purity, the better the price. A quick way for new players to earn some gold. As for black iron, or if its purity was too low, it could only be sold to the blacksmith. But if you were lucky enough to dig up a high-purity piece, it could be used to strengthen weapons. Back then, a piece of black iron, or with purity over 20, could fetch quite a tidy sum in the game. Hey-ho, dig and dig, gold and silver come along, black iron's on the way, copper and iron roll on out. Chanting his little tune, Marfa pressed on with his mining endeavors. Before long, a second chunk of, or landed in his backpack. Purity, 17. Not bad. Marfa consoled himself. After all, his goal this time wasn't to rake in game gold, but to bring the ores back to the real world to sell. While copper and iron ores might fetch some coins in the game, in the real world, a 4-pound chunk of either was hardly worth much. He didn't lose heart and kept on digging. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mining really is tough work. Before he could finish his chant, a piece of ore with a dark, glossy sheen suddenly came into Marfa's view. Damn, hit the jackpot. The moment he saw this freshly unearthed black ore, Marfa's spirits were instantly lifted, and he eagerly examined it right away. Marfa, oh, turns out it was just a false alarm. With a helpless sigh, he stuffed the ore back in his backpack. This time, however, Marfa didn't rush to keep digging. Instead, he pulled out a small vial of healing potion and poured some onto his hand. Call it superstition or call it luck, but Marfa had heard a saying in his previous life. Drinking a red potion while mining brings good fortune. He didn't care about spending a few dozen gold coins. Marfa simply wanted to try his luck. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of pickaxe striking stone rang out with renewed urgency. And in the next second, a flash of golden light caught Marfa's eye. It worked. It really worked. With a heart pounding in anticipation, Marfa snatched up the ore to take a closer look. Purity, 18. Staring at that dazzling number, Marfa felt his blood rush with excitement, his heartbeat quickening. This piece of gold, or weighed about 4 gene, roughly 2 kilograms. In the world of the legendary game, or purity maxes out at 30, which meant that over half of this chunk was pure gold. Given that the current gold price in the United States was around $33 per gram, this single piece of, or could fetch over $30,000 if sold. All this in just a few minutes. The rate at which he was making money was practically criminal. Carefully stowing away the gold, or, Marfa set out on a robbery spree of his own. Goldore, puriti 16, copperore, puriti 14, goldore, puriti 16, silverore, puriti 10, goldore, puriti 13, ironore, puriti 18, goldore, puriti 8, copperore, puriti 4. Over the next 10 minutes or so, Marfa's lucky streak continued unabated. The ores he unearthed were enough to make anyone's blood race with excitement. Of course, his game time was slipping away unnoticed in all the exhilaration. At last, Marfa's figure vanished in a flash of light as he exited the beaching mine. Returning from the game to reality, he was once again in his modest 80-square-meter apartment. Django and Natalia were still cozily bickering on the balcony, But Marfa, in less than half an hour, had earned a handsome sum. Now, it was time to consider how to handle and sell all this gold in his backpack. After all, he couldn't just walk into a jewelry store and sell raw, or... As for why he was only selling gold and not silver as well, the answer was simple: gold's unique qualities. Naturally, gold is a hard currency, and its higher value was a key reason. But more importantly, the real challenge lay in the refining process. Anyone who has studied junior high school chemistry knows that gold, Au, is an extremely stable metal. There's a saying, true gold fears no fire, which refers exactly to this chemical property. In nature, metals like iron, aluminum, and copper rarely exist in their pure, elemental form within minerals. Whether it's due to pressure or oxidation, these metals almost always appear as compounds rather than as pure substances. But gold is different. Throughout history, there have been lucky people who stumbled upon large natural gold nuggets, which are known as doghead gold. Back in the days of gold panning, what people collected was mostly gold sand. All you had to do was gather those gold particles, melt them down to remove impurities, and they'd be ready to enter the market. If you wanted to process silver or, however, it was a different story. You'd have to prepare a host of chemicals to reduce the silver compounds. Not only are those chemicals hard to come by, but the money and effort required would quickly dampen anyone's enthusiasm for extracting silver. It was deep into the night. Django, Wanda, and Pietro were already fast asleep. Only Natalia was still up, folding clothes. "Mom, I got a few treasures. Want to see them?" "Mom, I got a few treasures. Want to see them?" Maffa certainly had a knack for making startling remarks. The moment he spoke, Natalia's hands trembled in surprise, and she nearly tore the dress she was folding for Wanda. Immediately, she shot her youngest son a look of utter bewilderment. She thought to herself, what's gotten into Maffa? He's only been to school for one day. Has he already picked up some bad habits? And now he wants his mother to look at his treasures? Is this something I can just let slide? Natalia stood up, ready to have a good, stern talk with her son and set him back on the right path. But before she could say a word, Maffa, like a magician, produced 5 gleaming golden rocks and placed them in front of her. Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you? My treasures are pretty dazzling, aren't they? Maffa wore a look of pure pride, as if waiting for a shower of praise. These are your treasures? They really are dazzling, I'll give you that. Natalia eyed him suspiciously, her expression a strange mix of confusion and amusement. It seemed her son hadn't gone astray after all, and maybe she was just overthinking things. With a sigh of relief, Natalia turned her attention to the 5 big rocks before her, each one almost identical in size and shape. The lighting in the apartment was still good. There was no melodramatic blackout at this crucial moment. Under the glare of the fluorescent lamp, the 5 rocks sparkled with a brilliant golden shine, practically radiating extravagance. These are a few samples I stumbled upon, Maffa said, trying his best to appear calm and serious. I've had them tested, and they're gold. If we refine them, they could help the family out in a pinch. Stumbled upon them? Natalia furrowed her brow, clearly unconvinced by Maffa's excuse. A few years ago, back in Sokovia, Pietro had brought home quite a few trinkets as well, all supposedly accidentally acquired just like Maffa's treasures. But it wasn't long before some parents showed up at their door, complaining that Pietro had bullied their children and snatched away their toys. Natalia could easily believe that Maffa would never bully a classmate, but if it was about easing the family's financial troubles by borrowing from the alchemy factory, well, that was another story. As if reminded of something else, Natalia immediately took off the platinum necklace Maffa had given her before and held it in her hand. Maffa, your father, and I don't expect the 3 of you to become rich or famous, nor do we look forward to any grand repayment from you in the future. But there's one thing I want you to remember, whether it's me or Django. All we hope for is that you 3 can grow up safe and healthy. If these things come from shady sources and end up forcing our family back into a life on the run, I'd rather have none of it. Do you understand? Natalia spoke with heartfelt sincerity, afraid that Maffa, gifted with extraordinary powers, might one day be led astray. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Maffa understood her mother's intentions all too well and nodded seriously in response. I understand. We're a family, and I'll never allow anyone to hurt you, Agatha included. Don't worry. Just like your chaos magic, this is part of my ability too. I can occasionally conjure up some miraculous items. For instance, remember the herb I used to heal your wounds back then? Hearing this, and trusting Maffa, as always, Natalia finally put the platinum necklace back around her neck. All these ores contain gold. I hope you can use your chaos magic to grind away the impurities and separate the gold for us, Mom. Of course, I'm leaving them with you, so you can always sell them to an antique dealer or someone like that if you prefer. Either way, I just hope Dad can have it a bit easier. Maffa didn't mention anything about buying Stark Industries stock, even though it was sure to be profitable. For one thing, the starting capital was simply too small. Maffa had already done the math. At most she could refine about 5,000 grams of gold, which would fetch roughly $150,000. That might be enough to solve an urgent crisis, but nowhere near enough for any meaningful investment, not even for a short-term trade lasting a month or two. So now, with no more game cards to sell, what else could bring in quick money? For a moment, Maffa fell into deep thought. It wasn't as if Maffa hadn't considered persuading Natalia to rescue Tony Stark and then asking him for a generous reward, but the more she thought about it, the less realistic it seemed. First, Maffa couldn't be sure exactly which cave Tony Stark was being held in, and second, at this moment, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military would likely have all their attention focused on Afghanistan. If he were to reveal himself now as a superpowered individual, the result would be a swarm of forces converging upon him from all sides. Forget it, he thought. He'd just take things one step at a time. How he wished, like in those Marvel fanfictions, that he could start off being taken in by Tony or Chala. With this in mind, Maffa returned to his bedroom, looking forward to the arrival of a new day. Meanwhile, in another bedroom in Queens, Tobey Maguire was practically beside himself with excitement. Today had been an absolutely spectacular day for him, starting with making a new friend, Maffa Maximoff. Before transferring to Midtown High, Toby had hardly any friends at all. His timid and withdrawn personality made him the target of bullying in every school he attended. In fact, on his very first day in new school, he'd already become everyone's punching bag. But today, his new friend had put on quite a show in front of him, demonstrating exactly what it meant to be a force not to be trifled with. Cross him, and you might just get your leg broken. Although Toby knew that Maffa hadn't meant for things to go that far, he figured that after today, hardly anyone would dare mess with this trouble magnet again. And as Maffa's friend, Toby could look forward to a peaceful and bright high school life, sheltered by his new ally. Best of all, Toby had discovered that his next-door neighbor, Mary Jane, was actually in Class 11 of the freshman year at Midtown High as well. That was wonderful news. After all, Toby had secretly harbored feelings for his former elementary school classmate for years. Could this be fate's blessing, a stroke of romantic luck? Peering through his window at Mary Jane's silhouette cast against her own window, Toby felt his heart race, his right hand instinctively slipping under the covers. For Tobey Maguire, it had been the best day ever. But for Flash Thompson, it had been nothing short of a nightmare. Just look at what he'd been through. First, the spotlight he usually enjoyed as the coolest guy in class was stolen by a transfer student. Then his own leg got broken. And then, even the usually meek pushover had the nerve to humiliate him. It was easy to imagine that once his leg healed and he returned to school, he'd become the laughingstock of the whole student body, doomed to endure a humiliating high school career. It was terrifying. Every time he thought about it, a surge of anger welled up inside Flash's chest. No, he couldn't let things stay like this. He had to do something to reclaim his standing at school. After pondering for a moment, Flash immediately picked up the phone and dialed Jack's number. Jack Davey was a small-time boss under Kingpin, the undisputed king of the American underworld, mainly in charge of Chinatown, southern Queens, and northern Brooklyn. Flash Thompson, whose family ran a chain of hotels with branches in both Queens and Brooklyn, inevitably had quite a few dealings with Jack Davey. Long before he met Maffa, anytime Flash ran into a tough problem he couldn't handle, he'd pay Jack Davey to take care of those unruly classmates. Over time, their relationship grew rather familiar. After hanging up the phone, Flash let out a deep sigh of relief. Although he'd spent a hefty sum once again, just imagining Maffa's miserable fate sent a thrill through him. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, but gone with the familiar sounds of birdsong outside. As one of the most urbanized cities in the world, New York's streets and alleys, apart from Times Square, were now almost devoid of birds. Maffa, Wanda, Pietro, time to get up. The apartment wasn't big, but that had its advantages. Natalia no longer had to go door to door rousing everyone. A single shout from the kitchen carried clearly throughout the whole place. Pietro lazily crawled out of bed and glanced up instinctively at the bunk above. Just then, Maffa, fresh from his morning workout, stepped into the room, looking radiant and fit, a far cry from his usual bookish demeanor. The transformation gave Wanda quite a shock. Maffa. Wanda rubbed her tousled hair, struggling to adjust to her little brother's new persona. Me? Is something wrong? Maffa looked himself over, but didn't notice anything out of place. Ever since his body had been strengthened, Maffa had thoroughly enjoyed the changes. There was no reason to waste such a capable physique. So, he made up his mind to get up early for a run every morning. That way, he could boost his energy and, at the same time, savor the fresh morning exhaust of New York. Maybe it was thanks to the gold Maffa handed over yesterday, But breakfast was noticeably better this morning. Django, a bit puzzled by it all, frowned at first, but remembering the kids were still growing, he let it go. You can't save your way to wealth, he thought. Looks like I'll have to work even harder today. Setting a small goal for himself, Django left for work early after breakfast. At first glance, this unusual family didn't seem all that different from any ordinary household. But before the three Maximoff siblings could even finish their breakfast, Natalia's phone started ringing. What? All right, I'll be right there. Natalia's voice carried a mix of worry and anger, clear evidence that something bad had happened. Mom, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. You three head to school by yourselves. I have something to take care of. No sooner had she spoken than Natalia hurriedly rushed out the door. This scene made Maffa frown. Clearly, Natalia was hiding something from the three of them, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, what could possibly trouble the formidable Scarlet Witch? Catching the school bus to campus, they found Toby already waiting by the school gates. After what happened yesterday, Toby didn't dare go in alone. Flash's reputation for troublemaking was well known at Midtown High. If Toby went in by himself, who knew when Flash's lackeys might pick on him? Toby was honest, but far from foolish. He knew his days would only be safe as long as he stuck close to Maffa. Hey, Maffa, morning. The moment he saw Maffa, Toby hurried over and greeted him cheerfully. Morning, Toby. Let me introduce you. This is my brother Pietro, my sister Wanda, and our neighbor, Grant Gustin. Toby hadn't expected Maffa to have twin siblings, and as an only child himself, living with his uncle's family, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, especially when it came to Wanda. With her angelic face and figure like the boundless sea, even though she was still growing, she already drew every eye. If his heart hadn't already belonged to Mary Jane, Toby thought he'd probably be smitten on the spot. Just as the five of them were about to step inside the gates, a shiny black Mercedes pulled up to the entrance, and out stepped Flash, making his appearance before them. Only this time, Flash was in a wheelchair. Despite that, he carried himself with such swagger that he almost looked like a young Professor X. Hey, morning, Thompson, Toby called out, ever sociable. All he got in return was a sinister, mocking smile. Flash's gaze then landed on Maffa, and his air of smug superiority was almost blinding. Maffa could hardly keep his eyes open under that glare. Dear Maximoff, I do hope you enjoy this lovely day. His words dripped with sarcasm and hidden meaning, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Flash Thompson was a spoiled rich kid with a nasty temper and a huge ego. For someone like him to drag himself to school with an injured leg, it certainly wasn't out of a love of learning. This left Toby on edge throughout the entire day, his nerves taut in every class. At last, the afternoon's gym class arrived. Unlike the exam-focused education system in China, Western schools place greater emphasis on students' all-around development rather than just academic achievement. Naturally, physical education is a major component of this philosophy. The gym teacher calling in sick? That's practically unheard of. Unless he's completely incapacitated, PE class will always go on as scheduled. Class, today we're having our very first in-class basketball scrimmage of the semester. As the head of the school's athletics department, I'll be watching your performance closely to select new talent for the varsity team. This will directly affect your year-end evaluations and your scholarship eligibility, so I hope you'll all give me a solid impression. The gym teacher was a black man, a rare sight in American public schools, given the persistent issues of racial discrimination. Yet, his very presence spoke volumes about his exceptional abilities. All right, everyone, get into your assigned teams and get ready to play. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the 12 boys from Class 11, Grade 10 marched confidently to the center of the court. Maffa and Toby's team wore red jerseys, while their opponents were in blue. 6-on-6. At first glance, it seemed like a fair match. But from the sidelines, Flash couldn't suppress a knowing smile. On the court, every single member of the red team, except for Maffa, wore glasses and looked frail and spindly. The blue team, on the other hand, was stacked with tall, muscular players. No need to spell it out. The black gym teacher had clearly been bribed by Flash. Every member of the blue team was one of Flash's cronies. What looked like a simple basketball game was, in fact, a setup. Today, they had only one goal, to beat Maffa Maximoff and Tobey Maguire into the ground. Flash's plan was to embarrass Maffa and Toby in front of everyone, and then, after school, make sure they got a double dose of humiliation. Maffa go! Maffa go! From the sidelines, the girls of Class 11 chanted enthusiastically for Maffa, his striking silver hair making him the center of attention. Their cheers were so spirited, it seemed even the nearby trees trembled in excitement. Seeing the adoring looks from the girls, Flash's eyes grew darker with jealousy. His fists clenched involuntarily, and the cracking of his knuckles could almost be heard. The gym teacher's whistle blared. Immediately, blue team's player, Ace sprang into action. With a powerful leap, he easily snatched the ball, and his teammates quickly spread out, claiming prime positions in anticipation of pass. Player B catch. After weaving skillfully past two of red team's defenders, player A seized an opening and hurled the ball straight at Mafara's face, right behind player B. It was obvious. This had been planned all along. The basketball game was just a cover. What they really wanted was to pick a fight. Extra, A had remarkable aim. The very instant the ball left his hands, it shot toward Mafara's face with lightning speed, too quick for anyone to react. "Oh no, I messed up the pass," Extra A cried out, his acting flawless as he put on a show of exaggerated regret. "No worries, I've got this." Extra B picked up the cue immediately. He made it look like he was scrambling for the ball, but in truth, he was using his body to pin Mafara in place, leaving him no room to dodge. Not far away, Toby watched the scene unfold and felt his heart sink. He'd seen this trick more than once at his previous schools. If that ball hit Mafara square in the face, even a minor injury would mean a bloody nose at best, and at worst a broken nose. Toby glanced at Flash, who sat in his wheelchair on the sidelines, wearing a smug look. Toby knew exactly what was going on here. "So this is campus bullying, huh?" Mafara scoffed inwardly. Mental force technique. Invisible psychic energy surged from within Mafara. His mental strength wasn't enough to stop a bullet, but changing the basketball's trajectory and giving it a little extra force was a simple matter. Mafara narrowed his eyes. Instantly, his telekinesis wrapped around the speeding basketball. The ball whizzed past Mafara's ear, the gust of wind from its passing whipping his hair into a wild dance. Then, with pinpoint accuracy, it smashed straight into Extra B's nose. Extra B went down with a thud, a fountain of blood spraying from his nose as he fell through the air. The whistle blew again. The black PE teacher called for a timeout, his face a picture of confusion. Weren't they only supposed to give those two newcomers a scare? How did it end up hurting one of their own? And so viciously at that. Despite having accepted Flash's bribe, the teacher still had a basic sense of duty. Seeing Extra B injured, he didn't hesitate to halt the game. "I'm sorry, everyone. Due to Extra B's accidental injury, the game is temporarily suspended." The teacher's voice rang out across the court, and both teams immediately stopped what they were doing. "No, sir. It's just a minor injury. Let the game continue." Flash snapped, unwilling to see his carefully laid plan fall apart. He shot a furious glare at the fallen Extra B. "Extra B, am I right?" Extra B, still dazed from the hit, instinctively looked over at Flash. Feeling that icy, threatening stare, Extra B shrank back at once. "Sir, Flash is right. It's just a scratch. I'll go to the nurse's office later on my own. Please don't stop the game on my account." Supporting actor B staggered to his feet, swaying unsteadily as he made his way off the court. All the while, his nosebleed continued to gush furiously, leaving a long, crimson trail behind him. The black teacher wanted to say something more, but when he recalled Flash's powerful family background and complicated social connections, he swallowed his words. Supporting actor C, you'll substitute for supporting actor B. The game goes on. Since the ball had struck supporting actor B before going out of bounds, possession now went to Toby from the red team. With the ball in hand, Toby immediately sprinted toward the opposing basket, aiming to score the first point with a fast break. But he was quickly double-teamed by supporting actors A and C. At the same time, supporting actor D from the blue team hurried over, using his sturdy frame to block the black teacher's line of sight. Supporting actor A's elbow strike was nothing short of brutal, landing hard and mercilessly against Toby's chest. Toby couldn't withstand such a blow. He collapsed on the spot, curling up like a shrimp, his legs twitching uncontrollably. Seeing all this unfold, Marfa felt a surge of fury rise within him. What a joke, beating up his own teammate right in front of him. That was crossing the line. Marfa immediately wanted to cast a healing spell on Toby, but after a moment's hesitation, he held back. After all, his healing magic was nothing like mental combat. It had visible light effects. If he really used it here, he'd probably get a visit from S.H.I.E.L.D. before long. Luckily, just then, the black teacher blew his whistle again. What's going on? Not even a minute into the game, and two players are already injured? Teacher, Toby's faking it. I could see everything clearly from my angle. No one even touched him. Flash shouted the moment the teacher blew the whistle, his resentment toward Toby showing no sign of fading. Toby absolutely couldn't be allowed to leave the court. Flash made a mental note of this. You all saw it just now. Did Toby fall on his own or not? Flash spun around abruptly, glaring threateningly at the cheerleading squad behind him. Why, yes, that's right, Toby. Toby fell on his own. A timid girl spoke up first, quickly echoed by a chorus of other girls. There was nothing they could do. Flash had ruled the class for so long that not only the gentle girls, but even the strongest boys had suffered at his hands before. Marfa fumed at this, but after a moment's thought, he let it go. Obviously, at a time like this, whoever stepped forward would be the next target for Flash's revenge. Fortunately, Marfa wasn't entirely unprepared. Without hesitation, he walked off the court, grabbed his own water bottle, and gave a sip to Toby, who was sprawled weakly on the ground. Inside the bottle, he had mixed in almost half a vial of healing potion, just a precaution, meant to avoid suspicion in case of emergencies. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Sure enough, after just a few gulps, Toby's injuries healed instantly. Even the sharp pain in his chest vanished without a trace. Toby's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Maffa. What was that just now? Why am I completely fine? He couldn't find the words to describe this miraculous feeling, so he blurted out in disbelief, "Am I okay? Joe, it's a secret. Now get back in there. Watch closely as I get revenge for you." Toby returned to the court, and the game resumed. This time, the ball was in the hands of player D. As he dribbled, he schemed about how to deal with Maffa, only to realize Maffa had already appeared at his side. Player D stopped abruptly, pretending to stumble, then rammed his shoulder into Maffa. For a split second, he could almost picture Maffa crashing to the floor. He'd even planned how, while the black teacher was distracted by concern, he could get a few more hits in under the guise of checking on him. But when he actually collided with Maffa, he was shocked by how powerless he felt. Was this really a person? It was more like slamming into a wall made of solid steel. This was the moment Maffa had been waiting for. With a swift turn, he faced player B directly, snatched the basketball, and with a subtle nudge of his hip, sent player D sprawling headfirst onto the floor. He slid a full meter before coming to a stop. The whistle blew again. The black teacher was fuming inside. These little brats were obviously fighting, not playing. The red card shot up, signaling for Maffa to leave the court. "Sir, player D fell on his own. It wasn't Maximov who knocked him down," Flash protested once again. What a joke, if Maffa was sent off like this. How could Flash continue to mess with him? "You think I'm blind? Sir, maybe you should think before you speak, okay?" Flash's voice carried a hint of impatience, as if warning that if the teacher said another word, there'd be trouble. With an awkward gulp, the teacher relented. "All right, Maffa didn't foul. I made a mistake. Play continues. Being a gym teacher is just impossible. Maybe I should call in sick tomorrow," he thought privately. By now, Flash's intentions were obvious. With that, Maffa had nothing to fear. After all, two could play this game. He wouldn't be getting sent off anytime soon. In the following matches, Maffa simply let loose. Anyone from the blue team who dared to get close was met with his rolled-up sleeves and a furious beating. Whether it was strength or defense, none of those big guys could compare to Maffa. When he fought, it was like knocking down kids with a single punch. The game had barely gone on for 10 minutes before every member of the blue team was sporting bruises, and whenever they saw Maffa, they'd give him a wide berth. Toby, catching on quickly, decided to abandon his own position and spent the entire game trailing after Maffa, essentially just along for the ride. With that, as long as Maffa got his hands on the ball, he would stroll leisurely to the other team's basket and, like a calm and handsome gentleman, gently toss the basketball through the hoop. The whole match devolved into Maffa's personal showcase. Go! Go! You're amazing, Maffa! Maffa, you're so cool! The cheerleaders on the sidelines shouted at the top of their lungs. Damn it! Damn it! What a bunch of useless idiots! Flash watched helplessly as what should have been a surefire win slipped through his fingers and turned into this disaster. He felt dizzy and nearly fainted from rage. Fortunately, remembering that he still had some tricks up his sleeve, Flash managed to regain his composure. Even so, he couldn't bear to keep watching Maffa's leisurely solo show on the court. He knew it would only send his blood pressure soaring. 4 quarters, 48 minutes. The final score was a flawless 200-0. Starting from the third quarter, the blue team didn't dare come within 3 meters of Maffa. Some of them even took the initiative to pass the ball to him. Yes, pass, not throw. There was simply no other way. No matter which blue team player had the ball, Maffa would stride toward them with the calm inevitability of death. Who could stand up to that? For a while, the basketball became a hot potato. No one but Maffa dared to touch it. A score of 200-0. That was legendary. And it could have been even higher if Maffa hadn't gotten bored and started wasting time toward the end. Maffa Maximov's name spread throughout Midtown High that day. One person playing an entire game, the opposing team avoiding him at all costs, even going so far as to pass the ball to him themselves. Incident after incident, it was enough to blow anyone's mind. Who knew basketball could be played like this? After school that afternoon, everyone dispersed, heading home in their own directions. Wanda, Pietro, and Maffa formed a group, walking together on their way home. The school did have a bus service, but the three of them were still just kids, new to the environment and curious about everything around them. Besides, the school wasn't far from home, and for daytime New York, the neighborhood was reasonably safe, so they decided to walk. Marfa, I heard you played a whole basketball game all by yourself today. Pietro was never one to sit quietly. He'd been holding back all the way home. Seeing that Wanda wasn't about to spill the beans herself, he couldn't help but prod her, wanted to check if his bookworm little brother needed some big brother backup. After all, Pietro had just transferred to the new school and managed to win over the entire class with his iron fists. And he did it. The old-fashioned way, every punch landing solidly. A real romantic, unlike Wanda, who always seemed to have a trick up his sleeve. No, nothing like that. Everyone's just being nice to me, is all. I'm a new kid from out of town, so they've been extra considerate. Why play basketball, my teammates keep passing me the ball, and even the opponents do too. After shooting hoops for over 40 minutes, my arms were so sore I could barely lift them. Pietro stared, his expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Don't try to fool me with your humble bragging, little brother. I may not read much, but I'm not that gullible. Still, seeing that his brother looked perfectly fine, Pietro didn't dwell on it. How about you, Wanda? How have you been these past couple days? Has anyone given you trouble? Don't worry, you can tell me. I've got your back. Pietro thumped his chest, making a show of his big brother bravado. Nope, I'm good. I get along really well with Gwen Stacy in my class. Her dad's the police chief. You ought to watch yourself instead. Don't make me go begging her to bail you out someday. Wanda replied in a casual tone, her attention already drifting toward the array of street food along their route. After all, walking from Midtown High back to Brooklyn North meant passing through Chinatown, steam buns, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, sesame balls. The delicious aromas wafted through the air, and Wanda's mind was already wandering into the shops lining the streets. Gwen Stacy. Now that's a name that sounds pretty special, murmured Maffa, turning the name over in his mind. It felt oddly familiar. Wait a second. The police chief's daughter, Midtown High. Maffa slapped his forehead repeatedly, feeling like his brain was a step behind. Hey, Wanda, is there a guy named Peter Parker in your class? He asked, a little uncertain. Nope, not that I know of. What about Andrew Garfield? Probably. Sounds familiar. Anyway, Wanda replied after thinking for a moment. Well, Tobey Maguire, the first Spider-Man, and Andrew Garfield, the second, both ended up at the same school. That's a little much, isn't it? Maybe I should rope Andrew in as well. With the second Spider-Man, plus Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and myself, we'd have all sorts of possibilities for, well, creative mischief. The thought alone made Maffa's heart beat a little faster. But then, thinking it over, it seemed that Andrew's version of Spider-Man was much closer in ability to the MCU's Tom Holland Spider-Man. If Tobey's Spider-Man represented pure mutation-based power, then Andrew and Holland's versions, unable to produce their own webbing, were mutation combined with technology. Judging by the completeness of their powers alone, Andrew and Holland clearly lagged far behind Tobey. Still, perhaps to stay true to the comic origins, the latter two Spider-Men had their abilities slightly enhanced. After weighing the pros and cons over and over, Maffa ultimately gave up on the idea of recruiting Andrew. After all, if he ended up with two people of similar strength on his side, it would inevitably make other factions think he could mass-produce Spider-Man. The envy and unwanted attention that would follow would be more trouble than it was worth. Maffa? What are you thinking about? Why are you just spacing out over there? Come here. Big bro's treating you to steamed buns today. Do you want A or B? He coughed awkwardly. Do you want meat filling or veggie filling? Pietro's sudden burst of chatter snapped Maffa out of his thoughts. Steamed buns and plain rolls? Maybe we should skip those. Hey kids, how about a taste of my fists instead? Just then, 6 youths dressed in a punk style emerged from a nearby alley. While they hadn't gone all out with flashy hairstyles, the tattoos crawling up their arms and their cocky swagger made it abundantly clear to the trio. Trouble had arrived. Around the corner, Flash sat in his car, finally letting out a long breath of relief. He grabbed a can of Green Label coffee and took a deep swig. Damn, it took me forever, but I finally found you, Maffa Maximoff. Did you really think you could mess with me, Flash Thompson, and get away without paying the price? Today, unless I drive your whole family out of New York, I might as well sit in this wheelchair for the rest of my life. Flash muttered these words with unshakable confidence. After all, those 6 punks were top-notch muscle he'd paid handsomely to borrow from Jack Davy. Even in Kingpin's gang, each of them could go 3-on-1 without breaking a sweat. Beating up a few students? Child's play. And besides, the current odds were 6 against 2.5. Yes, that's right. That decently attractive woman only counted as half. Scarlet, which would have laughed at that. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Flash's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he could already see the 6 punks trampling Maffa and Pietro, and stripping Wanda for anything but mercy. Seeing his younger brother and sister threatened, Quicksilver, being the eldest, naturally stepped forward to face the danger first. Of course, that was always how he'd handle things. Back in Sokovia, those boys who tried to lay a hand on Wanda were taught a lesson by Pietro. The troublemakers who snatched Mafa's homework before the dimensional crossing also ended up on the receiving end of Pietro's fists. And of course, anyone bold enough to act arrogant or provoke the school's top dog in front of Pietro inevitably found themselves soundly beaten. There's no doubt about it. While Pietro may not have excelled in every aspect of life, when it came to protecting his younger siblings, he was every bit the devoted elder brother. At the very beginning of their journey across worlds, Mafa had wondered, with Pietro's fighting skills and his later awakening of super speed to become Quicksilver, how could a few bullets have taken him down so easily? Didn't the flash from next door slip right through walls as if they were nothing? But the deeper Mafa pondered, the clearer Pietro's predicament became. It's well known that the Flash's power comes from more than just speed. The real secret is the Speed Force, one of the highest forms of energy defined in the DC universe. With the Speed Force, the Flash can break the laws of physics at will. His clothes never catch fire, even when he runs at the speed of light. He can circle the globe in a flash and land a punch whose power is magnified by acceleration, all without worrying about the backlash wrecking his own body. Even the immense strain of moving at such velocity never slows him down. All of this, every impossible feat, is thanks to the Speed Force, which keeps the likes of Newton and Einstein turning in their graves. But the MCU's Quicksilver is a different story. Setting aside the X-Men's version, who could outrun explosions themselves, the MCU's Quicksilver may have abilities similar to the Flash, but lacks the Speed Force's protection. This means Pietro Maximoff must obey the laws of physics whenever he uses his speed. So, if he tried to amp up the force of his punches by accelerating, just like the Flash, then the moment he landed a hit, the resulting backlash would destroy his own body just as swiftly as it injured his opponent. And if he pushed his speed too far, the friction between his skin and the air would vaporize him in an instant. Air friction, force feedback. These problems all put a ceiling on Pietro's potential. In a sense, this Quicksilver can never reach the heights of the Flash. So, to truly enhance Quicksilver's power, the only solution is to strengthen his body, to make his bones, muscles, and skin tough enough to withstand the forces unleashed by greater speed. Mafa had come up with 3 possible paths to achieve this. The first, pursuing a secondary mutation. In other words, if Pietro possessed a physique as formidable as the Hulk's, there's no doubt that his speed would translate into even greater combat power. The second path is the way of technology. Whether it's Black Panther's vibranium suit or Iron Man's nanotech armor, both serve as excellent enhancements in battle. Finally, there's the magical route. For example, the divine armor spell from the world of magic, or perhaps Wanda could mimic a magical shield to cloak Pietro in a protective layer. Of course, all these ideas could only be realized after Pietro becomes Quicksilver. After all, with Mafa having already disrupted the Maximoff family story, it's uncertain whether the siblings will even awaken their powers. Without further words, while Mafa was still deep in thought, Pietro had already tangled himself up with the 6 thugs. He snatched the metal lid from a nearby trash can and slammed it down hard on one thug's head. His moves were so practiced and swift that the others stared in disbelief. Thuds and crashes filled the air, blows landing with a rough, relentless rhythm. For Pietro, nothing felt more exhilaratingly real than the raw exchange of fists. The thugs from the Kingpin's gang clearly hadn't expected this unassuming student to turn so ferocious. When it came to brawling, he was no less fierce than any of them, hardened as they were from years living on the edge. With Pietro having struck first and already knocked one of them down with the trash can lid, the remaining 5 found themselves thrown off balance and unsure how to proceed. Still, these 5 were no strangers to street fights and violence. Their wealth of experience kicked in, and soon enough, they regrouped and began closing in on Pietro, attacking him from all sides. Rubber batons, knives, butterfly blades, brass knuckles. One by one, they drew out their weapons, clearly intending to finish Pietro off. Though Pietro fought with remarkable ferocity, he was still outnumbered. Soon, he was overwhelmed, unable to fight back, narrowly dodging blades and knives that came dangerously close to gutting him. In broad daylight, this violent scene quickly drew the attention of passers-by. If this had been in China, a crowd of onlookers would have gathered in no time, and perhaps a few brave souls would have stepped in to break up the fight. But this was America, New York to be precise, a city where people had long grown numb to scenes of bloodshed. No one cared to stop. Most just glanced over and went about their business. Chaos, indifference, and disregard for life. This was the daily reality in the shadowy alleyways beneath the glitzy veneer of New York, one of the world's greatest metropolises. Tom and I, kid. Don't worry. We'll send your little brother, sister, and your mother down to hell to keep you and your dad company very soon." The scar-faced man roared, his voice echoing menacingly. He thrust the dagger in his hand straight toward Pietro's back, aiming for his heart. But it was that very sentence that sent a chill through Mafara, who had been watching from the sidelines. Combined with the anxious, furious look on Natalia's face after her phone call that morning and her rushed departure, everything clicked into place. It was certain now, something had happened to their father. Originally, Mafara had intended to see just how far Pietro could go and then plan his training and development based on his fighting style. With healing magic and a stash of potions to fall back on, Mafara had never truly worried about Pietro's safety. But now, the situation demanded immediate action. There was no time left to waste. Mafara summoned the ebony sword without hesitation and hurled it at the scar-faced man wielding the dagger. The sword spun rapidly through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, slicing straight toward the man's thigh. A crisp crack rang out as bone shattered. The ebony sword, thrown by Mafara, broke the man's thigh in two. His dagger clattered to the ground. The sword, like a boomerang under Mafara's telekinetic control, reversed course and flew straight back to his hand. "You bastards, even if you're beating a dog, you know what, no, even if you're beating a man, you should at least consider his brother. No, that's not it. Whatever, you all deserve to die." With that, Mafara gripped the ebony sword and charged at the 5 enforcers from the Kingpin's gang. There was no fancy footwork, no dazzling flashes or special effects. Mafara's movements were straightforward and brutal. "You want to hit me? Fine, hit me." Honestly, with Mafara's defense at 2 to 4 times that of a normal person, their punches were nothing more than an itch. Even if they managed to cut his skin with sharp weapons, his healing magic made any wound a trivial matter. But the real problem came after their attacks. Could anyone withstand Mafara's retaliation? Don't be ridiculous. Mafara's strength was measured in tons now. Lifting a small car would only make him break a sweat. With every punch, he broke hands, smashed legs, and shattered ribs. If he hadn't been holding back, deliberately avoiding their heads, these 5 enforcers would have ended up with their brains splattered in no time. In just a few breaths, yes, just a matter of breaths, the enforcers who had been dominating Pietro, leaving him gasping for air, were all left with broken limbs, sprawled on the ground, unable even to stand. The main reason he didn't kill them outright was because, in America, killing someone is always a huge hassle, even if it's in self-defense. What's more, the guy had the same tattoo, clearly marking him as part of some organization. In the States, how could any group without some serious backing survive? They'd have been busted by the cops ages ago. After all, even if you're just there to collect a paycheck, you still have to put on a show, don't you? Taxpayers' money isn't that easy to pocket. Of course, caution was only part of it. What truly got to Mafara was what the scar-faced man said about sending them to hell to reunite with their father. Wasting no more words, Mafara strode right up to the scar-faced man, planted his foot firmly on the man's palm, and began grinding it in with relentless force. "Speak. What exactly did you mean by sending us to hell to see our father?" Mafara's voice was icy, laced with murderous intent, like a battle-hardened warrior who'd seen too much bloodshed. His foot twisted without pause, as if he meant to turn the man's hand into a bloody pulp. "Mafara!" The scene just now had truly terrified Wanda and Pietro. Pietro had been in his fair share of schoolyard brawls. Broken noses, fractured bones, he'd seen it all. But what student fight ever looked like this? Mafara dispatched his opponents like they were nothing, breaking hands and legs with every move. Most disturbing of all, just look at what he was doing now. Seriously, he'd all but mashed the flesh on Scarface's hand to pieces. If it had been anyone else, Wanda and Pietro would have shouted "monster" in perfect unison. But the person doing this was their own little brother, the bookworm, who was always buried in textbooks and practice exams. To them, this was a complete upheaval of everything they thought they knew. "Are you going to talk or not?" Seeing the man grit his teeth in stubborn silence, Mafara's own jaw clenched. Without hesitation, he stomped down, crushing the man's entire hand into a mangled mess. "Oh, fu asterisco kappa." Scarface howled in agony, then promptly blacked out from the pain. Damn it, still trying to play tough. With that, Mafara brought his foot down hard on the man's crotch. 2 sharp, sickening cracks echoed through the room, like the popping of bobo pearls in a cup of milk tea, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. One of the henchmen nearby fainted on the spot. As an enforcer for the Kingpin gang, he'd seen all kinds of brutality. Hands chopped off, legs broken, bullets to the head were everyday occurrences. But this? Crushing a man's balls without warning. Nope, I'm out. I'm out. Don't anyone dare wake me up. Fu asterisk KU. Scarface was jolted awake by the pain, screaming at the top of his lungs. But after only 2 seconds, he passed out again from the unbearable agony. The human body has its own self-protection mechanisms. Whenever the stress becomes unbearable, the brain will automatically slip into unconsciousness, preventing a total collapse. Clearly, Scarface had now reached the point where his self-preservation instincts had kicked in. So, who should I question next? You? You? Or you? Mafa's eyes swept over the men sprawled on the ground at his feet, looking at them as if they were nothing more than ants. His voice was icy and devoid of any emotion. If his words weren't chilling enough already, the tension in the air became even more palpable. The men's eyes darted nervously, especially when they noticed the strange liquid still clinging to Mafa's shoe. Each one suddenly felt a cold dread washing over them, as if their doom was sealed. Still not willing to talk? All right, let's play a game. Whoever speaks last will end up just like him. With that, Mafa stamped his foot for emphasis, making his threat all too clear. I'll talk. I'll talk. That did it. Panic-stricken, the men scrambled to be the first to speak, desperate to save themselves. At this point, who cared about the gang rules of the Kingpin? Who worried about Jack Davy's revenge? All that mattered now was appeasing the demon standing before them. We got orders from the boss. A group of us went to the north side of Brooklyn this morning, over at XXX, to cripple a guy named Django Maximoff. Then we used his phone to call his wife, knocked her out, and delivered her to the boss for his pleasure. The rest of us were sent here, near Midtown High, to wait for you guys and make sure every last one of you got taken out. That's right, that's right. The others quickly echoed the confession, each terrified of being the last to speak and suffering an even worse fate. What? Hurt my dad, then take my mom? Pietro, who had been listening from the side, suddenly had fire in his eyes. He was clearly on the brink of losing control. In a flash, almost faster than the eye could follow, Pietro imitated Mafa and stomped hard on the thug's hand. Tell me, where did you take my mother? Wait, Pietro. Mafa started to say something, but Pietro was beyond hearing. He pressed down even harder, grinding the thug's hand into the pavement, with all the ruthlessness Mafa had shown just moments before. Cries of pain rang out, echoing through the street, drawing startled glances from passers-by. Yet no one dared step forward to intervene. No one wanted to invite disaster onto themselves. Even Flash, hiding around the corner, was shaken by what the brothers had done. It wasn't as if Flash was a stranger to violence. He'd used plenty of cruel tricks on students he didn't like. But this was something different. These two weren't picking on helpless kids. They were stomping on the Kingpin's top enforcers, breaking hands, shattering limbs, and even crushing, well, private parts. They weren't just tough. They were monsters. In that moment, Flash had completely lost any desire for revenge. Now his mind was filled only with thoughts of how to mend his relationship with Mafa, and with the desperate hope that Mafa would never discover that all of this had been orchestrated by Flash Thompson himself, manipulating events from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the battered and broken thugs lying on the ground finally gave in and started talking. If nothing goes wrong, they should be over in Hell's Kitchen. By now, terror had shaken them to their core. The sheer brutality on display made them feel as if these two were brothers in arms, cut from the same ruthless cloth. If things kept going like this, wouldn't that other guy just now end up? The thought sent a chill straight to the speaker's gut, and he was left feeling more miserable than ever. Pietro, that's enough. Stop. Seeing that they had gotten what they needed, Mafa immediately stopped Pietro from pressing further. Mafa, before Pietro could finish, Mafa grabbed him and pulled him aside. Trust me, we need to go home right now. There's no way Mom and Dad could be taken away by them. If I'm not mistaken, they should be at home right now. Even if they're not, they would have left us a message. Pietro looked like he wanted to say more, but Mafa pointed to Wanda, whose eyes were brimming with tears, signaling him to keep quiet. It was clear that everything that had happened today was simply too much for Wanda to bear. First, a gang of thugs had ambushed them, and then came the news about their parents' fate. After all, Wanda at this moment was not the Scarlet Witch from the original story, who could grind Thanos into the dirt even after losing the love of her life. Right now, she was just an 18-year-old girl, just like any other. Now that he understood how things had unfolded, Mafa was actually the most at ease out of all of them. A few hired goons, setting up a trap to capture the Scarlet Witch. What a joke. If his mom ever put her mind to it, not even an army could stand against her. She could pulverize them effortlessly. Chaos magic was no empty boast. From the scattered stories Mafa's friends had told him about the comics in his previous life, this kind of power was almost like the Reality Stone. If pushed to its limits, it could rewrite reality itself, creating or erasing life at will. That's right, not just destroying but erasing. It meant wiping all traces of a person or even an entire group from existence, leaving nothing behind, not a single scrap or memory. If anything, Mafa wasn't the one with the cheat code. He believed that the Scarlet Witch herself was the ultimate cheat. To put it mildly, calling her a kind of creator god wasn't an exaggeration. Even though Natalia's mastery over chaos magic was still quite basic, she hadn't had systematic training like Agatha. She was still far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. So by now, Natalia had most likely already taken Django home. Of course, there was still a chance she'd brought him to the hospital or to the New York sanctuary for treatment instead. Sure enough, when the three of them hurried back home, they found Natalia by Django's bedside, casting spell after spell without pause. She was clearly hoping to heal Django's wounds with her own magical power. But in reality, it was all thunder and no rain. The entire room was filled with a crimson, chaotic energy, yet Django's injuries showed no sign of improvement. In fact, Natalia's desperate attempts had only made things worse. Django now seemed barely clinging to life. It was a wonder she'd managed to keep going for so long. Surveying the surging chaos energy around them, Marfa couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chaos energy might be capable of rewriting reality itself, but given Natalia's grasp and understanding of it, she was nowhere near able to wield that kind of power. A sudden chime sounded in Marfa's mind. Alert! Massive magical energy detected. Host body may undergo unknown mutations. Would you like to initiate magical guidance? The host may choose to activate a second class, mage, or channel this energy to enhance the Taoist skill template. Hearing the system's prompt in his ear, Marfa froze for a moment. A second class? Seriously? Am I supposed to walk the path of both magic and Taoism at the same time? For an instant, excitement surged in Marfa's heart. After all, in legend, the mage was the most powerful class in terms of raw damage. Lightning strike, ice roar, hell's thunder, magic shield, sacred word. Every skill carried extraordinary weight. But soon enough, Marfa's excitement settled down. No, becoming a mage wasn't the right choice. Legend was different from other online games. When you leveled up, the attribute gains were actually pretty minor. Your real strength came from your equipment. If he chose mage as a second class, what would he wear in the future? Taoist gear? Mage gear? Or a mismatched set cobbled together from both? He'd only end up looking like a complete mess. And even if the system introduced some kind of one-click gear swap in the future, what would he do about enhancing his weapons and gear? He'd need twice the resources to build 2 top-tier sets for himself. Marfa knew he'd never have that kind of wealth to spare. I choose to enhance the Taoist skill template, Marfa said silently to himself. As soon as the thought surfaced, chaos energy within a meter around Marfa began pouring into his body with wild intensity. At the same time, his skill panel began to change, reflecting this new transformation. The legendary skill bar is fixed, displaying only proficiency and level. However, when a skill bar is enhanced, a new option, advancement, appears once the skill reaches level 3. Focusing his mental energy on the advancement option, a gigantic yin-yang fish instantly manifested in Marfa's mind. Ding! Once the host skill reaches level 3, you may enhance and modify the skill itself by placing special materials in the eye of the yin-yang fish, the system's voice announced. Level 3 skills? Special materials? Listening to the system's prompt, Marfa couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In a legendary system, all skills could only be raised to a maximum of level 3 on the panel, which meant that progressing further became exceedingly difficult after that point. From what Marfa remembered, only summoning skills could break through the level 3 barrier in a roundabout way, by slaying monsters. But now, with the infusion of chaotic energy, Marfa's potential had increased dramatically, opening up endless new possibilities. Unlike Marfa, Pietro and Wanda were also beginning to be invaded by the surrounding chaotic energy. In the original storyline, Monica, the daughter of Captain Marvel's best friend, underwent mutation from the erosion of chaotic magic, ultimately becoming the superhero Spectrum, whose powers rivaled even Captain Marvel's. Of course, Monica's case was an exception. For most people, being consumed by chaotic magic only led to utter annihilation. However, Marfa, Wanda, and Pietro did not belong to the vast majority. As descendants of Natalia, the 3 siblings possessed a natural affinity for chaotic magic at the genetic level. For them, chaotic magic didn't just corrode, it awakened their latent potential. At this very moment, Pietro's body was already beginning to change. Within the crimson energy, the streak of bright blue radiating from Pietro appeared especially striking. Gradually, Pietro's body started vibrating at an incredibly high frequency. The glass all around, as if struck by invisible sonic waves, began to shatter one by one under the force of the resonance. Clearly, this was the birth of Quicksilver. Wanda, on the other hand, was wildly absorbing the chaotic energy swirling around her. The chaos gathered like a spinning vortex, accelerating ever faster with Wanda at its center. With Marfa and Pietro having completed their own awakenings one after the other, the unrestrained chaotic power, with nowhere else to escape, surged straight toward Wanda. By the time Natalia recovered from her exhaustion, she found that Wanda had already absorbed nearly all the chaotic magic in the room. Yet things did not end there. In the next instant, Natalia felt as though the chaotic power that had accompanied her for so many years was on the verge of breaking free from within her. So much so that even the spell she was casting on Django was abruptly interrupted. What's happening? Natalia's face changed dramatically, shock written all over her features. As the Scarlet Witch, she was subject to the laws of the world. There could only ever be one Scarlet Witch in the same dimension. That was why Natalia had never worried about Agatha siphoning off her chaos magic before. As long as she remained alive, even if Agatha drained her of every drop of chaos magic, Agatha could never truly wield it. At best, she might use a portion of that power to strengthen her own, but she would lose the hidden ability of chaos magic to alter reality. Without that, there was no real threat. But now everything had changed. Natalia had a strange, unsettling feeling. The chaos power that had been part of her for years had abandoned her, and its new master was none other than her own daughter, Wanda Maximoff. For a moment, Natalia didn't know whether she ought to feel overjoyed or deeply worried. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully diverting the MCU storyline. You are awarded 300 minutes of game time. Please keep up the good work. Once the three of them had finally stabilized, the familiar system prompt chimed in Mafu's ear once more. It was back. It had returned, bringing good news with it. The moment he heard the reward of game time, Mafu's eyes flashed with a golden gleam. What could be more thrilling than this? Game time meant power, meant money. The legendary game was the very foundation of everything Mafa had: his family's safety, their livelihood, their future. At first, Mafa hadn't thought much of this game time. Not until he used a town portal scroll to save his entire family from Agatha's clutches. Not until the gold he mined from the Bitch City cavern solved their financial crisis. Not until he effortlessly extracted the information he needed from those thugs. If not for the legendary game system, Mafa couldn't even imagine what would have happened. Mom, what's going on? How's Dad? Wanda, still reeling from her own transformation, was the first to speak, her voice anxious. Huh? Clearly, Natalia was still in shock. The chaos magic that had been with her for decades had now been completely absorbed by Wanda. The shock of it all was no less than when she'd first heard her husband had been badly beaten. Seeing Natalia still frozen in place, Pietro hurriedly chimed in as well. This morning I got a call. They said Django had been attacked and told me to go to Brooklyn Bridge Park to pick him up right away. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. I never expected that when I got there I would walk straight into a trap. There were more than a dozen men lying in wait, and Django was already beaten to the brink of death. Natalia didn't go into much detail about what had happened to her that morning, but Marfa could easily picture the scene in her mind. Clearly, the fate of those dozen or so men must have been far worse than what she herself had faced with the 6 attackers earlier. Perhaps they had already been wiped out on the spot by an enraged Natalia. Marfa, do you still have any of that medicine you used to save me last time? As if something had just occurred to her, Natalia strode over to Marfa's side, her eyes full of hope as she looked at him. It was obvious that Natalia was talking about the Everfrost elixir, but Marfa could only shake his head helplessly. What a joke. Something as rare as Everfrost elixir isn't something you can just pick up at any old shop in Beijing. Maybe the provincial capital of Mengzhong might have a few left in storage, but even that would be a long shot. The only reason he'd managed to get his hands on the Everfrost elixir before was sheer dumb luck. After all, when it comes to healing, that potion is second only to the legendary oaknut remedies. When Marfa shook his head, Natalia's face instantly fell. She knew firsthand how miraculous the Everfrost elixir was, a potion with the power to bring back the dead and mend shattered flesh. Back when her life force was slipping away, the Everfrost elixir had managed to pull her back from the brink. Natalia firmly believed that if Django could just get one dose, he'd be as good as new. But I do have 2 bottles of something a little less potent. I think, for Dad's current injuries, they should do the trick. As she spoke, Marfa performed a little sleight of hand, and 2 glass vials filled with pale golden liquid appeared in her palm, as if by magic. HP, plus 30. Mipe, Chpatruzic. There was simply no helping it. These were the highest grade potions available in bulk at the Beeching Pharmacy. Even so, the sun water, with its shimmering golden glow, caught everyone's attention the moment it appeared. Marfa, what is that? Magic? Wanda's eyes were wide as saucers, staring in disbelief at her bookworm little brother. Today, Marfa had shattered her expectations over and over, first by single-handedly taking down 5 thugs with ease, then by using shockingly brutal methods to extract her parents' whereabouts from one of the attackers, and now, to top it off, conjuring two beautiful potions out of thin air. Marfa didn't feel like explaining too much about Wanda's astonishment. After all, everyone has their secrets. Hadn't Natalia kept her identity as a witch hidden for over a decade? With that, Marfa stepped up to Django and poured the pale golden potion from one of the glass vials carefully into his mouth. Then, she followed it up with a healing spell. In an instant, a sphere of blue and green light appeared above Django's head, spinning gently around him, casting a soft, soothing glow. Pinpoints of light streamed down from the glowing sphere, merging seamlessly into Django's skin. In the next instant, Django's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, fading rapidly. Within moments, his breathing returned to its usual strong and steady rhythm. Marfa, that's magic, isn't it? Having witnessed Marfa casting a spell with his own eyes, Pietro was understandably shocked. He immediately stepped forward, eager to ask questions. However, he seemed unable to control his newly acquired abilities. With a blur of motion, Pietro crashed headlong into the wall. Oh, damn it! The collision left Pietro reeling. He collapsed straight to the floor, and every attempt to get up ended with him tumbling back down, looking for all the world like a hopelessly drunk man, equal parts pitiful and comical. Marfa let out a long sigh, filled with exasperation. Silly big brother, she thought. With a flick of her hand, she cast a healing spell on Pietro and then paid him no further attention. No matter that he'd become Quicksilver, he was still the same lovable fool. Mom, Dad's injuries are fine now. He's probably just shaken up and may need to sleep for a bit. After all, his willpower isn't as strong as yours. Shouldn't we talk about getting some payback now? Marfa looked at her mother with anticipation lighting up her face. To be honest, she was eager to see her mother truly unleash her fury. The last time they faced Agatha, for various reasons, Marfa had only seen Natalia getting thoroughly beaten, and she still felt a pang of regret over missing her mother's real power. Mentioning revenge brought an awkward look to Natalia's face. In fact, when you all came in, I had to use almost all of my strength just to stabilize Django's condition. Healing magic was never my specialty, and as you saw, most of my magical energy was absorbed by Wanda afterwards. So, I'm not really a witch anymore. As she spoke, Natalia glanced apologetically at Wanda. Deep down, Natalia had always believed that chaos magic was nothing good. It had brought her so much pain as a child, and she didn't want her own kids to suffer the same fate. But looking at things now, first Marfa, then just now Pietro, and Wanda surely inheriting the title of Scarlet Witch, it seemed all three of her children had been drawn into the world of superpowers. At that thought, Natalia felt a fresh wave of melancholy. Marfa had always been steady and mature, so Natalia didn't worry. But Pietro had always been the reckless one. And as for Wanda, being a woman herself, Natalia knew too well the pain a girl could feel when shunned and judged by everyone around her. She gathered all three children into her embrace. No matter when, no matter what you become, you are my children, my beloved children. As for revenge, I think we should let it go. The ones who hurt Django have all been utterly destroyed by me. If you keep digging into this, you might end up dragging yourselves into a muddy pit. America isn't as simple as you imagine. Natalia spoke with a hint of warning in her voice, clearly worried that her three children might draw the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. or SWRD. She could handle trouble herself, but Natalia absolutely refused to see her children become tools of the American government. After all, the Hulk story had spread like wildfire in the superpower community. Even now, the U.S. military, led by General Ross, was still scheming to capture the Hulk. Natalia feared that her children, if they weren't cautious, would attract disaster. Time swept by in a blink, and soon, a week had passed. The Maximoff family lived in rare peace, but all across America, whether in government circles or the underworld, chaos reigned. Tony Stark had been missing for nearly 2 weeks. During this time, Stark Industries, citing the CEO's absence, had suspended its weapons supply to the U.S. military, using this as leverage to pressure the government into committing more resources to find Tony Stark. As the military's biggest arms supplier, a sudden halt in operations was no small matter. Penalty fees, you say? Sorry, that's a conversation for Stark Industries CEO, Tony Stark himself. With him gone, no one else could make the call. So the military could do nothing but hound the government, demanding they speed up the search. Naturally, the American government passed this difficult and urgent task on to the CIA, FBI, and S.H.I.E.L.D. 2 weeks ago, if someone had claimed that one man's disappearance could throw America's government and military into turmoil, no one would have believed it. But now, not a soul dared underestimate Tony Stark's influence. Meanwhile, in the criminal underworld, the Kingpin's organization suddenly lost dozens of its top enforcers. Jack John couldn't keep it under wraps, so, with no other choice, he reported up the chain and prayed for divine intervention. Fortunately, the security at Brooklyn Bridge Park had been thorough. In a remote corner, a quiet security camera captured Natalia's ruthless slaughter of over a dozen enforcers. The Kingpin's organization, which held absolute control over America's criminal underworld, quickly obtained the footage. In an instant, panic swept through the entire syndicate. Kingpin, whose real name is Wilson Fisk, was born into a family with a criminal legacy. Through his meticulous mind, extraordinary intellect, and unparalleled methods, he managed to unite the underworld across America within just a few decades, rising to become the nation's undisputed king of organized crime. His influence stretched to nearly every corner of the globe, making him a figure at the very height of notoriety. What's most terrifying is that Kingpin places immense value on his personal strength. Every day, he trains with a dozen of the world's top fighters, yet, time and again, he single-handedly defeats these so-called champions with remarkable ease. At first glance, many might mistake Kingpin for nothing more than a towering, overweight man. But those who have ever faced him know the truth. Beneath his hulking exterior lies not the fat people imagine, but layers of muscle as hard as steel. To this day, no one has managed to last even a single round against him. Yet today, this legendary king of the underworld seems far from his usual confident self. On the screen before him, surveillance footage of Natalia wielding her magic played in an endless loop, shaking Kingpin's understanding of the world to its core. With a single gesture, crimson energy, surging like a furious flood from Natalia's rage, erupted forth. In an instant, grass, flowers, concrete, iron railings even, the dozen or so thugs present, were reduced to nothing but dust. The destructive power rivaled that of the most devastating weapons Stark Industries could produce. Kingpin's eyes gleamed with envy. If only he could control such power, when the world could ever be out of his reach. But just as this thought took shape, Nick Fury's call came through directly to Kingpin's phone. No one knew what the two of them discussed, but from the stormy look on Kingpin's face when the call ended, it was clear his ambitions had been dashed. This woman, Natalia, was not someone he could possess or control. Even with his vast empire, Kingpin had no choice but to show respect when facing S.H.I.E.L.D., the special organization under the Security Council. All he could do was let out a long sigh. It seemed that using force was out of the question. But if Natalia chose to join him of her own free will, then that would be a different story. Kingpin's mind raced, calculating the risks and rewards. At that moment, Jack Davey entered Kingpin's office. Seeing his boss watching that same footage, the one that had haunted Jack's dreams for a week, made his legs tremble. He nearly collapsed on the spot. For someone of Jack Davey's rank, he would never normally have the chance to meet Kingpin face-to-face. Small-time leaders like him were a dime a dozen in Kingpin's organization. Being able to catch a glimpse of the legendary king of the underworld had almost become Jack's obsession. He never imagined that his first summons would come under such circumstances. "Here you are. Take a seat." Kingpin's voice was deep and steady. His gaze remained fixed on the monitor in front of him as he casually pointed to a chair not far away, signaling Jack to sit down. At this point, Jack was all too aware of the trouble he had caused for the organization. Without hesitation, his knees buckled and he dropped to the floor, kneeling. "Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten greedy for small gains and landed us in such a mess. Please, boss, give me a chance to make it right." As soon as he finished speaking, Jack began to kowtow to Kingpin, his forehead hitting the floor. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of his head striking the ground echoed repeatedly throughout the office, filling the room with a somber, almost tragic air. "You made this mess. Clean it up yourself. If you can't satisfy their family, then find a place to bury your entire family yourself." Kingpin's tone remained eerily calm, but his words sent an involuntary shiver down Jack's spine. If things went wrong, it meant the end for his whole family. Kingpin wasn't one to make empty threats. Jack knew all too well that if he failed, taking his family's lives and then his own would actually be the most merciful option. Otherwise, Kingpin's retribution would be 1,000 times more cruel. "Thank you, boss. Thank you." Despite his overwhelming fear, Jack kept repeating his thanks, as if Kingpin had just granted him the greatest favor in the world. Meanwhile, Flash, who had been hiding at home on a sick leave for 3 days, had no idea that the man he relied on, Jack John, was about to become his worst nightmare in the coming days. School life always seemed so fleeting and beautiful. Before anyone realized it, the day's classes were already drawing to a close. "Quiet, everyone." The natural sciences professor at the front of the classroom waved his hand, signaling for silence. "I have an announcement. Our Midtown High's application to visit Columbia University's Institute of Natural Science and Technology has been approved. Our Class 11 of Grade 10 and Class 3 of Grade 12 are honored to be among the first groups allowed to tour and study there. Unfortunately, Flash Thompson is still out on sick leave, so he'll probably have to miss this opportunity. Now, then, does anyone else want to apply for leave? The professor joked, instantly sending a wave of laughter rippling through the classroom. Although Midtown High had long embraced a Western style of education, advocating both learning and practice and a balanced development of character and knowledge, rarely did students get a chance to visit a world-class university's research institute like this. Who could possibly turn down such an opportunity? Hey, Martha, didn't Thompson insist on coming to school in a wheelchair just a few days ago? How come he's suddenly on sick leave again? Toby, seated behind Martha, poked her in the back with his pen and whispered conspiratorially. Who knows, maybe he's just feeling guilty. There was a hidden meaning in Mafa's words. Given Flash's sudden leave of absence over the past few days, and thinking back to the basketball game, it wasn't hard to connect him to those two groups of thugs. Although Mafa had promised Natalia to let things end here and not seek revenge, as long as he didn't use any superpowers, stirring up some trouble for Flash shouldn't be much of a problem. But these days, Mafa wasn't actually concerned about anything related to Flash. After all, a tiger has no reason to bother itself with an ant. For a tiger, crushing an ant is as easy as lifting a paw. What truly occupied Mafa's mind was the study tour at Columbia University's Institute of Natural Sciences, which the professor had just mentioned from the podium. If memory served him right, the original Spider-Man had his transformation during an academic exchange at Columbia University. If he played his cards right, maybe just the thought of that special mission issued by the system set Mafa's heart ablaze. While Mafa was still wrapped up in figuring out how to complete this unique task, alarms were blaring on the other side of the Time Variance Authority. Commonly known as the TVA, the Time Variance Authority exists outside all parallel universes. On the surface, it is dedicated to monitoring, adjusting, and ultimately balancing the countless timelines and variables of the multiverse. But behind the scenes, there are secrets and schemes that few know about. According to widely circulated stories within the TVA, the universe is filled with countless parallel worlds, tangled and at odds with each other, disrupting the cosmic order. In the end, three divine beings intervened, merging all parallel universes and establishing the sacred timeline as the main universe's foundation. Every event in every corner of the universe plays out under the sacred timeline, like a script that repeats itself day after day. Yet, unexpected incidents do occur, causing the actors in this grand play to deviate from their script for various reasons. Such deviations create new offshoots on the sacred timeline, and if left unchecked, these branches would eventually grow into independent parallel universes. The TVA's mission is to prune and reset these branches at the very moment they begin to sprout, preserving the order of the cosmos. As a senior judge at the TVA, Ravana was now frowning intently at the screen before her. On the digital monitor, what was once a smooth, unbroken line now showed a thick new branch alongside several finer offshoots. All of these were intertwined and clinging to the main timeline, resembling a small tree sprouting from the trunk of a larger one. Strange and unsettling to behold. What troubled Ravana most was that this little tree was still growing, thickening and lengthening at a pace visible to the naked eye. Mobius, how could this happen? Even the most egregious violations of time shouldn't be able to cause such a massive impact on the sacred timeline in an instant. And now, this timeline has even spawned its own branch. This is simply, it's like an entirely new sacred timeline. As one of Ravana's most trusted TVA detectives, Mobius, like Ravana herself, had worked at the Time Variance Authority for countless ages. Yet, neither of them had ever encountered a situation like this before. I have a feeling this will be an even tougher case than Loki, remarked the executive nearby, chiming in at just the right moment with his opinion. Mobius, no matter what it takes, you must track down this time criminal and reset the timeline. If we fail, the consequences for the sacred timeline could be unimaginable. Ravana furrowed her brow, her tone grave and earnest. Don't worry, I'll get right on it, Mobius replied, giving Losrel a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As a TVA agent unaware of the deeper secrets, Mobius had made it his mission to safeguard every sacred timeline as if it were a script he was sworn to protect. And as for the actors who deviated from that script, the time criminals, Mobius believed there could be only one fate for them: total erasure. Without delay, Mobius immediately began investigating the root of the timeline anomaly through the temporal monitoring devices. Meanwhile, the true culprit, Mafa, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos they had caused. In Mafara's previous life, he had crossed over to this world not long after finishing Avengers Endgame. He hadn't even seen Spider-Man Far From Home, let alone any of the newer stories involving the TVA. As a result, Mafara's greatest concern at this moment was still the multiverse's guardian, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. This lack of information left Mafara in grave danger, though he had no way of knowing it. Elsewhere, Flash Thompson was finally facing a nightmare of his own. Inside a small townhouse in Manhattan, Thompson lay sprawled on the floor, begging desperately for mercy. His wide, terrified eyes and trembling body betrayed the terror that gripped his heart. Just moments ago, a group of heavily armed thugs had brazenly forced their way into his home, wielding an array of guns, machetes, and clubs. Servants, the butler, the maids, everyone living in the house, except for Flash Thompson and his father, who was away on business, had been brutally decapitated with a single rusty, dull blade. Now, as Flash gazed around the once luxurious living room, which had been transformed into a hellish vision of carnage, he could only feel as if he were trapped in the middle of a nightmare. If it weren't for the pain radiating from his wounded foot, constantly reminding him of reality, Flash feared he might have slapped himself awake, thinking it was all just a nightmare. "Big brother, let's talk this out. Whatever you want, just say the word. If I have it, and you want it, it's yours," Flash stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He was terrified that a single wrong word could doom him to end up like the pile of corpses around him. No sooner had Flash finished speaking than a heavy slap landed squarely on his face. "Bastard, you've got some nerve talking now," Jack Davies growled. "Do you even know the background of that Maximoff family? Did you investigate properly before calling them our brothers? This time, we lost dozens of men in one blow. The whole thing's reached Kingpin's ears. Do you really think you could just throw some cash around and make it go away like before?" As he spoke, Jack's anger flared even hotter. If it weren't for this fool in front of him, he wouldn't have sunk to such a wretched state. With that thought, Jack couldn't help but land a vicious kick on Flash's leg, the one wrapped tightly in bandages. A blood-curdling scream tore from Flash's throat, the agony so intense that sweat poured down his face like rain. What kind of karma was this? All he'd done was steal someone's thunder. Was that really worth all this misery? Why'd he have to go and mess with that damn Mafara? If regret could be bottled and sold, Flash would have been shouting at the top of his lungs, "Give me a whole pound of it." After all, the man he'd crossed had wiped out dozens of Kingpin's men in one fell swoop. And even so, the Kingpin's gang didn't dare lift a finger against him. And what kind of power was the Kingpin's gang? The more Flash dwelled on it, the more dread gnawed at his heart. His own Thompson family was a big name in New York, but compared to the Kingpin's crew, they weren't even worth mentioning. Yet now, with the Kingpin's men slaughtered, they still seemed to fear this mysterious opponent. Just what kind of force stood behind Mafara? In the past, if he'd ever run into someone he couldn't handle, Flash would have resented Mafara and schemed to trip him up however he could. But this time, those thoughts never even crossed his mind. The gap in power was simply too vast. All Flash could think about now was how, if he survived Jack's wrath, he might just start groveling at Mafara's feet. Meanwhile, in a small apartment in Brooklyn's northern district, Mafara lay quietly on his bed, preparing to set out on his next adventure in the world of legends. Soon, he and Toby would be heading to Columbia University's Research Institute. If all went according to plan, Toby would become this world's first Spider-Man. Unlike before, this time their actions would actually create an entirely new superhero in the MCU, one who was never meant to exist in this universe. Even the system issued a special quest for this, which shows just how massive an impact this move would have on the MCU storyline. In other words, even without considering the quest rewards, this is bound to bring Ma.F.A. a huge amount of in-game credit. As the saying goes, high rewards come with high risks. The New York sanctum of Camartage is barely a 10-minute walk from his home. If the Ancient One hadn't noticed all this, Ma.F.A. wouldn't believe it for a second. Just thinking about this powerhouse, someone who even Thanos and Odin, the King of Asgard, tread carefully around, left Ma.F.A. feeling deeply uneasy. Who knows what she might think of someone like him? An anomaly in her world? For now, the only option is to keep getting stronger. Even the slightest improvement means a better chance of survival. As for dealing with the Ancient One the way he dealt with Agatha, sending her home, that sort of thing had never even crossed Ma.F.A.'s mind. What a joke. The Ancient One can use portal magic. How could his teleportation scrolls ever compare to her portals? Long before entering the game, Ma.F.A. had already made up his mind. The main goal this time was to level up. As for the location, he chose the Beaching Mine, where he had once dug for ore. He decided to skip the Orc Tomb for several reasons. First, while the Orc Tomb does drop gear that can be equipped at his current level, most of these low-level, mass-produced items can be bought directly from the shop anyway. That alone made the value of the Orc Tomb plummet. Second, the experience points from the various skeletons in the orc tomb are pretty limited, which is hardly enough for Mafara, who desperately needs to level up his class system. Most importantly, unlike the upper levels of the mine, where there are no electric zombies, the orc tomb has axe-throwing skeletons. Mafara had no desire to suddenly find a giant axe lodged in his back, just because he let his guard down. Even if the game barely simulated pain, that wasn't a risk he wanted to take. Who knows how those axe-throwing skeletons' weapons might exist in this world? If they turn out to be real, physical objects that could be brought into the real world, he could come back home with his body covered in axes. Now that's a terrifying thought. Familiar stone chambers, familiar passageways. When the light returned to his eyes, Mafara found himself once again in the beaching mine. After all, that's where he'd been forcibly logged out last time. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled a town portal scroll from his bag and went straight back to Beaching City. He smoothly collected the potions and random teleport scrolls he'd stored with the warehouse keeper, stashed his black iron ore, and then, without missing a beat, made a beeline for the weapon shop. There was still plenty of iron, copper, and silver ores in Marfa's backpack. It was obviously not a good idea to carry all these things while leveling up, so he sold them all to the blacksmith shop owner. Then, with the gold coins he earned from the sale, he promptly bought a large stash of potions. After all, zombies were monsters far above Marfa's current level. Without relying on potions, his efficiency in fighting them would be unbearably slow. Sharpening the axe will not delay the cutting of firewood. A good preparation makes for better results. Marfa definitely didn't want to be forced to return for supplies halfway through the fight. After spending 10 precious minutes, finally, everything was ready. Random teleport scroll. Damn this crazy teleport scroll. After retching more than a dozen times, Marfa finally arrived at the Bitchy mine, his face pale as a sheet. Marfa was at a loss for words when it came to the nauseating experience of random teleportation. He couldn't help but wonder how fragile mages manage to endure instant movement. Did every mage have to carry a plastic bag with them, just in case? But there was no time for idle thoughts. Time was ticking, and his game hours were as precious as gold. Without further ado, Marfa stepped once more into the pitch-black cave nestled at the foot of the mountain. He took a few steadying breaths. Unlike before, the cave seemed a bit brighter this time, though he couldn't tell where the light was coming from. Yet, every now and then, a chill wind would sweep through, making Marfa shiver involuntarily. Sigh, I guess I'll never get used to these ghostly, supernatural monsters, he muttered to himself. In his previous life, Marfa had always been brave. Roller coasters, pirate ships, no matter how thrilling the amusement ride, he found them bland and uninteresting. But haunted houses? That had always been his one taboo. And darkness. Darkness was exactly what he feared the most. He tried to keep his emotions in check, moving quickly but quietly down the passage. Just as he was about to reach the bend, a series of spine-chilling sounds echoed in his ears. Groans and moans, deep and unsettling. Marfa frowned. He craned his neck to look deeper into the cave. There, to his surprise, were 5 zombies huddled together, as if holding a meeting. Unlike the robe-clad zombie he'd encountered before, these 5 were grotesque beyond belief. Their rotting flesh was covered in blackened patches, as if they'd been scorched by fire, and the stench wafting through the air was even more putrid than rotten pork crawling with maggots. Worst of all, each zombie was gnawing on some pale, wriggling things, the white juices dripping from their mouths. Looking closely, it was clear those could only be cave grubs. All at once, Marfa felt his stomach heave, as if an ocean storm was raging inside him. "Ebony Sword, my dear Ebony Sword, you're in for a rough time," he whispered. "After I finish off these monsters, I swear I'll find a prime spot with good feng shui and give you a proper burial," he silently vowed in his heart. Without another word, Marfa pried a small stone from the wall of the mine shaft and hurled it at the nearest zombie. The zombie, sensing it had been provoked, let out a furious roar. Then almost instinctively, it glanced back over its shoulder. Just as Marfa was itching to strike and finish off the zombie, he saw it simply turn away again and resume gnawing on the cave maggot it held. Marfa was speechless. Could it be that, as a living, breathing human, I'm still less appetizing than a maggot? At that moment, Marfa couldn't help but question himself. Or perhaps, he reasoned, zombies just have very limited vision? Between the two, Marfa was far more willing to believe the latter. Step by step, to test his theory, Marfa crept quietly toward the nearest zombie, gripping the stone tightly in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. 10 meters 9-8. All of a sudden, the zombie seemed to sense something. With a sharp twist, its blood-red eyes locked onto Marfa, and it began to snarl menacingly. Then, with slow, dragging footsteps, it started to shuffle toward him. Marfa could only sigh inwardly. No wonder mages can kite these zombies so easily. Turns out, they really are slowpokes. He couldn't help but grumble to himself, but as the zombie drew close, Marfa didn't hesitate any longer. He raised his ebony sword and swung it straight at the zombie's head. -4, -6, -6, -6, -6, -6, -6, -6, -8, -6. The zombie's 155 health points quickly plummeted under Marfa's relentless assault, as swift and furious as a raging storm. In no time at all, with one last unwilling howl, the zombie collapsed to the ground. Experience plus 160. These zombies are so useless. They're not even as tough as the ones in monk's robes, Marfa muttered. He'd been wary at first, thinking these higher-level monsters would pose a real threat, and had even stocked up on extra potions just in case. To his surprise, this zombie was so weak that Marfa hadn't even needed to cast a single healing spell before it was finished. His sharp eyes quickly spotted something unusual beneath the zombie's corpse. Without hesitation, he gave the body a solid kick aside and scooped up the loot. Durability, 4/8. Attack, 2-0. Magic, 0-1, +1. Required level, 17. Marfa stared at the item, torn between laughter and tears. Should I be happy about this, or disappointed? Judging by the stats in parentheses, this was clearly a top-tier necklace, better than an ordinary demon necklace, with an extra 0-1 bonus to magic. The only problem? Demon necklaces are meant for warriors. The original bonus was supposed to be attack power, so what's the deal with you randomly adding just 1 point to magic? Clutching the awkward necklace in her hand, Marfa found herself at a loss for what to do. But just then, a hand suddenly clamped around Marfa's ankle. Damn! Startled by the unexpected grip, Marfa sprang back in a flash, retreating nearly 5 meters before finally coming to a halt. P.S. A quick note about the update schedule. Starting tomorrow, the first chapter goes up around 3 p.m. and the second around 7 p.m. If there's an extra update, it'll be at about 8 p.m. Gifts and reminders are always welcome. Marfa had almost forgotten that these charred corpse-type zombies had the ability to resurrect. Unlike other types of zombies, these charred ones have a chance to revive if anyone gets close to their bodies after being killed. When they come back, both their health and the experience they give are cut in half. Man, that nearly gave me a heart attack. Watching the zombie slowly rise to its feet again not far away, Marfa let out a long sigh of relief. For a second there, she'd thought something supernatural was about to happen. With the danger averted, Marfa decisively avoided the corpse this time and started luring monsters from the other side, sticking to the tried-and-true method. For hours and 15 minutes later, with a dramatic flash of golden light swirling around her, that familiar warm current coursed through Marfa's body once more. Finally, level 13. Marfa quietly muttered to herself. With 45 minutes left, she planned to save 30 as a buffer, spending the last 15 minutes heading back to town to sort out her gear. Like they always say, sharpening your axe won't delay the job of chopping wood. As for the ebony sword, she had no intention of keeping it. The thing was now covered in all kinds of red, green, and white fluids, and there were even a few strands of meat stuck in the cracked blade. Using it any longer would only make Marfa feel sick. Her potions were almost all used up during the earlier fights, too. If she wanted to keep partying in the real world, restocking on potions was absolutely essential. The scrolls to return to town were gone. Those aren't sold in bulk at the shop, and getting them depends on luck. Left with no choice, Marfa pulled out a stack of Hell Escape scrolls from her bag. Hell Escape scrolls are similar to random teleport scrolls. They both allow instant teleportation to a random location. The difference is if you use a random teleport. Scroll inside a cave or palace, you'll just appear somewhere else inside the same structure. But with a Hell Escape scroll, you're instantly whisked outside. With no town scrolls left, the Hell Escape scroll was clearly Marfa's best option. Judging by how much it made her want to throw up, though, the Hell Escape scroll didn't offer any better of an experience than a random teleport scroll. Fortunately, Mafara managed to return to Beaching City without incident. Character profile, Mafara. Class, Taoist. Level, 13. Defense, 5-5. Magic defense, 2-5. Attack, 3-12. Taoist power, 1-3. Health points, HP 75, 75ths. Mana points, MP 59, 59ths. Skills, Healing Spell Level 2, Spiritual Power Combat Technique Level 2. Equipment, Short Sword, Light Armor, Male, Large Bracelet X2, Glass Ring X2, Yellow Crystal Necklace. Durability, 10 out of 10. Attack, 3-11. Level Requirement, 10. Light Armor, Male. Durability, 8 out of 8. Defense, 3-3. Magic Defense, 1-2. Level Requirement, 11. Yellow Crystal Necklace. Durability, 8 out of 8. Taoist power, 1 to 0. Level requirement, 13. After donning his new weapon and fresh attire, Mafara felt completely invigorated. His back no longer ached, his waist was pain-free. Even his legs felt strong. He felt as if he could dash up 5 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Ahem. In short, his strength had taken a remarkable leap forward. In terms of pure power alone, he was now nearly on par with half a Captain America. But what truly caught Mafara's attention was the boost in his defense. The light armor had nearly doubled his protection, making it virtually impossible for any ordinary blade to even scratch his skin. Leveling up is getting harder and harder. Even with potions supporting me, I've been grinding monsters nonstop for over 4 hours and barely managed to gain just over 3 levels worth of experience. It's clear that from now on, progress is going to be painfully slow. I'll need to find another way to grow stronger. If I rely solely on the game system, the higher my level, the more experience I'll need, and the tougher it'll be to improve. Muttering to himself, Mafara logged out of the game world. Tomorrow was the Columbia University study tour. He hoped everything would go smoothly, especially with the system issuing its first quest, and with the reward still a mystery. Mafara couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Meanwhile, in a secluded alleyway in New York, a doorway materialized out of thin air at the far end of the lane. Mobius, this is the place. 10 heavily armed soldiers followed a man in a casual suit out of the doorway. One of the soldiers immediately produced a temporal energy detector and began reporting in. Boss, are we heading straight in to apprehend the time criminal? One soldier asked. No, don't spook the target. We don't have a scrap of intel on them. If we rush in blind, we could all end up paying the price. In short, our first priority is to locate the target, then gather intelligence. When the moment is right, we'll make our move in one decisive sweep. We absolutely cannot give him any chance to escape. Mobius wore a grave expression. As a mid-level agent of the Temporal Variation Authority, he had lived for millions of years. Yet, this was his first time facing a situation as peculiar as this particular timeline. He had no choice but to be doubly cautious. So, the group of 11 crept out of the alleyway, weapons at the ready, moving with deliberate stealth. You there? Yes, you. What are you up to? At that moment, a police car screeched to a halt not far from Mobius and his companions. 2 officers hopped out briskly. In an instant, they raised their pistols, aiming directly at Mobius. Clearly, they mistook the group for armed criminals. In America, it's true that law-abiding citizens have a right to bear arms, but ammunition is strictly regulated. As for a crew like Mobius's, striding through the city in the dead of night with an armed squad, it was an uncommon and suspicious sight. Officers, please, don't shoot. We're just from a real-life CS club. We just finished a game at the club, and the guys want to keep the fun going, that's all. Having been with the Time Authority for ages, Mobius had seen situations like this more times than he could count. He immediately began to explain, slowly raising his hands above his head to show he meant no harm. George Stacy, Captain, Queen's Police Department. I suggest you stay perfectly still, or I can't promise my trigger finger won't slip. One of the officers spoke up. Mobius put on a harmless smile. But in the very next instant, his hands suddenly pointed straight at George Stacy and his partner. With a flicker, 2 pale green beams shot out from devices on his fingertips, hitting both officers squarely as they held their guns. Temporal stasis rays. The 2 policemen were instantly frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Gentlemen, I hope you both have a pleasant night. Mobius stepped forward and gave George Stacy a friendly pat on the shoulder. With a faint smile, he led his team off in the direction of Brooklyn. Elsewhere in New York, Flash Thompson had finally shaken off the deadly pursuers from the Kingpin's gang. Now, the real work began. Jack Davey had given him only 1 day. Within that single day, Flash Thompson had to win the friendship of the Maximoff family. Otherwise, the wrath of the Kingpin's gang would soon come crashing down on the Thompson household. In order to save his family and his own life, Flash no longer cared about money. After making over a dozen phone calls and burning through more than $10 million, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Mafara Maximoff, you'd better pray I never find your weakness. Oof. Having arranged everything, Flash hurled his phone to the ground in utter frustration, as if only such an act could somewhat soothe the resentment boiling inside him. Early the next morning, Mafara, Wanda, and Pietro all woke up bright and early. Today was bound to be a special day. By a stroke of luck, all 3 of their classes had been selected to participate in a study tour at Columbia University's Research Institute. Call it coincidence, or perhaps the workings of fate, but Wanda had been elated about this for quite some time. As the doorbell rang, Natalia, who was just about to start making breakfast, immediately put down what she was doing and went to answer the door. So early, who could it be? Could it be someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. or the FBI? Maybe they're here to cause trouble because of what happened before. Natalia's mind raced with questions as she opened the door, her face tense and wary. Times had changed. Without her chaotic magic, the burden in Natalia's heart had eased, but instinctively, she no longer felt as safe as she once did. "Good morning, lovely Mrs. Maximoff." Standing at the door was a man dressed impeccably in formal wear, the very picture of courtesy. He wore a crisp white shirt and gloves, a bow tie at his collar, gleaming leather shoes, and an almost ostentatious tailcoat, all luxury items Natalia recognized, though she couldn't have named a single brand. Seeing that the visitor didn't seem threatening, Natalia relaxed just a little. The man gave another flawless bow, then produced a bouquet of fresh flowers from behind his back and presented them to Natalia with reverent formality. "I'm a catering manager from the New York Palace. You may call me Mr. Extra. I apologize for disturbing your lovely morning. Please allow me to present you with a sumptuous breakfast. I hope you enjoy this beautiful day." With that, Mr. Extra stepped back politely, then snapped his fingers with a crisp, commanding sound. The snap echoed like a signal, and immediately a group of people emerged from behind him. Each wore a matching uniform and carried trays of all shapes and sizes, dozens in total. Though the trays weren't large, every single one was topped with a cover of gold or silver. What is all this? Natalia was at a loss, clearly unable to make sense of the performance unfolding before her. She instinctively stepped back a few paces, making way for the procession. The New York Palace Hotel, known as one of the most luxurious hotels in the city, was a name Natalia had certainly heard before. Even on a global scale, it could easily rank among the top 100. Natalia had never imagined, not even in her dreams, that she would one day be connected to such a prestigious hotel. When professionals handle things, they do so with the utmost expertise, especially when it comes to staff at a place like the New York Palace. From arranging the chairs and tables to setting the plates, every movement was smooth and fluid, carried out in perfect harmony. Natalia, watching from the side, was so taken aback that she stood there for quite some time before she could react. "My dear, what is—" Django, clearly alerted by the commotion in the living room, promptly stepped out of his room to see what was happening. But when he saw dozens of impeccably dressed, efficient staff members bustling about, preparing breakfast in their home, he was utterly stunned. He was merely a humble clerk at a little antique shop. How could he possibly deserve to be treated like royalty? "Honorable Mr. Maximoff, I apologize for disturbing you. I am Long Tao Jia, the in-room dining manager from the New York Palace Hotel." Seeing Django appear, Long Tao Jia immediately went through the standard protocol with practiced grace. At the same time as he arranged for Django and Natalia to be seated, another group arrived, this time led by Long Tao, the housekeeping manager, along with 5 or 6 assistants. They, too, performed the same meticulous self-introduction before swiftly getting to work tidying up every area outside the dining room. "Mom, Dad, what on earth is going on here?" Wanda, Mafara, and Pietro had just emerged from their rooms and were clearly startled by the scene before them. Maybe, perhaps, possibly it's food delivery? Did any of you order takeout?" Django scratched his head, completely bewildered. "Pietro." Breakfast was nothing short of extravagant. Truffle croissants, lobster salad, caviar omelets, king crab sticks, emperor crab patties, F5 Wagyu beef, fresh milk, champagne. The spread was dazzling with every delicacy imaginable. "Dad, you're calling this takeout?" Pietro stared at Django seated at the table, eyes wide with disbelief. "Sit down and eat. No matter who sent this, since it's here for us, we can't just let it go to waste, can we? I'd actually like to see what the other side is up to." Maffa said nonchalantly as he took a seat, picked up a bowl of some unknown soup, and began to eat. With his strength having reached level 13, Maffa's confidence had grown considerably. "If soldiers come, we'll face them with our own forces. If floods arrive, we'll block them with earth." That was his philosophy. Deep down, Maffa had a few guesses. There were only 3 likely candidates capable of orchestrating something like this. First, the Kingpin's gang. They had previously injured Django and attacked his family, only to be spectacularly defeated by Natalia. Clearly, they had witnessed Natalia's abilities and were now trying to win her over. Second, there are the official forces of the United States, or special agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D. With Natalia's strategic-level combat abilities, it's obvious that she's also a key target for their recruitment. Third, the American financial oligarchs. In a capitalist country like the United States, these powerful business interests possess significant political influence. Put simply, every president inevitably has the backing of one or several major financial groups, and in reality, the president represents the interests of this elite circle. Take Tony Stark as a classic example. In the storyline of Captain America: Civil War, it was the influence of Stark Industries that ensured people like Wanda, who hadn't signed the Sokovia Accords at first, didn't face coercion from world governments. Otherwise, Mere house arrest would never have been enough. In a capitalist country, wealth truly does mean power without limits. This is one of the main reasons why Marfa has always preferred China. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Django left for work in his Rolls-Royce. To be honest, Django was full of doubts about today's unusual happenings. Too much had happened lately. First, their house in Sokovia was destroyed, then the entire family fled to New York. Next, he was attacked. Then, as if by magic, his wounds completely healed overnight. And finally, there was this lavish breakfast and the luxury car he was now riding in. Django grew more and more bewildered, especially regarding his wife and child. Every time he asked them questions, their answers were vague and evasive, as if he had suddenly become a stranger in his own family. Secretly, Django made up his mind. He had to get to the bottom of all this. Looks like tonight I have to come clean with Natalia, he thought. I can't let her bear all this pressure alone, no matter what happens. I'm the head of this family, and I'm a part of it. Even if there's nothing I can do, I want to share whatever burdens come our way. Meanwhile, the roar of sports car engines echoed down the entire street as 3 Ferraris pulled up in unison at the entrance of Midtown High School. 3 attendants, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried forward to open the car doors. Although Midtown High is a public school, most of its students come from working or middle-class families. Wealthy kids like Flash or Harry Osborn in the original story are few and far between. That's precisely why these 3 Ferraris, each obviously worth a fortune, attracted so much attention. In no time, a large crowd of students gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of the people inside the cars. Wanda, Pietro, I think we're about to become famous, Marfa said with an awkward twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then, each of the 3 walked toward the school gate, accompanied by their respective attendants. Mafara. Toby, who had been waiting at the school gate for a while, was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Wasn't Marfa's family in a similar situation as his own? How could this be? Meanwhile, back at home, Natalia sat staring blankly at a check for $10 million. Who could it possibly be? Everyone. First of all, we have to thank our 3 classmates from the Maximoff family, the Mediterranean teacher announced. Thanks to their sponsorship. Not only is this study tour completely free, but each of you will also receive a special travel gift package. Inside, you'll find a voucher for a stay at a 5-star hotel, 2 buffet meal tickets, and a box of. He rifled through the beautifully crafted gift boxes as he introduced the contents to the students on the bus. But when he came to the last little box, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly stuffed it back in. Well, that concludes the introduction to your commemorative gifts. I hope you all take care of yourselves and know when to draw the line. This study tour brings together a freshman class and a senior class, so I hope you'll get along well. Finally, each student will need to submit a report on their experience after the tour. We'll have several of the school's professors review the reports, and the top 3 will each receive a $50,000 prize. Of course, this reward is also sponsored by our 3 Maximoff classmates. Let's give them a big round of applause. With that, the Mediterranean teacher took the lead in clapping and cheering. Just a short while ago, he had been worried sick about how to cover the costs of the trip. For school-organized activities like this, students usually paid half, with the school subsidizing the other half. But since public school budgets were tight, the subsidies often depended on the teacher's ability to secure outside sponsorship. Now, with the sponsorship signed by Wanda, Marfa, and Pietro, all the teachers' troubles had vanished. Midtown High wasn't all that far from the Columbia University Research Institute. Even with New York's notorious traffic, the trip only took about an hour. Everyone, this is the Columbia University Research Institute, the Mediterranean teacher announced. I sincerely hope that one day, you'll have a place here. Now, go on and enjoy your wonderful study tour. At that moment, Tobey Maguire could no longer hold back his curiosity. He slung an arm around Marfa's shoulders. Marfa, you'd better tell me the truth. What's really going on? You don't expect me to believe you won the lottery overnight. Marfa laughed. Honestly, Toby, I don't believe it either. Maybe some wealthy lady has taken a liking to me and wants to show me off? After all, just look at me, tall, charming, dashing. Before Marfa could finish, Toby pulled a face and pretended to gag. Toby was deeply grateful for the friendship he had found with Marfa. As someone who had long been the target of bullies, he knew just how precious this bond truly was. It was precisely for this reason that the usually reserved and introverted Toby could let loose and joke freely, but only when he was with Marfa. Not far away, Wanda was waving enthusiastically in their direction. Immediately, Marfa grabbed Toby, intent on heading over to greet her. But Toby shook off Marfa's hand in one swift motion. He subtly gestured with his chin toward another direction. Well, Marfa, you go on ahead, Following Toby's gaze, Marfa saw Mary Jane laughing with a group of girls as they walked toward the Research Institute. Her golden curls, cascading in loose waves, danced in the gentle breeze, making her look especially radiant. Tisk, traitor. You forget your friends the moment a pretty girl shows up. Go on, get out of here. Maffa couldn't help but laugh at the sight of this bashful boy. With a good-natured shove, he nudged Toby in Mary Jane's direction. Hey, ladies, would you mind looking after this shy little guy for me? Maffa called out loudly toward Mary Jane's group. In an instant, excited chatter erupted all around. Did you see that? Maffa just looked at me. He's so handsome. I wish I could use my commemorative gift pack with him. Oh, please. He was waving at me. Tonight, I'm going to have his babies. You wish. Take a look at yourself. You're nowhere near good enough for our Maffa. No, I need to get close to Toby first. He and Maffa are tight. Being close to the source is the best way to get what you want. You guys don't get it at all. Before long, Toby found himself surrounded by a lively crowd of girls. Catching Mary Jane's curious glance from nearby, Toby wished he could tape Maffa's mouth shut. Seriously, man, you keep women at arm's length, but you have no trouble throwing me to the wolves. Even as he grumbled inwardly, Toby's face broke into a bright, genuine smile. After all, before meeting Maffa, he had never been the center of so much attention. Hey, wait, who just touched me? Let's talk this out. I'm not that kind of guy, okay? Not far away. Maffa watched Toby walk straight into the lion's den and felt quite satisfied. He quickly turned and jogged over to Wanda. That'll teach you to ditch your buddy for a pretty face. Remember, keep your mind clear and you'll be unstoppable. Women will only slow you down on your path. But before Maffa could finish the thought, he stopped dead in his tracks. Standing beside Wanda was a strikingly beautiful girl, looking over at him with a bright, inviting smile. Her hair cascaded down in a pale, golden waterfall, her eyes shimmered like sapphires, her nose tilted ever so slightly with an air of pride, and her gentle smile was as serene as a jasmine blossom. For a moment, Maffa was utterly spellbound. Maffa, what are you daydreaming about? Behind him, Pietro suddenly clapped Maffa on the shoulder, then followed his gaze to see what had captured his attention. When he realized it was their classmate, Gwen Stacy, a knowing grin spread across Pietro's face. Well. Spring is in the air, everything's waking up, and it's mating season for the animals. There's hormones everywhere. You can practically smell them. Pietro's teasing earned him a spectacular eye roll from Maffa. And as Gwen Stacy overheard all of this, a rosy blush instantly bloomed on her cheeks. Unlike most American girls, Gwen Stacy, being the daughter of the police precinct chief, had grown up with her father's strict discipline. She hadn't enjoyed the same carefree freedom as her peers. Instead, her reserved, graceful, and remarkably self-disciplined nature seemed almost more in line with Eastern ideals of beauty. Of course, her unique demeanor, coupled with her status as a top student, set her apart from the rest of the class. Ironically, it was Wanda Maximoff, the recent transfer student, who had become her closest friend. Let me introduce you. This is our class's belle, Gwen Stacy. And this is my little brother, Maffa Maximoff. Sensing the awkwardness, Wanda quickly changed the subject, making introductions between the two. In her heart, she was already imagining Gwen as her future sister-in-law. Her bookish little brother had finally begun to show some interest in girls. Out of the three siblings, Pietro was a classic jock, handsome enough, but with nothing but muscles. On his mind, back in Sokovia, he'd even gotten his friends to go on dates in his place, which was mortifying. Wanda had long since given up hope on her oblivious older brother. As for Wanda herself, she was the sensitive type. Even the smallest things would weigh on her heart. She dated a few boys, but none could tolerate her delicate nature, and every relationship had ended in a breakup. Only the youngest Maximoff, Maffa, had never, to this day, experienced any kind of intimate interaction with a girl outside the family. He was a true bookworm. And now, seeing Maffa finally awaken to romance, Wanda couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for him. Yet none of the four noticed that, not far away, another man was watching Gwen as well. Especially when he saw Gwen and Maffa chatting so warmly, a trace of loneliness flickered in his eyes. The day of the study tour passed swiftly, and that evening, lying alone on the bed of a five-star hotel, Maffa couldn't help but furrow his brow. During the daytime visit to the Columbia University Research Institute, Maffa had indeed seen the 15 super spiders kept in glass containers. These spiders were a special breed, created by combining the genes of three different kinds, one with extraordinary jumping ability, another whose silk rivaled steel, cables and strength, and a third that could sense impending danger. The result was a hybrid that embodied the strengths of all three and boasted remarkable adaptability. Yet, as a product of biological experimentation, their genetic structure was inherently unstable. The guide's explanation mirrored exactly what Maffa remembered from the origin story of the original Spider-Man. However, After observing Tobey Maguire all day, Marfa hadn't seen him bitten by any super spider, nor had any spider managed to escape its glass prison. Unlike Captain America's transformation through the super soldier serum, Spider-Man's creation was marked by accident and unpredictability, something that couldn't be replicated or imitated by design. Otherwise, in the original story, there would have been no reason for the US government to focus so obsessively on the super soldier and Hulk serums, neglecting the spider serum altogether. After all, if you simply compared strength and agility, Spider-Man's abilities far surpassed Captain America's. Marfa speculated that the fusion of the spider's DNA with Peter Parker's must have involved some random, unpredictable factor. If you follow the logic of the Amazing Spider-Man, perhaps the spider's DNA was only compatible with certain individuals. And Peter Parker was, without a doubt, one of those rare, fortunate few. If you pick someone at random and let a super spider bite them, most likely they'd either be killed by the venom, or their genes would reject the fusion, leading to catastrophic genetic breakdown. There would be no way out but death. Yet Marfa's classmate, Tobey Maguire, and Wanda's classmate Andrew Garfield, as well as Gwen Stacy, whom they met today, were all special cases. In some parallel universe, all three of them became Spider-Man. In other words, each of them possessed the potential to become Spider-Man, especially Tobey Maguire. This visit to Columbia University's Research Institute was clearly a scene straight out of the first Spider-Man movie. Yet today, he had brushed right past the very super spider destined to change his fate. Marfa could only guess that some invisible force was at play here, subtly shaping events. Because in the official MCU timeline, the true Spider-Man, Peter Parker, played by Tom Holland, was still just a child in elementary school. Therefore, the super spiders at Columbia were never meant to escape their containers and bite Tobey Maguire, preventing the premature arrival of another Spider-Man. After much deliberation, Marfa made up his mind on the spot. Since letting things take their course meant Tobey would never become Spider-Man, he decided to forcibly change that fate himself. With this thought, Marfa immediately climbed out of bed, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and slipped out of the hotel. Columbia University's Research Institute primarily focused on biology, so unless there were special circumstances, only a few researchers would be scheduled for night duty. It was nothing like in China, where people worked overtime day and night. Having already scoped out the layout during the day, Marfa relied on his telekinesis and formidable strength to easily slip into the institute through a restroom window on the 5th floor. Does Columbia University really have such a generous research budget? Even at night, they leave all the lights on. Peeking quietly through the crack of the restroom door, Marfa saw that the corridor was far from the pitch darkness he'd imagined. In fact, it was brightly lit, with security guards occasionally making their rounds upstairs and downstairs. A wave of disappointment swept over Marfa's heart. If the place had been shrouded in darkness, he might have been able to sneak up to the spider exhibit on the 3rd floor and nab a super spider under cover of night. But now, with the lights blazing and all the cameras and security working as they should, things were far more complicated. If he simply went out now, it was inevitable that the cameras would catch him. How would he possibly explain himself then? That he'd left something behind? Damn it. If only I were at level 20 now. With invisibility, none of this would be a problem. Just as Marfa was growing anxious, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed outside the restroom door. Seriously, making us patrol this late at night. You'd think there was some kind of treasure here, one guard grumbled in a low voice. You dummy, you know nothing. Word is the entomology department has developed a new breed of super spider called Arachne. It's a real gem. They've got two researchers watching over it day and night. If you were gutsy enough to steal it and sell it, you wouldn't have to worry about your next life, another replied. A new breed of super spider? Marfa's ears pricked up. He just stumbled upon a major secret. No wonder the researcher who'd introduced them to the super spiders earlier had looked at those spiders with a hint of disdain. It stood to reason that this so-called Arachne must be far more valuable in terms of genetic research than those 15 other super spiders. Marfa mused silently to himself. For a moment, he was even tempted to let this Arachne bite Tobey instead. Fortunately, as soon as this thought arose, Marfa dismissed it. Arachne was the Institute's prized possession, its focal point. Naturally, the security measures around it would be airtight. Trying to take Arachne away without anyone noticing would be exponentially more difficult. Of course, that was just a secondary concern. The real issue was that Marfa knew absolutely nothing about Arachne. How potent was this creature's venom? Was its genetic makeup as unstable as those 15 other super spiders? Could Tobey's body withstand the corrosive effects of Arachne's genes? And if Tobey did merge with Arachne's genes, would he turn into a monster? Even taking a huge step back, the mission was to ensure Tobey became Spider-Man. So if Tobey really did fuse with Arachne, would he still become Spider-Man, just like in the plot of the first movie, or would he turn into some kind of spider demon instead? There were simply too many uncertainties. If the mission failed, not only would all this effort be for nothing, but Toby's life could be at risk. The risks and rewards of this endeavor were obviously out of balance. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Just as two security guards stepped into the restroom, Marfa, already poised and ready, swiftly struck each of them with a precise chop, knocking both guards out cold. Perfect. What a stroke of luck. If you two idiots hadn't shown up, I might have wasted my entire night for nothing. With that, Marfa quickly changed into one of the guards' uniforms, disguised himself as a security guard, and walked out of the restroom. With the cover of this new identity, Marfa easily made his way to the spider exhibition area he'd visited earlier in the day. There are 15 super spiders in total. Which one was it that bit Peter Parker in the movie? Staring at the spiders inside their glass containers, Marfa found himself at a loss. Luckily, a few details soon came back to him. The super spider that bit Peter Parker in the movie seemed to be red and blue. That was the inspiration for the color of the Spider-Man suit. With that in mind, he could rule out 13 of the super spiders whose colors didn't match. So just 2 left? Whatever, I'll just take both. Worst case, they can each bite Toby. With my healing spells and potions as backup, he shouldn't die. Returning to the 5th floor restroom, Marfa took off the security uniform and tossed it aside. After a moment's thought, he couldn't resist a mischievous urge. He stripped the other guard as well, arranged the 2 unconscious men so they looked as though they were sleeping in each other's arms. Then, with a sly smile, leapt out the window. To be honest, the success of this spider heist owed a great deal to those 2 security guards. And with the birth of the new generation super spider Arachne, the researchers' attention had been diverted, making things even easier for Marfa. There was a sharp knock at Tobey Maguire's door. Inside, Toby dragged himself out of bed, grumbling, and reluctantly shuffled to the door. Toby asked, feeling quite puzzled. Who would be so mischievous as to knock on his door in the middle of the night? Outside the door, Marfa casually stuffed the water bottle containing the super spider into his pocket as he replied. When the door opened, Toby didn't say a word. He simply turned around and headed straight for his bed, as if eager to crawl back under his covers. Only after he lay down again, pulling the blanket over himself, did he squint sleepily at Marfa. It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you in bed? What are you doing here? Let me tell you, I'm not into that sort of thing. Too bad for you, I am. With that, Marfa immediately put on a look of exaggerated hunger, rubbing his hands together as he approached Toby. Whoa, you're actually serious? In an instant, Toby sprang up from the bed like a startled cat, clutching his blanket as he retreated to the corner. All traces of drowsiness vanished. He eyed Marfa warily, afraid his friend might suddenly pounce. Oh, relax. I was just joking. You? Maybe only Mary Jane would be interested in you. Marfa's face shifted back to one of indifference, dropping the mischievous act as he flopped onto the sofa in the guest room. Hearing this, Toby couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. On second thought, he realized he was probably just overthinking things. After spending a few days with Marfa, Toby thought he had a pretty good read on him. Besides, someone as popular with girls as Marfa, there was no way he was anything but straight. Honestly, it wasn't Toby's fault for being wary. In America, you really can't be too careful about these things. A boy living on his own has to look out for himself. Tightening the blanket around his shoulders, Toby sat down on the sofa opposite Marfa. So, you noticed? Toby asked, his words carrying a hint of something more. I'm not blind, you know. The way you looked at Mary Jane today, you practically wanted to eat her up with your eyes. Marfa teased. Shuh, keep your voice down, will you? Caught red-handed, Toby immediately glanced around like a kid caught doing something wrong, worried someone else might overhear. You have to keep this a secret. It's not what you think, Yeah, I get it. You two are pure as snow. As for keeping it a secret, you really think it's not obvious to everyone else? Listen, Mary Jane is Flash Thompson's girlfriend. As your friend, here's my advice. Don't go chasing trouble. Let go before it gets worse. Marfa said offhandedly, but at the same time, his right hand quietly reached into his pocket and pulled out the water bottle with the super spider. I know, but Flash is just a bully. He's only toying with Mary Jane's feelings. Toby argued back. But he's rich, and he comes from a good family. And you? You're just a coward who doesn't even dare confess his feelings. At those words, Toby shot to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Marfa. Clearly, Marfa's remark had struck a nerve, but the posture lasted only a moment. Toby soon slumped back into his seat. Fine, I'm a coward. But believe me, Mary Jane isn't the kind of person you think she is. She's dignified, beautiful, intelligent. The more Toby spoke, the more insecure he seemed to become. Watching him, Marfa couldn't help but shake his head. Just like the Peter Parker in the original Spider-Man, Toby was painfully shy and timid. If he hadn't eventually become Spider-Man and received Uncle Ben's Life lesson at such a great cost. It wasn't hard to imagine that the first Spider-Man would have remained an ordinary man, a coward, bullied all his life. Don't you want to win Mary Jane's favor? I have a way. Maffa's expression turned serious. What? You have a way? Toby sprang up, crossing the distance between them in a couple of hurried steps, his face alight with excitement. But what happened next left Toby utterly stunned. A plastic water bottle, empty and clear, suddenly floated in midair right before his eyes. Toby blinked, unable to trust what he was seeing. He wondered if he was still asleep, caught in a dream. To test reality, he pinched himself hard and yelped at the sting. What's going on? Afraid that Maffa might be playing some kind of trick, Toby waved his hands all around the bottle, above and below, searching for any invisible threads. There's nothing mysterious about it. You can think of me as someone with superpowers. My brother Pietro and my sister Wanda are the same as me, though our abilities are different, of course. Hearing this, Toby instinctively took 2 steps back, gazing at Maffa with a mix of fear, envy, and awe. No wonder you broke Flash's leg with a casual kick. And that basketball game, you must have used your powers there too. Toby was sharp. It took him only a second to connect the dots. Wait, you just said you could help me win Mary Jane's favor. Does that mean? All at once, realization dawned on Toby's face. He stared at Maffa, eyes bright with anticipation, hoping to hear the answer he so desperately wanted. That's right. I can make you just like me. As soon as he got Maffa's reply, Toby perked up. He turned around and somehow produced a bottle of coffee, offering it to Maffa with a sycophantic grin. Come, sit down. Let's talk it over with some coffee. Toby's expression truly amused Maffa. Who would have thought that the dignified Spider-Man could look so sheepish? No wonder the MCU's Tom Holland version of Peter Parker fawned over Tony Stark so much. Perhaps this was a hidden trait of Spider-Man all along. Take a good look at this bottle of mineral water. Do you notice anything different about it? Taking the coffee Toby handed over, Maffa unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and spoke. Toby examined the empty bottle closely. Soon enough, he spotted the 2 spiders inside, busily spinning their webs. That's right, those 2 little fellows. You probably saw them during the day. They're 2 of the 15 super spiders from Columbia University's research lab. All you have to do is let one of them bite you, and there's a good chance you'll become, well, unique just like me. Of course, with me here, you don't need to worry about any side effects like poisoning or death. At worst, nothing will happen at all. For your goddess, why not give it a try? At this moment, Maffa seemed like a silver-tongued salesman, persistently tempting the inexperienced spider baby. The guest room fell silent for a long while. Finally, gritting his teeth, Toby made up his mind. For Mary Jane, he was willing to risk it all. Somewhere in a New York City sewer. Toby, are you ready? Maffa asked solemnly. I'm ready. But Maffa, are you sure we have to do this here? To be honest, I really don't like this place. It stinks. Maffa had chosen the sewer for Spider-Man's rebirth after careful consideration. She suspected that when Natalia used chaos magic at Brooklyn Bridge Park earlier, it had already drawn the attention of certain people or organizations. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the luxury breakfast or the chauffeured car. Now, unable to determine which super spider had bitten Peter Parker in the original story, Maffa simply brought both of the same color. This meant Toby would be exposed to double the spider venom. If he couldn't handle it, Maffa might need to use healing magic or similar means to force him through the gene fusion process. If this incident caught the eye of anyone observant, it would be hard to explain. Moreover, Maffa wasn't sure whether SHLD's so-called Project Insight from Captain America, the Winter Soldier, had already covered New York with surveillance. She hadn't yet decided whether to get entangled with S.H.I.E.L.D., and the sewer was probably a blind spot in their monitoring network. Surely S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have filled the sewers with cameras, right? Besides, these 2 super spiders weren't exactly acquired by legal means, and Maffa didn't want anyone to discover the true origin of Toby's powers as Spider-Man. Especially after learning about the existence of Arachne, Maffa felt a vague unease growing in her heart. In the end, she decided to conduct the experiment in the sewers. Hang in there. Hang in there. A bitter ordeal now leads to greatness in the future. Oh, come on. You perv. I've never even dreamed of being Mary Jane's top pick, Toby retorted urgently. Maffa rolled her eyes. Damn foreigners. He couldn't grasp the subtlety of the Chinese language, yet he dared call her a pervert? Enough was enough. Besides, Toby, you're willing to risk a human experiment just to impress Mary Jane. Don't tell me you don't want to be her number 1. What a hypocrite, saying one thing and thinking another. She grumbled inwardly, but without further hesitation, she released the 2 super spiders, placing them right at Toby's wrists. There was a sharp, wet crunch. The 2 super spiders, clearly famished, pounced at the sight of Toby's fair, tender flesh, sinking their fangs in without delay. Instantly, two streams of milky white venom shot from the spider's fangs deep into Toby's body. It all happened in a flash. With a cry of pain that echoed down the length of the sewer, Toby instinctively flung the two spiders from his wrists. Marfa was quick as lightning. She immediately unleashed her psychic ability, crushing the two super spiders on the spot. Better to kill off these dangerous creatures now. If one day they turned into a pack of web-spinning ninja turtles, that'd be a nightmare. While Marfa wanted chaos in this world to rack up gaming points, she drew the line at unleashing uncontrollable dangers like this. With a double dose of venom coursing through him, Toby's entire body suddenly went limp. His body's defenses kicked into overdrive. In this moment, his white blood cells multiplied rapidly, desperately trying to devour the milky white invaders. Such a strong reaction. In the Spider-Man story, Peter Parker held out until he got home before passing out. Looks like double the venom is still too much for him. Marfa muttered under her breath, but her hands never stopped moving. She gripped two small bottles of healing potion tightly. At the slightest sign of something going wrong, she was ready to force the medicine down Toby's throat. Meanwhile, the super spider venom was already coursing through Toby's entire body with his bloodstream. The DNA from the super spiders, like an onslaught of wild beasts, began their frenzied attack on Toby's own DNA. In no time at all, the original spiral-shaped DNA strands within Toby were shattered by the DNA chains from the super spider. Immediately afterward, some of the bases in Toby's DNA, influenced by the super spider genetic material, began to mutate at an astonishing speed. If it had been an ordinary person subjected to such an attack at the genetic level, they would most likely have perished on the spot. Yet, Toby's life was sustained by a constant supply of healing salve in small amounts, and Marfa's healing spells. At long last, after a grueling 2-hour battle, the two types of DNA within Toby's body seemed to reach a precarious point of balance. Then, nourished by the healing magic, Toby's DNA began to rapidly reorganize itself once more. Though he remained deeply unconscious, and his body temperature still hovered around a scorching 45 degrees Celsius, the agony etched on his face was no longer as twisted and fierce as before. Dawn gradually broke, and sunlight filtered through the vents, scattering into the depths of the sewer like a spray of tiny stars, lending an unexpected charm to the dank, shadowy tunnels. What a pity, Marfa thought. If it weren't for this wretched stench, Toby might actually come back here from time to time for a bit of nostalgia. Seeing that Toby's condition was finally stabilizing, a faint smile appeared on Marfa's lips. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancement from the game, Marfa's stamina and mental strength had experienced a tremendous leap. Otherwise, after stealing the spider and then spending the whole night tending to Tobey Maguire, she would have been exhausted beyond measure. A clear chime sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the special mission. Can't tell tigers from mice. Mission objective: help Tobey Maguire become Spider-Man. Mission reward: conceal your presence from the local dimension. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exceeding the mission requirements. Additional reward: passive skill, Spider Sense. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the MCU's storyline. Reward: 1,200 minutes of game time. Please keep up the good work. The constant stream of system prompts instantly sharpened Marfa's senses, and she was soon swept up in a wave of delight. 1,200 minutes, a full 20 hours. For Marfa, who was finding each level up increasingly difficult and desperately needed game time cards to boost her strength, this reward was truly a blessing in a time of need. What's more, she had received an extra passive skill, Spider Sense. Anyone familiar with Spider-Man knew this was his signature ability, allowing him to sense danger before it struck and react in advance. This skill alone would significantly enhance Marfa's chances of survival. But what exactly did the reward for concealing her dimension mean? Could it be a safeguard against an invasion by Dormammu? When it came to matters involving the multiverse, Marfa could only think of one being: the Dark Lord Dormammu, the one who ceaselessly devoured whole universes. In the North District of Brooklyn, New York, at the foot of the Maximoff family's apartment building, Mobius was already standing by with soldiers from the Time Variance Authority, ready for anything. According to the Temporal Anomaly Energy Detector, there were two unusual energy fluctuations present here. This indicated that there were likely two-time offenders inside the building. Although, in another part of New York, there were 4 even greater anomalous energy surges detected. Still, following the principle of picking the low-hanging fruit, Mobius decided to deal with these two-time offenders first. "Sir, the anomalous energy readings just vanished," reported a soldier who had been keeping a close eye on the detector. "What? Vanished?" At these words, Mobius frowned, snatched the energy detector, and began to inspect it himself. Sure enough, the energy signals that had been flickering moments ago were now nowhere to be found. How is this possible? Mobius fell silent at once. With all his years of experience, he knew there was only one explanation for such a sudden disappearance of anomalous energy. These six-time offenders had already left this dimension. Damn it, we're a step too late. Loki, it has to be Loki. Only she could pull off such a grand move right under the TVA's nose. Let's head back for now. We'll check the timeline at headquarters first, and then decide if a reset is needed here. Mobius spoke as he pulled out the TVA's teleportation device. Beep, beep, beep. But no matter how he tried, the device stubbornly refused to lock onto the TVA's spatial dimension, as if it had broken down completely. Sir, are we stuck in this timeline now? A soldier asked in a trembling voice. This was the first time even Mobius, the seasoned veteran, had encountered such a predicament. He certainly couldn't offer the green recruits any comforting answers. And so, a dozen or so people found themselves in an utterly awkward situation. If they simply waited for rescue, they had no money and no legal identities for this era. Holding out until help arrived would be a daunting, if not impossible, challenge. If they used their time weapons to forcibly obtain resources and survive, not only would they quickly run short on ammunition, but interfering too much with this timeline would make them the enforcers of temporal law, no different from the very time offenders they were sworn to hunt. For the law enforcers to become the hunted, it was a bitterly ironic twist. Sigh, do we really have to go to her? Mobius muttered to himself with a heavy sigh. He pulled up the map and, leading his team, retreated in a rather embarrassed fashion toward new destination. At that very moment, however, the small apartment of the Maximoff family received two unexpected visitors. I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. Maximoff. Allow me to introduce myself, Gamora Thompson, and this is my son, Flash Thompson. He's in the same class as your son, Maffa Maximoff, Gamora said with a warm smile, pushing her son in his wheelchair. Oh, please, come in, Natalia replied. She had half expected, like the day before, a whole crowd to show up and help her prepare breakfast. To her surprise, it was just Maffa's classmate and his father. Quickly tidying her hair, she welcomed the two into her home. Once everyone had taken a seat, Gamora glanced around the room, his heart filled with disdain for the Maximoff family's humble circumstances. Still, the thought of that formidable power lurking behind them forced him to keep up a friendly facade and play his part as best he could. Fortunately, being a seasoned businessman, he was skilled at masking his true feelings. The extra flesh on his face helped conceal any hint of contempt, so Natalia didn't notice anything amiss. Has our Maffa gotten into trouble? Natalia asked, glancing anxiously at Flash's legs, swaddled in thick bandages and mottled with bruises. No, not at all. Your son is an outstanding young man. In fact, it's my boy who's been acting out. I've been too occupied with work to watch over him, and with his mother passing away so early, Flash has grown up spoiled and willful. Ah, what a shame. Here, Gamora paused deliberately, his expression painted with deep regret. Flash has always been a handful at school. When he saw your Maffa had just transferred, he gathered some troublemakers, wanting to give him a hard time. Who could have guessed those boys would go so far? No, I mean that they'd be so out of line as to target Mr. Maximoff as well. A veteran of the business world, Gamora knew exactly where to stop. He didn't elaborate further. With a sharp smack, Gamora slapped himself across the face. It's all my fault. I'm to blame. I failed as a father. But please don't worry. Mr. Maximoff's medical bills will all be covered by me. And consider that previous $10 million as a small token for his recovery. Gamora's message was crystal clear. I've paid. I've apologized. My own child has suffered. Now it's up to you how to proceed. Yet to Natalia, these words simply sounded like the heartfelt remorse of a father disappointed in his own son. Gamora's skills in public relations were formidable. Without such talent, he could never have built a sizable hotel chain in America from scratch in just a few decades. First came the temptation of money, then an appeal to emotion. Really, who could remain indifferent and coldly turn away from such a pitiable father? As expected, after hearing Gamora's heartfelt plea, Natalia immediately understood the true reason for the father and son's visit. Her kind nature was moved by Gamora's sincerity. Kids, after all, go through rebellious phases, and raising a child on your own is no easy feat. To be honest, when Natalia first learned that Django had been beaten, she did have thoughts of tracking down and eliminating everyone involved. But the reality is always harsher. Though America's undercurrents aren't as treacherous as those in China, they're far from shallow. SHIELD, SWORD, the military, none of them are easy to deal with. If things blew up, it would be her own family that suffered most in the end. With this in mind, after taking care of those who hurt Django, Natalia's anger subsided by about 30%. Even if she could bear the consequences herself, she had to think of her 3 children, didn't she? And once Django's injuries were completely healed thanks to Mafara's treatment, another 30% of her anger faded away. As long as he was unharmed and the score was settled, why make things worse? Better to let big troubles shrink and small troubles vanish. Now, seeing the true mastermind behind it all, Flash Thompson, in such a miserable state, the last of her anger diminished further. With Gamera's heartfelt apology added on, Natalya had to admit, if she kept holding on to this grudge, she'd seem petty. I was wrong. I never should have acted on impulse. I deserve whatever comes to me. Oh, what have I done? Seeing Natalya's heart softening, Flash immediately burst into dramatic tears, sobbing and sniffling. With acting skills inherited from Gamera, it was no surprise he played the part so convincingly. Before Natalya could respond, Django, who had overheard everything from inside, stepped out. Last night, while the three children were out, Django had insisted on talking with Natalya through the night. Under his unwavering attitude, Natalya finally laid everything bare. Django finally understood all that Natalya had sacrificed and endured for their family. Unlike Natalya's own father, who had abandoned his wife and children, Django chose to stay. He spent the entire night proving his love for Natalya and their family in the most earnest way. Mr. Thompson, there's really no need for this. Kids, young and hot-blooded, are bound to make mistakes. But getting too involved with street punks is never a good idea. Django placed a check for $10 million, which Natalya had given him the night before, onto the table. You should take your money back. Let's put this matter to rest. Don't worry, I won't call the police. Reporting it would only jeopardize the boy's future. Django was a good-hearted man. Now that he knew the truth about his own family, the last thing he wanted was more trouble. This time, it was Gamera's turn to be puzzled. Wasn't it said that the Maximoff family's influence was so great that even that one wouldn't dare provoke them? Why would they need to call the police over something like this? Everyone knows that most American police are just self-serving loafers. Gamera harbored her doubts, but dared not reveal them. Jack Davy would never joke about something like this. Maybe there was something he was hiding. And who might this be? Gamera asked in confusion as Django emerged from inside the house. After all, Jack Davy had told her that the man of the house had been beaten within an inch of his life. She simply couldn't connect the healthy, rosy-cheeked man before her with the name Django. I'm Mafara's father, Django Maximoff. Go on, head back. There's no need to keep this up. I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Was Django short on money? He was, and desperately so, with 3 kids and a wife to support. Yet he understood, well, that a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. Now that he was safe, and the other side had sincerely apologized, Django, who had always hoped to resolve things peacefully, naturally took the opportunity to let the matter drop. He stepped out of the cramped apartment. Gamera slipped the check back into her own pocket. Flash, I want you to use your classmate status to get close to that kid named Mafara. Dig up everything you can about the power behind them. If you handle this well, it might just push our family to the next level. And if that one was mistaken, if there's really nothing behind this family, well, you know what to do. Make sure it's clean, got it? As she spoke, Gamera ran a finger across her neck in a slicing gesture. Mafara, this is just awesome. On the rooftop of a certain building in Queens, Toby, just out of school, dragged Mafara along to show off his live-action performance. He thrust his right hand forward and, with a flick of his fingers, a strand of white web shot from his wrist, sticking firmly to the building across the street. With a shout, Toby launched himself toward the edge of the rooftop, swinging across more than 10 meters in a single arc, landing atop the opposite building as nimbly as if he were on a playground swing. Mafara, of course, was unfazed. He'd seen it all before and nothing about it surprised him now. Toby wasn't done. Bending his knees and fixing his eyes on the building beneath Mafara's feet, his expression turned serious and focused. Then, like a cannonball, Toby launched himself back in their direction. He traced a long, graceful arc through the air, and just as he was about to slam into the side of the building, he spun midair and landed squarely on the wall, standing upright, as if it were the ground. At first glance, it was as if gravity on Earth had suddenly shifted. The building's perfectly vertical walls did nothing to stop Toby from walking up them, as if he were strolling along the ground. This is a bit over the top, isn't it? Mafara remembered, clearly. Spider-Man's abilities only allowed him to crawl on walls, clinging to the surface by maximizing the contact area so that the tiny, nearly invisible barbs on his skin could anchor him in place. But what Toby was doing now, walking on the wall as if it were the floor, had only appeared in Spider-Man 3, when he donned the Venom suit and his powers were significantly boosted. Clearly, the 2 super spiders had brought about a more thorough transformation in Toby's body, making his mutations far more profound than those of Peter Parker in the original storyline. So what do you think? Toby executed a nimble flip and landed right in front of Mafara, his face flushed with pride as he waited for an answer. Impressive, very impressive. Watching Toby's swift and agile movements, Marfa couldn't help but offer a string of compliments, his eyes brimming with envy. There's a reason why they call him the protagonist, Marfa thought. Despite all his careful planning and monster hunting, even after all his efforts, his physical prowess was at best on par with most of what Captain America could offer. But judging by Toby's display just now, he was easily 5 or 6 times as strong as Captain America. P.S. According to official lore, Captain America's strength is around 5 tons, while the original Spider-Man is about 20 tons. It was clear that if Marfa were to go up against Toby now, he'd almost certainly lose. Fortunately, Spider-Man's potential had its limits. Once you hit that ceiling, further improvement was nearly impossible. Marfa, on the other hand, was working from a Daoist template that, once enhanced, offered endless possibilities. More importantly, Spider-Man's abilities were too singular when compared to a Daoist arsenal. After all, true combat isn't a weightlifting contest. Gear and skills make all the difference. Otherwise, how could Captain America ever hope to go toe-to-toe with Thanos? So what should I do now? Having just acquired his powers and riding the high of excitement, Toby was suddenly at a loss. Indeed, what should he do? Marfa had pondered this question countless times himself. Marfa was certainly no self-sacrificing saint. All along, he'd only seen himself as a super-powered individual, not some kind of superhero. If something threatened his interests, even if it meant saving thousands, Marfa wouldn't give a second glance. To each their own. Judging from the original storyline, calling Spider-Man a bleeding heart wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even when faced with the pair who murdered his uncle, Spider-Man wavered, torn up inside about whether or not to take revenge. It was precisely because of this that Marfa could foresee that, one day in the future, she would inevitably find herself standing on the opposite side of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's why, all along, Marfa had strictly heeded Natalia's advice. Always be cautious, never reveal her abilities casually in front of others. However, since she was the one who had brought Toby into being, Marfa naturally didn't want him to head down the same path as Spider-Man in the original story. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean he might one day become her enemy? After pondering for a while, a sudden glint flashed in Marfa's eyes. How about starting with collecting protection fees? Toby's face floated past with a look of utter confusion. That's right. Right now, you have great power, but you're still dirt poor. And if you want to steal Mary Jane away from Flash, you'll definitely need some money. No, Mary Jane isn't that kind of girl, Toby protested again. But even he didn't realize that, ever since he'd gained his powers, his formerly timid nature was slowly fading away, gradually being replaced by something called confidence. All right, you're right. Mary Jane isn't someone who chases after wealth. But you wouldn't want her to struggle alongside you in poverty for the rest of her life, would you? Marfa chimed in immediately. Think about it. Queens, North Brooklyn, these places are crawling with crime. Shopkeepers, pedestrians. People live in fear every day. You fight crime, and, while you're at it, collect a little protection fee from them. Do you really think it's going too far? You're putting in the work, aren't you? You need to support your family, right? Think about your aging uncle and aunt. They raised you. Don't you want to improve their lives? Let them enjoy their twilight years in comfort. Marfa knew well how good-hearted Toby was. Getting him to build a criminal empire outright was obviously impossible. So instead, why not start with collecting protection fees, nudging him toward becoming a profit-driven, morally gray superhero? Clearly, Marfa's words weren't pleasant, but they were grounded in reality. Especially since Flash Thompson was a rich kid. If he wanted to win his girlfriend over while being a penniless nobody, the difficulty spoke for itself. But if he did as Marfa suggested, collecting protection fees while diligently protecting those who paid, wasn't that just being a security guard? It didn't cross Toby's moral boundaries at all. Thank you, Marfa. I made up my mind. I'm going to be the uncrowned king of Queens and North Brooklyn. I'll collect protection fees from every single household in those 2 districts. In that moment, Tobey Maguire's eyes sparkled, as if he had just found his life's true calling. He gazed up at the sky at a dreamy 45-degree angle. Marfa, however, brought him crashing back to reality with a none-too-gentle smack to the back of his head. What are you daydreaming about? How dare you try to charge me protection money? You must have a death wish, kid, Maffa said with a wide grin. Toby scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Their laughter quickly filled the entire rooftop of the building. Meanwhile, at SHELD's Trident headquarters, Nick Fury kept his gaze locked on the digital display in his hands. On the screen was the scene of Tobey Maguire swinging between buildings just moments ago. These are troubled times, Fury sighed. We haven't even dealt with Tony Stark's situation, then the Brooklyn Bridge incident happened, and now there's another possible superpowered individual on the scene. Natasha, Put the Tony Stark situation on hold for now. I want you to make contact with Natalia Maximoff and Tobey Maguire next. No matter what, first determine their threat level and establish a full intelligence dossier on them. Understood, Director. Natasha Romanoff accepted the 2 files Fury handed her, nodded slightly, and left his office without further delay. Natasha Romanoff, known as the Black Widow, was one of the top agents trained in the Soviet Red Room. For reasons unknown to most, she had come to America and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, as a Level 7 agent, she was one of Nick Fury's most trusted operatives. Looking down at the files on Natalia Maximoff and Tobey Maguire, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Natasha's lips, as if she discovered something intriguing. How interesting. These 2 people, who seem to have nothing in common, have both crossed paths with you. In the archives room, Natasha pondered for a moment before pulling up Maffa's file. It's often said that a woman's intuition is rarely wrong, especially for someone like Natasha, whose instincts were as sharp as they were unnerving. After reading through the information Fury had provided, Natasha immediately began to dig into the connections between Tobey and Natalia. Naturally, as Natalia's son and Tobey's close friend, Maffa's name popped right up on her radar. Anyone else might have dismissed it as mere coincidence, but Natasha was quick to make Maffa the focus of her investigation. Soon, Maffa's height, hobbies, personality, and everything that had happened at Midtown High were neatly laid before Natasha's eyes. Fascinating. He broke a classmate's leg with a casual kick, and the flight path of his basketball is clearly out of the ordinary. And for someone so young, his interrogation tactics are shockingly ruthless and decisive. He's no simple kid. Far from it. The more Natasha read about Maffa, the more convinced she became that there was something unusual about him. If, at first, Natasha's attention toward Maffa was only because of Natalia and Tobey, now her curiosity had clearly deepened. So, should she report this situation to the director first? Given how things stood, perhaps this task was better suited for Phil Coulson rather than herself. After all, he was, in name at least, the honorary principal of Midtown High. Such thoughts crossed Natalia's mind, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson were both swamped with the crisis surrounding Tony Stark's kidnapping. Not only were they facing relentless pressure from the U.S. government and the United Nations Security Council, but they also had to pacify the media and the Stark Industries Board. Compared to dealing with those infuriating politicians, Natasha much preferred interacting with this woman who happened to share her own name. A side note, Black Widow's real name is Natasha Romanoff, originally. Natalia Alienovna Romanova. It's quite the coincidence that she shares a name with Wanda's mother. And, amusingly enough, Peter Parker and Peter Quill both go by Peter. One of those things you just have to roll with. Washington was not far from New York. Armed with the honorary Midtown High faculty ID that Phil Coulson had provided, Natasha promptly piloted a Quinjet straight to the city. That evening, as usual, the Maximoff family was enjoying their post-dinner ritual in their modest apartment, watching classic black-and-white sitcoms together. Just then, the doorbell rang once more. Natalia's brows furrowed ever so slightly as she strode toward the door. "You 3 little rascals, you'd better hope this isn't someone here about trouble you caused outside again," she quipped, half in jest. After all, the incident with Flash Thompson had only just happened, and the bewildered Natalia had spent a solid half hour talking things over with Maffa. Honestly, no matter what your classmate did, going straight for a leg-breaking kick can't possibly be justified. If not for that, she doubted Flash would have gone so far as to round up a gang of thugs to target their family afterward. Kind-hearted as she was, Natalia clearly underestimated the darkness lurking in people's hearts. Seeing Flash's pitiful state, she instinctively cast him as a wayward youth, who just barely pulled back from brink. To her, this whole affair seemed like nothing more than the unfortunate fallout from Maffa's reckless use of her powers. "Good evening, Mrs. Maximoff. I'm Natasha Romanoff, an honorary teacher at Midtown High." Natasha introduced herself, producing the faculty ID Phil Coulson had handed her in advance. Seeing Natasha present her credentials, Natalia immediately welcomed her inside. "Our humble home is no mansion, Ms. Romanoff. Please forgive the lack of elegance." Natalia exchanged pleasantries as she handed Natasha a cup of coffee, her tone touched with a hint of apology. Inside, however, her heart tightened with anxiety, worried that her 3 boys might have gotten themselves into trouble again. "And this is—" Django noticed his wife had brought home an unfamiliar woman. He immediately stood up from the sofa, suspicion written all over his face as he asked. "This is Ms. Natasha Romanoff, a teacher from Midtown High. She's here for a home visit." Natalia smoothly took over the conversation, introducing Natasha to everyone in the room. Unlike Wanda and Pietro, who simply looked confused, Maffa's pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly began appraising the stranger before him. Golden brown hair, sharp eyes, a flawless figure, and muscles faintly visible on her forearms. There was no mistaking it. This had to be the legendary Black Widow herself. He hadn't expected that the first to make contact with his family would be her. Mafara had thought about how he might someday get close to Natasha, perhaps to learn her fighting skills. But he had never imagined their meeting would happen like this. A teacher at Midtown High? No wonder she was considered one of SHLD's top agents. Ms. Romanoff, may I ask if my kids have caused some trouble at school again, and that's why you're here? Django was the first to speak up. Oh no, not at all. Your 3 children are all quite exceptional. As far as I know, the Maximoff family just arrived in New York, right? May I ask what prompted you to move here from Sokovia so suddenly? Natasha's tone was light, as if making casual conversation. Oh well. Django hesitated, feeling embarrassed. He certainly couldn't admit that their family had come to New York to escape a deranged witch. It's really just because of the kids, you know? New York's educational resources are among the best in the world, and Midtown High is famous for nurturing so many talented people. Seeing Django at a loss for words, Natalia quickly picked up the thread, praising Midtown High in hopes of leaving Natasha with a good impression. Natasha swept her gaze over the 3 children, finally letting her eyes rest on Mafara. Indeed, they're all remarkable children, especially Mafara. Ha ha ha, so you think so too, Ms. Romanoff? To be honest, our Mafara is a hard worker when it comes to his studies. Hearing Natasha compliment his son, Django's spirits immediately lifted, and he couldn't help but speak up with pride. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew lively and pleasant. Finally, Natasha suddenly took Mafara by the hand and turned to Django and Natalia. Mafara is a very gifted child. At Midtown High, we believe in teaching according to each student's abilities and putting people first. We hope he can settle into campus life as soon as possible. I like to offer him some extra tutoring every day, if that's all right with you both. The previously warm and harmonious atmosphere seemed to freeze the moment Natasha spoke. Of course, it wasn't because Django had seen through Natasha's intentions, but rather because he was short on funds. It's important to remember that hiring a private family tutor in America is a significant expense. Families like the Maximoffs, who can barely make ends meet, could never afford such a cost. But Natasha was no ordinary person. Reading people and gauging intentions was a basic skill for a top-tier agent. If you're worried about the cost, the school can offer some financial relief. In fact, if Mafara earns a scholarship, not only would you avoid any fees, but you might even have a little left over. Natasha's original plan was to use Mafara as her entry point to investigate the Maximoff family and Tobey Maguire. By posing as a private tutor, she would naturally have ample time to interact with Mafara. However, she had overlooked the family's financial situation. In the past, nearly everyone she had to change her identity to approach was either wealthy or powerful. That would be wonderful. Of all 3 children, when it came to academics, Django pinned his hopes on his youngest son. After all, Mafara had been a model student. In his previous life, if anyone could win a scholarship, Django's first thought would be of Mafara. Back in Sokovia, he'd won quite a few. Well then, I'll put in an application with the school. Starting the day after tomorrow, Mafara, don't forget to come see me in the 5th floor office after classes. This time, the school intends to select 2 transfer students for additional tutoring. Do you have any recommendations, Mafara? Perhaps your close friend, Tobey Maguire, who transferred with you. Natasha was testing Mafara. According to the information she'd gathered, Mafara had been present when Tobey displayed his powers on the rooftop. By bringing up his super-powered friend so suddenly, Natasha hoped to catch Mafara off guard. In most normal children, a flicker of emotion would betray far more than words ever could. But Mafara played the part well, smiling calmly as he replied. Tobey's grades are quite good too, though he's rather introverted. You may need to pay him some extra attention. Teacher. What Mafara didn't know was that his calm and collected reaction was exactly what Natasha had hoped for. With that air of composure, she was more convinced than ever that Mafara had something to hide. Even with a system at his side and memories from another world, Mafara was, at heart, still an ordinary person. Compared to Natasha, someone who had spent decades immersed in the world of espionage, his instincts and subtlety had yet to reach the same heights. It was only their first meeting, and already she had fallen behind. What Natasha didn't realize, however, was that while she was scheming about Mafara was just as busy plotting her own moves against her. P.S. This is a major 3,000-word chapter. Please urge for more updates and send gifts. Queens, New York. Tobey Maguire had just embarked on the first step toward his grand dream, collecting protection fees. However, Tobey felt he would never stoop so low as to extort money directly from ordinary families. That was beneath him. So, the street thugs who often prowled the alleys and avenues of Queens became Tobey's primary targets instead. Right now, 7 of these thugs lay at Tobey's feet, bound tightly with webbing like oversized dumplings. Their hair was dyed in an assortment of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, forming a dazzling rainbow at first glance. Bang! Bang! Toby tore a rusted steel pipe from the abandoned construction site and started rhythmically striking it against a nearby scaffolding. You worthless punks, you waste your days stealing and doing drugs, and you even stoop to stealing lollipops from little kids. So, tell me, how do you want me to set you straight? As he spoke, Toby began to approach the group with unhurried, measured steps. He gripped the steel pipe in his right hand, tapping it against his left palm in a way that made it clear he could strike at any moment. Oomph. The 7 of us aren't cowards who cower before bullies, the red-haired leader declared defiantly. If you dare, bring it on. Kill us, and the cops will be coming after you. A sly, twisted smile crept onto Toby's lips. Without a word, he subtly quickened his pace, the steel pipe beating faster and faster against his palm. Oh dear, looks like I got a bit carried away. I'll need a new pipe, Toby said casually, tossing aside the now-bent steel pipe as if it were nothing. It flew like a bolt of lightning, whistling through the air, and struck a concrete pillar as thick as a man. The pipe pierced straight through, embedding itself deep in the wall beyond. The 7 thugs inhaled sharply, stunned. Was this a joke? He'd bent a steel pipe as thick as an arm with ease, and with a casual toss, sent it shooting through solid concrete and into the wall. What kind of strength was that? Now, when the 7 looked at Toby, it was as if they were staring at a demon risen straight from the depths of hell. Shock, fear, utter disbelief. Was this young man even human? They couldn't help but wonder. Toby calmly picked up another steel pipe, this one even longer than the last, and continued his advance, still wearing that unsettling smile. So where should I start? Legs? Hands? Or should I just smash your little toothpicks to bits? Toby whispered softly. Yet in the ears of the 7, his words sounded like a spell, sending shivers down their spines. He's mad, truly mad, and worse, a complete maniac. He actually wants to smash his own little steel pipe. At that moment, the red-haired man felt a chill shoot up from between his legs all the way to his back, cold sweat sliding uncontrollably down his forehead. Hero, good sir, please, we know we were wrong. Just let us go. We swear we'll never do anything bad again. That's right, please, just let us off this time. The others chimed in, eager to plead for mercy. No. How could you stop doing bad things? If you didn't, you'd be no different from salted fish, completely useless. Look at you all. Handsome faces, fine bones. You're born for mischief. The 7 of them. Listen to that. What kind of logic is that? Handsome faces, fine bones, yeah, right? Though these thoughts raced through their minds, none of them dared speak aloud. They simply begged for mercy, their bravado from before long gone. I, on the other hand, am a good person. Don't you agree? At this moment, Toby had truly let himself go. Years of pin-up emotions poured out. He widened his eyes, lowered his voice, and smiled slowly as he spoke. The 7 trembled even more at his words. Yes, you're a good man, a really good man. The red-haired man hurried to flatter him. So, if a good man wants to collect some protection money, how should he go about it? Toby continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As the leader, Red was quick-witted. He immediately caught Toby's hidden meaning. Good sir, we 7 brothers will follow your lead from now on. Please, let us collect the protection money for you. Red pleaded earnestly, his face full of sincerity. That won't do. I never force people to work for me. I'm a good person. Toby suddenly stabbed the steel pipe in his hand into the ground. The long pipe sank straight down into the earth, vanishing as if it had never existed. No, good sir, you're not forcing us. We're volunteering. Really, it's our choice. Right, guys? Orange Hair quickly added. Yes, we're volunteering. Please, let us collect the protection money for you. The others all echoed in chorus. Wrong again. Don't call me good sir, call me boss. Toby kept up his mocking tone, making the 7 break out in a cold sweat. Boss. Times 7. They all called out together. Seeing that the 7 finally knew their place, Toby decided not to make things any harder. He untied them, gave them some instructions on collecting protection money, and then let them go on their way. As for the concern that the 7 might try to run away, Toby wasn't bothered in the least. New York was crawling with thugs. If these tools slipped through his fingers, he could always round up a few more. Of course, if any of these 7 dared to play both sides, it would be best for them never to cross his path again. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to get rid of them, dumping their bodies into the sea for the sharks. For an entire day, Toby roamed the streets of Queens and northern Brooklyn, hunting for more tools. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, almost as if it were some kind of game. Meanwhile, Flash was racking his brains, trying to figure out how to uncover the secrets of the Maximoff family. After long deliberation, Flash finally decided that his breakthrough would have to come through Tobey Maguire. For one thing, Flash considered Tobey an easy mark, someone who seemed timid and insecure, the sort who craved friendship more than anything else. All it would take was a little show of sincerity, and Tobey would open up, becoming the kind of friend who'd spill any secret. And as a friend of Mafa's, getting Tobey to give up Mafa's secrets would be even easier. For another, even though Natalia and Django had both insisted that the previous incident was over and done with, Flash couldn't shake the memory of Mafa's ruthlessness. That image, one swift kick, a toothpick snapping, still haunted Flash's dreams. When it came to approaching Mafa, Flash knew he couldn't afford to rush, move too fast, and he'd only end up hurting himself. All in all, patience was key. Flash figured that if he could just figure out what made Mafa tick, and then identify a weakness, the rest would be easy. With the resources of the Thompson family, toppling a poor family like the Maximoffs would hardly be a challenge. At the same time, in a remote cave somewhere in Afghanistan, Tony Stark, buoyed by Dr. Eanson's encouragement, had regained the will to live. By pretending to cooperate with the leader of the Ten Rings, promising to build him a Jericho missile, Tony managed to secure a measure of freedom for himself. Thanks to his extraordinary nerve and sharp mind, Tony Stark succeeded in cobbling together the first prototype of the miniature arc reactor out of scrap weapon parts. With that, Tony Stark had, for the moment, bought himself a chance at survival. On the other side, the Ten Rings had originally agreed to a simple deal with Obadiah Stane, the number 2 at Stark Industries, kidnap a high-ranking executive from the company. But even the Ten Rings hadn't expected Obadiah's ambitions to be so vast. Without fully understanding what they were getting into, they ended up kidnapping none other than the CEO of Stark Industries, Tony Stark himself. So, on one hand, the Ten Rings organization pressured Tony Stark, forcing him to build for them Stark Industries' latest weapon, the Jericho missile. On the other hand, they released a video of Tony Stark's abduction online, using it as leverage in an attempt to extract even more benefits from Obadiah Stane. Washington, S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters. Director Fury, news about Tony Stark just came in. Phil Coulson hurried into Nick Fury's office, handing him the video that the Ten Rings had posted on the internet for his review. How we traced the IP address where the video was uploaded from. This was the best news Nick Fury had heard in days, and he immediately pressed for more details. We've narrowed down the general location. It's somewhere inside Afghanistan. Our cyber team is still working to pinpoint the exact coordinates. But, Phil Coulson's words trailed off, a hint of hesitation creeping in. If you have something to say, spit it out. That's not like you, Agent Coulson. Nick Fury's tone was sharp. Based on our surveillance of all Stark Industries shareholders, we discovered that the acting CEO, Obadiah Stane, also received the same video in his private email. It was sent to him directly. There were also a large number of photos showing Tony Stark's kidnapping included in the message. Coulson delivered his report truthfully. At this, Nick Fury's brows knit together, his already dark face growing even more somber. Finally, level 17. In his bedroom, Marfa suddenly shot awake in bed, feeling a powerful surge of warmth rushing out from within, transforming his body. 20 whole hours. Just thinking about having spent the last 20 hours slaying zombies like a mindless tool in Legend World filled Marfa with exhaustion. But it was worth noting that during this monotonous grind, Marfa had come to appreciate the wonders of his new skill, Spider Sense. In-game, Spider Sense dramatically increased movement and dodge speed, significantly boosting evasion capabilities. This ability had saved Marfa a great deal of time replenishing potions. Character, Marfa. Class, Taoist. Level, 17. Defense, 5 to 6. Magic defense, 3 to 7. Attack, 6 to 12. Taoism, 3 to 10. Health points, 105/105. Mana points, 92 to 92. Skills, Healing Spell Level 3, Spiritual Power Tactics Level 2, Spider Sense, non-upgradable. Poison Spell Level 2. Equipment, Crescent Blade, Light Armor, Male, 2 large bracelets, Superior. Glass Ring X1, Glass Ring X1, Superior. Phoenix Pearl, Superior. Magic Helm. Superior Glass Ring. Durability, 3/3. Taoist Power, 0 to 3. Required Level, 7. Durability, 8/8. Defense, 0 to 1. Magic Defense, 1 to 1. Required Level, 14. Durability, 14/14. Attack, 5 to 10. Magic, 0 to 1. Taoist Power, 1 to 1. Required Level, 15. Durability, 11/11. Accuracy, +1. Taoist Power, 1 to 3, +1. Required Level, 17. The superior glass ring was dropped by a half-orc that Marfa casually killed while returning to town for supplies after farming zombies. With its 0 to 3 Taoist power bonus, it's every bit as impressive as the moral ring, which only grants 1 to 2, but can't even be worn until level 23. Marfa was so thrilled by this find that the excitement lasted a full half hour. As for the Phoenix Pearl, Marfa obtained it when he first ventured into the mines and defeated a zombie dressed in monk's robes. Life is full of surprises, and none more so than this. Although this gaming session brought almost no improvement to Marfa's physical strength, his Taoist abilities soared to new heights. Testing himself with the dumbbells in his room, Marfa estimated that his telekinetic strength had reached nearly 2 tons. Almost. Matching his 3 tons of muscle power. He even found he could split his telekinesis into 2 streams and control them independently. Without a doubt, Marfa could now truly call himself a superhuman. Of course, compared to Tobey Maguire's character who could effortlessly wield 30 tons of strength after his powers awakened, Marfa still had a long way to go. With a rise in levels, Marfa successfully unlocked the poison spell, and his healing spell had also reached level 3. Previously, by channeling chaotic energy into his Taoist template, Marfa gained the ability to enhance and modify skills at level 3 by adding special materials to the fish's eye of the yin-yang fish symbol. In other words, Marfa now possessed the potential to transcend the legendary Taoist skill set and create entirely new abilities. However, when it came to upgrading the healing spell, Marfa had yet to find a suitable material. If he carelessly stuffed the wrong items into the yin-yang fish and ended up weakening the skill instead of strengthening it, wouldn't that be a terrible waste? For example, if he added poison to the healing spell's yin-yang fish, would it end up poisoning the target while healing them? Or perhaps, for a period of time, grant the target's attacks a deadly venom? At this thought, Marfa couldn't help but secretly make up his mind, not to abuse this power unless the right opportunity presented itself. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and a thin mist gradually settled over New York City. Lying quietly on his bed, Marfa began to contemplate the next steps in his plot to earn more points. By his calculations, it had been about 2 months since Tony Stark was kidnapped. Soon, the Mark-I suit would likely be born in some cave in Afghanistan. Before Marfa, there were clearly only 2 paths. He could help Tony Stark defeat Obadiah, Stane more quickly, or he could aid Obadiah in overcoming Tony. The first choice would be nothing more than icing on the cake, perhaps earning Tony Stark's friendship, though that friendship would hardly be worth much. After all, in the original story, Iron Man managed to defeat Ironmonger even without any outside help. It stood to reason that, if he chose this route, the plot wouldn't deviate much at all, and as a result, the system's reward of game time would surely be drastically reduced. On the other hand, if he sided with Obadiah, Marfa would have to face the wrath of Nick Fury. No matter how you looked at it, Tony Stark was the son of Howard Stark, who just so happened to be one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. With that connection, Tony Stark had stood on unshakable ground from the very start of the story. So was there a way to help Obadiah while outwardly avoiding direct conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Marfa gradually closed his eyes, his mind racing through countless scenarios and possibilities. Soon, with the power of his formidable mental calculations, a plan began to take shape. It seems the key to breaking the stalemate still rests with him, Marfa murmured to himself. Without delay, he sat up, summoned pen and paper with his mind, and began to write. Betty, full name Elizabeth Talbot Ross, was the only daughter of General Ross. She was a somewhat renowned molecular biologist in the United States, and recently, thanks to Columbia University's successful breeding of a new super spider, Arachne, she had been invited to New York to conduct biological research. That day, Betty had just returned to her hotel room when a slip of paper fluttered in through the window. Puzzled, she stooped to pick up the note and read it. There were only a few simple lines. Bruce Banner is currently in Guarana Beverage Factory, Porto Verde, Brazil. General Ross is preparing a mission to capture him. If you want to save Banner, your only hope lies with Obadiah Stane at Stark Industries. As soon as she finished reading the words, Betty gasped in shock. The longing in her heart for Bruce Banner erupted in an instant, spilling forth with a rush of tears. 2 years ago, at the invitation of her father, General Ross, Betty had joined a military research team. During her work there, she met a young man with 7 doctoral degrees, Bruce Banner, and the two quickly fell in love. However, during a later experiment, Bruce Banner suffered a tragic accident that gave him the power to transform into the Hulk. At the same time, a new personality was born within him, Hulk. Hulk was like a newborn child, filled with both fear and wonder at the world. His uncontrollable emotions led him to unleash destruction all around. Witnessing the sheer destructive power of the Hulk, General Ross immediately conceived the idea of creating an entire army of Hulks. Thus began a long pursuit of the fugitive Hulk, a chase that tore Betty and Banner apart, leaving them unable to contact each other. A whirlwind of emotions, excitement, fear, worry, engulfed Betty all at once. In that moment, Betty had no time to verify the credibility of the information she'd received. She quickly changed her clothes and sped off toward Stark Industries' New York office. With things set in motion, all that's left is to sit back and watch the show unfold. Outside the hotel, Marfa hovered in midair, suspended by telekinesis. Watching Betty's departing figure, she couldn't help but muse to herself. Among America's top brass and the corporate elite, the Hulk was no longer a secret. Few could remain indifferent to such overwhelming power. Obadiah might not know that Tony Stark would soon return to the public eye as Iron Man, but that didn't stop him from trying to recruit the Hulk into his own camp. Especially for an ambitious schemer like Obadiah, Betty's request was almost impossible to refuse. This way, with Obadiah's help, Betty would be able to see her beloved Bruce Banner again, and Banner would successfully evade General Ross's relentless pursuit. Banner would, in turn, owe Obadiah a significant favor. When the Ironmonger clashed with Iron Man, could the Hulk really stay out of it? Clearly, that was impossible. Although this would make things far less fair for Tony, who would otherwise have a certain victory, it was, without doubt, Marfa's ideal method, keeping herself out of the fray while nudging the MCU storyline in a new direction. Sorry, Tony, I'm sorry. I don't really have a choice. Think of it as atonement for the wrongs you committed against my family in the original timeline. Don't worry, with Toby and S.H.I.E.L.D. as your safety net, your life isn't in any real danger. Muttering to herself, Marfa then used her telekinesis to fly home. Just at that moment, however, a spark suddenly appeared before Marfa out of thin air. The spark was dazzling, reminiscent of the sparklers Marfa played with as a child, illuminating a patch of the silent night sky. In a flash, the spark traced a human-sized circle in midair with lightning speed, then slid smoothly in Marfa's direction. Seeing this, Marfa's face paled in horror. Was the thing he feared most about to happen after all? He wanted to escape from the encroaching circle of sparks, but an invisible force seemed to anticipate his every move, holding him fast in place. At last, as the spark swept over his body, Marfa's surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. Kamar Taj, a sanctuary of magic nestled in the mountains of Nepal. It was established 1,000,000 years ago by Agamotto, the emissary of the Vishani. Through the ages, the white magicians of Kamar Taj had dedicated themselves to maintaining peace across the multiverse. Agamotto's successor, the Ancient One, inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme and became the current leader of Kamar Taj. In terms of power, the Ancient One had reached a level akin to the Skyfather, comparable even to Odin, king of the Norse gods. Mr. Maximoff, please accept my apologies for summoning you here without warning. As Marfa took in his new surroundings, a voice rang out not far away, solemn, yet warm and inviting. Following the voice, Marfa soon found himself in a garden. Flowers bloomed in abundance, streams burbled over small bridges, and ancient trees towered overhead. He walked along a path paved with smooth stones, and before long he saw the owner of the voice. She wore a gray and white monk's robe, holding a teacup in one hand and a folding fan in the other, sitting quietly in a pavilion. Her head, well, let's just say under the sunlight, it was particularly striking. There was no mistaking it. This was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. No escape, then? Marfa had always known he'd cross paths with this formidable figure sooner or later, but he never expected the encounter to come so quickly. Was it because the information he'd just shared with Betty might upend the course of history? Marfa's mind spun with speculation. Please have a seat, Mr. Maximoff. The Ancient One closed her fan and gestured lightly to the empty seat beside the stone table, her untroubled demeanor making Marfa feel even more uncertain. Nervously, Marfa sat opposite the Ancient One, unable to meet her gaze. He had the uncanny feeling that with a single look, she could see straight through him. Mr. Maximoff, allow me to give you a brief introduction. This is Kamar Taj, a place devoted to the pursuit of wisdom and faith. A sanctuary for those who yearn for peace. I am the master of this place, the Sorcerer Supreme. You may call me the Ancient One. The Ancient One handed over a cup of tea and nodded gently as she spoke. Greetings, Ancient One. My name is Mafa Maximov, son of Natalia. I've heard of you from my mother before. There's no need for such formality. Please, just call me Mafa. Mafa accepted the tea with great care, choosing his words cautiously. May I ask you to help me resolve a mystery that has weighed on my mind? I possess the ability to traverse time and space and have witnessed countless possible futures. Yet, in all these visions, I have never once seen your existence. When I look at you, I see neither your past nor your future. Your presence introduces countless possibilities and uncertainties into this universe. The Ancient One fixed her gaze on Mafara, quietly awaiting his response. A familiar chime rang in Mafara's mind, accompanied by the system's prompt, mental probe detected, activating self-protection protocol. Just like the time when Natalia tried to probe him upon his first arrival, the system was clearly intent on concealing its existence from others. I'm sorry, Ancient One, but I don't understand what you're referring to, nor do I know how to answer your question. Mafara replied with some unease. Then perhaps you can tell me why everything that happens around you seems to deviate from the pattern of other dimensions? Not long ago, I received several visitors here, and if my suspicions are correct, you were their target. The Ancient One spoke gravely, clearly referring to Mobius and the 11 members of the Time Variance Authority. Her question cut straight to the heart of the matter. For a moment, Mafara was at a loss for words. Facing someone who had lived for centuries and seen through countless deceptions, he knew he could never outwit her with mere acting. And yet, if he were to confess the truth, with the Ancient One's stance still uncertain, it would be akin to stepping off a cliff. I believe this is fate. My instincts tell me this is the path I should follow, to grow where I'm planted, to act according to my heart. All I can do is be true to myself. Why be bound by so-called rules and limitations? Mafara pondered for a moment before answering. You mentioned other dimensions. Let's set aside whether the theory of parallel universes is valid. Even if it is, in my view, it's much like twins. On the surface, they may appear alike, but as they grow, even twins will forge their own distinct paths. If not, what meaning would individuality have? Deep down, Mafara knew he was an outsider, someone who shouldn't exist in this universe. His emphasis on the importance of individual existence was, in truth, nothing more than an attempt to justify his own presence here. Yet, when Gu-E heard these words, she found a certain logic in them. A pair of twins, when first born, might look almost identical. But as they grow, perhaps one will take a fall or suffer a bump, leaving behind a scar that is hard to erase. And Mafara was just like that scar, a product of accident and chance between Django and Natalia. Author's note: a failed attempt at contraception? Cute wry chuckle. Since Mafara's existence had become a reality, the development of the entire world would inevitably shift, altered by the butterfly effect. From this perspective, Gu-E's philosophy differed from that of the Time Variance Authority. She believed that as long as the balance of dimensions remained undisturbed, any existence could be allowed. At most, it simply meant one more or one less parallel universe. The Authority, on the other hand, saw its duty as erasing such possibilities entirely. In their eyes, if one twin happened to be scarred by accident, then that version must be destroyed and reset. Is that really so? Gu-E murmured softly to herself. Unlike the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, Gu-E had once been an ordinary Celt just a few centuries ago. Even though her powers now rivaled those of some gods, she could never fully escape the confines of her humanity. It is well known that cell division is the basic process sustaining life, and the telomeres within DNA determine how many times a cell can divide. For an average human, cells can divide roughly 50 times in a lifetime. Genetic factors make it nearly impossible for a human lifespan to increase dramatically. By all rights, Gu-E should have already reached the end of her natural life. Yet, through her journeys across the multiverse, she realized that the next Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen Strange, Dr. Strange, would not emerge for a long time. Thus, there would be a gap of several centuries during which no one would lead Camartage or defend the multiverse. On one side, loomed Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness, eyeing the multiverse hungrily. On the other, Camartage stood vulnerable with no worthy successor. In the end, Gu-E made her decision. She infused her body with the power of darkness, using it to slow the aging process. In essence, this was her way of defying fate. In the original story, she held on to this determination until Stephen Strange finally began his training. Only then did she let go, surrendering herself to the embrace of the Vishanti, Camartage's patron deities, her soul guided there by Caecilius. On the river of destiny, all things seem insignificant. Yet it is precisely these countless, seemingly trivial existences that together create the majesty of the universe. Looking at the young man before her, clearly not strong, yet just like herself, one who defies fate and follows his heart. At that moment, the Ancient One saw a reflection of her own past in Mafara. The reason I brought you here today and spoke to you about all this is not to hold you accountable. Honestly, I'm not sure why, but according to Mobius from the Time Variance Authority, our current timeline has been shielded by some unknown force. This power has shrouded our reality, cutting us off from all contact with other universes. Do you know what that means? An unknown force? In that instant, Marfa immediately recalled the reward he'd received after completing a system mission. Special mission. Can't tell a tiger from a mouse. Objective. Help Tobey Maguire become Spider-Man. Reward. Conceal the existence of the host's universe. That's it. Marfa was certain in his heart. Master Ancient One, I'd be grateful for your guidance. Marfa asked sincerely, for he truly couldn't fathom the meaning behind this mission reward. It means that fate can no longer dictate the course of our universe. No one can interfere with how this world unfolds. Of course, it also means that my time magic can no longer glimpse the future. In the words of ancient China, it is chaos incarnate. Heaven's secrets are erased. Chaos incarnate. Heaven's secrets are erased. Marfa repeated the phrase under his breath, and in the next second, a flash of inspiration lit up his eyes as countless thoughts surged through his mind. Doesn't that mean, from now on, whether Marvel falls into chaos or not, it's all up to me? Before, Marfa had always feared that if he altered the MCU world too much, guardians like the Ancient One would come after him. But now, the Ancient One was quietly telling him, do as you wish, no one will notice. It was like an enforcer telling a rule breaker, do whatever you want, the whole department's on vacation. No one's watching. At that thought, Marfa couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement, as if he could already see a mountain of game cards waving to him in the distance. Marfa, you are an anomaly. As the guardian of the multiverse, I really shouldn't interfere too much, but let me give you one piece of advice. Always leave yourself a way out. The world is round, and you never know when paths will cross again. Don't take things to the extreme. It was as if she had seen straight through Marfa's thoughts. The Ancient One offered her earnest advice. Marfa said nothing more. He simply stood and bowed deeply to the Ancient One. I will remember your teachings, Master Ancient One. All right, you may go. If you ever run into real trouble, you can find me at the New York Sanctum. And your mother's little schemes, did she really think I wouldn't see through them? With a gentle smile on her face, the Ancient One opened a portal once more, enveloping Marfa within its shimmering boundaries. By the time Marfa regained her senses, she found herself back in her own room. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Marfa and the Ancient One had just been talking, the air shimmered as space itself seemed to fold. A figure appeared abruptly before the Ancient One. Ancient One, you're openly defying the sacred timeline. The Time Variance Authority will not let this go unpunished. The speaker was none other than Mobius, who had sought refuge in Kamartaj just a few days prior. But the Ancient One merely smiled at his words, brushing them aside with ease. Mobius might not realize it, but the Ancient One was different. She had once possessed the power to see through and travel across countless multiverses. The illusions crafted by the Time Variance Authority had long since been laid bare before her eyes. The reason she had taken Mobius in was simple. For now, her goals and those of the TVA happened to align. They both sought to protect the multiverse. Even if she disapproved of the TVA's methods, she had to admit that, at least for the time being, their existence did more good than harm. Enough with all this talk, she said, her tone as calm as ever. Do you really think the sacred timeline still holds sway here? This dimension has already been shielded. Not even the TVA can intervene now. Why don't you stay a while and see just what kind of storm this little butterfly can stir up? To be honest, I have high hopes for this child. She took a delicate sip of fragrant tea, her expression serene as ever. Mobius wanted to argue, but for a moment, he was at a loss for words. After all, the TVA was hardly omnipotent. When it came down to it, they were merely ordinary people wielding extraordinary temporal technology. Their civilization far surpassed the present era. But under the dictates of fate, if a world was destined for destruction, their surveillance systems would simply mark it as a lost cause and ignore its existence. During such times, even their temporal anomaly detectors would fail to sense the presence of time offenders. From what the Ancient One had just said, it was clear that the entire dimension had already been overlooked by the TVA's monitoring system. No matter what happened here, it would have no effect on the sacred timeline. So, we're already on a timeline completely independent from the sacred timeline. Mobius mused, thoughts racing. Originally, Mobius had believed that some particularly cunning time offender had severed their connection to the TVA through special means, prompting him to ask the Ancient One for help in uncovering the truth and catching the culprit. That way, Mobius and his colleagues could safely return to the TVA. Let me ask you, should an enforcer who can no longer return to the organization, stranded in a timeline overlooked by the system, still persist in upholding their duties? After a long moment of contemplation, Mobius finally spoke. Master Ancient One, Do you happen to need more apprentices here at Kamartaj? The 11 of us can't just keep freeloading at your place forever, can we? With this, Mobius had, in a sense, resigned himself to his fate. What he didn't know was that this very decision would change his destiny completely. From that moment on, the Time Variance Authority lost 11 puppets, while Kamartaj gained a new group of powerful sorcerers. In this way, Mobius continued his unfinished mission, just in a different form. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 7 members of the Rainbow Squad had, in the past 2 days, begun collecting protection fees in Queens and North Brooklyn, following Tobey Maguire's orders. At first, many of the more influential locals and business owners simply laughed it off as a joke. But that changed quickly, after Tobey personally took action several times in a row, thoroughly sweeping away a large number of criminal gangs in Queens and North Brooklyn and delivering them straight to the police station. This move completely changed the public's perception of the Rainbow Squad. If paying a little money meant enjoying a safer environment, then why not? Compared to the American police, who took taxpayers' money and did nothing, the people clearly prefer the protection of the Rainbow Squad. And so, Tobey's protection fee operation finally began to find its footing and run smoothly. This chapter is something of a forced conclusion to the Time Variance Authority arc. The main reason is that, with the ongoing updates to the Loki storyline, things have drifted too far from my original vision, so I had no choice but to adjust the earlier plot and cut my losses in time. By the way, just have to say, can you believe that in one timeline, Loki is actually a crocodile? Lastly, I'm asking everyone to urge the next chapter along and send some gifts. Even the free ones are appreciated. Midtown High School, 5th floor office. Natasha's expression darkened further as she read the latest report from S.H.I.E.L.D. detailing Tobey Maguire's recent activities. This damn kid, does he really think I don't exist? Daring to collect protection fees right under my nose. Looks like it's time to teach him a lesson. A couple of days ago, thanks to Coulson's arrangements, Natasha had already managed to get in touch with Tobey and Mafara. At her request, the two of them now showed up at her temporary office every day after school for tutoring sessions. Of course, tutoring was mostly just a formality. Natasha was really using the opportunity to get closer to them and gather more intelligence. Unlike Flash Thompson, Natasha, who holds the title of honorary teacher, clearly spends much more time with them than Flash does, whose relationship with Mafara and Tobey is notoriously poor. Ms. Romanoff, we're here, they announced. As the sound of knocking drifted through the air, Mafara and Tobey gently pushed the office door open and politely greeted Natasha. Natasha beckoned them in. As the two approached, Natasha's lips curled into a playful smile as her eyes landed on Tobey with a hint of mischief. Mr. Maguire, I've heard you're not in the best of shape and you often get picked on by your classmates. Coincidentally, I've learned a bit of hand-to-hand combat myself. Would you like me to teach you a few moves? There was a dual purpose in Natasha's words. On one hand, she wanted to put this daring boy in his place, and on the other, she was genuinely curious to see just what Tobey Maguire was capable of. Clearly, Tobey was rattled by Natasha's suggestion. Was she kidding? With his strength, enough to lift 20 or 30 tons. What if he accidentally lost control in a sparring match? Hurting a teacher is a serious offense. After all, I think I'll pass, Ms. Romanoff. The other students are just teasing me. I really don't mind, Tobey replied after a brief, awkward pause. Come on, Tobey, it's not every day Ms. Romanoff offers to give you a few pointers. You shouldn't miss out on a chance like this. Mafara, seeing Tobey's embarrassment, quickly jumped in to egg him on. If you remember correctly, the Black Widow was also a kind of spider, wasn't she? Black Widow versus Spider-Man. Now that will be something to see. That thought amused Mafara, but his delight didn't last. Excellent. In that case, Mr. Maximoff, you join us too. I'd like to see just how strong the boy who can casually break a classmate's leg really is. Whether it's one student or two, Natasha didn't mind taking the opportunity to test Mafara's abilities as well. At these words, Tobey's worried frown instantly gave way to a broad grin, and he glanced sideways at Mafara with a look of undisguised schadenfreude. There was unlike Flash Thompson, Natasha, who holds the title of honorary teacher, clearly spends much more time with Mafara and Tobey than the notoriously unfriendly Flash does. Ms. Romanoff, we're here, they called. As the sound of knocking echoed, Mafara and Tobey gently pushed open the office door and politely greeted Natasha. Natasha welcomed them in. Once the two approached, Natasha's lips curled into a playful smile as she fixed her gaze on Tobey, her expression full of amusement. Mr. Maguire, I've heard that you're not in the best shape and often get bullied by your classmates. As it happens, I know a thing or two about martial arts. Would you like me to teach you some moves? That's what Natasha proposed. On one hand, she wanted to give this audacious young man a little lesson. On the other, she was curious just how capable Tobey Maguire really was. Clearly, Tobey was startled by Natasha's suggestion. What a joke. He could lift 20 or 30 tons without breaking a sweat. If he lost control for even a second during a spar, well, accidentally injuring a teacher would be a serious crime. Ms. Romanoff, maybe we should skip it. The other students are just messing around with me. I don't really mind, Toby replied after a moment's hesitation, sounding a bit embarrassed. Don't be like that, Toby. It's rare for Ms. Romanoff to offer you some personal guidance. This is a golden opportunity. Marfa chimed in from the side, fanning the flames. If you remember correctly, the Black Widow was a type of spider too. Black Widow versus Spider-Man. Now that would be a show worth watching. That thought amused Marfa, but his excitement was short-lived. Excellent. In that case, Mr. Maximoff, you can join in too. I like to see just how strong you are. After all, someone who can casually snap a classmate's leg must be pretty tough, Natasha said, her tone light but her eyes sharp. Since she was going to teach one of them a lesson, why not both? Natasha didn't mind taking the opportunity to test Marfa's abilities as well. Hearing this, Toby's previously crestfallen face instantly brightened, and he shot Marfa a gleeful, almost mischievous glance, as if he were quietly celebrating his own reprieve. Little did he know, Marfa was already delighted on the inside. Ever since the legendary system had enhanced his physique, Marfa had undergone a remarkable transformation in both strength and endurance. The passive spider sense gave him a sixth sense for danger, dramatically improving his ability to dodge attacks, while his psychic abilities enriched his repertoire of offensive tactics, and his healing powers increased his margin for error. In short, the Taoist template had given Marfa a comprehensive, all-around upgrade. And yet, there was one thing the game system couldn't provide: true combat experience and fighting skills. Of course, there will be plenty of battles in a legendary game, but can monsters really compare to humans? What's more, the monsters in such games are bound by the system's rules. Their attacks are almost always the same, charging forward in a straight line with attack frequencies set by the game design, lacking any real variation. If someone thinks they're invincible in the real world just because they dominate in the game, that notion is, quite frankly, extremely foolish. Long before, Mafara had already entertained the idea of learning martial arts. Among all, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, was her top choice for a fighting instructor. And now, faced with such a golden opportunity, Mafara certainly wasn't going to let it slip by. Midtown High prided itself on nurturing students' all-around abilities, so it was only natural that it had facilities like a boxing ring, a judo hall, and a sanda, Chinese kickboxing, training gym, all fully equipped. The trio soon arrived at the sanda training area. Not far away, a few students from the school sanda club were sparring in pairs, while, as usual, a gaggle of girls seeking a dose of testosterone-fueled excitement gathered around, watching the action unfold. Ms. Romanoff, would you like some protective gear? Toby picked up a set of specialized sanda pads from the side and handed them to Natasha. Please, kid, who do you think you're looking down on? Natasha shot Toby a disdainful glance, and before he could react, she sprang forward in a flash. With one hand on the ground, she swung her long leg around, catching Toby's head in a scissor lock. Her arms wrapped tightly around his legs, and with a powerful twist, she sent him crashing to the mat. Whoa, who is that woman? Is she the new martial arts teacher? Seriously, what just happened? All I saw was a blur, and suddenly that guy was flat on his back. I'm a fan already. Which club is she coaching? I need to switch teams. Natasha's smooth, flowing moves sent a wave of gasps and cheers through the crowd. And as the boys got a clear look at Natasha's stunning figure and striking beauty, nearly every guy in the room turned into an instant admirer, their eyes brimming with awe. Toby, don't hold back. You can use more strength. Trust me, Ms. Romanoff is nothing like the delicate flower you imagine. Mafara had come here eager to learn. Now that Natasha had taken Toby down with a simple scissor kick, Mafara was even more determined. She called out to Toby in encouragement. All right then, Ms. Romanoff, I'm coming at you. I'm pretty strong, so be careful you don't get hurt. Before Toby could even finish his sentence, Natasha's long leg whipped out, delivering a sharp kick right to his face. Let's talk, more action. And for remarks like that, don't be surprised if I give you detention for harassing your teacher. As she spoke, Natasha couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment at Toby's physical resilience. If it had been anyone else caught in that hold, they would have been gasping for breath and turning red in the face by now. Yet here was Toby, calmly carrying on a conversation as if nothing had happened. That alone told Natasha she'd underestimated him. Suddenly, Toby let out a thunderous shout, and every muscle in his body seemed to harden into iron. A moment later, even with Natasha locked onto him, Toby simply powered through, forcing himself to his feet through sheer brute strength. Then, with a swift motion, he bent his body, seized Natasha's wrist with one hand and her ankle with the other, and hurled her away as if she weighed no more than a basketball. Oh my God! Who is that jerk? How dare he treat my goddess so roughly? One of the onlooking boys blurted out. Animal, doesn't he know how to treat a lady? Let's go teach him a lesson, another boy shouted from the crowd. If you want to go, be my guest. Didn't you see him just now? He hauled the goddess up with brute force alone, then tossed her across the room like it was nothing. I bet if he punched you, you'd be lucky to walk away, someone else retorted. Natasha hit the ground with a heavy thud. She coughed softly twice, climbed to her feet, and dusted herself off. I let my guard down. I never imagined his strength would be so overwhelming. Just the ease with which he threw me. He must be able to lift at least 2 tons. Impressive. He's quite the talent. If he passes a few more tests, maybe I can recruit him for S.H.I.E.L.D., she thought to herself. With that, Natasha charged at Toby once more. Soon, Toby was pinned to the ground again by Natasha's swift and relentless assault. This kind of head-to-head combat tested not just strength, but also skill and experience. While the serum Natasha received in her youth was mainly to slow aging, it had also given her a noticeable boost in power. She wasn't quite Toby's equal in raw strength, but her ability to slip past his attacks and strike at his joints was unmatched, allowing her to take him down again and again. A round of enthusiastic applause broke out. Everyone, Mafara, Toby, and the rest, was utterly impressed by Natasha's masterful fighting skills. She truly deserves the title of Black Widow, Mafara thought to himself. Toby, too, found himself sincerely admiring this teacher who had unexpectedly shown up, claiming she was there to tutor him. Even though he hadn't used his spider sense, had carefully held back his strength, and hadn't unleashed his web-slinging abilities, he still found himself on the defensive. Yet to defeat him under such circumstances was enough to prove that the woman before him was anything but ordinary. It was at this very moment that Toby began to doubt Natasha's true identity. After all, with such remarkable skills, it was hard to believe she was just an ordinary teacher. Soon, the sparring session between Toby, Mafara, and Natasha was the talk of Midtown High. On the school website, the scene of their 3-way match quickly shot to the top headlines. For a while, Natasha the teacher, along with Mafara and Toby, who were already no strangers to attention, became synonymous with popularity at Midtown High. Simply put, the 3 of them had become celebrities. But unlike those who simply watch for entertainment, Flash Thompson noticed something more beneath the surface. As one of the few wealthy students at this public high school, Flash had seen a fair bit of the world. Natasha's fighting technique, ruthless, precise, and as smooth as flowing water, even challenged the expectations of someone like Flash, who was used to the underground world of illegal boxing. With suspicion taking root, Flash became particularly invested in the matter, especially since it involved Mafara, the person he paid special attention to. By leveraging his wealth and pulling the right strings, Flash eventually got his hands on Natasha's employment file. It only took a quick glance for Flash to crumple the single-page document into a ball and toss it to the floor in frustration. Other than her gender and name, the whole file is blank. Not even her age is listed. Lighting a cigarette, Flash took a deep drag, his mind racing to piece together the information he'd gathered. Natasha Romanoff, female, honorary guest teacher at Midtown High. Her office was on the 5th floor of the main building, and aside from instructing Toby and Mafara, she took no part in any other school activities. Everything about her screamed of secrecy and contradiction. Could it be that Natasha was actually sent by the Maximoff family's powerful connections to protect Mafara? Slowly, the pieces fell into place for Flash. It was the only explanation that made sense of all Natasha's strange behavior. At this realization, a surge of excitement rushed through him. If that was the case, then by using Natasha as a starting point, it wouldn't be hard to dig into the background behind Mafara. That very morning, as usual, Flash sat in his wheelchair, flanked by bodyguards, and made his way to Natasha's office. He knocked firmly on the door. From inside came Natasha's slightly languid voice. Clearly, these past days of teaching had grown tedious for someone more accustomed to a life on the edge. Ms. Romanoff, good morning. I'm a student in grade 10, class 11. My name is Flash Thompson. Flash introduced himself. Natasha, half reclining on the sofa, only cast a brief glance in his direction before shutting her eyes again to rest. If you have something to say, speak. If not, leave. Natasha's tone was indifferent, neither warm nor cold. Seeing the arrogance on Natasha's face, Flash felt a surge of anger rise within him. At the same time, his suspicions grew even stronger. If she were truly a proper teacher, how could she behave with such airs? Taking a moment to compose himself, Flash quickly put on an obedient, well-mannered expression once more. It's like this. I've heard that Miss Romanoff is quite skilled in combat techniques. I'd like to ask if you could give me some personal coaching in your spare time. If you're willing, I'm prepared to hire you as my private tutor. $30,000 an hour. What do you think, Miss Romanoff? As soon as he finished speaking, Flash looked at Natasha on the sofa with hopeful eyes, a faint, expectant smile curling the corners of his lips. Umph. Arrogant woman. At the end of the day, you're just a bodyguard. I refuse to believe an offer like this won't move you. Flash thought to himself. He knew that in America, even top-tier agents rarely made more than $2,000 an hour as bodyguards. Yet here he was, offering $30,000, 15 times the going rate for an agent-level bodyguard. That was a truly generous offer. If it weren't for his determination to uncover the secrets behind Mafara, Flash would never have been willing to pay such an outrageous sum. Even a bodyguard currently standing behind him only earned $1,500 a day. Please leave. All I want is to be an ordinary gardener, nurturing a few promising flowers. Look at you. You can hardly stand up, and you're talking about learning to fight? Natasha's words struck straight at the heart of Flash's pride. And really, just listen to her. Does this sound remotely believable? An ordinary gardener? Cultivating flowers? If she truly wanted to be a teacher, why does she only teach Mafara and Toby? Flash didn't believe a single word of Natasha's answer. Miss Romanoff, the price is negotiable. $50,000 an hour. No, $80,000. How about that? Flash gritted his teeth and made the offer, already determined that once he uncovered Mafara's secret, he'd find a way to deal with this arrogant woman. Natasha replied with a single word, then shifted on the sofa, settling in as if preparing to sleep. Flash wanted to say something more, but found he had no idea where to begin. It seemed I had underestimated Mafara. Who would have thought that even a mere bodyguard from the forces behind him would possess such remarkable skill? What a pity they can't be used by me. Looks like my breakthrough will still have to come from Toby. That evening, just as Toby was leaving school, two maids intercepted him at the school gate. Are you Mr. Maguire? Our young master would like to invite you to dinner. We hope you'll do us the honor of coming with us. These days, Toby was juggling Natasha's iron fists of love, while also trying to clean up the criminal underworld in Queens and North Brooklyn. He barely had a minute to spare, let alone time to accept dinner invitations. Besides, his Rainbow crew had done quite well. The protection fees they'd collected recently not only eased Toby's financial woes, but he'd also managed to give Aunt May a portion of it under the pretense of a scholarship, greatly improving his family's livelihood. Right now, Toby's career was on the fast track. There was no way he could afford to waste time on a mere dinner. Mr. Maguire, our young master, said he mainly wants to discuss something about Miss Mary Jane with you. He hopes you'll grant him this favor. With that, one of the maids waved to summon a waiting car, then courteously gestured for Toby to get in. Mary Jane. Hearing this, Toby frowned slightly, weighing his options. Missing a few moments wouldn't cause his protection fee operation to collapse. Besides, with the skills he had now, there was little left for him to fear. Driven by curiosity, Toby got into the car. The ride wasn't particularly fast. After all, New York traffic was what it was. After about half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a grand hotel. Thompson Chain Hotel. Seeing the name emblazoned above the entrance, Toby had a pretty good guess as to who had invited him here. No wonder, such extravagance, and mentioning Mary Jane? Who else could it be? Getting out of the car, Toby thought to himself. He had no desire to mingle with someone who'd once bullied him. But since he was here, he figured he might as well go up, if only to formally offer an apology. Inside the hotel's private dining room, Flash Thompson's hospitality was as extravagant as ever. The table was laden with seafood, fine wine, Wagyu beef, truffles, everything imaginable. Beside both Toby and Flash stood two scantily clad female attendants, ready to cater to their every need. But Toby's heart was set on Mary Jane. He frowned at the attention from these women, politely but firmly turning them away again and again, embodying the very picture of a man immune to temptation. Flash was much more uninhibited. At the table, he carved away at his plate of Burke's sausages with knife and fork, while beneath the table, a rather attractive maid knelt, also savoring the sausage. Toby, may I call you that? Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand on ceremony, Flash said, gesturing at both the food on the table and the maid standing at Toby's side. Toby's face twitched in silent exasperation. So, this is how you live at home? He thought to himself, incredulous. Enough small talk. Why did you summon me here? I don't recall our relationship being so friendly, Toby said, his face cold. Flash clapped his hands, and instantly a servant approached Toby, presenting him with a check for $2 million. Flash let out a long, weary sigh. Do you know why I made things so difficult for you and Martha before? Toby glanced at the check in front of him, unable to hide a flicker of temptation. But his reason, and his friendship with Martha, quickly took over. He resisted the urge to pocket the check and instead pushed it aside. However, when he looked back at Flash, his gaze had softened, no longer as frosty as before. I lost my mother when I was very young, and my father was always too busy with work. As a child, I spent a lot of time alone, watching other kids play with their friends and families. I can't tell you how much I envied them. As I got older, I found myself surrounded by so-called friends, but they only cared about my money. In their eyes, I saw greed, jealousy, and a deep-seated contempt. More than anything, I wished I could have even just one genuine friend, like you, Flash said, still indulging in the pleasures beneath the table. His blissful expression felt almost out of place, but Toby, who had walked a similar path, couldn't help but empathize. What a pitiful soul, Toby mused. I lost my parents young as well, forced to live with my uncle's family. No matter where I went, I was always the target of bullying. Until I met Martha, I never had a real friend. Flash may seem indifferent to it all now, but perhaps he's simply grown numb to the pain. He thought all this quietly, keeping his expression guarded. Later, I realized, since everyone only cares about my family's money, why not make life easier and more enjoyable for myself? I started to shift my pain onto others, bullying them instead. And because I was generous with my spending, more and more people flocked to me. Even if I never felt any true affection, at least I didn't feel so lonely anymore. Flash spoke slowly, recounting his experiences. Toby, setting down his knife and fork, listened quietly. Until that day, when Mafara arrived. I saw how you all instinctively gathered around him. I was jealous, I resented it, and that's why I'm truly very sorry. Flash's face was sincere as he apologized. Now my leg is broken. Perhaps this is heaven's way of punishing me. After hearing Flash's story, Toby was visibly moved. Deep down, he found himself entirely forgiving this former classmate who had once sent people to hurt him. Toby, someone like me doesn't deserve love, doesn't deserve friendship. That's why I hope you'll take good care of Mary Jane for me. I hope you can give her true love. Don't rush to deny it. I've seen the affection in your eyes when you look at her, and I believe you can do it. Consider this my final request. Will you? Flash's tone was earnest, so much so that Toby felt a little embarrassed to win Mary Jane from him. No, Flash. If you're lacking friends, let me be your friend, as long as you don't bully others like before. But as for Mary Jane, I intend to win her openly and honorably. Let's have a fair contest between friends. She's not a prize to be handed over. I don't need you to step aside, and you have no right to give her to me. Toby argued. Flash burst out laughing, wild and bitter. What do I have to compete with you? You're Professor Romanoff's star pupil. You're strong and athletic. And me? I'm just a cripple with a broken leg. Even if I recover, I'll never be the same as before. Do you really think there's anything fair about that? Flash's voice rose into a furious howl. That's not true. You could be just as strong as me, if only you. In his anxiety, Toby nearly blurted out his secret, but caught himself at the last moment and stopped abruptly. But Flash noticed everything. Nothing escaped his eyes. There's a reason for his strength. Back when he witnessed Toby face off against Natasha, Flash had already sensed something was off. Tobey Maguire used to be a frail, bespectacled student, but in just a few days he was able to spar with someone as formidable as Natasha, and in terms of strength, even surpass her by a wide margin. Mafara, who was always with Toby, showed a similar transformation. Just an ordinary student, yet he could hold his own against a martial arts master without being defeated. Connecting the dots, Flash easily guessed that Toby's change must have come from some kind of help he received from Mafara, and that help was very likely tied to the power behind Mafara. Today's scheme was set up by Flash with the sole purpose of uncovering the secrets between Toby and Mafara. He never expected that, just as victory was within his grasp, Toby would catch on in time, causing everything to fall apart at the last moment. Just a moment ago, you were talking about fair competition and wanted to be friends with me. Turns out, it was all just a lie to fool me. Go ahead. Mary Jane is yours from now on. Seeing his plan fail, Flash decided to go all in. Rather than let Toby become wary of him, he chose to take a gamble. It's not like that, Flash. I mean what I say. As long as you stop bullying people, I'm willing to be your friend, and I'm willing to compete with you for Mary Jane, fair and square. But the way I became stronger is dangerous. If it hadn't been for Mafara, I might not even be alive right now. As your friend, I don't want you to take that risk. With those words, Toby made it clear he didn't intend to stick around any longer. He picked up his coat from the side, turned, and left. Once Toby was gone, Flash's eyes grew cold and sharp. So it really does have something to do with Mafara, which means the Maximoff family holds some kind of secret to gaining great power. That's why the Kingpin's gang either wants to win them over or is wary of another force trying to do the same. In his heart, Flash leaned toward the latter. After all, judging by Natasha's behavior, she was very likely a member of the very force that Kingpin's gang was so afraid of. The conclusion was clear. The key to breaking the deadlock was figuring out how Toby had gained his power. Flash roughly kicked aside the maid who was still eating sausage under the table and barked orders. Yes, young master. I want you, at any cost, to investigate everything Tobey Maguire did after Moffat Maximoff broke my leg that day. Where did he go? Who did he see? What did he eat? And while you're at it, find a way to look into that Rainbow Squad that's been so active in Queens lately. I suspect the masked man behind them is none other than Tobey Maguire. Understood, young master. After watching the butler leave to carry out his orders, Flash immediately shoved another maid under the table to get back to work. As dusk deepened, night once again draped its velvet cloak over New York, this city of excess and indulgence. Hey, Maffa, out buying booze for your old man again. A brown-haired boy, just a hair taller than Maffa himself, caught up from behind with a friendly greeting. Oh, Grant, so it's you. Maffa smiled warmly as he spoke. The newcomer was none other than his neighbor Grant Gustin. Since both Grant and Pietro shared a love for running, the two had quickly become the closest of friends, sharing everything without reserve. There's nothing I can do. Dad's been under a lot of pressure at work lately, so he's taken to drinking a bit too much. What about you? Out here, so late at night. Don't tell me you picked up jogging after dark? North Brooklyn isn't exactly the safest place after sundown, you know. Grant chuckled. Haha, Maffa. Pietro used to say you were a bookworm, and I never really bought it. But now, I'm starting to see his point. Seriously, you're so young. Does burying yourself in books all day really sound fun to you? Wouldn't it kill you to keep up with the news once in a while? He gave Maffa a teasing pat on the shoulder. Maffa asked, curiosity piqued. That's right. Word is, there's a new superhero in our neighborhood, goes by the name Skynet. Claims he's mending the world's injustices with his web and collecting protection money from everyone, stirring up quite a commotion. At the mention of Skynet, Maffa's eyelids twitched ever so slightly. Skynet, really? Looks like Toby actually bought into his own hype. Collecting protection money from everyone? Honestly, he's got a nerve like no other. Maffa thought to himself. Skynet? Never heard of him. Fill me in, would you? Well, this Skynet guy supposedly has 7 lieutenants, each named after a color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Lately, they've been going door to door in Queens and North Brooklyn, collecting protection fees. But here's the kicker. Unlike the usual thugs, these guys actually use the money to do some good. Every day, criminals and gangsters end up in the police station, courtesy of Skynet. Gwen told me Officer Stacy is even thinking about putting Skynet on the wanted list. The cops are really keeping a close eye on him, Grant explained. Wait, didn't you just say Skynet is fighting crime? Why would the police want to go after him then? Maffa blurted out, his concern for Toby impossible to hide. That's what I'm saying. If it weren't for Skynet, I wouldn't dare walk around alone at night. The local thugs are keeping their heads down thanks to him. Honestly, I'd rather pay Skynet than waste my money on those useless cops. Just look at how they treat North Brooklyn. Grant's voice brimmed with indignation. He'd always harbored resentment toward the NYPD. When he was a child, his family was robbed and his mother killed. The police couldn't solve the case, so they pinned the murder on his father, charging him with homicide. His dad's still locked up to this day. Let me tell you a secret. Skynet's my hero. I was hoping if I wandered around tonight, maybe I'd catch a glimpse of him in action. I imagine he must be this tall, imposing figure, a true force for justice. As he spoke, Grant's face lit up with the fervor of a devoted fanboy. All right, enough talk. You'd better hurry up and buy that wine for your old man. I'm off to see my hero. As soon as the words left his mouth, Grant strode off again, disappearing into the alleyway without looking back. That guy really is carefree. If something happens and Toby doesn't make in time to help, he could be in real trouble, Marfa muttered under his breath. But to be honest, Toby's doing a great job. It's only been a few days, and he's already making waves, really coming into his own. He's got what it takes to be a real crime boss. That thought had barely formed in Marfa's mind when, all of a sudden, his hair stood on end. An intense sense of danger surged through him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, dodging a speeding bullet by a hair's breadth. Glancing back at where he'd just been standing, he saw a bullet hole about the size of a thumb, freshly punched into the ground. Damn it! Which bastard dares to ambush me? Marfa shouted. From the shadows behind him came the crisp sound of clapping, echoing clearly in the alley. Then a bald, stocky man emerged from the darkness, smiling pleasantly. When he got a good look at the man's face, Marfa's brow furrowed. There was something oddly familiar about him. Marfa Maximoff, son of Django and Natalia, originally from Sokovia, possesses healing abilities, can teleport enemies instantly, and can manipulate objects from a distance. Exceptionally strong, with remarkable defenses. Shield threat level B, the newcomer said, his voice calm and measured. Tobey Maguire, New Yorker, awakened superpowers shortly after meeting Marfa Maximoff. Codename, Skynet. Can shoot white threads, spin webs, and climb walls. His strength and agility are both extraordinary. Shield threat level A. Having finished his recitation, the bald man set his gun down gently and began to walk toward Marfa, his demeanor unhurried. Stop right there. Who are you? You'd better not try anything, or I can't guarantee you'll walk away from this, Marfa warned, his voice cold. But in that instant, a dozen red dots, laser sights, flashed from every direction, settling squarely on Marfa's head. It was clear these were all gun sights. If Marfa made the slightest move, the triggers would be pulled in an instant. Shield Level 7 Agent, Sitwell. On orders from Alexander Pierce, Minister of the United Nations Security Council, I'm here to invite you to join SHIELD. At that moment, the bald, heavy-set man's image overlapped with a memory in Marfa's mind. Wasn't this one of Hydra's agents planted inside SHIELD? I remember in Captain America 2, he even got caught by Cap, didn't he? In just a split second, countless thoughts and ideas surged through Marfa's mind. No, my brain can't handle this. With that, Marfa immediately focused his consciousness inward, immersing himself in his mindscape, and once again found himself in the world of legend. Here, time was nearly at a standstill compared to the outside world. So Marfa always left himself half an hour of in-game time, just in case anything unexpected happened. He didn't care if it wasted game credits. Right then and there, Marfa sat down on the ground and began to sort through his thoughts. Just now, Sitwell had said he was inviting him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. on behalf of Alexander Pierce. Earlier, Black Widow Natasha from S.H.I.E.L.D. had already approached him. The forces behind her were undoubtedly led by Nick Fury and the righteous side of S.H.I.E.L.D. Given that Sitwell also had the status of a Level 7 agent and seemed to know his every move, there was no reason he wouldn't be aware of this. In other words, Sitwell's invitation to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was, on the surface, straightforward, but in reality, it was an invitation to join the Hydra faction within S.H.I.E.L.D., the so-called Snake Shield. By the time the MCU plot reached Captain America 2, Hydra's schemes were exposed for all to see. It was precisely because of this that Nick Fury, with Cap, Black Widow, and Falcon by his side, managed to topple them in the end. After that, Hydra hardly appeared in the storyline anymore. So, if he agreed to join Snake Shield, then after the events of Captain America 2, he would become an enemy of the entire Avengers. Before that, however, as the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now a UN Security Council minister, the Hydra leader Alexander Pierce could certainly provide him with far greater resources. That might even include an Infinity Stone. So from that perspective, joining Snake Shield wasn't entirely a bad thing. He could play both sides at first, and as long as he didn't go too far, he could always redeem himself later. Let's not forget, in the original story, Wanda and Pietro pulled off a similar redemption, didn't they? Besides, if he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. on Natasha's recommendation, it would only be a minor twist in the grand scheme, and the system's rewards probably wouldn't be very generous. But if he accepted Sitwell's invitation and joined Snake Shield, he'd have much more room to maneuver. No matter how you looked at it, this was a deal with no real downside. With his consciousness leaving the world of legend, Marfa returned to reality. Though he'd spent 10 minutes in the game, in the real world it had only been the blink of an eye. So, Agent Sitwell, tell me, as someone you're trying to recruit, is this really how you invite new members? Now that his thoughts were clear, Marfa faced the situation with absolute composure. Haha, interesting. Let me tell you, when it comes to friends, we've always been open and sincere. But if someone is our enemy, we show no mercy. The only question is, are you a friend or an enemy? Sitwell's voice was cold as ice. Maybe the interesting one here is you, Agent Sitwell. You didn't bother to ask what I wanted, nor did you share anything about your organization. Instead, you just barged in pointing guns at me. Even if I wanted to agree, how could I? Marfa had already made up his mind to join SHAD Hydra, but never in this kind of forced manner. As soon as he finished speaking, Marfa lunged forward, his figure leaving afterimages in the air as he appeared right in front of Sitwell. He moved so swiftly that, if not for the specially trained agents pointing their guns at him, no one else could have even tracked his movements. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Bullets stormed down like a violent squall, engulfing Marfa in a heartbeat. But relying on his spider sense to anticipate danger, Marfa dodged every bullet with uncanny precision, rolling, leaping back, hitting the ground, evading the hail of gunfire without a scratch. Just then, an arrow thudded down, landing precisely where Marfa was about to set his foot, nearly catching him off guard. Almost at the same instant, a throwing knife sliced through the air toward the back of Marfa's head, whistling with deadly intent. With a sharp metallic clang, the blade struck an invisible barrier and clattered harmlessly to the floor. Marfa's expression turned fierce. He spun around, eyes locked on the direction the knife had come from. He raised his right hand, as if grasping at thin air. A surge of psychic force pulsed from him. Universal pull. The next moment, A well-built figure was yanked from the shadows, dragged helplessly into the open. The man wore tactical gear, several throwing knives strapped to his belt, a crossbow in one hand, and a short blade gripped tightly in the other. A killing aura radiated from him, making him seem more weapon than human, a presence that sent chills down the spine. There was no mistaking him. This was Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, one of Captain America's deadliest foes. As the strongest operative Hydra had ever planted inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Brock Rumlow and Sitwell were the right and left hands of Alexander Pierce. If both had come in person to invite Marfa to join, it was a testament to just how much Alexander Pierce valued him. Was Marfa's power truly so great that even Hydra was wary of him? That wasn't the case. What truly concerned Alexander Pierce was Toby. After a thorough investigation, the intelligence Pierce had gathered indicated that Toby's abilities were most likely acquired from Mafara. Adding to that, there was the recent report from Hydra's Sokovia branch, as well as the intel on Natalia's massacre of Kingpin's men in Brooklyn Bridge Park. From all this, Alexander Pierce deduced that the root of the superpowers possessed by everyone, including Toby and Natalia, could be traced back to Mafara. As a result, Mafa's value had, without anyone noticing, been elevated to a matter of utmost importance. Of course, Alexander Pierce had also considered that all of this might merely be coincidence. But so what? The fact remained that Mafara possessed supernatural powers, and that was undeniable. Even if Toby's case couldn't be replicated, recruiting another superpowered individual would be no loss for Hydra. What's more, Mafara was just a child. In Pierce's eyes, a child's mind and beliefs were highly malleable. Compared to Natalia, who already had a well-formed sense of right and wrong, Pierce saw much more potential in Mafara. With a thought, two streams of telekinetic force shot out. Mafara gripped Sitwell's and Crossbones' throats with invisible hands. Agent Sitwell, as I just said, no matter what organization you belong to, the least you could do is let me know something about you all. I haven't even refused yet, and you're already in such a hurry to act. Is this really how S.H.I.E.L.D. gets things done? I think we need to have an honest conversation. Mafara released the telekinetic grip on the two of them, speaking calmly. It was as if the whole incident had been nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Sitwell hesitated, silently raising his assessment of Mafara's threat level from B class to A class. All right, everyone else stand down. Brock, you stay with me. I think we just might be able to enjoy a delicious midnight snack tonight, Sitwell declared loudly. Hold on, my old man's waiting for me to bring back some beer. Send one of your people to grab a case of Snow Brave the World. My old man only drinks that. And while you're at it, let him know I'm safe. I don't need to teach you how to do that, right? Do as he says, Sitwell ordered, nodding to an agent lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, on the other side of Queens, Toby, dressed in his black and white webbed suit, had also caught someone's attention. But unlike Mafara, this time there was only one pursuer. And it was someone Toby knew all too well. Just moments ago, Toby had apprehended another group of criminals dealing illegal drugs. After delivering them to the nearest police station, tied up neatly thanks to a dose of his fist of love, he thought the night's work was done. But, to his surprise, after walking just a few hundred meters, he realized someone was already tracking him. Toby could have escaped by swinging on his webs, but in order to find out who was following him, and maybe see if there was a big fish involved, he chose instead to lure his pursuer into a shadowy alleyway. Come on out. You've been tailing me for 2 kilometers. Aren't you tired? Toby spoke in a cold, steady voice. If that's how you talk to your teachers, then I think I'd be quite interested in having a proper chat with Ben McGuire. Natasha stepped out from the darkness, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. I have no idea what you're talking about. Toby tossed out the words and turned to leave. Toby McGuire, do you really think I won't do it? Natasha dropped the act and revealed her hand. Over the past few days, through their encounters, Natasha had come to understand both Toby and Martha to some extent. On the surface, Toby appeared to be a shy young man, but in truth, he was someone with a strong sense of justice, and more than a little ambition, a figure who walked the line between light and shadow. Web-slinging, wall-crawling, super strength, super agility, and even a kind of sixth sense for danger. After sparring with Toby and following him for quite some time, Natasha had come to know him inside and out. Though she found his collection of protection fees questionable, overall, he at least met the minimum requirements for S.H.I.E.L.D. recruitment. Ha 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 ha. So it's you, Ms. Romanoff. Toby pulled off his mask, laughing awkwardly. The night's lovely, isn't it? Wishing you sweet dreams. Bye-bye. With that, Toby turned to leave again. But before he could take a step, Natasha seized him by the back of the neck. Come with me. Unless you'd rather I pay a visit to your home. Natasha's sudden appearance meant Grant wouldn't be seeing his idol, Skynet, tonight after all. Inside a private room of a cafe in Queens, Natasha and Toby sat facing each other, a thick stack of documents resting silently on the table between them. All right, sign this employment agreement. Picking up the topmost file, Natasha tossed it directly in front of Toby. Strategic Homeland, Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Seeing the long string of words on the cover, Toby's mouth twitched involuntarily. You've got to be kidding. What kind of name is that? Toby grumbled inwardly, but outwardly, he switched to his best puppy dog expression. Ms. Romanoff, I'm still just a kid. He protested. Natasha smiled. A stunning, dangerous smile like a black rose in bloom. Casually, she drew out another file and spread it open in front of Toby. Tobey Maguire, do you know what your parents did for a living? Natasha asked, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Toby shook his head, indicating he didn't know. The words father and mother were already foreign to him. He'd been sent to live with Ben Maguire's family as a foster child when he was just a toddler. In Toby's heart, Ben and May Maguire were his true parents. Take a look at these, Natasha said, pulling out 2 more files and spreading them out in front of Toby. Charlie Maguire, CIA operative, identification number 89757. Mary Maguire, CIA data analyst, identification number 9527. Cause of death. Identities compromised during a mission, killed in retaliation by an unknown group, plane crash. Toby quickly skimmed through the files, piecing together the key details. How could that be? Toby's first reaction was disbelief. His own parents were both members of the CIA, and he had lived over a decade completely unaware of it. Even Uncle Ben had never breathed a word about this. To protect you, your parents entrusted you to the Maguire family, Natasha explained. Ironic, isn't it? The child of 2 national heroes ends up running a street gang and collecting protection money. Natasha looked at Toby with a meaningful gaze. Oh, and here's something interesting I found while digging through your records, she added with a sly smile. There's a senior at Midtown High named Andrew Garfield. His father's name is also Charlie, and his mother's name is Mary. Coincidentally, he's also lost both parents and is living with his uncle and aunt. And his uncle and aunt are? Toby ventured in disbelief. Ben and May, of course, Natasha smiled. You're quick. Intriguing, isn't it? Enough small talk. Let me lay my cards on the table, Natasha continued, her tone turning serious. I'm an agent with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Natasha Romanoff. We operate under the United Nations Security Council, handling all sorts of unusual incidents. And yes, that includes a certain gang leader called Skynet. That's not fair. Toby shot back, his voice ringing with conviction. Take a look at the crime rates in Queens and North Brooklyn these days. Sure, I collect protection, money, but I genuinely look out for the people. Doesn't that make me more of a public servant than you government types, living off taxpayer money and doing nothing all day? Collecting protection money had become a noble calling for Toby, an ideal he refused to let anyone sully. Not even Natasha, the very woman who'd taught him how to fight. All right then, let's talk about your home visit, Natasha said, her tone full of implication. This, Natasha's words, it must be said, struck right at Toby's sore spot. On one side was his career, his ideals. On the other, Ben and May, whom he saw as his own parents. For a moment, Toby was at a complete loss. You have to understand, someone with powers like yours is bound to attract the wariness of many factions. Right now, you've just started to make a name for yourself, so maybe you haven't noticed yet. But your actions have already caught the attention of all sorts of forces, including both the police and the underworld. In other words, you're threatening their livelihoods. Do you really think you can withstand the pressure from both law enforcement and criminal gangs? All right, let's say, just for argument's sake, that you could. But have you thought about Ben and May? If your identity is exposed and disaster befalls them because of you, what do you plan to do then? Are you really going to take on all the powers of New York, maybe even the whole United States, by yourself? Can you honestly do that? This time, Natasha didn't bother with the gentle tone she'd used before. She stood up abruptly, pointing at Toby as she scolded him. Toby wanted to explain, but Natasha cut him off again. Are you about to say you still have Marfa? As soon as the words left her mouth, Toby's eyes flew open wide, staring at her with a trace of fear. So, you think our Department of Homeland Straw? Honestly, this name has needed changing for ages, Natasha grumbled inwardly. You really think our agency is just as useless as you say? Natasha pressed on. Then why don't you go Marfa? He's much stronger than me, isn't he? Since she already knew everything, Toby decided there was no point in hiding anymore. He might as well lay it all out. Natasha burst into hearty laughter. That's exactly why I say you lack responsibility. Whenever something happens, you just push it onto someone else. In the end, no matter what powers you have, you're still the same timid Toby you were a month ago. Marfa isn't like you. His parents, after all. Realizing she'd said too much, Natasha hurriedly took a sip of her coffee. His whole family is under the official protection of our agency. How can you compare yourself to Marfa? Natasha's voice turned cold. A long silence hung in the air as Toby stared blankly at the thick stack of files about himself on the table. So what should I do? I don't want to give up on my dreams, but I also don't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May to be in danger. Toby's voice was soft, almost pleading. Join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Become one of us, and your family will have round-the-clock protection from our agents. Natasha's tone became gentle and persuasive. But I'm still just... Enough. It's time you took some responsibility. Don't worry. You'd only be an off-the-books member. No major missions, and we won't interfere in your life. We agreed to join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, but you need to tell me, what exactly did you mean earlier when you mentioned my father? As soon as the words left his mouth, a silver-haired man pushed open the door and entered, his expression grave as he fixed his eyes on Natasha. Ah, Marfa, when did you get here? Toby asked in surprise. Natasha's face darkened considerably. Despite her many years of experience as an agent and her keen senses, she had failed to notice anyone outside the door. Marfa was becoming more and more enigmatic. After pondering for a long moment, Natasha stepped out of the private room, scanned her surroundings, and then lowered her voice before speaking. You've heard of District 13, right? It's a special organization dedicated to researching supernatural beings and extraterrestrial civilizations. Your father, Django Maximoff, is currently working for their boss. And, according to the latest intel, that boss holds Django Maximoff in very high regard. Natasha spoke with grave seriousness. So that old man really isn't ordinary. Recalling the time he had brought food to his father and seen that shabby, unkempt, yet sharp-eyed antique shop owner, Marfa couldn't help but look as if everything made perfect sense. With the Maximoff family backed by District 13 and S.H.I.E.L.D. having already given Kingpin a heads up, they had double protection. As long as the Maximoffs didn't bring trouble upon themselves, no other power would dare to make a move against them. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully altered the MCU storyline. You are awarded 120 minutes of game time. Please keep up the good work, asterisk. Hearing the belated system prompt in his ear, Marfa nodded to himself. This reward was probably because Toby had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. With his involvement, Spider-Man, no, he should be called Skynet now, had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. That meant in the near future, the Avengers would gain another powerful ally. With this connection, if one day Marfa were ever to find himself on the opposite side of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was easy to imagine that the now gray area superhero, Skynet, would be far more likely to stand with him. Currently, Sitwell was still, on the surface, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, so he naturally wouldn't say too much about Hydra during his private conversations with Marfa. Yet, in a roundabout way, Sitwell still hinted that there were two factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. Marfa's first assignment after joining Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in fact, to accept Natasha's invitation to join S.H.I.E.L.D. It sounded complicated, but with his memories from his past life, Marfa knew full well that Sitwell was setting him up as a double agent. Being a mole among a group of top agents, wasn't that the very definition of spy within a spy? Getting double the pay while doing the work of an off-the-books member. What could be better than that? Just thinking about those two anonymous Swiss bank cards, each with $1 million that Sitwell and Natasha had just given him, Marfa couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Coincidentally, at this very moment, the stock price of Stark Industries had plummeted to the brink due to Tony Stark's disappearance. Without a second thought, Marfa threw all his savings into Stark Industries stock. Only a fool would pass up a chance to make money. Sure, his capital wasn't much. No matter how much he invested, he wouldn't make a fortune. But even the tiniest gain was still something, wasn't it? Once he cashed out, he swore the first thing he'd do was buy a tailed electric scooter. No, he'd buy 5, one for each member of the family. A single charge gets you 300 miles, the undisputed champion of long-distance rides. That's tailed. Ha ha ha. Lost in his thoughts, Marfa drifted off to sleep. From time to time, a faint smile would play at the corner of his lips, as if he were already riding his tail at sunset. Was this what youth was all about? P.S. I absolutely refuse to admit I'm cashing in. Absolutely not. While Marfa slept soundly on his side, elsewhere, Flash was fuming with rage. Crashing and banging echoed through the villa, the sound of objects being shattered making the maids tremble in fear. Damn Marfa, damn Toby, damn Natasha, and the Strategic Homeland. Damn it, I can't remember the name, but to hell with them too. Roars of anger erupted from inside the house, while Gamora, her face etched with worry, could only stand helplessly outside. Just moments ago, Gamora Thompson had finally traced Natasha's connections, drawing on years of cultivated relationships, and uncovered the force behind her, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. To Gamora, this absurd-sounding name felt like an immovable mountain, pressing down on her heart with suffocating weight. Though the Thompson family could never compare to top tycoons like Tony Stark, they were still considered high society in New York. So, while organizations like SWRD, SHIELD, and Sector 13 were distant and untouchable, Gamora had at least heard of them. With this, Gamora finally understood why even a kingpin of the underworld, Wilson Fisk, would care so much about his son provoking the Maximoff family. It had to be SHIELD exerting pressure on him, connecting this with what his son had described earlier. How Mafara effortlessly crushed those henchmen of Jack David, and how Jack David's crew was wiped out at Brooklyn Bridge Park. And considering that soon after the Mafias moved to New York, the infamous Skynet began appearing all over Queens and North Brooklyn. Piecing together all these fragments, Gamora and Flash began to sense the truth behind it all. Flash, my boy, it's not that your old man doesn't want to help you this time. It's just that you've tangled with someone you never should have messed with. From what we know so far, Maffa Maximoff, Natalia Maximoff, and Tobey Maguire are already 3 people with extraordinary abilities. And behind them, there's the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division backing them up, while the Kingpin's gang is also making moves to win over the Maximoff family. How could our Thompson family possibly withstand the combined force of such powerful players? Gamora took a deep drag from his cigar, blowing out a ring of smoke, and sighed helplessly. Ever since his boy was little, Gamora had carried a heavy sense of guilt toward him. If he hadn't devoted so much of his energy to his work back then and neglected his wife and son, Flash's mother wouldn't have died such a tragic death. So all these years, Gamora had done everything in his power to fulfill any request Flash made, just to make his son's life a little better. But now, Gamora truly found himself powerless. Footsteps sounded rapidly on the stairs below. Soon, a middle-aged man with a look of excitement on his face came rushing up. "Hey, lackey number 1, what are you doing? Sprinting around like that? Don't you know the young master is in a bad mood? Get out of here!" Gamora barked in anger. "No, boss, good news. I got good news." The lackey was so out of breath from hurrying that he could barely get his words out. "Keep your voice down, unless you want the young master to take his frustration out on you." "But boss, listen to me. This news is really—" Before the lackey could finish, Flash's door swung open. Flash emerged from his room, face dark with lingering anger, and strode over to the lackey. "Out with it. Do you have news about that matter?" The lackey looked at Flash with a fawning smile and quickly pulled a USB drive from his pocket. "Young master, you truly have the insight of a great strategist." The lackey opened with a blatant flattery. "Cut the nonsense and get to the point." Yes. As you instructed, I had someone secretly keep watch on their house around the clock. And it turns out, you were absolutely right. Tobey Maguire is indeed that Skynet who's been making all the headlines recently. After that, I managed to buy up every piece of surveillance footage about Tobey Maguire, from the moment he met Maffa Maximoff, all the way to when he started displaying superhuman abilities. Guess what I found? Flash had clearly had enough of his lackey's half-spoken, half-hidden manner. Without hesitation, he fired a shot right at the ground in front of him. "Say one more useless word, and I'll put a bullet in you." The lackey gulped hard. Through careful analysis and comparison of all the surveillance videos, we discovered something. Before attending the Columbia University Research Institute's study tour, Tobey Maguire was nearsighted, but after the trip, he no longer needed glasses. So, we bribed both an IT staff member at the hotel where they stayed and an internal security guard at the Columbia University Research Institute. On the very night of the study tour, the institute lost 2 super spiders. That same night, Maffa Maximoff entered Tobey Maguire's room carrying an empty water bottle with 2 indistinct black dots inside. The flash drive here contains the surveillance footage from that night. We had technicians enhance the video in high definition, and we're certain the water bottle contained those 2 super spiders. The lackey spoke with excitement. Though gathering all this information had cost him a great deal of effort, this was a monumental secret. Surely, Flash wouldn't be stingy with his reward. Who else knows about this? A glint flashed in Flash's eyes. He casually pulled out a check and slipped it into the lackey's hand. "Rest assured, young master. Including the technicians, everyone involved has been dealt with. No loose ends." Glancing at the $5 million check in his hand, the lackey beamed with joy. "Excellent. That puts my mind at ease. You truly are my most loyal confidant." After the gunshot, Flash calmly picked up the check again, blowing away the smoke still curling from his gun's barrel. "Dad, did you hear that? The super spiders, I want them." Flash spoke coldly. Watching Flash act with such ruthless decisiveness, Gamora couldn't help but shudder. Was this really the son she'd painstakingly raised? For a moment, Gamora actually regretted having spoiled him so much. Flash frowned and looked at Gamora. "Oh, I understand, don't worry. I'll make sure you get them. Please update soon. Please send gifts, even if free ones. Anything is appreciated." The crack and thud of fierce combat echoed continuously from the Midtown High School training arena, drawing cheers and applause from the crowd of onlookers nearby. Although this scene had played out for more than 10 days in a row, the crowd watching didn't dwindle. In fact, it only grew larger. Before anyone realized it, watching Natasha's combat training had become a daily after-school ritual for every student at Midtown High. A flurry of sharp, cracking sounds echoed through the gym. Once again, a series of rapid kicks and punches flashed through the air. After several failed attempts at her invincible scissor kick, Natasha simply abandoned the move and began trading blows with Mafara head-on. Thanks to his spider sense as a safety net, coupled with the results of several days of intense training, Mafara was now able to hold his own against Natasha, fighting her to a draw. Of course, all of this was only possible because Mafara refrained from using any of his other powers, including his strength-dampening ability. Otherwise, with just a single psychic bind, and without even needing to use any weapons, he could have completely overwhelmed Natasha. The bout came to a temporary halt when their fists and palms collided with a resounding impact. "Very good, Mafara. You've made tremendous progress these past few days," Natasha said approvingly. Then her gaze shifted. "But you, Toby-sai?" She shook her head in quiet exasperation. Not that Toby lacked talent. From the moment they joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha had officially taken on the role of combat trainer for both Mafara and Toby. Since the purpose was to hone their fighting skills, they'd agreed to set aside any superhuman abilities that might give an unfair advantage. So, the three of them established a rule. Every sparring match had to be fought using only about 100 kilograms of force. This not only helped them practice control over their strength, but also made it easier for Natasha to teach them new moves without the risk of anyone accidentally getting hurt. But compared to Mafara, Toby, whose strength was much greater, found it far more challenging to keep his power in check. And the truth was, before all this, Toby had just been a shy, introverted guy. Athletics had always been his weakest point. If he couldn't rely on his agility, raw strength, or web-slinging, Toby's fighting skills were, frankly, a mess. Or, as Natasha put it, he fought like a jealous housewife going after the other woman. Groin kicks, hair-pulling, eye-poking. The sight of it all left Mafara speechless. Fortunately, after days of tough training, Toby was finally starting to look a little more like a real fighter. "Pietro, did you catch all that just now?" Natasha called out, showing no signs of wanting to rest. She addressed Pietro Maximoff, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines. Just a few days earlier, ever the latecomer, Pietro had finally discovered Natasha's secret one-on-one sessions with Mafara. Naturally drawn to a good fight, Pietro immediately used this as leverage against his own brother. "Are you kidding me, Mafara? Mom and Dad only let you go to Ms. Romanoff's for extra tutoring so you could get ahead academically. And look at you, learning how to fight instead. Now the whole school's buzzing about it. So, what are you going to do about this mess? I'm giving you two options. Either count me in. I want to learn how to fight too. No, I mean learn martial arts, or I'll tell Mom and Dad and have them go talk to Ms. Romanoff themselves." And so, with no other choice, Marfa found herself knocking on the widow's door under the cover of night, which brought about the scene we see today. Watch closely, and please, Ms. Romanoff, I'd appreciate your guidance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pietro immediately struck a ready stance. "Come on, let's see what you're really made of." A flurry of blows landed as fists and palms met in rapid succession. But inside, Natasha was in utter turmoil. How could this be possible? Does Pietro have superpowers too? There's no record of that. But if not, then how do you explain his lightning-fast speed and those inhuman reflexes? The longer they fought, the more shocked Natasha became. A normal person's reaction time is around 0.2 seconds, and even elite agents, after years of extreme training, might bring that down to 0.1, maybe 0.08 seconds at best. But Pietro's reflexes seemed almost instantaneous, as if there was no delay at all. No matter how Natasha attacked, he responded the very moment she moved, dodging and countering with movements so quick they blurred before her eyes. P.S. That's all I'll say. Feel free to discuss in the comments. At first, Pietro was thrown off by Natasha's Street Fighter style, but bit by bit he adapted. Soon he was even able to mimic her moves and launch counters of his own. At this moment, Pietro was like a parched sponge, suddenly plunged into water, soaking up everything from Natasha with wild abandon. The two of them moved at a dizzying pace, exchanging blows so fast it made the onlookers' eyes ache to keep up, until, without noticing, the sun had already sunk toward the horizon. Sweat dripped steadily from Pietro and Natasha's brows, heavy beads tracing down their faces. Natasha's clothes clung to her skin, soaked through and nearly translucent, her striking silhouette faintly visible beneath. That's enough. Let's call it a day. Natasha hadn't expected Pietro to be not only so gifted, but also possessed of such stamina. Even she, seasoned, world-weary, and accustomed to all manner of opponents, had to admit her admiration. Pietro, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, there's not much more I can teach you. From here on, it's up to you to keep drilling these techniques until they become second nature. Maybe you can even help coach this kid whose head's stuffed with straw. As she spoke, Natasha pointed to Toby, who had long since buried his head in the floor in utter shame. At that moment, Natasha was already considering whether she should report today's events to Nick Fury. Someone like Pietro, a natural-born fighter, would make an outstanding agent even without superpowers. Well done, Pietro. Who would have thought you're actually the craziest one here? No wonder you're my big brother. Marfa walked over with a teasing grin and gave Pietro a friendly slap on the shoulder. But to everyone's surprise, that pat made Pietro collapse right onto the floor, instantly falling into a deep sleep. It was clear that during the match, just now, Pietro had been running on overdrive. After all, Quicksilver's power isn't just about speed. His brain has to process and transmit information at lightning-fast rates too. Otherwise, he'd spend more time running into walls than actually fighting. In order to speed up his learning, Pietro had obviously pushed his mind to its absolute limits, using his powers to accelerate his brain's processing as far as he could bear. That's how he managed to drain every ounce of energy from Natasha in just a few short hours. As the eldest of the three siblings, Pietro had always taken care of his brother and sister. Whenever there was trouble, he'd handle it behind the scenes for Wanda and Marfa. That's why, back in Sokovia, Wanda and Marfa rarely got bullied, while Pietro had a reputation as the hot-blooded, fearless troublemaker. But not long ago, faced with just a few petty gangsters, Pietro had found himself powerless, almost putting Wanda and Marfa in real danger. If Marfa hadn't stepped up in the end, Pietro would never have forgiven himself. Every time he thought about it, guilt would gnaw at him. Ever since he'd gained his powers, Pietro had trained alone late into the night. From physical conditioning to strength training, from fine-tuning his superpowers to developing new ways to use them, Pietro pushed himself to the limit, doing everything within his body's capacity. All of it was for one reason, so that no matter where or when, he could always stand in front of his siblings and be their shield, their safe haven. That night, back home, after a few rounds of Marfa's level 3 healing spells, Pietro had regained his strength. But judging by the way he sprawled across the dinner table, completely drained, he looked like he'd thoroughly overexerted himself. Thud, thud, thud. Django rapped his knuckles on the table. Pietro, what's wrong with you today? This isn't like you at all. Don't tell me you're sick again and wanted to call in for you. Django's face was stern as he spoke. My dear, don't. Pietro's really exhausted this time. Natalia quickly stepped in to smooth things over. After all, she herself had once possessed superpowers, so she understood perfectly well what was happening with Pietro. It was clearly a side effect of overusing his abilities, the result of mental exhaustion and depleted energy. Ever since tragedy struck their family, Natalia had paid extra attention to every move her loved ones made, especially the three children. Given how recently they'd acquired their powers, she couldn't help but worry. So, naturally, Natalia had noticed Pietro's strange reactions over time. No one knows a child better than their mother. Watching Pietro late at night, pouring sweat as he trained alone in his room, Natalia's heart ached for her son. Rebellious, brash, always looking for a fight, and seemingly unmotivated. It was all just a facade. Only a mother could see through it. Beneath his infuriating exterior, her eldest was every bit as remarkable as his younger brother, a true man in his own right. According to the latest report from the Global Daily, a terrorist has recently appeared in the Queens District in New York. As of the news release, 38 people have gone missing, most of them young women. Witnesses describe the terrorist as being completely clad in black, standing nearly 8 feet tall, and moving with incredible speed. Crime scenes are often left with traces of biological toxins and what appears to be a web-like protein residue. In every area where this individual has been sighted, security cameras are hacked in advance, suggesting a coordinated, targeted attack on society. All New York residents are urged to remain vigilant and avoid going out at night whenever possible. Now, here's a quick news roundup. Tony Stark, the long-missing head of Stark Industries, has been located by the military in Afghanistan and is currently being extradited back to the United States. Stark Industries' stock prices have soared as investors celebrate in the streets. Elizabeth Talbot Ross, known as Betty, the only daughter of U.S. General Ross, has recently gone missing near Columbia University. George Stacy, chief of the Queens Police Department, was recently attacked by a group of unknown individuals. An investigation is underway. The television droned on, relaying the latest headlines, sending a chill down Martha's spine. Betty's disappearance had indeed been part of her own plan, and Tony Stark's return was something she had long anticipated. But that terrorist lurking in Queens, Martha didn't need to think twice to guess who it was. Of course, swift movements, clad in black, leaving behind web-like protein residue. Who else could it be but Tobey Maguire? Yet why would Tobey suddenly turn violent? And how could he possibly be 8 feet tall? Martha frowned, lost in thought. Dad, Mom, I'm meeting Tobey tonight to work on our study tour paper, so I won't be home for dinner. No sooner had she finished speaking than Martha grabbed her backpack and dashed toward the door. Wait, Martha, didn't you hear the news just now? Try not to go out at night. Django's voice rang out, full of concern for Martha's safety. Don't worry, dear. Martha isn't as fragile as you think, Natalia reassured him gently. Django snapped back to his senses. Of course, Martha is a superpowered individual now. Fending off a few petty threats shouldn't be a problem for her. All right then, I suppose it's fine. Meanwhile, Martha was already soaring through the air, propelled by her telekinesis, on her way to Tobey's house. Now that she was a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., exposing a bit of her abilities didn't matter so much anymore. Granted, her current flying speed with telekinesis still lagged behind a car, but the straight route made up for it. After all, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. In less than 10 minutes, Martha arrived at Tobey's doorstep. She pressed the doorbell. The door was opened by an elderly woman, well in her 60s. With a puzzled look, the woman asked, "You must be Aunt May, right?" "Hello, I'm Martha Maximoff, Tobey's classmate. Recently, our class took part in the study tour, and now we have to write a report for school. That's why I wanted to come over and discuss it with Tobey." "Good child, come in," May said warmly, ushering her inside. May had always treated Tobey as if he were her own son. She knew Tobey had been bullied at his previous schools. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped him transfer so many times. So, she understood just how precious a friend was to Tobey. Now, seeing Martha come to visit of her own accord, May couldn't have been happier. "Child, have a seat. I'll go get Tobey for you." May handed Martha a plate of fruit, her expression full of kindness. "That's very kind of you, but if you'd like, you can just tell me where Tobey's room is, and I'll go find him myself," Martha replied, bowing slightly in thanks. My, what a polite young lady you are. There aren't many kids like you these days. Tobey's room is the first one upstairs on the right. Go ahead, and take this fruit with you. I don't know what's gotten into that boy lately. As soon as he's home, he shuts himself away in his room. I really worry he's getting bullied at school again. But seeing you here puts my mind at ease." Every word May spoke was filled with deep care and affection for Tobey. As for this elderly woman, whether from the glimpses shown in films of his previous life or from today's first encounter, Martha felt she was a person worthy of respect. No, to be precise, both she and her husband were admirable people. One of them pointed Spider-Man toward his lifelong path, famously declaring, "With great power comes great responsibility." The other was a constant companion on Spider-Man's journey of growth, always ready to offer guidance and light the way. They weren't his biological parents, yet in many ways, they did far more than many true mothers and fathers ever could. Though the Maguire family lived in a villa, the worn furnishings and outdated appliances made it clear that their circumstances were far from affluent. Ascending the creaky wooden staircase, Martha quickly arrived at Tobey's bedroom door. He didn't knock. Martha knew Tobey had been busy lately with his protection racket, busy in his room, or so he claimed, but whether he'd slipped out the window was anyone's guess. Moreover, the news he'd just seen left Martha unsettled. On the way here, after some reflection, he'd come to suspect that this so-called terrorist probably wasn't Tobey. After all, Tobey had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and was well aware of its power. If he knowingly walked into danger, wouldn't that be courting disaster? Besides, Martha understood Tobey's feelings for Mary Jane. There was no way he would randomly kidnap a group of young women. Focusing his telekinesis, Martha deftly unlocked the door with a gentle twist, and it swung open instantly. A cool night breeze drifted in from the open window, brushing against Martha's face and sending his silver hair fluttering in the wind. At that very moment, Tobey stood there in his homemade spider suit, one foot braced on the window ledge, looking sheepishly at Martha, standing in the doorway. 2 white webs shot from his wrists, one latching onto Martha and yanking him into the room, the other sticking to the doorknob. With a swift flick of Tobey's right hand, the door swung shut once more. "Damn it, you scared the daylights out of me," Tobey grumbled, wrapping his big arm around Martha's head in mock annoyance. "I was just about to head out, and then the door flew open. I thought, well, hey, easy. My neck's about to snap." Martha sputtered, laughing as they wrestled. After their playful tussle, Martha finally learned from Tobey himself that the terrorist causing a stir in the news wasn't him. This revelation made Martha breathe a long sigh of relief. The whole idea of convincing Toby to collect protection money had always been about planting a seed of ambiguity in his heart, hoping that in the future, the Spider-Man he'd helped shape could one day become his ally. But if Toby ever became bloodthirsty or cruel because of it, that was something Marfa would never wish to see. Marfa, are you saying someone came onto my turf, stirred up trouble, and then tried to pin it on me? As he listened to Marfa recount the news she'd seen, Toby's anger flared instantly. Without another word, he strode over to his computer desk and began searching for more information. Sure enough, when Toby saw the photos from the crime scene showing a web-like, protein-based residue, he recognized it immediately. It looked exactly like his own spider silk. For a moment, both of them fell silent. Maybe we should talk to Natasha? She probably knows more than any of those reporters, Marfa suggested. But Toby dismissed the idea right away. No, this is my problem. If someone dares to cause trouble on my turf, they'd better be ready to face my wrath. His face was steely and cold as he spoke. Marfa had never seen this ruthless expression on Toby's face before. Sighing inwardly, she wondered, have those two super spiders begun to change his personality after all? Marfa, stay out of this. Give me a few days, I'll drag that bastard out of hiding myself. With that, Toby pulled his mask back on and leapt out the window, clearly headed out to hunt down the terrorist. Well, this is sure escalated. If I go downstairs and leave now, May will probably notice something's up, Marfa muttered helplessly. Without further delay, she summoned her telekinesis and floated out the window. Meanwhile, inside a villa somewhere in Manhattan, a series of frantic ripping sounds filled the room. Flash was violently tearing at the clothes of a young woman who had already slipped into unconsciousness. A closer look would reveal that this girl was one of the people listed as missing in the police investigation. That's enough, Flash. Don't go any further. Stop before it's too late. Let's buy a ranch in Ohio. Disappear there while we still have the chance. Trust me, our family's money is more than enough to keep you fed for the rest of your life. Watching her son's depraved actions, Gamora was racked with regret. Just a week earlier, she had secretly bribed a researcher at Columbia University's biology lab to get her hands on a super spider. The researcher, seeing that the payoff would set him up for life, was grateful and actually managed to steal the Spider King, Arachne, for her. Once they had the spider, Flash wanted someone to study it for him, but things took an unexpected turn. Arachne bit his finger in a sudden attack. A wave of searing pain shot through Flash's entire body, twisting his expression into one of savage ferocity. In a desperate act, he crushed Arachne in his grasp, but the spider's venom proved far too potent. Before Gamora could summon a doctor, Flash had already collapsed, overcome by agony. When he finally regained consciousness, he was startled to discover that his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. From head to toe, Flash's skin was now enveloped in a thick, hardened carapace. His abdomen had swollen to the size of a water barrel, while 8 spider legs had completely replaced his once human limbs. His arms hung low to the ground, brimming with explosive strength. Most terrifying of all was the pair of horns sprouting from his head, which combined with his armored form, rendered him truly monstrous. Seeing her son transformed into such a horrific creature, Gamora was beside herself with worry. She immediately instructed the family's private doctor, who had arrived in haste, to examine Flash's condition. But no one could have predicted that, under Arachne's influence, Flash's mind had already turned bloodthirsty and savage. Before the doctor could approach, one of Flash's long spider legs shot out, stabbing straight into the doctor's heart and yanking him forward in a single, brutal motion. The doctor offered no resistance. He died in Flash's grasp, swift and helpless. Witnessing this, Gamora was utterly stunned. She stared at the monster before her in disbelief, pinching herself over and over, desperate to wake from this living nightmare. But what Flash did next was even harder for Gamora to bear. With a frenzied hunger, Flash sank his teeth into the doctor's neck, biting down on the carotid artery and greedily gulping down the fresh blood. The body was still warm, freshly dead. Watching her son, savoring his horrific meal, sent a chill of terror through Gamora. She was petrified that he might drag her over and subject her to the same fate as the doctor. Fortunately, after feeding, Flash quickly regained his senses and did not go so far as to harm his own father. From that moment on, whenever hunger struck, Flash needed to drink human blood, or else the beast within would seize control and drive him mad. Left with no choice, Flash resorted to feeding on the newly hired butlers and servants in the household. But standing at nearly 8 feet tall, with a hulking frame, Flash's appetite far exceeded what a mere handful of attendants could provide. And so, he set his sights beyond the mansion, venturing out in search of fresh prey. It's worth noting that during his hunts, Flash gradually discovered that he possessed not only immense strength but also highly toxic saliva. What's more, he could shoot webs and silk from his navel, just like a true spider. After countless trials, Flash now felt as though he had become a living weapon, an unstoppable force who could slay gods or demons alike. Invincible, unmatched by any. A raspy voice escaped Flash's lips, and in the next instant, he swung his massive spider legs, bringing them crashing down toward Gamora. With what seemed like effortless might, he sent Gamora flying a full 3 meters away. Shut your mouth. If you weren't still of some use to me, I'd have killed you already. All those who have bullied me, one by one, I'll make every last one of you pay back 10-fold, 100-fold. With those words, Flash sank his fangs into the young woman lying helpless before him, stripped bare, and began to feast with wild abandon. The searing pain jolted the girl awake, and when her eyes focused on the hideous monster looming above, she bit back her screams, thrashing desperately with what little strength she had left. Scream, fight, struggle. Only then will your blood taste all the sweeter. Soon enough, the young woman was drained of every drop of her blood by Flash, her body left a cold, lifeless husk. But let's not forget, spiders are carnivores. Guided by a principle not to let such a prime delicacy go to waste, Flash devoured her without leaving a trace. For a long while afterward, Flash lounged contentedly, licking the blood from his lips, his gaze dark and brooding as he stared out the window. Jack Davy, Tobey Maguire, Natasha Romanoff, and Maffa Maximoff. I'll make each and every one of you my feast, then drag you all into the sewers. Ha 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 ha. Washington, S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion Headquarters, Director's Office. Natasha presented her latest report to Nick Fury. Nick Fury flipped through the pages briefly, nodding in approval. Excellent. Well done. This time, you've brought in 2 real powerhouses for S.H.I.E.L.D. That's no small achievement. But as Fury glanced over to the section listing Tobey Maguire's hobbies, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's this about collecting protection money? What exactly does that mean? The director looked utterly baffled. Ahem. At that, Natasha's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Director, that kid. Well, let's just say he's the sort of noble outlaw who operates with his own moral code. Sure, he's been collecting protection fees all over Queens and North Brooklyn, but at least he actually gets things done. These days, crime rates in those neighborhoods have dropped quite a bit. Natasha lowered her voice, almost whispering. Clearly, collecting protection money was no different from what the mob did. Good deeds or not, the act itself was hard to defend. In Natasha's eyes, this was one of Tobey's blemishes. But then again, when you look around the world, who doesn't have a little selfishness, a few stains on their record? Take Natasha Romanoff, for example. At the start, she was a spy trained by the Red Room in the former Soviet Union. And the relationship between the USSR and the United States was, well, everyone knows. But look at her now. She's working for S.H.I.E.L.D., isn't she? True, S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't an official American agency. It answers to the United Nations Security Council. Still, when it comes to real influence over S.H.I.E.L.D., America is absolutely at the top of the list. Otherwise, why else would the headquarters be in the heart of Washington, D.C.? Natasha, do you really think crime rates in Queens have dropped so much lately? Nick Fury asked after a brief pause, his tone contemplative. Wasn't that the case? Natasha wondered silently. These past days, she'd been busy arranging training sessions for Tobey and Maffa or writing her reports for Nick Fury. She'd even managed to take a rare, long vacation, so she hadn't really paid much attention to anything else. Given Tobey's usual methods and his ever-improving combat skills, handling Queens and northern Brooklyn should be a walk in the park for him. Nick Fury picked up the bottle of medicated oil that Phil Coulson had brought him a few days ago and rubbed some onto his temples. With a look of resignation, he handed a file to Natasha. Take a look at this. Strictly speaking, this one counts as your student too. Find out exactly what's going on and deal with him. I'm giving you the authority to assign tasks to your 2 temps. If necessary, get them to assist you. With that, Nick Fury left the office. Trouble always comes in droves. Never just one thing at a time, he muttered as he hurried down the hall, not daring to waste a second. According to the intel Coulson had sent over, Bruce Banner had secretly returned to the United States with covert help from Obadiah Stane. In fact, Banner and the long-missing Betty were currently staying at Obadiah's private villa. And earlier intelligence had already pointed to Obadiah Stane, the second-in-command at Stark Industries, as the mastermind behind Tony Stark's kidnapping. Kidnapping his own CEO while cozying up to the Hulk? That's a recipe for disaster. Especially when Fury remembered Banner's first transformation into the Hulk years ago, when he fought the U.S. military tooth and nail and left a path of destruction in his wake. Nick Fury couldn't help but feel he'd aged a good deal lately. Good thing I'm bald, or I bet my hair would have turned white from stress by now. Chocolate milk foam, anyone? He gave a wry chuckle, remembering the drink Maria Hill had brought him the other day. Unlike the tense situation faced by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the mages, Tony Stark at this moment had transformed into a full-fledged techie. Shutting himself away in his Malibu beachfront mansion at 10080, California, completely absorbed in tinkering with the Iron Man suit. Mark II. Not long ago, Tony Stark had been kidnapped by members of the Ten Rings organization and held captive in a cave somewhere in Afghanistan, forced to build Jericho missiles for them. Yet, with the help of Dr. Incense, who was also a prisoner, Tony not only regained his will to survive, but also managed to develop the first miniature arc reactor and the prototype Mark I armor. Relying on the Mark I suit and the chance Dr. Incense created for him at the cost of his own life, Tony dealt a devastating blow to the Ten Rings' temporary base and managed to escape from their clutches. Although it was initially an improvised plan, Tony's sharp instincts and foresight in weapons development made him realize the strategic significance of exoskeletal armor. Thus, after returning to the United States, apart from indulging in a long-missed cheeseburger and announcing that Stark Industries would suspend the manufacture and sale of weapons, Tony Stark immediately set about redesigning his Iron Man suit. "Sir, this is absolutely the greatest invention I've seen in this century." Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, was at that moment using his formidable computing power to continuously adjust the parameters of the new suit, while also taking the opportunity to flatter Tony Stark. "I know. In fact, I think so myself," Tony replied, as proud as ever, downing a glass of 90 Romanicani without a hint of modesty. Some time later, Jarvis's voice sounded again. "Sir, all parameters have been adjusted according to your specifications. Shall I begin the construction of the suit now?" "Of course. What are you waiting for?" With that, Tony strode over to the other side of the lab and began working on the second-generation miniature arc reactor. During the kidnapping incident in Afghanistan, Tony had been injured by shrapnel from an explosion. Many of the fragments remained in his body. Although Dr. Incense had removed most of them, the ones lodged near Tony's heart were beyond his ability to extract. As a result, Tony Stark was forced to implant an electromagnet in his chest to keep the shrapnel from traveling through his bloodstream and reaching his heart. However, during the earlier escape, both the Mark I suit and the original arc reactor had already been pushed to their limits. If he delayed any longer, there was no doubt Tony Stark would eventually be killed by those tiny shards of metal. "Hey, Pepper, how big are your hands?" Tony Stark spoke into the microphone in front of him. "What? I don't really understand." Pepper, who was also at the seaside villa and currently watching news about Stark Industries, replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Never mind, just come down here for a minute. I need you." Without delay, Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant and the CEO's secretary at Stark Industries, descended the stairs to Tony's laboratory. She found Tony shirtless, lying quietly on a recliner with a small light bulb in his hand. The sight left Pepper at a loss. "Oh my God, is this really the thing that's keeping you alive?" Pepper stared at Tony in shock. "It used to be, but now it's just a relic." As he spoke, Tony pulled out a freshly made, still warm second-generation miniature arc reactor. "This is the upgrade. It'll keep me alive from now on. But right now, I've run into a bit of trouble. I need you to reach inside, pull out the shorted wire, and help me swap it out." Seeing Tony's face twisted in pain and the fist-sized hole in his chest, Pepper felt her own heart tighten as if it were being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. "Oh my God," just as the two were caught up in this intimate moment. "Sir, I've just detected that Obadiah Stane has used a large sum of company funds to purchase a substantial amount of biotech equipment. Should I contact Obadiah?" Jarvis suggested, his voice calm. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Jarvis, I really think it's time to upgrade your system. Do you honestly think I've got time to worry about these trivial matters right now?" "Pepper, keep going." Tony's words reflected not only his immediate preoccupation, but, more importantly, his deep trust in Obadiah. After all, Obadiah had been serving Stark Industries since the days of Howard Stark, Tony's father. For decades, he had worked with tireless dedication. In Tony's eyes, Obadiah was like an uncle to him. On one side was money, which now meant little to Tony. On the other was his uncle, who had always worked hard for the family business. Clearly, Tony had no reason to doubt Obadiah. Meanwhile, having left Toby's house, Marfa had no intention of chasing after him. After all, Toby was no longer the person he used to be. His physical abilities far surpassed those of Spider-Man in the original story, not to mention the combat skills he had acquired. In all of Queens, there were probably few who could rival him now. Since the Ancient One had given her a subtle hint earlier, Marfa knew she needed to adjust her plans. With the threat of the Ancient One no longer looming over her, Marfa could finally let loose and focus on making some serious money. First of all, the closest and most actionable target was naturally the big brain, Dr. Samuel Stearns, also known as Mr. Blue, the online acquaintance Bruce Banner meets in the original storyline. In order to solve the Hulk problem within himself, Banner, while working in Brazil, connected online with another doctor who was highly accomplished in the field of biology. The two hit it off instantly, developing a mutual sense of appreciation for each other's talents. After much hesitation, Banner, who used the online alias Mr. Green, finally decided to mail a sample of his blood to Samuel. With Samuel's help, Banner managed to barely keep the Hulk inside him under control through injections of a suppressive drug. What Banner didn't know was that Samuel Stearns, a PhD in cellular biology at Grayburn College, harbored ambitions of his own. When you look at the world, men usually chase after nothing more than wealth, fame, power, or beautiful women. But for Samuel, his greatest dream was to win the Nobel Prize and have his name written into history. To that end, Samuel Stearns secretly used the blood sample Banner sent him to cultivate an entire warehouse full of serum. And one of Hulk's greatest foes, Abomination, was created through a fusion of this Hulk serum and a reproduction of the Super Soldier Serum by General Ross. Mafara remembered that, when watching the movie The Incredible Hulk, in the post-credits scene, Samuel Stearns mutated after his head was infected by Hulk's blood serum. It was always a mystery why Marvel's movies never explored Samuel's story further, never diving deeper into the leader's arc, which was certainly a disappointment for fans of the comics. But one thing was certain. If Mafara destroyed Samuel's warehouse now, Abomination would never be able to come into existence, or at least not at this point in time, wiping out an entire movie's worth of major events in one stroke. Surely the system's reward of game points would be nothing short of generous. Mafara mused to himself. Unlike other characters in the story, Dr. Samuel Stearns was a professor at the renowned Grayburn College in the United States. This meant that much of his information, including his home address, could be found right on the college's website. Before long, Mafara had already arrived in the Harlem neighborhood of Manhattan. Following the house numbers, an unremarkable little house soon appeared before Mafara's eyes. This is it, no doubt about it. With the help of telekinesis, ordinary locks were no more of an obstacle to Mafara than an open door. In no time, he had slipped inside Samuel's home. There's no denying it. Samuel is the very definition of a research fanatic. In his cramped apartment of less than 200 square meters, at least 150, are taken up by an array of equipment, desks, and chairs. Even his bed is simply laid out in a patch of open space among the research apparatus. A real talent. Initially, Mafara had planned to simply kill Samuel, eliminating this potential threat once and for all and cashing in on a hefty reward. But after scanning Samuel's room, Mafara had a change of heart. If possible, recruiting someone of his caliber would be far more valuable than leaving behind a corpse. The sound of a toilet flushing echoed from one of the rooms. He couldn't help but smirk, thinking, this guy's nerves are something else. I'm already in his house, and he's still in the bathroom. Soon enough, Samuel emerged from a cubicle, dressed in a blue tank top. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Samuel was visibly flustered upon seeing Mafara. After all, his home was filled with precious Hulk serum. These were treasures to him, and the sight of an intruder sent his nerves into overdrive. Mafara didn't bother to answer. Instead, he simply sized Samuel up with an amused expression. Samuel's frame was thin and slight, clearly the result of long hours spent in the lab and little time for exercise. His blonde hair was unkempt, further evidence he devoted little attention to his appearance. Not bad. He looks just like a perfect tool man. Mafara gave an honest appraisal. But to Samuel, the remark was nothing short of an insult. The nerve. He held 4 doctorate degrees, yet here he was being dismissed as a tool man. In Samuel's mind, Mafara was already branded as a villain. In America, entering someone's home without permission is grounds for being shot, and the law would be on the homeowner's side. Samuel acted accordingly. Without hesitation, he grabbed a long-barreled rifle from the wall and aimed it directly at Mafara, pulling the trigger without a second thought. Clearly, Samuel was well prepared for such scenarios. With treasures that might one day earn him a Nobel Prize stashed in his home, Samuel was nothing if not vigilant. There are no fewer than 5 long-barreled rifles hanging on the wall, each one loaded and ready. 2 shots rang out in quick succession, small-caliber bullets whizzing straight toward Mafara. But Mafara didn't even flinch. With his current level of telekinetic power, ordinary firearms couldn't so much as scratch his psychic barrier. To penetrate it and do him harm, it would take at least a high-caliber weapon or a sniper rifle. Mafara calmly extended his palm forward, and in an instant, a psychic barrier over a meter thick materialized before him. The 2 bullets, as if swallowed by the sea, burrowed about 30 centimeters into the barrier before halting, suspended in midair. Samuel could hardly believe his eyes. Clearly, what he was witnessing now was far beyond the limits of his understanding. All along, even during his research on the Hulk serum, Samuel had clung to the belief that science could explain everything. Or, to put it another way, for most scientists, science is a kind of faith. There's nothing it cannot explain. If something seems unexplainable, it only means that technology has not yet caught up. Yet the actions of the man before him defied the very laws of physics, shattering the boundaries of science. In that moment, the faith Samuel had held for years was utterly broken, and for a split second, he nearly lost his mind. He hurriedly grabbed more bullets from an ammo box hanging on the wall and reloaded his weapon. Driven by a wild desperation, he fired at Marfa again and again. Fortunately, the entire room had been reinforced with advanced soundproofing for his experiments. Otherwise, the neighbors would have surely called the police after hearing such a barrage of gunfire. At last, the ammo box was empty. Samuel collapsed to the floor, utterly spent, his gaze fixed on the dense cluster of bullets still hovering in the air. "Are you done playing?" With a mere thought, Marfa propelled the suspended bullets sideways with his psychic power, sending them ricocheting into the wall. A split second later, the wall was riddled with countless bullet holes. "If you've had your fun, let's sit down and have a proper conversation." Marfa felt confident about recruiting Samuel. From the original storyline, it was clear that Samuel was someone who cherished his own life above all and would do anything to survive. And once Samuel agreed to follow him, with Marfa's knowledge of future events and the help of the legendary system, it was certain that Samuel would have more experimental material than he could ever dream of. With both the carrot and the stick, how could someone as self-serving and fame-hungry as Samuel possibly resist? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the MCU storyline. You are rewarded with 1,200 minutes of game time. Current remaining game time, 1,340 minutes. Please keep up the good work. Leaving Dr. Samuel Stern's home, Marfa was beaming with satisfaction. Not only had he just recruited a highly capable tool for his plans, but he had also walked away with an entire warehouse full of Hulk serum. Fortunately, these serums weren't legendary items, so when Marfa placed them in her inventory space, they only took up 5 slots due to their varying concentrations, and each slot had a nominal weight of just 1 unit. Item stacking really is a practical feature, Marfa thought to herself. This trip had been remarkably rewarding for Marfa, but the price she paid was not insignificant. In order to recruit Samuel, Marfa had made a grand gesture, allocating $9 million out of the $10 million she'd just cashed out from Stark Industries stocks to him. After all, New York was a city rife with trouble, and it was clearly unwise to keep Samuel here. So, Marfa sent him off to Cambridge, Massachusetts, right next door to New York State. MIT was there, and, given Samuel's abilities, it was a perfect temporary refuge. As for the $9 million, part of it was for research, so Samuel could continue his work on the Hulk serum and hopefully make it controllable as soon as possible. The rest served as moving expenses. After all, if she wanted her assistant to work well, she had to make sure he was comfortable. Poor Marfa. She had barely gotten her hands on the money before it vanished again. "Ah, I really am destined for a life of toil," Marfa sighed. Meanwhile, in a KTV lounge in Queens, carnage reigned, flesh and blood everywhere, pooling in rivers on the floor. "Ha, food? All food," Flash cackled. He grabbed the corpse of a hostess from the ground, sunk his jaws into her neck, and reveled in the ecstasy of fresh blood. "Ugh, what a stench," he spat, tossing the body aside. This time, he picked a girl with a more innocent-looking face. "Ugh, even worse than the last one," he muttered in disgust. Shaking his head, Flash stretched out his 8 long spider legs and slowly made his way to the deepest private room. Flash's goal was simple: revenge. Anyone who had ever bullied him would not be spared. Among them was one who had once pinned him to the ground and humiliated him, even setting his cronies on him. The mere memory of those days, the pain that tore through him, the humiliation and rage, flooded Flash's mind. "Jack Davy! Jack Davy!" he muttered, the blood vessels in his eyes swelling with murderous intensity. He was no longer able to restrain his urge to kill. This KTV was one of the most upscale in Queens, backed by the Kingpin's gang. No one ever dared to cause trouble here. The owner was a shrewd man, well aware of who in New York could be messed with and who absolutely could not. And in the category of untouchables, Jack Davy was at the very top. As the head of the Queens branch of the Kingpin's gang, Jack Davy was the KTV owner's VIP. Whenever Jack dropped by, the best private room, the prettiest girls, nothing was too much. Inside the KTV suite. "Take me to your heart. Take me to your soul. Give me your hand before I'm old." Jack, arm draped around a hostess, was partying hard with his crew. Just yesterday, the Kingpin had summoned him again. First came the praise for a job well done, then a reminder: win Natalia over, and if possible bring her into the fold. Jack Davy could barely contain his excitement. After all, the Kingpin was no ordinary man. He was the emperor of the underworld. It was like in ancient times when a local official was summoned twice in quick succession by the emperor himself, and even received words of commendation. For Jack, this was the proudest moment of his life. Fresh from his meeting with the Kingpin, Jack had gathered a dozen of his closest men for a celebration at the KTV. It was partly to mark his family's narrow escape from disaster, and partly to show off, to teach his boys a thing or two and bask in a little glory. Now, everyone was tipsy, and a few lightweights were already struggling to stand. Brothers, come on, another toast. Here's to us finishing the boss's job soon. You, and you, and you, we'll all rise to the top together. Slurring slightly, Jack pointed at his men. Cheers, all in one go. Everyone raised their glasses high. Suddenly, the suite door burst open with a crash, pinning one of the men. The KTV owner, who'd been entertaining at the side, assumed someone had come to make trouble. His brow furrowed as he was the first to rush towards the door. Who the hell doesn't have any sense? Don't they know Big Brother Jack is inside? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp, metallic tang of blood filled his nostrils. Before he could react, a razor-sharp spider leg pierced straight through his abdomen. Gritting his teeth through the searing pain, the KTV owner looked towards the door. There he saw a monstrous creature, horned, armored in scales, with 8 legs, staring back at him with a chilling, murderous glare. A monster! He never finished the sentence. The KTV owner's eyes closed for the last time. By now, everyone else in the room had snapped out of their stupor. Panic set in, but instinct took over. They drew pistols and knives from their belts, all eyes locked on Flash, tense and ready. Who the hell are you with? You don't know who we... The gunman's words had barely left his lips when another long spider leg lashed out, faster than anyone could react, aiming straight for his face. Before the others could even process what was happening, the tip of the spider leg had already pierced through his throat. Fire! Shoot! Hurry, shoot! Witnessing this, Jack instinctively took 2 steps back, waving his hand to urge his men forward. After so many years in the underworld, Jack had seen his share of blood and violence. Back in the day, Jack Davis had been one of the notorious 13 guardians of the Kingpin's gang. He had once wielded 2 machetes, cutting his way from Queens all the way to Brooklyn and back again, for 3 days and nights, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. Stroke after stroke, he never once blinked. Yet, even with all that experience, the scene before him chilled him to the bone. Flash's appearance at this very moment was nothing short of terrifying. Would you believe he had a corpse dangling from one of his legs? Would you believe there were still chunks of flesh stuck to him? Would you believe he was chewing on a half-exposed intestine, right there in his mouth? By now, the hostesses in the private room had all retreated to the corners, trembling with fear. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. A hostess, half-dressed and flushed, sauntered out, followed closely by one of the gang members, who was still fumbling with his belt, completely oblivious to the tension in the room. Big brother, what's going on? He slurred, swaying slightly as he took in the sight of everyone armed and on edge. But before the words were out of his mouth, a long spider leg reached out, its razor-sharp tip slicing across his neck. With a thin line of blood, his bald head thudded to the floor. Shoot! You idiots, open fire! Jack Davis was the first to snap out of it, barking his orders. Gunshots erupted, bang, 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 as dozens of bullets were unleashed in Flash's direction. But then, a strand of white web shot from Flash's navel, sticking to the heavy door he had just kicked down. With a quick yank, he pulled the door into place, blocking every single bullet. Jack Davis, do you remember me? Author's note. Please, give me some encouragement and gifts. Free gifts are fine too. Your support is what keeps me writing. You're... Jack's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the monster before him. So you do remember me. Well, tonight, I intend to thank you properly for all the care you've shown me. Flash's voice was hoarse, his expression vicious as he fixed his gaze on Jack Davis in the crowd. Do we know each other? Yet Jack's reply, in just a fleeting instant, once again stoked Flash's rage to new heights. In truth, it wasn't entirely Jack's fault for not recognizing Flash. At this moment, Flash's body was almost entirely covered in scales and hardened armor, making him look worlds apart from before. Let alone Jack Davis. Even his own father, Gamora, would have trouble recognizing him if he hadn't witnessed Flash's transformation firsthand. I'll fight you to the end. Just then, as if unable to bear the stifling atmosphere in the private room, one of the henchmen, clutching a pair of butterfly knives, charged straight at Flash. In the blink of an eye, a crimson arc flashed through the air, and another head tumbled to the floor. Everything happened so quickly that Jack still hadn't remembered when he'd last seen this fearsome killer before him. Thud! Thud! Witnessing the sheer brutality of this monster, Everyone else in the room lost their will to fight in an instant. Guns, batons, knives. Everyone, as if by silent agreement, tossed their weapons to the ground. Sir, please spare us. We were just running errands for Jack, that bastard. If you let us go, we'll take care of him for you right now. One quick-witted henchman pleaded, dropping to his knees. Yes, sir, please let us live. We'll wipe out Jack's whole family for you tonight. That's right. Jack's daughter is quite a looker. How about I bring her to you? Braised? Steamed? Deep-fried? However you want her, I'll cook her up myself. For a moment, everyone in the room scrambled to echo these offers. You traitors, aren't you afraid of the boss's revenge? Watching his closest men turn on him one by one, Jack Davis roared in fury. Ever since he joined Kingpin's gang, Jack Davis never expected to live out his days in peace, but that didn't mean he'd stand for anyone threatening his family. That was why, the first time Kingpin summoned him, Jack had been so tense and afraid, only to take out all his anger on Flash later. It's better to live in disgrace than die for nothing, Jack. Why should we take the fall for your mess? Relax, we'll make sure everything is handled nice and clean. We'll just say you betrayed Kingpin's gang. Who knows? Maybe we'll even get a promotion. Isn't that what you did back in the day? You think we don't know how Boss Zoffy Blair died? One of the henchmen shot back at him. A peal of laughter burst from Flash as he watched Jack Davis, abandoned and betrayed by everyone around him. Satisfaction welled up inside him. Good. As long as you strip Jack Davy bare, then take turns with him, tear him apart from the inside out, I'll let you all go. After a moment's thought, Flash murmured these words. Everyone's faces changed dramatically upon hearing this. Yet no one hesitated for long. The group of underlings who had been kneeling and begging for mercy just a moment ago now sprang to their feet with a whoosh. Without delay, they began to approach Jack Davy, each wearing a wicked grin. Jack, you have to understand, we're not doing this because we want to. Honestly, none of us are interested in you. But if your sacrifice can save all our lives, maybe you can rest in peace, right? The one at the front rubbed his hands together, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he moved closer to Jack. No. You bastards, I've always treated you well, and now you. How dare you? Jack Davy could already see the tragic end awaiting him. Terror filled his face as he staggered backward, hands instinctively covering his rear. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Jack's eyes flew wide open in disbelief as he stared at Flash. I get now. You're Flash Thompson. You can't do this to me. You'll pay for it, I swear. Jack roared in fury. Only now do you remember who I am? Too late. Well, what are you waiting for? Want to know what it feels like to lose your head? Or do you think I'm still hungry and want to feed me a few extra arms? Flash urged him on. Hold him down, guys. We'll take turns. No one knows who shouted it first, but suddenly the whole group swarmed Jack, grabbing at him with rough hands from all sides. Meanwhile, somewhere between the towers of Queens, Toby, swinging through the city, was suddenly struck by a wave of dread. An ominous premonition surged in his heart out of nowhere. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel this strange sense of panic? Toby wondered silently, but his body never slowed, gliding swiftly forward. Is the anxiety fading? As Toby moved farther from his previous location, the unsettling feeling gradually faded, too. Startled, Toby spun around and swung back the way he had come. That disturbing feeling. It came from that direction. With a sudden realization, Toby followed the trail of intense dread and fear, picking up speed until he soon arrived outside a lavish KTV club. Garden Club. He stared at the flashing neon lights above the entrance, his unease peaking. This is it. There's no mistake. In his mind, Toby confirmed his suspicion. Just as he was about to head into the club, a strong, nauseating stench of blood hit him, making him feel sick to his stomach. This is bad. Something's happened. Without any more hesitation, Toby forced himself to swallow his revulsion and dashed toward the entrance of the club. He pushed open the main doors. Blood was streaming across the floor like a crimson brook, winding its way past scattered bones, torn flesh, severed limbs, and even internal organs. Scene after grisly scene unfolded before Toby's eyes, leaving him deeply shaken. His footsteps echoed softly against the blood-soaked floor as he tried to steady his nerves, advancing slowly and carefully. But the deeper he went, the more horrifying the carnage became. What in the world? Suddenly, Toby stepped on something soft. He glanced down. What kind of monster could do something like this? I haven't seen a single intact body along the way, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, as Toby drew closer, Flash, who was on the 5th floor, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, as if he'd sensed something. Both Toby and Flash were super spider gene mutants, and for some reason, there was a strange connection between them. Flash had it a bit easier, since the spider he used was the mighty Arachne, the queen among super spiders. For Toby, however, this strange sensation felt like a silent, oppressive aura, one that a superior naturally exerted over an inferior. Whenever he got close to Flash, Toby couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety deep in his chest. It was like the feeling students get in class. When the homeroom teacher is peeking through the window, some of the more perceptive kids can sense the teacher's presence without even turning around, growing nervous for no reason at all. In the KTV lounge, Jack David's wails of agony echoed, punctuated by the crazed laughter of his gang of henchmen. "You lot, keep at it. I'm stepping out for a bit. If I come back and catch any of you slacking off." Before Flash could even finish his sentence, a strand of silvery web shot from his navel, yanking one of the henchmen, who had only been pretending to work, right up in front of him. In a heartbeat, spider legs pierced through the man's skull, splattering brain matter across the floor. "Why, yes, sir. We'll get right back to it." The henchman who had been working flinched violently, then clenched his teeth and set to work with desperate determination, no longer caring about the pain. "Toby, it must be you. I never thought you'd come straight to me before I even had the chance to hunt you down. Huh, the road to heaven is wide open, but you walk straight into Hell's Gate. Today, I'll show you who the real king of spiders is." He pulled the power switch, then hunkered down quietly by the stairwell, poised to ambush the intruder. As Toby's footsteps drew nearer, Flash grew ever more certain of the visitor's identity. After all, in this whole wide world, who else could elicit such a resonance in his blood, if not Toby, the very one who called himself the Web and went about extorting protection money? Clomp, clomp, clomp. With his keen senses, Flash could pinpoint Toby's approximate position even without the use of his eyes. "Now's my chance." Suddenly, Flash lashed out with a spider leg at the fleeting shadow before him. His sharp limb pierced straight through the figure, and the rush of pleasure as flesh gave way and warm blood trickled down his leg filled Flash with a surge of delight. Wait, something was wrong. Why hadn't his target cried out in pain? And a sensation just now, it was cold. Just as this realization struck Flash, a powerful beam of light seared his vision. His eyes, long accustomed to the darkness, went blind for an instant under the glare, and he lost sight of everything. A heavy, piston-like fist smashed toward his face. Before Flash could recover, a whip-like kick struck hard at the back of his neck. Ark! With a roar of pain, Flash's massive form, propelled by his 8 legs, retreated in a burst of speed. Tisich, so slow to react. Hidden in the darkness, Toby worked to quiet his breathing, careful not to give away his position. One had to admit, Flash's earlier stunt with a circuit breaker had been foolish to the extreme. Flash's plan, in essence, was to use the cover of darkness for a sneak attack, hoping to kill Toby with a single blow. But he'd overlooked 2 fatal flaws. First, as the king of super spiders, an arachne was supposed to completely overpower ordinary super spiders. However, everyone's body and genes are different. Though Flash had gained tremendous strength, venom, webs, and other powers, his genes had rejected the spider sensibility. And because of his bulk, he was at a disadvantage in agility compared to Toby. Second, unlike Flash, Toby had undergone Natasha's expert-level spy training, and a spy's skill set goes far beyond mere hand-to-hand combat. Stealth, concealment, fighting in darkness, code signals, these were all essential tools of the trade. And what about Flash? Even with his 8 deadly limbs, his overwhelming strength, and his potent venom, he was, at heart, nothing more than a spoiled rich kid, a student, after all. Therefore, in the pitch darkness, Toby was not only able to pinpoint Flash's position by the sound of his breathing, but could also, with professional skill, control his own breath, and even muffle the sound of his heartbeat. On top of that, his spider sense gave him a preternatural warning of danger. The moment Flash flipped the main power switch and plunged the place into darkness, his defeat was already sealed. As for the shadowy figure Flash had stabbed earlier, it turned out to be nothing more than a half-corpse Toby had picked up on the 3rd floor. Fortunately for Flash, he was no fool. After his sneak attack failed, he immediately realized that Toby had some way of concealing himself. The resonance between their bloodlines could only give him a rough sense of direction. It was far from enough to pinpoint Toby's exact location. With this in mind, Flash made a swift and decisive choice. He slammed 2 of his spider legs onto the ground before him. The resulting force, close to 50 tons, instantly blasted apart a huge section of the wall. Silvery moonlight streamed through the opening, illuminating the entire corridor. In that instant, Toby's skyweb combat suit, jet black with stark white patterns, came into full view before Flash's eyes. What the hell is that thing? And just like Flash, it was only now that Toby finally got a clear look at the monstrous creature standing across from him. That thing? Ha! Ha ha ha! For a brief moment, Flash's wild, Manic laughter echoed throughout the entire KTV. Tobey Maguire. Meet your end. A seasoned villain knew better than to waste time with empty threats. Without another word, Flash lunged at Tobey, all 8 spider legs pounding forward. 4 of his spider legs hit the ground to keep him steady, while the other 4, along with both fists, launched a relentless assault on Tobey. A barrage of strikes, relentless as a storm, rained down upon Tobey, trapping him in a whirlwind of attacks. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and in this case, Tobey was facing not just 4 spider legs, but 2 massive hands as well. Even with his spider sense and the combat techniques he'd learned from Natasha, Tobey could barely keep from being overwhelmed. But the corridor was far too narrow for Tobey's agility to make any difference. Plus, Flash's raw strength already gave him the upper hand. After several furious rounds, Tobey's arms were numb, and he was struggling to keep up. The corridor itself was in ruins from their clash. Walls, ceiling, and floor all riddled with massive holes, each one a testament to the violence of their battle. Not bad. You've got some moves? Flash muttered. But as soon as he finished speaking, a thick, gleaming strand of webbing shot out from his navel, wrapping itself tightly around Tobey's waist just as he was fending off the spider legs. You're finished now. As soon as he finished speaking, the webbing snapped back with sudden force, yanking Tobey straight toward him. With those words, Flash opened his foul-smelling mouth wide, revealing 2 long, venomous fangs, and lunged at Tobey, aiming to sink his teeth into him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment Tobey caught a clear glimpse of the poisonous fangs inside the monster's maw, terror surged through his heart. Instinctively, he thrust his left arm toward Flash. In that instant, a stream of white, sticky fluid shot out from Tobey's left wrist, the sheer volume of it completely filling Flash's open mouth. Bah! 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 Gagging on the thick webbing that filled his mouth, Flash immediately tried to spit it out, hoping that once he cleared it, he could sink his venomous fangs into Tobey and finish him off. But just as Flash was busy retching, Tobey's left hand fired another strand of web, this one wrapping tightly around Flash. Then, with a powerful kick from both legs aimed at Flash's abdomen, Tobey launched himself backward like a cannonball, flying away at breakneck speed. When the web reached its full length, Tobey seized it with his left hand and yanked hard. Harnessing the web's elasticity and his own brute strength, capable of lifting 30 tons, Tobey rocketed back toward Flash's face at several times his previous speed. A heavy, dull thud rang out as Tobey's fist slammed into the left side of Flash's face. With a sharp, cracking sound, the keratin layer on Flash's left cheek instantly split, forming a web of fractures. Tobey followed up with another punch, swift and relentless. The tough keratin shattered completely, exposing half of Flash's face beneath. "It's you? Flash Thompson." Finally seeing the monster's true features, Tobey froze in disbelief, his face a mask of utter shock. "How is this possible? How could it be you?" Tobey never could have imagined that the creature responsible for a string of crimes across his territory, even the massacre at the KTV, would turn out to be his own classmate, Flash Thompson. While Tobey was still reeling from this revelation, Flash managed to shake off his dizziness and regain his senses. "Yes, it's me. So what? You and Martha broke my legs, turned me into a useless cripple who has to rely on a wheelchair to get by. And because of you two, I fell victim to the Kingpin's revenge, and he..." As if recalling something unspeakable, Flash's expression twisted into one of even greater ferocity. "Why? Why did you get to take everything from me so brazenly, and then bask in applause like you'd done nothing wrong?" With a furious roar, Flash suddenly curled his 8 spider legs beneath him, coiling like springs. In a violent burst of motion, he hurled himself at Tobey. Suspended in midair, a net shot out from its navel, instantly wrapping Tobey tightly within its threads. The massive body pressed down hard on Tobey, pinning him beneath its weight, while 4 spider legs nailed each of Tobey's limbs to the floor. Blood trickled steadily from the wounds scattered across Tobey's body. "No, Flash, have you forgotten? I told you we're friends." Tobey struggled and yelled. "Friends? Ha! Ha ha ha!" After a burst of mocking laughter, Flash sank its fangs deep into Tobey's chest, injecting a torrent of venom straight into his body. After this, Flash didn't spare him another glance. Swaying unsteadily, it dragged itself out of the KTV, leaving Tobey behind. Flash had chosen to inject the venom into Tobey's chest, rather than his neck, intending for the poison to seep slowly through his body, forcing him to endure every moment of agony. To end it quickly by snapping Tobey's neck would have been too merciful. After all, Flash had already experienced Tobey's strength in their recent battle. Even at full power, Tobey couldn't tear apart web spun with Flash's overwhelming force, let alone now, with all 4 limbs rendered useless. Letting Toby relive his own pain and slowly die in despair was precisely the outcome Flash relished most. I'm going to die, Toby wondered, lying motionless on the ground, his body smeared with blood, wounds gaping, his breath as faint as a whisper. We promised to be friends. Fleda? Flash. Cold moonlight poured down on Toby, bathing him in its silvery glow. Under the Venom's assault, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. A series of weak, rattling coughs broke the silence, echoing from deep within a private room along the KTV hallway. A moment later, a staggering shadow shuffled toward the staircase where Toby lay. Help! Help me! Toby summoned the last of his strength to call out. Time seemed to stretch on forever before the figure finally came into focus. It was, without a doubt, Jack Davy, the one who had narrowly survived. Despite the inhuman torment he had endured at the hands of his own men, despite the blood still running down his backside, Jack was one of the infamous 13 Guardians who once stayed awake for 3 days and nights without blinking. When it came to sheer grit, he had never lost to anyone. To survive, I must survive. I have to warn my daughter. Those bastards must never lay a hand on her. She's only 10 years old. This was the one thought keeping Jack alive. It was this conviction that had carried him out of that chamber of horrors. Do you have a phone? Stopping in front of Toby, Jack managed to ask. Yes, right here on my waist. Toby replied. Hearing Toby's answer, Jack's eyes lit up instantly. His own phone had been smashed to pieces by those thugs, so when he heard Toby say he still had a phone, hope flickered back to life. Without another word, Jack started fumbling around Toby, searching for it. Hey, easy, that's not the phone. Since when are phones shaped like sticks in your house? Toby protested, struggling. But as he spoke, the venom spreading through his body seemed to pick up speed, and now Toby felt his limbs growing number by the second. Luckily, the super spider serum in his veins, so closely related to Flash's arachne serum, gave him some resistance to spider venom. If it weren't for that, he might have already breathed his last. Jess, is that you? Run. Grab Mom and get as far away as you can right now. Jack shouted into the phone's mic, as if calling out with the last of his strength. As soon as he finished, Jack collapsed onto the ground, looking completely spent and on the verge of death. Bro there, still alive? Toby whispered. Hang in there, can you make a call for me? But by now, Jack's wish was fulfilled. The severe blood loss was making him delirious. Well, we're both in this mess together. I suppose this kid at my side has some unfinished business too. With the last of his strength, Jack pushed Toby's phone next to his head, then slipped completely into unconsciousness. Damn it, you really had to go the extra mile, huh? Good guy to the end. Toby cursed inwardly. But just then, an idea struck Toby. Xiaoi. The phone's smart assistant chimed back. Thank goodness, there was hope. Toby felt a surge of relief. Call Mafa Maximoff. Would you like to order some takeout? I found all the nearby restaurants for you, the assistant replied. I said call Mafa Maximoff. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Here are all the search results for Mafa on Google. Please check them yourself. Damn it, Toby fumed inside. Was this artificial intelligence or artificial stupidity? Sis AI, I'm begging you. Please, just call Mafa Maximoff for me. But as he finished speaking, Toby realized his vocal cords were starting to go numb. ABA, ABA, ABA. It was over. Toby felt despair closing in. But suddenly, dialing Mafa Maximoff for you now. Please hold. It understood. Toby was so moved, he was on the verge of tears. Truly, Xiao AI never disappoints. So impressive. Moshi Moshi, why is Toby calling me? It's late at night. Doesn't he know I need my sleep? On the other end of the line, Marfa's voice drifted over, lazy and drowsy. Abba, 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 Marfa, come save me. Calling me dad won't help you. Out with it. Abba, Abba be it. Marfa, help, I'm dying here. With no hesitation, Marfa hung up the phone. Toby, oh. Now he was truly doomed. Minute by minute, time crept by, and Toby's whole body slowly turned a sickly green under Flash's venom. Well, if the moonlight is to see me off, I suppose I can be content with that. Such thoughts drifted through his mind, and in the haze, Toby thought he saw Mary Jane smiling gently at him. Slowly, his consciousness faded away. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled through the window as Marfa, exhausted, dragged himself out of bed. He gave a swift kick to Toby, who was still sprawled out on the floor. Damn it, Toby, wake up. You kept me up all night because of you. Last night, after that phone call from Toby, Marfa grew more and more uneasy. Relying on the tracker Natasha had given him, Marfa quickly found Toby, who had already slipped into a coma. Even now, the memory of that KTV, the carnage and gore, that hellish scene, still sent a chill down Marfa's spine. Luckily, he arrived just in time. Without hesitation, He hit Toby with a level 3 healing spell. You had to admit, level 3 skills were truly remarkable. In the past, injuries like Toby's, poison, bleeding out, limbs mangled, would have taken Marfa ages to heal. But things were different now. With 10 points in spiritual power, Marfa only needed 3 healing spells to stabilize Toby's wounds. He even poured 2 bottles of solar water down Toby's throat, and unbelievably, this guy started snoring away, gasping out Mary Jane's name in his sleep. Morning already. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, Toby sat up at once. But as he caught sight of his bare skin and scanned the room, panic set in. In a flash, Toby darted into the corner, clutching his chest and backside, eyeing Marfa with suspicion. "Marfa, W, what did you do to me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a telekinetic slap landed squarely on his face. "You still dare speak? I told you to be careful, didn't I? And you still managed to get yourself into trouble. If I hadn't saved you, you'd be waiting for Mary Jane in the afterlife by now." At these words, Toby's memories from the previous night surged back like a crashing tide. He immediately looked at Marfa with gratitude in his eyes. Wait a second, something's not right. Were my clothes? A sudden realization seemed to dawn on Toby, and his wary expression returned at once. "Come on, man, give me a break. Just look at yourself. Do you really think I'd be interested? I've already gotten rid of your clothes. They reeked of blood. If I brought you back like that, how was I supposed to explain to my family? Hurry up and put these on." With that, Marfa tossed Toby the clothes he'd swiped from Pietro's room. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of a certain manor in Manhattan, "Mr. Obadiah, are you really sure about this? You know this is extremely dangerous. You might end up losing control of yourself, just like me." Bruce Banner's tone was grave. Lying on the lab table in front of Banner was none other than Obadiah Stane, who had been missing for quite some time. Now, half his body had been mechanized, clearly the result of some unknown, cutting-edge black technology. "I have no idea where you got that Iron Man suit, and I don't know what your endgame is, but let me be clear. Replacing mechanical energy with bioenergy carries tremendous risks for you. In other words, your body might not withstand strain." Bruce Banner's voice was stern. "You think I don't know that? Why else do you think I asked for your serum?" Obadiah shot Banner a dismissive look. "Fine, if that's your choice. Considering you reunited me with Betty, I'll help you, just this once. But after today, we go our separate ways." Banner's reply was cold and resolute. "Hurry up and get it done. I promise you. After this, I'll never intrude on you and Betty again. On top of that, you'll get $50 million in a farm in Kansas. From now on, you can live the rest of your lives in peace and happiness." Obadiah's impatience was plain. Truth be told, Banner harbored both fear and loathing toward the Hulk within him, let alone the idea of sharing his serum with someone else. But Obadiah had done him a great favor, and after much persistent pleading, Bruce Banner reluctantly agreed to perform the procedure. Heart, spine, bone marrow. One by one, 12 syringes containing Hulk serum infused with genetic material were slowly injected into Obadiah's body by Banner's steady hands. These were the latest results of Banner's research over the past weeks. Put simply, he had tried to weaken the Hulk serum's effects as much as possible, while adding bits of electric ray DNA to the original formula. According to Banner's research, the electric ray is capable of converting bioenergy into electricity, and this electrical energy can in turn replace bioenergy to sustain Obadiah's bodily functions. As for the Hulk serum, it serves to enhance and supplement the genetic fragments of the electric ray. In this way, human, machine, electric ray, and Hulk, all 4 elements combined, can form an entirely new cycle of life. Not long ago, Obadiah managed to acquire the blueprints for the armor Tony Stark wore during his escape from the Afghan camp, courtesy of the Ten Rings organization, and even recovered some pieces of the armored wreckage. This discovery was like opening the door to a brand new world for Obadiah. With such an exoskeletal armor weapon at hand, Stark Industries would, under his leadership, Obadiah Stane, undoubtedly reach the pinnacle, becoming the world's strongest, largest, and finest supplier of weaponry. However, when Obadiah actually tried assembling the remains of the armor, he realized that all these ambitions were nothing more than a fleeting fantasy. With the mediocre researchers under his command, there was simply no way to recreate Tony Stark's miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest. Thus, Obadiah set his sights on Tony Stark himself, scheming to steal a miniature arc reactor from him. But just as he was preparing to head to Tony's seaside villa, an unexpected turn of events made him reconsider his plan. Earlier, at Betty's request, Obadiah had accompanied her to Brazil in search of Bruce Banner. Who would have thought they would run straight into General Ross, who had come to capture Banner? Thanks to Obadiah's intervention, Banner managed to escape from Ross's soldiers, but in the chaos, Betty was accidentally injured, her right leg blown off in the explosion. Yet Banner was, after all, a top genius holding 7 doctoral degrees. In just a few days, using technology that converted bioenergy into electricity and drawing on weapon schematics provided by Obadiah, Banner manufactured a mechanical leg. This artificial limb not only required no separate power source, but also did nothing to hinder Betty's daily life. This scene sparked a powerful inspiration in Obadiah. Soon, at Obadiah's request, Bruce Banner, using Tony Stark's Mark I as a prototype and with the assistance of Obadiah's research team, transformed Obadiah into a semi-mechanical being. Yet, this transformation brought an unexpected problem. Once the experiment succeeded, everyone realized that Obadiah's body simply could not meet the Mark I's voracious demand for bioenergy. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology, the poor on mutation. Obadiah firmly believed that possessing both keys, technology and mutation, there was no reason he couldn't ascend to the very top of the world. To stay alive, and to gain immense power, Obadiah had no choice but to take a desperate gamble and carve out an entirely new path for himself. And now he had found it. In Obadiah's eyes, this was a path with far greater potential than exoskeletal armor, a path to becoming a cyborg super soldier. And Obadiah Stane would be the pioneer blazing the trail, ushering in a brilliant future for the world's military-industrial complex. As for Tony Stark, in Obadiah's view, he was nothing more than a golden goose. The reason Stark Industries had reached its current heights was entirely due to Tony's unparalleled genius in scientific research. But to Obadiah now, Tony was no longer indispensable. At last, as the Hulk serum coursed into his veins, Obadiah's body, once so withered it was nearly consumed by the bioarmor, began to swell with new strength. "How are you feeling now, Mr. Stane?" A lab assistant hurried over, concern in his voice. "How do I feel? Ha ha ha. Better than I ever have in my life." Meanwhile, in a seaside villa on Malibu Street, California, Tony Stark was fine-tuning the Mark II armor he'd just finished test flying. "Pepper, I need your help. Please go to my office, hack into the mainframe, and copy a shipment manifest for me." As he spoke, Tony pulled a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Pepper. Not long ago, during the maiden flight of the Mark II, Tony had found himself, almost unconsciously, traveling to Dr. Eanson's hometown. Eanson, the cellmate who had sacrificed his life to save Tony, remained a source of lingering guilt in Tony's heart. But when Tony arrived, he was shocked to find that a large number of Ten Rings operatives were still there, slaughtering villagers with weapons made by Stark Industries. A crushing wave of guilt and remorse washed over Tony, leaving him almost paralyzed. Stark Industries had supposedly ceased all weapons production, so where had that endless arsenal come from? Tony had to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a moment's peace. Especially with Obadiah's recent suspicious behavior. Mobilizing a team of elite weapons designers, purchasing vast amounts of biotech equipment, moving enormous sums of money. One thing after another. Though Tony wanted to believe in Obadiah, an unshakable sense of unease forced him to take drastic action. Pepper hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "If I bring back the manifest, what are you going to do with it?" "The usual," Tony replied. "If there really are backdoor deals, I'll stop them and destroy the weapons myself." Hearing this, Pepper instinctively took a small step back. "If that's the case, I quit." With those words, she turned and walked away. "I have to do this. All these years, you've always been by my side. Back when I made my fortune selling weapons that tore families apart and left people homeless, you stood by me through it all. Now, when all I want is to protect those who have suffered because of me, you're the one who wants to leave me." Yet Pepper remained unmoved. In her view, Tony's safety was more important than anything else. There was simply no way she could willingly push Tony to the edge of danger. Fortunately, Tony's gift for persuasion was considerable. As he spoke, he remembered how Eanson had sacrificed his own life to save him, and tried to convince Pepper. "If I didn't have that conviction, I would have died long ago. Pepper, I'm not losing my mind. On the contrary, I finally understand what I need to do, and deep down, I know this is the right thing." Looking into Tony's earnest eyes, feeling the transformation from a reckless playboy into a man with purpose, Pepper hesitated. She picked up the flash drive she'd thrown on the table after rejecting Tony, then turned and left in silence. "You know what? You're everything to me, too." Unlike Tony's helplessness and pain, over in Queens, Flash was brimming with excitement. Just moments ago, after drinking deeply from 2 young girls, the shattered mask on Flash's face, broken by Toby, miraculously healed itself. "Ha ha! Accelerated regeneration. Arachne. Oh, Arachne, you never cease to amaze me. So who's next?" His gaze swept over several portraits hanging on the wall. Forget it. Let's settle them all at once." As he spoke, he lightly raised one of his spider legs. A shadow flashed. The portraits of Natasha and Mafara were sliced clean in half and fell to the floor. Mafara, I think something's wrong with my body. After class, Toby quietly pulled Mafara into a corner and whispered, "Something's wrong? You mean?" As if realizing something, Mafara's eyes went wide in shock. "Yes, it happened after Flash bit me that day." With that, Toby stretched out both arms and held his wrists out for Mafara to see. Before, there were 2 scars on Toby's wrists, each about the size of a burn mark. Those were where he shot his webs. But now, beside those old scars, 2 new ones had appeared. Though the new scars were much smaller than the original web-spinning marks, they looked unsettling, almost as if they'd been corroded by acid. Most disturbing of all, these new scars were a deep, inky green. "I think it's probably nothing serious. After all, my healing spell completely fixed up your body back then. After all, to get by in life, you got to carry a little green with you." But back to the topic, have you ever tried to see how these 2 scars affect you? At these words, Toby's face twisted into a rather peculiar expression. "What's with that constipated look of yours?" "I'm asking you a question here." Mafara pressed him. "Ahem, just take a look for yourself." With that, Toby dragged Mafara toward the restroom. "Hey, wait, don't hold my hand, don't. This doesn't look good. If someone sees us, I'm doomed," Mafara protested, trying to shake off Toby's grip. But Toby's strength was overwhelming, and Mafara felt as if his hand were caught in a steel vise, completely unable to break free. On the 2nd floor of Central City High, in the boys' restroom, Toby pulled Mafara into a stall and locked the door behind them. "See for yourself." No, I'm not looking." Mafara quickly covered his eyes. "What's going on in that head of yours?" "I'm talking about my new move." With that, Toby thrust out his right hand, and a drop of dark green venom shot from his wrist. In the blink of an eye, the venom ate straight through the porcelain squat toilet, leaving a jagged hole. Wisps of green vapor curled up from the broken edges. Just then, another boy walked into the restroom. "Oh, my God, who the hell farted? And how is it green?" the boy exclaimed in shock. His curiosity piqued as he headed straight for the occupied stall where Toby and Mafara were. He waited quietly outside, eager to see the extraordinary individual responsible for such a spectacle. "Damn it, look what you've done. The toilet's wrecked." Mafara scolded. "I didn't mean to. It just got out of hand. I still can't fully control this ability," Toby replied, sounding pitiful. "Keep your voice down, will you? Do you want the whole school to know you're—" Before Mafara could finish, the curious student kicked open the stall door. He'd only wanted to see the genius behind the green fart, but to his surprise, he stumbled onto something even more intriguing. "Can't control it. Broke it. Be careful. And it's 2 guys." His curiosity and gossip-loving instincts went wild. Unable to contain himself, the boy kicked the stall door wide open. But before he could take a good look, an invisible force slammed into the back of his neck. He collapsed on the spot, and before he blacked out, he never managed to see the faces of the 2 inside. Not long after, a headline popped up on Central City High's campus network. Is it the distortion of human nature, or the collapse of morality? A mysterious young man at Central City High shot through a toilet with some unknown power, only to faint from exhaustion in the restroom. Shocking. Human potential beyond imagination. An eccentric genius discovered in the boys' bathroom. A flood of sensational headlines swept through the entire school, stirring up a frenzy. But leaving aside what would happen next, Toby and Mafara walked straight out of the boys' restroom and headed up to the 5th floor to Natasha's office. Today, Natasha had just returned to Midtown High. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was necessary for the 2 of them to sit down with her and discuss everything that had happened recently. Knock, knock, knock. Natasha's voice drifted from inside the office. "What a coincidence, I was just about to look for you 2. Regarding the bloodbath at the Garden Club, I expect you to give me an explanation." With that, Natasha tossed a hefty stack of photographs onto the table in front of Toby. S.H.I.E.L.D. has managed to suppress the fallout for you, but you still owe us a full account of what went down. You should know, the Federal Bureau has been putting us under a lot of pressure over this. The director's been looking pretty haggard lately. Toby had never met Nick Fury, so Natasha's remark went right over his head. But as a transmigrator, Mafara understood perfectly well. Nick Fury? Hair? That's a joke. Back in Mafara's original world, the Marvel 3 eggs were legendary figures. The boiled egg, Ancient One. The black marinated egg, Nick Fury. The purple sweet potato egg, Thanos. Just as the 3 of them were deep in conversation, Flash, having learned that Natasha was back at school, barreled straight toward the campus. What? Too conspicuous? Flash had only one response. That's not a problem at all. On his way, Flash had already wiped out 5 or 6 police squads in succession. Anyone who tried to stand in his way, whether it was buildings or law enforcement teams, he simply smashed right through. Especially after discovering that fresh blood could rapidly heal his body, Flash no longer hesitated or held back as he once did. As long as he didn't die, there was no injury that drinking blood couldn't fix. And if there was, it just meant he hadn't had enough yet. In short, from Flash's point of view, with this newfound power, he was truly invincible. Worst case scenario, once everything was settled, he'd have Gamora consolidate his assets and move them to Russia. He'd heard Russian women had a wild streak. Just imagining a crowd of women kneeling at his feet, eagerly worshipping his spider legs, sent a thrill through Flash. Besides, when it came to standing up to the U.S., only Russia, aside from China, had the guts. With his strength, plus Gamora's vast fortune, Flash figured the Russians would surely welcome him with open arms. Slinging webs, Flash zipped between towering buildings, just like Spider-Man, and before long, he landed right at the main gate of Midtown High. The feast of slaughter begins. Flash murmured, then immediately swung his two spider legs and massive hands, charging toward the school building. Oh my god, monster! Damn, that thing is ugly as hell. Hey man, who are you cosplaying? Just got out of Comic-Con. There's no denying there's a reason why there aren't many people abroad. The moment people saw Flash's terrifying form, most of them bolted in all directions in panic. Yet there were still a few who seemed determined to court death. Some even walked right up to Flash and started poking and prodding his body. Flash, _hashtag. Are you kidding me? Do I look like I have no dignity? Without hesitation, one of his spider legs skewered the guy who had just grabbed his thigh, turning him into a human shish kebab. He killed someone? Fu asterisco kappa. Run! Someone shouted in terror. In an instant, even those reckless daredevils scrambled to escape. But Flash, now enraged once again, had no intention of letting them go so easily. He'd taken a few minor injuries fighting the police earlier, and the blood of these people would serve nicely to patch him up. Squelch! Squelch! In no time at all, the campus plaza of Midtown High turned into a gruesome scene. Heads flew, bodies littered the ground. HM, this one's not bad. Looks like it's best to hunt students. The folk from the karaoke bars reek way too much. After draining the blood from a headless girl dangling from his spider leg, Flash licked his lips, still hungry for more. Soon, a familiar figure caught his eye. TSK. To be fair, Flash had always rather liked this woman. She was skilled and never clingy. Don't move, big guy. Mary's on autopilot. Cold and aloof by day, but a real wildcat at night. No wonder Toby was so hopelessly infatuated with you. Well, in honor of what we shared, I'll send you on your way. Let Toby see just how sincere his friend can be. Mary Jane was always a character with a story in the original Spider-Man movies. Her mother died young, her father was a drunk, and in high school she dated the campus bully, Flash Thompson. Let's just say they weren't exactly innocent. Later, she kept up ambiguous relationships with both Peter Parker and Harry Osborn. Though she eventually became Peter Parker's girlfriend, her ambitions soared higher than the sky, while her talents were paper-thin. She dreamed of stardom, but had no gift for it, and even broke up with Peter out of jealousy for Spider-Man's success. Fine, break up if you must, but she immediately ran into Harry Osborn's arms. In his past life, Martha had always looked down on this woman. Whether it was her looks, her talent, or her personality, she was entirely unworthy of Peter Parker. In contrast, Gwen in the second generation of Spider-Man films is not only gentle and considerate, but also a true academic prodigy, earning the opportunity to intern at a top biological research center at a very young age. She even sacrificed her life for love in the end. Compared to her, the first Spider-Man's choice in women seems not just a little inferior, it's worlds apart. But after all, this isn't the original Spider-Man's movie. The Mary Jane of today, though she gave her first time to Flash, is far from being the fickle, flirtatious girl who played both sides as depicted in the original storyline. After all, this is Toby's story. Aunt May doesn't really mind him pursuing his own goddess, but due to the influence of the original plot, she has never held much affection for this woman. But back to the present. When Flash saw Mary Jane fleeing, he instantly darted forward, appearing right in front of her and blocking her path. Oh, darling, why do you run away the moment you see me? Flash's chilling words sent a shiver down Mary Jane's spine, and she immediately let out a piercing scream. Help! Somebody help me! Her cry was so loud that even Flash winced, feeling a sharp pain in his eardrums. Shut up, you wretched woman. A spider leg traced lightly along Mary Jane's cheek, the cold, chitinous surface scraping against her nerves. What made it even more terrifying was the blood still smeared on the spider leg, leaving Mary Jane utterly horrified. Please let me go. I beg you. I'll do anything you want. Mary Jane pleaded for mercy. Ha! Do you really not recognize me? Back at the Beckman Hotel, you certainly didn't call me that. Flash licked his lips as he spoke. Beckman Hotel. In that instant, Memories came flooding back into Mary Jane's mind like a tidal wave. Wasn't that the place where she lost her virginity? Your Flash. As if seeing a glimmer of hope, Mary Jane's eyes lit up. Darling, how did you become like this? Let me go, you're hurting me. Realizing the monster before her was actually her boyfriend, Mary Jane's anxiety eased a little. No, 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 no. With a wild swing of another spider leg, Flash decapitated another person. Didn't you say you'd be with me forever? Didn't you say you wanted to become one with me? Come on, let me devour you, and then we'll truly be together forever. Inside my body, you'll always be with me. Flash leaned in close to Mary Jane's ear, his voice trembling with excitement. But hearing these words, Mary Jane was filled with dread. What a sick joke. To be eaten by this monster in front of her, she'd end up as nothing but waste. How could Mary Jane ever agree to such a thing? No, no, no. Flash, listen to me, don't eat me. I'll stay with you forever, always. Mary Jane pleaded for mercy. Don't eat you? Ha ha. You can eat my child, but why shouldn't I be able to eat you? Relax, there's an idiot waiting for you in hell. You two can keep living your shameless, reckless life together. As he spoke, Flash immediately opened his mouth and lunged at Mary Jane's neck. Let her go, you bastard. At that critical moment, a blob of white, sticky web shot through the air, sealing Flash's mouth in a way he knew all too well. MMPH. Flash twisted around to look toward the source of the web, only to see a man in a black suit with white markings and a masked face standing not far away. Eyes locked on him. Right beside him stood none other than Natasha Romanoff and a man in a pure white mask. How was this possible? You were supposed to be dead. How could you possibly? Back when he had just stepped through the school gates, Flash had felt a surge of agitation deep in his blood, something that resonated with his very core. But since he'd already confirmed Toby's death, Flash had brushed it off as nothing more than the adrenaline rush from having drunk too much blood. It wasn't until now, seeing Skynet appear before him once again, that he realized what it really meant. That masked man beside him, there could be no doubt that was Maffa Maximoff. He was certain of it in his heart. Very well, very well. Then I'll just settle this with all of you together. With that, Flash pressed his spider leg to Mary Jane's neck, a threat clear in his posture, ready to strike. At the same time, he raised another spider leg, gestured at Toby, then pointed toward Maffa. Toby, kill him, and I'll let Mary Jane go. Otherwise, my spider leg won't mind moving another 10 centimeters forward. Toby was stunned. What's going on here? This isn't how the script was supposed to go. We were meant to charge in 3 against 1 and beat him into the ground. Having fought Flash before, Toby had a decent grasp of his strength. One-on-one, he might just manage a close fight, but if he added the versatile Maffa and the elite Agent Natasha into the mix, Toby was confident that the 3 of them could take Flash down with ease. He never expected Flash would take Mary Jane hostage and use her to threaten him. On one side was a dear friend. On the other, the goddess he secretly loved. Toby hesitated, but Mary Jane, still pinned by Flash's spider leg, was growing desperate. She had just learned from Flash's own mouth that Toby was, in fact, Skynet. The only one who could be so familiar with Flash was that silly boy who always stood there dumbfounded whenever he saw her, wasn't it? Toby, help me, save me. Don't let them eat me. Without hesitation, Mary Jane called out for help, naming Toby directly. Martha was her dearest friend. Not only did she never look down on her or bully her, she had even helped her awaken her superpowers. And Mary Jane was the girl Toby had admired since elementary school. So many times, Toby had gazed through his window at Mary Jane's shadow cast upon her bed next door, amusing himself with his right hand in ways only he would know. Unlike Toby, who hesitated, Martha was now just as curious. She wondered which of them Toby would choose, her or Mary Jane. Toby, save me, hurry. Don't you like me? I know you're always peeking at me through your window. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Seeing Toby unmoved by her pleas, Mary Jane grew even more anxious. The name Skynet was well known to anyone in Queens, herself included. Protection money and all that. Who didn't know? She had never imagined that such a superhero could be the silly boy next door. With the situation so dire, Mary Jane couldn't care about anything else. As long as Skynet was willing to make a move, she was sure she'd be saved. So she raised the stakes and shouted louder. What? You'll be my girlfriend? Hearing his goddess promise to be his girlfriend, Toby's heart brimmed with joy. But then it hit him. Wouldn't that mean he had to go against Martha? Flash, let Mary Jane go, I beg you. You can kill me if you must. Just please let them go. Toby fell to his knees, unable to choose between his friend and the girl he loved. Watching Toby's torment, Flash was absolutely thrilled. His wild, satisfied grin looked like someone who'd just gorged himself on 3 all-you-can-eat specials in a row. At that moment, his spider leg inched forward another half a centimeter. The sharp, chitinous tip sliced into Mary Jane's neck, smooth as a hot knife through butter. She cried out in pain, the sensation crashing through every nerve in her body. "Help me, Toby, save me. Please, do something, anything. I'm begging you. Don't worry, I'll wait for you. Wait until you get out of prison, and then we'll marry right away. Please, save me. I don't want to die." In that instant, Mary Jane dissolved into tears and snot. Every kind of liquid seemed to pour out of her. Even her simple makeup was ruined by her tears. "Toby, think carefully. This woman isn't worthy of you." Mafara raised his voice as he spoke to Toby, but secretly, he was controlling his telekinesis, tracing letters on Toby's back. Toby immediately sprang to his feet, glaring at Mafara with fury in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I know this isn't right, but after all, we're talking about Mary Jane." With those words, Toby raised his fist and aimed a punch at Mafara's chest. Mafara was not to be outdone. He quickly threw up his own fist to block Toby's attack. Clearly, Toby was holding back. After all, he possessed nearly 30 tons of strength, while Mafara didn't even have 5. But Flash was completely unaware of this fact. Once, they were friends who came and went together, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Now, for the sake of a woman, they were trading blows. It seemed the so-called bonds of friendship were nothing more than this. So thought Flash, quietly to himself. Meanwhile, Natasha, standing off to the side, slowly relaxed her grip on the gun she had been clutching behind her back. At first, Natasha really believed that Toby was about to fight Mafara over this woman in front of them. But soon enough, she realized what was really happening. As their combat instructor, Natasha was well aware that Toby could utterly dominate Mafara when it came to strength and agility. Yet now, every strike between them was deadly, but the match seemed perfectly balanced. Sometimes when their fists and palms collided, both even staggered back 5 steps. This made no sense at all. Unless Mafara had been hiding his true power, it could only mean that Toby was pulling his punches. As the fight moved closer and closer to Flash, Natasha began to piece together their plan. No wonder they're my students. Still, this is risky. What if Flash notices something's off? Natasha was a top agent with extraordinary instincts. With her understanding of Toby and Mafara, she could read people like a book. But she was overestimating Flash. First, he had no idea about Mafara's real capabilities, so he couldn't possibly deduce the truth. Second, in order to make the fight look authentic, spectacular, and full of special effects, Toby and Mafara weren't charging straight at Flash. Instead, they kept inching closer, advancing 5 steps only to retreat 4, gradually closing the distance. With every move and every clash, fragments of stone flew from the ground, and clouds of dust whirled into the air. This display utterly outshone those pretty boy actors who just wave their hands and count to 5 in front of a green screen. "Are you really going to turn against me over a woman?" Mafara roared as they fought. "Forgive me, I just don't have a choice," Toby replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than Toby grabbed Mafara and, with a swift motion, flipped him over his shoulder. Seeing that Mafara was about to be slammed hard on the ground, he immediately split his telekinetic power into 2 streams. One fiercely struck the ground with all its might, while the other enveloped his own body, cushioning himself to reduce the impact from a landing. The sound of his landing thundered across the school plaza, deep and resonant like a muffled drum roll. Good. Standing to the side, Flash couldn't help but clap his hands in delight as he watched the 2 fighters grow more and more heated. This was simply exhilarating. What could possibly be more satisfying than watching your 2 enemies tear each other apart, right before your eyes? "Toby, go for it. Toby, you have to win. Yes, just like that. Quick, give him another kick." Mary Jane, gripped tightly by Flash's spider leg, shouted encouragement as she saw Toby gaining the upper hand. Her own life was on the line. She couldn't help but be invested. Such a fierce, passionate battle made Mary Jane's blood race, filling her with a wild surge of excitement she hadn't expected. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust finally cleared, Mafara staggered up from the crater in the ground. A few drops of golden healing potion slid from the corner of his mouth, making him look gravely wounded and on the verge of collapse. Toby roared, spinning around with a powerful kick aimed right at Mafara's chest. Of course, the move looked intimidating, but in reality, it probably wouldn't have even broken a taekwondo board. Yet under that kick, Mafara's body shot backwards like a cannonball, flying straight in the direction of Flash. Mafara let out a shout. At that moment, Toby suddenly raised his hand, and a strand of web shot from his wrist, sticking directly to Mary Jane. "You bastard! How dare you!" Only then did Flash realize something was wrong. He immediately raised his spider leg, aiming to pierce Mary Jane's throat. In the nick of time, Mafara, who had already reached Flash, unleashed a flying kick right at Flash's face. At the same instant, an invisible surge of telekinetic force wrapped tightly around the spider leg, threatening Mary Jane, holding it back. It all happened in a heartbeat. Though Mafara's flying kick wasn't particularly powerful compared to Flash's own strength, 5 tons of force landing on one's head still hurt a lot. Dazed, Flash staggered back half a step, and the power in his spider leg weakened noticeably. Now's my chance. Not far away, Toby seized the moment. With a sharp tug, he yanked the web and pulled Mary Jane out from between Flash's legs. At this point, only one thought filled Flash's mind. He'd been played. Fuck, you bastards, so much for honor. As soon as those words fell, Flash immediately swung his razor-sharp spider legs, thrusting them toward Marfa. Yet in the very next moment, Marfa did something that defied the very laws of gravity. He floated straight up into the air. This move utterly shattered Flash's understanding of what was possible. His own powers came from that super spider called Arachne. That much was clear. Thanks to it, he'd gained the ability to spin webs and wield 8 invulnerable spider legs. But how could Marfa fly? Had he been bitten by a mosquito or something? Or maybe stung by a bee? Try as he might, Flash's imagination just couldn't figure out what kind of bite would let someone fly without wings. You think just because you're floating up there, I can't get to you? He roared, his anger surging as he glared up at Marfa, hovering overhead. In a flash, he shot a web straight at Marfa, clearly intending to yank him down and teach him a lesson. Seriously? That's it. Marfa scoffed, unimpressed. Ever since Marfa's psychic power had become strong enough to let him fly, he'd become nearly unbeatable in regular battles. Natasha? Captain America? If you're so tough, why don't you try flying too? As for heavy-caliber long-range weapons, even though Marfa's psychic shield couldn't fully ignore them yet, he could at least nudge their trajectory aside, which was usually enough. Only those who could fly, like Iron Man or Thor, or someone like Hulk, whose leaps were nearly flights, posed any real threat to him. Frankly, Marfa was now hardly recognizable as a Taoist priest at all. But who could he blame for that? After all, before reaching level 18, Taoist priests didn't have any decent long-range attack spells besides the poison technique. Watching Flash's web draw ever closer, Marfa remained unhurried. He simply reached into his storage bag and pulled out his half-moon blade. In an instant, the blade's silvery edge glinted dazzlingly in the sunlight. With a slashing arc, the blade sliced a huge gap right through the web. Now it's my turn to put on a show. It had to be said, the real poison technique was leagues ahead of the bootleg version Marfa had used against Agatha before. Especially now, at level 2, its effects were outstanding. As Marfa cast the spell, Flash instantly turned bright red, and then, just as quickly, shifted to a vivid green. Toby, watching nearby, was nearly blinded by the sudden, garish spectacle. A second later, the green poison's corrosive effect kicked in. Ow, ugh, ouch. No, stop, Flash cried out, his voice rising and falling with each wave of pain. In an instant, Flash's agonized wails echoed through the air, making the nearby trees shake and sway. Damn it, what did you do to me? Enduring the searing pain all over his body, Flash threw his head back and glared fiercely at Mafara, shouting, Nothing much. I just thought your pitch-black look was ugly, so I decided to add a little color. As soon as Mafara finished speaking, he focused his telekinetic power into a fist and drove it hard into Flash's abdomen. The blow sent Flash's massive body flying several meters through the air. Chunks of flesh, organs, shattered bones, blood, and even a bit of excrement. In a heartbeat, most of the food Flash had just swallowed was punched right out of him with that single strike. Clutching his stomach in agony, Flash's face twisted in pain. How was this possible? What kind of attack was that? The strength behind is almost as great as my own. Flash was stunned. The pain from his gut and the burning sensation on his skin were nearly enough to drive him insane. But in truth, the immense force Flash felt from Mafa's punch was just an illusion. At this point, Mafa's Dao technique attribute was only 10, so the attack strength from his telekinesis was actually weaker than what he could do with his own fists. However, the red poison Mafa had used earlier had greatly weakened Flash's defenses, making his once tough scales as soft as leather. With his protective scales gone, and his entire body racked by the burn of the green poison, Flash instinctively overestimated Mafa's attack, thinking it matched his own power. Just then, Toby rushed up to Flash, leaping high into the air, ready to punch him square in the face. But an invisible force seized Toby, flinging him far away before he could land the blow. What are you doing? Toby looked at Flash in confusion. He's killed so many of our classmates. Can't I at least teach him a lesson? Toby said indignantly. No. If you want to hit him, go ahead. Just don't come crying to me when the poison on him eats into you. Mafara flew over to Toby and stopped him with a firm hand as he tried to go in for another attack. Huh, that. Seeing Flash clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain, Toby swallowed hard. Forget it. If I go in, I might be the one suffering instead. Who would have thought Mafara's poison was this? Suddenly, something occurred to Toby, and his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he shot out webs from both hands, aiming them straight at Flash. But this time, unlike before as Toby shot out his webs, the new scars on his hands also sprayed out a stream of emerald green venom. The webs, now coated with poison, instantly turned green as well, strand after strand, thread after thread, glistening in the sunlight like exquisite jade. A rapid flurry of webs shot out, their sound sharp and swift. In no time at all, Flash was wrapped up tight, bound from head to toe in layer upon layer of shimmering green webbing, looking for all the world like a giant dumpling. Ha ha ha, nicely done. Marfa gave Toby a thumbs up, his tone brimming with admiration. If just moments ago, Flash felt as though he were being burned alive, all his nerves aflame with pain, now it was as if he'd been plunged into a vat of concentrated acid. The agony was so intense, so bone-deep, it defied description. All right, it's over. Marfa thought to himself with satisfaction. Choosing Toby as his partner had been the right move. Toby's webs could immobilize any foe, and with Marfa's double dose of poison steadily sapping his enemies. Strength, it didn't matter who they faced. As long as the target wasn't immune to toxins and couldn't break free of the webs, death was only a matter of time. But just then, suddenly, wild laughter erupted from within the cocoon. Against all odds, Flash tore apart Toby's webs with brute force. The next instant, Flash, his entire body shrouded in black, burst out of the cocoon. So your powers have their limits after all? In that case, it's time for you to die. With that, Flash lunged straight at Marfa's position. Damn, I forgot, my venom spell only lasts a limited time. Once it's up, the effect wears off automatically. Marfa cursed inwardly, instantly propelling himself skyward to dodge the attack. At the same time, Toby fired a web toward a nearby flagpole and yanked himself out of harm's way. But Flash was already on the move, his sharp spider legs stabbed ruthlessly into Mary Jane's neck, right where she'd been hiding behind Toby just moments before. Blood gushed from Mary Jane's carotid artery, flowing in a steady stream as if someone had turned on a faucet. Well, I see you really are a woman full of life. With that, Flash clamped his mouth over the wound and began to drink her blood without hesitation. You beast, how could you? Toby's eyes burned red with rage and disbelief as he took in the scene before him. He never could have imagined that after all the trouble he and Marfa had gone through to rescue Mary Jane, she would die in such a brutal way. Staring at the lifeless body of his beloved, watching Flash feed on her with manic abandon, Toby snapped. He no longer cared about anything else. He launched himself at Flash in a desperate leap. But with a violent swing, Flash hurled Mary Jane's corpse aside, striking Toby in midair and sending him crashing down. At this moment, looking again at Mary Jane, she had been drained of all her blood and now looked like a desiccated corpse, her face twisted in horror. Oh, no. P.S. A comment may go here. Beside her, Flash was now satiated, and Mary Jane's blood had triggered the rapid regeneration ability in his body. The tough, scaly armor that had been corroded earlier by the red and green toxins, as well as Toby's venomous webs, was now visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, his wounds had improved significantly. Still not enough. Sensing the changes in his body, Flash's eyes swept around the room. But by now, so much time had passed that every other student had long since disappeared. There was no fresh prey left to replenish him. Soon, Flash's gaze landed on Natasha. After all, aside from Mafara, Toby, and himself, she was the only one still present. Even more importantly, Natasha was a woman. Through Flash's repeated experimentation, he discovered that women, especially those untouched by experience, were particularly nourishing. Their blood not only tasted exquisite, but was especially potent in restoring injuries. You, what are you trying to do? Natasha feigned fear, taking 2 small steps backward, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Natasha Romanoff, from the Strategic Homeland Defense. What was it called again? Never mind. Who would have thought you were a secret agent? Didn't you always look down on me? Well, what now? Care to feel the might of a real man. Don't worry, just one bite from me and you'll fall in love with the sensation, I promise. Flash advanced on her with predatory intent. Don't you dare. But before Natasha could finish her protest, Flash yanked her toward him with a strand of web. In the next instant, Natasha swiftly pulled a small bottle from her pocket and sprayed it directly at Flash's head in a sudden burst. Arg. What is this? You wretched woman. Howling in pain, Flash immediately tried to stab at Natasha with his spider legs for injuring his eyes. But Natasha's wrist flicked, producing 2 electrified steel wires. Grabbing one of Flash's spider legs, she swung around him with the ease of a gymnast, wrapping the wires tightly around his body in several quick spins. A sharp crackling echoed through the air. Natasha then pulled out the same spray bottle and unleashed another furious cloud right at Flash. Enjoy it while it lasts. And remember, this stuff is called Lanju. If spiders meet Lanju, Lanju wipes them out. Watching Natasha boast about her product like a commercial model right in front of him, Flash nearly exploded with rage. This was a blatant insult, plain and simple. Forget it. Maybe it's best to retreat for now. Flash thought to himself. He had thought Toby was already dead, and with his own strength, taking on both Marfa and Natasha at once shouldn't have posed much of a problem. But what he hadn't expected was that neither Marfa nor Natasha were the type to be easily subdued. And now, facing 3 enemies at once, the giant spider Flash, after repeated setbacks, found himself unexpectedly clear-headed. As long as he could escape with his rapid regenerative abilities, he'd return to peak condition in no time. Then he could hunt down each opponent one by one. That was the true path to victory. He gritted his teeth against the burning pain in his eyes from the chrysanthemum extract and fought through the numbing paralysis of the electrified wires wrapped around his body. But mere wires, how could they possibly withstand the strength of Flash, who could exert dozens of tons of force? With a violent surge of power, Flash easily snapped every wire binding him. Yet in the very next moment, something happened that took Flash completely by surprise. Because Natasha had sprayed him directly in the eyes, he hadn't been able to open them at all. But it was as if that pain had triggered some dormant piece of his genetic code. Suddenly, 8 bloody holes appeared on his chest, and from each one, an eyeball began to emerge. Good grief. Are you really going down Danzo's old path now? Hovering next to Toby and trying to comfort him, Marfa saw this bizarre transformation and couldn't help but grumble to himself. Thankfully, those 8 new eyes were pitch black, without any strange patterns, which allowed Marfa to accept it a little more easily. Seeing Natasha was now in danger, Marfa was just about to rush over to help. But just then, a blue blur flashed across Marfa's vision. What the heck was that? Everything happened so quickly. Even Marfa's keen eyes couldn't catch who or what that blue apparition was. Moments later, the blue phantom appeared right next to Flash, darting in dizzying circles around him with a speed almost impossible to follow. After 8 laps, the phantom vanished from the battlefield. But now, each of the 8 new eyes on Flash's chest had a black metal rod driven straight through it. Green blood began to trickle from every eye socket. Clearly, Flash was blind once more. With a howl of agony, Flash began to thrash wildly, swinging his massive hands and 4 spider legs in every direction. A relentless barrage of slicing sounds filled the air, making Flash seem like a fortress unto himself, his 6 limbs spinning at such speed that nothing could get through. But before Marfa and the others could even react, the blue phantom appeared again. It flashed to Flash's side, then just as quickly disappeared. Natasha, what on earth was that? But when Marfa and Natasha looked back at Flash, they saw that his body was now covered in a thick layer of powerful glue. Although the glue hadn't fully dried yet, its formidable stickiness had already slowed Flash's movements considerably compared to before. It seemed that this blue blur was helping them, or perhaps helping Natasha. Marfa pondered silently, moving at high speed and lending support to herself and Natasha. The person's identity was becoming obvious. Well done, Pietro. I didn't expect you to be smart for once. Not barging in recklessly, but showing up in a way that hides your identity. She quietly gave her silly brother a mental thumbs up. Now, the only enemy left was a blind and severely hampered monster. The little green man appeared again. This time, Marfa took direct control of her telekinesis, grasped the crescent blade tightly, and began hacking furiously at Flash. Once, twice, 3 times, the crescent blade truly lived up to its legendary reputation. Not only did it remain unstuck despite the strong adhesive on Flash's body, but every strike cut right through his defenses. With every slash, a spray of green blood burst forth. Natasha didn't just stand by watching either. She pulled a pistol from her waist and opened fire on Flash. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out in close succession. At this range, even a novice couldn't miss, let alone Natasha, a top-tier agent. It was no exaggeration. If Natasha aimed for Flash's upper eyelid, the lower one would remain untouched. Bullets flew with pinpoint precision, and with Marfa's red poison weakening Flash's defenses, they pierced his armored scales with ease. Heart, throat. Apart from his especially thick skull, the rest of Flash's body was soon riddled with holes. Meanwhile, a Bentley pulled up to the gates of Midtown High. A middle-aged man stepped out of the car, taking hurried, anxious steps as he rushed toward Flash. "No, don't, Flash!" The man cried out, his voice breaking. There was no mistaking it. This was Flash's father, Gamora. Watching his son die right before his eyes, Gamora felt the world spin around him. Before he could reach Flash's side, he collapsed to the ground in a faint. "Marfa, as a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm requesting permission to take custody of Flash's body. Any objections?" Holstering her pistol, Natasha spoke with quiet authority. "Of course not. You've got the biggest authority here, so it's your call." Marfa nodded in agreement. In her mind, Flash's appearance had been a surprise from the very start. Who knew how he'd mutated into such a monstrous form? This development had already gone beyond the scope of the original plot. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could use Flash's corpse to create a batch of super soldiers, wouldn't Marfa be able to earn another round of game credits? So, when Natasha proposed reclaiming Flash's body, Marfa wholeheartedly supported the idea. However, what Marfa didn't know was that his very appearance had set the events in motion. It was because of him that Toby became the Skynet, and it was Toby's inadvertent leak that ultimately resulted in today's Flash. In this way, Marfa had indirectly influenced the MCU storyline. Yet, the system, shameless as ever, ruled that indirect influence on the MCU plot was invalid. So when Flash first mutated, Marfa received no reward. But now, Flash's death was a result of Marfa's direct intervention and design. So naturally, the system had to grant a reward. In other words, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to replicate a group of Flashes, Marfa would receive no system reward unless he directly participated in the research or was the one to take them down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Spider-Man, Arachne. You are awarded 50,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully diverting the MCU storyline. You are awarded 2,000 minutes of game time. Your current remaining game time is 3,340 minutes. Please keep up the good work. As expected, following Flash's demise, the system's notifications sounded once again in Marfa's ear. 50,000 experience points, a truly generous reward. Marfa had already been at level 17 with over 20,000 experience. With this sudden influx, he shot straight up to level 18. This also meant that Marfa could now learn one of the core skills of the Taoist class, Soulfire Talisman. As the main damage-dealing ability for Taoists in a legendary game, Soulfire Talisman was nothing short of essential. Only after acquiring this skill did Marfa's Taoist profession begin to truly take shape. Soulfire Talisman. Imbue your spirit into a protective talisman and launch a ranged attack at your target. With things settled, the chaos Flash it caused was so great that not only students and teachers at Midtown High School, but even many passers-by had witnessed Spider-Man in action. Hundreds had perished in the incident, and there was no way to cover it up quietly. After extended negotiations between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. government, they ultimately had no choice but to let Toby take the blame. The next day, the New York Times reported, in response to yesterday's Spider-Man incident at Midtown High, a spokesperson for the National Defense and Security Agency issued a statement this morning. Flash Thompson, son of Gamora Thompson, owner of the Thompson Hotel chain, experienced an unexplained mutation that caused him to lose all reason and transform into a man-eating monster. According to the investigation, the recent string of missing persons near Queens was also masterminded by Flash Thompson. During the attack at Midtown High, the hero of Queens, Webnet, stepped forward and fought valiantly against Spider-Man, ultimately defeating him. As a result, the president will personally present him with the Outstanding American Citizen Award this Sunday at the White House Plaza. We will be broadcasting the entire awards ceremony live. It must be said, Toby has truly struck it rich this time. The Outstanding American Citizen Award might seem symbolic, but in reality, it marks the government's official concession. In other words, the authorities have tacitly acknowledged Toby's collection of protection fees. There are several reasons for this, partly due to SHELD's unwavering support, as well as the vocal backing from the citizens of Queens and Brooklyn. On the other hand, it's also because of the power Toby demonstrated in this incident. Since they can't bring him under their control, the least they can do is shackle him with a moral obligation to prevent him from going rogue in the future. Of course, if Toby could take this opportunity to weaken New York's gangs and boost the public sense of security, it would certainly be beneficial to the president's prospects for re-election. At least, he wouldn't end up like a certain someone who was tossed out after just a single term. As for the other three contributors in this incident, Mafara, Natasha, and Pietro, they have all been quietly hidden away by S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, Alexander Pierce also played a significant role. After all, Mafara is secretly one of his people. As his ace in the hole, it wouldn't be wise to attract too much attention. Pietro, on the other hand, was deliberately concealed by Nick Fury. Pietro thought that as long as he ran fast enough, no one would notice him. He forgot, though, that technology like slow-motion playback exists. After reviewing the security footage at 64 times slower speed, Nick Fury easily spotted Pietro's figure. This only heightened his interest in the Maximoff family. First Natalia, then Mafara, and now even Pietro has superpowers. Out of a family of 5, 3 are already known to possess extraordinary abilities, a fact that Nick Fury found impossible to ignore. On one hand, Nick Fury was already considering whether to contact District 13 and pull the entire Maximoff family into S.H.I.E.L.D. to form a special task force. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kingpin was growing restless. The Kingpin's reach extends throughout the United States, and naturally, Queens is no exception. But first, the local boss in Queens, Jack Davey, was killed. Then, the authorities turned a blind eye to Webnet collecting protection fees in the area. Kingpin might not care about a tiny speck like Queens, but he absolutely cannot tolerate anyone encroaching on his turf. The general public might have no idea about the true story behind the Spider-Man incident. But as for Kingpin, it's not at all out of the question for him to get his hands on Midtown High surveillance footage. Ace Tarandon, from now on, Queens and North Brooklyn are yours. You'll be taking over Jack Davies' position. And there's another important task I have for you. Inside the conference room at the Hell's Kitchen headquarters, Kingpin turned to a young man at his side and spoke in a deep, commanding tone. With that, Kingpin switched on the projector. Instantly, information on Pietro and Natalia lit up the screen. There were also the corresponding videos, Natalia's display of overwhelming power at Brooklyn Bridge Park, and footage of Pietro sprinting at breakneck speed through Midtown High. Thank you for your trust, boss. But this... Ace Tarandon hesitated, his eyes fixed on the unbelievable footage before him. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to go after them. Your job is to win them over to our side, no matter what it takes, but remember, no strong-arm tactics. If you pull this off, all of New York State will be yours. If we get this family on our side, even the so-called Skynet won't be able to stir up much trouble. Kingpin took a slow drag from his cigar, his words heavy with significance. After a moment's contemplation, Kingpin spoke again. And another thing, look into the person who showed up at Midtown High wearing a white mask. Whether or not they're with S.H.I.E.L.D., we should avoid provoking them if possible. Understood. Kingpin's voice was cold and absolute. Yes, boss. I'll get right on it. With that, Ace Tarandon rose, offered Kingpin a deep, respectful bow, and quietly slipped out. While Kingpin's organization was preparing in full swing, Marfa was far from idle on her end. By now, it was already late 2008. According to the original timeline, the battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger would have already played out. Yet up until now, Marfa hadn't caught so much as a whisper of it. Tony Stark, too, hadn't stepped forward to announce to the press that he was Iron Man. Marfa understood that her own secret move, Betty, had made all the difference. But could this clash really be avoided? Clearly not. Obadiah's ambition and Tony's newfound wariness toward warfare had already put them on a collision course. Obadiah would never tolerate Stark Industries halting weapons production indefinitely. Just from this fact alone, it was only a matter of time before the two came to blows. By Marfa's estimation, Obadiah had most likely already joined forces with Bruce Banner. That would mean Ironmonger and the Hulk teaming up against Iron Man. The outcome was plain to see. Tony was no match for Obadiah. At present, Marfa had already reached level 18, which meant he was now qualified to take part in battles. If he could get involved in this upcoming fight, whether he chose to side with Tony Stark or with Obadiah, Marfa stood to gain a great deal either way. With this in mind, Marfa naturally began making his preparations before the battle. First, he still had 3,340 minutes of game time left. Given that each zombie was worth 160 experience points, he needed a total of 100,000 experience points to reach level 19. Subtracting the experience he had already accumulated, that meant he still had to kill about 580 zombies. At his current monster-slaying pace, 3,340 minutes of game time was more than enough for Marfa to reach level 19. And hitting level 19 would allow him to learn the Summon Skeleton skill, while his Mental Force spell could be upgraded to level 3 as well. Because he had previously absorbed chaotic energy, all of his level 3 skills could be further enhanced by placing materials into the yin-yang fish. Marfa hadn't yet figured out how to improve his healing spell, but as for the Mental Force spell, he'd had some ideas for a while now. So, as long as he reached level 19, it was clear his combat power would skyrocket. After a hearty meal, Marfa lay back on his bed and slowly closed his eyes. His target, level 19. Go! Killing over 500 zombies, neither a trivial task, nor an overwhelming one. To maximize his leveling efficiency, Marfa first headed straight to the bookstore in Beeching and bought a Soulfire Talisman skill book. Required level, 18. Price, 1,100 gold coins. For Marfa, 1,100 gold wasn't especially expensive at this stage, so he bought it without hesitation. Sure, zombies sometimes dropped skill books, and he could have saved those coins, but game time was even more precious than money. When it came to spending where it mattered, Marfa never hesitated. He then hurried over to the general store. Quantity, 600/600. Price, 550 gold coins. Just as Marfa was about to leave for the pharmacy to stock up on potions and start his leveling grind, the general store NPC unexpectedly called out to him. "Young man, I've been watching you for a while now. I never expected you'd reach level 18 so quickly." The shopkeeper cracked a joke, revealing a large gold tooth as he grinned. A striking sight. Marfa was taken aback by this display. What was going on? Weren't NPCs in Legend World supposed to be emotionless task machines? But this shopkeeper, not only was he initiating conversation, but he also seemed to have remarkably advanced AI. Curiosity piqued, Marfa decided not to rush off to level up just yet. According to the patterns I've seen in online games from my previous life, there's a high chance this is some sort of hidden quest. "Boss, is there anything you need my help with?" Marfa asked. "No," the general store owner answered without the slightest hesitation. "Marfa, what the heck? What's wrong with this guy? If there's no quest, why call me over? Was I just getting my hopes up for nothing?" But just as Marfa was about to turn and leave, "But I have something here that you might find useful." As he spoke, the shopkeeper reached into his pants pocket and started rummaging around. He fumbled and fished around for a while. His sneaky, almost comical movements made Marfa shiver in discomfort. "Here it is." With that, the shopkeeper pulled out a small black box from his pocket. Soulfire Talisman Printer. Special item. Not equipable. Unlimited uses. 30-minute cooldown. Amulet storage. 10,000 slots. Required level. 1. Price. 1 gold bar. Marfa what? He was absolutely stunned. Even though Marfa already knew this world was a highly realistic recreation of a legendary game, selling a Soulfire Talisman Printer outright. What was that about? Was the shopkeeper looking to change careers? "Young man, this item is actually a family heirloom," the shopkeeper began, "but I recently went to restock goods with the general store owner in Mengzhong province. That scoundrel had the nerve to call me a pauper, flaunting his gold ring right in my face. So now, I'm planning to order a big gold tooth from the blacksmith, but I'm a little short on gold coins. That's why I have no choice but to part with this treasure, even though it pains me." As he finished, the shopkeeper gave the printer a few sorrowful kisses, clearly reluctant to part with it. "This is madness. The whole world's gone crazy. What is this, a game or some over-the-top urban drama? How can there be such a cliché, showing off and getting put in your place scene right in front of me? But then again, this printer really is a useful piece of equipment. As a Taoist, Marfa's need for consumables like amulets and poisons is enormous. To put it bluntly, a Taoist without amulets might as well be trash. After all, summoning skeletons, divine beasts, moon spirits, casting holy armor, invisibility, soulfire talismans. Nearly all Taoist spells rely on amulets to cast. If this were just a game, it'd be fine. You could always restock supplies. But don't forget, the Marvel Universe is Marfa's real world. What if he ran out of amulets halfway through a battle with an enemy? That would be truly awkward. Would he have to jump back into the game, buy some more, and then return to fight? Of course, the special storage space for protective charms built into the printing device was also extremely important to Marfa. Otherwise, when facing something like the massive team battle in Avengers, in-game, being a Taoist would leave him far too passive. In the world of the Legend game, 1 gold bar is equivalent to 1,000,000 gold coins. Right now, Marfa's entire inventory added up to just 370,000 gold coins at best. In other words, Marfa simply couldn't afford the protective charm printer at this moment. "Boss, how about we make a deal? Can you give me a discount?" "Look, 370,000 gold coins. That's all I've got," Marfa said with a cheeky grin. But this time, the shopkeeper seemed to ignore him entirely, reverting to the emotionless NPC that Marfa was all too familiar with, standing there absent-mindedly. Strange. This was just too strange. There is definitely something off about this shopkeeper. If it weren't for the game rules that only allowed attacks on certain NPCs like archer guards and forbade attacking other NPCs, Marfa would have been sorely tempted to rob him on the spot. Making a mental note of this oddity, Marfa quickly bought a few bundles of protective charms and hurried off to the bitchy mine. But this time, he had a new, modest goal, to earn his first million. Let's set aside Marfa's tedious and monotonous grind for gold and levels for now. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had finally finished calibrating the Mark II and, building on that, had further optimized a few parameters and begun constructing the Mark III armor. Just as the new suit was nearing completion, Jarvis's words caused Tony's hands to tremble so violently that he nearly dropped a mechanical component. "Sir, I've just received an anonymous email. Miss Potts has been taken. According to the video sent by the anonymous source, the one responsible is Obadiah Stane. A sudden, guttural noise of rage escaped Tony as he clenched his fists, blood vessels bulging in his eyes. Sir, Miss Potts managed to send you a file at the last moment. I've organized it for you, Jarvis continued. As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, 8 virtual projections appeared before Tony Stark. These files detailed the secret dealings between the Ten Rings organization and Obadiah, along with video evidence of the Ten Rings using Tony Stark as a bargaining chip to demand higher payment from Obadiah. Bastard. Damn it. I've always treated him like my own uncle. Tony was consumed by fury. He might not care about money, but both Pepper Potts and Obadiah Stane were like family to him. They were priceless, beyond anything money could buy. But now, the man he'd always considered an uncle had betrayed him. What was worse, Obadiah hadn't just hurt Tony. He'd kidnapped Pepper as well. You have to understand, Pepper was only stealing the shipping manifest from the office because Tony asked her to. If anything happened to Pepper, Tony knew he'd be haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. Jarvis, how much longer until Mark III is fully completed? Tony Stark asked. Sir, it will take approximately 3 more hours before it's ready for use. Jarvis replied honestly. What if we cut out some of those auxiliary programs and secondary features? Tony pressed further. At best, it would still take 2 hours. However, I strongly advise against it. We're in California. New York, where Miss Potts is roughly 2,400 miles away. Without the auxiliary systems, your body could be under tremendous strain. Jarvis cautioned. Those auxiliary programs included things like muscle massage, waist relief, oxygen supply. Features that might seem optional, but are in fact vital. For a cross-country flight of 2,400 miles, flying supersonic for over 3 hours in a fixed position without a muscle massage device would be torture, both physically and mentally. And at such high altitudes and speeds, the air thins out. You need an oxygen supply. Even with his world-class computational abilities, Jarvis couldn't predict what would happen if Tony insisted on stripping out these features. Do it my way, hurry. Pepper is in danger. Tony roared. As Jarvis accelerated the Mark III's assembly, Tony also began crafting a compact oxygen mask. Tony might act on impulse, but he wasn't reckless. He believed he could endure muscle fatigue and mental exhaustion through sheer willpower, but the oxygen issue was unavoidable. So he decided to make himself an oxygen mask first, to at least ensure he'd reach New York safely. Inside a studio in Queens, 7 well-dressed young men were busy at their computer desks. Boss, how's the protection money collection going on your end? One of them called out. Don't even ask. I'm about to lose my mind. A lot of residents paid 3 years' worth of protection fees up front. If the boss hadn't set a 3-year maximum, I bet they'd have paid for life. I'm drowning in numbers here. It's giving me a headache. The leader replied. How about your side? What do you think? Same as you. I never would have imagined, growing up, that one day people would come to us on their own to pay protection fees, some even hurrying over, afraid they might miss the deadline and lose their chance. One of the young men spoke up. Well, isn't that all thanks to our boss? It's no joke. He's an officially recognized model citizen of America. The more time passes, the more I feel picking the boss to follow was the smartest move I ever made. Another young man at the window chimed in. There was no doubt. These 7 were none other than the Rainbow Squad, under Tobey Maguire's command. Nowadays, people in Queens and Brooklyn affectionately called them the 7 grandsons, meaning that every resident who saw them felt the warmth you'd show a beloved grandchild. Just like that, they'd suddenly gained a whole bunch of new grandmas and grandpas. To be honest, sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming, their red-haired leader said with a sigh. I remember when I first took you all out collecting protection fees. Sometimes we'd get chased out with sticks, sometimes cursed out, and sometimes couldn't even get in the door. But then the boss stepped in, and in no time at all he'd cleaned up the whole of Queens. The street punks all joined our side, and the 7 of us gradually worked our way up to management. Now look at us. The boss put up money to help everyone. Start new businesses, and only 7 are left. And the residents? They've gone from chasing us off to showing up in person, cash in hand. Just as he finished, the door to the studio rang out with a knock. Hey, my grandsons, lend me a hand here. An old man came bustling in, carrying 2 baskets of fruit. Grandpa James, what's all this? Red Hair hurried over, taking the baskets from his hands. I see you boys working yourselves to the bone in here, barely stopping to eat. I thought I'd bring you something to keep your strength up. You've worked so hard making the neighborhood safe. If it weren't for you, who knows, maybe my silly granddaughter would have ended up like old Juan's girl next door, eaten by that Spider-Man fellow. Now look at us. These days, your grandma and I go for a walk every evening. Wouldn't have dared back then. Grandpa James spoke with a face full of gratitude. Red Hair looked exasperated, But in the end, he still accepted the fruit. He couldn't help remembering the old days, when they'd gone to James's house for protection money, and ended up being chased out with his cane. And now, my grandsons, I've come to pay my protection fee. Count it up for me, will you? This time, an old lady walked in. She plunked down a small stack of bills on the table, paused, then added another. This extra's for you to buy yourselves a bite to eat. You boys are always running around. Don't forget to take care of yourselves. The others. Ever since Toby's Skynet made the news, the public, once critics who had turned into fans of the Seven, now held them up as heroes. For America's working class, what matters most? Money? Power? No, it's safety. Differences in race, in faith, in wealth. All these have cast deep shadows beneath the dazzling surface of New York City, filling its underbelly with chaos, violence, and bloodshed unknown to most. But now, with the arrival of Skynet, people could spend just a little money to erase their worries. The sense of security was overwhelming. Some residents of Chinatown even set up ancestral tablets for Toby, offering incense and prayers every day, a testament to how beloved he had become. A note, since most Chinatown restaurants serve Southern cuisine, I'm guessing they share the Southern custom of honoring the living with such tablets. If I'm mistaken, please correct me. Biki Province, Biki Mine, southern sector of the abandoned mining area. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another, making the stone walls of the mine tremble and sending chips of rock tumbling down. -17, -18, -16. Crimson numbers floated up above the zombies' heads. Nothing beats slaying monsters with soul-fire talismans. No more hand-to-hand combat with these rotten-fleshed creatures. Marfa couldn't help but sigh in relief. With that, he raised his crescent blade high, summoned a talisman from his storage with a thought, and sent it hurtling toward a zombie's head. The moment the talisman touched the zombie, it exploded in a burst of fire and thunder, sparks flying, shockwaves echoing. Its power was truly fearsome. Now that's what a Taoist should look like. Pity about the ringing in my ears, though. Rubbing his ears, still aching from the blasts, Marfa muttered to himself. At last, after who knows how many zombies had fallen, a golden dragon's silhouette flashed over Marfa, and a surge of warmth coursed through him. I did it. Level 19. Barely able to contain his excitement, Marfa pulled from his backpack a skill book dropped by a zombie earlier and immediately tapped to learn it. Summon skeleton with talisman, calling forth a minion from the depths of hell. Required level 19. Heart pounding with anticipation, Marfa used an escape from hell scroll to leave the mine. He quickly sorted his inventory, then hurried off to the central plaza of Biki City, stopping at the side of the Great Blade Guard. Come on, my little darling. He watched as a talisman floated from the tip of his crescent blade, dissolving into a shower of starlight on the ground. A swirl of white mist rose from the earth. Clatter, 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 clatter. As the sound of grinding bones echoed through the air, a humanoid skeleton clutching an axe crawled up from beneath the ground. Clatter, clatter. The little skeleton's jaw opened and closed, as if it was calling out for its master. But in the very next moment, a blade-wielding guardian appeared behind the little skeleton in a blink. With a sweeping strike of the crescent blade in the guardian's hands, the pitiful little skeleton was instantly smashed to pieces. All that remained was a scatter of bone fragments on the ground, the only proof it had ever set foot in this world. Back when I played games, I never thought much of it, but now, this method of leveling up summoning feels so cruel, Ma-Fa murmured to himself. Yet his hands showed no sign of stopping. The protective talisman once again dissolved into shimmering motes of light that drifted down onto the ground. Clatter, 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 clatter. Little white number 2 was born. Little white number 2 died. Little white number 3 was born. Little white number 3 died. In less than 5 minutes, a field of pale bones had gathered at Ma-Fa's feet, turning the place into a hellish scene straight out of the underworld. A truly chilling sight at first glance. I can't go on. I can't go on. I'm getting dizzy. Clatter, clatter. Ma-Fa feigned a dramatic complaint as he glanced at the skill panel, where skeleton summoning now showed as level 1. Charakter, Mafa. Class, Taoist. Level, 19. Defense, 3 to 6. Magic defense, 3 to 7. Attack, 6 to 14. Magic, 0 to 1. Taoist power, 3 to 14. Health points, 122/122. Mana points, 112/112. Skills, healing 3rd level, spirit power combat 3rd level, spider sense, cannot be leveled. Poison spell 2nd level, soulfire talisman 1st level, skeleton summoning 1st level. Equipment, half moon blade, light armor, male, reinforced gloves, superior. Taoist bracelet, superior. Glass ring asterisk 1. Glass ring asterisk 1, superior. Phoenix pearl, superior. Magic helmet. Ruin force gloves, superior. Durability, 10 out of 10. Defense, 0 to 2. Taoist power, 0 to 2, plus 2. Required level, 18. Daoist bracelet, superior. Durability, 9 ninths. Attack, 0 to 2, plus 2. Taoist power, 0 to 2, plus 1. Required level, 19. One has to admit, my FA's luck was exceptional. Or perhaps, those superstitions about using a health potion at the exact moment a monster dies really do work. Out of just over 500 zombies, he managed to score 4 pieces of top-tier equipment. Excluding the 2 magic-boosting items he couldn't use, both the reinforced gloves and the Taoist bracelet were truly excellent gear. With an attack and Taoist power cap of 14, my FA's strength, whether physical or psychic, had both seen a dramatic boost. At this point, just by relying on his physical strength, Marfa had already reached about twice the level of Captain America. Note, a quick correction here. The previous data was off. Captain America's strength should be around 2 tons. Since so much has already been written, it's hard to revise the earlier chapters, but from now on, let's use 2 tons as the standard. He glanced at the remaining in-game time. About 1,600 minutes left. Leveling up any further was clearly out of the question. After nearly a whole day of non-stop zombie hunting, even Marfa, with his exceptional mental stamina, felt a hint of fatigue setting in. In the past, when I was hooked on games, I could grind for 2 days and nights without feeling tired. How come I'm already feeling spent after just 1 day and night this time? Marfa frowned and muttered to himself. Of course, it was just a passing thought. After all, this world was modeled on a legendary game, and the process of playing required players to physically participate, not just sit at a computer clicking the mouse and keyboard. Naturally, the mental toll was several times greater than before. Logging out of the game, Marfa closed his eyes and quickly drifted into sleep. As some rejoice and others fret, Marfa had already fallen into a peaceful slumber. But for Tony Stark, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. The Mark III suit was prepped and ready. Tony wasted no time suiting up and took off, rocketing toward New York State where Obadiah and Pepper were waiting. New York State was about 3,800 kilometers from Tony's seaside mansion in California. Flying at the speed of sound, the trip would take over 3 hours, a grueling challenge for Tony, whose body was still in recovery. Jarvis, can't we go any faster? Pepper can't afford to wait that long. Inside the suit, Tony spoke through his oxygen mask, silently vowing that after all this, he'd move both his home and Stark Industries headquarters to New York. Normally it wouldn't matter, but every time something happened, having to fly 3,800 kilometers across North America was just unbearable. Sir, the Mark III's maximum speed is Mach 3, but given your current condition, I'm afraid. Then give me full power. Right now. No dilas. Tony cut Jarvis off before he could finish, his determination unshakable. At this moment, nothing was more important to him than Pepper's safety. Understood, sir. Accelerating now. As Jarvis confirmed, not only did the suit's leg thrusters roar into action, but the boosters on its back and both arms ignited at full throttle as well. In an instant, the Mark III shot forward, a blazing streak across the night sky of North America, bright and unstoppable as a meteor. Top, 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 top. In the underground laboratory of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane drummed his fingers relentlessly on the table, trying to shake off the agitation gnawing at him. From the moment he orchestrated Pepper Potts' abduction, Obadiah had declared open war on Tony Stark. But now, with everything in motion, he found himself surprisingly numb. Excitement eluded him, replaced by a strange emptiness and irritation that lingered in his chest. Decades had passed. Ever since meeting Howard Stark and joining Stark Industries, it had been a long journey spanning years. Day in, day out, Obadiah had witnessed Stark Industries rise to glory under Howard's guidance, then watched it falter after Howard's death, only to see Tony take the reins and, with his extraordinary talent, lead the company back to its peak. To Obadiah, Stark Industries was like a child, one he had watched grow and change over the years. Yet now, Tony ruled with an iron will, abruptly halting all weapons production and research at Stark Industries. It was as if a neighbor suddenly stormed into your house and demanded that your child stop going to school. What father could possibly agree to such a request? And Obadiah's ambitions went far beyond that. What he truly desired was to see the company reborn, not as Stark Industries, but as Stane Industries from this day forward. Obadiah longed to witness Stane Industries, under his command, defeat every rival arms manufacturer, Oscorp, Hammer Industries, and the rest, ultimately dominating the global arms market. That was why Tony Stark had become the insurmountable obstacle in his path, the stumbling block to Stain Industries' grand revival. With a heavy sigh, Obadiah pulled a cigar from his drawer. Extending one finger, he generated a surge of electricity at his fingertip. Brilliant blue arcs danced and sparkled, just like a lighter. There, the cigar was lit. Snuffing out the lighter, Obadiah drew in a deep breath, as if only the rich aroma of tobacco could dispel the loneliness that haunted him. So this is what invincibility feels like. The thought echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, across the table, Pepper Potts watched all of this unfold, her face etched with worry. Her emotions at this moment were every bit as tangled as Obadiah's. She desperately hoped Tony would come riding in to rescue her, yet feared that in saving her, he might put himself in grave danger. At first, everything went exactly according to plan. All she had to do was slip into Tony Stark's former office, use the USB drive Tony had given her to copy the shipping manifest, and it would all be over. But she had no idea that Obadiah Stane was no longer the same man as in the original story. After gaining strength from Bruce Banner, Obadiah had long since steeled himself for a direct confrontation with Tony. So when he saw Pepper, Obadiah took only a moment to consider before deciding to strike first, using Pepper as leverage against Tony. Obadiah was quite pleased with his own foresight. After kidnapping Pepper, he easily found Tony's USB drive on her. Though even with this, it would simply come down to a fight. With his current power, Obadiah was hardly intimidated by the Iron Man suit. Still, he preferred to keep the initiative in his own hands. Only then could he prove to Tony that, in every way, Obadiah Stane was far superior to Tony Stark. Inside a burger joint at the entrance of Stark Industries' New York office, one of Tony Stark's frequent haunts, Phil Coulson sat, his face clouded with worry as he made a call. Just this morning, he had managed to reach Pepper Potts, only for her to be captured immediately afterward. Since then, Coulson had ordered multiple raids on Stark Industries' underground laboratory, dispatching agents time and again. Yet, none who took part in those missions had made it back alive. "Director, that's the situation. I'm hoping for more support," Coulson said, frustration clear in his voice. Once Coulson finished his report, Nick Fury's voice finally came through on the other end of the line. "Didn't you once get Natasha a cover job as a guest lecturer? Maybe it's time to have one of her students return the favor." BZZZBZZZBZZZ. A phone vibrated. Maffa groggily opened his eyes, grabbed his phone from beside his pillow, and glanced at the screen. He meant to hang up immediately, but when he saw the caller ID read unknown, he had no choice but to drag himself out of bed, open the window, and fly straight out into the night. There was no helping it. Ever since moving to New York, Wanda and Pietro had become bunkmates, one on the top bunk, one on the bottom. It made a lot of things inconvenient for Maffa. "Yeah? Who is this?" Maffa called out, his tone irritable as he hovered high above Brooklyn's northern district. "Sitwell here. Maffa Maximoff, it's time for you to do your part for the organization," came the familiar voice of the bald, chubby agent. At those words, Maffa sobered up instantly. What did this mean? Was Hydra about to make a move? "I await the organization's orders," Maffa replied, his voice turning serious. "Tony Stark recently developed an exoskeleton suit. The organization wants one to study. Get this done as soon as possible," Sitwell said in a low, commanding voice. "Seriously? The nerve. Asking for an Iron Man suit right off the bat. Isn't that just setting me up for failure? With Tony Stark's personality, trying to get a suit from him in broad daylight is no simple task. Besides, Marfa was actually hoping to use the upcoming showdown between Iron Man and Ironmonger to score some points with Tony, and maybe even get a few perks out of it. Sitwell, I have nothing to do with Tony Stark. Getting my hands on one of his suits is nearly impossible. And even if I managed to get one for you, without Stark's authorization, you'd never be able to use it anyway," Marfa replied thoughtfully. "That's not your concern. According to reliable intel, Obadiah has kidnapped Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts. Right now, Tony is rushing to New York in his Iron Man suit. You must take full advantage of this opportunity. Get this done, and I'll arrange a face-to-face meeting for you with Mr. Pierce. Whether you win his favor, that's up to you." "No problem. You can count on me," Marfa said, thumping his chest confidently. No sooner had Sitwell hung up than another call came in from an unknown number. "Is this Marfa Maximoff? This is Phil Coulson, Level 7 agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'm commandeering you for an emergency. Get to the Stark Industries Tower in Manhattan immediately. The situation is urgent. I'll brief you in detail when you get here." "I refuse," Marfa shot back without hesitation. "What a joke. I just took an assignment from Hydra, and now S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to rope me into? Do they think I'm working for free?" Evidently, Coulson hadn't expected Marfa to turn him down. For a moment, he was speechless. Since joining S.H.I.E.L.D., he had never once been refused an assignment. "Marfa, I have direct authorization from the director. As an off-the-books S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, you should know how to obey orders, Coulson said, his tone turning stern. I'm sorry, Agent Coulson, but the contract Toby and I signed with S.H.I.E.L.D. is crystal clear. We have the right to refuse any temporary assignment unless it comes directly from the director. Even then, we're allowed to turn down up to 3 assignments a year. Coulson was at a loss for words. What kind of monster did Natasha train here? And what's with this bizarre contract? Is this some elaborate scheme just to make my life difficult? He wondered to himself. All right, what will it take for you to cooperate? Coulson asked, resigned. According to Professor Romanoff, you're the honorary principal of Midtown High, right? Do you think I have a shot at getting a scholarship this year? Maffa asked shamelessly. Coulson answered with certainty. After all, he did have that much authority. $50,000. I'm getting sleepy. $200,000. $1 million. I'll give it to you personally. You have to know, there's no way a public school could ever offer a scholarship that big. Coulson gritted his teeth. He was really going all in. Then you can keep playing your own game. I have to get up early for school tomorrow. $10 million. I'll get it for you from Tony Stark. This is my absolute limit. I'll transfer it to you as a research grant. If that's still not enough, I'll have to look for someone else. Judging by his tone, this must have been Coulson's bottom line. Maffa didn't push any further. After all, every cent Maffa had earned before had already gone to Samuel, and his own family was still struggling to make ends meet. 1 week to see in my account. With the price settled, it was time to talk about when the money would arrive. As long as you get the job done well, give me 2 weeks. I'll even apply for an extra bonus for you from the bureau. All right, principal. Give me a moment. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Maffa hurried back to his room. It was already winter, and when Maffa had gone out earlier, he'd forgotten to close the window. Now, the chilly wind swept in, making Pietro shiver beneath the covers, huddled tightly against the cold. Sorry, bro. Maffa opened the secret compartment in the ceiling and pulled out the gear he'd prepared beforehand. He slipped into a pitch-black tactical suit and threw on a long, hooded trench coat. Beneath the brim of the hood, a stark white mask concealed his face. At first glance, there was an air of a vigilante of the night about him. When Maffa leapt out the window once more, Pietro finally poked his head out from under the blanket. Out at this hour, just because of phone call. And that outfit, too. Something dawned on him, and Pietro's brows knit in concern. He quickly scrambled out of bed, opened a hidden panel in the floor, and pulled out a suit of silver-gray carbon fiber armor. As the eldest of the siblings, Pietro had kept a close eye on his trouble-prone younger brother. Just thinking about that monster that had appeared at Midtown High gave Pietro a chill. Good thing he'd shown up in time back then. If Maffa had gotten hurt, he would have felt like he'd failed as a brother. Once he'd suited up, Pietro vaulted out the window in one fluid motion. Amazingly, he ran straight up the wall, steady as if it were the ground, chasing after Maffa in the direction he'd gone. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was finally flying into New York State. Sir, we're now less than 200 kilometers from New York City. I recommend you take a break and recharge your energy. The Mark III has also been operating at full capacity for a long time. Letting it cool down a bit will help it perform better. Jarvis's voice sounded in Tony's ear. But Tony Stark was already in pretty bad shape. After all, he hadn't fully recovered from his illness, and his body wasn't in great condition to begin with. Now, he'd been flying at Mach 3 for quite a while without any support hardware. For Tony Stark in his current state, both body and mind were visibly reaching their limits. No, keep this speed. We're flying straight to New York. Tony Stark replied with absolute determination. Sir, there's an incoming call from an unknown number. Would you like to answer? Jarvis prompted him. Check the identity and location of the caller. Understood. One moment, please. Phil Coulson, agent with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. He's currently at that burger joint across from Stark Industries' New York office. For more details, I need to hack into their servers. Should I proceed? No need. Put him through. Tony Stark was no stranger to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Given his status and tech skills, even the most secretive agencies didn't have many secrets from him. Hello, Mr. Stark. This is Strategic Homeland. Phil Coulson's voice came through in Tony's ear. Get to the point. Tony cut him off. All right. We've already dispatched a team of enhanced individuals to rescue Ms. Potts. We hope you'll trust our professionalism and keep civilian disruption to a minimum. Coulson was every bit the seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Though he'd never dealt with Tony directly, he had deduced Tony's intentions from the intelligence reports. If Tony charged into the building in his Iron Man suit to get Pepper back, he'd probably turn all of Manhattan upside down. And in the end, it'd be Coulson cleaning up the mess. Better to prevent trouble than to fix it after the fact. Save it for when you actually get Pepper out. Without another word, Tony hung up. Given how things had escalated, public impact was the last thing on Tony's mind. Pepper's safety was all that mattered now. Principal, hope you haven't been waiting long. Inside the burger joint, Marfa plopped herself down across from Coulson, giving a casual shrug. You're Marfa? Looking at the figure before him, dressed in a black trench coat, hood up, and a white mask covering her face, Coulson hesitated briefly before asking. What else could I do? Still, I prefer you call me Shadow. After all, I'm still just a student. I wouldn't want to be swarmed by fangirls everywhere I go after today. Marfa spoke with unabashed self-admiration. As for Marfa's reputation, Coulson, the honorary principal of Midtown High, had certainly heard plenty. It seemed the rumors were true. He really was popular with the girls. Especially with that silver hair and that face that shone with mischievous charm. He was the bane of every rebellious teenage girl's heart. No wonder he insisted on wearing a mask and a hood. Thinking this over, Coulson found himself looking at Marfa with new respect. After all, for an agent, if you can't even hide your own identity, you're not much of an agent. Where's Skynet? Didn't he come with you? Seeing Marfa arrive alone, Coulson couldn't help but ask, curiosity in his voice. You never told me to contact him. Besides, at this hour, he's probably busy locking horns with the Kingpin's gang. Word is they've been quite active lately. Let's cut to the chase. I'll assign you a squad. Before Tony Stark arrives, your team needs to infiltrate the underground lab in the building across the street and rescue Pepper Potts. As Coulson spoke, he summoned a 7-person team. Forget it. Let me be blunt. This isn't as simple as you think. I honestly believe this squad isn't necessary at all. Sending them in is just sending them to their doom. Marfa had his reasons for saying this. Under his maneuvering, Obadiah Stane had already made contact with Bruce Banner. If Obadiah had even half a brain, he would never pass up on Banner's formidable power. So right now, the lab most likely had 2 bosses waiting for Tony Stark to take the bait. Just how strong is the Hulk? The angrier he gets, the more powerful he becomes. Bullets are nothing but a tickle to him. Even planes and armored vehicles are just toys in his hands. Forget these 7 nameless extras. Even if you sent in 7 Natashas, they wouldn't be enough for the Hulk to play with. Of course, if Natasha were to use her feminine wiles, that might be a different story. In the original storyline, whether it was Betty or Natasha, Hulk always showed a rare gentleness toward them. Marfa truly couldn't understand it. The Hulk is a personality that's only been around for a few years, which makes him, just over 2 years old in human terms. How could he already be such a skirt chaser? Why does he go weak in the knees every time he sees a woman? Marfa's words were well-founded, but to the ears of the 7 team members, it stung. They knew something the others didn't. Just now, they'd heard Marfa claim that he was only a student. Just a mere student, yet he dared to act so arrogantly in front of these professionally trained agents. For a moment, all 7 of them looked at Marfa with a flicker of anger in their eyes. Marfa, however, paid no mind to their glares. With a casual wave to Coulson and the others, he strode straight toward the building. At this point, Marfa's level was still below 20. He hadn't learned invisibility, nor did he possess the legendary ring of invisibility. He wasn't about to make the same foolish mistake as Flash. After all, he was on someone else's turf. If he were to cut the power, it would only make things more difficult for him, given he was unfamiliar with the layout. Rather than complicate things, he decided it would be better to face the situation head-on. No matter what, Obadiah's main target was Tony Stark. Before Tony appeared, there was no way Obadiah would harm a hostage. And what if he ran into the Hulk? Marfa had already considered this possibility, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that. If push came to shove, he wouldn't hesitate to use his Poison Hex, Soulfire Talisman, and Flight to kite the enemy to death. As he stepped inside the building, he found it completely deserted. The staff had already been evacuated under Coulson's orders. Come on out, Xiaobai. He tossed the talisman in front of him, which burst into shimmering motes of light before falling to the ground. Moments later, a human-shaped skeleton, wielding an axe, clawed its way up from the floor. Scout ahead. Target, the underground lab. With a clatter of bones, the skeleton seemed to understand Marfa's command. It gave a slight nod, swung its axe, and marched toward the underground laboratory. Meanwhile, in the underground lab, Obadiah was watching Marfa's every move through the surveillance cameras. How interesting. Is that a robot in skeleton form? And it's carrying a shabby little axe? Ha ha ha. Obadiah couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of Xiaobai's pitiful appearance. Pepper, take a look. Just look. Is this the superhero you've been hoping for? He brought a robot with an axe, and thinks he could take me on? Ha ha ha. Pepper, however, didn't share Obadiah's tone. Her expression was grim, but not out of mockery toward Marfa. She knew all too well how deadly that corridor in front of Marfa could be. All the agents Coulson had sent before had met their end right there. Now, seeing someone come alone to rescue her with nothing but a skeleton robot, didn't that mean yet another life would be lost here? Pepper had seen Tony's Iron Man armor before. The cold metallic sheen, the intricate internal mechanisms. It was clearly something formidable even at a glance. But this skeleton? It was just holding a battered axe. The difference between the two was like night and day. As for what Pepper and Obadiah were thinking, Marfa naturally had no way of knowing. The passageway in the basement stretched long. A rough estimate would put it at about 400 meters. Even with 5 people walking side by side, it didn't feel crowded in the slightest. On either side of the corridor stood many reinforced glass doors, each opening into a lab packed with equipment. According to Coulson's description, the end of this hallway was where Obadiah could be found. A sharp, unsettling sound echoed through the passage as Little White's bones scraped together, chilling to the core. Suddenly, countless gun barrels sprang out from both walls, opening fire at Marfa's group without a word of warning. In an instant, bullets rained down like dandruff glinting in the sunlight, scattering everywhere. The roaring barrage pounded Marfa's eardrums, making them throb painfully. "Damn it, I knew this would happen," Marfa muttered, exasperated. Without hesitation, he unleashed his telekinesis. An invisible wall of force sprang up, shielding him from the hail of bullets. "Little White, take them out," Marfa commanded. Obedient, Little White swung its axe and charged forward. The eerie scraping of its bones and the sharp clang of bullets striking its body filled the corridor. Bullets pelted Little White relentlessly, but its defenses now surpassed even Marfa's own. Each bullet managed only to leave a faint dent upon its body, utterly incapable of halting Little White's relentless advance. In the blink of an eye, Little White had reached one of the gun turrets. With practiced efficiency, it raised its axe and brought it crashing down on the gun barrel. Under the force of the blow, the barrel was sliced clean in half, the cut gleaming smooth as glass. "Well done," Marfa praised, casually casting a level 3 healing spell on Little White. In an instant, the bullet dents vanished from Little White's body, leaving it looking just as pristine as when it had first been summoned. "Keep up that momentum. Good job. When this is all over, I'll buy you a bottle of dashboard wax and polish you till you shine." Yet Marfa's promise was destined never to be fulfilled. Hardly had the words left his mouth when, at the end of the corridor, several ominous black cannon barrels emerged from the wall. "What the hell? Are you serious? This is your own property. Who installs this kind of thing in a basement?" Truth be told, even Marfa was taken aback by the sheer firepower on display. After all, this was Manhattan's upper town. Everyone living nearby was either wealthy or powerful. If the office building were to collapse and injure someone, odds were they'd be suing a small fortune. And yet, none of this seemed to concern Obadiah, who simply turned his cannons on Marfa without a second thought. If there had only been a single one, Marfa wouldn't have hesitated to destroy it with either telekinesis or a soul fire talisman from a distance. But looking at that entire row of gun barrels, chaotically arranged and bristling with menace, even Marfa had to admit defeat. Now, Marfa was left with only one thought. But would Obadiah just stand by and watch as Marfa tried to escape? A deafening barrage erupted in quick succession, and the thunder of cannon fire filled the air. Dozens of shells tore toward Marfa like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, relentless and hungry. "Damn all," Marfa cursed under his breath. "Xiaobai, block them for me. I'll remember you. This time for sure." With those words, Marfa manipulated his telekinesis into a rope, imitating Toby's movement style, and yanked himself out with the greatest possible speed. At the same time, he conjured a telekinetic barrier in place, hoping to dampen the force of the coming explosions. Fiery blasts erupted everywhere. Xiaobai, with its frail body, shielded Marfa from every single shell. Of course, in doing so, it fulfilled its purpose, scattering into countless fragments of bone. No, at this point, ash would be more accurate. Meanwhile, Marfa, aided by telekinesis, had already reached the stairwell. Yet, even so, the tremendous shockwave from the explosion easily shattered his barrier, and after sweeping through dozens of meters, it blasted Marfa straight down to the first floor. Cough, cough. The acrid, overpowering smell of gunpowder made Marfa cough uncontrollably. Fortunately, there were several turns in the stairwell, so while Marfa looked battered, he'd escaped serious harm. No wonder it's a Stark Industries product. That power! I give it full marks. Marfa muttered to himself. "Shadow, do you copy? What just happened? Are the hostages safe?" Coulson's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Really? Not even going to ask if I'm all right first?" Marfa grumbled furiously. "You're an agent. Completing the mission comes first. That's the most basic requirement for any agent." Hearing Marfa's voice, Coulson felt a wave of relief. Still, as a veteran, whether for Marfa's future or as a representative of S.H.I.E.L.D., he couldn't resist giving a little lecture. His tones sounded stern, but there was undeniable warmth beneath it. That was just who Coulson was, a genuinely good guy. But the image of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had to be maintained. After all, he had 7 agents watching him at that very moment. If it's too much, fall back. We'll regroup and come up with another plan. Don't do anything reckless that might force Obadiah to harm the hostages. The explosion just now had been loud enough to shake the whole block. Even those outside the building, Coulson and the others, had heard it clear as day. Marfa was not only a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also a rare superhuman. Though the mission was crucial, Coulson couldn't help but worry about Marfa's safety. So, after a moment's thought, he decided it would be best for Marfa to withdraw first. Of course, that's what he thought, but he couldn't say it outright. Otherwise, how could he keep his authority as a team leader in the future? On the roof of the burger joint, Pietro peered through the building's glass at Marfa's blurred silhouette, breaking into a cold sweat. Damn that reckless kid. Does he even know what he's doing? And those people inside the shop, what's their deal? How could they let Marfa take on something this dangerous? Pietro clenched his fists in frustration, already itching to dash down and teach them a lesson the way Marfa had handled those street thugs earlier. Maybe give each of them a couple of solid punches. Why did he suddenly feel a chill and a faint, unsettling coldness in his pants? Downstairs, Coulson pulled his jacket tighter around himself, then nudged the air conditioning a few degrees higher, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. Meanwhile, Marfa, noticing the lingering smell of gunpowder in the hallway had mostly faded, set off again toward the lab. The protective charm scattered to the ground in a shimmer of starlight. Another little white had come into being. All right, buddy, do a good job and I'll get you the finest wax polish. Make you shine like new, Marfa encouraged. A dry, rattling sound of bones came from Little White's mouth. It seemed to say, I don't believe you. That's exactly what you told my predecessor. So, man and skeleton ventured once more into the corridor. There was no denying it. Stark Industries really had deep pockets. Just look at this engineering. So many explosions. The metal on the walls had melted, yet the passageway itself showed no sign of collapsing. Real estate developers back in China could learn a thing or two from this. A little side note. My own neighborhood doesn't even have a wall, just a ring of wire fencing. Little White, pick up the pace. The corridor's in this state. There can't be any more traps. What are you so afraid of? Seeing Little White shuffle along, step by slow step, Marfa frowned and urged him on. But just then, dozens of laser beams shot out from under the opposite wall. The crisscrossing lasers wove together into a net, sliding across the corridor toward Marfa. Anything in their path was instantly sliced to pieces by the deadly light. Little White, block it. I'm retreating. Without another word, Marfa turned and sprinted back the way he came. He hadn't expected that Little White was already 100 meters away. That speed was nothing like the plodding skeleton from moments before. It completely shattered Marfa's perception of what a skeleton could do. This Little White must be cursed. A clattering, indignant sound echoed in the corridor. In the distance, Xiaobai was barking while running, as if to say, Master, block them. I'll make my escape first. Marfa, looks like I'll have to rely on myself. With that thought, Marfa immediately spun around. While using telekinesis to keep his body gliding backward, a protective talisman appeared in his hand. The Soulfire talisman shot out at lightning speed and, upon smashing into the laser emitter, exploded in a brilliant flash. In an instant, the emitter was blasted to pieces by the Soulfire talisman. At the same time, the laser grid grew much thinner and weaker. Let's go again. Soulfire talisman. Soulfire talisman. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions erupted in quick succession. The remaining 2 laser emitters were also reduced to rubble under the assault of the talismans. But just then, a white figure darted out from behind Marfa. Clackety-clack, Xiaobai appeared, raising his axe high, charging ahead while shouting at the top of his lungs. He looked every bit like he was prepared to go down fighting. When he reached the spot where the laser emitters had been, he swung his axe, hacking furiously at the rails on the wall. Thud! 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 Each strike sent splinters flying to the ground. Xiaobai spun around, flashed Marfa a triumphant gesture, clearly basking in his victory. Marfa, oh, yi-jia, oh, summoning skeletons, using a talisman to summon skeletons from the depths of the underworld. In other words, these skeletons weren't mere products of magical fabrication, but rather beings from another world, each with their own consciousness and will. Just as people differ in personality, the skeletons Marfa summoned were no exception. Back when playing games, skeleton summons were nothing more than lines of code, so players never cared about their fate. Of course, if you'd leveled one up to tier 7, you might treat it with a bit more care. But this was different. Judging from Xiaobai's behavior, compared to his fearless predecessors, he clearly had more personality. For Marfa, though, this was a bit of a problem. After all, A summoned minion who won't take a blow for his master isn't much of a loyal sidekick. Yet, Marfa found himself oddly fond of this quirky Xiaobai. Thinking along these lines, Marfa looked at Xiaobai again, suddenly finding him rather charming in his own way. It seemed he should be more considerate towards Xiaobai in the real world, rather than treating him so casually as before. And just as Marfa had this thought, ding! Congratulations, host, on your newfound conscience. You have been awarded a new skill, Dismiss Summon. When using this skill, if you consume an extra talisman, the summoned creature, once dismissed, will be stored within the talisman. Next time you use the skill with that talisman, you can summon it again. Note, since summoned creatures in the world of legends lack independent awareness, they cannot be stored in talismans. So, this is basically playing Pokemon, huh? Only, instead of Pokeballs, you use talismans. Kadankada. Sensing something, Little White immediately started showing off to Marfa. That wobbly skeleton of his looked as if it might fall apart at any moment, making for quite a comical sight. All right, enough showing off. Let's make a deal. From now on, I won't send you on any suicide missions. But you have to stop trying to run away all the time. Otherwise, I'll just take you apart and make soup for Pietro. Got it. Marfa feigned annoyance as he said this. Kadankada. Little White promptly pointed skyward and nodded in agreement. The man and his skeleton companion continued onward toward the end of the corridor. This time, nothing unexpected happened, and soon they arrived before the massive door at the end. Little White, break down the door. Kadankada. Little White hefted his axe and swung it fiercely at the door. A sudden crackle of sparks and electricity lit up the metal door. Clearly, the metal door was electrified. Little White, now tingling all over from the shock, turned to Marfa with a pitiful look, as if to say, "You tricked me again." All right, that was my fault. How was I supposed to know the thing was electrified? Step aside and watch me handle this. Before Marfa could finish his sentence, Little White had already scrambled behind him at full speed. Marfa, straight face. Did I mess up the summoning pose, or what? Or do you need to check the zodiac calendar before summoning creatures in the real world? How else could I have ended up with something like this? Marfa couldn't help but complain as he pulled out another talisman from his pack, holding it between his index and middle fingers. Just as Marfa was about to use the Soulfire talisman skill, the door swung open. A burst of applause rang out and the lights snapped on. Obadiah and Pepper appeared in Marfa's line of sight. Obadiah held a cigar in his right hand, while his left slapped his palm as if he'd just watched an entertaining movie. However, the moment Marfa got a clear look at Obadiah, he was startled by what he saw. Where was the ironmonger he'd expected? Where was the Hulk? Why had he turned into Cyborg? That's right. At this moment, in Marfa's eyes, Obadiah Stane looked almost identical to Cyborg from the neighboring universe. Note, if you can't picture it, just look up DC Cyborg. At first glance, Obadiah might still have evoked some traces of Iron Man, but a closer look revealed many unmistakably human parts embedded within his mechanical body. Clearly, instead of following the pure technological path of Ironmonger as in the original story, Obadiah had chosen a different route, one of mechanical life transformation. This sparked a train of thought in Marfa's mind. Welcome to Stain Industries, Obadiah said, his tone relaxed. He casually picked up a glass of red wine from the table, brought it to his lips, and took a delicate sip. I just saw your little companion, he went on, his gaze sharpening with interest. I'm very intrigued. Would you be interested in working for me? Women, money, status. I can give you anything you want. Obadiah pointed at Little White, who was standing beside Marfa. It was obvious he'd mistaken Little White for some sort of mechanical life form. At first, Obadiah hadn't thought much of Little White. He had even dismissed it with scorn. But everything changed when Little White, faced with the threat of a laser-cutting net, abandoned Marfa and made a break for it. The way it acted afterwards struck Obadiah as uncannily human. Most people might not have paid this much attention, but for someone who himself was half mechanical, Obadiah Stane saw something entirely different, a brand new path that could propel Stain Industries to its greatest heights yet, intelligent robotics. Back in 2004, an American film called I, Robot had hit theaters, and the robots in that movie were capable of independent thought, carrying out their master's orders as long as it fit within certain rules. Obadiah himself had attended the film's premiere, so he was intimately familiar with its premise. He'd even fantasized about recreating the movie's robots using technology from Stark Industries. But dreams are always lush and beautiful. Reality, on the other hand, is harsh and unforgiving. Whether it was the issue of power supply or the problem of true independent thinking for machines, both had proven insurmountable obstacles to progress. As everyone knows, a computer only responds to commands and makes judgments based on pre-written programs and the processing of vast amounts of data. Even the likes of Jarvis, that pinnacle of artificial intelligence, followed this same principle. Note, the author believes Jarvis is different from Tony's other AIs, possessing self-awareness and feelings, and is the only exception. But in this story, Obadiah is unaware of that. But what had Obadiah just witnessed? On the security footage, the Black-Robed Man's robot had actually abandoned its master and run off on its own. Obadiah simply couldn't believe that anyone would be foolish enough to program a robot ahead of time to betray and abandon its owner. The only explanation was that the skull-faced robot possessed self-awareness. In Obadiah's eyes, as long as he could get his hands on Xiaobai's technology, he could easily refine it and mass-produce it. Its significance far surpassed even his original plans for semi-mechanized super soldiers. That was precisely why Obadiah had willingly given up on trying to stop Marfa, allowing him and Xiaobai to enter this laboratory without resistance. Obadiah's sudden attempt at recruitment truly startled Marfa. When did he become so sought after? S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to bring him in. The Kingpin's gang had been reaching out to his family, and even Hydra tried to recruit him. Incredible. Now, even Obadiah was joining the fray. Could it be that Obadiah knew he was a transmigrator? No, that couldn't be right. Marfa immediately dismissed his own suspicion. Seeing Marfa's hesitation, Obadiah sweetened the deal without missing a beat. As long as you're willing to join me, I can promise you a 20% stake. Stain Industries, well, what's now Stark Industries, a full 20%. That's enough to give you anything you want. To be honest, Marfa was genuinely tempted. 20% of Stark Industries, that was an unimaginable fortune. No, sir, don't listen to him. He's only trying to deceive you. With Tony around, he'll never succeed, believe me. If you save me, I'm willing to give you all my savings. Pepper Potts, standing nearby, immediately offered her own terms. But unlike Mary Jane, who had begged for her life at the expense of her dignity, Pepper Potts was more concerned that, with Marfa's help, Obadiah would become an even greater threat to the world. Of course, most important of all, if Marfa could save her, Tony wouldn't have to risk himself. As long as Tony was safe, Pepper wasn't afraid of dying. Marfa burst out laughing. I have to say, Mr. Obadiah, I'm truly curious. If you're willing to offer up 20% of your company's shares to recruit me, what exactly is it that you want? Hearing this, Obadiah couldn't help but look exasperated. Wasn't that just asking the obvious? Did Marfa really think he was interested in his looks? He was the second in command of Stark Industries, after all. He might not be as reckless as Tony Stark, but he'd seen plenty of men and women in his time. There was no way he'd fall for someone just because of their appearance. Sir, I think you know perfectly well what I mean, so let's not play games here. If you think 20% isn't enough, we can negotiate. Obadiah was determined to obtain Xiaobai's technology, and for that, he was more than willing to loosen his usual restrictions. Of course, if Maffa still refused to see reason, Obadiah didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Yet when Maffa heard this, it only left him more bewildered. How am I supposed to understand any of this? He muttered to himself. After all, he was just a high school student. Aside from his own strength, the system, and a bit of foreknowledge about the future, there was nothing of real value he could offer Obadiah by getting involved with him. But since Obadiah had made his intentions clear, Maffa didn't mind playing along for now. As Coulson had said, the mission comes first. I want her, Pepper Potts. I want her now. Maffa pointed toward Pepper as he spoke. At his words, Pepper's face showed utter disbelief. She would never have imagined, even in her wildest dreams, that someone would give up a 20% stake in Stark Industries just for her. Of course, she was merely surprised. Her heart already belonged to someone, and that someone was the only person for her. No matter what Maffa did, she would never betray her feelings. Besides, the very idea of being treated as a bargaining chip made her instinctively uncomfortable. Even if it was just 20% of the shares, it was still the principle. As they say, even the greatest heroes can't resist a beautiful woman. Unlike Pepper, who was caught in the middle, Obadiah burst out laughing. To him, Pepper Potts was nothing more than a pawn to threaten Tony Stark. Now that Tony was already on his way here, and Obadiah possessed such formidable power, he didn't believe Tony could possibly turn the tables. Pepper was now more of a dispensable piece. If he could exchange a mere woman for that mechanical marvel standing before him, wasn't that a steal? You can take the woman now, if you like, but you'll have to leave me something as a token of good faith, Obadiah said, pointing at Xiaobai next to Maffa. Me? Xiaobai asked, pointing to herself, her head tilted in confusion. Fine, I'll leave Xiaobai with you. I'll take Pepper and go. No problem. Right? I have no interest in facing off against Tony's Iron Man suit. I'd rather spend that time enjoying a moonlit stroll with Miss Potts. Suit yourself. Obadiah shrugged and reopened the lab door. In your dreams. I'm not going anywhere. You'll never get what you want from me. Just then, Pepper took several steps back, eyeing Maffa warily. She hadn't expected that this mysterious, black-clad stranger who'd risked so much to come here would turn out to be no better than the rest. A sudden thought made her clutch her collar tightly, as if afraid that even the slightest slip would give this scoundrel an advantage. Mafa, straight face. Sigh, sister, have you looked at your own age lately? You're around 30, still untouched. Do you really think you can compete with those young college girls who are lively, experienced, and skilled? I'm only doing this to save you, and if I can earn a few brownie points with Tony in the process, all the better. Just look at how pleased with yourself you are. Of course, Marfa only thought these things. She would never actually say them out loud. As for exchanging Xiaobai for Pepper, Marfa certainly had her own plans. Typically, a legendary Taoist can only have one summoned beast at a time. If a beast is already summoned, using the summon skill again will instantly teleport the creature back to her side. It was precisely because Marfa understood this that she left Xiaobai behind. Once she was far enough away, she would summon Xiaobai back with a single spell. That would surely enrage Obadiah, leaving him fuming and helpless. Naturally, Pepper Potts had no way of knowing what Marfa was thinking. After all, she couldn't read minds. At this moment, in Pepper's eyes, the figure in black before her was nothing more than a low-life degenerate. Not only was she in cahoots with the ambitious Obadiah, but she was also plotting to do unspeakable things to her. On the spot, Pepper snatched a pen from nearby and pressed it to her own throat. No, stay back. Take one more step, and I'll end it right here. You'll never get what you want from me. Pepper threatened, her voice trembling with resolve. Initially, Obadiah didn't care much whether Pepper lived or died. Besides, with him there, she had no chance of escaping right under his nose. He hadn't even bothered to tie her up. But to his surprise, this woman was so fierce. If she really stabbed herself, wouldn't that ruin everything? With that thought, Obadiah's brow furrowed. He was just about to administer a dose of his electric therapy to force her into submission. He raised his hand, fingers shaped like a gun, and a crackling blue arc of electricity leapt from his fingertips. Wait, she's my woman. I'll handle this myself. Marfa couldn't just stand by and watch Pepper get hurt. Without hesitation, she reached out, unleashing an invisible surge of telekinesis. The pen in Pepper's hand was instantly crushed to dust. Her powers then shifted, coiling around Pepper like a giant python, lifting her gently into the air to float at Marfa's side. I'm taking her with me. With those words, Marfa turned and strode away. Just then, a pulse cannon blasted a gaping hole in the lab ceiling. Tony, save me. Oh no. Get away, leave me. Don't worry about me. Pepper, floating behind Marfa, cried out as she saw what happened. There was no doubt. The newcomer, flying in from thousands of kilometers away in California, was none other than Iron Man himself, Tony Stark. Sir, there are only two targets. All the agents sent by the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division to rescue Ms. Potts have died in the passage. Infrared scans show no signs of life. At present, the remaining personnel are all on standby in the burger joint across the street. There's also a person with an enormous energy signature on the rooftop. It's likely the superpowered individual Coulson mentioned. The moment Jarvis entered the lab, he began scanning and analyzing the surrounding environment. Damn, good thing I got here in time. If I'd listened to those incompetents, Pepper would be in real danger now, Tony thought to himself, relief washing over him. Meanwhile, Ma Fa, who was still suspended in the air with Pepper, found herself in a rather awkward predicament. The whole situation had gone sideways. If she wasn't careful, she might end up on Tony's bad side before even making a good impression. Sure enough, Tony was so focused on Pepper that he paid no attention to Obadiah standing off to the side. Without hesitation, he darted forward in the Mark III armor, charging straight toward Ma Fa. It was fortunate that Pepper was so close to Ma Fa at that moment. Tony held back, worried he might accidentally hurt Pepper. Otherwise, he might have fired a missile at Ma Fa without a second thought. But things didn't play out the way Tony had anticipated. In Obadiah's mind, Ma Fa was still his ally. He had already secured the prototype, but what if his team failed to unlock its technology? If Tony killed Ma Fa now, all his efforts would have been for nothing. So when Obadiah saw Tony charging at Ma Fa without a word, he panicked and rushed in as well. Two metal arms collided, sending a shower of sparks into the air and kicking up waves of force at the point of impact. Looks like my role as the villain is all but confirmed, Ma Fa thought with a bitter smile. But this was no time for explanations. If the collateral damage from her fight ended up killing Pepper, she'd never be able to clear her name, even if she jumped into the Mississippi River. Ma Fa had envisioned countless ways to meet Tony, but never imagined a scenario like this. Time to go. At the very least, she had to get Pepper safely to Coulson. She wasn't about to take the fall alone for playing the villain. Seizing the moment while Iron Man and the Ironmonger were locked in combat, Ma-Fa slipped away with Pepper, flying out through the hole Tony had just blasted in the wall. Within moments, the two of them landed at the burger joint. Shadow what? Seeing Ma-Fa return safely, Coulson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But his face immediately darkened when he saw Pepper trussed up by some invisible force, blushing with shame. You could have just rescued her. What's with the bondage act? Didn't you notice you nearly squeezed the poor hostage's chest to bursting? Coulson was grumbling inwardly, but his gaze nevertheless lingered on Pepper for an extra half a second, seemingly unintentionally. A muffled sound of distress escaped Pepper's lips, as her mouth was sealed shut by telekinesis, leaving her to struggle desperately. Let her go now. Coulson snapped back to attention and immediately barked at Marfa. As Marfa released her telekinetic hold, Pepper dropped from midair and landed on the ground. Fortunately, Marfa hadn't lifted her very high, so although the landing was noisy, Pepper wasn't really hurt. Well, except for a sore backside, that was unavoidable. Coulson, you'd better have a good explanation for this, or I'm definitely filing a complaint with your so-called Strategic Homeland whatever bureau. Pepper had seen Coulson before, at Tony's press conference, and had contacted him again that very morning. Naturally, she recognized him at a glance. Coulson was utterly bewildered. Luckily, Marfa himself was right there, and with a few brief sentences, he explained the gist of what had just happened. Only then did Pepper realize she'd misunderstood Marfa. Yet, she couldn't shake a strange feeling of disappointment. So it turns out the offer of 20% of Stark Industries stock for her rescue was all just a ruse. Men and their promises, nothing but lies. Of course, that was just what she thought privately. On the surface, Pepper still thanked Marfa face to face. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the hamburger shop's windows with a powerful shockwave. Fortunately, Marfa reacted instantly, conjuring a telekinetic barrier to shield everyone inside. Otherwise, the flying shards of glass would have saved Coulson the trouble of putting on makeup for his next assignment. Hurry, Coulson. And you too. Pepper was the first to react, but instead of checking herself for injuries, she grabbed Coulson and urged him anxiously. Miss Potts, you can call me Shadow. Shadow, please, you have to go help Tony. Please, I'm begging you. Pepper pleaded earnestly, her face full of desperation. Marfa's mouth twitched slightly. Miss Potts, do you think I don't want to? But after all your efforts, if I rush in there now, do you really think Tony would attack Obadiah before he attacks me? It was true. When Tony burst into the lab earlier, he saw Pepper in Marfa's grasp. Then Obadiah had stepped in to shield Marfa from Tony's attack. It was easy to imagine, by now, Tony had no doubt pegged Marfa as the ultimate villain. Because Marfa had taken Pepper, Tony's list of targets probably had Marfa ranked even higher than Obadiah. So what should we do? Pepper stomped her foot anxiously. Mr. Coulson, why don't you step in yourself? I was wrong before, but Tony's in real danger now. You're the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. He managed to rescue me single-handedly. If you take action personally, there's no way anything could go wrong. As long as you save Tony, just name your price. I'd give up everything I own, whatever it takes. Pepper's voice trembled with emotion. Right now, Coulson was the only hope she had left to cling to. Just then, both Obadiah and Tony appeared in everyone's line of sight at the same time. Obadiah was circling Tony at high speed, his plasma cannon firing without restraint. One shot, another, a third. The so-called Prince's tactics were brought to a whole new level in his hands. The long, full-throttle supersonic flight had already pushed the Mark III suit into overload. Tony hadn't even managed to catch his breath or give the suit a chance to cool down. And as for Tony himself, the endless journey had left him drained, physically and mentally exhausted. Even with Jarvis's artificial intelligence to help, the Mark III was finding it harder and harder to keep up. Tony was clearly on the losing side. Fortunately, despite the intimidating force of Obadiah's plasma cannon, the Mark III was highly resistant to electrical attacks. For all the noise and fury, Obadiah's barrage did little real damage. In fact, it actually helped recharge Tony's suit. Of course, that's not to say Obadiah was weak. If, like Mafara, he'd seen Tony use Thor as a living battery, he'd probably think twice before using plasma weapons against him. But as outsiders, Coulson, Pepper, and the others didn't understand the hidden logic at play. Obadiah's missed plasma blasts crashed to the ground, melting metal, spraying chunks of concrete, and crumbling walls. The sheer spectacle eclipsed even Tony's own repulsor blasts. Another plasma shot went wide. A bolt of electric blue energy streaked past Coulson with blinding speed, melting the billboard behind him into a puddle of molten iron. Coulson swallowed hard, clearly rattled by the power of the plasma cannon. Mr. Coulson, I'm begging you. Please do something. If you step in, I know everything will be all right. Pepper kept pleading at his side. After witnessing Maffa's abilities, Pepper had already started to believe S.H.I.E.L.D. was an organization of superpowered individuals. If even someone as ordinary as Agent Maffa could be that exceptional, surely the leader, Coulson, must be even more formidable. At least, that's what Pepper believed with all her heart. Miss Potts, are you being serious? Coulson glanced again at the steaming molten iron behind him, his voice laced with uncertainty. Are you kidding? There's no way Coulson believed his own bones were tougher than metal. If he were to step forward, wouldn't that be sending himself straight to his doom? In that instant, as Coulson looked at Pepper once more, all traces of pity for her vanished. He now saw venom in her tears instead. And just then, as the two conversed, Obadiah finally realized what the problem was. Obadiah had long known, through countless tests, just how terrifying the combat power of steel bones could be. But now, after the plasma cannon had struck Tony again and again, Tony still seemed as energetic as ever. This forced Obadiah to reconsider the situation. As the second in command of Stark Industries, Obadiah possessed exceptional talent, whether in running the company or managing its affairs. Otherwise, Howard never would have valued him so highly or appointed him as regent in the first place. From this alone, it was clear that Obadiah was far from foolish. In fact, he was quite clever. Though he lagged far behind Tony in weapons development, he wasn't completely ignorant, either. And so, by this point in the battle, Obadiah had come to a new appreciation for the power of the Mark III. Well, I didn't expect your Iron Man armor to be this formidable. If the plasma cannon can't touch you, then how about this? As soon as he finished speaking, Obadiah let out a powerful shout. Immediately, the mechanical components on his suit began to shift and reconfigure at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Obadiah transformed from sharpshooter specializing in speed and ranged attacks into a warrior boasting both offense and defense. Round 2 begin. Realizing that the Mark III had strong immunity and absorption abilities against electric attacks, Obadiah knew better than to keep firing mindlessly. After all, unlike Tony, Obadiah was fundamentally still drawing on his own bioenergy. Even with Hulk's serum backing him up, there were still limits. Tony, on the other hand, was different. Once his energy ran out, a simple swap of the miniature arc reactor could fully restore the suit. Of course, with the current technology of the Mark III and Tony, instant swapping was still out of reach. As Obadiah shifted tactics, he abandoned his previous strategy of attacking from distance. Taking advantage of his agility, far surpassing that of the Mark III, he charged forward and engaged Tony in close combat. Truth be told, as an upper-class intellectual who thrived on brain power, Obadiah felt nothing but disdain for hand-to-hand fighting. But what choice did he have? He couldn't just let Tony wear him down to exhaustion. A flurry of blows echoed through the air. Sharp, rhythmic impacts resounded as metal clashed against metal. Obadiah's fist came down on Mark III like a relentless downpour. As a half-mechanical being who also possessed traits of the Hulk, he now resembled a rampaging humanoid Tyrannosaurus. With every punch and kick, he demonstrated to the world what it truly meant to fight with raw, bone-crushing force, proving that the real romance for men lies in the feel of fist meeting flesh. At first, Tony was clearly unprepared for such a brutal, brawling style. Within just a few exchanges, Obadiah had completely overwhelmed him. Much of the Mark III's exoskeletal armor was battered out of shape. Pieces of broken components even clattered loose from inside the suit. This alone was enough to prove the terrifying power behind Obadiah's blows. Yet, no matter how formidable Obadiah appeared, we mustn't forget, he was only human after all. While he might resemble Cyborg from a neighboring universe, Obadiah lacked Cyborg's ability to invade and control networks, let alone track and analyze Tony's every move. In contrast, Mark III, though now battered and nearly unrecognizable, had Jarvis continually recording Obadiah's attack patterns. Over time, Tony began to dodge an attack or two, relying on the data analysis of Obadiah's movements. But by then, it was already too late. The Mark III was an incomplete prototype, hastily assembled. After a long-distance flight at full power, the suit was already dangerously overheated. On top of that, it had absorbed a tremendous amount of energy blocking Obadiah's plasma cannon earlier, and then endured a brutal barrage of hand-to-hand blows. It would hardly be an exaggeration to say that Mark III was on the verge of falling apart. At last, seeing that the Mark III could endure no more, Tony made a split-second decision. He unleashed every remaining round of ammunition the suit carried, pouring it all toward Obadiah's position. A series of thunderous explosions erupted. As one of the world's leading arms manufacturers, Stark Industries' munitions were nothing like Hammer Industries' infamous ex-wife, missile, which did little more than fizzle and pop. These blasts sent sparks shooting skyward, while shockwaves rolled out in surging waves. The Stark Industries office building beneath them collapsed in an instant, reduced to rubble. Witnessing the escalating peril, Pietro, who had been crouched on the burger shop rooftop, could no longer remain a bystander. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Pietro donned the goggles hanging around his neck. In a heartbeat, he became a streak of silver light, trailing blue energy effects as he vanished from the rooftop. Note, this is the perfect moment for the Sweet Dreams soundtrack. Imagine it playing here. 1, 2, 3. Pietro darted through the firelight cast by the explosions, moving as if the chaos around him didn't exist, ferrying every person present to safety one by one. He was running so fast that the customized silver carbon fiber combat suit he wore was rapidly wearing away from friction with the air. By the end, even his Adidas sneakers had their soles completely ground down. Seeing that there were still a dozen or so people left to rescue, Pietro, who hadn't yet fully mastered his powers, began to falter. The mental exhaustion from pushing his superpowers past their limit crashed over him again and again, and the excessive strain left every muscle in his body aching and swollen. At last, Pietro reached his breaking point. He stumbled and crashed to the ground. Behind him, more than a dozen onlookers had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Among them were women and children from the nearby neighborhood. Damn it, Ron. Hurry, get moving. Pietro looked back in despair at the crowd of men, women, young and old, feebly slapping his own legs in frustration. The fire and the blast wave were drawing ever closer. This is it then, he thought. Gazing into the distance at the people he'd already carried to safety, Pietro managed a contented smile. At that very moment, waves of scorching heat rushed right up to where Pietro lay. The dozen or so people behind him screamed and shrieked, their faces twisted in terror. If someone had caught that on camera, it would have made for the perfect meme. Just as disaster was about to strike, a brilliant crimson energy shield sprang up in front of the crowd. And then, drifting gently down from the sky, came a woman dressed in white pajamas adorned with cartoon bunny patterns. You stupid Oni-chan, and that damned Odu. If you two are ever this reckless again, I swear I'll tear down your bunk beds myself and send you both to sleep in the bathroom, she scolded. There was no mistaking her. She was Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch of this era. Normally, Wanda liked to go to bed early, but today was Gwen Stacy's birthday party. She planned to take her foolish little brother along to make an appearance, and maybe create an opportunity for Mafara. But as it turned out, Wanda hadn't seen a trace of Mafara all day. By the time she got back from the party, it was already late at night. Still, Wanda's mind was filled with ways to teach that idiot Mafara a lesson. For the sake of her brother's happiness, she'd practically worried herself sick. Then, as she was scrolling through Twitter, a social media platform similar to Weibo, Wanda caught a glimpse of Pietro sprawled atop a burger joint in the photos from the Manhattan explosion. After all, in the dead of night, someone in a shiny silver combat suit lying on a rooftop was hard to miss. So it was that after Wanda entered Pietro and Mafara's room and found it empty, she didn't even bother changing clothes. Still in her pajamas, she raced at top speed towards Manhattan. That's how she arrived, just in time to barely save Pietro from danger. Meanwhile, as for Mafara and the others, when they finally regained their senses, they discovered, astonished, that they were already a kilometer away, standing on a busy street. For a moment, every face was frozen in terror. Then, what caught everyone's eyes was a pillar of fire shooting into the sky, and cutting off the flames, a barrier of scarlet energy. It's Pietro and Wanda. At the sight, Mafara instantly realized what was happening. Good grief, what are those two doing here? Don't tell me my cover's blown. Mafara frowned deep in thought. But at this point, there was no time to think. After all, both Obadiah and Tony were still trapped in the inferno. Things had already gone this far. If Tony Stark died now, wouldn't all his efforts have been for nothing? And besides, the big shot from Kamartaj had warned him repeatedly not to go too far. If a key character like Tony were to die here, the Ancient One might just come and give him a lesson he'd never forget. The smoke and dust from the explosion soon began to clear. Obadiah staggered to his feet, crawling out of a crater. But Tony Stark was nowhere to be seen. All that remained where he had stood was a scattered pile of Iron Man armor parts. Laughter echoed across the battlefield. You've lost. In the end, you lost Tony. Just like your short-lived father, you were nothing more than a stepping stone on my road to victory. Step by heavy step, Obadiah steadily made his way toward where the Mark III armor lay. Since he had one, it was only natural to collect the spoils. The Mark I prototype had already made him powerful. What new heights could he reach if he absorbed the technology from the Mark III? Ambition knows no limits, and Obadiah would never give up such a golden opportunity. Pity, though, that skull-shaped robot in the lab has probably been destroyed in the chaos of battle. As if struck by regret, Obadiah let out a quiet sigh, putting on a show of deep disappointment. But at that very moment, a glint of cold steel suddenly flashed from beneath the Mark III armor. With a clatter, the scattered armor parts were shoved aside, revealing a manhole cover underneath. Obadiah instinctively sensed that something was going wrong, but in the next instant, a figure suddenly shot out from the mouth of the sewer. Tony Stark appeared, charging straight at Obadiah with a photon-cutting short blade in his hand. A white glow danced along the blade, and a wire extended from its handle, connecting directly to the miniature arc reactor at Tony's chest. Clearly, this was Tony Stark's final, hidden trump card. All along, Tony Stark believed in staying prepared. His fate was his to decide, not the universe's. That was why, in the original story, he was always striving to build stronger suits, and even vision, determined to keep every advantage in his own hands. So, when Jarvis informed Tony that time was running short and the Mark III couldn't be fully perfected, Tony had already anticipated the suit's possible breakdown. Therefore, while the Mark III was being assembled, Tony used the spare moments to craft an oxygen mask. And now, the photon-cutting short blade he gripped tightly. Even before the last round of ammunition had been spent, Tony had subtly shifted his position closer to the entrance of the sewer. Then, at the very instant the ammunition exploded, Tony used the Mark III's repulsor to blast open the sewer entrance, abandoning the wrecked Mark III suit and slipping inside on his own. As CEO of Stark Industries, Tony's fighting skills might not be exceptional, but under the guidance of top-tier instructors, he was far from helpless. In the blink of an eye, Tony was upon Obadiah. With a flash of white light, the blade shot straight for Obadiah's heart. If the short blade struck true, there was no doubt that, with its razor-sharp photon edge, it would pierce Obadiah's heart with ease. Yet, Tony had overestimated himself. A surge of electricity erupted from Obadiah, crackling violently. Arcs of electricity, visible to the naked eye, instantly snaked across Tony's body. Tony fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Milky foam began to trickle from the corners of his mouth. He was clearly unconscious now, utterly incapable of fighting back. A slow, deliberate applause rang out, drawing Obadiah's attention. He turned to see Mafara strolling leisurely into the sea of flames. The fires raging all around seemed to shrink away from Mafara, parting wherever he passed to create a safe path. Of course, it was obvious that Mafara was using telekinesis to achieve this effect. But to Obadiah, it looked impressively stylish, something he himself could never pull off. Your robot's probably been destroyed in the chaos of this battle. So, what exactly are you doing here now? Although he had previously witnessed Marfa crush a pencil in Pepper's hand and even lift Pepper into the air without touching her, Obadiah hadn't had time to think it through back then. Tony had shown up almost immediately. Now, looking back on it, he realized the man before him was far from ordinary. That much was clear from the way Marfa had forced his way through 3 layers of security in the underground corridors of Stark Industries' office building. But as for Marfa's sudden appearance now, Obadiah genuinely couldn't tell if he was friend or foe. I've ensured Tony Stark's life is safe, Marfa said, his tone as calm as a placid lake. Yet to Obadiah, those words were a slap in the face, and he couldn't help but frown. Was this some kind of joke? Didn't this mean all his efforts had been for nothing? If Tony Stark woke up, was there any chance he'd let Obadiah keep his place? But if he killed Tony now, then leveraged his influence and maneuvered a little behind the scenes, well, what's done is done. There's no way the U.S. government would risk a full-blown conflict with Stark Industries over this, right? From the government's perspective, Tony had already decided to shut down weapons manufacturing, which hurt their interests. In contrast, Obadiah, as long as he made some token concessions, would actually be a welcome replacement as CEO of Stark Industries in their eyes. That was how Obadiah saw it, and that was exactly what he planned to do. He just hadn't expected that when everything seemed to be falling into place, a new obstacle would leap out in front of him, someone brazen enough to threaten him directly. Enough is enough. Are you threatening me? Do you really think I'm too weak to fight back now? Obadiah shot Marfa a contemptuous glance, his expression practically daring him to try anything. From start to finish, as long as the battleground was wide enough for him to use his telekinesis to deflect high-powered attacks, Marfa never saw Obadiah as a real threat. Wasn't it obvious? No matter how formidable Obadiah was, he was still just a half-mechanical life form. Whether carbon-based or part machine, neither could escape the reach of Marfa's poison arts. All he needed was to drag out the fight with his soulfire talismans, maneuver with telekinesis, and whittle away at Obadiah's strength with poison spells. Obadiah, Iron Man, it didn't matter. He could grind them down all the same. That was the beauty of being shameless. And if Marfa advanced another level and learned invisibility, He could combine poison, stealth, and even summon skeletons, a fighting style even more unsporting. No matter how powerful his opponent, Marfa would still stand unyielding, unmoved by the storm. That's the essence of being a true Taoist. So, when Obadiah confronted him, Marfa remained utterly unafraid. I know you still have the strength for one more fight, but with your current condition, if you force yourself to keep going, I doubt you'll last long. In an instant, Obadiah was transformed into a little green man. Combined with the Hulk serum he had acquired from Banner, he was now greener than ever. Ugh, ow, that hurts. What did you do to me? Ugh, no, stop. The corrosive effects of the green toxin immediately began to sear Obadiah's flesh. His howls, like the wails of tormented ghosts, made Marfa's ears ring with pain. With a casual gesture, Marfa tossed a healing spell at Obadiah, who instantly felt a rush of relief throughout his body. He even found himself in slightly better shape than before. But Obadiah could hardly tolerate such humiliation. First beaten with a stick, then tossed a carrot? What did Marfa take him for, a pet? In just a heartbeat, Obadiah's rage smothered his reason. A series of thunderous blasts erupted. 3 plasma cannons fired in quick succession, their brilliant blue beams once again lighting up the night sky. Yet as the plasma bursts closed to within 10 meters of Marfa, they all exploded simultaneously. Smoke and dust billowed, and the air crackled with drifting arcs of electricity. Just as Mark III's armor once countered Obadiah's plasma cannon, Marfa's telekinesis proved to be the perfect foil for it as well. Although a plasma cannon could, in an instant, unleash extreme heat via electromagnetic discharge and melt anything in its path. Unlike physical shells, which are hampered by weight and drag, this weapon had one fatal flaw: a lack of penetrating power. The moment it struck anything, the plasma burst would detonate, unleashing all its energy at once. So the instant Obadiah fired, Marfa conjured several layers of telekinetic shields before himself. It didn't matter how strong each shield was, quantity alone would suffice. Because of this, Obadiah's supposed trump card posed less trouble for Marfa than an AK-47 ever could. It seems you're still unwilling, still refusing to face reality? Marfa's voice was low and stern. A golden talisman flashed at his fingertip before vanishing, and as it struck Obadiah, it exploded with a burst of energy. The sections of metal softened by the red toxin now hung from him like gauze, stripped of all their formidable defenses. Struck by Marfa's soulfire talisman, Obadiah was blasted back 3 meters before he finally managed to steady himself. What exactly do you want from me? Staring at the man before him, a man who would attack him one moment, heal in the next, then strike again, toying with him as if he were nothing, Obadiah crumbled. That power, utterly beyond his comprehension, something he had never witnessed before. Xiaobai, come out and meet the man who fell for you at first sight. As Marfa's words fell, another talisman floated out, and Xiaobai, who had been pinned beneath the ruins, was instantly teleported to Marfa's side. Seeing Xiaobai appear, Obadiah's pupils shrank in shock. What has happened? Was that his spatial ability? If Marfa's earlier powers had only made Obadiah wary, then the revelation that Marfa possessed a robot with mastery over space was nothing short of a nightmare for him. After all, you could never know where, from what angle, or in what manner your opponent would strike you next. Fine. Tony is yours. Obadiah made his decision without hesitation. He dare not gamble, not on how advanced Xiaobai's spatial technology truly was. How ridiculous. He had actually thought he could trade a woman for a robot with spatial technology. Obadiah cursed himself silently. Now at last, he understood why Marfa had been willing to exchange Xiaobai for Pepper. Of course, Marfa had never intended to make a fair trade in the first place. Naturally, giving up on killing Tony meant he was now completely severed from the vast resources of Stark Industries. As for why Marfa didn't simply kill him, there was clearly a reason. To Marfa, Obadiah's existence and his own goals did not conflict. In fact, with another cyborg running around, wouldn't the MCU become even more chaotic? And when that happened, wouldn't game points pour in like a never-ending stream? After watching Obadiah leave, Marfa casually stored the Mark III armor in his backpack, then hoisted Tony onto his shoulder and headed toward the edge of the fire zone. With the raging flames and thick smoke masking him from view, Marfa wasn't at all worried that anyone would notice his little trick. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the MCU storyline. Reward, 2,000 minutes of game time. Current remaining game time, 3,600 minutes. Please keep up the good work. Despite all the unexpected turns, Tony Stark still stepped onto the stage at the press conference and declared to the world, "I am Iron Man." That single announcement sent shockwaves through America and even the entire world. The world was not short on superpowered individuals, but most either went to great lengths to conceal their identities or struck deals with powerful organizations, seeking shelter and protection in exchange for secrecy. This was precisely why individuals with superpowers had always remained hidden from the public eye. However, with Tony Stark's high-profile public statement, the existence of superhumans was effectively revealed to the world. Although Tony only joined the ranks of the extraordinary through his exoskeleton armor, his actions still sent shockwaves through public perception. Somewhere in a European castle, Agatha watched a viral video online of Iron Man battling Cyborg, a faint smile curling at her lips. Because in a fleeting flash of the footage, she caught a glimpse of red. It was a color she yearned for, a power she had long sought but never attained. Meanwhile, at the Life Foundation headquarters in San Francisco, California, the CEO, Carlton Drake, had also seen the video. But unlike Agatha Harkness, Carlton's attention was fixed on Cyborg, the perfect fusion of machinery and humanity, a truly cybernetic life form. Genetic transformation, so it really isn't just a dream. Not long ago, the Life Foundation spacecraft, Life 1, had discovered a comet in space. Astonishingly, millions of life forms existed on that comet. What did that mean? It meant that even in the absence of oxygen and under extreme conditions, life could emerge in forms we had never imagined. The Life Foundation's research had always been driven by the quest to find new frontiers for humanity's survival in the universe. Carlton Drake believed that humanity's relentless exploitation of Earth had pushed the planet's ecosystem into a state of grave peril. Within a few generations, he feared, Earth would be utterly ruined by human greed. It was for this reason that, at just 24 years old, Carlton Drake established the Life Foundation, a vast empire in biological research. His ambition was to free humanity from the shackles of Earth once and for all. Dr. Skirth, reach out to Jameson again. Make sure he brings those 4 life samples back to Earth as soon as possible. I can hardly wait any longer. Carlton addressed a female researcher beside him, her appearance dignified and composed. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. It's just, sir, our progress on gene therapy has hit a bottleneck. If we divert resources now to study extraterrestrial life, I'm concerned. Doris Skirth voiced her hesitation. Money is not an issue. I've recently been contacted by a friend. With a sponsorship, I believe we'll soon unveil research that will astonish the entire world. Carlton replied with confidence. After witnessing the success of Obadiah's case, Carlton's mind was now consumed with the idea of following in Obadiah's footsteps, blending humanity with other forms of life, thereby granting humans a broader space for survival. It's easy to foresee. Once the experiment succeeds and humankind can adapt to the environment of the universe, as the project's initiator and the one holding its core technology, Carlton would, in effect, hold the fate of all humanity in his hands. Meanwhile, over on the East Coast in Washington, D.C., 3 guests arrived today. They were Mafara, Wanda, and Pietro. As 3 superpowered individuals who had played pivotal roles in the Great Battle of Manhattan, the Maximoff siblings had the honor of being invited by the famously bald Nick Fury, known for his black eye patch, to visit SHLD's Triskelion headquarters. Of course, while it was called a tour, Nick Fury's true aim was to use Mafara, who had already joined S.H.I.E.L.D., to recruit Wanda and Pietro as well. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. would hardly overlook 2 talents with such extraordinary abilities. 17th floor, conference room, Triskelion headquarters. Here's the situation, as I've briefly explained. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a special unit tasked with handling and safeguarding against unusual events all over the world. I, Nick Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., am extending an olive branch to the both of you, inviting you to join us and contribute your strength to the peace and stability of the world. What do you 2 think? Nick Fury spread his arms wide, his posture practically saying, "Come into my embrace." Hold on, director. Since when did we start calling ourselves S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wasn't it the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Coulson, standing to the side, hurriedly interjected. Ahem, that change was made just this morning. Pay no mind to such details. Nick Fury, his expression darkening with a hint of embarrassment, replied. Wanda and Pietro, meanwhile, both turned to look at Mafara. After all, their reckless younger brother had secretly joined S.H.I.E.L.D. without telling the family. A huge decision, and he'd managed to keep it completely under wraps. It was almost outrageous. And after seeing SHLD's capabilities firsthand, they wanted to get some advice from their brother, who had taken this leap ahead of them. They were curious about his impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. If, as Nick Fury claimed, this really was an organization devoted to the world's stability, joining might not be such a bad idea. Ahem, why are you all looking at me? Honestly, I wouldn't recommend joining. Look at me. Ever since I signed up with S.H.I.E.L.D., first I ended up in a big fight with Spider-Man, Flash Thompson, and before I'd even caught my breath, that black-hearted principal dragged me into Stark Industries' internal power struggle. I've barely escaped with my skin twice in a row. If it hadn't been for my luck, I might not have made it out alive. Wanda, don't you want to focus on your studies, find your own Prince Charming, and live a quiet, happy life? And you, Pietro, you want to settle down one day too. If anything happens to me, you'll be the only Maximoff left. The duty of carrying on the family line will fall to you, so you'd better get ready to take up that mantle. Mafara rattled on without pause. Meanwhile, the expressions on Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, and Pietro Maximoff's faces grew darker and darker as Mafara spoke. Listen to that. What kind of talk is that supposed to be? A heartless headmaster. And take up the mantle of a stud horse. Isn't that just an insult? No one was more annoyed than Nick Fury. Damn it, I brought you here to help talk some sense into your brother and sister, but what do? You actually are persuading them, but you want them not to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? What's up with that? Am I, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., supposed to have no dignity? All at once, the atmosphere in the conference room grew stifling. Except for Mafara and Wanda, everyone wore a sour expression, glaring at Mafara with undisguised anger. Sorry to interrupt. Did I come at a bad time? Outside the conference room, the short, stout, bald Sitwell spoke up with an awkward tone. His voice wasn't loud, but it shattered the tense silence inside. Agent Sitwell, didn't I make myself clear? No one is to disturb our meeting. Nick Fury's face showed his displeasure. My apologies, Director. It's Minister Pierce. He heard about Mafara's impressive accomplishments at such a young age and wants to meet this talented young man. He's waiting upstairs in his office. Sitwell apologized sincerely. Alexander Pierce, officially the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was in fact a key leader of Hydra. Because Nick Fury had once saved his daughter during a mission in his younger years, Pierce took him under his wing, smoothed his path, and eventually helped him become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In Chinese terms, Nick Fury would be considered Pierce's protege. After stepping down as director, Pierce naturally became a minister of the UN Security Council. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury included, had to answer to him. He was practically an emperor above emperors. Now, the emperor wanted to meet the top scholar, so of course Nick Fury had no grounds to refuse. Leaving the conference room, Mafara let out a long sigh of relief. No wonder he's called the King of Agents. The sheer force of his presence is enough to make anyone feel stifled. Mafara was still worried he might slip up and reveal something. Now, it seemed, he would have to meet Pierce. It seems only fair to secure some benefits for myself as well. Otherwise, wouldn't I just be working for S.H.I.E.L.D. for nothing? Director, F.A. Maximoff has been brought in. Arriving at Alexander Pierce's top-floor office, Sitwell made a brief introduction, gave a slight bow, and quietly took his leave. In an instant, the spacious office was left with only F.A. and Pierce. Pierce sat upright in his chair, his gaze sweeping over F.A. F.A., in turn, studied the infamous head of the serpent before him. It had to be said, Pierce was born with a look of misfortune. His features seemed hastily assembled, lacking any trace of the dignified bearing expected of someone in his position. His blonde hair was a touch unkempt, and paired with those black-rimmed glasses and a gray suit, he looked every bit the weary, middle-aged office worker at the bottom rung. F.A. felt a twinge of disappointment, though he dared not let it show. After all, anyone who could rise to such a position clearly possessed remarkable qualities. As for appearances, well, perhaps Pierce's parents simply didn't strike the right pose the day he was born. Not bad, not bad. Truly, heroes emerge from young. At first, when Sitwell kept recommending you to me, I didn't pay much attention. Who could have guessed, in just a month, you'd achieve so much? Haha, it seems I really am getting old. Pierce spoke with a smile, deepening the lines on his face. Those creases looked sharp enough to trap a fly. A true old fox, Pierce managed with a single sentence to both praise F.A. and underscore Sitwell's importance. The unspoken message was clear. Don't get cocky just because you've made some progress. Keep yourself in check. If Sitwell hadn't pulled you in, you'd be nothing. No, it's all thanks to your wise leadership, Director. My achievements wouldn't exist otherwise, would they? And of course, I'll never forget the good fortune of Agent Sitwell recognizing my potential. Utterly insincere, F.A. wore a beaming smile, but was cursing inwardly. To have the honor of meeting you, Director, and witnessing your presence, I consider it my great fortune. With that in mind, I brought you a small gift. I hope you won't find it lacking. With those words, F.A. retrieved the Mark III components from his storage bag and placed them on the floor. As expected, the moment Alexander Pierce saw the Mark III, his eyes lit up with delight and a satisfied expression crossed his face. Excellent, very good. You're a fine young man. Sitwell was right about you. This time, the praise felt noticeably more sincere than before. Of course, Alexander was well aware that flattery was worth little. Hydra was a pragmatic organization, and if you wanted your subordinates to work hard, Pierce knew you had to give Mafara a taste of real reward. This token of yours has greatly satisfied the organization. As your leader, I naturally can't let you walk away empty-handed. If there's anything you desire, don't hesitate to tell me. Perhaps I can offer some help. Pierce stepped forward and glanced at the Mark III armor lying on the floor, though in his mind, he'd already begun to treat Mafara as one of his own. Pierce wasn't a fool. After all, the Mark III armor, to Hydra, was hardly cutting-edge technology. What truly mattered was the miniature arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. The main reason for having Mafara fetch the Mark III was to use it as a rite of passage, a gesture that would truly draw Mafara into Hydra's fold. After all, it's easy to capture a tiger's likeness, but not its spirit. With Coulson keeping watch, if Mafara could still squirrel away the Mark III for the sake of carrying out Pierce's orders, it would be proof enough of his loyalty. To serve the minister is my duty. How could I dare to ask for anything in return? Mafara replied, feigning a nervous humility. You sly devil. That's enough of that. At my age, if I couldn't see through your little schemes, I'd have wasted my years, Pierce said heartily. As a minister of the Security Council and direct superior of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce's office was a blind spot to SHLD surveillance. He had no fear of being overheard. In that case, I'll be bold. What I want is the crystalline energy from the Tesseract, Mafara declared without preamble. The Tesseract? At these words, Pierce's brows furrowed. The Tesseract's existence within S.H.I.E.L.D. was top secret. Apart from trusted confidants like Sitwell, only director Nick Fury and a handful of researchers had access to it. After all, Project Pegasus, which studied the Tesseract and aimed to weaponize its dispersed energy against alien threats, was a Level 10 classified operation. How did Mafara learn about it? For a moment, the wariness that Pierce had just set aside crept back in. Don't misunderstand, Minister. As a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I assume you've heard of Kamar Taj, Mafara said, noticing Pierce's frown and sensing trouble. He immediately shifted his focus inward, seeking a way out in the world of legends he carried within. With the advantage of time lag, Mafara quickly thought up a way to deflect suspicion, bypassing the buck. Kamavtai. Pierce repeated. He was familiar with the name. Although those enigmatic sorcerers never cared to deal with him, S.H.I.E.L.D. was well aware of their existence. The Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj can see both past and future. I was fortunate enough to receive her guidance once. She told me that the Tesseract would be beneficial to my growth in power. A treasure like the Cosmic Cube is far beyond my reach, so I only wish to study a few energy crystals derived from it. If they could help me strengthen my abilities, I'd also be able to serve the organization more effectively. Mafara spoke with righteous conviction. I see. If Mafara had tried to blame Sitwell or Nick Fury, or even fabricated a story out of thin air, Alexander Pierce would never have believed it. Mafara would have lost all value as both an asset and a recruit. But if Kamar Taj was involved, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. After all, one of Kamar Taj's 3 great sanctums, the New York Sanctum, was located near Mafara's home, and Mafara's abilities in magic bore a striking resemblance. If he'd received some guidance from a Kamar Taj sorcerer, the story would hold up. All right, I'll arrange it for you. Don't let me down. Pierce's voice grew stern. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the energy crystal from the Cosmic Cube were hardly rare. After all, the cube had been in their custody for years. When it came to these crystals, S.H.I.E.L.D. had hundreds, if not thousands, lying around. Pierce's real concern was only about Mafara's sources of information. Since the request was insignificant and the crystals could buy Mafara's loyalty, Pierce had no reason not to hand him few. Meanwhile, downstairs in the conference room, Nick Fury was still doing his utmost to persuade Wanda and Pietro to join S.H.I.E.L.D. He spoke of duty and responsibility. The fate of the world is everyone's concern. He preached, with great power comes great responsibility. He promised paid vacations, unbeatable benefits. He even mentioned the organization would help them find partners. Ahem. In short, Fury tried every trick in the book to win them over. Yet, both Wanda and Pietro had already made up their minds. Through Mafara's earlier words, the siblings had secretly reached a decision. Not only would they refuse to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but they'd work together to help Mafara leave the organization as well. The Maximoff family might be thriving for now, but they certainly wouldn't let Mafara's involvement ruin everything. Having just Pietro playing the stud wasn't enough. Mafara had a share in the family's burdens and blessings. Wanda, in particular, was determined to see Mafara and Gwen become a couple. She'd worked too hard on this to give up halfway. The thought of her best friend calling her sister filled her with pride. So, no matter how much Fury laid on the persuasion, the 2 sibling protectors stood their ground, unmoved as mountains. Nick Fury thought to himself, these two siblings are impossible, absolutely hopeless. Elsewhere, Ace Tarandan from the Kingpin gang was facing the same predicament as Fury. It was his 16th visit, yet Django and Natalia still clenched their teeth and refused to give in. Are you kidding me? Getting my whole family mixed up with the mob? What if the in-laws find out one day? What would happen to my kids' marriage prospects? Nobody wants their son or daughter to marry into a gangster's family. Besides, the Kingpin's gang is infamous, drug dealing, human trafficking, running illegal casinos. In short, the Kingpin's gang has become synonymous with crime itself. And what if, heaven forbid, my own child ends up in jail one day? That's exactly why, whether Ace comes bearing cash, houses, or cars, Django and Natalia remain united in their refusal. In the old days, Ace would have flipped the table by now. But things are different. The Kingpin has made it clear. If you can't win them over, you absolutely must not make enemies. So, apart from visiting over and over again, Ace really can't think of any other way forward. Meanwhile, the Suanzi gang over in Queens has been getting bolder by the day, and it's starting to look like they might actually drive the Kingpin's gang out of Queens altogether. Not a single one of the Kingpin's orders has been accomplished. At this point, Ace Tarandan couldn't feel more desolate. California, San Francisco. Right now, Carlton Drake was welcoming two guests who had just arrived from New York. The fact that he personally greeted them at the door spoke volumes about how important these visitors were to the Life Foundation. Mr. Thompson, Mr. Stanley, it's an honor to have you both here, he said. Gamora Thompson had built his hotel empire from scratch. From America to the UK, even reaching deep into China, his chain hotels stood as industry leaders. Of course, he still wasn't in the same league as someone like Tony Stark. But in America, he was certainly among the upper crust. Yet for Flash, Gamora's only son, his death was an unbearable blow. He'd had his son late in life, and his wife had passed away too soon, making Flash the focus of all his love and affection. Flash's odd wishes, even something as strange as wanting Arachne. Gamora had used his connections and wealth to make them happen. Now his son was dead, and he didn't even have a body to bury. What could possibly be more agonizing than a parent outliving their child? At first, Gamora had resigned himself to the fact that SHLD's power made revenge impossible. But then, on this day, Carlton Drake reached out to him. Ordinarily, the Life Foundation, a company dedicated to genetic research, would have nothing to do with Gamora. But this time, they made him an offer he simply couldn't refuse. The resurrection of Flash Thompson. Of course, resurrection here didn't mean bringing Flash back in the truest sense. It was cloning, using genetic technology to create a new version of him. But for a father who has lost his child, what difference does any of that make? As long as it's Flash, as long as it's his son, that's all that matters. Obadiah Stane found himself in a situation not so different from Gamora's. After being defeated by Mafara, Obadiah was immediately placed on a joint wanted list by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI. Anyone who could provide credible information would receive a reward of $5 million, and if they managed to assist in his capture, the prize would skyrocket to $100 million. Of course, the U.S. government would never actually pay that kind of money, but Tony Stark was more than willing to foot the bill. And so, all of New York went wild. People poured out onto the streets, hoping for a stroke of luck. Anyone who even slightly resembled Obadiah was quickly reported to the authorities. The hotline operators were swamped, working overtime with all vacations canceled, forced to eat, drink, and do everything else in the office. Their days were nothing short of miserable. Fortunately, just when Obadiah had run out of options, Carlton Drake appeared. And so it happened that both Obadiah and Gamora became honored guests at Carlton's table. Three people who, under ordinary circumstances, would never have crossed paths, each hiding their own motives. Yet fate had woven their stories together in the most peculiar way. The three Moffat siblings had just returned to New York from Washington when guests arrived at their home. Mr. Maximoff, Mrs. Maximoff, I'm Happy Hogan, Mr. Tony Stark's personal bodyguard. Dressed in a sharp suit, Happy sat in the living room with a friendly smile, introducing himself. The thing is, Moffa's research project at school recently caught Mr. Stark's attention. So, on behalf of Stark Industries, I'm here to deliver a research grant. With that, Happy handed over a check for $20 million. This much. Clearly, Django was stunned by Tony's generosity. Though Gamora had once offered a check as an apology, Django was a man of principle. He would never touch money of dubious origin. But this was different. This was a legitimate research grant from Stark Industries, awarded because of his son's academic achievements. In other words, his son had made something of himself. What could make a father prouder or happier than that? Meanwhile, Moffat gazed at the check, a smile tugging at his lips. As expected of Tony Stark, he promised $10 million, and now he's doubled it. Lavish, truly lavish. I heard that the young masters and Miss Wanda were recently invited by the University of Washington for a visit and some academic exchange, so I was delayed. Otherwise, I would have brought this good news to you sooner. Although Happy wasn't exactly the most qualified bodyguard, after so many years with Tony, he'd picked up a fair share of social niceties at the dinner table. As a result, he found himself chatting quite pleasantly with Django and Natalia. Mr. Stark would like to meet this rising star, Mafara, in person. What do you both think about that? At last, Happy revealed the real reason for their visit. Well, Django hesitated. They had just returned from Washington, and now they were being asked to fly to California? Wouldn't that seriously disrupt their studies? All right, I'd love to meet the legendary Iron Man. I'm actually a big fan of his. Seeing Django hesitate, Mafara immediately jumped in. Whether it was out of gratitude for that extra 10 million, or simply in hopes of squeezing a bit more out of Tony Stark, this was a meeting Mafara couldn't pass up. Especially now, with the event of Iron Man 1 only just concluded, Tony should already be aware of his palladium poisoning problem by this point. P.S. Just 4. This, Lobster rewatched Iron Man 1. In the movie, Tony is already drinking vegetable juice, which means he realized the problem while building the Mark III suit. At a certain international airport in Europe, a well-dressed lady in a fur coat was scrolling through her phone in the VIP lounge. A glance at her ticket revealed her destination, New York, USA. There was no doubt. This was Agatha Harkness herself. Now that she knew the Maximoff family was in New York, Agatha had no reason not to pay a visit to the little one who'd killed her beloved pet. What's more, in recent days, Agatha had fully digested the chaos magic absorbed from Natalia. Although she still couldn't transform her own magic into chaos magic, in both quality and quantity, Agatha's power had undoubtedly grown stronger. Last time, caught off guard and unprepared, Agatha had underestimated her opponent and ended up outmaneuvered by Mafara. This time, she was determined to take her time in New York. No matter what, she would either succeed or perish trying. She was resolved to obtain the very source of chaos magic. Attention, passengers! Due to weather conditions, Flight EA 370 to New York is currently unable to depart. For your safety, the departure has been rescheduled for 12 hours later. We apologize for the inconvenience. If you have any questions, please speak with a staff member in the main terminal. The cup in Agatha's hand shattered instantly, shards falling to the floor. Her pleasant mood evaporated in an instant. Damn this weather, daring to stand in my way. Stepping out of the airport and finding a secluded corner, Agatha summoned her magic and soared straight into the sky. As everyone knows, commercial intercontinental airplanes typically fly at altitudes between 8,000 and 12,000 meters. This range is chosen mainly because at such heights, the skies are almost free of wind, rain, or thunderstorms, which makes for smoother and safer flights. When people talk about how weather affects flights, in most cases, it's either during takeoff or landing, since the aircraft must descend into the clouds during these phases, or it's because the flight is a short domestic route, which means the plane flies at a lower altitude. Therefore, what Agatha needed to do now was to disperse those electrically charged cumulonimbus clouds. As Agatha ascended higher and higher, the oxygen in the air grew increasingly thin, and the surrounding temperature dropped to a chill that would make anyone shiver to the bone. Yet, sheltered by her magical shield, Agatha paid these conditions no mind. From this day forward, I, Agatha Harkness, shall know no fear. Anyone or anything that stands in my way shall be destroyed by my own hands. With her words echoing in the air, a surge of thick, violet-black magic burst from within her. In an instant, the clouds above the airport were thrown into utter chaos, swirling and churning as if the very heavens had been overturned. As Agatha continued to pour out her magic, it took only a handful of minutes for the skies that had moments before been thick with storm clouds and crackling lightning to clear completely, leaving nothing but bright, cloudless blue overhead. 10080 Malibu Point, California, the oceanfront mansion of Tony Stark. Well, look who's here. Or maybe I ought to call you a thief. Are you here to steal a suit? Or perhaps you're after my secret techniques. No sooner had Mafara stepped through the door than she was greeted by Tony Stark himself, lounging in a bathrobe, shaking his head with a rakish air as he teased her. Pepper had already filled Tony in on everything that had happened, and with his formidable hacking skills, Tony had quickly learned from S.H.I.E.L.D. that Mafara was indeed the one known as Shadow. As a result, Tony was filled with guilt over his earlier impulsive actions, and giving Mafara $20 million was, in fact, his way of making amends. Of course, Tony would never, ever admit to this. However, something about Obadiah's defeat of Mafara and his successful escape with the wreckage of Mark III struck Tony as odd. Not that Tony was convinced Mafara was responsible, but as a seasoned businessman, he always made it a point to consider even the worst-case scenarios. That was precisely why he chose to test Maffa with these pointed words as soon as she arrived. Is this really how Iron Man greets the person who saved his life? Originally, I was thinking that if the palladium poisoning issue couldn't be resolved, maybe I could give you a hand. Of course, if you're looking to stage a Titanic-style farewell with Miss Potts, I'd be more than happy to join the crowd as a curious onlooker. Seeing Tony come at her with clear hostility, trying to put her in her place, Marfa naturally fired back without missing a beat. Are you kidding me? I'm a transmigrator, after all. If I already know how things will unfold, yet still let Tony seize the upper hand, wouldn't that mean I've lived through 2 lives for nothing? Sure enough, the moment Marfa finished speaking, Tony immediately put aside the half-mixed drink in his hands and strode over, closing the distance in just a few quick steps. He clamped a hand over Marfa's mouth. Come inside, he said. He shot Marfa a meaningful look, and only after confirming she wouldn't say anything further did Tony let go and lead her into his lab. So, this is where your Iron Man armor was born? Honestly, it's a bit different from how I pictured it. Marfa found a nearby seat and casually picked up a bottle from the table, intending to have a sip. After all, Tony's liquor collection was anything but cheap. A bottle of 82 Lafite? That's just the baseline. Even a 1990 Romanicani isn't considered anything rare here. No, no, no. You can't drink that. Maybe you should try this instead. Snatching the bottle from Marfa's hand, Tony quickly replaced it with a can of Pepsi. Marfa, straight face. Despite his carefree facade, Tony was actually a man of principle. He knew very well what was acceptable and what was off limits. And after his ordeal in Afghanistan, Tony valued these boundaries even more. Right now, Marfa, like his future godson, Peter Parker, was still just a student. In the U.S., underage drinking is strictly forbidden. All right, spill it. How did you find out about the palladium poisoning? And you'd better hope you haven't been blabbing about it, or Iron Man himself might just tell your parents about your little secret, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. behind their backs. Tony's message was clear. Mutual threats, then. Two can play at that game. Ahem, you win. Marfa nearly choked on her soda at Tony's words. To be honest, on the plane here, Marfa had imagined 1,000 different scenarios, but never expected Tony would threaten her in this way. Giving Tony a thumbs up, Marfa was forced to admit, maybe living 2 lifetimes really hadn't made her any wiser. It's not that complicated, really. That thing in your chest is well hidden, sure, but don't forget, your company's power system is essentially a giant arc reactor. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have specific files, there are still archive backups on the general principles of its operations. By the way, did Jarvis tell you that I possess healing magic? Maffa took a moment to steady his breath, then spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. My apologies, sir. There are no detailed records of Mr. Maximoff's abilities. Jarvis's voice sounded at just the right moment, indirectly answering Maffa's question. After a brief pause for thought. First, you need to tell me honestly. Are you involved in the disappearance of Obadiah and the Mark III suit? At this point, Tony had already realized how important Maffa was to him. But this question, which had been nagging at him, was something he simply had to get to the bottom of. Otherwise, he just couldn't bring himself to trust Maffa. After all, this was a matter of his own life and safety, a core issue he couldn't ignore. If I really wanted to help Obadiah, would I have bothered saving you? Back then, you were unconscious. It would have been easy for me to finish you off. With a single punch. I'm sure if I'd done that, Obadiah would have been very grateful. He'd probably reward me with at least $20 million. Jarvis. As soon as Maffa finished speaking, Tony immediately called out to Jarvis. Sir, based on data analysis, the credibility of Maffa Maximoff's statement is above 78%. Only 78? Tony frowned as he spoke. Sir, according to Mr. Maximoff's words, the initial credibility was at 98%. However, just now his gaze dropped slightly and both his hands made unnecessary movements. According to psychology, these behaviors often suggest the person is hiding something. After taking everything into account, the final estimate is a 78%. That's Jarvis for you. Even though the information gap meant that 78% was still an overestimate, you had to admit, being able to reach this level proved how extraordinary Jarvis really was. At the very least, compared to Xiao AI back home, Jarvis was in a whole different league. Tell me your solution, and I'll decide whether I can trust you. Tony deliberated for a while before speaking. You want me to just spill everything because you said so? Don't think you can just threaten me with my parents. All 3 of us siblings are superpowered, and they know it. Even my mother herself has abilities. No matter what, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still an organization under the UN Security Council. Even if I join, and most they'd just scold me a bit, nothing more. I can't let Tony keep taking the lead like this, or it'll be too hard to profit from this situation. I have to regain the initiative. With that in mind, Maffa decided to go all in and play the rogue. Tony, After all, was never the kind of person who liked playing mind games. Since Maffa put it that way, he really didn't have a choice. All right, name your terms. Since he had already lost the initiative in the negotiation, so be it. The fact that Maffa was willing to say this much at least showed he genuinely wanted to help, even if it meant Tony would have to give up a bit more in return. But did that really matter? Tony Stark was never short on money. There are no strings attached. My abilities can heal your injuries rapidly, but I can't extract the shrapnel from your body. So, you need to see someone else. Of course, that didn't mean Maffa was offering his help for free, but compared to Tony's friendship, money seemed trivial. All in all, being able to place himself on equal footing with Tony was already a satisfying outcome for Maffa. At least he wouldn't have to act like a certain someone who followed Tony around and flattered him at every turn. P.S. Happy and Parker, we feel personally attacked. The surgeon you need is Stephen Strange at Mount Sinai Medical Center in New York. He's currently the world's foremost expert in surgical procedures. Only with his cooperation can I truly resolve your problem. Jarvis. Yes, sir. I'm pulling up information on Stephen Strange for you now. Stephen Strange, born in Philadelphia, graduated from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Owing to his extraordinary surgical skills, he's been hailed as a godsend to the world of surgery, a truly outstanding surgeon. He currently works at Mount Sinai Medical Center. Jarvis, ever the super butler, lived up to Tony Stark's high standards. In just 2 seconds, he'd located all the information on Stephen Strange and filtered the relevant details before presenting them to Tony. He can really fix it. No problem. Can I trust you? That's up to you. Well then, Tony Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tony extended his right hand toward Maffa. Let's hope you don't regret this. Maffa stepped forward, taking Tony's hand in a firm shake, and couldn't resist a playful jab. Tony Stark never regrets anything. Tony tightened his grip a little, lifting his chin with a touch of pride. Not even trusting Obadiah, or forgetting Miss Potts' birthday. They say words can cut deeper than knives, and Maffa's comment hit Tony Stark right where it hurt. As the head of Stark Industries, Tony had always had his way. Anything he wanted was his for the taking. If he ever failed to get something, it was only because the price hadn't been met yet. Yet, there are some things in this world that money simply can't buy, like true affection. Tony was someone who cared deeply about matters of the heart. As a child, Tony had always felt jealous because Howard Stark would constantly sing Captain America's praises. This jealousy even carried over into the original story, where Tony hardly ever missed a chance to give Steve Rogers a hard time. With the passing of Howard and his wife, Obadiah became Tony's only family left in the world. As a result, Obadiah became the person Tony valued most. Gradually, as Tony grew into adulthood, Pepper Potts, affectionately known as Pepper, entered his heart as well. It could be said that both Pepper and Obadiah held special significance in Tony's life. Yet Obadiah's betrayal, coupled with Tony once again missing Pepper's birthday, left indelible scars on his heart. Well, I just realized you really are an insufferable kid. Tony withdrew his hand, his tone turning proud and aloof once more. Right back at you. Maffa shot back without missing a beat. And so, their very first meeting ended on a sour note. From that moment, Tony developed a natural aversion to children of Maffa's age. This, in turn, would make Peter Parker's future quest to win Tony's favor all the more challenging. But that's a story for another time. That night, Maffa stood alone on the grand seafront balcony, savoring the opulent ocean breeze. It's time. If there was any place in America that could escape SHLD surveillance, Tony Stark's villa would certainly top the list. After all, with Tony's technological prowess, there was no way he would allow others to monitor his daily life. And that was exactly what Maffa was counting on. Earlier, Maffa had obtained 5 energy crystals from the Tesseract, all thanks to Pierce. For this, Nick Fury had personally approached Alexander Pierce. Pierce's reply was simple and direct. Maffa is an outstanding agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. If a few energy crystals can keep him content and loyal, it's a bargain well worth making. Nick Fury, on his part, was also counting on Maffa to help him recruit Wanda and Pietro in the future. So, after a few words of caution, he let the matter rest. Now, sinking his consciousness into his mental sea, Maffa quickly called up the skill of psychic combat arts. In the world of legendary online games, psychic combat arts was originally just a passive skill that increased attack accuracy, a rather lackluster trait for high-level Taoists. Yet, in the real world, it manifested as formidable telekinesis, much to Maffa's amazement. At first, Maffa relied heavily on this skill. After all, it allowed him to fly, attack, and defend, truly a jack-of-all-trades. However, as the Soulfire Talisman emerged, its sheer power gradually overshadowed psychic combat arts in terms of offense. And once he would master Divine Armor technique and Ghost Shield, even its defensive uses would become far less important. Most crucially, the upper limits of abilities from a legendary game simply paled in comparison to the Marvel Universe, a world where beings like Ego were living planets themselves. One can imagine that if Marfa relied solely on the original Taoist template from a legend, at its very peak, her power would barely rival that of late-stage Thor. Not to mention anyone else, even just Tobey Maguire's character, from the moment his powers awakened, possessed strength equivalent to lifting 30 tons. Pietro's current speed has already surpassed what Marfa's eyes could track, and as for Wanda with her almost cheat-like abilities, she's on another level entirely. Clearly, the current psychic combat technique is no longer enough to meet Marfa's needs. So now, Marfa's task is to transform it. With the Taoist enhancement template, when a skill is upgraded to level 3, the yin-yang fish icon for that skill becomes accessible. In the skill menu, by infusing special materials into the eye of the fish, the skill can be further upgraded and transformed. After much deliberation, Marfa decided that the key to upgrading telekinesis would be the Cosmic Cube and Chaos Magic. First, the Cosmic Cube. At its core lies the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, which holds the power of space itself. The famous Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, gained her godlike powers after being transformed by the energy of the Cosmic Cube. As for Chaos Magic, it's even more extraordinary. Not only does it possess the ability to blur the line between illusion and reality, much like the Reality Stone, it can also freely alter probability itself. In Marvel Comics, Wanda nearly eradicated the mutant race with this very power. It's fair to say that even compared to the might of the Infinity Stones, Chaos Magic is in no way inferior. A single vial of Wanda's blood and 5 crystalline fragments of Cosmic Cube energy. This is Marfa's trump card. Don't ask how she got the blood. In any case, Marfa is bracing herself for the tragic fate that lies ahead. After placing both items into the fish's eye, the yin-yang fish within Marfa's spiritual sea began to spin wildly. As the saying goes, from the limitless comes the taiji, and from chaos, yin and yang are born. As the yin-yang fish spun faster, blending and merging, it signaled the birth of an entirely new force. Ding! Congratulations, host, your skill, Psychic Combat, has successfully advanced. Current level, Ultimate. Further advancement is unavailable. There is no description for this skill in the current version. Host, please explore on your own. With the system's prompt, it was clear that Marfa had completely transformed her Psychic Combat technique. Well then, let's see what you can do. As Marfa finished speaking, a faint violet glow flickered in her palm. Looking closely, the light was mesmerizing, almost otherworldly, like a black hole that drew the eyes and wouldn't let them go. Then, as Marfa extended her hand, the violet light instantly transformed into a tendril of energy, stretching out from her palm. It seems she just gave her telekinesis a new color. However, as that faint lavender halo touched the reef, it was as if the rock had been struck by a runaway truck, shattering into fragments in an instant. It seems the effect is quite impressive. Compared to my previous telekinesis, the power has increased at least tenfold. While it has lost its subtlety, overall, it's a worthy trade-off. But, is this all there is to it? If this is the effect of chaos magic after enhancement, then what about the power of space itself? At that thought, Marfa fell into a contemplative silence. He turned his gaze to another reef and decided to experiment once more. This time, instead of extending the lavender halo like a tendril as before, Marfa fully immersed himself in sensing this newfound power. Moments later, Marfa's right hand suddenly shot forward. In the next instant, his hand passed straight through the swirling lavender light. At the same time, a similar halo appeared near the reef Marfa was watching. Miraculously, the portion of his arm that had vanished into his own halo now emerged from the second one. What is this? Staring at the astonishing sight before him, Marfa's pupils contracted sharply, then again and again, in disbelief. The principle behind psychic combat techniques in the real world is that, with the aid of telekinesis, one can adjust the trajectory of an attack on the fly to improve accuracy. If all skills formed a skill tree, this technique would be the prerequisite for both Poison Spell and Soulfire Talisman. With the enhancement, not only was the strength of telekinesis boosted, but by virtually erasing the distance between the caster and the target, accuracy soared. After all, with a point-blank attack, how could you possibly miss? With that realization, Marfa quickly drew a protective talisman from his storage pouch. Sure enough, unlike previous uses of the Soulfire Talisman, this time, the talisman was clearly encased in a ring of lavender light, and its speed in flight was notably faster. The Soulfire Talisman exploded over the sea, and at the heart of the blast, a hemisphere with a 3-meter radius instantly appeared. an area where the water was blown away. Single target attacks, turning into area of effect? Now that's something. Who dares say, I don't have any crowd control tricks on my sleeve now? Another talisman appeared in Marfa's hand. Recalling the sensation from moments before, he summoned a swirl of lavender light before him. With a casual wave, he unleashed the Soulfire talisman again. The very instant the talisman passed through the lavender glow, it vanished. In the same patch of sea, accompanied by the appearance of a ring of light, a talisman abruptly emerged and detonated on the water surface. Nice! No area of effect skills with projectile trajectories. The newly advanced psionic combat technique had completed its test, and Marfa was more than satisfied with the results. In fact, Marfa couldn't help but make a bold conjecture. If this skill could be developed further, perhaps it might even reach a level similar to Blink, the ability played by Fan Bingbing in X-Men, linking 2 points within line of sight at will and opening portals. If that could really be achieved, then compared to the portals conjured by Kamartaj sorcerers, the only real difference would be the distance covered. You little brat, you'd better quiet down. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you back on a plane right now. Just as Marfa was lost in thought, Tony Stark's voice blared through loudspeakers, echoing through every corner of the seaside villa. Clearly, those 2 consecutive explosions must have startled Tony awake, or perhaps interrupted his wheelbarrow session. Should I go snap some pictures of the scene? Maybe play them as a slideshow at Tony and Pepper's wedding? Thinking of it, Tony would surely be ever so grateful for such a wedding present. Having just acquired a new ability and barely begun to explore it, Marfa was still brimming with excitement. While the novelty was fresh, Marfa decided to take another trip to the world of legend. No matter what, reaching level 20 was the immediate goal. For a Taoist, to reach level 20 meant learning the invisibility technique and upgrading the poison spell to level 3, fulfilling the prerequisites for further advancement. Unlike the Soulfire talisman, the poison spell was a skill that Taoists in the Three Heroes era both loved and hated. They loved its power. Its effects were immediate and striking. But they hated the spell components, gray poison powder and yellow poison powder. These ingredients had to be gathered from monsters, which greatly increased the amount of preparation a Taoist needed before battle. Marfa recalled that in a previous life, while playing another online game called World of Warcraft, the Warlock class had to spend an hour or 2 farming a whole backpack full of soul shards just to support the team's dungeon runs. It was a similar kind of pitfall to what Taoists faced. Marfa had already decided on the direction for advancing the poison spell. The first priority was to solve the issue of spell components, ideally casting without any materials at all. Next will be enhancing the spell's effects. If it could not only reduce health and defense, but also inflict a weakening debuff, that would be perfect. With these thoughts in mind, Marfa didn't bother returning to his room this time. Instead, he sprawled out comfortably on a sofa on the balcony, sinking into a deep Guyu slouch. His consciousness dived into the sea of awareness. After pushing open that heavy stone door, Marfa once again found himself in the world of legend. This time, Marfa decided not to grind in the Bishon mines anymore. After all, that place was simply too eerie and terrifying. If there had been any other choice, Marfa would never have wanted to face those zombies with rotting flesh pressed right up against his face and maggots crawling on their bodies. Now that he had reached level 19, possessed a skeleton, and had a Soulfire talisman, in other words, a trip to the Woma Temple no longer seemed all that dangerous. Once the idea took hold, Marfa wasted no time. He bought a pile of potions and random teleport scrolls, then set off toward the Woma Temple. In the lore of a legend game, the Woma Temple is truly a place shrouded in legend. As the continent of Marfa's oldest religious sect, the Woma cult boasts tens of thousands of followers. And the final boss of the Woma Temple, the Woma Chieftain, is the very first boss of its kind in the entire game, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Rainbow Demon Chief of the Demon Sealing Hall and the Zuma Chief of the Zuma Temple, together forming the 3 great demon gods under the Crimson Moon Demon. If you ask any legend player which boss left the deepest impression, the Woma Chieftain is sure to be high on the list. Not because of its strength, but because the Woma Hornet Drops is a crucial item for founding a guild in the game. Back in the day, the struggle for the Woma Horn drew crowds to the 3rd floor of the Woma Temple, shoulder to shoulder, packed so tightly you'd barely have room to breathe. Ice storms, firewalls, hell lightning, poison spells. Every corner was jammed with an overwhelming barrage of spells. After using 3 sets of random teleport scrolls, Marfa finally arrived at the northern border of Bitch Province. To be honest, this was Marfa's first time leaving Bitch Province, and he felt a special attachment to the place where he had been born. You could say that Bitch Province had witnessed Marfa's entire journey of growth so far. Halt! Who goes there? Just as Marfa was about to cross the border into the Woma forest, an archer guard called out to him. What on earth? Was this another special NPC, like the grocer? Excuse me, guard, are you talking to me? Marfa asked in confusion. Is there any other adventurer here besides you? He had a point, and Marfa was left without a comeback. Adventurer, are you heading to the Woma temple to explore? The archer guard inquired. Isn't it obvious? Marfa had no patience for such obvious questions and simply put on a scowl. Ahem, here's the thing. My wife's younger brother's second cousin's father-in-law's nephew has recently gathered a group of eagle guards over at Byremen and is looking to build a new force. So he needs a Woma horn. If you can help with that, I can give you a Temptation of Light skill book in return. Marfa couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are you kidding me? Isn't that a level 13 mage skill book? You can buy it right in the Beeching province shop, and it only costs a few hundred gold coins. Does he really think I'm the kind of person who'd be bothered by a few hundred coins? As if he had seen through Marfa's thoughts, the archer guard scratched his head. My bad, I didn't explain it clearly. My wife's younger brother's second cousin's father-in-law's nephew's father is one of the celestial masters of Byregate. Don't underestimate this skill book. It's actually a Taoist manual created by my wife's younger brother's second cousin's father-in-law's nephew's father, who mimicked a mage's skill. Even across the whole Marfa continent, this book would count as a rare treasure. The archer guard declared with utmost sincerity. A Taoist manual, Temptation of Light. Marfa was taken aback. You have to understand, Temptation of Light is the mage's skill for brainwashing wild monsters, making them willingly serve as the mage's battle pets. Except for the fact that pets can't be revived after death and must be recaptured, it's every bit as powerful as the Taoist summoning spell. After all, Temptation of Light lets you control up to 5 battle pets at once. With that thought, Marfa couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Woma horn, that's a drop from the Woma overlord, meaning to get it, you'd first have to take the boss down. That's going to be tough. Marfa frowned in thought. If Marfa were level 20 now, he wouldn't hesitate for a second to accept the quest. After all, a level 20 Taoist has invisibility. That way, he could slowly clear out the monsters on the densely packed third floor of Woma, and finally finish off the Woma overlord. But Marfa was only level 19 at the moment. Given his current state, if he entered the third floor of Woma, just a barrage of arrows from the Dark Warriors would be more than enough to keep him on his toes. Seeing Marfa standing there lost in thought, the archer guard quickly chimed in. Oh, no problem at all. Leave it to me. Marfa thumped his chest and promised with conviction. Looks like this trip to Woma Temple just gained a new objective. Sigh, seems like I'll have to pay a hefty price to get Temptation of Light this time. Racing down the shady forest trail in Woma Woods, Marfa sighed to himself. As for slaying the Woma overlord, Marfa had already come up with an extremely shameless and underhanded plan, so he wasn't too worried about that. The real problem for now was invisibility. It's like a ticket into the third floor of Woma. Without it, there's simply no way in. So for now, leveling up was the top priority. With a random teleport scroll, plus some walking, after about 10 minutes, Marfa finally arrived at the entrance of Woma Temple. To call it temple was generous. Really, it was just a massive cave entrance set into a cliff face. Perhaps it was due to geological changes. Or maybe the leader of the Woma cult simply believed that a temple should be a cave. In any case, what lay before him was vastly different from the kind of temple built with blue bricks and black tiles that Marfa had imagined. He swept his gaze around the cave's entrance. The structure resembled France's Arc de Triomphe, but unlike that famous monument, this one was carved entirely from the rock face itself. The columns at the entrance were etched with scenes of the Woma cultists' former glory, a time when countless humanoid creatures with wings on their backs ruled the age. Stepping through the temple's doors, Marfa was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if he had crossed into another dimension. The worn yellow bricks beneath his feet had long lost their former luster, and here and there, patches of moss clung tenaciously to their surfaces. Ancient and mysterious symbols and patterns covered the surrounding stone walls, as though silently recounting a brilliant history. I'll give it a 9 for authenticity. Any higher, and I'm afraid you'd get a big head, Marfa murmured to himself, gathering his resolve to press on with his exploration. Suddenly, a piercing shriek split the silence, sharp and insistent. At once, a dense, dark swarm swept toward Marfa. What the heck is that? As the swarm drew closer, Marfa's eyes widened in recognition. It was a horde of cave bats. SARS? COVID? Seriously, is this what was waiting for me all along? If only I'd thought to bring a few more masks in with me. The closer the bats got, the louder the frantic beating of their wings became, filling the cave with a rising tension. Marfa wasted no time. Xiaobai go. This Xiaobai was not the same as the previous one. According to the system, the Xiaobai of the legendary world lacked any sense of self-awareness. So Mafara had no worries that this Xiaobai would turn out to be as unreliable as the one he'd sealed away in his talisman. Sure enough, at his command, Xiaobai hefted its axe and charged straight into the swarm of bats. The sight filled Mafara's heart with a rare sense of satisfaction. That's more like it. This is the feeling I know, the recipe I remember. The moment the cave bats spotted Xiaobai, they all turned as one, swarming toward it in a frenzy. Just then, Mafara flicked the talisman from his hand. Wrapped in a faint violet glow, it vanished into thin air, only to reappear right in the center of the bat horde. The talisman exploded on impact. A burst of flame erupted like a dazzling firework, shooting outward in every direction. -20, -18, -25, -19. With only 25 points of health, almost every cave bat was left barely clinging to life after that blast. Strike while the iron is hot. Mafara acted without hesitation, casting the Soulfire talisman once more. Another explosion rocked the cavern. All the bats turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Staring at the messy heap of lifeless bodies, Mafara couldn't help but let out a triumphant shout. A Taoist who can cast area of effect spells really is something else. This is almost on par with a mage's exploding flame. It was just a pity that, due to the differing world rules, the mental force battle techniques of the world of legend couldn't be used independently, as telekinesis could be in the real world. Otherwise, if Mafara could conjure up an energy shield, wouldn't that be a perfect knockoff of a magic barrier? Shaking off these scattered thoughts, Mafara immediately set about gathering the spoils. Cave bats didn't offer much experience, barely more than the likes of chickens and deer, but at least they had a chance to drop town portal scrolls. Even though Mafara had already overcome the disorienting effects of teleportation, being able to return directly to town was still far preferable to using a dungeon escape scroll. 1, 2, 3, and so on. Jackpot! These dozens of bats had dropped a total of 12 town portal scrolls. Gazing at the glowing green scrolls before him, Mafara couldn't help but think of the old, who had once fallen victim to these very items. He wondered if she had ever managed to recover from the loss of her beloved pet. New York International Airport. Agatha, emerging from the VIP terminal, suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Damn it! It must be that I'm allergic to that wicked little brat. I've only just arrived in New York, and I'm already sneezing. Legendary World, Woma Temple Hall. No way. Could that old witch be cursing me behind my back? How else would I think of her and immediately sneeze? New York International Airport. Achoo, achoo. But let's not get lost in this endless loop. At that very moment, also in New York, Stephen Strange was ushering in yet another highlight of his illustrious career. The renowned CEO of Stark Industries, or rather his personal assistant, Pepper Potts, had come on behalf of Tony Stark to invite Stephen to California for a private consultation. And the consultation fee? $50 million. $50 million. That was over 300 million yuan. And that was just the official payment. On the side, Pepper discreetly slipped Stephen another 50 million as a hardship bonus. After all, she had to help Tony avoid those pesky taxes. Pepper wasn't as extravagant as Tony. As his personal assistant, she had to be frugal on her boss's behalf. After all, if anything happened, wouldn't the money end up hers anyway? Oh, what am I even thinking? If I really married him, wouldn't people just see me as a gold-digging schemer? She shook her head vigorously, trying to calm herself. He's my boss. I'm just doing my job. Nothing more, absolutely nothing else. She repeated this mantra over and over in her mind. At this moment, Pepper was just like a young girl swept up in her first crush, torn between the weight of public opinion and the person she cared about most. Ms. Potts! Ms. Potts! Stephen looked at the woman before him, her cheeks flushed, shaking her head as if in a daze, a far cry from her usual composed and capable demeanor. He was thoroughly bewildered. Huh? Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Strange. I lost my composure for a moment. She quickly collected herself, apologizing with a touch of embarrassment. But speaking of which, you might just make the front page of a New York Times tomorrow. Maybe even find your way into Time magazine. Turning around, Pepper instantly regained her usual poise and calm. Oh really? What do you think the New York Times will say about me? The world's most heartless doctor? Or that I'm exploiting desperate patients for outrageous fees? Stephen quipped, a playful glint in his eyes. With his reputation already well established, Stephen was considered among New York's elite, complete with a luxury home, fine watches, and fast cars. While his status didn't quite match Tony's, if he was only dealing with Tony's secretary, he could handle it with ease. No, Mr. Strange, you're being too modest. With your skills, you're worth every penny. Maybe I even underpaid you. Pepper replied without missing a beat. Meanwhile, in the New York sanctum, The Ancient One, Supreme Sorcerer, suddenly opened her eyes from deep meditation. Incredible. This is nothing like what I've seen before. Someone blessed with wisdom has joined him far earlier than I ever foresaw. I must admit, it's a little unsettling to face such an uncertain future. Looks like I should give that interesting young fellow a heads up. It'll be a small way to repay the favor for bringing such a promising new student to Kamartaj. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of the Ancient One's mouth, but it couldn't suppress the genuine smile that bloomed across her face. Xiaobai go. Karaka Karaka. On the second floor of the Woma Temple, Marfa was commanding Xiaobai to charge into the gathering of Flame Woma and Woma warriors. After nearly 10 hours of relentless fighting in the Woma Temple, Marfa had already cleared out almost all the monsters on the first floor. With Xiaobai fearlessly herding monsters for her, and the addition of her Soul Fire Talisman's area of effect damage, Marfa's monster-slaying speed had increased dramatically. In just 600 minutes, her experience bar had climbed to about 95%. To level up from 19 to 20 required 140,000 experience points, and every Flame Woma or Woma warrior granted her 290 experience. In other words, just a few more monsters, and Marfa would reach level 20. Thunderous explosions echoed one after another. Because of the intense spell casting, her backpack, once full of magic potions, had nearly been emptied. It's worth mentioning that during the monster grinding process, Marfa discovered something interesting. If a monster's aggro was focused on Little White, and she set the Soulfire Talisman's teleportation exit near Little White, the monsters would assume it was Little White attacking them. This way, there is no longer the awkward problem of monsters suddenly switching targets mid-fight and charging at Marfa. If this tactic were applied in real life, combined with an invisibility spell, it could become a rather effective trick for shifting blame and pranking others. Just imagine, if Tony and Hulk were standing together, with Marfa concealed nearby, she could open a teleportation exit right next to Tony. Then from a distance she could fire a machine gun at Hulk through the portal. Given Hulk's temper, he'd probably whip around and take a swing at Tony, maybe even smash him into a ragdoll. Or picture Pietro squeezed onto a crowded bus with a girl, and Marfa, using her teleportation skills, quietly pinches the girl's shapely behind. Who knows? Marfa might just end up playing Cupid by accident. Whenever she pictured these mischievous maneuvers, Marfa couldn't help but feel delighted. With these thoughts in mind, Marfa didn't linger. She immediately followed the newly found staircase down to the next floor. As soon as she stepped into the passageway, an unpleasant, gurgling sound reached her ears. She followed the noise, scanning the area. There, sprawled on the ground, was a dung-yellow monster, its beady eyes fixed on Marfa as it craned its neck in her direction. The creature resembled a lizard, but with no legs, its entire body covered in pus-filled boils, and an indescribably foul stench emanating from it. Most striking of all was its puckered mouth, as if it were permanently pursed for a kiss. Damn, how could I forget about this one? If you asked which monster was the most revolting in the world of legend, tunnel maggots and zombies would certainly be top contenders, but compared to this thing, they still fell short. This creature bore a truly fearsome name, Dung Beetle. True to its title, the dung beetle's color and shape made it look just like a giant, arm-waving turd. And then there was that refreshingly pungent stench. Let's put it this way. Who could possibly outdo this? Little White, the stage is yours. Marfa looked at the dung beetle before her, face full of disgust, and took 2 steps back, quickly urging Little White to jump into the fray. In the world of legend, Little White had no will of his own, but Marfa could have sworn he moved just a little slower than usual as he charged the dung beetle. So even Skeleton finds this thing repulsive. Soon, Little White was locked in battle with the dung beetle. Even though Little White only had 84 health points, while the dung beetle boasted a whopping 155. However, each time the dung beetle attacked, it only managed to deal about 4 to 6 points of damage to Xiaobai. In contrast, every swing of Xiaobai's axe would cost the dung beetle 13 to 17 points, and Xiaobai's attack speed was leagues above the beetle's. Yet, what really caught Marfa's attention wasn't the damage from the dung beetle's attacks, but rather its method. Unlike the cave maggots, the dung beetle had only one way of attacking. It sprayed dung. Yes, you heard right. It literally spat out feces, and not just any kind, but that gooey, golden yellow mess you'd associate with a bout of human diarrhea. Goodness gracious, with every spray, a shower of filth would fly everywhere. It was absolutely revolting. This move, without a doubt, wasn't all that harmful, but in terms of sheer indignity, it was simply unmatched. In no time at all, Xiaobai had hacked the dung beetle down to the brink of death. Looking at Xiaobai, now splattered from head to toe with dung, Marfa's face was stricken with horror. Sigh. I wonder if the light of temptation can capture a dung beetle as a battle pet. If it can, Then whenever someone annoys me, I'll just shut the door and unleash the dung beetle. Even wild ones can spray dung a whole meter away. What if I level it up to 7? Or catch 5 at once? Wouldn't that make me unstoppable? Thanos, Ronan. You name it. Who wouldn't be scared? Back in his previous life, when Marfa played the classic Legend game, dung beetles were such feeble monsters that nobody ever thought to try and capture one as a pet. So Marfa had no idea if it could be done. But if he really could capture and bring one into the real world? A mischievous grin curled at Marfa's lips as a wicked thought crossed his mind. As Xiaobai brought down his final axe swing, the dung beetle finally lost all signs of life. To his shock, the dead beetle's body began to swell. A wave of panic surged through Marfa. Without thinking, he rolled up his pants and dashed away at top speed. Sure enough, in the very next second, the beetle exploded. Chunks, droplets, globs of dung. Countless bits rained down in every direction like a foul-smelling storm. The sight drained all color from Marfa's face and left him trembling with dread. Clueless about the chaos, Xiaobai still marched toward Marfa, axe in hand, as if nothing had happened. With each step, dung dripped from Xiaobai's body. He'd been too close to the explosion and was now completely covered. His once pristine, ivory-white skeleton was now stained a sickly yellow by the mess. Every step he took, a bit more dung would slip off, leaving behind a trail of filthy, yellow footprints, clear proof that Xiaobai was now no longer pure. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Seeing Little White walking toward him, Marfa immediately shouted, forcefully halting Little White in his tracks. What a joke. If he came any closer, what if he accidentally bumped into Marfa? A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Without hesitation, Marfa used the skill to cancel the summoning. Little White vanished in an instant, and Marfa finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I've still underestimated this world. Who would have thought a mere dung beetle could be so terrifying? Let's hope I never encounter such a creature again. He cast the summon skeleton spell once more. Instantly, a pristine white skeleton appeared before Marfa's eyes. Why does so much easier on the eyes? He made a silent vow. The next time he saw a dung beetle, he'd make sure to steer clear. Yet, within just a few minutes, fate proved him wrong in the most humiliating way. Right before his eyes appeared 4 freshly spawned dung beetles. And in the middle of their encirclement stood a Woma Guardian. The Woma Guardian, the second most powerful being in the Woma Temple, just beneath the Woma Lord. With the head of a bull and the body of a human, muscles bulging across his entire frame, he wielded the crescent moon blade in one hand and a spiked mace in the other. In battle, he would leap high into the air, crossing both weapons for a devastating attack, a stance that put Little White's fighting style to shame. Most important of all, the Woma Guardian could drop rare Woma-grade equipment, special rings, and even one of the warrior's essential skills, the half-moon slash. Back in the day, whether it was a special ring or the half-moon slash skillbook, both could fetch a hefty price. So, it's no exaggeration to call this Woma Guardian the very first treasure beast Marfa had ever encountered on his legendary journey. But here lay the problem, the dung beetles, and not just one, there were 4. Just a moment ago, Marfa had sworn to himself that he would avoid fighting dung beetles at all costs. But now, he had to admit, fate's slap came faster than he could react. So, to fight or not to fight, Marfa was torn. He pondered for a long time before finally gritting his teeth. He would take the risk. After all, those were special rings. Woma-grade equipment. Unlike ordinary monsters, the Woma Guardian was a rare beast. Encounters like this didn't come often. If he let this one slip by, who knew when the next chance would come? Little White, you stand right here and don't move an inch. After some thought, Marfa gave Little White his orders. Unlike with other monsters, the Woma Guardian was the second in command of the Woma Temple. Marfa couldn't just charge him like he did with the cave bats, rounding them all up for a big AoE attack. The reason Taoists were considered the treasure-hunting kings among the 3 professions wasn't because of their raw damage, but rather because of their cunning minds and the unique mechanics of their class. Hey, you little punks. Following Mafara at a brisk pace, they dashed past 4 dung beetles and a Woma Guardian. Instantly, all 5 monsters locked on a Mafara with hostile intent. One after another, the monsters lined up, charging toward Mafara in a menacing procession. Yet Mafara never looked back, sprinting ahead with unwavering determination. Taking advantage of the spacious area near the entrance to the 2nd floor, he led the 5 monsters in wide circles, keeping them at bay. Because the Woma Guardian was much faster than the dung beetles, the 4 beetles soon lagged behind, unable to keep up. Mafara seized the perfect moment. He synchronized his position with Xiaobai, shifting the battleground in the blink of an eye, and immediately hurled a protective talisman. The talisman exploded upon the dung beetles, instantly transferring all their aggression onto Xiaobai. The beetles turned as one and charged straight for the skeleton. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Mafara darted back to the first floor of the Woma temple, shedding the Woma Guardian's pursuit. Xiaobai, too, followed his master and appeared beside him on the temple's first floor. Deprived of their targets, the Woma Guardian and dung beetles stood in place, seemingly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? The classic 3 questions of philosophy flashed through their empty minds. With Xiaobai in tow, Mafara returned once more to the second floor of the Woma temple. By now, the dung beetles and the Woma Guardian had successfully been split into 2 separate groups. No need to fight the dung beetles anymore, Mafara thought with satisfaction. And that previous, rather unorthodox maneuver had inspired Mafara with a way to defeat the Woma Guardian without taking any damage. The ping-pong tactic. Originally, the ping-pong tactic referred to a strategy where 2 players with similar ranged attack power would kite a monster by trading its attention back and forth. Whenever the monster approached one player, that player would stop attacking, allowing the other to unleash a barrage and draw the monster's ire. When a monster neared the second player, the roles reversed. The first attacked, and the monster ping-ponged back. In this way, the monster would ceaselessly be drawn between the 2, never able to reach either, like a ball bouncing between paddles. Now, Mafara might be alone, but he had Xiaobai, and more importantly, the power of spatial teleportation. With these, he could execute the tactic single-handedly. Just as before, Mafara stationed Xiaobai at a fixed position. With a soul fire talisman, Mafara lured the Woma Guardian's wrath toward himself. Bright red numbers floated up above the monster's head as the spell hit. Mafara swiftly retreated, immediately launching another soul fire talisman. That should do it, he murmured. He gauged the positions. Himself, the Woma Guardian, and Xiaobai, almost perfectly aligned, like points on a straight line. Without hesitation, Mafara linked to the spatial node where Xiaobai stood. -28, -21. 2 consecutive attacks struck the Woma Guardian, and the monster spun around, its crimson bull eyes locking fiercely onto the foolish-looking skeleton standing ahead. Immediately, the Woma Guardian grabbed its weapon and marched straight toward Baina, exuding an unmistakable determination to see the little by finished once and for all. But just as quickly, 2 soulfire talismans floated across from Marfa's side. -25, -24. The Woma Guardian spun back around once again. With 1,000 health points, this was the toughest monster Marfa had encountered so far. No one knew how long the battle dragged on. But with Marfa's relentless assault and Baina's equally relentless loafing, the Woma Guardian's health bar finally dwindled to nothing. This is it, Marfa said to himself. Seeing the moment had come, Marfa reached into his backpack and pulled out a bottle of super healing ointment, pouring it generously onto his hand without hesitation. Next, he took out a bottle of sun water, twisted off the cap, and splashed it right onto the Woma Guardian. This was what you'd call a golden legend. At last, with a furious, unwilling roar, the Woma Guardian glared with wide, enraged eyes before collapsing into a pool of blood. Poor creature. Right up until its dying breath, it never even managed to lay a finger on Marfa. A rattling sound broke the silence. Perhaps from standing too long, Baina opened his mouth wide and let out a couple of cries. Of course, Marfa just took it as Baina cheering for him. See? What's the big deal? Isn't this just a boss? Marfa shouted, full of swagger. Let me ask. Who else wants some? Marfa barked out his orders. Baina, go have some fun with those dung beetles over there. Leave the battlefield clean up to me. Rattle, rattle. Baina obediently turned around and shuffled toward the beetles. Why was he walking, though? Didn't he usually scamper over when fighting monsters? Oh well. Marfa's eyes shone as he looked at the glittering loot scattered all over the ground. A 4x5 big drop. Let's see what's here. A platinum ring, a demon-slaying talisman, a crescent scimitar, invisibility spell, poison curse, attack potion, greater sunwater. Why did this suddenly feel so disappointing? Aside from the platinum ring, the crescent scimitar, and the attack potion, which could be considered decent loot, the rest were all common items you could buy in any shop. And the crescent scimitar was a warrior skill. Marfa couldn't even use it. What a letdown. Were my hands supposed to be lucky? Where's my golden legend now? Staring at the sparkling loot covering the ground, Marfa felt a whirl of emotions. But, thinking that even a little is better than nothing, Marfa decided to pick up every single drop. After all, he could always sell them to the shop for some coin, right? Besides, he still had a quest from the general store owner to find a gold bar. That had a full 1,000,000 gold coins on the line. However, as Marfa bent down to pick up the demon-slaying talisman, his eyes suddenly lit up. A golden legend. Oh my luck's finally turned. Durability, 6/25. Attack, 6 to 13, plus 2. Magic, 0 to 4, plus 4. Taoism, 1 to 5, plus 3. Accuracy, plus 1. Required level, 20. Are you kidding me? This is the demon subduer. Forget about the silver serpent. Even the Taoist power of the Wuji staff is only 3 to 5, and yet this weapon is simply off the charts. Even after spending so long in his previous life in the land of Marfa, playing Legend, he had never come across such an exceptional weapon. Gently holding the demon subduer in his hands, Marfa felt as if he were caressing a peerless beauty. The blade's cool, silky smoothness was so alluring that he found it hard to tear himself away. Carefully placing the demon subduer into his backpack, Marfa turned his attention once more to the silver-white ring he held. Durability, 4 to 6. Taoism, 0 to 4. Required Taoism, 17. It was decent. Not a top-tier item, but compared to the glass ring he was currently wearing, which only granted 0 to 1 Taoism, the 0 to 4 bonus was a huge improvement. The only pity was that Marfa's current Taoism cap was just 14, not enough to equip this ring. Despite his eagerness to rush straight to level 20 and wield that unbelievably powerful demon subduer, he found himself running low on blue potions. What's more, with his obsessive need for order, the weapon's durability was down to just 6. He couldn't shake the feeling it might shatter at any moment. So, after some thought, Marfa decided to head back for supplies and visit the blacksmith to repair the demon subduer as well. 1 hour later, near the entrance to the 3rd floor of the Woma Temple. Finally, level 20, Marfa let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at his remaining game time. 2,600 minutes left. In other words, it had taken nearly 17 hours to go from level 19 to 20, and that was with Soul Fire Talisman having become an area of effect skill. If it weren't for the boost from the spiritual power combat technique, this might have taken much longer. It seems leveling up is only getting harder and harder. I wonder if the system will ever introduce a monthly pass. If things keep going this way, relying on game time cards to boost my strength is going to feel more and more exhausting. Character, Marfa. Class, Taoist. Level, 20. Defense, 3 to 6. Magic defense, 3 to 7. Attack, 6 to 17. Magic, 0 to 4. Taoism, 3 to 21. Health points, 131/131. Mana points, 123/123. Skills, healing level 3. Spiritual power combat technique. Max, spider sense. Cannot be leveled up. Poison spell level 3. Soul fire talisman level 1. Summon skeleton level 1. Invisibility level 1. Equipment, demon subduer, top tier. Light armor, male. Sturdy gloves, top tier. Taoist bracelet, top tier. Platinum ring ×1. Glass ring, top tier. ×1. Phoenix pearl, top tier. Magic helmet. After checking his attribute panel, Marfa promptly exited the world of legends and returned to reality. It was still that absurdly spacious sea view balcony, and the same cool ocean breeze was drifting in. Yet, the Marfa of this moment was already leaps and bounds stronger than he had been just a second before. At level 21, I'll be able to learn mass invisibility, and my soul fire talisman can be upgraded to level 2. Looks like I've still got a long way to go. But I'll need Tony's help with the Woma Overlord. Without that thing, conquering the 3rd floor of Woma really is next to impossible, Marfa murmured softly. Indeed, unlike the 1st and 2nd floors of Woma Temple, the 3rd floor was far smaller in area. However, the number of monsters on the 3rd floor was more than 10 times the total of the first 2 floors combined. Just imagine, if Marfa were to charge in recklessly. Even with invisibility, it would be impossible to clear out all the monsters on the 3rd floor in a short amount of time. Not only would this waste precious time, but there was a real chance that by the time Marfa had cleared half the map, the monsters behind him would have already respawned. If it were just about grinding for experience, that wouldn't be a big deal. But if the goal was to take down the Woma Overlord, then clearing the 3rd floor was absolutely essential. This was because the Woma Overlord had a unique mechanic. If it sensed it couldn't win, it would instantly teleport away. Although, thanks to the game's rules, the Woma Overlord could only reappear somewhere else on the 3rd floor after teleporting. But what if it reappeared in the middle of a mob pack? By the time Marfa finished clearing the floor, the Overlord could have fully recovered its health. Back in his previous life, this kind of problem was easy to solve in the game. All you had to do was call up a few friends, clear out the monsters together, and it was done. Or you could just get 3 or 5 heavy hitters to help. Half Moon Slash, Firewall, and Ice Roar would make short work of everything. But now, Marfa was playing solo, and that made things much more challenging. He would have to defeat the Woma Overlord before the monsters had a chance to respawn. That required some serious area of effect firepower. Clearly, Marfa wasn't quite there yet. Still, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Not if he could get Tony Stark's help. With Tony on his side, Marfa was 90% confident that he could take down the Woma overlord with ease. Dawn was breaking, but unfortunately, the Pacific Ocean lies to the west of California. That meant Tony Stark's sea view balcony also faced west, so Marfa wouldn't be able to witness the spectacular sight of the sun rising over the sea. With the sunrise, the seaside villa was beginning to stir as well. Servants and cooks were already bustling about. They were all well acquainted with Tony's habits and knew that Tony Stark was not one for sleeping in, which meant their time was already running short. Tony paid each of them handsomely. What they earned in a single day here could rival a month's hard work elsewhere in the industry. Because of this, everyone worked with extra diligence and efficiency, determined not to risk being fired by Tony. Having money really does let you do whatever you want, Marfa quipped, a teasing note in his voice. Of course, these days Marfa himself was worth tens of millions. If he wanted, he could easily buy a small villa and hire a few servants of his own. But Marfa understood all too well that resources should be used where they matter most. Samuel Stern's research on the Hulk serum was a bottomless pit. Just the funds Marfa had given him earlier wouldn't last very long at all. And the Hulk serum meant everything to Marfa. Whether it was Pietro or Marfa himself, both urgently needed to enhance their physical abilities to prepare for whatever greater dangers might be lurking ahead. Marfa had no desire to see his foolish Oni-chan taken out by a stray bullet one day. Well, up early, aren't we? Tony's voice drifted down from the stairs. He was dressed in a bathrobe, but showed no signs of grogginess. In fact, he looked positively radiant, full of energy. Ahem, Mr. Stark, to be precise, I haven't slept at all. You were making quite a racket last night. I think I might have to mention it to Miss Potts. Maybe she can convince you to upgrade the house's soundproofing. Marfa shrugged, his tone lightly mocking. Oh, come on. Impossible. The soundproofing in this place is... Halfway through his protest, Tony suddenly cut himself off. Trying to mess with me, are you? Kid, you've got no sense of honor. Here, catch, stuff this in your mouth. Tony didn't take offense. He seemed used to Marfa's attitude by now. With a casual motion, he tossed a glass of milk across the table toward Marfa. A sharp tongue, huh? Tony mused to himself. What he didn't realize was that Marfa only got this snarky when he was around Tony. Perhaps it was true what they said. You're colored by the company you keep. As the glass of milk sailed toward him, it suddenly collided with a faint lavender shimmer mid-air, then instantly reappeared in its original spot on the table. Sorry, I don't eat or drink anything before brushing my teeth. What a fuss over nothing. With that, Tony grabbed a cheese sandwich from the table and took a big bite, though his mind was far from as calm as he appeared. What was that just now? Spatial folding technology? As a staunch materialist, Tony refused to believe in anything like magic. Even seeing it with his own eyes wouldn't convince him. Have you finished analyzing it yet? Tony spoke to the empty air. Sir, a quantum spatial tunnel just appeared within that purple glow, but I did not detect any related equipment or devices on Mr. Maximoff. As Tony Stark's AI butler, Jarvis was naturally well acquainted with Tony's thought patterns and habits. So the instant Maffa used his ability, Jarvis initiated a thorough scan of everything in the vicinity. Well, I have to admit, you've managed to pique my curiosity. Then I'm truly honored. Maffa replied with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sharp crackling sound. A circle of fiery sparks appeared out of thin air right in front of Maffa. Maffa, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip back to New York. Agatha Harkness has arrived. Her voice reached them before she herself stepped through. The Ancient One, dressed in a bright yellow robe, walked calmly out from the ring of sparks. I don't recall inviting you. Tony Stark, standing to the side, couldn't help but frown at this turn of events. Regardless of who this mysterious woman was, her method of arrival was obviously strikingly similar to the ability Maffa had just displayed. If it were only Maffa, Tony could perhaps ignore it. But if this kind of power was now commonplace, and Tony Stark still couldn't make heads or tails of it, did that mean he'd fallen behind? Before Tony could voice his thoughts, the Ancient One strode forward and, with a swift motion, struck Tony's soul right out of his body. Maffa, go ahead. Mr. Stark and I have a few things to discuss. With that, the Ancient One drew another arc in the air, conjuring a portal to New York right before Maffa's eyes. Wow, what's happening to me? Disembodied, Tony's spirit looked around in utter confusion. Just moments before, he'd seen the newcomer rush forward. Suddenly, she was right in front of him, and then... Wait, isn't that me down there? Staring at his own body lying on the ground, Tony's eyes went wide. What the? Did I just die? I haven't even sorted out my affairs. I still haven't. Tony was on the verge of collapse. He'd only just made plans to hand over Stark Industries to Pepper and go out in a blaze of glory. He never expected that, after Maffa's arrival, he discovered there was actually a solution to his palladium poisoning. For Tony, Nothing could have brought greater joy. That's what led to last night's wild celebration. And now, in the blink of an eye, was he really dead? Gazing at his own corpse, Tony Stark was overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. He'd promised Incense he would cherish his life. He'd sworn to make his existence truly meaningful. Now, Tony wept. Even back in that cave, when he endured every imaginable torment, he hadn't shed a single tear. Yet now, in the form of a soul, he found himself crying. Regret flooded him. Regret that he hadn't fulfilled his promise to Ethan. Regret that he'd let Pepper Potts down. Regret that he'd failed to bring Howard Stark Industries to its peak. It was this woman, this wretched bald woman. She actually killed me. For a moment, Tony's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at the Ancient One in the distance. But soon, he let go of his anger. After all, he was dead. Even if he wanted revenge, what difference would it make? Oh, Mr. Stark, what dark thoughts are you having right now? The Ancient One looked at Tony's soul with an amused smile. You can see me? Tony was stunned. Could humans really see souls after death? If so, why had he never seen that damned old man come to visit him? You're a man who views the world from inside a cave. All your life, you've tried to make that cave bigger, hoping to see more and understand more. With wisdom as your gift, you shouldn't be so narrow-minded. That's why I'm here, to show you a far broader world. The Ancient One spoke calmly. But Tony Stark was anything but calm. This woman had not only killed him, but now she was lecturing him to his face, calling him narrow-minded. What a joke. As a top billionaire, a renowned scientist, Tony Stark could never tolerate being called narrow-minded, especially by his enemy. With that thought, Tony immediately tried to control his soul form, raising his fist and lunging at the Ancient One. But the expected solid impact never came. His fist passed straight through her. Oh, right. I'm already dead. Tony muttered to himself. I don't want to see a broader world, and I don't care who you are. Right now, immediately get out of my house. Tony roared. You're not dead. I just want to broaden your horizons. With a casual wave of her hand, the Ancient One sent Tony's soul back into his body. Then, with another gesture, Tony was lifted from the ground, the Ancient One's hand pressed gently to his forehead. In an instant, Tony felt the world spin wildly. Suddenly, his consciousness soared away from Earth, flew past the solar system, and rushed toward the depths of the universe. Brilliant galaxies, mysterious black holes. Everything was dazzling and new. He had never seen anything like it. As Tony was lost in the breathtaking sights, the world spun again. This time, his consciousness was swept into the rift between universes. Countless pieces of information, impossible to explain by science, exploded in Tony's mind all at once. In the next instant, he left the multiverse. This time, it was the quantum universe. Then came hell. Then the dark dimension. When Tony finally regained his senses, he realized he was still floating in midair, still inside his oceanfront mansion. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he had experienced so much, seen so much that even Tony struggled to process it all at once. You once thought you understood how the world worked. But now, do you still believe the material universe is everything? What secrets are hidden behind what you think you know? At the edge of reality, mind and matter intertwine. Thoughts shape reality itself. This universe is but one among infinite universes. Some are beautiful and full of life. Others are wicked, steeped in bloodshed. Within this multiverse, Mr. Stark, the Ancient One spoke with an unhurried calm. I am magical Iron Man. At that moment, Tony Stark's eyes blazed with newfound brilliance. A faint smile played at the corners of the Ancient One's mouth, clearly pleased with Tony's response. If it had been anyone else, it might have taken much more effort. But Tony was different. He was favored by wisdom itself. In fact, in the Marvel Comics, there is even a storyline in which Tony was the embodiment of the seventh Infinity Stone, the Stone of Wisdom. Of course, that was just in the comics, a world apart from the cinematic universe, but still spoke volumes of Tony's thirst for knowledge. Curiosity, a trait innate to humanity. It is this burning desire to know that drives people to explore, to push the boundaries of progress. As a leading scientist, Tony Stark's curiosity burned even brighter than most. By now, Tony fully believed in the existence of the spiritual world and in magic. It wasn't just because of the visions the Ancient One had shown him, but also the aura she emanated, that intangible presence that made one want to bow in reverence. He had survived, and soon, with the help of Mafara and Stephen Strange, he would be completely healed. So if he could go a step further, learn magic, blend it with technology, bridge the world of matter and mind, wouldn't that mean he could wield even greater power? Wouldn't that mean he could do even more for the peace of this world? Tony's heart raced with excitement. Please, accept me as your student. I want to learn from you. the truths of the universe. But as Tony spoke, the Ancient One merely took a step back and vanished completely through the portal. She just left like that. When faced with uncertainty, Tony's first instinct was always to ask Jarvis. "Sir, at your service. Who was that person just now?" "Search. I want to know everything there is about her." Tony spoke urgently. "That person just now? Sir, I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. You were the only one here a moment ago." Jarvis replied honestly. "Just me." Tony frowned, instinctively suspicious, but he knew Jarvis wouldn't lie to him. "Wait, that person came looking for Marfa, which means they know each other." "Jarvis, where did Marfa go?" "Sir, Mr. Maximoff disappeared after stepping through a ring of sparks. According to the satellite, he's now in New York." "Brooklyn, New York." Marfa flew through the portal and hurried home. According to what Marfa imagined, since the Ancient One had personally come to warn her, there must have been a fight between Agatha and her family by now. But in reality, all was peaceful. It was the weekend, and by coincidence, Django was off work. The whole family was gathered at home, happily making pies together. There was not the slightest hint of an impending crisis. "What's going on? Did the Ancient One trick me?" "No, impossible." As the supreme leader of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One is always busy. There's no reason she'd make a joke at my expense. The only explanation is that Agatha has already arrived in New York, and the Ancient One happened to notice her. Marfa pondered quietly. But why hasn't she made a move? While I was gone, that would have been the perfect opportunity for her to act. 1,000 possibilities rushed through Marfa's mind, only to be rejected one after another. "Mom, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts," Pietro groaned, clutching his belly. Clearly, he was constipated again. Judging by his twisted expression, it must have been pretty uncomfortable. "You rascal. That's what you get for refusing to eat more vegetables." "Ha ha ha." Django teased from the side. Natalia, meanwhile, fetched the medicine box and handed Pietro a tube of laxative. "Here, use this for now. But really, you should listen to your father. It's not good to keep this up." Taking the laxative from Natalia, Pietro dashed off to the bathroom like a shot. Hidden from view by her invisibility spell, Marfa watched this scene unfold, and a genuine smile blossomed across her face. Wasn't this the family warmth she'd longed for all her life? A father who's strict but soft-hearted, a gentle and kind mother, a mischievous and rebellious brother, and an emotional, tempestuous sister. The regrets of her previous life would not be repeated. This home she would protect with everything she had. Resolving herself, Marfa's expression turned firm and determined. "Wait, a laxative?" A flash of realization sparkled in Marfa's eyes. At present, the poison casting skill has already reached level 3, fulfilling the prerequisites for upgrading and modification. In Marfa's mind, the best direction for improvement is undoubtedly the ability to cast poison without needing any casting materials. If one were to add gray and yellow powders to the yin-yang fish, Marfa couldn't be certain, but he believed there was a high chance it could achieve this result. Of course, there's also the possibility that it might simply strengthen the existing poisoning effect. But if that were the case, the poison casting skill would remain confined within the original boundaries set for it. Yet, what if one were to add the most potent biological toxin currently known on Earth? For example, botulinum toxin? It must be remembered that a mere 0.1 nanograms of botulinum toxin is enough to be fatal. During World War II, there were even Japanese experiments. In China, using botulinum toxin as a research subject, conducting inhumane human trials in an attempt to create a weapon of mass destruction. However, in the end, they gravely underestimated the power of botulinum toxin. History has shown that anyone who has tried to wield it as a weapon has met a grim fate. Today, after being diluted countless times, botulinum toxin has found its way into the world's elite beauty clinics, becoming a prized elixir for preserving youth. Still, in terms of sheer toxicity, botulinum toxin stands unchallenged at the very pinnacle. But as previously mentioned, all who have dared to weaponize it have suffered disastrous consequences. The risks are simply too unpredictable. Moreover, different life forms respond to toxins in different ways. Marfa hadn't forgotten that someday, extraterrestrial life might visit Earth. Could botulinum toxin kill Thanos? Could it kill a mighty being like Thor? No one knows for certain. And if it can't kill them outright, but only causes them to lose some health, the green poison could already accomplish that, making it meaningless. Glycerin suppositories, however, are a different story. As a glycerol-based preparation, they draw more water into the bowels, soften the stool, stimulate the intestinal wall, and trigger a reflexive urge to defecate. Anyone who uses a suppository, be it human, animal, even alien or deity, unless they lack the ability to excrete, will undoubtedly experience an unstoppable rush to the restroom. Since he couldn't currently catch dung beetles to disgust his opponents, why not just make the target disgust themselves? More importantly, excessive use leads to weakness, wobbly legs, trembling limbs, and a total loss of strength. Isn't that essentially lowering all of the opponent's attributes across the board? But here's the dilemma. The yin-yang fish can be enhanced with two different materials. If one is a suppository, what should the other be? This idea drifted through Marfa's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Things with the same effect might not produce a better result when combined. A single suppository should be more than enough. Just at that moment, as Wanda was fiddling with the pie seasoning, she suddenly sneezed. "Mom, do we really have to add onions and spicy powder?" "I don't like these things," Wanda complained, clearly troubled. The onions made her eyes water, and the spicy powder tickled her nose. This truly was a hard task for her. "Just bear with it for now. I'll make you a batch without onions and spicy powder later. But you know, Pietro and Maffa both love this flavor." Natalia comforted her gently from the side. "That's right, the spicy powder, that's it." Wanda's words sparked an idea in Maffa's mind. If she were to combine spicy powder with glycerin suppositories. Ashu, bev. Ashu, bev. The corners of Maffa's mouth twitched involuntarily. She could picture the scene vividly in her mind. With a technique like this, even if Agatha showed up, so what? In the entire Marvel universe, aside from Groot and Dormammu, there probably weren't many who could withstand such a double assault, physical and mental, at the same time. Not even the Ancient One could handle that. Once the idea took shape, Maffa wasted no time as always. She seized the moment when no one was paying attention and slipped quietly out the window. But in the very instant she started moving, the invisibility effect on her body was forcibly dispelled. The legendary invisibility spell was far from the perfect stealth magic everyone imagined. It could only conceal one's figure and presence. If exposed to an infrared thermal sensor or an ultrasonic locator, the effect would be rendered useless. More importantly, without the aid of an invisibility ring, one couldn't move while invisible. Otherwise, the spell would immediately wear off. The duration of invisibility depended on the skill's level and the practitioner's magical attributes. To remain invisible without any time or movement restrictions, one absolutely needed an invisibility ring. Durability, 7/7. Required level, 12. A unique drop from the Dragon God or the Zuma Warlord. Although this equipment seemed to offer no stat bonuses and had low-level requirements, once worn, whether you were a Taoist, a warrior, or a mage, you'd instantly enter an invisible state. Unless you took the ring off, you could run as much as you wanted and the effect would never fade. In comparison, the Taoist's invisibility spell seemed rather lackluster. Soon enough, Maffa bought a packet of spicy powder from a convenience store near home, then swung by the pharmacy for a tube of chrysanthemum fresh brand glycerin suppository. She opened the poison spell skill panel and placed both items into the fish eyes of the yin-yang fish. In an instant, a shimmering light reappeared, and the formation disk of the yin-yang fish began to spin rapidly. Very soon, as yin and yang fused, a brand new power surged forth from the midst of chaos. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your poison spell has advanced. Current level, ultimate. No further upgrades available. There is currently no description available for this skill. Please explore it on your own, host. Hearing the familiar system notification in his ear, Marfa couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Instantly, he was overcome by the urge to find something to test it on. As luck would have it, just then, a burly man strolled past with a golden retriever in tow. Before Marfa could even react, the golden retriever lifted its leg and relieved itself on a lamppost. Marfa's eyes lit up at once. It's decided, you're the one. Achoo! Sure enough, as soon as Marfa cast his poison spell, the golden retriever immediately began its performance. Its face twisted in discomfort, teeth bared in a grimace. Then, with a sudden sneeze, a fresh pile of dog poop landed squarely on the man's pant leg. Oh shit! The man cursed loudly, clearly displeased that his beloved pet had chosen him as its target. But the ordeal was far from over. Achoo! Another sneeze, and another missile shot from the golden retriever's hindquarters. This time, the man was ready. He nimbly dodged out of the way, narrowly avoiding disaster. Then it choked. By now, the golden retriever had nearly exhausted its supply. With nothing left, it managed a spectacular finale, a wet, noisy mix of poop and gas. Splatter flew in every direction, rivaling even the filthiest scenes Marfa had witnessed before. The man never expected his dog to unleash such a relentless barrage. Caught off guard, he took a direct hit. Fuck! Enraged, he delivered a swift kick to the golden retriever's belly. That did it. The dog, already suffering from Marfa's poison spell and barely holding in, could take no more. A sudden, explosive outpouring followed, this time even more watery than before. My God! Achoo! The man's face turned ashen as an indescribable stench wafted up relentlessly from his soiled pants, nearly making him faint. The golden retriever actually belonged to his girlfriend. It was notorious for relieving itself wherever it pleased and always carried a lingering odor. Truth be told, the man had never been fond of this little creature. But in order to win his girlfriend's favor, he dutifully walked the dog every day, treating it as a form of exercise. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the dog would go this far today, utterly out of control and completely humiliating him. For a moment, he even considered putting the dog down then and there. But in the end, he managed to restrain himself, yanked the leash, and marched back the way he came, clearly intent on heading home. Achoo! All the way home, sneezing, pooping, chaos in both directions. Their spectacle drew stares from everyone they passed. Marfa's eyes twitched as she took in the scene before her, but she dared not say anything more. Quickly, she slipped into a nearby alley, anxious that someone might discover her peculiar interests. Truth be told, the results were unexpectedly effective. Not only did sneezing distract the target, but the overwhelming exhaustion that followed could comprehensively weaken an opponent's physical attributes. It was nothing short of a godlike skill. Most importantly, this technique didn't just sap someone's strength, it also delivered a stinging humiliation. Hadn't Pietro been struggling with constipation lately? As his younger sibling, how could I not lend him a helping hand? Marfa mused quietly to herself. While Marfa was still contemplating ways to help her brother with his digestive woes, on the other side of town, Agatha was bustling through the city's streets and alleys. Indeed, she was nothing if not busy. After her previous defeat, Agatha was taking no chances this time. She was thoroughly prepared. What reassured her most of all was the Forbidden Magic Array. The Forbidden Magic Array, an ancient formation recorded in the Book of Dark Gods, was composed of 4 runes. As long as one stood inside the array, no one except the spellcaster could use magic. This was Agatha's trump card. No matter how powerful Natalia might be, as far as Agatha was concerned, as long as the Forbidden Magic Array was set in advance, not even 10 Natalias together would be able to resist her. As for Marfa, Agatha had never spared her a second thought. Granted, she'd suffered a major setback at Marfa's hands before, but that had simply been a lapse in vigilance. After all, Agatha had witnessed Marfa's earlier battle with Ebony, a novice who had to resort to dirty tricks just to take down a cat. How could such a person possibly pose a real threat? At most, she just needed to be a bit more cautious next time. There was no reason to treat Marfa as a true adversary. 1, 2, 3, 64. Following the method of grouping 4 runes together, Agatha had painstakingly connected 16 sets in total. Not only did she include the Forbidden Magic Array, but drawing on her deep knowledge of magic, she layered a spatial confinement array on top of it. Once activated, the formation would center itself on the Maximoff family, creating a barrier with a 2-kilometer radius that would completely trap everyone inside. A classic case of catching the prey in a jar. Within the mirrored dimension of Brooklyn, the Ancient One watched Agatha, who was busily wrapping up her arrangements, and could not help but shake her head. With her centuries of experience, it was only too easy for her to recognize the significance of the runes Agatha was inscribing. Digging his own grave, isn't he? Well, since I've already intervened, I might as well help him a little more, just in case something really does go wrong and that little rascal starts causing trouble again. With those words, the Ancient One swiftly traced a circle of golden sparks across her chest, weaving a portal spell. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before a cluster of runes within the anti-magic array Agatha had laid out. Her left hand danced a dragon, her right hand painted a rainbow, and then, with a graceful motion, she brought her hands together. Instantly, the spectral image of a wild wolf shimmered into existence between her palms. With a gentle downward press, the wolf's phantom form dissolved into countless twinkling lights, which flowed seamlessly into the runes Agatha had carved. Having finished, the Ancient One slipped once again into the portal, leaving behind only a subtle sense of one who departs quietly, achievements hidden, name unsung. Meanwhile, deep within the rainforests of Borneo, Malaysia, a spacecraft, shrouded in blazing flames after re-entering the atmosphere, crashed down onto an open clearing. Thick smoke billowed up, flames roared, and in an instant, the once vibrant nature reserve was engulfed in a sea of fire. Fortunately, Malaysia's tropical rainforest climate meant the air was heavy with moisture. So, after the flames spread for several kilometers, they gradually died down, sparing the reserve from catastrophic ecological damage. It wasn't long before the Malaysian government received a compensation payment from the Life Foundation Group. There was no doubt, This was the Life Foundation's Life 1, the very spacecraft they previously launched into orbit. Before re-entry, the hull had suffered damage for various reasons, prompting the astronauts to send a distress signal to the Life Foundation headquarters in California. Yet, when astronaut Jameson called for help, the CEO of the Life Foundation, Carlton Drake, simply ignored it, insisting on remotely piloting Life 1's landing. A few astronauts lost? So what if they died? Training replacements was troublesome, yes, but what truly mattered to Carlton was the sample of alien life forms collected from a comet by Life 1. Otherwise, Carlton never would have taken responsibility for the damage to the reserve, much less proactively contacted the Malaysian government to offer compensation. It has to be said, money truly does wield immense power. Once the Malaysian government received the hefty payment, they immediately dispatched medical teams, firefighters, and emergency crews to work alongside the Life Foundation's local branch director, salvaging everything possible from the wreckage. Within just 30 minutes, the remains of the Life 1 spacecraft were found. Mr. Drake, only 3 samples have been recovered. 1 is missing. Its container was broken, and it's nowhere to be found, the director reported to Carlton over the phone. You are to board the private jet immediately and personally deliver the remaining 3 samples to headquarters, Carlton said, his brows tightening as he pondered for a moment before speaking. What about the astronaut? Everyone else is dead except for Jameson, the supervisor inquired. Just send him to any local quarantine hospital. Do what you can to save him, but if it doesn't work out, so be it. As the head of a regional division, you need to learn to prioritize. Right now, those 3 samples are your top priority, Carlton reprimanded sternly. Understood, Mr. Drake. I'll make the arrangements right away and ensure the samples reach you safely in the shortest time possible. Brooklyn, New York. With everything ready, Agatha was, of course, eager to launch her chaos magic raid. Wasting no time on elaborate disguises, she acted just as she had before. Her opening move was to hurl an enormous magical orb straight at the Maximoff family's tiny apartment. Gaia energy cannon. No, wait, that's not right. It should be the dark necrosphere. A massive orb of purple-black magic, easily 10 meters in diameter, plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Wherever the magic orb passed, everything was utterly pulverized, organic or inorganic, all crumbled like fragile paper before its onslaught. But just as the orb struck the Maximoff home, a crimson light sliced through the air, abruptly halting the purple-black sphere in its tracks. In the next instant, the scarlet glow contracted sharply, shooting forward like an arrow and piercing straight through the center of the magical orb. In the blink of an eye, the once overwhelming spell was utterly dispersed, vanishing as if it had never existed. Natalia, still dusted with flour on her hands, immediately recognized Agatha Harkness floating in midair. She could never forget that it was this very woman who had forced her family to flee like exiles, abandoning their home and dreams in desperate haste. It was also this woman who had nearly killed her before and had come terrifyingly close to taking her precious son's life as well. Once, Natalia would have flown into the sky without a second thought to battle Agatha once more. But now, glancing at Wanda, gasping for breath beside her, a wave of helplessness swept over Natalia. Had she been wrong all along? Maybe having power isn't such a bad thing after all. At least in moments like this, she could stand up and fight for her family's survival. These were the thoughts swirling in Natalia's mind. But unlike Natalia, Wanda was completely bewildered. Who was this woman? Why had she launched such an unprovoked attack? And why did she have powers just like her own? Most importantly, when Wanda just traded spells with Agatha, she sensed an incredibly familiar feeling within Agatha's magic. It was a feeling just like the one she got from Pietro and Mafara, a warmth and closeness that made her heart stir. Could it be that Agatha is a secret daughter of her parents? Having watched too many black and white sitcoms, Wanda's imagination began to run wild. She pictured youthful mistakes leading to accidental pregnancies, the inability to raise a child resulting in abandonment, a child enduring countless hardships searching for a family, parents who have moved on and started new lives, and the urge for revenge. With all sorts of questions swirling in her mind, Wanda looked over at Natalia, standing beside her. Wanda, you and Pietro need to leave. Get as far away as you can. She's an evil witch, and she's here to steal the chaos magic. The real reason we fled Sokovia before was because of her. Natalia grabbed Pietro's hand and shouted at Wanda with urgency. Pietro's eyes widened in shock. Wait, I thought you said it was my trouble at school, and that a classmate's family blew up our house. He looked stunned. After all, he'd been blaming himself for that for a long time. Natalia fell silent for a moment. Pietro, you're the fast one. Take your sister and get out of here now. As her big brother, it's your job to protect her. Leave this to your mother and me. Django spoke up at just the right moment, breaking the tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, Django reached over to a brocade box placed on the wall and took out a pufferfish specimen. His eyes grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Agatha. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. The boss once said, only magic can defeat magic. Today, I'll show you the power of my chi magic. With that, Django held the pufferfish specimen aloft and began chanting softly. Spirits and monsters, stay away. Spirits and monsters, stay away. In an instant, a shimmering emerald aura enveloped Django completely. The sight startled Natalia. Who would have thought, with those thick brows and honest eyes, Django could actually use magic too? As Django repeated his incantation, the green glow around him grew ever brighter. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his chi magic. The emerald energy transformed into countless arrows that flew toward Agatha. Well, isn't this interesting? So the long-lost chi magic still exists. Agatha watched Django's display with a playful smile, making no move to dodge as the green arrow shot toward her. Didn't your teacher ever tell you? Chi magic requires a lot of casting materials, and it only reaches its true power if the caster remains a virgin. As soon as Agatha finished speaking, there was a series of muffled bangs in the air. The magical arrow of chi, upon striking the protective shield around Agatha's body, only stirred faint ripples before being completely snuffed out. So that's all it is. Unlike the white magic of Kamartaj, which draws upon divine power, or the dark magic passed down through Agatha's lineage and honed by years of practice, chi magic stands apart as a unique discipline. Not only does it require the practitioner to possess a righteous spirit, but even their purity and the choice of magical materials directly affect the strength of the magic. That's why, according to ancient texts, most chi magic practitioners were monks. A man like Django, who already had 3 children, was clearly never destined to reach the pinnacle of chi magic. Agatha wasn't in any hurry to attack. She simply wanted to test Django's abilities, a little appetizer before the main course. My dad can use magic? My mom too? Even Wanda and Mafara? Damn, am I really their biological child? Pietro's worldview was once again shattered. To him, it seemed that everyone in the Maximoff family could use magic, except himself. What a tragic story. Meanwhile, Django was clearly flustered. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't he supposed to face a crisis, unleash the magic he'd painstakingly trained for months, turn the tide single-handedly, and become the hero of the moment? How could he not even break through his opponent's shield? Begone, evil spirits, begone, evil spirits. Refusing to give up, Django began chanting another incantation. As he waved the pufferfish specimen in his hands, it shimmered and conjured the faint image of a magical staff. When his magical power reached its peak once more. Correction, it was a magic missile. A green chi magic missile, bright as a shooting star, surged forward on a gust of wind, aiming straight for Agatha. That's it. I'm bored. With that, Agatha stretched out her right hand, and a swirl of purple-black energy instantly shaped itself into a baseball bat. Then, well, that was it. Django's magic missile met Agatha's bat, and, just like a baseball, was sent soaring into the sky. Nice! Home run! Pietro shouted. He didn't notice Django beside him, whose lips were twitching and whose eyes had gone blank like a dead fish. It was as if he were thinking, hold it in, hold it in. He's your own son, you can't strangle him, just hang in there. Ignoring this comedic father-son duo, Agatha had already shifted her attention to Wanda. Though she didn't know how chaos magic had been transferred to Wanda, there was one thing that made Agatha very happy. It proved that chaos magic could indeed be transferred, or even seized. The last time, Agatha had absorbed a considerable amount of chaos magic from Natalia. Yet no matter how she tried to refine it, this magic merely served to further strengthen her own foundation. It did not transform Agatha's magical attributes into chaos magic. Though both were forms of magic, there was no doubt that the Scarlet Witch's chaos magic and Agatha's dark magic existed on entirely different planes. Because of this, Agatha surmised that she had only drawn in Natalia's chaos magic at the time, without absorbing that essential core power. Whether that core power could be transferred or seized, Agatha still harbored doubts about this. But now a living example stood right before her eyes. It was as if someone had injected Agatha with a powerful stimulant, fueling her desire for chaos magic even more. To think you would actually pass on chaos magic to your daughter. Oh ha, ho ho ho. Agatha, as always, stood with one hand on her hip, her witch's laughter echoing through the entire neighborhood. She's insane. That laugh is unbearable. Downstairs from the Maximoff family, a window suddenly slid open. A middle-aged woman, halfway through dyeing her hair, cigarette dangling from her lips, and a face mask plastered on, poked her head out impatiently and shouted into the street. Since the earlier magical duel had been silent as a whisper, the entire community had been blissfully unaware that their lives had been hanging by a thread until just now. She glanced around, saw no one below, and instinctively looked up at the sky. There, she spotted a woman in a black and purple mage's robe, hovering calmly in midair, one hand on her hip, the other half covering her lips. The sight shocked the woman so much that her cigarette slipped from her mouth and tumbled away. The next instant, Agatha began waving both arms in quick succession. Suddenly, a wild gale kicked up, with razor-sharp gusts hidden in the wind, slashing down in all directions. Sensing danger, the woman slammed the window shut, bolted back into her apartment, and dove under her covers for good measure. I'm dreaming. This isn't real. I'm dreaming. This isn't real. But as the wind blades scoured the walls, sending chips of stone raining down and shattering the window into a spray of glass, it was impossible for her to remain calm as if nothing was happening. Darling, what's going on out there? A scruffy man emerged from the bathroom, surveying the chaos in the bedroom before asking. There's a woman flying in the sky. The woman's voice trembled as she spoke. At once, the man's expression darkened. Is this some kind of attack from above? At that moment, Wanda was desperately holding up a magical energy shield, keeping her family safe inside. She had no time to worry about anything else. After all, Wanda had only recently mastered the art of chaos magic, and unlike Pietro, she had never made a deliberate effort to train her abilities. As time passed, the expression on Wanda's face grew increasingly tense. Damn it, I should have practiced my powers more when I had a chance. Wanda was an obedient child. Natalia had warned her not to reveal her unusual talents in front of others, so Wanda had always hidden them well. If Pietro hadn't been in mortal danger before, Wanda would never have been forced to reveal her abilities to save him. But now, she regretted it. Watching his sister struggle to protect their family while he hid behind her, Pietro clenched his fists, glaring up at Agatha high above, his face twisted with frustration. Damn it, if only I could fly, I'd have rushed up there and torn off her limbs, then wrapped them up with a pretty bow. Pietro fumed inwardly. No, at this rate, Wanda won't last much longer. I have to do something. Glancing around, Pietro's eyes quickly landed on the knives and forks scattered across the dining table. Yes, that would do. His talent was speed, so if he channeled his power through his arms and hurled these utensils as projectiles, their force should rival arrows shot from a compound bow. With that thought, Pietro immediately snatched up the knives and forks, then, in a blur, darted outside Wanda's magical shield. With ghost-like speed, he wove effortlessly through the whirling blades of wind, unharmed. To anyone watching, a vivid blue afterimage streaked around Wanda's crimson magical barrier, circling back and forth without pause. Clearly, Pietro was adapting to the confined space, searching for the right moment to launch an attack on Agatha. Oh, I didn't expect there to be another interesting little one. Agatha sneered, watching the blue blur with a wicked grin. But playtime's over. It's time to activate the anti-magic array and put an end to this tiresome game. With that, Agatha began to recite the incantation that would trigger the spell formation. Dormox Alama, Dormox Alama. As Agatha chanted, a massive shell-shaped barrier of energy materialized over Brooklyn's northern district. A purple-black glow instantly sealed off everything within a 2-kilometer radius, cutting it off from the outside world. At the same time, Wanda's chaos magic fizzled out, and her protective barrier vanished completely. In that split second, with a whistle through the air, 3 knives and forks shot from Pietro's hands, streaking straight toward Agatha's face. It happened so fast that even Agatha couldn't react in time. But as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Ever since Marfa had vanished without a trace, Agatha had been on high alert, wary that the child who once tricked her might launch a surprise attack. Because of this, Agatha immediately cloaked herself in an invisible shield of magical energy. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sharp, crisp impacts rang out. At the same moment, 3 knives and forks clattered to the ground. Seeing his attack had failed, Pietro instantly hurled 3 more knives and forks. The utensils, arranged in a triangular formation, shot toward Agatha at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Meanwhile, seeing his daughter's magic had been neutralized, Django stepped forward once more, resuming his toying with the pufferfish specimen in his hand. Demons and monsters be gone. Demons and monsters be gone, he chanted. But this time, unlike before, no magical energy wrapped itself around him. It was obvious now, whether it was wind magic or chaotic magic, both were suppressed by the anti-magic array Agatha had set in advance. The knives and forks still flew at speeds invisible to the eye. Yet Agatha remained unfazed. What a joke, she thought. I'm a witch who's lived for centuries. If I could be taken down by a handful of knives and forks, where would my dignity be? With that thought, Agatha's eyes narrowed. A surge of immense magical power swept toward the floor where Pietro stood. In an instant, Pietro felt as if he'd plunged underwater. Every movement was met with overwhelming resistance. His actions slowed drastically, weighed down by the invisible force. From now on, follow me. At the very least, you can take the place of my beloved Ebony, Agatha declared. As she spoke, a ring of purple-black magic floated from her hand, drifting slowly toward Pietro. Just as the magic ring was about to close around Pietro's head, a faint, lavender-hued aura suddenly appeared, intercepting the ring. Without a sound, the magic ring vanished before Agatha's eyes. Agatha frowned, glancing around, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Impossible. I activated the anti-magic array myself. How could anyone else use magic here? She found it hard to believe. The effectiveness of the array was clear enough. Both Django and Wanda had been unable to cast spells. So how to explain what had just happened? With a troubled mind, Agatha cast another magic ring, attempting to control Pietro once more. But the same thing happened again. Such a familiar energy, Wanda thought to herself. Though Pietro was close by and Wanda had lost the ability to use her powers, her senses remained keen, allowing her to perceive everything around her. The energy fluctuations radiating from that faint lavender aura just now bore a striking 30% resemblance to the chaos magic Wanda herself wielded. A thought seemed to cross her mind, and Wanda couldn't help but lift the corners of her mouth in a relieved smile. She certainly hadn't forgotten. In the beginning, she and her two siblings had all been exposed to chaos energy at the same time, right in front of Natalia. If there was anyone else in this world who could possess power akin to chaos energy, aside from herself, then clearly only Pietro and Mafara were left. Pietro, throw the knives and forks one more time, Wanda called out loudly to Pietro, who was standing nearby. But, at this moment, Pietro felt as if he were trapped in quicksand. Every movement was an enormous effort, and even if he managed to throw the cutlery again, it would hardly have more force than a normal person. After all, if he couldn't do it at full power before, how could he possibly manage it now? Yet since Wanda had asked, he trusted his sister enough to give it one last try and hurled the final 3 pieces of cutlery. Like an ant shaking a tree, Agatha sneered, glancing disdainfully at Pietro's desperate struggle. She promptly flicked a magic bolt toward the flying knives and forks. Just as Pietro feared, stripped of his speed advantage, his thrown cutlery was hardly impressive. But then, in the very next instant, a sudden boom. Agatha's body lurched forward, nearly sending her plummeting from the air. What was happening? Why had her own magic bolt struck her? Just a moment ago, as Agatha's magic bolt was about to blast the cutlery out of the sky, a faint lavender glow shimmered between them. In the blink of an eye, the magic bolt vanished, only to reappear behind Agatha herself. Caught off guard, Agatha took the full hit from her own spell. Fortunately, she'd only meant to casually knock the cutlery aside, so the bolt didn't contain much power. However, it was still Agatha's own energy, and it shared the same source as the magical shield cloaking her body. So even though the shield barely managed to absorb the spell, its strength was now drastically weakened. Light flickered erratically over Agatha, the unmistakable sign that her shield was on the verge of failure. And just then, Pietro's thrown cutlery finally reached its mark. With 2 sharp impacts followed by a dull thud, the first 2 forks were blocked, but the final knife pierced through the weakened shield and stuck straight into Agatha's steamed bun. The jolt of pain forced a harsh cry from Agatha. Admittedly, Pietro's reduced speed meant the knife had little force left after breaking through the shield. But that was still her bun, a hefty, size C meat bun. Was it really okay for a knife to end up dangling from it? She didn't even use silicone. Just having rushed back from the pharmacy and now hiding in the shadows with an invisibility spell, Marfa pursed his lips, clearly unimpressed by Agatha's natural assets. But he never stopped to consider, would a true whichever needs silicone? Bigger or smaller? Isn't it just a matter of a little magic? Steadying herself, Agatha drew a bottle of black ointment from her waist and smeared it over her wound. In the next instant, she sprang straight toward Wanda's position. The enemy lurked in the dark while she stood in the open. Although Agatha wasn't worried about being ambushed, she had no intention of letting her prey slip away now that she was so close to her goal. Still trying to stir up trouble? Watching Agatha's movements, Marfa immediately pulled out a protective talisman and hurled it forward. Passing through a faint violet shimmer, the talisman vanished, only to reappear directly before Agatha. A thunderous explosion erupted, waves of force rolling outward like a surging tide. Yet even as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, Agatha wore a smile, her expression confident and composed, as if victory was already within her grasp. With a sudden flick, 3 magical projectiles shot from her hand. Their trajectory aimed straight at the spot where Marfa now stood. Damn, she actually found me. Without hesitation, Marfa called upon his telekinetic powers, conjuring a spatial node before him as large as he could muster. And on the other end of that portal, without a doubt, was the space right behind Agatha. In a flash, the magic missiles darted into the shimmering violet portal and emerged once more at Agatha's back. But Agatha, as if having foreseen this very move, unleashed her magic in full force, dodging the projectiles with blinding speed. And then, in the very next moment, Marfa's eyes widened in shock and terror, because the 3 magic missiles, having missed Agatha, now sped straight toward the spot where Wanda and the others stood. What a cunning old fox. By now, Marfa's invisibility spell had worn off, and he had no time to cloak himself again. He immediately manipulated his telekinesis, shaping it into 3 massive tentacles to swat at the incoming projectiles. With a deafening blast, Marfa finally let out a sigh of relief. So it really was you. Catching sight of Marfa below, Agatha couldn't help but reveal an expression that said, "I knew it all along. I can't believe you're still so stubborn. We've hidden all the way to America, and you still chased us across the ocean. Do you think you're up for it again? Or maybe you're just itching to taste my poison dust." Since he'd already been exposed, Marfa saw no point in hiding any longer. He soared into the air on a current of telekinetic energy, facing off with Agatha in the open sky. Oh, ha ha ha. This is by far the funniest joke I've ever heard. That trembling little brat I once scared out his wits now actually dares to challenge me head-on. What on earth gives you such confidence? I may not know how you managed to cast magic within the anti-magic field, but that no longer matters. Today, I'll send you down to apologize to my beloved Ebony. As she spoke, Agatha's eyes widened, veins bulging across her body. Clearly, she was about to unleash her full power. All just for show. With my spatial shifting abilities, how could any mage pose a threat to me? Am I not invincible? Just as Marfa expected, spatial transfer is practically an unbeatable cheat code. Any spell or magical attack hurled his way could instantly be redirected elsewhere, or even sent right back to its origin. Calling it a magical version of shifting the stars wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, there was one thing Marfa overlooked: the casting delay. Unlike manipulating psychic tentacles, activating spatial powers with mental force required about a second of charging up. If he wanted to expand the portal further, the time needed would only increase. In the world of legends, this wasn't much of an issue. After all, the monsters in those games rarely moved fast enough to catch Marfa off guard before he could charge up. But in the real world, with Marfa's current level of control over spatial abilities, he simply couldn't rely on this trick to block every attack, especially those that covered a wide area or came from speed-based opponents. In other words, with his present abilities, spatial shifting was better suited for ambushes or supporting his summoned creatures, just as he'd done before. Trying to withstand a barrage of ferocious attacks while also needing to charge up was a tall order. Obviously, Agatha was no fool. She'd been around for centuries, after all. She couldn't be certain, but seeing Marfa strain himself to consecutively transfer 3 magic missiles earlier, she'd already begun to suspect. Those earlier attacks had a slight delay between being cast and reaching Marfa, giving him ample time to charge up. But what if she launched a dense, all-encompassing assault with no blind spots? Agatha was more than willing to give it a try. After all, even if her guess was wrong, she had nothing to lose. As for Marfa, there was no way he'd just stand by and let her build up to a devastating spell. Agatha needed to charge up too, if she wanted to go all out. And the best way to deal with a mage was, without a doubt, to interrupt their casting. Of course, this didn't apply to those close combat mages from Kamartaj. Venom spell, Crimson poison, Venom spell, Emerald poison. He unleashed 3 spells in quick succession, and a shimmering haze instantly enveloped Agatha. First came a flash of red, followed immediately by a wave of green. Agatha was now completely transformed into a little green figure from head to toe. Yet, things didn't unfold as Marfa had imagined. Agatha wasn't writhing in pain or crying out in agony. Soon enough, Marfa realized what was amiss. It turned out that at this moment, Agatha had already restored the protective shield clinging tightly to her body. Because of this, all the poisonous dust was blocked outside by the barrier, unable to invade Agatha's body in the slightest. Although the red poison had weakened the shield's strength, and the green poison was constantly corroding it. It was too late. A massive net, vast as the sky, had already descended, trapping Marfa beneath it. Prepare to die. With Agatha's thunderous shout, a barrage of magical arrows rained down on Marfa, falling with relentless force. Just as Marfa was about to be struck, a blue blur shot through the air, wrapping an arm firmly around Marfa's waist and pulling her down to the ground at lightning speed. As it happened, while Agatha was channeling her ultimate spell and maintaining her protective barrier, she had neglected to keep Pietro restrained. Freed from his bonds, Pietro had immediately dashed toward Marfa's position without hesitation. Thanks to Pietro's timely rescue, the two of them crashed straight through the windows of the building opposite, tumbling into an unfamiliar room. In the process, Pietro shielded Marfa and ended up with a deep gash on the tendon of his leg from the shattered glass. "This isn't safe, run quickly," Pietro shouted, pushing Marfa away. "But you—" Marfa started to protest, only to be cut off by Pietro once again. Marfa let out a long, exasperated sigh. "Honestly, you big dummy, it's not like I can't heal you. Why are you acting like we're partying forever? What's the point of all this melodrama?" Sure enough, the third-level healing spell worked wonders. In the blink of an eye, Pietro was back on his feet, good as new. "Pietro, faccina sonata." Now that his wounds had healed, Pietro wasted no time. He scooped Marfa up in his arms and dashed outside. Despite the magical arrows filling the air, thick as a storm, for someone as fast as Pietro, they might as well have been moving at a snail's pace. None of them could even touch Pietro or the Marfa cradled in his arms. Soon, Agatha's ultimate attack came to an end. The two brothers looked up into the sky, eyes burning with determination. But Agatha was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, as if realizing something, both brothers turned their gaze toward the direction where Wanda and the others were. They saw that Natalia, Django, and Wanda had already fallen under Agatha's control. "Quick, run, children, don't worry about us. You two must always look out for one another in the days ahead." Django roared hoarsely, clinging to his last shred of consciousness. Natalia, having lost her chaos magic, had long since returned to the physical state of an ordinary housewife. There was no way she could withstand Agatha's magical assault. By now, she had already slipped into unconsciousness. Only Wanda, though unable to cast spells due to the anti-magic array, still retained her awareness thanks to the protection of chaos magic. Seeing her family fall into Agatha's hands, Martha couldn't help but curse aloud. "Oh, he, just you two snot-nosed little brats? What do you think you can use to fight me?" Agatha laughed in triumph. Witnessing the scene, Martha immediately pulled out a protective talisman and held it between her fingers. "Still thinking of using that strange charm? Don't forget, your family is here too. Are you really willing to risk their lives?" Agatha gazed down at Martha with a look of amusement. Clearly, as long as she could capture Wanda, this operation would be a success. As for Martha and Pietro, they hardly mattered. After all, if the two teamed up, they might be troublesome to capture, but alone, they posed little threat. But before Agatha could finish savoring her victory, Martha unexpectedly hurled the talisman straight at her. Impossible! Does she really mean to kill her own family? That thought flashed through Agatha's mind, but when the talisman appeared beside her, it didn't explode as before. Instead, it scattered into shimmering motes of light that drifted gently to the ground. Ha ha. So you're nothing but a paper tiger after all. If you truly had the courage to risk their lives and use that move from before, I might have thought more highly of you. Now, with victory firmly in her grasp, Agatha began to mock the two below. "See how I do it?" As soon as the words left Martha's lips, a bleached skeleton suddenly burst up from the ground. With a mighty leap, it swung its axe, striking Agatha full on. Fortunately, Agatha's magic shield was still intact, sparing her from harm. However, the shield had already been weakened by the red poison and corroded by the green poison, and now hovered on the brink of collapse. Moreover, having just unleashed a powerful spell, Agatha's magic was still in turmoil, leaving her no time to repair her defenses. The magical shield shattered. Seeing Xiaobai raise its axe again, Agatha panicked. She grabbed Wanda and soared into the air, simultaneously forcing a small magic missile into existence and hurling at Xiaobai. But a magic missile no bigger than a baseball hardly fazed Xiaobai. It simply raised its axe high, and as the missile approached, it split it apart with a single swing. The missile burst apart, sending a rush of wind that made Xiaobai's bones rattle and clatter in the gale. Watching as Little White successfully shattered Agatha's protective shield, Mafara couldn't help but laugh inwardly. As Mafara unleashed his skill, Agatha's body, suspended in midair, suddenly stiffened. "Damn, I've been ambushed," she thought. Immediately, Agatha felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by an irrepressible urge from deep within. You despicable brat. Do you think such underhanded tricks will be enough to defeat? Gritting her teeth, Agatha managed to force out half a sentence. One had to admit, a witch was still a witch. Her willpower was far beyond what Mafara had expected. She actually managed to hold out for a full 5 seconds before the first sneeze burst forth. With that sneeze, Agatha could no longer restrain herself. It was as if a floodgate had burst open beneath her. A foul stench immediately began to waft from below her. Wanda, still being tightly gripped by Agatha, wrinkled her brow, her expression caught somewhere between shock and speechlessness. Ha ha ha. Well, how does it feel, oh mighty witch? How do you like my blossoming chrysanthemum technique? You want to know why I can use magic, right? Fine, I'll tell you. I'm a cold-hearted Taoist. Do you understand? This is called Daoist magic, not witchcraft. Ha ha ha. Achoo. You little bastard, you. You. Achoo. You have no honor. You little rat. Poison spell. Crimson venom. With another cast from Mafara, Agatha immediately turned bright red. Wanda, quick, kick her in the stomach. Mafara shouted to Wanda, who was still dangling in midair from Agatha's grasp. Kick her in the stomach? Wanda hesitated for a moment, then quickly caught on. A sly smile curled at the corner of her lips, and she planted a vicious kick straight into Agatha's abdomen. With her defenses weakened by the crimson venom, Wanda's kick was devastatingly effective. Agatha's form began to flicker unsteadily. From her black magical robes, yellowish liquid and half-solid matter started to drip steadily to the ground. Achoo! Agatha was losing her mind. The witch's composure, her dignity, at this moment, all of it was utterly gone. Seeing that his plan had worked, Mafara quickly pulled out the demon-banishing talisman from his backpack. A faint purple glow flashed, and the arm that had been clutching Wanda fell limply to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mafara used his telekinesis to catch Wanda mid-air. Then, with a wicked grin, Mafara produced a thick stack of protective talismans in his hand. Poison spell, crimson venom, poison spell, emerald venom. In the blink of an eye, Agatha shifted from crimson to a sickly green. Fortunately, at this moment, her magical energy had finally settled. Without Wanda in hand, missing one arm, and with every sneeze causing her body to jolt uncontrollably, she was in no condition to fight. Clearly, this was no time to engage in another battle. With that thought, Agatha immediately considered making her escape. But if she tried to fly away directly, stumbling and shuddering like a sputtering tractor, how could she possibly outrun Pietro, who was carrying the princess and Mafara in his arms? Realizing this, Agatha quickly cast another protective shield around herself, and then hurled a massive magic missile, about 3 meters in radius, straight toward the spot where Django and Natalia were. No matter what, she needed to create some trouble for them first. As long as she could fly 2 kilometers away, the spatial binding formation would block pursuit, and Mafara and Pietro wouldn't be able to catch up anytime soon. With this plan in mind, Agatha picked a direction and made her move. Seeing such a gigantic magic missile hurtling toward them, Mafara was startled. He couldn't possibly open a portal large enough for something like that. Xiaobai, right, there was still Xiaobai. At this thought, Mafara immediately issued a command to Xiaobai, telling it to grab Natalia and Django and jump down from the upper floor. But Mafara had underestimated his little skeleton companion. Just as Agatha began channeling her magic missile towards Xiaobai's position, Xiaobai had already scooped up Natalia and Django from the floor and was heading for the shattered wall. By the time Mafara gave his order, Xiaobai was already midair. This little fellow is more afraid of dying than I thought, Mafara muttered, his lips twitching, though his face was lit up with a broad smile. Using telekinesis, he caught Xiaobai, Django, and Natalia, and immediately told Pietro to keep carrying him in pursuit of Agatha. Things had come to this. There was no way Mafara could let Agatha escape again. The effects of the poison spell would linger for a while, and in that time, the injured Agatha would never be able to fly fast. All he had to do was follow the unmistakable stench she left in her wake, and he'd surely find her. Meanwhile, Agatha had already reached the very edge of the spatial barrier. But now, Agatha was plunged into utter despair. Ow, how could this be? Ashoo! A sputtering sound followed immediately after. I can't believe I can't open this barrier. Ashoo! Again came that humiliating, wet noise. She could feel herself, damp, sticky, reeking, and racked with a burning, corrosive pain throughout her body. Agatha felt miserable, aggrieved, on the verge of tears. Her emotions were a tangled mess. She'd lived for centuries, hundreds of years, and never had she suffered such humiliation. For a fleeting moment, Agatha even contemplated ending it all herself. Last time, at worst, she only lost her beloved pet Ebony. At least she managed to snatch a bit of chaotic magic. But this time, her entire left arm was broken, and she hadn't even managed to gain the slightest thing. Not even a single hair. Worst of all, that heavy, uncomfortable sensation in her underwear had become Agatha's inescapable nightmare. Achoo! It seemed the only way out was to dismantle the entire anti-magic array and escape from here. With that in mind, Agatha immediately set about casting the undoing spell. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as the anti-magic field was about to be dispelled, a sudden change erupted. A phantom wolf surged directly out from the array, and without hesitation, dove straight into Agatha's chest. At the same time, the barrier that had separated the two spaces completely vanished. As joy welled up in Agatha's heart, a wave of weakness crashed over her, as if a ferocious beast inside her was ravenously devouring her magic. Feeling herself about to plummet from the sky, Agatha was struck with terror. She hurried to guide what little magic she had left to land gently. And just as she touched down safely, the last traces of magic in her body faded away. Inside the mirror dimension, Gu-E gently stroked the head of the phantom wolf, a faint smile on her lips, clearly pleased with her handiwork. Don't be fooled by Agatha's earlier sorry state. That was simply the result of being hit by Marfa's poison spell after losing her magical shield. Once the effects of the poison spell wore off, Agatha was still a formidable witch. Despite her broken arm, she actually hadn't expended much of her magical energy. If she were to fight Marfa again now, it was hard to say who would win, but even if Agatha fell in battle, she'd probably take Pietro down with her. That was precisely why Gu-E had orchestrated things this way. Mission accomplished. She could leave the aftermath to Marfa. As for Marfa, this unpredictable element, Gu-E herself wasn't entirely sure how she felt. On one hand, Gu-E hoped that Marfa's unpredictable nature might bring about a better ending for this world. On the other hand, she feared that Marfa's recklessness might just as easily lead to disaster. The unknown is always frightening, especially for someone like Gu-E, who used to see through everything. That's why Gu-E both warned Marfa not to go too far, yet was also willing to lend a hand when Marfa's actions seemed to benefit Kamar-Taj, or even the entire world. Setting Gu-E aside for now, Agatha had truly reached the end of her rope. A broken arm, reeking of filth, and utterly drained of magic. Although the effect of the poison spell had worn off by now, and that searing, bone-deep pain had faded away, and the urge to sneeze was gone as well, what did it matter anymore? A moment earlier, when she had fallen from the sky, some passers-by happened to witness the scene. Now, Agatha seemed like a clown, surrounded by a curious crowd. They all pinched their noses, pointing and whispering about her. Whatever they said, Agatha could no longer hear, nor did she wish to listen. It couldn't have been anything good, that much was certain. Most crucially, as the onlookers gathered in ever greater numbers, in her current state, Agatha had no hope of breaking through the crowd and making an escape. Just then, a muffled rumble of thunder rolled across the sky, and a sudden downpour blanketed the whole of New York. Are you pitying me too? Agatha screamed at the heavens, her voice raw and wild, as if she'd lost her mind. Yet, as she watched the people around her scatter in all directions, rushing home to escape the unexpected rain, a realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. No, this is a lifeline. The stench is gone. The crowd is gone. I, Agatha, am back on my feet. Ha! She threw back her head and laughed, her voice echoing through the rain-soaked streets. Now then, what could make you so delighted? Why not share it with the rest of us? A familiar voice sounded in her ear, instantly cutting her laughter short. Did you know? When I first arrived in New York, I couldn't stop sneezing. I thought I was just allergic to you, you little brat. I never imagined it was God sending me a sign, a warning that I would meet my downfall because of a sneeze. Ha! Agatha collapsed to her knees, pounding the ground with her fists in a frenzy. Was she cursing her own stupidity for not seeing the signs sooner, or raging at her own carelessness that allowed her to fall for Maffa's trick? Go on, kill me. She knew there was no escape now. Her voice was flat, her heart already resigned to its fate. If you'd known it would end like this, would you have made the same choices? We had no quarrel, you and I, yet time and again you hurt my family. No matter what reasons you might have, I can never forgive you. With those words, Maffa drew out a talisman once again. But as the rain poured down, the incantations inscribed on the charm blurred and faded in an instant. Maffa tried to summon the Soulfire talisman, only to find, shockingly, that the spell failed. A chill ran down Maffa's spine. Who would have thought that water could suppress the power of the Soulfire talisman? For a moment, Maffa was gripped by fear and cold relief. Thank goodness I noticed in time, she thought. If this happened in the middle of a real fight, if it happened to be raining, or if the enemy wielded water magic, wouldn't my strongest trump card be rendered useless? The protective amulets sold in the general store are all made from the same material. There's no such thing as a deluxe watered-down version. In other words, if Marfa truly wanted to resolve this issue, he would first have to complete the general store owner's quest in Bitch Province, get his hands on the amulet printer, and then manufacture the watered-down amulets himself. You should just end your own life, Marfa said, forcing himself to sound calm. Of course, this wasn't to say that Marfa couldn't kill Agatha without the Soulfire Talisman skill. He absolutely could. But if he had shown the amulet and then didn't use his skill, that would seem highly suspicious. Let's not forget, after all, that New York is a city under the watchful surveillance of SHLD's Skynet system. Marfa definitely didn't want his weaknesses to be discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone by Hydra. Oh, is this your mercy? Agatha sneered, looking at Marfa with utter contempt. Or you try to keep up that facade of false kindness, refusing to stain your hand with blood? No, I just can't stand your stench. I don't want to accidentally get your filth on myself. Besides, think of this as letting you keep your last shred of dignity. With that, Marfa tossed Agatha her severed arm, as if to offer her a sense of wholeness at the end. Agatha, Pietro, refusing to kill someone because you find them disgusting? And to top it off, delivering those words with such self-righteous conviction? Pietro quietly glanced at his brother beside him, as if he were seeing him for the first time. Agatha's expression kept shifting as well, but when she saw her severed arm, she finally seemed to find peace. Take this. Maybe it'll be of use to that little girl, she said softly. As her words faded, Agatha collapsed to the ground dead. An emptied glass vial and a black, gold-embossed tome slipped from her grasp and landed at her side. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully diverting the MCU storyline. You are rewarded with 2,000 minutes of game time. Current remaining game time, 4,600 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully forcing the death of the Dark Witch, Agatha Harkness. You are awarded 100,000 experience points. Ding! In recognition of inspiring a moment of redemption in a story character, you are also awarded a special skill, Grand Persuasion. Please keep up the good work. Grand Persuasion, active skill. When used, this skill greatly increases the target's trust in the caster's words. Cooldown, 24 hours. Duration, 1 minute. This skill cannot be enhanced or upgraded. Hearing the system's melodious notifications, Marfa couldn't help but smile. At least all that effort wasn't for nothing. Now what to do with Agatha's corpse? As Marfa was pondering this, his phone rang. Those freeloaders sure move fast when there's a chance to swoop in. But was it S.H.I.E.L.D. this time or Hydra? This is Sitwell. Were you causing trouble in New York again just now? On the other end of the line came Sitwell's familiar voice. Haven't you already seen everything? Why bother asking? Marfa's face darkened as he responded in a low voice. Of course. When I needed help, you were nowhere to be found. Now that everything's over, you want to swoop in and reap the rewards. And you start by lecturing me? Classic. Ahem, just wait a few minutes. I'll send someone over right away to collect the bodies. We'll also help you clean up this mess. You made way too much noise this time, and you didn't even bother to conceal your identity. Minister Peters is very displeased with your recklessness. Consider this a heads up. You'd better prepare for your identity to be exposed. There were just too many witnesses this time, and it'll be hard for us to cover for you. Sitwell ended the call, leaving Marfa suddenly tense. He'd forgotten to change into disguise. It wasn't really Marfa's fault. He'd been enjoying a vacation at Tony's place when, out of the blue, the Ancient One sent for him, and he'd rushed straight to New York without a moment's pause. He'd barely finished strengthening his skills when Agatha showed up. One thing after another. There simply hadn't been time to prepare. Besides, the main focus of this incident was the Maximoff family. Even if Marfa had hidden his identity, anyone paying attention could probably guess the truth. After all, not everyone could be as brazen as Tony Stark, announcing to the world that they were Iron Man without a care. Having their identities leaked meant that the Maximoffs would no longer be able to live normal lives and would have to be on guard for revenge at any moment. Suddenly, the phone rang again, a call from an unknown number. You idiot. I thought you were clever. Didn't you used to wear a mask? Did you eat your mask or something? Is this what Natasha taught you? Is this how you do undercover work? The barrage of questions made the corners of Marfa's mouth twitch. It was clear this time. It was the voice of the Black Egg. Sure, the words were harsh, full of accusation, but just like Sitwell, there was a hint of concern buried beneath it. Forget it, forget it. You, Wanda, and Pietro, all of you should join S.H.I.E.L.D. And stop staying around New York. I'll arrange new identities for you. Bring Mrs. Maximoff and come settle in Washington. Nick Fury spoke in a low, commanding tone. So that's what he was waiting for? All this just to recruit Wanda and Pietro? Wait, 3 siblings plus Natalia? Maffa wondered silently. As if reading Maffa's mind, Nick Fury quickly added, "As for Mr. Maximoff, the 13th District will make separate arrangements. You don't need to worry about him. That's settled, then. Talk it over with your family." With that, Nick Fury didn't even wait for Maffa's response. He simply hung up, just like that. Murfer, de, tilde. Are you kidding me? Do you really think you can just push me around like that? Though Nick Fury's attitude left Maffa feeling more than a little annoyed, it did once again highlight the seriousness of the situation. Of course, all these thoughts were just Maffa's own impressions. The reality was, from the very moment Maffa joined S.H.I.E.L.D., both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra had already quietly stationed agents to secretly protect, or rather, monitor, every move of the Maximoff family. The instant Agatha made her move, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately took control of all the networks in Brooklyn. Every electronic signal related to the incident was instantly blocked and deleted, without exception. And just now, while Maffa was dealing with Agatha, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already rounded up all the eyewitnesses who saw the whole event unfold, politely bringing them in for questioning. Officially, it was to understand what happened, but in truth, their real purpose was to brainwash them. As an organization specialized in handling extraordinary events, S.H.I.E.L.D. had done this sort of thing more than a few times. They were old hands at it by now. As for why Nick Fury and Sitwell had just said what they did, it was nothing more than an attempt to draw Maffa further under their control. And if they could recruit Wanda and Pietro into the organization in the process, so much the better. Compared to the wily old foxes Nick Fury and Sitwell, Maffa was still far too green. "Hey kid, looks like you're famous now." Suddenly, the phone rang again. But unlike before, there was no caller ID. This time, the call just connected by itself. Across the entire MCU, there was only one person with the skills and the attitude to pull that off, and that was Tony Stark. "Tony, I'm afraid I have to trouble you this time. I don't want my whole family to end up under SHLD's thumb." Maffa's tone was heavy with frustration. Sitwell and Nick Fury's phone calls had left him deeply unsettled. "Why? Do they have something on you?" "Oh, wait. Let me guess. You're talking about your secret identity getting exposed, right? If that's the case, beg me. If you beg, I'll help you out." Tony Stark was clearly in a playful mood and couldn't resist teasing Maffa a little. "Fine, I'm begging you." Maffa didn't bother playing hard to get and gave in right away. If there was anyone with the power to stand up to S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark was definitely one of them. Tony's laughter boomed through the phone, full of satisfaction. Ever since meeting Maffa, Tony had never managed to get the upper hand, not even once. Thanks to his familiarity with the plot and his bizarre set of abilities, every verbal sparring match between the two usually ended with Tony on the losing side. Now, seeing Maffa coming to him for help, how could Tony not be delighted? All right, this isn't like you. Honestly, you don't have to worry. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already locked down the network, and all the witnesses have been discreetly taken to the local police station for a little chat over tea. Just do what you need to do. Things aren't as serious as you imagine. If you're still uneasy, I can make you a vice president at Stark Industries. Of course, it's purely a title, no management duties, no salary, and definitely no share dividends. But it should be enough to keep anyone from daring to mess with you. Since what are you so generous? If it were anyone else, Maffa might have believed it, but Tony was the last person she'd trust. As a seasoned businesswoman, Maffa knew he'd never make a deal that didn't benefit himself. Sure enough, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, Tony revealed his true motive. "In return, you'll have to take me to that bald woman who just appeared." It didn't take Maffa long to realize he was referring to the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. He really was something else. If the Ancient One ever found out Tony called her that, well, let's just say it wouldn't end well for him. But what did Tony want with the Ancient One? Could it be he was interested in her romantically? Did he want to sleep with her? At the thought, Maffa shivered. The mental image was just too much to handle. A week passed by in a flash. Just as Tony Stark had promised, after he publicly announced that Maffa Maximoff would serve as vice president of Stark Industries, all of America was thrown into an uproar. Who was Maffa Maximoff anyway? For a while, this question became the hottest topic of conversation around every dinner table and water cooler. Ever since Tony declared that Stark Industries would no longer produce weapons, the company had been at the center of public attention. If Tony hadn't revealed his identity as Iron Man, people might have still held out hope for the company's future. But now, Stark Industries was teetering on the edge. And now, bringing in a complete unknown as vice president, that was a last straw. The company's stock price took an even deeper dive. Shareholders rushed to withdraw their investments and cash out, while ordinary investors began dumping their shares in a frenzy. Everyone sat back, waiting to watch Tony Stark's downfall. But what Tony did next left everyone utterly stunned. With Jarvis's precise calculations, Tony swooped in at just the right moment, buying up a massive amount of scattered shares at attractive prices, reclaiming the stocks held by other shareholders. Then, Stark Industries made a high-profile announcement. The company was going private and delisting from the stock market. And so, Stark Industries suddenly reverted overnight from a publicly traded company with decentralized power, constrained by many stakeholders, back to a private enterprise solely controlled by Tony Stark himself. In just one night, Stark Industries' assets shrank by nearly 80%. Just when everyone thought Tony Stark was finished, he called another press conference and boldly announced that Stark Industries was entering the new energy sector. As the saying goes, a single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. With the technological backing of the arc reactor, Stark Industries' fortunes began to recover at a pace visible to the naked eye. Although still somewhat short of its former glory, given the current market, surpassing its previous peak was only a matter of time. For a while, the name Maffa Maximoff became the stuff of legends on the streets. People credited Stark Industries' resurgence entirely to her. There was just one thing that left everyone baffled. No one had ever seen this mysterious vice president. Seeing her name inexplicably topping the news headlines again, Maffa couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. How had she suddenly become a legend in the world of finance? Fortunately, thanks to a series of ingenious maneuvers by Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D. finally gave up on their plan to forcibly recruit the Maximoff family. With Stark Industries backing her and Alexander Pierce, the Security Council secretary, quietly fanning the flames behind the scenes. What could Nick Fury do? These past few days, the director's been so worried his teeth have practically turned white. Coulson, tell me, is S.H.I.E.L.D. underpaying people, or are our benefits just terrible? Why is it so hard for me to hire a few recruits? Triskelion headquarters, director's office. Nick Fury leafed repeatedly through the files on Wanda and Pietro, then turned to Phil Coulson beside him. Director, they're still kids. A little rebellion at that age is perfectly normal. After all, as the honorary principal of Midtown High, Coulson pondered for a moment before replying. All right, I can see this round. So, what did you want to see me about? Nick Fury tossed the files aside and sat up straight. Director, it's about California. There's been a string of homeless disappearances lately, and according to intel from Barton, it seems to be connected to a company called the Life Foundation. Reliable. Sources say their space probe just returned not long ago, and it brought back 3 samples of alien life. There's a good chance the two events are connected. Do you want to send more agents to investigate? Coulson reported. Nick Fury frowned. In a couple of days, isn't Maffa heading to California for Tony Stark surgery? Coincidentally, the headquarters of the Life Foundation is right there, so let's just toss this task to him. Oh, and let's have him bring Toby along while he's at it. That guy isn't exactly easy to deal with either. He's been butting heads with the Kingpin's gang every day lately, fighting for territory. But this fool doesn't even stop to think. Would the Kingpin's gang really be able to expand so openly in America if the government hadn't tacitly allowed it? That's all tax revenue, after all. Nick Fury's words struck a chord with the mayor of New York. Whether it's running bars, karaoke lounges, or casinos, the Kingpin's gang pays massive sums in taxes. Without that, how could they possibly have grown so large in just a few decades? Yet now, pushing the envelope, and armed with a good citizen card personally awarded by the president, they're actually vying for turf with the Kingpin's gang. To make matters worse, Toby, nicknamed Skynet, has a huge following among the public. Throw in the president's support, and the mayor simply can't afford to crack down hard on the Suinzi gang. But does the Suinzi gang pay taxes? Even if they do, with Toby's token protection fees, how much could that possibly be? Caught between public opinion on one side and political achievements on the other, it's a tough spot to be in. Wanda, do we really have to do this? I think it's going to be so awkward. At that moment, Maffa, dressed in an outfit Wanda had personally picked out for him, shuffled nervously toward the cinema. Earlier, Wanda had given Maffa an injection of her blood, on the sole condition that he obey her unconditionally for one day. And so, here they were. Of course, it's not that Wanda wanted to cross any moral lines or start some scandalous romance with her little brother. Rather, she was racking her brains to create an opportunity for her silly brother and Gwen Stacy to get closer. To that end, Wanda first invited her good friend Gwen to a movie, then dipped in her own pocket to buy Maffa a brand new outfit, and finally ordered him to go in her place. For the sake of her brother's future happiness, Wanda really had her hands full. What's this? You're going back on your word? Getting a little bold, are you? I'm doing this for your own good. Just look at Gwen. Not only is she gorgeous, she comes from a good family, and she's a top student. Really, it's you who should be grateful. With that, Wanda stuffed Maffa's ID, a hotel key card, and 2 vouchers for a French restaurant into his hands. You're not allowed to come home tonight. I'll be locking the doors early. And if I find you at home tomorrow morning, As she spoke, Wanda waved her delicate hand, and a flash of scarlet light appeared in her palm. Ever since the attack by Agatha last time, Wanda had taken a lesson to heart and joined the ranks of those training late into the night. With her natural gifts as the Scarlet Witch, Wanda's starting point was several stories higher than ordinary sorcerers like Django or Agatha. Back then, the only real difference between the Natalia of the past and the Wanda of today was systematic study. Now, with the Darkhold in her hands, Wanda's progress could only be described as astonishing. She seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. As for the true extent of her power, even Marfa wasn't sure. In any case, one thing was clear. She was not someone to be trifled with. "Hey, Wanda, you're here so early?" It wasn't long before Gwen arrived at the entrance of the cinema. Of course, she showed up in her dad's police car. Marfa glanced at the imposing figure of George Stacy behind the wheel, then at the hotel keycard Wanda had given him. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Gwen, it's nice to see you again. If you don't mind me asking, how old are?" Before Marfa could finish, Wanda gave him a sharp pinch on the side. "Seriously, was that really something you say to someone? Who starts a conversation by asking a girl her age?" Marfa felt unfairly accused. He was just worried Gwen might not be of age. Wait, Gwen was Wanda's classmate. How could she not be old enough? It seemed the police car had rattled his nerves. Their first date was, to put it mildly, not going smoothly. Despite living two lives, Marfa's total real-life experience barely added up to a little over 20 years. He hadn't been totally unfamiliar with romance in his previous life. If anything, he made a decent career out of being the backup option. But Gwen? She was a silver screen goddess. Just the thought of going on a date with such a legendary beauty made it impossible for Marfa to stay calm. Still, having lived a few more years than Gwen and carrying the memories of two worlds, Marfa could occasionally bring up interesting topics that made Gwen laugh. That was the only thing preventing their time together from becoming unbearably awkward. So, Gwen, After the movie and a lavish meal, Marfa's cheeks turned a little red. For a moment, he had no idea what to do next. He couldn't just come out and ask, "Want to get a room together?" He genuinely liked Gwen, but thanks to the traditional values he'd absorbed in his past life in China, he was hardly open-minded about these things. And raised under George Stacy's strict discipline, Gwen wasn't exactly the type to take the initiative, either. So hoping she'd make the first move was basically a lost cause. If you have something to say, just say it. Honestly, Wanda promised we'd watch a movie, grab some food, and do a little shopping together. How did she end up having something else to do at the last minute? "I'm so sorry for making you spend the whole day with me," Gwen said a little shyly. It was the first time she'd ever been alone with a boy who wasn't her father. She wasn't as hopeless as Marfa, but she still found it hard to completely relax. "No, it's nothing. I just wanted to say, the weather's really nice today. Feels like a great day for a walk." Inside a private room at a nearby hotel, Wanda and Pietro were both drenched in sweat, the atmosphere in the room so heavy it felt like one could barely breathe. The two of them stared intently at the listening device on the table, exchanging anxious glances. Is he a fool or what? What did he say he was going today? Went straight to the hotel, huh? Wanda clenched her small fists, landing a punch on Pietro's waist in frustration. Her voice was laced with disappointment at his lack of initiative. Just yesterday, Wanda, who had painstakingly orchestrated this entire date, even dug in her own allowance to buy a lipstick for Stacy as a gift. And the reason she and Pietro could eavesdrop on Martha and Gwen's conversation from his private room was, of course, because Wanda had hidden a bug inside that very lipstick. But there was none of the sweet talk she had expected, nor the kind of risque exchanges that might make someone giggle mischievously. Throughout the entire date, aside from discussing academic topics, the subject they talked about most was, surprisingly, Wanda herself. Things like not washing her hair for days, fighting for the TV at home, or who she'd been secretly paying attention to among the younger boys lately. All in all, it made Wanda's veins throb at her temples. She was one step away from barging in there and giving the two of them a piece of her mind. Running around, spending her own money, arranging everything for them. Was it just so they could sit together and complain about her? "Wanda, maybe we should just call it a day," Pietro suggested, sounding bored after wasting the whole day on this wild goose chase. "Hourly rooms are expensive. You must have spent most of your allowance by now, right? Who said I was paying for the room?" Wanda shot Pietro a glare. "As my brother, shouldn't you contribute a little for your little brother's romantic happiness?" Pietro's jaw dropped in disbelief. So that's what this was about? She'd been scheming for my allowance all along? What a setup. While Wanda and Pietro were at their wits' end, on the other side of town, Martha was walking Gwen along the curb. He even escorted her to the police station. When George saw how respectful Martha was, his fondness for this interesting young man grew. That was, until he learned Martha's name. Oh boy, The change in his attitude was faster than flipping a page. In almost no time, he was ready to toss Martha out of the station, forbidding him from ever getting near one again. Maybe others wouldn't have known, but as the chief of police for both Queens and North Brooklyn, George Stacy was well aware. This seemingly harmless young man in front of him was none other than the Shadow, the one who had fought the spider creature and more recently waged battle in Brooklyn. George respected his daughter's private life, but that respect did not extend to letting her get involved with someone as dangerous as Martha. P.S. The character of George Stacy here is inspired by the Amazing Spider-Man film. As a police officer, George knew all too well that if extraordinary individuals like Gwen and Mafara ended up together, Gwen would inevitably become a bargaining chip to restrain Mafara, bringing her endless trouble and danger. This was the last thing George ever wanted to see. What's your problem? Why are you so mad? Did I steal your cabbages or eat your rice? Kicked out by George for no apparent reason, Mafara was fuming with resentment. What did I ever do to deserve this? How did things turn out this way? Now look at me. Can't go home. Lost the girl. New York nights are bitterly cold. Maybe I should just check into the hotel by myself. After all, I already booked the room and paid for it. Wouldn't it be a waste not to stay? Besides, having a big bed all to myself. Who could say no to that? With this thought, the gloom around Mafara seemed to lift. Huh, Wanda, oh Wanda, you really misjudged me. Bet you never thought I'd end up in that hotel alone. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Mafara hurried off toward the hotel without delay. With the speed Mafara now possessed, it didn't take him long to arrive. But the moment he pushed open the door, Mafara, Maximoff, you are dead. Mafara hid alone in the suite's bathroom, washing himself off while casting healing spells on his battered body. One had gone all out. She channeled her chaos magic into a barrage of magical bullets, unleashing hell on him without holding back. If not for Pietro shielding him, he'd be a goner by now, courtesy of Wanda's rampage. Women, truly unpredictable. California, Life Foundation headquarters. Inside a biocultivation tank, a human embryo was developing rapidly, growing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Flash! Flash! Gamora clung to the tank, tears streaming down her face. Even though the Flash inside was just a clone, stripped of any memories of the original, his personality might be completely different. Aside from looking identical, they were almost like two different people. But still, this was her son, her own flesh and blood. Ever since the cloning succeeded, Gamora had scarcely left the tank's side. Only by watching over it could she find a semblance of peace. Dr. SKRKS, how are the symbiote experiments progressing? Carlton Drake, CEO of the Life Foundation, glanced at the now unhinged Gamora and shook his head slightly, then turned to the middle-aged woman beside him. Progress is slow. So far, results show that symbiotes struggle to survive independently in an oxygen-rich environment. They must rely on a living host. Once merged, they can greatly enhance the host's physical capabilities, but what? Carlton pressed for more details. But when a creature merges with the symbiote, it becomes highly aggressive, and due to genetic incompatibility, many test subjects rapidly succumb to lethal mutations. Hearing Doris Skirtha's report, Carlton couldn't help but frown. Clearly, this was a result he could not accept. Carlton had placed his hopes in the symbiotes primarily to transform the very nature of human life, granting humanity the ability to survive in the vastness of space. If he succeeded, then the basic necessities for carbon-based life, oxygen, water, and so on, would no longer constrain humanity's expansion into the cosmos. One could imagine that, if the experiment succeeded, the number of planets suitable for human habitation would multiply dramatically. And Carlton Drake himself, by monopolizing this technology, would become king of a new breed of humanity. His name would be etched on the monument of history, revered and admired by generations to come. Boss! Just as Carlton was lost in his grand vision, Dora interrupted, hesitating as if she wished to speak but couldn't find words. If you have something to say, just say it all at once, can't you? Carlton complained, losing patience. When we were cloning Flash Thompson's genes, we discovered. Out with it. If you don't want this job, you can leave right now. This time, Carlton's anger was genuine. Dora's halting, fragmented way of speaking truly grated on his nerves. Flash Thompson's genes are highly compatible with the symbiote. If anyone can master the symbiote, I believe it's him. At her words, Carlton's eyes sparkled with excitement. At first, he had chosen to cooperate with Gamora simply because he was interested in his resources. After all, the Life Foundation had been suffering heavy losses in recent years, and funding was tight. Researching the symbiote was becoming increasingly difficult. As for Gamora, he wasn't just wealthy, he'd also just lost his son. All the Life Foundation had to do was clone someone for him, which was hardly a challenge. But he never expected such a surprising windfall. For a moment, as Carlton glanced at the incubation pod in Gamera's arms, his gaze burned with anticipation. It was a beautiful, breezy day. The sea air drifted gently in from the coast. 10080 Malibu Point, California, a grand seaside villa. Tony Stark was deep in discussion about his upcoming surgery with Pepper Potts and Stephen Strange. Mr. Stark, I'm sorry to be blunt, but based on your diagnostic report and the CT scan of your chest, even with my skills, the chance of successfully and safely removing the shrapnel near your heart is no higher than 10%. Stephen laid out the facts for Tony, holding nothing back. Even though he was currently the world's most accomplished surgeon, this was, after all, the heart they were talking about. What's more, the shrapnel near Tony's heart wasn't just a piece or two. Unless there were a dozen Dr. Stevens working on him at once, there was no way to cover everything. The moment any shard made its way into the heart, it would spell utter destruction for Tony's heart. Mr. Strange, what if we don't consider my life, just for a moment? After all, even if my heart stops, death won't set in for 6 minutes. With your skills, I'd imagine removing the shrapnel within 6 minutes isn't much of a challenge, right? Tony pressed on, eager for an answer. After all, this was a matter of life and death for him. He'd done his homework thoroughly. That is impossible. Have you considered that as I remove one piece of shrapnel, the others will be driven toward your heart by its very own pulse? This process alone is a fatal blow to your heart. If I simply ignore the risks and remove them one, by the time the surgery's done, you would already be gone. Strange pointed professionally at Tony's CT scan, analyzing the situation for him. Dr. Strange, might I ask what you think about magic? Tony's lips curled into a confident smile as he posed the question. Mr. Stark, are you joking? Why not just invite God himself to do the surgery for you? How does that sound? Like Tony Stark before him, Stephen Strange was a staunch materialist. In fact, whether in medicine or other branches of science, those who had achieved any measure of success tended to be the same way. So when Tony brought up magic, Stephen immediately felt like walking out. Not only was it an insult to him personally, but also to everything he believed in. If it weren't for Tony Stark's status, Stephen would have walked out without a second word. Jarvis. Yes, sir. As Jarvis responded, the battle between Wanda and Agatha instantly appeared before Stephen Strange in a three-dimensional projection. Mr. Stark, you must be pulling my leg. Is Stark Industries planning to break into the movie business now? Though I have to say, the leading man looks pretty good. Just the villain's a bit lacking, not quite menacing enough. Stephen even threw in a playful, clawing gesture for effect, adding to the humor. Pepper, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene. Stephen was Pepper's guest, and the two had shared many conversations on the plane. Yet until now, she had never seen this side of him, so charmingly playful. Sir, Mr. Maximoff and Mr. Tobey Maguire have arrived. Jarvis's voice sounded again. Oh, is that so? Perfect. Let our Mr. Strangeland meet the irritating protagonist himself. Very well, sir. I'll bring Mr. Maffa over right away. As for Mr. Maguire, I'll have him wait in the living room. A short while later, guided by Jarvis, Maffa arrived at the rooftop of the seaside villa. To call a rooftop would hardly do it justice. It was more like a grand garden atop the building. There were lawns, flowers, shrubs, small trees, and towering ones, all arranged with a delightful variety of heights and layers. An artificial stream even meandered through the lush scenery. The moment Maffa stepped into the garden, a rich aroma of coffee enveloped him, filling his senses. Well now, Tony, I never expected you to have such a wonderful spot hidden in your villa. Imagine, I've been here 2 days and had no idea. Maffa, feeling perfectly at ease, settled himself into a guest chair in the garden's gazebo, immediately picking up the coffee pot on the table to pour himself a cup. Hey kid, don't be so shameless, will you? Come on, show us a magic trick. No wait, show us some real magic. Don't worry, I'll pay you for your performance. As he spoke, Tony rummaged through Pepper's purse, fished out a $10 bill, and placed it on the table. Huh, me, Maffa Maximoff, a millionaire many times over. Do I really need this for my pride? Of course, that was just an inner complaint. After all, Tony had helped him out earlier. A favor owed should be repaid. Let's just call this settling the score. My pleasure, Mr. Stark. Maffa, mimicking the manners of a gentleman from an old black-and-white film, placed a hand over his chest and gave a slight bow. Then, with no shame at all, he pocketed the $10. In the next instant, Tony was hoisted into the air by a pale violet tendril of telekinetic energy. Left, right, spun around in a full 360-degree flip, legs flailing, hips bucking. Just look at Tony putting on show. Enough, enough, Maffa. I surrender. I give up. Please, put me down now. At the moment, Tony wasn't wearing his suit, so there was no internal gravity system to help him regain balance. After that whole ordeal, his face flushed red, and he was left completely dizzy. The worst part was that ridiculous pose he just struck, plus Pepper and Steven were both watching. For a moment, Tony could have strangled Maffa. And Steven? He was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Just before, he'd been talking with Tony, and he'd seen the rooftop. There was nothing up here. But now, under Maffa's control, Tony was floating in the air, doing gymnastics. This turned Steven's understanding of the world upside down. 30 years of experience, shattered in an instant. Mr. Stark, do you think that performance was worth $10? If not, I can throw in a pole dance for you as well. Unlike Pepper, Maffa wasn't about to indulge Tony. All right, since you're treating me like a circus act, I'll put on a show for old time's sake. But I'm not about to embarrass myself alone. If you want to witness real magic, you ought to experience it firsthand. After all, if I don't take the plunge, who will? He landed back on the ground. Jarvis, get the Mark III ready for me right now. I'm definitely going to teach that jerk Maffa a lesson today. Tony scrambled up from the floor, completely ignoring Steven, and barked his order at Jarvis. Sir, while you're suiting up in the Mark III, Mr. Maximoff could probably have you waltzing, or maybe even performing Swan Lake. Are you sure you want to spar with him right now? If ever there was a way to wound someone's pride or betray your own side for a laugh, Jarvis had certainly mastered it. Come on now, I just thought. Well, since I made a few tweaks to the Mark III lately, maybe Maffa could give me some feedback, offer a second opinion. All right, Mr. Stark, I think I'm starting to believe what you were saying earlier. I mean the pew-pew-pew. Clearly, after witnessing Maffa's abilities firsthand, Steven's skepticism had started to waver. But perhaps out of stubbornness, he still refused to utter the word magic. When Steven brought the conversation back on track, Tony immediately took his seat again, his face turning serious. According to Maffa, I forgot to introduce him. Maffa Maximoff, you could call him a magician of sorts. Tony added, No, Mr. Stark, I have to correct you. I'm a Taoist priest. What I just used was Taoist magic. Although I admit it does look a lot like. What do you call magic? To put in your terms, the energy source and operating principles are different, but the end result is pretty similar. Maffa quickly clarified. All right, whatever you say. Could you stop talking now? Or maybe you prefer some coffee or cake instead. Tony clearly didn't appreciate being interrupted by Maffa. Still, the thought of the pole dance made him let it slide for now. Maffa has a kind of magic, well, let's call it that for now, that can heal wounds rapidly. I haven't figured out exactly how it works yet, but one thing's for sure, it can definitely keep my vital signs going during your surgery. Tony said with absolute certainty. Oh, no. Mr. Stark, I admit, Mr. Maximoff is an extraordinary man, but you can't gamble with your own life. I certainly don't want to see headlines in the New York Times saying I killed you due to a surgical error. Stephen Strange hurriedly interjected. Stephen, I hope you don't mind if I call you that. Actually, not long ago, I already performed a live experiment with Marfa. On a monkey, of course. Honestly, I have even more confidence than you do. If I really die, you're perfectly welcome to join my legal team and have Marfa thrown in jail. Because, without question, it would be that rascal's fault for dozing off. Tony smiled, as if he weren't the one about to go under the knife. But what about the hole in your chest? Where am I supposed to find a piece of skin and flesh big enough to patch you up and make sure you don't have a rejection reaction? Stephen raised a highly professional concern. How about pork? I think that'd be perfect for Tony. Guaranteed. No chance of rejection. Marfa chimed in. How I wish I could, so that kid's mouth shut right now. If Tony didn't still need Marfa to top off his health bar later, he wouldn't have minded dropping an extra $100 million just to have Steven tie Marfa's tongue in a knot. It's all taken care of. I've already contacted the Life Foundation and asked them to clone a patch of skin and tissue tailored to my wound. It should arrive tomorrow. Tony replied matter-of-factly. Life Foundation. Marfa instantly picked up on that key detail. He hadn't forgotten that his trip to California was on SHLD's orders. He hadn't expected to run into the Life Foundation so soon. What a stroke of luck. Tony really was the world's most qualified utility man. Tony Stark's surgery was a complete success, with Stephen Strange's hands, which could only be described as miraculous, and Marfa's ongoing level 3 healing spells. Removing a few bits of shrapnel was nothing. Even if they decided to inject adamantium into Tony's bones, Marfa could have guaranteed he'd survive the operation. Of course, if they actually tried that, Tony wouldn't live long after the surgery, either. After all, not all milk is called Talunsu. Ahem. What I mean is, not every man is a Wolverine. Doris Skirth, Pepper Potts, and Stephen Strange, who all witnessed and participated in the entire operation, were left utterly stunned by Marfa's methods. If, at first, they had agreed to the surgery only because of Tony's influence and wealth, now Stephen, in particular, found himself deeply intrigued by Marfa, especially by that reality-defying magic, which left him marveling in admiration. "Sir, congratulations on your resurrection." Jarvis congratulated Tony as he stepped out of the operating room. "Well, that's great news. But it also means your vacation is over. We have to get started on upgrading your armor." Now that Tony no longer had the arc reactor in his chest, the way his suit drew power would have to change as well. That prospect had Tony itching to get back to work. "Always happy to be of service," Tony replied. After calming his excitement, Tony settled the remaining balance with Dora Sykes, the field representative from the Life Foundation. "Dr. Sykes, I really appreciate your help. Have you ever considered working for me? I'm very impressed by your expertise." Old habits die hard. Tony Stark couldn't help himself. Noticing that Dora was attractive, he instantly started to wonder how well his newly recovered body would hold up in action. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I have no plans to switch jobs, and besides, I already have a child." Who in America didn't know what Tony Stark was like? He'd slept with 11 out of the 12 models on the cover of Vanity Fair. The only one he missed was on her period at the time. Of course, Tony never came out on the losing end. One of those models turned out to be a twin, so, with a reputation like that, it was no wonder that a self-driven scientist like Dora, utterly devoted to her research, wanted nothing to do with him. "You have a child? Well, all right then," Tony said, a bit disappointed, but then something seemed to occur to him. "How old is she?" Dora's expression froze. She wondered if she made a mistake helping him regenerate his tissue. Maybe letting a scoundrel like this die would have been a better choice. Dora kept her thoughts to herself. "Mr. Maximoff, I'm extremely interested and curious about your abilities. They could open up new frontiers in medical research. On behalf of the Life Foundation, as its chief scientific representative, I'd like to formally invite you to visit our company. I hope we can collaborate on life sciences and medical technology." Dora ignored Tony, whose mind was clearly elsewhere, and turned her attention to Mafara, extending her invitation. This was perfect, like having a pillow handed to you just as you're about to doze off. Mafara had been racking his brain for a way to infiltrate the Life Foundation and complete the mission Nick Fury had assigned him. Now, the opportunity had practically fallen into his lap. "Thank you for the invitation. We'll be sure to visit," Mafara replied. At that, Toby immediately chimed in, eager to join the conversation. Dora glanced at Toby, raising her eyebrows in confusion. "Sorry, I should have introduced myself sooner. I'm Tobey Maguire, Mr. Maximoff's assistant." Dora glanced at Pepper, then at Tony, then at Mafara and Toby. A sudden shiver ran through her. After seeing Dora and Stephen off, the group returned once again to the living room of the seaside villa. "Mafara, you did a great job. I'm actually starting to like you a little," Tony said. He had originally meant to say thank you, but with his pride, he couldn't let the words slip out so easily. So, he changed his tune at the last second. Mafara was startled, arms flailing in comic alarm. "Didn't expect you to be like this, Tony." "Ms. Potts. Just call me Pepper. Thank you so much for your help. At least now, I don't have to find a new boss," Pepper said gratefully, her face full of relief. "Well, all right, Pepper. As Tony's personal assistant, I think it's your duty to help him straighten out his preferences." As she spoke, Mafara casually picked up a banana from the table and bent it straight. All right, I take back what I said earlier. You're just as irritating as ever," Tony replied, his expression darkening. "Right back at you," Mafara shot back without missing a beat. But soon, as if something suddenly occurred to him, Tony, who had intended to ignore Mafara from now on, couldn't help turning his head back. "So, shall we talk about that bald woman now? Pepper, why don't you take Mr. Maguire downstairs to the dining room and get him something to eat? He might be hungry," Tony said, pointedly sending Pepper and Toby away. "Come on, Tony, Pepper is actually really great. Are you sure you're more interested in?" Mafara tapped her own head, her meaning clear as day. This was already the 6th time Tony had brought up the Ancient One. Clearly, she'd left quite an impression on him. Aside from Pepper, Mafara had never seen Tony pay so much attention to another woman. "Mafara, you better take me seriously. Tony Stark, am not someone you can push around so easily." It was clear that Tony had finally had enough of Mafara's relentless teasing. There was a spark of irritation in his voice. All right, take your time searching. Honestly, I doubt you'll find her, even with Jarvis helping. Am I right, Jarvis?" "Sir, Mr. Maximoff is correct. I have compared the profile you provided with the global population of nearly 6.6 billion, focusing on women between the ages of 20 and 50. There is no match for the person you're looking for," Jarvis reported faithfully. "Fine, you win. Name your terms." Tony conceded once more. To think, Tony Stark, who had always gotten whatever he wanted, was now being bested time and again by this young upstart. It was enough to make anyone sigh in disbelief. "I want 2 M134 rapid-fire machine guns. Full warranty for repairs, and at least 10 crates of ammo. M134 rapid-fire machine guns? Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but frown. As a weapons expert, he naturally knew exactly what Marfa was talking about. The M134 rapid-fire machine gun. The name might not ring a bell for most people, but if you call it by another name, the Vulcan cannon or the Super Gatling gun, it fires 7.62mm rounds, with a maximum rate of 6,000 shots per minute, an effective range of 800 meters, stray rounds reaching up to 5,000 meters. The weapon itself weighs a hefty 26 kilograms, with 6 barrels spun at high speed by an electric motor. It's renowned for its overwhelming firepower. Once it starts firing, it unleashes a true storm of metal. But here was the question. Marfa already possessed formidable strength. Why would he need an M134? Was he planning to change his approach? But that didn't make sense either. Why specifically the M134? As powerful as it was, its accuracy was notoriously poor. Usually, it was only used for suppressive fire on the battlefield. If you were aiming at people, you'd be lucky to hit 1 out of 40 rounds. As a former CEO of a military contractor, Tony had weapons far more powerful than the M134 at his disposal. If Marfa wanted hot weapons, why not ask for something with even greater destructive power, like a Jericho missile? So what's the verdict? Can you do it or not? Say something already. Marfa pressed. Can you at least tell me what you're planning to do? If you're thinking about carrying out a terrorist attack, I'd rather not contact that guy for you. Tony had his principles. He had more than enough weapons, but he had no desire to see them used to harm innocent people. You really think I'd need something like this if I wanted to stage a terrorist attack? With that, Marfa pulled out a thick stack of talismans and tossed them onto the table. He casually plucked one from the pile and tossed it out the window. A thunderous explosion erupted, filling the air with a flash of fire and a wave of scorching heat. Tony instantly staggered back more than 10 meters, staring in horror at the talismans that had been sitting in front of him just moments ago. He'd seen Marfa's Soulfire talisman trick before, but only through video footage Jarvis had provided. But video was nothing compared to witnessing it in person. The impact was overwhelming. A single slip of yellow paper packed such power. There were hundreds in that stack on the table. If they all went off, Tony swallowed hard. The man in front of him was clearly insane. Tony made up his mind. The next time he met with Marfa, he'd be wearing his Iron Man suit. Otherwise, he'd never feel safe. All right, just put those away. I'll get you what you asked for. When do we leave? Also, if you don't mind, I'd like to have one of those little slips of paper to study, Tony said, his voice tinged with lingering fear. The explosion incident in Afghanistan had left a shadow that he couldn't shake off. Now that he had just gotten back on his feet, the last thing he wanted was to fall into another trap. That night, as always, they found themselves on the balcony of the seaside villa. Letting the sea breeze brush across his cheeks, Marfa's face was flushed, his heart racing with excitement. Tony had already handed over the M134 and 10 crates of ammunition to Marfa. With everything ready, Marfa was set to slay the dragon. Any skill or item not authorized by the system could only forcefully inflict a single point of damage in the world of legend. In other words, even if Marfa hurled a nuclear bomb at a training dummy, the dummy would lose just 1 point of health, and the system would promptly erase any lasting harm caused by nuclear radiation. By this logic, if a handful of sand could hurt monsters, then, counting each grain, Marfa could wipe out the vast majority of monsters in an instant by simply tossing some sand. But evidently, the system had its own standards. If the damage was too insignificant, it simply wouldn't count. After numerous experiments, Marfa eventually estimated the minimum threshold to be about the level of a pebble striking a monster. Back in the day, Marfa had put a lot of effort into testing this. For example, homemade Molotov cocktails would only deal 1 point of damage to monsters upon explosion. The ensuing burn and shockwave damage would be directly nullified by the system. After all, the system wasn't foolish. It couldn't possibly allow Marfa to flatten the entire continent with a pile of modern weaponry. P.S. As you probably know, the world of legend is called the Marfa continent, which is also where the protagonist gets his name. But as the saying goes, a living man can't be stifled by a full bladder. Marfa soon discovered a loophole in the system's design. That loophole was frequency. As long as the firing rate was high enough to surpass the system's judgment threshold, you could break the rules and use items the system didn't approve to kill monsters. And the M134 minigun was undoubtedly the champion in this regard. Never mind the theoretical 6,000 rounds per minute. Even conservatively, at 4,000 rounds a minute, with each bullet dealing 1 point of damage, that was equivalent to the combined output of over 100 Soulfire talismans from Marfa. But could Marfa actually cast over 100 Soulfire talismans in 1 minute? This was the source of Marfa's confidence in clearing the 3rd floor of the Woma temple, and his ace in the hole for taking down the Woma overlord. The only pity was that little white, the basic summon in Legend, had no self-awareness and couldn't learn to fire a gun. Otherwise, with Marfa and his skeleton companion, sweeping through the third floor of Woma Temple would be a matter of minutes. At the entrance to the third floor of Woma Temple, "Little White, are you ready?" Mafa glanced at the M134 rapid-fire machine gun in his hand, feeling a surge of confidence. There was a mechanical clatter. Almost as if responding to Mafa, the helper Little White shifted its jaw a few times, giving Mafa all the face he could wish for. "Well, what are you waiting for? Get in there." As soon as he finished speaking, Mafa delivered a solid kick to Little White's bony frame, sending it tumbling into the third floor of the Woma Temple. Thankfully, this was the world of Legend. Little White had no consciousness. If it had been the Little White temporarily sealed by a talisman in Mafa's backpack, it would have spun around, grabbed Mafa's leg, and dragged him down to use as a shield without a second thought. Upon entering the third floor of the Woma Temple, just as Mafa had expected, the place was teeming with monsters as far as the eye could see. In just a blink of an eye, Mafa's health plummeted sharply. Little White's health, on the other hand, was nearly gone in an instant. Damn, these things are brutal. At the critical moment, Mafa quickly cast invisibility on himself. Most monsters on the third floor of Woma Temple had no means of dispelling invisibility, so as soon as the spell was cast, Mafa disappeared from their sight. Meanwhile, Little White was reduced from a walking skeleton to nothing more than a pile of scattered bones. "Sigh, you really had a rough time." Afraid that moving might break the invisibility, Mafa immediately summoned a new Little White. While tossing out healing spells for him non-stop, Mafa hoisted the M134 and opened fire into the crowd of monsters. There was no denying it. Little White was truly useful. That skeletal frame seemed tailor-made to serve as a gun rest. Mafa didn't let it attack. Instead, Little White simply stood firm, acting as a shield and soaking up damage for him. Because the monsters were packed so tightly, shoulder to shoulder, only 5 or 6 in front, plus the dark warriors capable of ranged attacks, could actually hit Little White. Thanks to Mafa's steady stream of healing magic, Little White could hold out for several dozen seconds. A torrent of gunfire roared from the M134's barrel, spitting out bullets like a blazing flamethrower at a rate of around 4,000 rounds per minute. Since Tony had specially equipped Mafa with armor-piercing rounds, each bullet punched through one monster and kept going, sometimes wounding a second or even a third target behind it. The metallic storm swept through the ranks of monsters. In less than 10 minutes, the area was noticeably cleared. Seeing that the barrel was starting to overheat, Mafa wasted no time and pulled another spare M134 from his backpack. The relentless gunfire continued, echoing through the dungeon. Tongues of fire spewed forth relentlessly, and Little White fell one after another. The bodies of Woma warriors, flame Womas, dark warriors, and the shattered bones of the Little Whites littered the ground. In an instant, corpses were strewn across the land, rivers of blood flowed, and the roars and wails filled every corner of the third floor of the Woma Temple. Watching the non-stop kill notifications flashing before his eyes, and the experience bar swelling and trembling with each moment, his grin was so radiant it could outshine a blooming chrysanthemum. It's no exaggeration to say that every man harbors dreams of firearms and mechs. Why has Tsuburai's Ultraman series remained popular from the 1990s all the way to the 2020s, spanning 2 whole generations? Isn't it because the imposing figure and overwhelming power of Ultraman perfectly embody the dream of piloting a giant mech that so many men share? Though mechs may be out of reach for now, here in Marfa, he was living out his fantasy of wielding a formidable firearm, especially with the M134 in hand, a weapon that stands as the pinnacle of its class. 6,000 rounds per minute. That's 100 bullets fired every single second. The thrill of such unbridled firepower struck Marfa to his very core. Before long, the monsters in his line of sight were nearly wiped out, unable to withstand the overwhelming firepower Marfa unleashed. And with that, Marfa's level climbed to 21. The layout of Woma's third floor was quite different from the first and second floors. Its internal structure was reminiscent of the character Zhong, but with a smaller added to both the top and bottom. In other words, there were 3 rooms in a row, one large room flanked by 2 smaller ones, interconnected by a central corridor. What Marfa had just cleared was merely the monsters in the small room at the very top. Yet even so, that alone had provided him with about a third of the experience needed for his next level. Swiftly, he finished off the few remaining, bloodied monsters with soul fire talismans. Without delay, Marfa began to gather his spoils. Potions? Not interested. Equipment? Unless it was top tier, he'd leave it behind. Gold coins? Now, those he couldn't afford to pass up. After all, the amulet printer still relied on them. Who would have thought that I, Marfa, would one day be able to pick and choose at my leisure? Moved to tears, if this were an image, it would say crying with gratitude. After quickly sorting through the loot, Marfa and Little White continued down the corridor. For that was where the true battlefield awaited. The Woma Lord, the ultimate foe, sat squarely in the center of the main chamber. Unlike the previous small room, this one was much more spacious, making it easier to be surrounded and overwhelmed by monsters. With caution in mind, Marfa decided to play it safe and finally learned a skill book that had been gathering dust in his inventory: mass invisibility. Unlike regular invisibility, mass invisibility allowed him to throw an amulet at an ally, rendering all friendly units within a 3-meter radius invisible. Just like with the regular invisibility spell, when under the effect of mass invisibility, you also can't move, otherwise, you'll lose the cloak of invisibility. Making their way along the corridor into the central hall, the very first thing Marfa did was cast a mass invisibility spell on Little Bai. In an instant, Little Bai became semi-transparent in Marfa's eyes. And since Marfa was standing so close, he too benefited from the spell, slipping into invisibility right alongside. It was still the same M134 machine gun, still Little Bai serving as the gun support. The only difference this time was that the monsters could no longer see Little Bai. All they could see was Marfa, the target attacking them. Note, while invisible, those you attack can see the spellcaster. The thunder of gunfire erupted once more, unleashing a storm of metal. A massive horde of monsters instantly surged forward, pushing and shoving their way toward Marfa. But as they reached him, an unseen barrier stopped them in their tracks. There was no doubt, it was Little Bai, under strict orders from Marfa to stay put and serve as the gun mount. Fresh flesh and blood were tantalizingly close, yet the monsters couldn't reach it. Their eyes turned blood red with frustration, and they began to howl and screech in agitation. But bound by the rules of the system, not a single monster thought to swat away the invisible obstruction in front of them before attacking Marfa. So, aside from their impotent roars, all they could do was mindlessly press forward, desperately trying to reach Marfa. Truth be told, this tactic wasn't Marfa's original invention. Cleverly exploiting collision mechanics was a must-have skill for every legendary player. Back in the day. Note, I honestly can't remember if it worked exactly like this, but let's go with it. Veteran players, please don't roast me. Thanks to this blocking strategy, Marfa was in his element. All he needed to do was reload now and then recast mass invisibility as needed and keep his finger tight on the trigger. A flurry of damage numbers floated before his eyes. -1, -1, -1. A dense sea of crimson text surged across the screen, like waves of a blood-red ocean, brimming with the exhilaration of a bountiful harvest. After more than 3 hours, watching his experience bar on the verge of overflowing once again, Marfa could hardly contain his excitement. With the M134 paired with the monster-packed third floor of Woma, it was nothing short of a leveling machine. At this moment, Marfa could practically see himself ascending to level 50, one hand pressing down on Thanos' head, the other rubbing Hellas. Ahem, getting a bit carried away there. Now, there were only 2 monsters left in the entire Woma temple. One was the rare Woma guardian Marfa had encountered once before. The other stood tall atop the array platform in the center of the hall, the Woma Lord himself. After thinking for a moment, Marfa decided to deal with the smaller one first. After all, the Woma High Priest had teleportation abilities. If he started running all over the place, things would get complicated. Xiaobai, go get him! This time, Marfa didn't bother with the ping-pong tactic from before. He simply commanded Xiaobai to walk directly toward the Woma guard. -27, -32, -28. What on earth? Why does the Woma guard hit so hard? Xiaobai only had 84 health points right now, and after taking 3 blows from the Woma guard, he was almost at death's door. There's no denying it. These Woma guards are truly formidable. If Marfa himself went up against them, he probably wouldn't last long either. Xiaobai, rest in peace. I'll remember you. As soon as Marfa finished speaking, the one-spirited Xiaobai instantly crumbled to a pile of bones on the ground. Absolutely terrifying. Not only was the attack speed fast, but the damage was off the charts. And this was just a regular Woma guard. What would it be like against the Woma High Priest? A shiver ran down Marfa's spine. Thank goodness for the M134. Without it, this would truly be a nightmare. Summon skeleton. He tossed out another talisman, and yet another Xiaobai was born. This time, Marfa didn't dare act rashly. He tucked himself into a corner and, as before, positioned Xiaobai in front of him as a shield. Then, he cast a group invisibility spell on Xiaobai. The metallic storm erupted instantly, engulfing the Woma guard in a hail of bullets. But just as Tony Stark once said, The M134 minigun certainly packed a punch, but its accuracy left much to be desired. Earlier, with so many monsters around, accuracy didn't matter. Just fire away and you'd hit something. But now, in a one-on-one fight, the M134 was starting to show its limitations. Can you believe I'm just outlining the enemy's shape with bullets? Mafara frowned, quickly pondering a new tactic. In a flash, inspiration struck. A talisman exploded directly on the Woma guard, instantly dealing 26 points of damage. The searing pain made the Woma guard quicken his pace, charging straight for Mafara. His weapons, the Well in the Moon and the Wolf's Fang blade, slashed menacingly in front of him, sending flashes of cold light dancing in the air, as if he meant to take Mafara's head off. In no time at all, the Woma guard was right in front of Mafara, but seemed blocked by the invisible Xiaobai. Just like that mindless monster from before, the Woma guard only knew how to push forward, seemingly forgetting all about the weapons in his hands. So, it's true, another blockhead. Ever heard of a point-blank kill? The M134 might not be accurate range, but what if you fired it right into his gut? With Xiaobai shielding him, Mafara had no fear that the Woma guard would land a hit. The metallic storm blazed again, roaring to life at close quarters. A mere 1,000 health points, less than 20 seconds, and the metal storm swept it all away. Staring at the shimmering treasures scattered on the ground, Mafara wasted no time. Without hesitation, she scooped them up in her backpack. Aside from the usual red and blue potions and the sun water, this time the Woma Guardian dropped a necklace. Life necklace, superb. Durability, 5 out of 6. Accuracy, +1. Magic, 1 to 6, +1. Magic requirement, 25. What a find. To think it's actually a life necklace, one of the most beautiful necklaces in the entire Legend game. Its appearance alone is irresistible. The pendant is about the size of a pebble, teardrop-shaped, and almost translucent like a gemstone. The gem is crafted from 4 different colors, arranged in 5 segments. From top to bottom, from left to right, the colors are pink, purple, pink, blue, and yellow. At first glance, it dazzles like a rainbow. Beyond the pendant, the necklace itself is forged from an azure blue metal, sleek, stylish, and sophisticated, flawless in every way. Most importantly, just like the platinum necklace Mafara previously gifted to Natalia, the life necklace has no level requirement. As long as your magic power is strong enough, you can wear it. Since she had already given Natalia one before, it was only right that this life necklace should go to Wanda. After all, her troublesome sister had run herself ragged helping her out. Granted, she was eventually chased off by George Stacy, but even if the effort went unrewarded, the hard work still counted, didn't it? With that thought, Mafara tucked the life necklace away with a satisfied smile. This was great news. Hopefully, if she gave this to Wanda, her sister would go a little easier on her in the future. With this settled, Mafara's mind turned to how to tackle the Woma Overlord. Unlike the Woma Guardian, the Overlord didn't wield dual blades. However, its attack style was rare in the world of Legend, a fusion of magic and physical strikes. Each sweep of its claws generated powerful currents of electricity, enhancing its attacks by stimulating cellular potential and inflicting even greater damage on its foes. Because of this, Mafara's usual strategy of keeping her distance might not work this time. Who knew if the Overlord's lightning wouldn't arc over Little White and strike her instead? And just look at the Overlord's massive, Hulk-like physique. Mafara had no intention of finding out what it felt like to take a hit from that beast. After a moment's consideration, she decided that the ping-pong tactic would be the safest bet. With this plan in mind, Mafara quietly circled behind the Woma Overlord with Little White in tow and positioned her companion right where she wanted. He quickly circled back in front of the Woma Overlord, positioning himself, the Overlord, and Xiaobai in a perfect line. A faint purple glow flashed as the Soulfire Talisman was launched from Xiaobai's position, striking straight at the Woma Overlord. A furious roar erupted, instantly filling the entire 3rd floor of the Woma Temple. The walls and floor began to tremble violently. Countless chips of stone rained down from the ceiling. Next, sparks of electricity flickered between the Woma Overlord's hands, and in a heartbeat, arcs of lightning began leaping between its claws. The sheer force of it sent a shiver straight through Mafara's heart. Having suffered an attack from Xiaobai, the Woma Overlord was utterly enraged. Without hesitation, it strode toward where Xiaobai stood. Poison spell. Red poison. Poison spell. Green poison. Seizing the opportunity, Mafara unleashed 3 different types of poison spells on the Woma Overlord in rapid succession. As expected, the Woma Overlord's body turned a lurid green. Combined with its rippling muscles and towering stature, it now looked every bit like a green giant with wings and a bull's head. Achoo! Suddenly, the Woma Overlord stumbled and let out a sneeze. A lump of dark green, half-solid matter fell to the ground between its legs. Luckily, unlike Agatha, the Woma overlord had no sense of self or shame. As a game monster, the concept of embarrassment simply didn't exist. It continued striding purposefully towards Xiaobai. Achoo! The Woma overlord jerked to a halt once more. There was no doubt. Another pile of excrement had just appeared on the third floor of the Woma temple. Ha! As I thought, this improved poison spell really packs a punch. Afflicted by Mafara's triple-layered poison, the Woma overlord's movement speed and defense dropped dramatically. With the green poison at work, not only could it not heal, but its health was steadily draining away. Granted, the rate of health loss was almost touching, but it was losing health, wasn't it? Watching as the Woma overlord slowly advanced on Xiaobai, Mafara promptly reached into his pants pocket, into his backpack, and pulled out the big gun, the M134. After linking the M134 to the spatial node behind the Woma overlord, its hit rate couldn't match the point-blank carnage it had just unleashed on the Woma guards, but it still boosted accuracy from 1 in 40 to about 1 in 2. Muda. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. In an instant, a rain of crimson numbers floated above the Woma overlord's head, making Mafara beam with delight. Even under this hail of bullets, the Woma overlord didn't spare Mafara so much as a glance, stubbornly pressing onward towards Xiaobai. Oh no, my single attack damage is too low. I can't pull the Woma overlord's aggro back. Mafara realized things were going south. He readied his soul fire talisman, aiming to recapture the boss's attention. But by now, the Woma overlord had already closed in on Little White. -32, -28, -30. A flurry of numbers flashed past at lightning speed, and Little White fell valiantly once again. Does it have to be this quick? The Woma overlord's attack speed was simply unbelievable. In just a few swift blows, Little White was gone, leaving Mafara shivering at the sight. A boss is a boss, after all. Even if the Woma overlord is considered one of the least impressive bosses in the legend world, it doesn't change its essential nature. The only reason Mafara had lasted this long was partly due to his class as a Taoist. The Woma overlord's initial target had been Little White from the start. But above all, achoo! The Woma overlord had another accident. Every sneeze from the overlord caused it to stumble, significantly slowing its movement. Well, here we go again. Summon skeleton. Little White, just stand still. Got it. Mafara gave the order. Rattle, rattle. Freshly summoned, Little White glanced over at the remains of its predecessor, shivered, and then obediently responded with a rattling sound. Ignoring Little White, Mafara started kiting around, casting poison spell after poison spell on the Woma overlord. Poison spell. Red poison. Poison spell. Green poison. Soon, the classic triangle formation was set up once more. Using Little White as the anchor point, Mafara fired off 2 soul fire talismans, both hitting the Woma overlord in quick succession. Boom! Boom! The explosions of the soul fire talismans echoed through the air. -18, -17. Fresh red numbers floated up from the Woma overlord's head. Feeling the pain, the overlord immediately turned and began lumbering toward Little White. Achoo! Puff! Achoo! Puff! With every step, the overlord left another mess behind, and soon the central altar of Woma's 3rd floor was filled with a thick, pungent, almost ancient stench. It was something like stinky tofu simmered in snail noodles, with a generous helping of cow manure thrown in. In short, it was enough to make the hardiest soul weep. Yet the Woma overlord's face remained unchanged as it continued its slow march toward Little White. Even when it stepped right into its own mess, it seemed utterly unfazed. Mafara once again reached for his precious treasure, not from his pocket, but from his backpack. Muda. With a roar, the M134 spat streams of fire once more. Under the scorching flames, the overwhelming stench in the area only grew stronger. Occasionally, a stray bullet would veer off course and hit one of those piles of greenish-blue excrement left by the Woma overlord, instantly splattering filth everywhere. This was a baptism of fire and filth. Soon enough, the Woma overlord drew close to Xiaobai once again. This time, Mafara didn't hesitate. He immediately unleashed a soul fire talisman. After regaining the boss's attention, he continued firing. And so, the mighty Woma overlord was reduced to nothing more than a ping-pong ball, shuttling back and forth between Xiaobai and Mafara, capable only of defecating and sneezing. Under the relentless barrage of the M134, the overlord's formidable 5,000-point health bar quickly dwindled to nothing. Realizing he was no match for this shameless, despicable foe before him, the Woma overlord decisively chose to teleport away. I knew you'd pull that trick. Maffa smirked and immediately began searching for the Overlord's figure on the third floor of the Woma lair. Along the way, many monsters had already begun to respawn. Fortunately, Maffa had the invisibility spell. Relying on its ability to erase aggro, he skillfully slipped past the freshly respawned creatures. Before long, Maffa found the Woma Overlord in a small room below. Thanks to the poison spell, the ground beneath the boss was now heaped with a thick layer of sludge. The key point, though, was that the Overlord stood there on his own excrement, utterly unfazed, like some soulless automaton, as if this was an experience to be savored. 2 more Soulfire talismans flew forward in quick succession. Maffa's face immediately darkened, because the moment the talismans struck the Overlord and exploded, they also managed to blast the filth on the ground into the air. Since telekinesis wasn't an option in this game, Maffa was instantly splattered. Worse yet, after being hit by those splattered clods, he actually lost health. -1, -1, -1. Was this karma? Damn, that poison spell. As the stench wafted from his own character, Maffa could feel his mindset starting to crack. Over 30 seconds passed. I die with regrets. With an unwilling roar, the Woma Overlord finally fell, collapsing in a pool of blood and filth. A shower of golden light rained down, and atop the piles of excrement, countless sparkling treasures were neatly arranged. Meanwhile, Maffa's character level rose smoothly to level 22. It's a boss drop, but why do I have absolutely no desire to pick any of it up? Of course, that was just a fleeting thought. Tempted by the lure of top-tier gear, Maffa forced himself to brave the sticky mess and stepped into the boss's loot pile. Well, this can go to that archer guard, though I wonder if he'll mind the smell. Maybe I should give it a wash for him first. With that thought, Maffa continued to rummage through the spoils. Strong sun potion? This one should be brought back for Tony Stark as a supplement. He just recovered from a serious illness. It'll come in handy for him. This one is for Pietro to drink. It's a temporary speed boost, just his style. A mana potion? This one, should I give it to Wong? Forget it, better not give it to Wanda. If she finds out, she'll probably tear herself apart. Soon, Maffa fished out a ring from the pile of filth, one he'd never seen before. Durability, 1/7. Required level, 12. If you ask what's the most valuable thing on the Woma Lord, without a doubt, the teleportation ring would be at the top of the list. Back in the days of playing Legend, just equipping this thing and entering coordinates in the input box would instantly teleport you to the specified location. Of course, if you open the world map and right-click your destination, you could also teleport there in a flash. No more suffering through long, tedious journeys. Thinking this, Maffa quickly realized something. This was a hyper-realistic recreation of the game. There was no input box. So how exactly was this ring supposed to work? With his head full of questions, Maffa forced down his curiosity and went back to fishing through the muck. He'd keep it for now and wait for a better weapon later. What's this? Soon, Maffa felt another object. Psychic bracelet, excellent. Durability, 411. Defense, 0 to 1, +1. Magic defense, 0 to 2, +2. Attack, 0 to 2, +2. Taoist power, 1 to 3, +1. Required Taoist power, 24. Staring at the sticky bracelet in his hand, Maffa was at a loss for words. Seriously, wouldn't it be better to boost that 0 to 2 magic defense and 0 to 1 defense with Taoist power instead? With a sigh, and after confirming the Woma Lord hadn't dropped anything else useful, Maffa tore open a return scroll and was instantly back in Beaching. Right now, he desperately needed to jump into the moat around Beaching and take a good bath. As for whether the moat might be overrun with algae after his bath, thanks to all those nutrients, well, that was hardly Maffa's concern. It took him a good 10 minutes of precious play time to finally scrub the stench off. Then he simply tossed his clothes right into the moat. Cloth just soaks up bad smells. No matter how much you wash, it never gets truly clean. Level 22 already. Time for new clothes anyway. So for once, Maffa decided to treat himself. Soul Battle Robe, men's. Durability, 20/20. Defense, 3 to 6. Magic defense, 3 to 3. Taoist power, 0 to 2. Required level, 22. This was the highest level outfit available for purchase in the shop in Legend. Any higher, and you'd have to depend on monster drops. Dressed in brand new clothes and wearing the soul bracelet that had been washed dozens of times, Maffa immediately checked his character panel. Character, Maffa. Class, Taoist. Level, 22. Defense, 4 to 8. Magic defense, 6 to 11. Attack, 8 to 20. Magic, 0 to 4. Taoism, 5 to 25. Health points, 150/150. Mana points, 146/146. Skills, Healing spell level 3. Mental force combat maxed. Spider sense cannot level up. Poison spell maxed. Soul fire talisman level 2. Summon skeleton spell level 1. Invisibility spell level 1. Grand bluff cannot level up. Mass invisibility spell level 1. Ghost shield level 1. Equipment. Demon slaying sword superior. Soul battle garment. Male. Soul bracelet superior. Taoist bracelet superior. Platinum ring X1. Glass ring X1 superior. Phoenix pearl superior. Magic helmet. Special ring. Teleportation ring, not equipped. By now, Mafa's gear was truly top-notch. Aside from the rings, clothes, and helmet, almost every piece could be called a rare treasure. If this were the game in his previous life, such a setup would have drawn envious glances from countless others. Unfortunately, this joy was now something only Mafa could quietly savor on his own. Glancing at the 1,150,000 gold coins in his backpack, Mafa quickly made a round of all the major shops, treating his gear to a round of specialty repairs. Note: in Legend, equipment repairs come in two types, regular and specialty. Specialty repair costs much more, but leaves equipment stats untouched, while too many regular repairs will reduce the item's durability. Afterward, Mafa made his way to the warehouse keeper in Beaching City. Spending a 2,000 gold service fee, Mafa successfully exchanged 1 million gold coins for a gold bar. Without a doubt, Mafa was preparing to complete that strange quest from before. When he once again appeared before the general store owner in Beaching City, gold bar in hand, the shopkeeper still wore that same vacant, absent-minded expression. "Hey, boss." "Hey." No matter how long Mafa called out, the shopkeeper showed no interest in conversation. He simply opened the trade window mechanically, displaying his wares for sale. Could it be that he'd been tricked? Was that so-called quest just a ruse? Mafa frowned slightly, feeling a bit disgruntled at the thought. "Boss, do you still want this gold bar or not? If you don't, I'm leaving." Mafa struggled to get in one final word. But the moment Mafa mentioned the gold bar, a spark of life lit up in the shopkeeper's eyes. "Oh, young man, you're back. Look at me. How could I have been daydreaming just now? So, did you bring the gold bar?" The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement as he asked. How strange. This was just too strange. Marfa didn't buy it for a second. He couldn't believe the shopkeeper had simply been distracted and hadn't noticed him earlier. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul, and the change in the shopkeeper's demeanor was so drastic that Marfa couldn't help but suspect something was amiss. "Let me see the goods first," he demanded. Even though there was clearly something off about the shopkeeper, Marfa had no choice but to deal with him since the item he wanted was in the man's possession. The shopkeeper broke into an even broader grin, his smile so genuine it could have fooled anyone. I knew it, lad. I just knew you'd make it. Gold bars, you say? For someone born with your kind of luck, it's just pocket change." With that, he produced the small black box Marfa had seen earlier. Amulet printer. Special item. Cannot be equipped. Unlimited uses. 30-minute cooldown. Amulet-only storage. 10,000 slots. Required level. 1. Marfa glanced over the box's attributes again, and a satisfied smile played at the corner of his lips. This was exactly what he needed. Without further hesitation, Marfa took out the gold bar he had just exchanged from his bag. Money changed hands, and so did the goods. Everything went so smoothly that Marfa could hardly believe it. Was this really not a scam? He looked at the little box in his hand and couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Without delay, he selected the option to use the small box. But after a moment, nothing happened. "Boss, why won't this thing work? Don't tell me it's a dud." Marfa's face darkened as he spoke. "How are you supposed to print anything without paper? For such a clever-looking young man, you sure can be absent-minded," the shopkeeper replied with a cheerful squint, pocketing the gold bar. As soon as he finished, his eyes glazed over once again. Well, looks like he's gone into idle mode again. But on second thought, what the shopkeeper said did make sense. Without paper, how could you print? It was, after all, an amulet printer. The name itself implied it needed paper. Thinking this through, Marfa felt a wave of relief. He decided to take the box back to the real world and see if waterproof cowhide paper would work as a medium. After all, being waterproof was especially important to him. After bidding the bizarre shopkeeper farewell, Marfa immediately pulled out the newly repaired teleportation ring and swapped out the glass ring. In an instant, a sense of clarity swept through him. Gradually, the map of the Marfa continent began to unfurl in his mind's eye. Amazing, truly amazing. This is what a special ring should be. For a moment, Marfa felt as if he had ascended to a higher dimension. The mysteries of space laid bare before his eyes. Marfa's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and with a single sweep of his hand through the air, a dimensional portal appeared right before him. Stepping inside, Marfa found himself, in the blink of an eye, at the border between Bitch Province and the Woma Forest. He chuckled to himself, realizing, looks like I've gained a version of Kamar Taj's portal abilities in my own way. Delighted, Mafara spoke up. Brother Archerguard, I brought you the Woma horn you asked for. Would you like to take a look? Having learned from his previous experiences, Mafara got straight to the point and promptly produced the Woma horn. Well, adventurer, I didn't expect you to actually pull it off. Mafara couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. So you thought I'd die in the Woma temple, did you? What a joke. Do you know who you're dealing with? I'm the man with the Vulcan cannon. After all, hurry, let me have a good look at this legendary Woma horn. My wife's brother's second cousin's father-in-law's nephew has been dreaming of this thing night and day. The archer guard was clearly impatient, reaching out as if to snatch the Woma horn from Mafara's hand. But Mafara deftly pulled it back, then spread his palm with a playful smile at the archer guard. The meaning was clear: trade, goods for payment. Oh, look at me, that was rude of me. With that, the archer guard plunged a hand into his trouser pocket and started rummaging. Mafara's mind reeled in disbelief. Didn't you say the Taoist temptation light was a priceless treasure? Why in the world would you hide it in your pocket? Isn't it uncomfortable? Or is your storage bag, like the one the grocer uses, also tucked in your pants? Mafara was thoroughly astonished now. He even started eyeing the archer guard differently. Wait a second, the grocer? Mafara scrutinized the archer guard more closely. The way he moved, the way he acted, he was the spitting image of the grocer. Something wasn't right. This was far too strange. These were supposed to be two different NPCs, so why did they have exactly the same mannerisms? Why did both only seem to regain their emotions after some special condition was triggered? With that thought, Mafara immediately decided to run a little test. Boss, will a gold bar do? Or should I get you another one? Gold teeth. The archer guard squinted, a beaming grin spreading across his face. And then, as if suddenly recalling something, he continued. I must say, adventurer, I'm truly amazed you managed to defeat the mighty Woma overlord. So, you're playing a pun game with me now, are you? At this point, Mafara was convinced the archer guard and the grocer were absolutely the same person, or at least controlled by the same consciousness. Judging by his response, the other party clearly didn't want to admit it. Well, if that's the case, there's no need to dwell on it. Time is on my side. Mafara was now curious to see just what tricks this mysterious being would pull next. Soon, the transaction was complete, and Mafara finally obtained the skill book he had long desired. It described a technique that allowed one to invade a target's sea of consciousness through mental force. By defeating the target's spiritual will, the caster could leave behind a psychic brand, enslaving the target and turning them into a loyal servant. Required level, 13. After reading the detailed description of Tempting Light, Mafara couldn't help but frown. This was clearly very different from the mage version Mafara knew. In the mage's version, a burst of intense light and lightning strikes the target, causing temporary paralysis or confusion. The paralyzed state immobilizes the target, while confusion causes the victim to attack indiscriminately, friend or foe. If the lightning directly destroys the target's brain, the mage can control the body as a puppet, turning it into a servant, or simply kill the target outright. The Taoist version, on the other hand, required the caster to project their spiritual force into the target's body, overpower the target's will, and leave a psychic brand to enslave them. In other words, if you couldn't overcome the target's will, you couldn't enslave them. And because the Taoist version of Tempting Light worked on different principles, it did not paralyze or confuse the target as the mage's version did. It seems this world is far more than just a game. Mafara mused, lost in thought. If Tempting Light was nothing more than a hastily repurposed Taoist skill, it would mean this was just another unconventional game. But whether it was Tempting Light, the amulet printer, or even the teleportation ring, each had been deeply explored and extended according to the rules, occupational characteristics, or physical theories. That was truly intriguing. Exiting the world of legend, Mafara checked his remaining playtime for 1,360 minutes. That meant, including time spent bathing, running errands, and organizing equipment, he had only used about 4 hours? 1.5 levels in 4 hours? That was like flying in a jet. If he hadn't had the M134 rapid-fire machine gun and had to rely solely on his own power, he'd probably need at least 3 times as long. It might have looked easy for Mafara to mow down monsters on the 3rd floor of Woma, but every bullet he fired was money burned. Tony's custom armor-piercing rounds, at a rate of 4,000 per minute, came to about $100,000 an hour. And that didn't even include the cost of ammunition profits or gun maintenance. With Mafara's current fortune, there was no way he could afford to keep playing like this for long. There was no denying it. Having money was wonderful. With money, you could make the impossible happen, even exploit glitches. Glancing at his sprawling mansion, Mafara couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and longing. Ahem, late at night, and you're still not sleeping? Is the sea breeze really that captivating? Tony's voice called out from behind, and the next moment, a bottle of wanglaji came flying his way. With a flick of telekinetic tendrils, Marfa caught the wanglaji, letting it float gently into his hand. Well, where'd you get this? I didn't expect you to like this stuff, Marfa said, a touch of delight in his voice as he looked at the red can of herbal tea. Pepper said I've been getting too much heat lately, so she had a friend in China buy some for me. I've still got a few cases left. Help yourself if you want, Tony replied nonchalantly. Oh, come on, a billionaire treating me to wanglaji? That's something else. Marfa's lips twitched in amusement. Without missing a beat, he fished a golden bottle out of his backpack and tossed it to Tony. Give this a try. It's a powerful tonic, good for your health and vitality. Tony examined the bottle Marfa handed over. Inside, the liquid shimmered a brilliant gold, flecked with twinkling specks of light. For a moment, it looked just like a sparkling galaxy contained in glass. What is this? Look, it's glowing. You sure it's not radioactive? Tony asked, shaking the bottle skeptically. Suit yourself. Take it or leave it, Marfa replied, a little miffed that Tony questioned his good intentions. All right. I'll treat it as a return gift from you. Tony relented, twisting off the cap and downing the liquid in one go. Instantly, Tony felt a warm current spread from his mouth to his throat, then down his esophagus and into his stomach. Slowly, it was as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Every pore in his body seemed to draw in the warmth with greedy delight. At that very moment, the last traces of palladium in Tony's body were completely purged. This is incredible. Tony's eyes widened with amazement as he felt the changes in his body. He looked at Marfa, full of hope. Marfa saw exactly what Tony was about to say, and cut him off with a dismissive wave. Please don't be so stingy. Tony gazed longingly at the now empty bottle in his hand. All pretense gone, he stuck his tongue right into the bottle, determined to lick up every last drop. Watching Tony wrestle with the bottle like a child desperate for the last sip of a sports drink, a sly smile crept across Marfa's lips. That's right, this was the very bottle rescued from the sludge of the Woma cult leader. Go ahead and lick. Tony, never thought you'd have a day like this, did you? Marfa thought with dark amusement. Marfa, be honest. Are you really out of this stuff? How about we work together? I'll put up the money, you supply the formula. I'm telling you, this could be a worldwide hit, Tony said, entirely serious. Is it really that tasty? Marfa replied, a knowing smile playing at his lips. It can't really be called delicious, but once you drink it, a comforting warmth spreads through your body. Still, the taste, something's not quite right. There's a trace of bitterness, a subtle astringency lingering on the tongue. Marfa finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. So that's what it is. Woma cult leader's excrement is bitter and astringent. Well, you learn something new every day. All right, out with it. Why are you really here? I don't believe for a second that you came all the way in the middle of the night just to bring me a bottle of Wong Locat. Marfa twisted off the cap, took a few swigs, and then got straight to the point. When are we leaving? At this moment, Tony no longer dwelled on the odd taste of the golden potion. He immediately moved closer and asked, Leaving? Where to? Marfa looked at him, puzzled. No, Mashimov. You can't go back on your word. You've already taken my guns and ammo, so you need to take me to find that bald woman. Tony's face fell as he spoke, making his stance clear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special mission. Walk in other shoes. Leave them no path. Mission objective. Help Tony Stark become the apprentice of the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Mission reward. Unknown. Mission description. Iron Man is about to learn magic. So, what will Doctor Strange do? Here we go again. Hearing the system prompt whispering in his ear, Marfa couldn't help but freeze for a moment, lost in thought. So far, the system had only issued 2 special missions. The first was to help Toby become Spider-Man. Who would have thought the second mission would be to help Tony become Doctor Strange? This system really seems determined to turn the MCU storyline upside down. But I like it. Ring an equal to ring an equal to. With that in mind, Marfa immediately accepted the mission. If Tony Stark were to give up his Iron Man suit and study the mystic arts, that would be a massive plot twist. Maybe he'd even get a monthly pass out of it. With this thought, Marfa nodded. Tony, let me be straight with you. The person you're looking for is the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. She's the leader of Kamar Taj, whose mission is to maintain the balance of the multiverse and protect the entire world. That doesn't necessarily include humanity. Or, to put it another way, in the Ancient One's eyes, you're no different in essence from a raccoon or a tree. You're all just part of the world. And what she guards is something much greater. Something greater? Marfa's words genuinely shook Tony. Was this what Buddhists meant by the equality of all living things? If you're responsible for the greater whole, does that mean the fate of the smaller parts doesn't matter? These thoughts made Tony frown deeply. From the very beginning, Tony had been influenced by Howard's philosophy. The best weapon is one you only need to use once. That, to him, was the definition of peace. After enduring the hardships inside the cave, Tony was deeply influenced by Dr. Incense, coming to believe that every life is precious and deserves to be cherished and treated with respect. This philosophy has stayed with him ever since. Yet now, if what Mafara says is true, doesn't it mean that in the eyes of the Ancient One, life is no different from mere grass or weeds? If humanity were to disappear from Earth, what meaning could there possibly be in protecting such a planet? For a moment, Tony found himself lost and uncertain. So, do you understand now? Why I'm not willing to take you to see the Ancient One just yet? Because you still haven't figured out what you truly want, what kind of person you wish to become, or found the resolve to sacrifice everything in pursuit of your goal. Even if you were to meet the Ancient One as you are now, what would it accomplish? With such conflicting beliefs, do you really think she would teach you? Keep in mind, the Sorcerer Supreme is nothing like Stephen Strange. She can't be swayed by money. Mafara's words were meant to provoke Tony. In the original story, did Stephen Strange become a disciple by embracing the idea of protecting the multiverse and disregarding the individual? Clearly not. Yet he still entered Kamar-Taj and even became the Ancient One's successor. From this, it's not hard to see that Kamar-Taj is tolerant of individual beliefs. If Tony truly became Sorcerer Supreme, as long as the multiverse remained balanced, he could do as he pleased, be it ruling the Earth or protecting humanity. These things mean little to Kamar-Taj. But since the Ancient One was willing to reveal herself to Tony in advance, even going so far as to entice him to Kamar-Taj, it shows how highly she regards him. Mafara certainly didn't want Tony to lose sight of being Iron Man because of his pursuit of magic. In the Marvel Universe, if there wasn't that man who snapped his fingers and declared, "I am Iron Man," it would lose its very soul. Cambridge, Massachusetts. At this moment, Samuel Stearns stared at the glass test tube before him, his face alight with excitement. He had succeeded. After months of tireless research, he had finally tamed the Hulk serum, all thanks to an unexpected accident. That day, Samuel simply wanted a change of taste, so he ordered a $6 spicy hot pot. Who could have guessed that, by sheer accident, some of the broth splashed into the petri dish containing the developing Hulk serum? And so, a miracle happened. The Hulk serum instantly transformed from a colorless, transparent solution to a vivid green. While Samuel was silently cursing his own carelessness, he noticed something even stranger. The contaminated serum slowly reverted to its original colorless, transparent state. Driven by curiosity, Samuel immediately began studying this serum, and to his astonishment, discovered that the Hulk factor within had been completely suppressed. Not only was the previous ferocity and aggression entirely gone, but the serum also retained a remarkable degree of activity. This discovery, without a doubt, piqued Samuel's curiosity, and he immediately conducted live tests with lab mice. As expected, after the injection, the mice's physical capabilities were instantly enhanced by more than tenfold. Even more astonishing, they exhibited none of the usual tendencies toward rage or irritability. Without further hesitation, Samuel handled the mice and then threw himself into analyzing the ingredients of that particular spicy hot pot. Yet, even after using up every last drop of the hot pot's broth, Samuel still couldn't reach any satisfactory conclusion. The reason was simple. The hot pot's composition was unbelievably complex, containing nearly half the elements from the periodic table. Samuel would never have imagined that something as simple as a spicy hot pot could have so many additives. Unwilling to give up, Samuel promptly ordered dozens more servings of the same dish. By the time the warehouse full of Hulk serum was completely exhausted, all Samuel had to show for his efforts was still that very first accidental product. It was a deeply frustrating outcome. Gazing at the room overflowing with spicy hot pot, Samuel felt as though his entire life had been cast into shadow. With the serum gone, there were now only two ways left if he wanted another sample of the Hulk serum. One was to go directly to Martha, since she had kept samples of every concentration back in the day. The other was to go straight to the Hulk himself. Samuel pondered these options for a long time. In the end, he made a bold decision. After all, this was a version of the Hulk serum that could be controlled by human will. With it, not to mention the Nobel Prize, sweeping every biological science award in the world would be a breeze. If he chose to sell it to the military, the profits he would gain would be hundreds or even tens of thousands of times greater than anything Martha could offer. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, not the timid. Faced with such overwhelming temptation, Samuel's heart inevitably wavered. But then came the next problem. Where was Banner? Ever since Bruce Banner left Brazil and was brought to America by Betty and Obadiah, all contact between Mr. Green and Mr. Blue had ceased. At this moment, Samuel had no way of knowing Bruce Banner's whereabouts. And if he wanted the military's help, it was clear he first needed to prove his worth. After much deliberation, Samuel finally decided to inject himself with this lucky serum before negotiating with the military. Samuel was not blind to the possibility that the military might simply capture him and treat him as a test subject. But as a doctor of biology, he understood that this serum in his hand, already at only 20% concentration, would be further diluted once injected into his own body. If they were to use him for research, the resulting secondary serum would only be less effective. This clearly does not serve the military's interests. Moreover, as things stand, Samuel is the only person in the world who knows how this lucky serum in his possession was created. As long as he keeps his mouth shut, the military would no doubt be more than willing to do business with him. California, Life Foundation Group. Boss, Flash Thompson, he's gone missing. A security guard, head hanging low, spoke with a touch of panic in his voice. Missing? Carlton Drake's brows knit together, a vague sense of foreboding settling over him. Flash was precious to Gamora, after all. These days, Gamora had barely left his side for even a moment. How could he have vanished? Have you figured out what happened? Carlton's face grew stern as he questioned the guard. In the past, Carlton wouldn't have cared whether Flash lived or died. All he wanted was Gamora's money, and if Flash disappeared, he could simply clone another one. But according to Dora's report, this particular Flash clone had an extraordinarily high compatibility rate with symbiote number 3. That changed things. Even Carlton couldn't afford to take Flash's disappearance lightly now. Why, yes, sir. The security guard stammered, clearly too nervous to speak plainly. And there was nothing Carlton hated more than someone who hesitated at the crucial moment. He could overlook it from Dora Skirth, since she was valuable technical talent, but from a mere security guard? That was another matter entirely. Thinking this, Carlton promptly drew a handgun from his waist and pressed it to the guard's forehead. Tell me everything, or I'll blow your brains out. Carlton's eyes flashed with annoyance as he spoke. I'm very sorry, sir. It was my negligence. Originally, I was in charge of monitoring symbiote number 3, but Dr. Skirth was out, so the sample lab for symbiote number 3 was left unattended. Out of curiosity, I want to take a closer look. But I didn't expect symbiote number 3 to hide right in my blind spot. I thought number 3 had disappeared, so I opened the lab door immediately. That's when it slipped out. When I realized something was wrong, I immediately checked all the surveillance footage. Eventually, I discovered that number 3 had merged with Flash Thompson's body, so I rushed to apprehend him. But by the time I and the other guard arrived, both of them had already vanished. The security guard recounted every detail, leaving nothing out. As he spoke, sweat poured down his face, terrified that Carlton might fire him on the spot for losing track of symbiote number 3. After all, the benefits at Life Foundation were quite generous. He really didn't want to lose this job. However, just as he finished speaking, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out in the office. A hole, about the size of a thumb, appeared right in the security guard's forehead. His face still frozen in disbelief, the guard collapsed to the floor. Useless. You actually lost the symbiote. Frankly, taking just your life is letting you off easy. The disappearance of the symbiote was a tremendous loss for the entire Life Foundation. There had been 4 samples, one lost when its container broke during the crash, and now another gone due to the carelessness of security. For Carlton, this was nothing short of a devastating blow. Without hesitation, Carlton pulled out his phone and dialed Obadiah. Obadiah, Gamora's son, and one of the test subjects have disappeared together. I'll need your help this time to bring them back. Carlton's voice was low and grave. No problem. After all you've done for me, consider this a favor in return. But you owe me 2 bottles of good wine when this is over. On the other end of the line, Obadiah was busy tuning his mechanical components with the help of his technicians. These days he, Gamora, and Carlton were all in the same boat. If one prospered, they all did. If one failed, they all suffered. If he ever hoped to rise again, he'd need their support. So when he heard about the Life Foundation's trouble, he agreed without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, in the wilds of Arizona, a towering, pitch-black silhouette, over 2 meters tall, was racing across the open land at breakneck speed. Hey kid, you sure we're not headed the wrong way? I'm getting tired here, the hulking figure grumbled. There's a voice inside me that keeps telling me I have to go there. Only there will I find the answers I need, came the reply, spoken half to himself. How much farther? I'm starving. I want some meat. About 3,000 kilometers, I think, the Black Shadow answered uncertainly. Ugh, damn it. I quit. You wanted to run that far on foot? You trying to kill me? The giant figure skidded to a halt, roaring in frustration. Come on, please. I really want to know what's pulling me there. Venom, big bro, could you just help me out? The black shape kept muttering to himself. Luckily, no one was around to witness the strange sight. Otherwise, Even if his frightening appearance didn't scare them off, they'd probably think they'd run into a madman talking to himself. That day, the newsrooms of the New York Times, Daily Bugle, Global Daily, and other media outlets erupted with excitement. Because the legendary newcomer known as the Financial Miracle, Mafara, had finally made a public appearance. According to inside sources from the Life Foundation Group, the vice president of Stark Industries, Mafara, is expected to visit the Life Foundation in the coming days to discuss the future direction of American enterprises. This news sent shockwaves through the media. Countless reporters, sensing the scent of a major story like sharks drawn to blood, began staking out the Life Foundation's entrance day and night, all hoping to catch a glimpse of Mr. Maximoff himself. Among these reporters was Eddie Brock, a journalist from the Los Angeles Times. As one of the hottest investigative reporters of the moment, Eddie Brock had previously worked for New York's Daily Globe. However, his unchecked candor and fearless reporting style had offended the city's financial elite, ultimately forcing him to seek refuge in California, where his girlfriend lived. Fortunately, Eddie was gutsy and outspoken, often unearthing explosive scoops. Even in this unfamiliar environment, he quickly became the star reporter of the Los Angeles Times. "Hey, Eddie, do you think we'll actually get a shot of Mr. Maximoff this time?" A fellow reporter asked. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask then? This is the boss's assignment. Do you think I want to be here? Honestly, instead of photographing Maximoff, I'd rather sneak inside the Life Foundation and get evidence of their wrongdoings." Eddie replied impatiently. The reporter looked confused. According to reliable sources, the Life Foundation has been conducting human experiments lately. Quite a few homeless people have been snatched up and forced to participate. Eddie lowered his voice, whispering discreetly into the reporter's ear. "What? Human?" Before the reporter could finish, Eddie clapped a hand over his mouth, signaling him to keep quiet, then glanced meaningfully at the other journalists nearby. "Well, now that you mention it, I really want to get some photos inside. Honestly, I owe you for this tip. If we get those shots, we'll be the talk of the town." The reporter replied, his excitement barely contained. Inside the Life Foundation's top-floor office, sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows. Carlton Drake looked down at the noisy throng of reporters pinned in at the gates, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had to admit, Doris Gertha's idea to invite Maffa here was truly inspired. What does the Life Foundation need most right now? And under Maffa's management, Stark Industries was thriving like never before. P.S. Don't ask me who never before is, I don't know either. It's just like inviting Warren Buffett to lunch. You don't need Buffet to say a thing, but afterwards, whatever stock the host buys, a crowd of people will blindly follow suit. That's exactly the effect Carlton was hoping for. As long as Marfa pays a visit to the Life Foundation, and Carlton quietly lets this slip to the media, it's easy to predict that the Foundation's stock price will soar, carried ever upward on the wings of Marfa's celebrity. And Carlton Drake himself will never have to worry about funding again. "Boss, Mr. Maximov will arrive in 30 minutes. Should I bring him to see you?" A young secretary entered, dressed in a white, semi-transparent blouse with only 2 buttons fastened. Carlton glanced at the expanse of pale skin and paused for a moment's thought. "No, I'll greet him at the entrance myself. Arrange the grandest welcome you can. Make it quick. Oh, and be sure to call Dr. Skirth. She was the one who invited him, so she should join us." Upon hearing this, the secretary hurried out of Carlton's office at a half-run. And as she ran, a little white rabbit, snowy and bright, with its ears perked up, munching on carrots and grass, hopping this way and that, utterly adorable. Ahem, let's not get sidetracked. Soon enough, Marfa's car arrived at the gates of the Life Foundation. The scene was pure spectacle, drums pounding, firecrackers cracking, colorful banners waving, and a crowd as far as the eye could see. To orchestrate such a grand reception in just half an hour was a testament to Carlton's remarkable abilities. "Marfa, just look at this. Practically the treatment reserved for a head of state. You really know how to make an entrance." Inside the car, Toby chimed in at just the right moment, laying on the flattery thick. Ever heard the saying, "No one is overly attentive without a reason, unless they want something"? The Life Foundation is a lot more complicated than you think. On the way here, Marfa had browsed through the intelligence Nick Fury had sent over, and finally recalled the plot of the film Venom. Wasn't the villain in that movie none other than Carlton Drake of the Life Foundation? Previously, Marfa's focus had been so fixed on the MCU storyline that he'd almost forgotten about that particular Sony film, especially since the briefing had mentioned that Life Form 1 had recently crashed in Malaysia. That only piqued Marfa's interest even further. He glanced at Toby beside him, and the thought of Venom flashed through his mind. Anticipation surged within him. What kind of tricks would these 2 comic book nemesis pull this time? At that moment, Marfa could almost see countless game cards sprouting wings and flying toward him. At last, the car rolled to a stop. A fanfare of brass instruments filled the air, and celebratory fireworks burst overhead. Ah, welcome, Mr. Maximoff. We're honored you've come all this way. Carlton Drake, flanked by his secretary and Dr. Doris Girth, strode down the red carpet to greet Marfa. His enthusiasm so over the top, it could almost put a family reunion to shame. Thank you, Mr. Drake, for coming to meet me in person. Maffa immediately stepped forward, nodding politely to each of the three men in turn, then grasped Carlton's hand in a firm handshake as a gesture of respect. What was meant to be a private, informal meeting had, thanks to Carlton's maneuvering, transformed into a high-level conference between Stark Industries and the Life Foundation. Standing as Stark Industries' representative, Maffa knew he couldn't let Tony's reputation slip. In an instant, the scene was alive with the flashing of cameras and the relentless clicks of shutters, filling the air with a constant flurry. But just then, a reporter suddenly shoved past the security staff and rushed right up to Maffa and Carlton. Excuse me, Mr. Maximoff, Mr. Drake. I'm Eddie Brock from the Los Angeles Times. Could I have just 3 minutes for a quick interview? Carlton, seeing someone barge in, instinctively frowned. But then, as if a thought occurred to him, he forced down his irritation and replaced it with a dazzling smile. If Mr. Maximoff doesn't mind, Carlton replied, deftly passing the decision to Maffa. Eddie Brock? Wasn't that the main character from Venom? At this moment, Eddie was in the prime of his career and love life. Nothing like the downcast figure he appeared as in the movie. The corners of Maffa's mouth lifted slightly. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Eddie's face lit up with delight. He immediately waved to another journalist in the crowd, signaling him to come over and snap some photos. Mr. Maximoff, as the rising star of the financial world, what's your view on the Life Foundation, a company whose stock has long been in a slump? Eddie certainly lived up to his reputation. Sharp as a blade, his words reignited the anger in Carlton that had just been tamped down. The Life Foundation, huh? From what I know, it's a company with great potential. Look, that's why I'm here, isn't it? Since he was here to put on a show, Maffa played along, giving Carlton a subtle compliment. As long as they maintained a good relationship on the surface, it would only be a matter of time before he got a chance to interact with the symbiotes. But Eddie wasn't about to back down. I've heard that the Life Foundation has been conducting secret human experiments recently, resulting in multiple deaths. How do you respond to these allegations? Has Stark Industries been involved? And what are your views on the deaths caused by human experimentation? Now Carlton Drake could no longer keep still. If not for the many eyes watching, he might have strangled this audacious reporter on the spot. Dr. Skirth, please answer the reporter's questions. Mr. Maximoff is our honored guest. If we make him stand here any longer, people will say the Life Foundation lacks basic manners. With that, Carlton led Maffa into the Life Foundation building. Along the way, he kept apologizing, claiming that his arrangements had been inadequate. One interesting soul, Maffa mused inwardly. Eddie and Venom are perhaps one of the most unique duos in all of Marvel's cinematic universe. Ordinarily, for the sake of censorship and box office returns, films and TV shows would adjust their characters, drawing a clear line between good and evil. The good guys are supposed to shine with righteousness and positive energy, while villains are painted as schemers, endlessly plotting and conniving. But Eddie is different. He debuted at the peak of his life, but as the story unfolded, he ended up a complete loser. Not only did his girlfriend leave him for someone else, he also lost his job, and his life became an utter mess. As for Venom, the weakest of all symbiotes, he was constantly bullied by his own kind. In fact, when confronted with Riot, another symbiote, he instinctively felt a surge of terror. It was just like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man cowering in front of Flash Thompson, timid to the extreme. Yet somehow, this coward and this loser sparked a fascinating chemical reaction, giving birth to a morally ambiguous, gray-area superhero. Unlike the polished, dazzling heroes, Venom eats people, kills without hesitation, and fights ruthlessly, with no regard for conventional morality. But if he believes something is right, he'll stop at nothing to make it happen. Venom never feels the need to answer to anyone, as long as his own conscience is clear. That's precisely why Maffa had taken a real liking to this character. It's a pity, he thought, that such an intriguing soul might not receive his chance this time. Maffa sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Carlton Drake, as the host, soon shook off the gloom lingering over Eddie. To him, Maffa was the very embodiment of fortune. He couldn't afford to be neglectful. Under Carlton's guidance, Maffa took a general tour of the Life Foundation. Along the way, Carlton made a point of introducing Maffa to their current focus, gene-targeted therapy. Simply put, it involves injecting specific gene solutions to optimize the human genome, helping the body develop antibodies against certain cancer cells and genetic mutations, pushing humanity toward genetic evolution and awakening its latent resistance to disease. Of course, Maffa knew this was only the surface. There was no way Carlton would reveal his core research to an outsider right from the start. Mr. Maximoff, that's the general picture of our company, Carlton explained. Human beings, in the end, are too fragile. Since childhood, I've witnessed countless separations and deaths, seen too many souls teetering on the edge of demise. In my view, humanity must evolve. Only by ascending to a higher form of life can we hope to carve out greater space for survival. I have great respect for Mr. Stark's decision to give up the weapons industry in favor of clean energy. Humanity's destruction of the Earth has been far too reckless. If only there were more entrepreneurs like Mr. Stark in the world, our future wouldn't be as bleak as it seems now. Carlton spoke, half in earnest and half in jest. I sincerely hope that Mr. Maximoff can help foster a long-term partnership between our Life Foundation and Stark Industries, so that together we can make a modest contribution to the Earth and the future of humanity. With that, Carlton added a final remark. The implication was obvious. You're against war? So am I. You're committed to clean energy and protecting mankind? So am I. Now, I'm short on funds. Surely you wouldn't just stand by and watch a promising young man with ambition fall into despair, would you? Having lived 2 lifetimes, Marfa easily saw through Carlton's underlying message. Mr. Drake, I'll relay your intentions to Tony. I believe that as long as your company remains true to its ideals and continues to do good, Tony would be more than happy to befriend you. Marfa was clearly no fool. What he really meant was, first, it depends on whether your actions match your words. Second, Tony's the boss. I'm just here to coordinate. Any real decisions will have to come from him. At this point, Carlton understood there was no need to say more. After all, whether Tony chose to invest in a Life Foundation or not was no longer crucial. Marfa's visit to the Life Foundation, coupled with all the publicity he'd stirred up beforehand, would be enough to give the company's stock price a significant boost. That alone would help the Life Foundation weather this difficult period. Once the lab produced results with their symbiote research, would they really still need to cling to Stark Industries? That night, after arranging a hotel for Marfa, Carlton returned home. The day's endless forced smiles had thoroughly exhausted him, not just physically, but mentally as well. Thankfully, it was all finally over. In the coming days, all Carlton had left to do was attend a seminar or two and the farewell ceremony. As for everything else, he could leave it to Dora. After all, she was the one who'd issued the invitation. It only made sense for her to take over as hostess. But when Carlton pushed open his front door, he discovered someone was already inside. A closer look revealed it was his former secretary. What was she doing here so late at night, suddenly turning up like this? Could she be hungry again? Hadn't he just fed her last night? Suspicion flickered through Carlton's mind. The life of an old workhorse. Was he to plow these fields every night until he dropped from exhaustion? As Carlton pondered, the secretary began to walk toward him, step by step. That dazzling expanse of white at her chest made his vision blur. Soon, the female secretary approached Carlton and placed both her hands directly on his chest. Wait a second, isn't this procedure reversed? Carlton was utterly baffled, but before he could react, countless streams of silvery black slime began to ooze out from the secretary's body. A sense of dread washed over Carlton. He tried to break free, but the secretary gripped him tightly, sending a sharp, piercing pain through his chest. At that moment, the silvery black slime on the secretary's body surged wildly toward Carlton. The whole process happened in a flash. Barely a few heartbeats later, the secretary collapsed onto the ground, while Carlton's lips curled into a wicked smile. Damn you. You actually made me chase you halfway across this planet, Carlton said in a deep, menacing voice. Who are you? Carlton suddenly shook his head violently, struggling to speak, his face contorted with confusion. I am your master, right? You may call me King, Carlton replied, his expression tense as he continued. Despite his ongoing resistance, Carlton eventually yielded. Though he had been possessed by the symbiote, they reached a compromise. For now, Carlton would remain in control of his body most of the time, and his task now was... Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Life Foundation, Eddie, disguised in security guard uniform, stealthily led reporter A to the Life Foundation's drainage outlet. Eddie, are we really going through with this? You do realize this is breaking and entering. If we're caught, we'll go to jail. And even if we get inside, without an access card, we won't be able to document their secrets, reporter A whispered, hesitating. Idiot, you can't catch a tiger without venturing into its den. Access card, you say? Take a look at this, Eddie replied, pulling an ID card with Dora Skirtha's photo from his pocket. I lifted this off that lady scientist earlier today. Trust me, stick with me, and you'll have more stories than you can handle, he said, then slipped into the drainage pipe ahead. So this is the Life Foundation. Following the pipe into the facility, reporter A was left speechless by what he saw. Supercomputers, precision instruments with unpronounceable names, cages of lab mice awaiting experimentation, and rows of living specimen tanks. Even human organs floating in mysterious green liquids. Staring at those organs suspended in the unknown solution, reporter A couldn't help but swallow nervously. So, it's true. They really are conducting human experimentation, he whispered under his breath. Just then, Eddie gave reporter A smack on the head. Next time you're on assignment, how about doing your homework first? These are just cloned organs cultivated by the Life Foundation. There's even a detailed process posted on their website. Customizing replacement organs for those billionaires is, after all, one of the main businesses of the Life Foundation. Watching reporter A sighing endlessly over such a trivial matter, Eddie couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain. And this guy wants to be an ace reporter? At this moment, in Eddie's eyes, reporter A was hardly any different from an idiot. Little did he know, in the Life Foundation surveillance room, Marfa, cloaked in invisibility, was looking at Eddie with much the same expression, as if watching a fool. Are these two supposed to be pigs? What kind of security personnel wander around gawking like curious children? Anyone with half a brain would know these two are up to something. Just an hour earlier, Marfa had planned to use her invisibility to quietly sneak into the Life Foundation and gather evidence of their experiments on vagrants. Evidence she needed to complete her mission for S.H.I.E.L.D. But as luck would have it, she'd run straight into the sneaky Eddie and reporter A right near the Life Foundation building. The moment she saw those two bumbling thieves trying to sneak in, Marfa's eyes lit up. What could make for a better pair of scapegoats? Carlton Drake wasn't an idiot. If Marfa made a move, he'd definitely discover something afterward. If that happened, Stark Industries could easily be pinned with charges of corporate espionage, which would be a huge mess. But if these two fools took the fall, that was a whole different story. So, relying on her invisibility and telekinesis, Marfa slipped into the Life Foundation surveillance room ahead of them and knocked out every staff member on duty. Then, skillfully dodging all the security cameras, she quietly subdued the patrolling guards and locked them in the restroom. If she hadn't, did Eddie and reporter A really think they could break into the heavily guarded Life Foundation? Now, everything was in place. All Marfa had to do was set these two up, and all the evidence of the Life Foundation's crimes would come to light. Her mission would be accomplished just like that. It was no exaggeration to say that the appearance of Eddie and reporter A was a godsend for Marfa. Everything had gone so smoothly that it felt almost unreal. With the mission basically done, it was time to take care of some personal business. Marfa thought to herself. According to the original Venom storyline, the Life Foundation had brought back 4 symbiotes. The silver one, Riot, most likely got lost during the crash landing. Who knows, maybe at this very moment, it was still hitching a ride in the body of a little old lady or a young girl, heading toward the Life Foundation. In other words, right now, there should be 3 symbiotes inside the Life Foundation. The black one, Venom, the yellow one, and the blue one. In the original storyline, the yellow and blue symbiotes barely had any screen time. Even their names were unknown. Marfa remembered that some Marvel fans once speculated that they might be Scream and Riot. Of course, that was pure guesswork and never received any official confirmation from Marvel or Sony. But what Marfa wanted was to gain control over all 3 of them. First of all, symbiotes could greatly enhance their hosts in strength, speed, and superhuman abilities, turning anyone into a real jack-of-all-trades. And once bonded, ordinary firearms could hardly harm the host. Even if they did get hurt, the symbiote would quickly heal them. Marfa hadn't forgotten how Pietro died in the original MCU plot. Now that he'd become Pietro's younger brother in this life, there was no way Marfa would just stand by and watch Pietro meet the same tragic end. But what if something unexpected happened? What if Pietro got caught again when Marfa wasn't around? That's why Marfa had already decided. The blue symbiote would be Pietro's pet, no question about it. As for the black symbiote, Venom, it had always been Peter Parker's old nemesis. And now that Toby had become Spider-Man ahead of schedule, and by chance happened to be Marfa's chosen ally, Marfa certainly didn't mind bringing these 2 rivals together for an epic partnership. As for the yellow symbiote, Marfa definitely didn't want it. Ever since encountering certain dung beetles, Marfa had developed a strong aversion to the color yellow. Just the thought of something that looked like excrement merging with his own body was downright nauseating. Besides, Marfa's situation was different from Pietro's or Toby's. He wasn't a genetic mutant. So it was still an open question whether a symbiote could fully amplify his abilities. If the symbiote could only enhance hosts at the genetic level, then for someone like Marfa, who was already a versatile superhuman, it would be pretty useless. So for now, Marfa had no intention of using the yellow symbiote, but there was no reason to give it away for nothing either. Just like Hulk's serum, whether you need it or not, it's always good to have something valuable in your pocket. And if nothing else, he could always trade it to Alexander Pierce for something more useful. At last, after fiddling around for more than 10 minutes, Eddie and the first reporter found the elevator that led to the symbiote lab. With the ID card they'd borrowed from Daoist, the two of them had no trouble at all opening the elevator doors. Eddie, don't you think we're having it a little too easy? We haven't seen a single security guard, the reporter asked with a hint of concern. Yeah, I know what you mean, Eddie replied, his brows knitted in a frown. It feels like someone's watching us. In the corner of the elevator, invisible to the naked eye, Marfa pursed his lips. You're absolutely right. That someone is me. But unfortunately, I'm not keeping an eye on you. I'm just here for the gossip. Marfa thought to herself in silence. As the elevator descended, the three of them soon arrived at the underground symbiote research lab of the Life Foundation. Unlike the research labs above ground, Carlton had taken special care to ensure that nothing about the symbiote studies in the underground lab would leak out. To that end, he assigned only 3 elite, trusted subordinates and Obadiah to guard the place. Especially after the incident with Venom's escape, Carlton became even more vigilant, personally warning the trio to make absolutely sure that nothing went wrong. As for Obadiah himself, out on the plains of Kansas, Obadiah was at the wheel, speeding along with the symbiote tracker in hand. With a nationwide manhunt underway, and fully aware of SHLD's reach, he didn't dare risk flying openly and drawing attention. Fortunately, Venom was running on 2 legs, while he had 4 wheels beneath him. Add to that Venom's tendency to bicker with Flash every now and then, and despite Flash's considerable head start, the gap between the two was gradually closing. Damn it, where the hell is that bastard Gamera's son heading? I've chased him halfway across North America already. Inside the car, Obadiah grumbled, cigarette in hand, cursing Gamora and Flash for what felt like the 1000th time. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Kansas, there was Flash. Venom, big guy, why'd you stop again? Can't you just cooperate for once? I don't care. I'm hungry again. I'm gonna find something to eat. If you keep nagging, I'll just eat you instead. Hold on, big guy. You promised to take me in as your little brother. Since when does the big brother eat the little one, right? We have been on the move for ages. I'm hungry too. Look, there's a farm up ahead. Why don't we try our luck there and see if we can get a meal? Flash said meekly. Having this boss sharing his body was giving Flash a constant headache. Venom seemed to want to eat people at the drop of a hat. Flash these days was nothing like the spider monster he used to be. Ever since being cloned, he'd only learned the basics about the world he now lived in, mostly thanks to a supercomputer's help. He was like a newborn, innocent at heart. So naturally, he found it hard to bear the thought of killing his own kind. To keep Venom in check, Flash had used every argument he could think of along the way. Before long, this odd duo arrived at the farm they'd spotted earlier. A sign hung high at the entrance, bearing the words Morris Manor. Author's note. This is an Easter egg. Readers of my previous book on lobster should get the reference, haha. Back at the Life Foundation's underground symbiote lab, with a deft combination of telekinesis and invisibility, Marfa quietly and effortlessly dispatched the so-called elite guards. In order to pin the blame successfully, Marfa even went so far as to destroy all the surveillance cameras in the lab. With this, she had effectively shifted all responsibility onto Eddie and Reporter A. But just as Marfa finished her work, a scream of agony erupted from inside the laboratory. What the hell is that thing? The cry was abruptly cut off. Marfa instantly sensed that something had gone wrong and hurried in the direction of the noise. Rounding a corner, Marfa was met with a shocking sight. A man whose eyes were pitch black, without a trace of white. There was no doubt, this was Reporter A. Eddie, I didn't expect there to be another underground lab here. Look, so many human specimens. These must be the vagrants you mentioned who were taken away. Reporter A declared, trying to sound authoritative. Eddie Brock, straight face. Give me a break, I have eyes, don't I? Do you really need to point it out? Eddie grumbled inwardly, but his hands didn't pause for a second. He pulled out a compact camera and began snapping photo after photo of the horrifying scenes before him. After all, sneaking in here was a huge risk. If he didn't take as many photos as possible, wouldn't all his effort go to waste? Before long, the two of them reached the door of a room made of reinforced glass. Inside, a long-haired man cowered in the corner, trembling as if suppressing something deep within. Hurry, let's get him out. Eddie gestured toward Reporter A. Eddie knew that, with a corporation as powerful as the Life Foundation, a few photos probably wouldn't be enough to bring them down. But if they had both evidence and a living witness, that would be a different story. And wasn't this man right here the perfect witness? Reporter A stepped forward and began searching for a way to open the door. Soon, his eyes landed on an electronic lock at the side. Eddie, this thing needs a code. Reporter A frowned. Are you seriously that clueless? Just smash it. It's just reinforced glass, not some high-end import from China. Eddie shot Reporter A disdainful glance, then grabbed a fire axe from the emergency box and tossed it over. Hurry up and quit dawdling. Reporter A hefted the fire axe in one hand and gave Eddie a thumbs up with the other. Impressive. No wonder you're such a veteran. No wonder you're so popular. Without another word, he swung the axe at the glass. With a single blow, the reinforced glass instantly cracked, spreading out into a web of fissures. Damn it, put some muscle into it. Use all that strength you show off in front of the ladies. Eddie, still snapping photos, cheered him on from the side as Reporter A struggled with the surprisingly heavy axe. Strength for picking up girls? In that instant, Reporter A's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. A sudden chill swept the air as the fire axe crashed down onto the tempered glass with unstoppable force. Glass shards flew in every direction, and the door to the compartment, made entirely of reinforced glass, was instantly shattered into pieces. Eddie swallowed hard, his gaze unconsciously flicking down between Reporter A's legs. This guy's a beast. Better not mess with him. Definitely not. That was the thought echoing in his mind. But wait, why isn't the alarm going off? The Life Foundation can't be so broke they can't even afford a proper alarm bell. Can they? As the suspicion crossed Eddie's mind, he instinctively took 2 small steps backward. Just then, the long-haired man who had been cowering in the corner seemed to have been startled by the commotion. All at once, he sprang to his feet and, faster than the blink of an eye, lunged at Reporter P.S. To be clear, he was startled, not anything else. Reporter A had just used every ounce of strength he had, and his mind was still reeling. He never expected the long-haired man to suddenly hurl himself at him with such desperation, and for a moment, he froze in surprise. By the time he processed what was happening, the long-haired man had already pinned him down. Hey, what are you doing? Come on, knock it off. I'm not into this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the long-haired man clamped down over him, and without warning, torrents of blue slime gushed from his mouth, flooding into Reporter A's body. Hey, no, don't. Before he could finish his sentence, the blue slime had already forced its way inside. At that moment, Reporter A's eyes turned pitch black, the whites vanishing entirely. He shoved the long-haired man off and staggered to his feet, moving like a zombie. Clearly, the symbiote was adapting to its new host. The sight sent a chill straight through Eddie's bones. But Eddie, true to his role as the protagonist, didn't freeze up. In a split second, he whipped a fire extinguisher from the emergency box nearby, yanked out the safety pin, and aimed it straight at Reporter A. A hissing cloud erupted from the nozzle, blasting Reporter A and turning him ghostly white in an instant. But now, with the symbiote fully in control, Reporter A was unfazed by something as trivial as dry ice. He gave a violent shudder, and all the frost clinging to his body fell away in an instant. Food, food, he mumbled, his words slurred as he staggered toward Eddie once more. Eddie was a seasoned investigative journalist, but even he had never seen anything like this. Terror gripped him on the spot. Instinctively, he hurled the now empty fire extinguisher canister at Reporter A, then spun around and bolted. Hunting time, Reporter A murmured under his breath, immediately springing after Eddie. Having adjusted after his earlier transformation, Reporter A now moved with none of his initial awkwardness. His speed was even increasing with every stride. As he rounded a corner, a figure suddenly blocked his path. In the next instant, a fist the size of a cooking pot crashed straight into his face. The force of the blow sent Reporter A flying 5 meters through the air, only stopping when he slammed into a nearby support column. What was that just now? Reporter A staggered back to his feet. As his body writhed, the shattered and broken bones in his frame snapped and shifted, quickly restoring themselves with a chorus of cracks. But when he looked in the direction the attack had come from, there was no one there. In fact, the moment Marfa had sent Reporter A flying, he'd already slipped into the elevator and made his escape. As the saying goes, better you than me. Seeing that his teammate was behaving strangely, Eddie wasn't about to stick around. He had a loving wife waiting for him at home. Why risk his life for someone else's mess? Where are you? Come out and face me. Reporter A bellowed. But Marfa, who had already used an invisibility spell to vanish from sight, wasn't about to entertain his impotent rage. As the skill activated, a streak of lightning flashed, and Reporter A froze on the spot, stunned. Inside his mind's consciousness, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Who are you? Get out of my body. Within his sea of consciousness, Reporter A screamed furiously at the blue monster standing before him. One stood just under 2 meters tall, the other almost 10. The difference in size was staggering. Yet the towering blue monster paid no heed to the frail human before it, instead turning with a grave expression to look at the other side. For in that moment, an even larger figure had entered their mental realm. The newcomer stood over 20 meters tall, wearing a robe of ashen white, a long sword gleaming with cold light in his hand, and a wicked grin across his face as he stared at the blue monster. There could be no doubt. This 20-meter giant was Marfa, who had just entered reporter A's mind through the lure of the light. Following the blue monster's gaze, reporter A also spotted Marfa's colossal form. It's so huge. Oh, my God. It didn't take long for reporter A to realize what was happening. Help. God, it must be you. Please, I beg you, save me. Clearly, compared to the symbiote's form, entirely blue and with a face like a demon, Marfa, at the very least, looked human. Naturally, reporter A's first instinct was to associate him with the god of his own faith. Faced with the choice between the symbiote that had forcibly taken over his body and the human standing before him now, reporter A found it far easier to place his trust in Marfa. Marfa glanced down, inspecting himself. What's going on? Why do I look like my in-game character? Could this be the projection of my consciousness, manifesting in this form? He tightened his grip on the demon-slaying sword in his hand, its chill seeping into his palm, and began to grasp the essence of this so-called Daoist version of temptation's light. To put it bluntly, isn't this essentially a knockoff of Apocalypse's possession ability from the X-Men? The stronger one's mental power, the more imposing their form in the sea of consciousness. This was exactly like the scene when Apocalypse tried to possess Professor X. My poor child, don't be afraid. This is only a nightmare. Soon it will all be over. Remember, I am not God. Call me Daoist Master. With that, Marfa raised his sword and charged at the blue symbiote. Although the blue symbiote was clearly wary of Marfa's massive figure, that alone wouldn't make it surrender so easily. It let out a piercing, thunderous roar. Then its arms morphed into long blades as it lunged straight at Marfa. A slight smile played at the corner of Marfa's mouth. In one sweeping motion, he unleashed a devastating horizontal strike. The clash of metal rang out twice, each collision sending tremors through the very air around them. At that moment, neither the blue symbiote nor Marfa was limited by the boundaries of reporter A's mind. Their spiritual powers were far too great for his consciousness to bear. Even this single exchange had a catastrophic effect, inflicting severe damage on reporter A's mindscape. So, as the space around them quaked, reporter A's projection in his own mental world grew increasingly faint, his eyes losing all their previous vitality. There was no doubt about it. He was finished. Even if he ever woke up, the best he could hope for was madness. Becoming a vegetable was just as likely. Haha, I really should thank you for helping me out. With that bothersome mind out of the way, I'll be able to take full control of his body. The blue symbiote roared, wild with delight. Unlike Marfa's temptation's light, which required the target's consciousness to remain so that a spiritual brand could be imprinted for enslavement, the symbiote's possession worked differently. If the host was nothing more than a mindless shell, the symbiote would find it even easier to take the reins. In this sense, the symbiote wasn't wrong in its claim. Oh, are you so sure that I'm really helping you? Marfa shot the symbiote a teasing, almost mocking, glance as he spoke. Immediately afterward, he increased his strength once more. In that instant, the symbiote, which had barely managed to hold its ground before, was suddenly forced back several steps by the overwhelming force transmitted through the twin swords. In the sea of consciousness, the size of your form is a direct reflection of your spiritual strength. You're only about half as strong as I am. Where did you find the courage to act so arrogantly? With those words, Marfa spun around and slashed, his sword gleaming as it severed one of the blue symbiote's arms clean off. At the same time, reporter A's sea of consciousness shattered completely under the might of Marfa's blow. Sigh, I had hoped to save you, but it seems you couldn't withstand even a single clash. Rather than lingering in a half-alive state, it's better to move on sooner. Bah, no, I suppose Boundless Celestial Honored One is more fitting. Marfa murmured to himself as he swept his gaze over the crumbling landscape around him. From that moment on, reporter A's consciousness vanished from the world. Though his body remained alive, it was only because his physical functions continued to operate on their own. He had become something akin to a living corpse. Ew, how can your spiritual power be so immense? You're not human. There's no way you are. The blue symbiote howled in fury. As projections of spiritual consciousness, both Marfa and the symbiote could instantly recover from their wounds. However, the price was steep. The blue symbiote's form shrank from 10 meters to about 8. If he couldn't defeat Marfa at his peak, how could he hope to fight him now? For a moment, the blue symbiote seemed to taste the same despair that reporter A had felt before. Marfa raised 2 fingers in a sword gesture, pointing them directly at the blue symbiote. Yet this time, no talisman shot forth as he had expected. Is it impossible to use skills with a spiritual consciousness form? The thought flashed through Marfa's mind. Right now, it was less about subduing the blue symbiote and more about testing the abilities of his enchantment light skill. After all, to truly master a skill, only practice reveals its real nature. Surrender. You're valuable. I don't wish to erase you completely. Seeing that the time was right, Marfa offered an olive branch to the blue symbiote. Of course, he could have used brute force to brand the symbiote's spirit directly, but doing so would cost him one of his limited slots for tamed creatures, and Pietro would never be able to fully harness the symbiote's power that way. It's well known that a mage's enchantment light skill only allows for 5 tamed creatures, and Marfa wasn't certain if his own limit was 5 as well. Ha ha ha. So you want me to be your pet? Or is it my power you have your eye on? The blue symbiote roared in defiance, unwilling to accept his fate. No, you're giving yourself too much credit. Seeing the blue symbiote still so arrogant, Marfa immediately swung his sword once more. Yet another arm fell to the ground, and the blue symbiote's form shrank again. This time, it was just over 6 meters tall. Well, all the better. The more I cut him down, the weaker his mental strength will be. That way, he won't turn on Pietro in the future. Such thoughts flashed through Marfa's mind. Without hesitation, he charged at the blue symbiote again. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With each severed arm, the blue symbiote's height dwindled until it was about the same size as the reporter he had previously possessed. I'd better chop him down a few more times. Who knows if my foolish brother will be able to tame such a powerful mental entity. Marfa mused to himself. He raised his demon-slaying sword once more and slashed at the blue symbiote. Now, the blue symbiote had lost all its former arrogance. In this state, if it tried to parasitize a human, it could only manage to possess those with the weakest minds. Anyone with even a shred of resolve might be able to turn the tables on him. A few more blows, and he'd be fit only to take over a cat or a dog. Stop, please. Spare my life. As another arm was sliced off, the blue symbiote was reduced to a stunted, dwarf-like figure. What the? Didn't we agree you'd spare me? Fine, surrender. Sorry, I got carried away with the chopping and didn't hear you. The blue symbiote was speechless. This world is about to collapse. Since you surrendered, let's get out of here first. Marfa looked down at the kneeling little figure before him and spoke in a grave tone. The blue symbiote just stared at him. Wasn't this collapse you're doing? How is this my fault? As Marfa's mental projection faded, his consciousness returned to his own body. Not bad. Even after all that ruckus in the reporter's mindscape, less than a second had passed in the real world. In other words, the Taoist version of temptation doesn't actually have any immobilizing effect. Checking his watch, Marfa mentally updated his notes on the skill. You there? Aren't you going to get back in your pokeball? Marfa pointed at the reporter, then at the glass jar meant to contain the symbiote. Remember, whatever. My name is Phantom. With that, the blue symbiote slipped out of the reporter's body and wriggled back into its pokeball. 15 minutes later, Marfa returned to the surveillance room. Satisfied that none of the cameras had caught sight of him, he left the Life Foundation with a sense of accomplishment. Little Yellow and Little Blue. This time, the harvest was quite bountiful. As expected, all those things I read online in my previous life were nothing but wild guesses. Chaos? Howling? Nonsense. They're clearly just Little Yellow and Little Blue. That's right, exactly like this. But where did Venom go? Could it be just like in the original plot, that while I wasn't paying attention, it bonded with Eddie? Marfa pondered this. Meanwhile, at the Morse Manor in Kansas, after devouring 3 sheep in a row, Venom licked his tongue, so long it could make any woman shiver with excitement, still looking far from satisfied. Boss, have you eaten your fill? Should we head out now? Flash whispered. I'm about 80% full. Hold on a second, I'll go grab some milk from the cow sheet. Ate too fast just now and got a bit stuck. Venom patted his belly as he spoke. Flash was speechless. Unbelievable. You've just stolen 3 of their sheep, and you're still not content? Now you want to steal their milk too? Why don't you just soar into the sky while you're at it? Flash grumbled inwardly. If I had wings, I'd absolutely fly up there just to show you, came Venom's retort. At this moment, Flash and Venom were sharing the same body, their minds deeply intertwined. Venom was well aware of Flash's thoughts and responded immediately. But just as Venom was about to head for the cow sheet, he suddenly froze. His eyes, normally as round as salted eggs, narrowed in an instant. Someone's coming. The words had barely left his mouth when Venom slipped away in a few swift motions, hiding himself in a corner, blending into the shadows of night. Meanwhile, at the gates of Morse Manor, a car pulled up and stopped. From the car stepped Cyborg, Obadiah. With a flicker from his cybernetic, mechanized eye, Obadiah scanned the area and immediately spotted where Venom was hiding. That little creature. Playing cat and mouse with me, are you? A smirk tugged at Obadiah's lips as he looked in Venom's direction, his gaze full of condescension. "Don't bother hiding. Let's go out and face him," Venom muttered to Flash, then stepped out from the shadows. At once, he fixed Obadiah with a furious glare. As the guardian of the symbiote laboratory, Venom was, of course, very familiar with Obadiah. In the beginning, when Venom, Phantom, and Sandstorm first arrived on Earth, they actually felt a sense of gratitude toward the Life Foundation. Their home planet had been destroyed by the unchecked consumption of the symbiote colony, unable to bear the burden any longer. With no other choice, all the symbiotes boarded a speeding comet, drifting into slumber, hoping to find a new home somewhere in the vast universe. The arrival of the Life One spaceship, without a doubt, reignited their hopes. Fortunately, Venom and the other 3 symbiotes were chosen by the astronauts of Life One and successfully brought to Earth. Upon witnessing the sheer multitude of humans on this planet, all the symbiotes, whether it was Venom and his companions trapped in the Life Foundation's laboratory, or Riot making his way there as a wandering outsider, fell into a state of ecstatic delight. To them, these were all sources of food. If Earth could be turned into a pasture for symbiotes, then simply the population of 6 or 7 billion would be enough to sustain their entire race. However, over time, Venom, Sandstorm, and Phantom found themselves unable to stay happy. They came to realize that the people of the Life Foundation actually treated them like lab rats. Not only were they locked up in a laboratory with no chance of escape, but, most importantly, they were subjected to endless experiments day after day. Such treatment would enrage anyone, let alone the proud and haughty symbiotes. Before Flash, Venom had been made by Carlton to attempt fusion with several other humans. Yet each host was either consumed by overwhelming fear of Venom or simply genetically incompatible with him. In the end, all of them merely became Venom's food. Then one day, a small chunk of living tissue was brought before Venom. Genetically, this living cell was astonishingly compatible with the symbiotes. Venom even sensed a powerful surge of vitality within it, as if it were a newborn child. Because of this, Venom secretly memorized the scent of this living cell. Soon, his chance arrived. Due to a security lapse, Venom managed to slip out of his containment cell. Instinctively, he followed that familiar scent, finding his way to Flash. After their fusion, Venom was surprised to discover that this human host was entirely unlike any he had encountered before. Not only was Flash unafraid of Venom, but he even took the initiative to befriend him. This was truly astounding, sparking Venom's curiosity at once. As their connection deepened, Venom soon discovered something even more intriguing. This young man, who looked about 16 or 17, had absolutely no memory of his past. Intrigued, Venom decided on a whim to take him in as a little brother. And so, this strange partnership was born. "Flash Thompson, I know you're different. You must be fully conscious by now, aren't you? Bring your pet and come home with me. Your old man is still waiting for you." Obadiah called out, charging up his plasma cannon as he spoke, trying to persuade rather than threaten. After all, this was Gamora's precious son. Even if he was just a clone, as partners, Obadiah still wanted to show some respect to Gamora. Otherwise, if he ended up seriously injuring Flash, Gamora would never let him hear the end of it. "No, you're all lying to me. I've asked him about my past so many times, but he never said a word. There, I was nothing more than a pet to you, kept and fed as you pleased. I don't want this. I don't want to live like this. I want to know who I am. I'm going there to find my past." As he spoke, Flash pointed toward the northeast, in the direction of New York. "Gamora just doesn't want to see you hurt again. He's only trying to protect you. Come back with me. This is the last time I'll ask you nicely." Seeing Flash resist, Obadiah's face immediately grew cold. "Kid, let me eat him. After all, I'm still not full." When it became clear that words were useless, Venom's consciousness surged up from within Flash and seized control of his body, speaking in a deep, menacing voice. You refuse a toast, so you'll have to drink the hard way." Obadiah snorted and immediately fired a blast of plasma at Venom. In an instant, a basketball-sized ball of electric blue plasma shot forth, crackling with arcs of lightning as it hurtled toward Venom. Before coming here, Obadiah had already gathered plenty of intel on Venom. As long as the opponent wasn't utterly destroyed, the symbiote could recover completely after some time. So Obadiah wasn't worried about making a fatal mistake and accidentally destroying Venom. Seeing the plasma blast about to strike, Venom instantly shot out several streams of black ooze from his body. The ooze solidified in midair, and in the blink of an eye, snapped tight like rubber bands, launching Venom's body sideways over 10 meters in a heartbeat. "Is that sluggish attack supposed to stop me?" Venom sneered, bearing a mouthful of teeth sharp as steel spikes. With a single leap, he appeared directly above Obadiah. "Let's see how you handle this." As he spoke, Venom's arms stretched out like rubber batons, extending 7 or 8 meters in an instant. His hands morphed into crescent blades and came slashing down at Obadiah. A barrage of metallic clashes rang out, showering sparks everywhere. But Obadiah stood there, unscathed and unmoved. His semi-mechanical arms had fired out countless metal plates, assembling into 2 massive shields that protected him completely. That's it. Pathetic. Ever since his setback in Mafara, Obadiah had learned his lesson and dared not let his guard down. Especially after receiving funding from the Life Foundation, he had not only trained in martial arts, but also further upgraded the mechanical systems in his body. Nowadays, the mechanical structures on Obadiah's arms can launch metal plates that transform into sharp blades or sturdy shields. When switched to close combat mode, they can even become powerful gauntlets. Combined with the serum he acquired from the Hulk, he's truly armed to the teeth. So, even though Venom's recent evasive maneuvers had taken him by surprise, the blades morphing from Venom's hands were still not enough to break through Obadiah's defenses. "Kid, this guy's a tough nut to crack." After landing, Venom struck a pose he thought looked suave, addressing the consciousness of Flash within him. Yeah, he's like a turtle, wrapped in layer upon layer of thick metal armor. Trying to hack through that shell with blades won't be easy at all, Flash's consciousness agreed. That's all there is to it. Watch me put on a show for you. With that, Venom zigzagged with lightning speed, charging straight at Obadiah. Obadiah, for his part, remained calm and composed, keeping his left hand as a shield while transforming the right into a gleaming metal blade. "Come on, let me give you a lesson today. You'll learn what it means to respect your elders." At this moment, Obadiah looked every bit the ancient warrior. Shield in one hand, sword in the other, his gaze sharp and predatory, locked onto Venom, ready for any sudden attack. "Flash, work with me." As he closed in on Obadiah, Venom shouted out. Suddenly, 2 more arms sprouted from Venom's shoulders. "Watch our combo move. Quadruple. Venom Gatling." No sooner had he spoken than all 4 of Venom's arms shot out, each palm transforming into a rubber mallet in unison. Those 4 arms, stretching and snapping like elastic, swung directly at Obadiah. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. Obadiah raised his left arm shield high. His electronic visor scanned and predicted Venom's attack patterns, enabling him to block each strike with precision. Ha. Kids will be kids after all. But before Obadiah could finish, Venom cut him off. "We're not done yet." The arms that had just struck the shield recoiled like whips, snapping back only to lash out again at Obadiah. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. For more heavy blows landed, but Obadiah managed to block them all. This time, though, his brow knit in concern. He could clearly feel that these attacks carried noticeably more force than the last round. Still, Venom didn't relent. The 4 arms attacked, recoiled, and struck again and again. Like a relentless storm of gunfire, the barrage hammered Obadiah without pause. Due to the accelerating force of the rebound, each successive round of attacks grew significantly stronger. After 10 rounds, the shield in Obadiah's hand was already struggling to withstand the ever-increasing force of Venom's blows. Several spots had started to cave in. See that? This is what we call synergy. The power of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Venom roared triumphantly, shaking his head wildly as all 4 of his arms slashed through the air, as though victory was already his. "I see it. Kids playing house. Admittedly, it's rather entertaining." Having weathered so many of Venom's attacks, Obadiah finally identified the weakness in Venom's technique with the help of his electronic eyes. Just as another barrage was about to rain down, a sudden burst of blue light flashed across Obadiah's body. He was instantly enveloped in a crackling aura of electric blue, reminiscent of a super scion blue from the legends, arcs of electricity dancing all around him. After all, Obadiah carried the genetic fragments of an electric ray within him. Generating a spark to stimulate his cells was effortless. In a blur too quick for the naked eye, Obadiah stepped back twice, then raised his right arm, blades gleaming, and slashed at Venom's incoming limb. With a flash of blue lightning trailing from Obadiah's electrified blade, he sliced downward. In an instant, one of Venom's pitch-black, mucus-formed arms fell to the ground with a wet thud. Before Venom could react, Obadiah followed up with 3 rapid strikes, forcing the once unstoppable Venom to shrink back immediately. "Kid, I can't beat this guy. He's faster than me. There's no way I'm getting away. You'd better run. Go chase your own past." A classic Venom move, uttering the most cowardly words in the most boastful tone. No sooner had the words left him than Venom detached himself from Flash's body, surging toward Obadiah like a writhing mass of sentient sludge. Though his time with Flash had been brief, Venom had grown fond of this youngster who was so often at his mercy. On his home planet, Venom had been one of the weakest symbiotes, constantly bullied by others. But the guileless Flash, as innocent as a newborn, had let Venom savor, for once, the thrill of being the bully. Now, faced with a powerful foe and no chance of escape, Venom saw no option but to put everything on the line. Better to risk himself than to drag down his adorable, hapless host with him. With that thought, Venom surged forward even faster. "So, are you finally willing to come back with me?" Seeing Venom separate from his host and wriggle toward him, Obadiah felt a surge of satisfaction. Without the symbiote, Flash was nothing more than a naive calf. Capturing him would be the easiest thing in the world. Immediately, Obadiah pulled out a special pokeball designed to contain symbiotes, unscrewed the lid of the glass jar, and placed it in front of Venom. "If you'd done this sooner, we wouldn't have had a fight at all." Obadiah's tone softened just a little as he watched Venom inching eagerly toward the glass jar. He was quite satisfied with how things were going. But just as Venom was about to slip inside the pokeball, it suddenly lashed out, leaping high and pouncing onto Obadiah. "You bastard! You're asking for it!" "Ah!" Obadiah roared with fury. As Venom began merging with him, Obadiah felt as if another consciousness was rising within him, fiercely battling for control of his body. "If that's how you want to play, don't blame me for what comes next," Obadiah shouted at the top of his lungs. In an instant, countless electric currents burst from within him. Now it was Venom's turn to scream in agony. The symbiote's greatest weaknesses were fire, extreme heat, and sound waves. And the high-intensity electric currents surging from Obadiah's body delivered just the heat that Venom dreaded most. So, in the blink of an eye, Venom began to thrash wildly, like a prawn tossed on a burning coals. "Kid, get out of here. I don't ever want to see you causing trouble again." Venom, gritting its teeth against the searing pain racking its body, howled furiously. "Be big, bro." Flash's eyes filled with tears as he watched Venom writhing in agony. Seeing that Venom was using its ability to contest control of Obadiah's body and hold him back, Flash clenched his jaw, turned, and sprinted toward the edge of the farm. Soon, Flash spotted Obadiah's car parked outside the manor. The door was open, and the keys were still dangling in the lock. Without hesitation, Flash jumped in, gunned the engine, and sped away without looking back. "Old man, you're strong, but I'd rather die than give in." Watching Flash's taillights disappear, Venom stretched its toothy maw into a wide grin, baring its fangs in a final smile. "Then die you shall." Another burst of electricity crackled through the air. Obadiah seized back total control of his body, and before him lay a pile of blackened, plastic-like remains, scorched beyond recognition. "Oomph. Looks like Carlton and Gamora are going to chew me out for this." Grumbling and cursing, Obadiah picked up what was left of Venom and trudged toward an old, battered truck parked in the manor. Inside a house on the Morris estate. Did I just imagine things, or did those two?" A middle-aged man, looking through the window at Obadiah heading for his car, spoke in a shaken voice. "Don't worry, dear. Everything will be all right." The middle-aged woman wrapped her arms around her husband to comfort him, but in a fleeting moment, her eyes turned pitch black. Back at the hotel, Maffa couldn't help but sigh as he watched Toby, who was now partying with two women at his side. Toby had changed. Ever since Mary Jane's death, his heart had died along with her. From that day on, Toby was no longer the shy young man he used to be. Instead, he turned into a playboy much like Tony. To say Toby became a groom every day, slept with a new bride every night, and switched mothers-in-law daily would be no exaggeration at all. Thankfully, Toby still knew his limits. Aside from his radical change in behavior toward women, in other aspects, he was much the same as before, especially when it came to managing the Sunzi gang. In order to better protect the people collect protection fees, Toby had gone head-to-head with the Kingpin's gang, determined to drive their influence out of New York entirely. Because of this, Toby had fought in countless battles over the past few days. "Well, Mafia, you're back. By the way, Mr. Drake really has good taste. The girls he arranged are all stunners." Toby greeted Maffa with a smile, but deep in his eyes was a sorrow he couldn't hide. Clearly, Mary Jane's death had hit him hard. Even now, Toby hadn't recovered from her loss. It was time to find him someone new, Maffa thought to himself, though it was a pity he hadn't managed to get his hands on Venom this time. "All right, ladies, thank you for your company. Toby's not feeling his best these days. Let's call it a night." Maffa clapped his hands, dismissing the women who had been fawning over Toby. "What's going on?" Toby, who knew Maffa quite well by now, was a little surprised. Although Maffa was never pleased with Toby's debauchery, he'd never interfered before. For him to step in like this, there had to be a reason. "You need someone in your life," Maffa said earnestly. "Someone? Come on, haven't I got plenty already?" Toby froze for a second or two, a flash of loneliness crossing his face before he forced a casual grin. Forget it. I was planning to set you up with a black girl, but since you're in such a hurry, little yellow, it's your turn. With that, Mafara reached into his backpack and pulled out a glass jar containing the symbiote, Sandstorm. At the sight of the yellow, swirling goo inside the jar, Toby's stomach turned. The liquor he'd just drunk suddenly threatened to surge up and out. Hey, Mafara, you must be kidding. This is the someone you were talking about? When Mafara first mentioned setting him up, Toby had thought he was going to introduce him to that beautiful, curvy sister of his. To Toby's utter disbelief, Mafara actually pulled out a lump of excrement. What kind of joke was this? Sure, Toby had always been open-minded, short, tall, thin, fat, he didn't mind, but at the very least it had to be a person. Even if it were a man, so be it. But giving him a lump of excrement, what on earth was that supposed to mean? Before Toby could make sense of it, Mafara simply uncorked the jar. The yellow, viscous slime, responding to Mafara's command, instantly surged forth and shot straight at Toby with alarming speed. But they had underestimated him. After all, Toby was a special agent who'd survived Natasha's brutal training, not to mention his spider sense. There was no way he'd be taken down so easily by a sandstorm-like attack. Stop dodging, it's good stuff. If you didn't always look so ravenous, I wouldn't be willing to let him have you, Mafara chided. With that, she used telekinesis to bind Toby in place. Xiao Huang, get to work. A bubbling sound arose, glug, glug, from the yellow symbiote that had missed its mark and splattered on the floor as if answering Mafara's call. In the next instant, it leaped up again, lunging at Toby. MMPH. MMPH. Not so deep. Throat, MMPH. The sandstorm didn't care what Toby thought. True, a symbiote didn't have to enter through the mouth. It could seep in through capillaries just as easily. But Sandstorm had a taste for this method. In fact, most symbiotes seemed to prefer it. In no time, Sandstorm had burrowed completely into Toby's body. Forced to accept the invasion, Toby collapsed to the ground, ashen-faced, retching uncontrollably. Mafara, you bastard. I never imagined you were into this kind of thing, Toby accused between dry heaves. Xiao Huang, from now on, he's yours. You two get along, and don't you dare try any funny business, or else I'll end you. Mafara warned, then strode off toward her room. Master, my name is Sand. Ah, forget it, never mind. Listen up, kid. From now on, you belong to me. Behave, and I'll show you the good life, Sandstorm declared within Toby's mind. What's going on? Who are you? What? Halfway through his sentence, Toby suddenly realized the voice speaking to him had to be that yellow liquid that had just rammed down his throat. Even as this thought flashed through his mind, the next moment, a striking suit of golden Spider-Man armor materialized across Toby's body. Unlike his usual black Skynet suit, this golden version was downright flamboyant. The color shone like a star in the night, dazzling and eye-catching. Holy crap, this is awesome. Flexing his fingers, Toby felt a surge of newfound power flooding his body. A transformation as if he'd been reborn, bursting with strength. Even the webs he shot were now noticeably tougher than before. Kid, aren't you amazed by my strength? Ha ha ha. As long as you behave, Remember, from now on, you belong to me, Sandstorm. Sandstorm's voice echoed once again in Toby's ear. The excitement that had just lit up Toby's face immediately faded. Now he was doomed. This thing called Sandstorm, could he actually be in a guise? Toby wailed inwardly, as if he could already see his own miserable future playing out before him. But this power boost, it's irresistible. Right now, he was sitting on his bed, one hand holding the glass jar containing the symbiote. Phantom, the other clutching the life necklace, staring off into space. These two things, Wanda and Pietro would probably love them. Little Yellow had already been given to Toby, so that just left Venom and Riot. To be honest, Mafara had a special fondness for Venom. After all, he was the main character. But frankly, Venom's power left much to be desired. Maybe when he found Venom, he could just use him as material to strengthen his own abilities. Mafara pondered this silently, but then he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, Venom was a living being with a mind of his own. Who knew what might happen if he were merged into a skill? What if his summoned creatures, like Little White or the Divine Beasts, started ignoring his commands? That would be a real mess. He certainly couldn't waste a slot from the Light of Temptation just to take control of his own summons. As for Riot, it was only a matter of time before he showed up. After all, only the Life Foundation knew where that comet was now. Riot was determined to bring all the symbiotes to Earth and build his own symbiote empire. So, he would definitely look for the CEO of Life Foundation, Carlton Drake. If he just kept an eye on Carlton, eventually Riot would show up. But what about Venom? That guy was a real coward, and now he'd run off with Eddie? Wait, Eddie. A sudden realization hit Mafara, and he froze. Damn, Eddie left with venom and a pile of evidence from the Life Foundation's human experiments. If he turns that evidence into a news story, the authorities will investigate and shut down the Life Foundation. Carlton might even go on the run to escape punishment. If that happens, what about Riot? Marfa blamed himself for being careless. He hadn't considered this at all beforehand. He had only planned to use Eddie to expose the Life Foundation's illegal research, pin the blame on him, and complete Nick Fury's mission. The plan was solid, except for one thing Marfa had overlooked: Riot. If the Life Foundation were to be sealed off and investigated by the relevant authorities, then Carlton Drake would no longer be able to draw on the company's resources. Deprived of his usefulness, Carlton would naturally no longer be of any interest to Riot. In that case, among the vast sea of people, how was Marfa supposed to get his hands on the most powerful symbiote, one that had only ever appeared in the movies? At this point, all Marfa could do was pray that Eddie hadn't uploaded any related data yet. As long as he could find Eddie before that and detain him until Riot surfaced, everything would fall perfectly into place. Otherwise, he feared he'd miss his chance with Riot altogether. With this in mind, Marfa immediately dialed Tony Stark's number. "Tony, I need a favor. Eddie Brock from the Los Angeles Times. Have Jarvis lock down all his social media accounts right away and send me the location of his phone. Leave the rest to fate, but do all you can." Meanwhile, the Riot that Marfa was so fixated on had already found a new host in Carlton Drake. So what's our next move? Should we head to the lab and set your kind free first? Right now, Carlton Drake could barely contain his excitement as he felt the surging power coursing through him. He spoke with barely suppressed exhilaration. He had succeeded. Ever since discovering the existence of symbiotes, Carlton had wanted to harness their power to help humanity achieve the next stage of evolution, gaining the ability to survive in the harshest environments of the cosmos. After all, unlike humans, symbiotes are anaerobic. Exposed to oxygen for too long, and without a host, they gradually lose vitality, eventually dying from oxygen's corrosion. This means that symbiotes can thrive, whether in the Life Foundation's custom glass containers or in the low oxygen or oxygen-free conditions of space. But once they inhabit a human host, oxygen is no longer a threat to them. Think about it. Humans depend on oxygen to live. Without it, we suffocate and die. But what if we could bond with a symbiote? One could imagine humanity gaining the same ability to survive in oxygen-free environments. Freed from the constraints of oxygen and empowered physically by the symbiote, there's no doubt this would open a new era of cosmic exploration. Earth would no longer be humanity's only home. That's possible. With their help, we might have an easier time. But the most urgent thing now is to prepare the spacecraft. We need to get my millions of kin to Earth as soon as possible. They've been starving for too long. If they don't get sustenance soon, even in hibernation, they won't last much longer. Riot considered for a moment before replying. "All right, I'll make arrangements right away. If all goes well, we'll be ready to set off by tomorrow morning." Carlton was now so excited that he was trembling. After all, the dream he had chased his entire life was finally within reach. Just as Carlton pulled out his phone to make arrangements, Riot stopped him. "Let's refuel first. All this rushing around has left me starving." As soon as he finished speaking, Carlton instantly transformed into a towering silver giant, nearly 3 meters tall. His arms suddenly shot out, grabbing the unconscious female secretary on the floor. In a single bite, he tore off her head. "Tastes like chicken, nice and crunchy." But why does this woman's mouth have your taste?" Riot asked in mild confusion. "Well, that's because, last night," caught off guard by Riot's question, Carlton's face flushed red with embarrassment. He was at a loss for words. Without delay, Carlton drove straight to the Life Foundation. But when he rode the elevator down into the symbiote laboratory, his entire face darkened, as though possessed by venom, his features turning pitch black in an instant. "Damn it, who's on duty today?" Carlton's furious roar sent a shudder through the entire underground lab. Seeing his 3 elite henchmen collapsed on the ground, a nameless rage surged straight to his head. It didn't take long for Carlton to spot Reporter A lying on the floor. Noticing the security uniform on the reporter and the broken camera discarded nearby, Carlton instantly realized what had happened. Without wasting another second, he dashed toward the surveillance room. Sure enough, inside the monitoring room, every staff member lay sprawled on the floor, unconscious. Without a word, Carlton immediately pulled up the surveillance footage, but the lab cameras had long since been destroyed by Mafara. There was nothing but static. Fortunately, Carlton still managed to glean something. One of the cameras had captured Reporter A and Eddie Brock crawling out of a drainage tunnel. In that moment, Carlton Drake's gaze sharpened like a blade. Eddie Brock, the reporter who had made him lose face earlier that day. How could Carlton forget? It all made sense now. Everything was clear. There was no doubt about it. The reporter, having failed to get the answers he wanted during the day, had snuck back in at night to dig for dirt, and had even taken 2 of his symbiotes. As for reporter A, lying unconscious in the lab, it was obvious he'd been attacked by one of the test subjects and suffered a blow to the head. Carlton was convinced of it. Should we catch that reporter first? Your kind must be with him, Carlton asked Riot's consciousness. Forget it. That's not important now. What matters is bringing our people from the cosmos back to Earth first. Riot spoke thoughtfully after a brief moment of contemplation. Unlike Riot, Carlton had more on his mind. Although the Life Foundation had long been prepared to launch another spacecraft, the comet carrying the symbiotes was on the move, and recalibrating the trajectory would take time. That was why Carlton said the earliest they could depart would be at daybreak. But what if, in the meantime, Eddie handed over the evidence he had filmed to an agency like S.H.I.E.L.D.? The rocket might be intercepted before it even had a chance to launch. The more Carlton thought about it, the angrier he became. In his mind, he cursed every woman in Eddie's family one by one. It seemed there was no choice but to urgently recall Obadiah to buy some time. Given Obadiah's flying speed, he should be able to make it back quickly. At this point, a confrontation with those mysterious agencies was inevitable. There was no need for Obadiah to remain in hiding. And when the time came, they could simply bring Obadiah along as well. Once they returned to Earth with an entire shipload of symbiotes, who could possibly stand in their way? With that thought, Carlton immediately picked up the phone to contact Obadiah, who was currently driving an old truck back toward California. Meanwhile, at U.S. military headquarters, General Ross was gazing greedily at the blue-furred giant before him. This is simply incredible. He stroked Samuel Stearns, now transformed into a blue-haired giant, as if admiring a flawless work of art. Even his breathing grew heavier with excitement. General, I've only completed the initial phase of the experiment. If I had more Hulk serum, I could create an even more perfect masterpiece, Samuel declared with absolute confidence. But a sly smile crept onto General Ross's lips. There's no need. You and I, this is more than enough. We've perfectly harnessed that monster's power. Ha ha ha. As his words fell, dozens of machine guns swung around and took aim at Samuel. As long as you cooperate with my experiments, I might just let you live, Ross said coldly. No, General, I've only managed to fuse the serum at a concentration of 20%. With more samples, I could create even stronger test subjects for you, Samuel Stearns pleaded, taking a couple of nervous steps backward. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. I, Thaddeus E. Ross, have never been beholden to anyone. Did you really think I had to rely on you? Don't forget, I still have blood samples taken from Steve Rogers himself. I've already recreated the super soldier serum. It may not be perfect yet, but combined with your serum, it's more than enough to forge an invincible super army. With that, General Ross immediately waved his hand, signaling his men to seize Samuel. Sigh, I miscalculated. I never thought I'd be outmaneuvered at the last moment. Samuel realized that he had walked right into the lion's den this time, but he refused to accept it, refused to become just another lab rat for someone else's experiment. He hadn't yet claimed the Nobel Prize in biology. His name had not yet been carved into human history for generations to remember. With that thought, Samuel suddenly let out a furious roar. He lunged toward the glass wall beside him. Bitterness welled up inside Samuel. He had long anticipated that the military might harbor ill intentions, so before transforming, Samuel had handed General Ross a copy of his own biological data report. After all, it was only a serum at 20% concentration. How much could it really enhance? If Samuel became the baseline for their experiments, the final results would only be weaker. But what Samuel had never imagined was that the military still possessed a recreation of the super soldier serum once used by Captain America, Steve Rogers. With that in play, did concentration even matter anymore? Neither serum was perfect, but if they were combined, the result might not be far from perfection. A barrage of tranquilizer darts whistled through the air and pierced Samuel's body, but he only responded with a cold, defiant smile. Did you really think I, Samuel Stearns, came here unprepared? As he spoke, Samuel pulled 2 anti-tranquilizer pills from his pocket and tossed them in his mouth, then produced a vial of powerful adrenaline and injected himself in a flash. Within moments, the adrenaline and his specially formulated drugs kicked in. His mind, which had been clouded just a second ago, snapped back to full clarity. Samuel roared wildly, then dashed off at breakneck speed along his pre-planned escape route. To think the precautions I had considered unnecessary have actually come in handy after all. Samuel couldn't help but think to himself, though his feet didn't slow for a moment. Just then, a massive net dropped from above, enveloping Samuel in an instant. General Ross, screw your whole family. Samuel felt utterly humiliated. He, Samuel Stearns, a renowned doctor in the field of cellular biology, was now being captured like a pet in a net. Fury, frustration, and perhaps a tinge of regret. If only he hadn't betrayed Mafara back then, none of this would have happened. Another furious roar burst from his lips. In that instant, Samuel's blue-haired giant form began to change once again. In that moment, sharp claws resembling those of a tiger suddenly sprang from Samuel's fingertips. With a flurry of slicing motions, Samuel tried desperately to slash through the massive net that had been cast over him. But the next instant, Samuel's face froze in disbelief. His claws, which had always been able to tear through anything, could not even make a mark on the net before him. No, impossible. A chilling sense of impending doom surged through Samuel's heart. Another deafening roar shook the air. Giving up on his claws, Samuel grabbed the net with both hands and tried to break free using brute force alone. Yet after several attempts, despair set in. His incredible strength was utterly useless against this net. From the helicopter above, General Ross's laughter rang out, reaching Samuel's ears. The material for that net is something I stumbled upon by pure luck. Back in the day, it was used in Captain America's shield. Originally, I had to prepare for that big guy, but who would have thought fate would put it to use here? General Ross gazed down at Samuel, now trapped in a net of vibranium, feeling a rare satisfaction. Thank goodness he'd managed to acquire a piece of vibranium not long ago. Otherwise, capturing Samuel with ordinary weapons and ammunition would have been nearly impossible. You bastard! You think this means you've won? Samuel roared up at the sky. Don't forget, I'm a doctor in biology. Did you really think I'd come here alone without a backup plan? If you want to destroy me, I'll make sure you leave empty-handed as well. With that, Samuel pulled out a syringe and injected its contents into his own body. This was the very suppressant Samuel had designed as Mr. Blue for Mr. Green back in the day, a drug specifically formulated to restrain the Hulk factor. It was highly effective at suppressing the Hulk's power. In the original story, it was this drug that allowed Bruce Banner to fully suppress the Hulk within him. If Bruce hadn't finally leaped from that helicopter, risking his life to provoke the Hulk's awakening, he might have lived out his days quietly as a human. Samuel had kept this serum as his last resort because the lucky serum was incredibly rare and precious. He wasn't certain if, once he gave up this power, he would ever be able to recreate the lucky serum in the future. But at this point, Samuel had no more time to hesitate. If he let General Ross take him away now, it was entirely possible he'd end up dying as a lab rat on some operating table. But if he used the drug to first eliminate the Hulk factor within him, if that were the case, Samuel could no longer be used as a test subject. With the track record of a successful experiment, there might still be room for cooperation between Samuel and General Ross. Sure enough, as soon as the serum was injected, Samuel's body began to rapidly shrink. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original form. Even his blue fur disappeared completely, retreating beneath his skin. What did you do? Seeing Samuel inject himself with an unknown substance and then instantly return to human form, General Ross's heart was gripped by a sudden fear. If his army of super soldiers ever faced an enemy who wielded such a serum, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Samuel burst into wild laughter. Ha ha, General Ross, you've underestimated me. If I could turn myself into a successful experiment, of course I can change myself back. Now I'm nothing but an ordinary human. Come on, use me for your experiments if you want. Ha ha, you'll get nothing out of me. General Ross's expression darkened, his face as cold and heavy as a thundercloud. If what Samuel Stern said was true, if what he'd just injected was an antidote to the Hulk serum, then all of Ross's previous efforts had amounted to nothing. If there could be one Samuel, then there could be thousands more. There was no guarantee that future enemies wouldn't develop the same antidote, rendering all his work pointless. Take him back. Without another word, General Ross ordered his men to bring Samuel in. Talk was cheap, proof was needed. Whether Samuel was telling the truth or not, a simple blood sample would reveal everything. Meanwhile, in California, with Tony's help, Martha had finally tracked down Eddie Brock. The kid really knew how to hide. He'd gone straight to a hospital and holed up in a morgue. If not for Jarvis's pinpoint tracking, Martha might never have guessed Eddie would choose a place like this to conceal himself. What surprised Martha even more was that Eddie wasn't carrying the symbiote, Venom. He hadn't even seen it. Who are you? Are you with the Life Foundation? Staring at the figure before him, black cloak, white mask, Eddie was utterly terrified. Tonight had been one shock after another. First, the Life Foundation experimenting on humans, then his own colleague turning into a monster, and now, even after hiding in the morgue, someone had still managed to find him. Worst of all, the masked stranger was floating in midair. Given the circumstances, Eddie felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He He was on the edge of panic, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. I'm not actually with the Life Foundation. To be precise, I'm here to help you. Mafara spoke, using his telekinesis to squeeze his own throat. Eddie took a moment to steady himself before responding. That's right. Otherwise, do you really think you could have gotten what you wanted so easily? Hearing this, and recalling how he'd encountered no security at the Life Foundation, not even breaking the glass had triggered any alarms, Eddie began to believe him a little more. So what do you want? Eddie asked warily. Nothing much. I just want you to stay here for a few days. When the time is right, I'll let you out. Of course, by then, you can handle whatever you've recorded however you like. You'll rise to fame because of this and live the rest of your days with and weighing, happy, and carefree. Mafara's voice was low and steady, but at the mention of Nwang's name, Eddie's pupils shrank sharply. Nwang was Eddie Brock's girlfriend. For this man to know her name meant he'd certainly investigated him. After thinking it over for a long time, Eddie finally agreed to Mafara's demand. Mr. Mask, could we maybe pick a different place? If you're going to keep me locked up for a few days, this doesn't seem like the best spot. Eddie said, his voice timid. You picked this place yourself. How is that my fault? With that, Mafara summoned Xiaobai and ordered him to keep a close eye on Eddie's every move. He left some food and water, then used the teleportation ring to return directly to the hotel. By now, dawn was just around the corner. What a night it had been. By the time Mafara finished showering and lay down, the first faint rays of sunlight were already brushing the horizon. Oh, what a weary life I lead, he sighed. Just as he was about to drift off, his phone rang again. He glanced at the screen. Another call from an unknown number. Mafara felt his patience wearing thin. Helplessly, he picked up the phone. Mafara Maximoff. You're in California right now, aren't you? From the voice, Mafara immediately recognized the caller, Sitwell. That's right. Black BR. No, Nick Fury gave me the assignment to investigate the Life Foundation. Mafara replied, affecting a look of utter resignation. That's perfect timing. Our inside man at the Life Foundation just passed along some intel. In 3 hours, the Life Foundation will launch Life Number 2 into orbit. Apparently, they've made a breakthrough in extraterrestrial life research and need more experimental samples to move forward. Mr. Pierce wants you to file a report on the matter. If these alien organisms can help strengthen our organization, we're prepared to do whatever it takes to get them, no matter the cost. Also, once you've taken care of this matter, make a trip to Ohio. According to the intel uploaded by our agents, Bruce Banner was spotted near Parma just a day ago. If you manage to find him, under no circumstances should you act on your own. I'll send Brock Rumlow to rendezvous with you. Just follow his lead from then on. And remember, keep this whole thing secret from Nick Fury. Sitwell spoke with deliberate gravity. Understood. But you do realize it's over 3,000 kilometers from California to Ohio, right? Maybe you could reimburse me for the plane ticket. On the other end of the line, Sitwell's face darkened at Mafara's words. He immediately took off his glasses and massaged his temples. Being a leader is just too much sometimes. Has Hydra ever treated you unfairly? Have you ever gotten shortchanged on your mission bonuses? And now you have a nerve to ask for a measly plane ticket reimbursement? Fortunately, Sitwell was a seasoned agent with many years under his belt. He wasn't about to let Marfa's antics give him stroke. Fine, I'll cover it out of my own pocket. Just get this done cleanly. Minister Pierce has high hopes for you. With that, Sitwell hung up at once, not wanting to waste another word on Mafara. Meanwhile, Mafara began to analyze everything Sitwell had just said. First off, Hydra had infiltrated the Life Foundation so thoroughly that their agents were practically everywhere across the United States. That's how they managed to pick up Bruce Banner's trail in Ohio. Mafara was already somewhat aware of this. After all, if Hydra didn't have this kind of reach, how could they have sidelined Nick Fury and seized control of S.H.I.E.L.D. during the events of Captain America 2? Second, the Life Foundation was planning to launch a rocket in 3 hours, which meant Riot had already linked up with Carlton Drake. Otherwise, why would they be in such a rush to launch Life Shuttle 2? Lastly, Sitwell had seen Mafara's abilities firsthand and knew perfectly well that Brock Rumlow was no match for him. Yet, Sitwell insisted Mafara wait for Brock's instructions after finding Banner. There was only one possible reason for this. Hydra still didn't completely trust him, and with the Hulk being such a critical asset, they clearly wanted to secure him before Nick Fury could get involved. Well, looks like I'll have to put in a bit more effort. Mafara gave a faint smile. I haven't been in touch with Samuel Stearns in a while. Maybe I can use this trip to get him a few more samples of the Hulk's blood. He's probably running low on funds by now anyway. With these thoughts in mind, Mafara promptly climbed out of bed once again. 3 hours later, the rocket soared into the sky. Though she hadn't closed her eyes all night, Martha knew this was no time for sleep. On the rooftop of the Life Foundation building, Obadiah stood cloaked in black, swathed tightly from head to toe. He kept a vigilant watch of every blade of grass and bush surrounding the building, alert for any sign of trouble. 2 hours earlier, After receiving a call from Carlton, Obadiah had abandoned the rickety old car that had so thoroughly irritated him and flown straight back to the life foundation without a moment's hesitation. He had returned with only the corpse of a single symbiote, but to his surprise, Carlton wasn't nearly as furious as Obadiah had expected. Instead, Carlton simply asked him to guard the Life Foundation building, forbidding anyone from approaching without his explicit permission. Obadiah was far from pleased at being reduced to little more than a bodyguard and had nearly come to blows with Carlton over it. Fortunately, Carlton seemed to have a sudden change of heart, even offering an unexpected apology. Once the stakes had been made clear, Obadiah, never one to be entirely unreasonable, headed up to the rooftop as requested. Has the symbiote research really succeeded? Those creatures may be little more than grunts, but if Carlton's right and they can produce millions, forge them into an army, conquering the world would be well within reach. Martha, if it were you, I bet you'd take action. I'm genuinely curious. Could your space-wielding skeletal robots defeat a symbiote army? The thought left Obadiah strangely eager. What he didn't know, however, was that his earlier conspicuous flight had been picked up by S.H.I.E.L.D., though the organization paid it no mind. At that very moment, Tony Stark was piloting the Mark IV suit and speeding toward the Life Foundation. This Mark IV was no lightweight armor like in the original story. Instead, Tony had designed it as anti-cybernetic armor, drawing on data gathered from his previous battle with Obadiah. To fully counter Obadiah's terrifying strength, the Mark IV was powered by not one, but 3 miniature arc reactors, putting its might on par with Obadiah's own in close combat. And that wasn't all. This time, Tony had spared no expense. On top of the Mark III's gold titanium alloy, he integrated vibranium, purchased at great cost from the black market. This gave the Mark IV a staggering leap in defensive power. Of course, this kind of over-the-top modification came at a price. Mark IV was far less agile than its predecessor, the Mark III, and even more cumbersome to put on. It was the complete opposite of what Tony had originally envisioned, but at this point, that hardly mattered. This time, Tony designed the Mark IV suit with one goal in mind: revenge. He was determined to overwhelm Obadiah with the most powerful firepower, the strongest defenses, and sheer strength, crushing his opponent on every front to wipe away the shame of his previous defeat. Jarvis, how much longer until we reach the Life Foundation? Inside the suit, Tony asked, a note of excitement in his voice. Sir, it will be another 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Satellite surveillance shows that Obadiah Stane is currently on the roof of the Life Foundation building. Given the firepower of the Mark IV, I recommend moving the battle elsewhere. Otherwise, there's a high risk of unnecessary casualties, Jarvis reminded him. Jarvis, search for suitable combat locations nearby. This time, I want to see him on his knees, begging Pepper for forgiveness, Tony said heatedly. Sir, Maximoff and Mr. Maguire are also on their way to the Life Foundation by car. They're expected to arrive in 8 minutes. Tony laughed, delighted. Who would have thought I'd actually beat Mafara to the punch this time? Not bad, not bad. Jarvis, we have to take down Obadiah before Mafara gets there. Tony Stark knew that both Mafara and Toby worked for S.H.I.E.L.D., so he wasn't the least bit surprised that Mafara had received orders to apprehend Obadiah. But if Mafara interfered, it meant the handling of Obadiah would no longer be up to Tony Stark. He'd have to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D., and that was the last thing Tony wanted. Jarvis, speed it up, Tony ordered, pushing the suit to fly even faster at the thought. Meanwhile, in the car, Mafara answered a call. Mafara, this is Coulson. Mr. Stark is on his way to the Life Foundation. He should be there in about 10 minutes. Satellite feeds confirm Obadiah is on the premises. Get there as soon as possible and make sure Stark is protected. I'll coordinate with Barton to back you up. Hearing Coulson's voice, Mafara couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Amused, he thought, seriously, did you and Sitwell coordinate your calls or something? Every time, you both call me together. He replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. Principal, I'd love to get there faster. But I've been sent out on so many missions lately, I've had to ask for leave from school over and over. I'm worried I'll lose my scholarship again. Coulson fell silent for a moment. Damn it, how is it that every time I need this guy, he brings up his scholarship? Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. pay you? Or are you saying you don't get bonuses for these missions? Rubbing his thinning hair, Coulson felt he was beginning to look more and more like the director. Mr. Maximoff, rest assured, the school board is very pleased with your performance. Your name will definitely be on the scholarship list this semester. Coulson spoke with a mournful look on his face. How much is it? Marfa pressed him anxiously. $50,000. That's the highest scholarship available. Coulson felt a dull ache in his head as he answered truthfully. Goodbye, my car just broke down. Marfa curled her lips and spoke, paying no attention to the fact that Toby beside her was struggling not to burst out laughing, tears brimming in his eyes. Marfa, enough is enough. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me last time, begging Tony for 10 million for you? Do you know how long I had to stand like an idiot outside his office door for that? Do you know how much flack I took from the director because of it? Please, I'm begging you, go find someone else to swindle. Someone more gullible. At last, Coulson snapped. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Principal, come on now. Why don't you introduce me to someone honest, someone I could trick instead? Marfa picked her nose absent-mindedly as she replied. Coulson was speechless. Fine, you win. 1 million. I'll pay you out of my own pocket. If I ever call you again, I'm an idiot. All right, Mr. Idiot. I'll be waiting for your next call. With that, Marfa hung up and immediately slammed on the gas. On the other end, Coulson finally lost it. With a sharp crack, he smashed his phone to pieces. No, I have to talk to the director. He's got to share this cost. That's enough to buy a house. Ugh, why me? Meanwhile, Marfa was still racing at breakneck speed toward the Life Foundation, but on the other side, Tony Stark had already come face-to-face with Obadiah Stane. Well, look who it is, a wolf who refuses to be tamed. Did you just escape from some DC movie set? Honestly, you and that guy are two of a kind. The moment he opened his mouth, Tony Stark's sharp tongue was on full display. Ha, you're just a loser, that's all. Look at yourself. I thought you'd turn that junky suit of yours into something impressive. But what do you know? Turns out it's just tin armor boy. Ha. Clearly, Obadiah had picked up a few tricks from Marfa and wasted no time firing back. Tin armor boy, how dare you, you bastard. Inside the Mark IV armor, Tony's face was dark with fury. It was true, the Mark IV had bulked up a bit from all its upgrades, but to have his painstakingly crafted suit compared to a children's cartoon character was something Tony simply could not accept. Seeing Tony falter, Obadiah felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, in Obadiah's eyes, the reason he'd ended up a wanted man was thanks in large part to Tony and Marfa. Old man, do you dare to face me in battle? Tony shouted his challenge. After all, he had no intention of letting the fighting between the waves end up killing any innocent employees inside the Life Foundation. And right now, Ma-Fa was already on his way over, time was tight, and the mission was urgent. There was no room for Tony to waste even a second. Coincidentally, Obadiah was thinking the same thing. If their conflict were to damage the Life Foundation's #2 spacecraft, rendering it unable to launch, then all the effort that he and Carlton had put in would have been for nothing. So, with their own schemes in mind, the two of them shot off in the same direction at the same time. A little over 2 minutes later, Ma-Fa finally arrived, his vehicle pulling up just a bit behind schedule. Toby, you and Little Yellow go destroy the rocket. Make absolutely sure it can't launch successfully. Leave the rest to me, Ma-Fa ordered. Though both of them were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in an unofficial capacity, it was Ma-Fa who had given Toby the power of Spider-Man, and Little Yellow as well. In fact, Ma-Fa had even saved Toby's life. So when Ma-Fa assigned him this task, Toby had no complaints whatsoever. I can take apart the rocket, but that thing must be seriously expensive. Are you sure Coulson can afford the bill? Toby muttered, a little uncertain. This time, Ma-Fa couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing. Well, Toby Maguire, who would have thought you'd pick up my style so quickly, even though you've only been with me for a short time? Giving Toby a sidelong glance, Ma-Fa didn't say anything more. He simply strode up and slapped a Soulfire talisman right onto the main entrance of the Life Foundation. A loud explosion rang out as the entrance was blasted open, leaving a gaping hole in the door. By order of S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Phil Coulson, Carlton Drake is under arrest, he declared. As his voice faded, a swarm of security personnel rushed out, surrounding Ma-Fa in several tight circles. The guards exchanged nervous glances at the figure before them. A person dressed in a black trench coat with a hood up, face hidden behind a stark white mask. Their hands gripped guns and stun batons tightly, every muscle tensed with caution. Seeing this, Ma-Fa immediately flashed his credentials. Emblazoned on the badge was a soaring eagle, with the words Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division circling the edge. I'm Agent Shadow from S.H.I.E.L.D., here on orders from Phil Coulson to apprehend Carlton Drake, he announced. With that, Ma-Fa tossed out a protective talisman. Summon Skeleton. Now that Riot had already bonded with Carlton, there was no need for Little White to guard Eddie Brock, so Ma-Fa summoned Little White to his side at once. A rattling sound echoed, bones clacking together. Since Little White had already been summoned to this world earlier, when Ma-Fa used Summon Skeleton again, Little White simply teleported to his side, appearing instantly without the usual dramatic effect of crawling up from underground. Even so, the sight of a white, grinning skeleton wielding an axe suddenly appearing before them gave quite a scare to the security personnel. So, are you planning to take me to see Carlton? Or do you want to test just how powerful this skeleton of mine is? As soon as those words were spoken, Xiaobai cooperatively swung its axe down onto the floor. With several tons of force behind its blow and the axe's razor-sharp edge, the marble floor shattered instantly, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. With a menacing gesture, Xiaobai brandished the axe toward the crowd, as if to say, "I'm not to be messed with." The boss is in the main control room," someone finally stammered, and at once the crowd parted, clearing a path for Marfa. Who were they kidding? That was solid marble, and with just one swing, a huge pit had been smashed into it. Just how much strength did that take? If this white skeleton in front of them took a swing at a human, wouldn't they be split in two on the spot? Carlton Drake is suspected of conducting illegal human experiments. I advise you all to turn yourselves in at the nearest police station as soon as possible. As long as you haven't participated in Life Foundation's illegal experiments, the federal police won't make things difficult for you. But if you insist on being stubborn, oomph. With a cold snort, Marfa strode off in the direction the crowd had indicated. Are we supposed to go to the police station now?" one of the security guards asked timidly. "Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? I'm just here to earn a living. Why should I take the fall for illegal human experimentation?" Glancing at the blasted open door left behind by Marfa, one security guard was the first to step out of the building. "Hey man, hold up. Shouldn't you put your gun away before you go over there? If you walk in like this, they might just shoot you on sight." 2 kilometers from the Life Foundation building, there was a patch of open ground. It was usually a place where Life Foundation employees gathered for team-building exercises, but today, it had attracted 2 unusual visitors. "Who's there?" Sars give. "Ahem. Let's try that again. Tony Stark, Obadiah Stane." As the words fell, 2 figures streaked through the sky, trailing blazing jets behind them, colliding with a thunderous crash. The clash of metal fists echoed, and the powerful shockwaves sent the surrounding trees swaying violently. "Not bad. You've gotten stronger since last time," Obadiah praised. "You're not so bad yourself. Even if you're bald, you've still gotten tougher," Tony retorted without missing a beat. Like street brawlers, the 2 immediately locked into close combat, neither resorting to high-tech weaponry just yet. On one hand, each was sizing up the other's strength. On the other, both were desperate to vent the anger boiling inside them. Obadiah seethed with hatred toward Tony and Pepper. Because of them, a billionaire like him had been reduced to a fugitive with nowhere to call home, his future utterly ruined. On the other hand, Tony was consumed by his own fury, furious at Obadiah's betrayal, at how he had hired the 10 Rings to imprison him, and at how Obadiah had endangered Pepper. At this moment, nothing could better vent their rage than their fists. In the blink of an eye, they clashed dozens of times. Yet both Tony and Obadiah found themselves frowning as the fight dragged on. Obadiah, now a half-mechanical life form, felt barely constrained by his cybernetic enhancements. During their earlier tussle, he had landed 36 solid punches on Tony. In contrast, the Mark IV suit, weighed down by its own bulk, managed to land only 12 blows on Obadiah. Clearly, in this exchange, the cyborg had the upper hand over Iron Man. But only Obadiah knew the truth of his own situation. After being enhanced by the Hulk serum, he was well aware of his newfound power. And yet, despite his full set of gold titanium armor, his blows seemed to do no damage to the Mark IV at all. Tony, meanwhile, had only managed 12 hits, but each one had landed with bone-crunching force. If not for Obadiah's extraordinary resilience, those few punches could have been fatal. "Not bad. Looks like you found some new material. No wonder you're so eager for a fist fight," Obadiah said, shaking out his hand and glaring at Tony. "You haven't seen anything yet," Tony shot back. "Sir, I've analyzed your opponent's attack patterns," came Jarvis's calm voice in Tony's ear. A smile flickered across Tony's face beneath his helmet. But just then, a guttural roar erupted. Obadiah's muscles began to swell, his fists bristling with rows of new rivets. Blue-white lightning crackled and danced, enveloping Obadiah in an electric shroud. He had activated Thunder Mode, Cyborg Melee Protocol. Having previously suffered from Tony Stark's plasma-absorbing tricks, Obadiah had no intention of engaging in a ranged firefight this time. Instead, he was betting everything on his nearly indestructible body. With every arc of electricity, the Hulk serum in Obadiah's veins seemed to go berserk, flooding him with power like a rampaging beast unleashed. "Tony, this is the end for you," he bellowed. The words had barely left his lips before Obadiah vanished from sight. Moving so fast, he was almost invisible to the naked eye. "Jarvis, are we ready?" Tony asked. "All systems ready, sir," Jarvis replied. When designing this armor, infused with vibranium, Tony had already discovered its extraordinary properties. Not only does it far surpass the titanium gold alloy used in spacecraft manufacturing in terms of strength, But when vibranium is struck by an impact, it can briefly store that energy and then unleash all the accumulated force in a concentrated burst. This was precisely why, in their earlier close combat, Tony had stubbornly chosen to go head-to-head with Obadiah, even though he knew agility wasn't his strong suit. "Obadiah, let me show you my new move." As soon as he finished speaking, Tony brought his hands together at his waist, forming a shape like a blooming flower. Star Shockwave. With a powerful thrust of both hands forward, a surge of tremendous energy shot out, aimed directly at Obadiah. As it tore through the air, even the atmosphere itself seemed to ripple and distort in its wake. "You underestimate me." Seeing Tony unleashing his ultimate attack, Obadiah didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately transformed his arms into plasma cannons. The two barrels then merged together, forming a single, much thicker cannon. Ultimate Plasma Blast. In a flash, a thick blue bolt of electricity, as wide as a barrel, erupted from Obadiah's fingertips. In no time, Tony's shockwave and Obadiah's ultimate plasma beam collided head-on. Two torrents of raw energy crashed against each other, neither side yielding, each trying to overpower the other. Maybe it was because Tony was standing on the left this time, or maybe it was because Tony's attack was fueled by the energy he'd absorbed from Obadiah's previous strikes. Either way, it lacked staying power. In the end, this round of the energy clash ended in Tony's complete defeat. The powerful electric serpent broke through every obstacle and slammed straight into Tony's Mark IV armor. "Sir, energy levels at 140%. But Tony had calculated this outcome long in advance. At the same moment, Obadiah realized something had gone wrong. "Damn, I've fallen for that kid's trick again," Obadiah muttered coldly, immediately retracting the plasma cannon and switching back to his full set of spiked gauntlets. But Tony had no intention of letting such a golden opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, he raised both palms, drawing on the energy he had just absorbed from Obadiah, and unleashed a full-powered repulsor blast. This time, the hit landed squarely and with devastating force. The rush of victory left Tony thoroughly exhilarated. As the smoke and dust cleared, Obadiah emerged, each hand clutching two battered, ragged shields, his face smeared with dirt and ash. The ground at his feet was gouged out, two long furrows carved as if plowed by oxen. Blood trickled from the corner of Obadiah's mouth. Clearly, those titanium gold shields were nowhere near enough to withstand Tony's 140% supercharged repulsor blast. If not for the Hulk factor within his body, which had drastically enhanced Obadiah's physical defense and vitality, that single attack would have been enough to send him to his grave. "Obadiah, I've named this suit the Anti-Ironbone Armor. Do you know why? Ever since our last battle, when I was defeated by you, I've devoted myself to studying every aspect of your abilities. It's no exaggeration to say that this armor was built specifically for you. Sturdy, resilient, able to absorb electrical energy, and capable of reflecting damage." As Tony spoke, he gave his own suit a particularly flamboyant pat. "To have me personally design a custom suit of armor for you. You should be proud." With that, dozens of small missile ports appeared across the surface of the Mark IV, each revealing the warhead of a miniature missile. "I have to admit, when it comes to weapons development, I'm no match for you. I've lost, completely and utterly. But if you think this is enough to kill me, then you really underestimate me." As he finished, the electric arcs around Obadiah's body flared to life again. The next instant, Obadiah spun around and rocketed off into the distance. He actually ran away? Tony could hardly believe his eyes, saying the boldest words, only to do the most cowardly thing? "Jarvis, let's give chase." Clearly, Tony wasn't about to let Obadiah escape that easily, and immediately launched himself in pursuit, speeding off in the direction Obadiah had fled. Meanwhile, as Tony Stark was chasing Obadiah across the globe, things were far less smooth for Marfa on the other side. Let's rewind a bit. Just as Marfa stepped into the main control room, every single person inside turned to look at him in perfect unison. To Marfa's surprise, Carlton was nowhere to be seen in the control room. Could it be those security guards were lying to me? Marfa wondered this to himself, but quickly dismissed the idea. From what had just happened, it made no sense for those guards to risk their own lives just to protect Carlton. That left only one explanation. Either Carlton was still in the control room, or he had somehow slipped past everyone's attention and escaped. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, disguise technology was quite advanced. In the story of Captain America 2, Black Widow Natasha had used a small device to make herself look like a high-ranking member of the Security Council. What's more, symbiotes naturally possess the ability to change their appearance, including their clothing. If they could change a person's face as well, it wouldn't be far-fetched. So Marfa couldn't rule out the possibility that Carlton was hiding among the crowd in disguise. Damn it, if only I had Jarvis right now. With Jarvis's supercomputing abilities, I could definitely spot something from these people's micro-expressions. After pondering for only a moment, Marfa quickly came up with a more direct solution. Since Carlton had merged with the Riot symbiote, then thinking in reverse. If it could locate Riot, wouldn't that reveal who Carlton Drake truly was? Who are you? Why have you suddenly broken into the central control room? Don't you know this is a restricted area? The head of the control room stepped out from the crowd, questioning Marfa as he saw a man in a black robe and white mask inexplicably intrude. SHIELD Agent Shadow. Acting on the orders of Agent Phil Coulson, I'm here to arrest Carlton Drake. Marfa replied, his tone cold and unyielding. SHIELD? Never heard of it. If you're here to arrest someone, you'll need an arrest warrant. Show it to me, or I'll have to report you. Before the man could finish, Marfa's sword, the Demon Bane, was already pressed against his neck. SHIELD never needs a warrant to make an arrest. Agent Coulson's will is absolute. As he spoke, Marfa nudged the blade forward. The sharp sword edge instantly cut the skin on the control room leader's neck, and a thin line of blood trickled down the blade. Realizing Marfa's resolve, the leader immediately fell silent. The supreme weapon of the martial world, Little White's battle axe. Its command is unquestioned throughout the land. None dare defy. When Demon Bane is unsheathed, who could possibly challenge it? With that, Little White exchanged a look with Marfa. With a sudden clash, Little White raised her axe and brought it down upon Marfa's Demon Bane. The moment axe met sword, the blade of Demon Bane let out a resonant, vibrating hum. It's well known that, aside from fire and heat, most symbiotes fear nothing more than sounds in the 4,000 to 6,000 hertz range. This, in fact, was precisely why Marfa had staged this martial spectacle. He was waiting for this very vibration. Sure enough, as the sword's hum echoed through the air, a man in the crowd suddenly clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. All eyes immediately turned toward him. Huh? Who's that? I've never seen him around here before. Why is he wearing our control room's uniform? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. Damn it. Damn you, SHIELD. You've ruined everything. With a sudden roar, the man leapt to his feet. A layer of silvery, metallic-looking fluid burst out from within him, enveloping his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering, 3-meter-tall silver fiend, muscles bulging like a nightmare-made flesh. A monster! Panic swept through the crowd. People screamed, clutching their heads and scrambling over one another to escape the terrifying creature before them. Prepare to die. With a thunderous roar, Riot's arms instantly extended to about 10 meters in length, morphing into two massive side blades that crossed and swept toward Marfa with murderous intent. Pathetic. Trash. Marfa scoffed, casting Riot a disdainful glance. Xiaobai, keep going. A metallic hum filled the air once again as axe and sword clashed twice in rapid succession, their ringing reverberating through the battleground. On the other side, Riot abruptly retracted his arms, clutching his head as he howled in agony. Symbiotes are certainly powerful, but their weakness is painfully obvious. Give anyone 2 hollow iron rods, and they can completely suppress a symbiote. Of course, that rule excludes 2 special cases from the comics. One is the yellow symbiote, Scream. Because she inherited sonic abilities from her original host, she's immune to sonic attacks. The other is the symbiote, Serum, known as Anti-Venom. Its creation is exceedingly complex, and it has no clear weaknesses, standing as the pinnacle of all symbiotes. No matter how strong Riot is, no matter that he boasts of being the king of millions of symbiotes on that comet, he still cannot withstand suppression by sonic waves between 4,000 and 6,000 hertz, as those 2 exceptions can. And Marfa was exploiting this very flaw, holding Riot firmly in the palm of his hand. Marfa gripped his demon-banishing weapon in his left hand, exchanging blows with Xiaobai, while with his right, he casually slipped off his shoe. Without the slightest hint of mercy, Marfa slapped Riot across the face with the sole. Riot, is it? He struck again, even harder. Came here to die, did you? Cursed earthling. I'll kill you. Riot roared, one hand clutching his now misshapen head, the other pressing against his chest, his face twisted in pain and rage. So you want to kill me, huh? You damn. Is that right? In that instant, Riot's composure shattered. Young man, you have no sense of honor. You're a disgrace to martial virtue, he spat, his frustration boiling over. Knowing he was utterly outmatched, Riot had no intention of humiliating himself further. Leaving those words behind, he leaped into the crowd, grabbing a few bystanders and hurling them at Marfa as a desperate distraction. Capitalizing on the moment Marfa's vision was blocked, Riot bolted for the exit. Heh, still trying to run? If you'd bonded with Hulk or Toby, maybe I'd be a little cautious. But unfortunately for you, your host is just an ordinary human. Our battle was over before it even began. The outcome was already decided. Marfa murmured to himself, then summoned his telekinetic power, lifting off the ground and soaring in pursuit of Riot's escape. Obadiah, Obadiah, where are you? Hurry, come save me. Carlton Drake was shouting frantically into the wireless communicator. Shout! Go on, keep shouting, you bastard. I'm being chased by Tony myself. From the other end, Obadiah's furious curses crackled through. Clearly, things weren't looking any better for Obadiah right now. During his earlier battle with Tony, Obadiah had already suffered serious injuries, and that last electromagnetic cannon blast had drained a tremendous amount of his energy. Now, with everything cranked up to full power as he fled, Obadiah was utterly spent. After all, unlike Tony Stark, Obadiah relied on bioenergy, and no matter how powerful bioenergy might be, it still had its limits. But Tony? His power source was nothing but batteries. Even if his miniature arc reactor ran dry, he could swap it out in seconds, plug and play in the truest sense. Ultimate convenience. To borrow a saying, with non-fu batteries, one outperforms 6. That's Tony Stark right now. As Chase turned into pursuit, Tony gradually noticed this difference. At first, the Mark IV suit had trouble catching up to the cyborg. Only Jarvis's satellite tracking kept him in the game. But soon Tony realized the electric flashes sparking from Obadiah were fading, and with them, Obadiah's speed was dropping fast. By the end, Tony didn't even bother pushing. He simply kept his distance, shadowing Obadiah from afar, like a predator toying with its prey before the final meal. All in all, this feeling was simply exquisite. Sir, Mr. Maximoff requests a connection, Jarvis announced. Sure, put him through, Tony replied, his spirits higher than ever. He was happy to share this little moment of triumph. Tony, where are you? Weren't you supposed to be at the Life Foundation? Maffa's voice came through, cheerful even as he chased through the chaos. Oh, nothing much. I'm just playing a game of cat and mouse. Honestly, I'm starting to like this game. Tony almost wished he had a glass of red wine in hand, the only thing missing for the perfect show-off moment. Really? What a coincidence. I'm playing cat and mouse too. Nothing urgent. It's just that my principal told me to keep an eye on you. Don't go getting yourself killed. Maffa's tone was teasing. Have you ever seen a mouse bite a cat to death? Tony rolled his eyes under the Mark IV helmet. Sure have. Why do you ask? A mouse biting a cat to death? Please. Maffa had seen Shook in Beta. Of course he'd seen that. This conversation was going nowhere. Unlike Tony and Maffa, who were enjoying their banter, Carlton, Riot, and Obadiah all wore faces dark as thunder. Hey, can you take this seriously? Don't we care about our dignity? The game of cat and mouse is, after all, nothing more than a warm-up for the cat before its meal. It can't go on forever. Seeing Carlton about to board the rocket, Marfa grew anxious. Unless something unexpected happened, the rocket's engine should have already been sabotaged by Toby. In other words, if they try to force a launch, the rocket would either fail to start or it would explode instantly. Marfa had no intention of letting his prize be blown to pieces right before his eyes. Carlton, stop right there. If you take another step, I'll blow up this rocket myself. Marfa shouted. Sure enough, with Marfa's outburst, Riot finally halted in his tracks. After all, Earth has yet to reach interstellar civilization. Launching a rocket requires a long period of acceleration. Riot might not understand this, but as the CEO of the Life Foundation, Carlton certainly did. After a moment's thought, Riot shed his symbiote form and returned to his human appearance. Shield Agent, Shadow, is it? I've just learned your identity from the surveillance feed, and you've seen the power I wield. I don't think there's any need for us to fight to the death. Although I was born in Britain, hardship shaped my life. I've witnessed the fickleness of people, the cold realities of the world. I've watched countless loved ones and friends die before my eyes. That's why I vowed to create a new world, free from disease. That is how the Life Foundation came to be. But over time, I realized I was wrong. The true sickness of humanity is not physical, it's greed. We overexploit the Earth, strip its resources, pour out endless pollution. Look up. How many stars can you see in the night sky now? Carlton's words grew more impassioned, as if he were addressing the nation itself. Yet beneath his feet, a thin stream of silvery white slime quietly seeped through the gaps in the staircase, inching its way toward Marfa. Tell me, sir, how many more generations can this world endure? Do you really want to see your descendants spend their lives among garbage and waste? That's why humanity's journey to the stars can wait no longer. But look at us. Does our current technology really allow the whole planet to migrate to a new home together? If we merge with the symbiote, humanity will evolve to a higher state, capable of adapting to new worlds. That way, finding a new home becomes simple. Mars? Europa? All these can be humanity's new sanctuary. Come, join me. I am the hope of Earth. Only I, Carlton Drake, can lead humanity to a future filled with light. At this moment, Carlton Drake looked every bit like a crazed cultist, preaching his own twisted faith, desperately hoping to use it to persuade Marfa to abandon the hunt. Following Carlton's words, Marfa glanced up at the sky. Well, of course there weren't any stars. What a ridiculous statement. It was already morning, after all. The sun had long since risen. Marfa rolled her eyes, looking at Carlton as if he were a hopeless fool. The hope of humanity? Wasn't that something Stephen Strange could handle all by himself? To send him to train with the Ancient One for a few years, then have her find a planet suitable for human life. With Stephen's ability to open portals from Titan straight to Earth, who needed symbiotes anyway? Besides, Marfa certainly didn't agree with Carlton's philosophy of abandoning a ruined planet and running away en masse. Humanity kept advancing, and more people were becoming aware of environmental issues. Remember how Dr. Octopus in the first Spider-Man movie had his artificial sun tech? And in the Marvel Universe, whether it was the energy from the Cosmic Cube or Tony Stark's arc reactor, they were all clean, efficient power sources. Marfa believed that humanity's future would only grow brighter, not spiral toward destruction as Carlton claimed. With her deeper understanding of the Marvel Universe, Marfa and Carlton had stood on entirely different ground from the very beginning. This imbalance of information meant there was no way the two could ever see eye to eye. Enough talk. Time for you to die. Honestly, as a villain, could he be any less self-aware? Just endless blathering with no end in sight. As she finished speaking, a protective amulet materialized in Marfa's palm. Just then, a streak of silvery white slime shot out from beneath her feet. It spread like a giant net, surging toward Marfa to ensnare her. In that split second, a golden strand of web shot out from the side, latching onto the silvery slime. With a deft flick, the golden web yanked the silvery mass and hurled it dozens of meters away. Marfa, what's wrong with you? Why'd you stand there listening to his nonsense for so long? You almost fell for his trick just now. A flash of gold darted by. Golden Spider-Man, Toby, landed in front of Marfa with a graceful midair somersault. You're Marfa? Marfa Maximoff. As if he'd just uncovered a shocking secret, Carlton's face froze in utter disbelief. His eyes widened, jaw slack, clearly unable to process what he'd just heard. Are you an idiot? So much for all the time I spent wearing this mask. With that, Marfa tore off the pure, white mask covering her face, glaring at Toby with an expression of frustrated exasperation. Huh? Sorry, I forgot we're on a mission right now. But it doesn't matter. There's only Carlton here, an outsider. We could just kill him. No one would ever know your identity. Toby spoke with complete indifference. Upon hearing this, Marfa immediately looked at Toby as if he were some kind of monster. Wasn't this supposed to be the Spider-Man who vowed never to kill? How is it that, not long after collecting his first protection fee, he's already so nonchalant about murder? It seemed this Spider-Man was straying further and further down a dark path. There's an old saying, you become like those you're close to. Lately, Toby had been fighting the Kingpin's gang for territory, witnessing their ruthlessness day in and day out. Though Toby was still kind at heart, the boundaries of his conscience had long since blurred. As long as his mind remained clear, as long as he knew what should and shouldn't be done, he believed that was enough. Human life was as insignificant as grass. If taking a few lives could save many more, Toby would do it without a second thought. This was the power of environment shaping character. Marfa's plan to push Spider-Man toward darkness was already more than halfway to success. No, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything. In stark contrast to Toby's calm, Carlton was utterly terrified. He'd already struggled to deal with Marfa alone, and now there was a golden warrior whose strength was unknown, but whose ruthlessness was clear. There was simply no way to fight back. Just then, Riot, who'd been flung away by Toby, finally made it back to Carlton. Sandstorm, are you really going to betray me? Riot glared at Toby, eyes full of malice. You don't understand. This isn't betrayal, it's following my heart. Yes, that's it, following my heart. If you have doubts, why not fight this guy? I think you'll understand me then. As he spoke, Toby gestured toward Marfa. It was clear that Sandstorm was now controlling Toby's body and speaking with Riot. Don't forget, we still have countless kin waiting for us out there in the cosmos. If we don't bring them here, all that awaits them is death. Are you really willing to abandon your entire species for your own selfish desires? Riot narrowed his eyes, staring Toby down with such intensity it seemed he might attack if Toby uttered a single wrong word. He didn't know exactly how powerful Marfa was, but judging by Marfa's earlier tactics, Riot doubted Marfa was truly formidable. After all, if Marfa was so strong, why rely on sonic attacks? What a few things that could harm symbiotes? So in Riot's mind, if he could win Sandstorm over, the two of them together might still have a chance to turn the tables. Ah, ignorance is truly fearless. Marfa sighed inwardly. With a flicker of the tempting light skill, Marfa once again entered a realm of consciousness. Unlike the earlier journalist, this consciousness space now resembled an entirely self-contained world, with flowers, grasses, trees, birds, beasts, fish, and insects all around. Some of these plants and animals were recognizable to Marfa, while others were clearly not of earthly origin, lending the scene a distinctly otherworldly charm. So this is what it looks like when a symbiote successfully merges with its host. The two become interdependent, exchanging strengths and weaknesses, evolving into a higher form of life. Even the very landscape of the mind transforms as a result. In the case of that previous journalist, I suspect Little Blue intended to completely devour the journalist's consciousness and take over, without any intention of true symbiosis at all. Gazing at the scene before him, Marfa pondered silently. Soon, a silver-white figure, towering about 15 meters tall, appeared within Marfa's line of sight. Perched atop this figure's shoulder stood a human, just over 2 meters in height. There could be no doubt, these were the mental projections of Carlton and Riot. Looking closer, Marfa noticed that the two were now connected by a flexible tube. Clearly, this was the sign of Carlton Drake and Riot accepting each other. Who would have thought that even someone like Carlton Drake would possess such ability? Witnessing all of this, Marfa couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. From his previous life and casual chats with Marvel fans, Marfa had picked up a bit of knowledge about Marvel Comics. Instances of symbiotes and hosts truly accepting each other are actually quite rare. In most cases, the host consciousness is simply overwhelmed or outright devoured, leaving them as little more than a puppet. Among the exceptions, special cases such as Agent Flash Thompson, Eddie Brock, Spider-Man Peter Parker, and Deadpool Wade Winston Wilson stand out. Now, seeing Carlton Drake achieve a similar level of partnership was truly beyond Marfa's expectations. To put it metaphorically, Eddie's situation is much like a Jinchuriki in Naruto, who has gained the tailed beast recognition. While not yet a perfect Jinchuriki, he's already able to wield most of the beast's power. By contrast, hosts like the earlier journalist are more akin to the young Gaara, unable to control the beast at all, and always at risk of being overtaken by its power. Realizing all this, Marfa understood that, under the current circumstances, subduing Riot the same way he had with Little Yellow and Little Blue was out of the question. Now that Riot and Carlton had achieved true cooperation of will, the two advanced and retreated as one. If Marfa wanted to claim Riot, there was only one option left, to emulate Madara and use direct control. With this thought, Marfa no longer hesitated. He raised his demon-slaying blade and charged straight into the chaos. Ha ha ha, I never imagined you'd actually make it here. I must say, this is by far the most foolish decision you've ever made, taunted Carlton from across the field. Though Carlton didn't quite grasp what Marfa's 20-meter-tall form truly signified, he knew one thing for sure. This was his domain. With the Riot beside him, Carlton felt an unprecedented surge of power. If you refuse to dedicate your strength for the future of humanity, then you can go to hell. As his words echoed, the massive silver form of the Riot creature bent its legs, then exploded forward, launching itself at Marfa with a ferocious leap. Bring it on! Marfa's eyes flashed with determination. Sword in hand, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the Riot's onslaught. Seizing the moment as the Riot's momentum waned and its new strength hadn't yet gathered, Marfa thrust his blade forward in a sharp counterattack. But in the very next instant, Marfa was left dumbfounded. Suddenly, several sticky tendrils shot out from the Riot's body. With a violent yank, the creature slid sideways across more than 10 meters, evading Marfa's attack with startling ease. What the hell? This guy's totally cheating. Marfa fumed inwardly. He already knew from earlier tests that while using the temptation of light to project his consciousness, he couldn't use any skills. That was a hard rule. But the Riot's shape-shifting wasn't a superpower. It was a core trait of its symbiotic form. That meant even in this mindscape, it could use its abilities just as it did outside. This tilted the odds. Even though Marfa's psychic avatar was a full 30% stronger than the Riot's, completely overpowering it and branding it with a psychic seal was no easy task. Fortunately, as Natasha's direct disciple, Marfa, though lacking Pietro's natural talent for combat, had honed his skills to a respectable degree. While the Riot's psychic strength made him look like a dwarf beside Marfa, his unique physiology allowed him to hold his own in a fierce back and forth. Steel clashed relentlessly for about the time it takes to finish half a cup of tea, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. In fact, thanks to Carlton and the Riot's seamless coordination, Marfa found himself gradually pushed onto the defensive. Damn it, If only I could use my skills, Marfa thought anxiously. If not for his training in hand-to-hand combat, the riot might have already beaten him by now. It was much like a grown man with some martial arts experience fighting a teenager blessed with superhuman powers. Although the big man had physical advantages like strength, fists and kicks were ultimately no match for superpowers. What's more, this was the opponent's home turf, which gave Riot a definite advantage. It was easy to imagine that if the fight continued, given enough time, Marfa would inevitably end up defeated. Just as Marfa was preparing to withdraw from Carlton and Riot's shared mind space, a low, resonant hum suddenly echoed, and everything in the mindscape began to blur. Through Marfa's eyes, it was as if the world had become a painting dropped into water, colors and lines distorted and dissolved, spreading out in strange patterns. Carlton, across from him, seemed largely unaffected, but Riot's form abruptly shrank until it was no more than 5 meters tall. Ha ha! Xiaobai! Oh Xiaobai, you really are my lucky star. There was no doubt who was responsible for this. Only Xiaobai could pull off something like this. After all, Toby also had a symbiote inside him, so he couldn't possibly be the one. The scene shifts to the real world. At the very instant Marfa unleashed the temptation light, Xiaobai immediately raised his axe and brought it down hard on the metal catwalk beneath his feet. A piercing, metallic hum rang out, and Toby, who was standing nearby, instantly dropped to his knees in agony. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Toby managed to choke out, his face twisted in pain. Ignoring Toby, Xiaobai was more than willing to take care of a job that didn't require him to risk his life. Although Xiaobai's movement was almost perfectly synchronized with Marfa's temptation light, the time lag between the mindscape and the real world meant that while it looked simultaneous, the disruptive noise only reached Marfa after he had been fighting Riot for quite some time. The tide turned. Sensing this golden opportunity, Marfa wasn't about to let it slip away. Seizing the moment while Riot stood frozen in place, Marfa dashed forward and, with a single stroke, severed the hose connecting Riot to Carlton. Without hesitation, he drove the demon-slaying sword straight into Riot's brow. A cough, a flicker, his spiritual brand was unleashed. Moments later, as Marfa's psychic projection faded away, the battle was finally and completely over. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully diverting the MCU storyline. You are rewarded with 4,000 minutes of game time. Current remaining game time, 8,360 minutes. 4,000 minutes. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Marfa was genuinely stunned. Since the system's awakening, this was by far the largest single reward he'd ever received. But on second thought, it made perfect sense. Unlike before, this time the system had bundled the entire Venom storyline together as a reward. Marfa had first subdued Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan, and now he had claimed Riot, now called Xiaoyin. He had even stepped in for Venom to defeat Carlton Drake. Furthermore, the chess piece left behind earlier, Obadiah, also played a role in the creation of the anti-Iron Man armor, Mark IV. Tony and Obadiah's second confrontation, clearly, has already gone far beyond what the original storyline intended. Taking into account so many deviations, a reward of 4,000 minutes doesn't seem like much after all. With so many point cards in hand, Maffa naturally considered secluding himself again as soon as possible. After all, if those points aren't converted into real strength, no matter how many he collects, they're just numbers in the end. Especially after that previous battle against Riot's consciousness projection, where Maffa almost walked away empty-handed. This close call made him all the more vigilant. Unlike the battles with Tony and Obadiah, the clash between Maffa and Riot was utterly silent and unseen. Yet only Maffa knew how perilous it truly was. If not for Little White's divine intervention at the critical moment, subduing Riot might have taken much more effort. Little White, well done. This time, the credit goes to you, Maffa said as he patted the skeleton standing beside him. With a soft rattle, Little White opened its jaw, the sound of bones rubbing together echoing in the air. Then, without hesitation, Little White strode right over to Carlton Drake. A series of clattering bone noises followed as Little White seemed to communicate with him. Maffa had no idea what Little White was saying, but in the next instant, Riot separated from Carlton's body and, without any hesitation, hurled itself onto Little White's skeleton frame. Master, I can finally speak now. With Riot's assistance, Little White finally managed to assume human form. But now a new problem emerged. Little White's current appearance. Leonardo DiCaprio? Little White, aren't you going a bit overboard? Turning yourself into this. How am I supposed to take you out with me? I'll totally lose face. It wasn't entirely unreasonable for Maffa to react this way. With his naturally good genes and head of silver hair, he was already quite the handsome guy. But even so, standing next to someone with DiCaprio's near-superhuman looks, he still felt a little overshadowed. Back when Titanic premiered, DiCaprio's looks had enchanted millions of fans. If he hadn't lost that aura over the years, he might have become a true Hollywood legend. Right now, Little White's newly borrowed appearance via Riot was precisely DiCaprio at his most striking. Little White, care to explain why you suddenly smashed the metal staircase just now? I almost got knocked off and fell straight from the top of the high school. Toby quickly caught on and launched into a reproach. Oh, who are you again? Little White replied, wearing an expression of utter innocence. Master, I really like this look. Please let me keep Riot. Little White widened his sparkling, cartoonishly large eyes, gazing at Mafara with stars practically twinkling in them. Stop, get away from me. Otherwise, people will think I have some very peculiar tastes. Mafara took 2 steps back with a look of disdain and said, the Taoist version of the Light of Temptation skill is quite different from the Mage's version. If the Mage's skill is somewhat like Loki using the Mind Stone to control Barton, then the Taoist version resembles more of Kodo Amatsukami. It works by leaving a spiritual imprint in the target's mind, imposing an absolute will of loyalty on them, without interfering with their original memories, abilities, or way of thinking. Setting aside all the complications that happen during the casting process, if we just compare the effectiveness of control, the Taoist version is clearly superior. After all, only by allowing the target to retain all their memories can you make the best use of their combat abilities. As the group discussed their next move, the rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades suddenly filled the air and a chopper swooped in from the distance, hovering above their heads. A moment later, a man in a black tactical suit, a bow slung across his back, slid down a rope to the ground. SHIELD Agent, Clint Francis Barton. I'm here on orders from the director to assist with the Life Foundation situation, he announced. Seeing who had arrived, Mafara's mouth twitched in annoyance. Heh, the cleanup crew is here. Seriously, does SHIELD always show up after everything's already over? Wait, hang on. I'm a SHIELD agent myself, aren't I? Does that mean I've been blaming the wrong people? Why does something just feel off here? Mafara was full of suspicion. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Carlton's been beaten into a vegetable. You can take him away. There's also a symbiote, Venom's corpse sample, in his office. Do what you need to with that. The symbiote Sandstorm has already bonded with Toby, so you won't be able to separate them. As for the last symbiote, I couldn't find it. You'll have to track that one down yourself. Oh, and there's an LA Times reporter named Eddie Brock who snuck into the Life Foundation not long ago. He filmed all the evidence of their human experiments. If I'm right, the New York Times website should already have a story up. When you get a chance, could you take a look at the report and help me write an after-action report for the director? Mafara stuck out his tongue, chastising himself for almost saying too much. How could I say draft? That's way too sloppy. Well, isn't this something? So, I, the great Hawkeye, am just here to clean up your mess? And what's with making me write the report? Isn't it your job? Walking out of Carlton's office at the Life Foundation, Barton's face was dark as thunder. According to the intel, there were 4 symbiotes in total. One got lost when they landed on Earth. One was killed by Obadiah. Toby's got one. And now you're telling me the last one is missing? If you're gonna make stuff up, at least make it sound believable. Are you seriously insulting my intelligence? Barton grumbled inwardly. As for the last symbiote, Phantom, there was no need to ask. Mafara had obviously pocketed it for himself. Naturally, Barton was far from pleased about this. After all, who completes a mission just to line their own pockets? But according to Carlton's research report, not everyone was compatible with a symbiote. If your genes didn't match, your body would rapidly deteriorate. Since both Mafara and Toby seemed able to handle a symbiote, perhaps it wasn't the worst outcome. At least they were both SHIELD agents. As the old saying goes, don't let good things benefit outsiders. In the end, Barton decided he'd better inform the director before making any decisions. What Barton didn't know, however, was that Mafara hadn't actually bonded with the symbiote at all. In fact, the one he possessed wasn't just Phantom. The Leonardo who had just briefly met Barton was, in fact, the symbiote listed as missing in the files. Right. Washington, SHIELD Triskelion headquarters. Coulson, you'd better explain to me. Since when does SHIELD arrest people without a warrant? And what's this about Phil Coulson's will is above all else? With that, Nick Fury immediately played a video for Coulson, showing Mafara swaggering as he blasted through the Life Foundation's doors and everything he'd said afterward. The video's headline screamed, "Shocking. Secret agency SHIELD ignores human rights. The shadowy organization exposed. Who really is Phil Coulson? Phil Coulson, secrets you never knew. How can we save the American spirit of freedom? What the hell, Mafara? You bastard. How dare you set me up like this?" In that instant, Coulson lost it. He never imagined that Mafara would dump such a massive load of trouble on his head. If this blew up, it wouldn't just be SHIELD or the Security Council on the line. the whole United States might turn against him. Do you have any idea where this video leaked from? Nick Fury's face was cold as stone. Coulson was so stunned he could barely think, let alone care where it came from. Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, it's everywhere. Congratulations, Coulson. You're a viral sensation. Coulson equals. Director, I swear, I never said any of that. It's all Mafara, that jerk. He framed me. You have to help me out here. I'm making a formal complaint. Mafara even tried to extort $1 million from me. Coulson pleaded, resentment written all over his face. Listen, you'd better change your name. I can't protect Phil Coulson any longer. Soon, I'll have to hand him over to the FBI. From today on, you're Clark Gregg. Here are your new credentials. With that, Nick Fury tossed a file folder in front of Coulson. Coulson, seriously? The director's basically telling me to take the fall for this. Clark Gregg, what a ridiculous name for someone as dignified as me. Agent Coulson. P.S. You can look this up on Baidu. Watching Nick Fury play up the drama, Coulson, no, he supposed he should call himself Clark now, could only feel his heart bleeding with frustration. New York, Oscorp Tower. Andrew Garfield stepped out of the building. Moments ago, he'd been bitten by a spider, and now he was feeling dizzy and disoriented. In a haze, he actually dozed off right there on the subway. Unlike the original storyline, this time, with Toby as a precedent, Andrew Garfield had long since caught the attention of Natasha Romanoff. Whether it was the names of their father, mother, uncle, or aunt, Andrew and Toby's family situations were eerily identical, like two reflections staring at each other from either side of a mirror. And as if by fate, both of them just happened to be students at Midtown High. Drawing on her years of experience as a spy, Natasha was convinced all these coincidences couldn't be mere chance. She had arranged for two of her agents to keep Andrew under constant surveillance, 24 hours a day. Sure enough, as soon as Andrew woke up from his subway slumber and got into a brawl, Natasha received the report almost instantly. It confirmed the suspicion she'd been harboring. Who would have thought such bizarre things could really happen in this world? Natasha stared at the files on Andrew and Toby, lost in thought. If there were already two, might there be a third? Or even a fourth, a fifth? Once that idea took root, it became a spell she couldn't shake, keeping her up through the night. So Natasha immediately pulled the records of every Charlie, Mary, May, and Ben in the United States. And sure enough, her search quickly turned up another lead. Peter Parker, age 8. Father, Charlie Parker. Mother, Mary Parker. Aunt, Marissa Tomei. Although this Aunt May was a bit of a stretch, in both Toby and Andrew's cases, their guardian was Aunt May, but Peter, like them, was also raised by a woman named May. Peter was still a child, and Marissa was quite young herself, so there was no way to rule out the possibility that one day, she might marry someone named Ben. Well, isn't this just fascinating? If anyone had told Natasha about fate before, she wouldn't have believed it. But the moment she saw Andrew, just like Toby, clinging upside down to the subway ceiling, she became a believer. What a pity. If only I knew my parents' names, I'd really like to meet that other version of me. Such thoughts drifted through Natasha's mind as she picked up the phone and dialed Toby's number. At that very moment, Toby was happily trailing behind Mafara, waiting in the airport lounge for their flight to Ohio. What? You're not joking, are you? When Natasha told him that Andrew Garfield, their schoolmate, seemed to have acquired powers just like his own, Toby was truly startled. Could the Columbia University lab have produced a few more of those super spiders? Fortunately, Natasha promptly dismissed the suspicion swirling in his heart. It had already been quite a while since Andrew went to Columbia University for his study program. If Andrew had awakened his powers back then, it wouldn't make sense for them to surface only now. Natasha didn't believe an ordinary high school student could be so calculating. All right, I understand. I'll change my flight and head straight back to New York. With that, Toby ended the call without hesitation. The super spiders at Columbia University all came from the same broodmother. If Andrew had awakened his abilities at the same time as Toby, there would surely have been a resonance, just like with Flash back then. But the reality was, Toby had seen Andrew several times since then, and never sensed anything unusual from him. That left Toby with lingering doubts. Could someone have used his or Flash's tissue for experiments, and found a way to mass-produce Skynet? If that were true, the thought was terrifying. No one understood the true power of those abilities better than Toby. If this were just a one-off, it would be manageable. But if they could really be mass-produced, thousands upon thousands of Skynets, they could easily form an unstoppable army. The more Toby thought about it, the deeper his anxiety grew. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. Toby clenched his fists, making a silent vow to himself. Hey, Mafara, do you remember Andrew Garfield? He's in Wanda's class. Toby spoke, his brow furrowed with worry. Hearing this, Mafara instinctively sensed that something serious was afoot. Why else would Toby bring him up so suddenly? I'm afraid he's ended up just like me. If someone's found a way to copy my abilities, the whole world could be in danger. Unlike Natasha, Toby didn't believe in the so-called fate. He was more inclined to think that someone, or some group, was pulling strings behind the scenes. Just like you. Wait, you mean? As she spoke, Mafara mimed the motion of shooting webs. As expected, Toby nodded slightly to confirm Mafara's suspicions. Now it was Marfa's turn to lose his composure. In the original storyline, neither Toby nor Garfield had ever become Spider-Man. Yet, after Marfa's intervention, Toby had defied fate itself, seizing the mantle of Spider-Man before Peter ever had the chance. But what about Andrew? How could this be? Could it be that, in this world, there was another transmigrant besides himself? Toby, here's what we'll do. I'll go back to New York with you. This matter could be trivial or momentous, but whatever the case, we have to get to the bottom of it, Marfa said, his tone grave. But weren't you planning to go to Ohio? Hearing that Marfa was willing to return to New York alongside him, Toby was deeply moved. After all, since the one who had appeared was another version of himself, Toby had every reason to go back. There was no way around it. Yet Marfa was willing to set aside his own plans for Toby's sake and go back to New York together. Knowing Marfa as well as he did, Toby was certain Marfa must have important business in Ohio. He'd never been there before, after all, but despite that, Marfa still put Toby first. Marfa, I know you've always looked out for me, but honestly, I still prefer girls, and we really aren't right for each other. Toby stumbled through his words, and, embarrassed, instinctively shrank back half a step. Xiao Huang, get him! At Marfa's command, the sandstorm parasitizing Toby's body sprang into action. As the sandstorm relentlessly stimulated his glands, a surge of male hormones flooded through Toby, making him feel suddenly feverish all over. Even a fly buzzing past seemed, for a moment, to possess a certain inexplicable charm. No, Sandstorm, please don't do this. I swear I'm not into guys. Let me go. My love for girls will never change. Toby declared righteously, drawing curious glances from those around him. Damn it, Sandstorm. I always thought your gross yellow color was suspicious. You're definitely up to no good. All I wanted was for you to give Toby a little lesson, but this is what you do. Feeling the odd stares from the crowd, Marfa realized he'd lost all sense of dignity and composure. Without another word, he pulled Toby away and hurried them both out of the departure lounge. Inside a restroom stall at Los Angeles International Airport, California, Marfa drew a dimensional portal to New York with his teleportation ring, then gave Toby a swift kick, sending him straight through. After weighing his options, Marfa had decided to leave the matter of Andrew in Toby's hands for now. Whether or not there was another transmigrant stirring up trouble, Toby was certainly powerful enough at this point to do some reconnaissance, and that was a good place to start. After all, there was still the Hydra mission waiting in Ohio, and it concerned Bruce Banner as well. Marfa was counting on Samuel Stearns to develop a Hulk serum without side effects for him. Wait a second, Samuel Stearns? It seemed he hadn't been in touch for quite a while. At that thought, Marfa immediately picked up his phone and tried calling him. But by now, Samuel had long been locked up by General Ross. There was no way he could answer the phone anymore. Can't get through. Was he just busy, or was there some other reason? Marfa's instincts told him something was wrong. Without hesitation, he used his teleportation ring to lock on a Cambridge, Massachusetts. In a flash of white light, a rift split open in the air before him. Meanwhile, back in New York, Toby didn't go home or to school first. Instead, he headed straight for the Sun Tzu Gang's headquarters. Of course, to be precise, it was nothing more than a rented little workshop. In Toby's eyes, Andrew Garfield's sudden acquisition of superpowers was anything but simple. There was likely a larger force at play. Behind the scenes. That's why Toby decided to tail him for a while, at least to gather more intelligence before making any moves. So, Toby immediately told Red Hair, Orange Hair, and the rest of the crew to drop what they were doing and keep Andrew under close surveillance, 24 hours a day. But the surveillance soon brought trouble. After less than a week, Toby nearly stormed over himself and punched Andrew into oblivion. On the second night after Andrew gained his powers, a tragic accident led to his uncle's death. In his grief, Andrew began waging a relentless war on crime across New York City. Anyone who bore even a passing resemblance to the man who shot Ben Garfield that night found themselves webbed up by Andrew and left hanging at the police station entrance. If that was all, Toby might have let it slide. Unfortunately, Andrew's abilities were just too similar to his own Skynet powers. Worse still, among those Andrew apprehended were quite a few members of the Kingpin Gang. Naturally, the blame fell squarely on Skynet. The Kingpin Gang, who already had no love for the Sun Tzu Gang, reacted like a powder keg set alight. They immediately launched a fierce assault on Sun Tzu territory. Many residents who had paid protection money to the Sun Tzu Gang suffered at the hands of the Kingpin Gang, so they came running back to the Sun Tzu Gang for help. After all, the Sun Tzu gang had promised to actually do the job in exchange for protection fees. Damn it, Andrew. He causes trouble and leaves me to clean up the mess, Toby growled, crushing the soda, can in his hand into a scrap of metal and then hurling it into the floor. Boss, there's something else I think you should know, came a voice beside him. Blue Hair pondered for a moment before speaking. Could be that kid has done something shady? Toby raised an eyebrow, sounding a bit irritable as he replied. Yes, no. Oh, how should I put this? Lately, Andrew's been getting pretty close to Gwen Stacy. You know, the daughter of George Stacy, the chief of police at the Queen's precinct. I suspect he's trying to use this connection to infiltrate the police station. Maybe even use their internal resources to track down the real identity of his uncle's killer. Blue Hair spoke thoughtfully. Among the 7 hairs, Orange Hair was undoubtedly the best at seeing the big picture. But when it came to cunning and quick thinking, Blue Hair was second to none. That's why, lately, the group had adopted a routine. For major decisions, they turned to Orange Hair. For minor schemes, they always asked Blue Hair. What? Gwen Stacy? The moment he heard that name, Toby grabbed Blue Hair by the collar and lifted him up. As Mafa's close friend, Toby knew all too well that Mafa had once dated Gwen. In his heart, he'd already considered Gwen as his future sister-in-law. There's a saying, nothing tastes better than dumplings. Nothing's more fun than. Ahem, that's not right. Brothers are like your own hands and feet. Women are like. In any case, anyone daring to make a move on Gwen was absolutely intolerable to Toby. Sandstorm, let's go. It's time to confront this imposter. I was planning to observe a bit longer, but since he's asking for trouble, we won't hold back. Toby's face was set in a fierce scowl as he spoke. No sooner had he finished than his golden spider suit materialized around him. Changing outfits was just that convenient and swift. Meanwhile, after leaving Gwen's house, Andrew's face was anything but cheerful. Just moments ago, he had been rejected. That's right, flat out rejected. He'd originally been thrilled when Gwen invited him to a family dinner with the Stasis. In Andrew's mind, that was a clear sign Gwen liked him enough to introduce him to her family. He'd even gone out of his way to bring a bouquet of fresh flowers. But to his surprise, after dinner, Gwen had come right out and asked him if he was Skynet. Andrew was completely caught off guard. The infamous Skynet. How could Andrew not know about it? After all, he lived in Queens too. He'd even witnessed Skynet and Shadow teaming up to take down the spider monster firsthand. In fact, Andrew had modeled his own Spider-Man suit after Skynet's original design, painstakingly sewing it himself. Their abilities were similar, their builds were similar. At one point, Andrew had even wondered if Skynet might actually be his long-lost brother. After all, according to the message left by Charlie Garfield, those mutant spiders at Oscorp were only effective on members of the Garfield family. Anyone else who tried to use them would face unpredictable dangers. Because of this, Andrew had even asked Ben and May specifically if Charlie had any other children, or if he'd ever had an affair. Of course, that question earned him a stern scolding from both Ben and May. And now, thanks to Gwen having witnessed Andrew's display of skill earlier, she had mistaken him for Skynet and invited him over as a gesture of gratitude for saving her life back then. And so, this date ended in an awkward rush, with a confession that was gently turned down. Damn it, if only I really were Skynet, Andrew thought bitterly. Their powers were so alike. If only he'd gotten his abilities a little sooner, he could have saved the students of Midtown High before Skynet did. Then, winning Gwen's heart would have been easy. Andrew refused to accept this outcome. He couldn't stand the thought of losing to someone he'd never even met. On the Williamsburg Bridge in New York, chaos reigned. Traffic was in utter disarray as cars crashed into each other for reasons no one could understand. Screams, cries, curses, they filled the air, echoing without pause. Inside a black sedan, one of the Osborne family's butlers sat, his face a mask of panic and terror. Because right before his eyes, a massive hand had appeared. It was an unsettling shade of green, as big as 3 human heads, and each of its 5 fingers ended in razor-sharp claws that gleamed coldly, like knives. With a violent rip from that monstrous hand, half the car's roof was torn away in an instant. The doors, wedged tightly by iron railings and other vehicles on either side, left the butler with no hope of escape. Suddenly, another swipe, and this time, the razor claws passed just a centimeter above the butler's scalp, neatly slicing off a strip of his hair. Feeling an icy draft on his head, the butler was consumed with despair. The next moment, the roof was completely ripped off by that giant green hand. And there it was, a monstrous face, green-skinned and wide-eyed, its mouth stretched all the way to its ears, staring down at him. If one looked closely, they'd see the face was covered in tiny scales, and thick, sticky drool dripped ceaselessly from its jagged teeth, creating a truly horrifying sight. My life is over, thought the butler, curling up and squeezing his eyes shut, bracing himself for death. But in the very next instant, a loud crash shook the car violently. Death didn't come as he'd expected. The butler slowly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings in bewilderment. At that moment, he saw a man in a red and blue battlesuit pinning down a massive, lizard-like creature with a jade-green body, raining down a relentless barrage of punches to its face. "Is that Skynet?" The butler cried out with delight, though the darkness of the night made it hard for him to see the man's features clearly. Still, he could make out the general outline. Aside from a difference in color, wasn't this the very same Skynet who had once been awarded the Good Citizen Medal personally by the president? Hearing the person he just saved call him Skynet, Andrew's face immediately soured. His fists, which had been pounding down like a storm, suddenly paused. He looked up at the butler with clear annoyance. And at that moment, the lizard-like monster suddenly twisted its body, landing a powerful kick on Andrew. In a flash, it dashed to the butler's car, grabbed it in one swift motion, and hurled the vehicle, along with the butler, right off the bridge. The lizard man then leapt off the bridge after them. The car slammed into the river below. From a height of 41 meters, the force of the fall, combined with the surface tension of the water, made it almost as hard as concrete. With a blast, the car exploded into a shower of sparks and was instantly reduced to ashes. Andrew stared, dumbfounded, at the pillar of fire rising from beneath the bridge. In his ears, his uncle's words echoed over and over, "With great power comes great responsibility." Was I wrong? Damn this jealousy. At that moment, a wave of regret crashed over Andrew's heart. I could have saved him just now, but He looked down at his own hands, murmuring to himself. "But you didn't. You're just running around in my name, pretending to be me." A voice came from not far away. Andrew looked up to see a man in a yellow spider suit, gently setting the butler down on the ground. Even then, the butler was still shaken, barely believing he had survived. He nearly died, but looking at the two people in front of him, identical in every way except for the color of their suits, the butler was utterly confused. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see? On the pillar of the Williamsburg Bridge in New York, the red and blue and the yellow figures stood face to face, locked in a silent standoff. The cold night wind swept over the river, rustling past the two, but failed to lift a single corner of their suits. "So you're Skynet? Nice, man. Switched up your look, huh?" Andrew eyed the man standing opposite him, hands clasped behind his back, a complicated expression on his face. Once, Skynet had been the guardian of queens, even protecting students at Midtown High. To Andrew, Skynet was the very definition of a superhero. But just a few days ago, Andrew had gained the same powers as Skynet. From that moment on, the once unattainable figure had suddenly become within reach. There was a time when Andrew had been overjoyed by this. For a high school student like Andrew, being able to follow in the footsteps of his idol was, without a doubt, an exhilarating prospect. But Uncle Ben's death had turned into a nightmare that Andrew could never shake off. Andrew even felt that the price he paid for his powers was none other than Ben's life itself. Despite Ben's final words, Andrew had still found himself lost in a haze of confusion these past few days. And when Gwen Stacy, just recently, had mistaken Andrew for the real Spider-Man and her eyes had sparkled with delight, a pang of jealousy pierced Andrew's heart. How could two people so similar live such completely different lives? Spider-Man, the guardian of queens, recipient of the president's Good Citizen Medal, and, most importantly, the very idol of goddess-like Gwen herself. So many halos of honor shone around him. If Andrew were still the ordinary high schooler he once was, it might not have mattered. But now that he had become like Spider-Man, he still couldn't win Gwen's heart. This sense of defeat weighed heavily on Andrew. "Andrew Garfield, do you realize you're playing a very dangerous game right now?" Atop the bridge pillar, Toby looked at the uneasy Andrew before him, his brows furrowing as he spoke in a low, steady voice. "A dangerous game?" Hearing this, Andrew's heart skipped a beat. The other man knew his secret. The night wind continued to howl across the bridge, so although the crowd below was thick, no one could make out what the two Spider-Men, perched on the pillar, were actually saying. "Who are you, really? Are you part of my family too? Then why have I never heard of you?" Andrew pressed on. After all, unlike the super spider that Toby had encountered, the spider that bit Andrew had been genetically altered by his own father. Only someone from the Garfield family could achieve perfect gene fusion. So, naturally, Andrew assumed Toby must be some distant relative. "No, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. But what I can tell you for certain is this. You're in real danger now. The forces behind you are far more complicated than you realize. If you turn away from the darkness and join me in exposing the mastermind behind all this, I can let you into our circle, and maybe even help you find the one who killed your uncle." Toby remained calm and collected. He wasn't about to rough Andrew up over his pursuit of Gwen. Personal grudges aside, Toby's greater concern was uncovering the organization behind Andrew, the one capable of mass-producing Spider-Man. Andrew burst into laughter, a manic, almost desperate laugh that echoed through the night. Andrew burst into laughter, so loud that even the onlookers on the bridge could hear faint echoes of it. My backers? What backers? Why am I the last to know about them? What is this talk of abandoning the shadows and embracing the light? Is Skynet the only side that is always right? What gives you the authority to stand on some moral high ground and dictate to me? Don't you know exactly who I am? Fine, let me ask you this. When you took our protection money, where were you when my uncle was in danger? Aren't you the one who prides himself on getting things done when paid? So what have you actually done? As Andrew spoke, his emotions began to spiral out of control. Lately, he'd endured too many blows, faced too many challenges, so many that he could barely keep up. Andrew, you have to understand, even though I'm Skynet, I can't possibly be everywhere at once, Toby replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. Andrew's accusations weren't without merit. Ever since he'd been awarded the Good Citizen Medal by the president, Toby had started to lose his grounding. From that moment on, Toby had been relentlessly expanding the influence of the Sun Tzu gang. Convinced he could handle everything on his own, he had even dismissed many new recruits who had flocked to join the gang, giving them seed money to start their own ventures. On the surface, it all seemed admirable and idealistic. But Toby had failed to consider that, as the Sun Tzu gang's territory continued to grow, there was no way he alone could keep lawlessness and violence in check as thoroughly as before. Ben Garfield's death was the clearest proof of that. What's more, he'd focused most of his energy recently on the standoff with the Kingpin gang. People were paying the same protection fees, yet the quality of service they received was steadily declining. In the wake of Andrew's outburst, Toby couldn't help but recognize his own missteps. Ben's death. Toby did bear some responsibility for it, however small. But guilt was one thing, Andrew was another. And the more Toby felt he owed Andrew, the more determined he became to pull him out of danger. He would never let Andrew be used by those vile organizations that perform human experiments on their own people. Andrew, I'm truly sorry about your uncle, but if you insist on going down this path, I will stop you, even if I have to take you down myself. I will not let you work for those evil organizations. If your father and uncle can no longer guide you, then let me take up that responsibility. Toby's resolve was firm as he spoke. And just who do you think you are? Why don't you get your own house in order before you talk about replacing them? Who gave you that right? With those words, Andrew lost any desire to continue the conversation. In one fluid motion, he flicked his wrist, sending a strand of web to latch onto a nearby bridge beam, clearly intent on making his exit. After swinging back and forth several times, Andrew quickly reached the far end of the bridge. But when he looked up, he realized that Toby had already been waiting ahead of him for quite a while. The abilities of the first Spider-Man had always surpassed those of the second. After all, whether it was stopping a speeding train with his bare hands or shooting webs naturally from his wrists, these feats spoke for themselves. Moreover, with Mafara's help, Toby had received a double dose of spider venom, inherited Arachne's talent for producing toxins, and now, with the added power of the Sandstorm symbiote, all his abilities had been amplified yet again. And that's not even counting the close combat training he had received from Natasha, who had taught him hand-to-hand fighting skills for a time. So, although their powers seemed similar, in terms of true strength, Toby had long since left Andrew in the dust. Let go. Tell me, who gave you your powers? You're no match for that lizard man. Midtown High's classroom is where you truly belong. Focus on your studies, and leave these messy affairs to me from now on. Toby urged him once again. How arrogant. Andrew scoffed dismissively. His abilities had been tailor-made for the Garfield family, by Charlie Garfield himself. True, he'd been bitten by chance, but if anyone was responsible for his powers, it was his own father, who had died in a plane crash. Would his own father ever harm him? Andrew didn't think so. Besides, from Andrew's perspective, wasn't Toby just someone who got his powers a little earlier? What gave him the right to be so high and mighty? At that thought, Andrew instantly shot a web behind Toby, then used the rebound and the web's elasticity to launch himself, fist flying straight at Toby in midair. Seeing Andrew charge at him, Toby wasn't about to stand there like a fool. Just as Andrew's punch was about to connect with Toby's face, Toby leaned his upper body back slightly, dodging the attack. In one swift motion, he lifted his leg high and sent Andrew soaring a dozen meters into the air with a powerful kick. Still too green. Toby murmured under his breath. Speed, strength, skill, even his symbiote, at this point Toby dominated Andrew in every way. It was as if a dragon was bearing down on its prey. How could he possibly lose? And Andrew? Though he'd taken the full brunt of Toby's powerful knee strike, his superhuman physique meant he suffered little real harm. So, in the next instant, Andrew twisted in midair, regained control, and shot a web that wrapped around Toby's waist. With a sharp tug from his left hand, Andrew's leg shot toward Toby like a pair of iron spikes. "Sigh, I still overestimated you," Toby said helplessly. In the very next instant, Toby's golden battle suit began to ripple and shift. Suddenly, a giant yellow frying pan materialized in his hand. Without another word, Andrew found himself smacked skyward by Toby's frying pan once again. The moment the pan struck him, Andrew's head was left buzzing, as if a swarm of bees had taken up residence inside his skull. He was even more astounded by Toby's unexpected tactics. Is this that legendary move, the 18 pans of the Red Wolf? But where does he get those pans? And why can't I do it? "Kid, have you ever played Kindama, that Japanese cup and ball game?" Toby shouted. Almost immediately, the golden substance wriggled again, and this time, a massive hammer appeared in his grasp. Before Andrew could process what was happening, a strand of web shot from the hammer's head, latching firmly around his waist. With a powerful yank from Toby, Andrew's body hurtled straight toward the hammer. Another blow sent him flying. If Toby hadn't softened the hammer's head out of concern for Andrew's safety, Andrew would have been in far worse shape. But it didn't end there. Toby's webs had been enhanced by Little Yellow, making them far tougher than before. There was no way Andrew could break free that easily. With another pull from Toby, all right, let's just sit down and talk this out." Dangling in midair, having been thrashed back and forth and thoroughly toyed with, Andrew finally gave in. It was true Toby was 2 years younger than Andrew, but that hardly mattered now. He'd found the right mentor. With Mafara's guidance, Toby had grown almost invincible, his power now worlds apart for what it had once been. And though Toby seemed to stand alone, Little Yellow was a symbiote even stronger than Venom. With the two of them working together, if Toby still managed to lose, it would have been a complete waste of Mafara's devoted mentorship. Looking down at Andrew, now slumped helplessly on the ground, Toby felt a mix of emotions swirling inside him. Originally, Andrew had been going around causing trouble for his own gang, and, to make matters worse, had the nerve to harass Toby's future sister-in-law. It was as though Andrew was dancing wildly on Toby's last nerve. By all rights, Toby should have pinned him to the floor and taught him a thorough lesson. But according to Andrew's own explanation, the reason he'd been hunting down and attacking criminals who resembled his uncle's killer was, in large part, because Toby hadn't done his job well enough. If Toby had truly focused on keeping Queen safe, his uncle might never have been shot, and Andrew wouldn't have had to take justice into his own hands. In the end, this is the price of my impatience, Toby murmured to himself. A quarter of an hour later, inside the gang's hideout, Purple Hair was tending to Andrew's wounds. "How did you create that weapon just now? Why can't I do it?" At last, Andrew voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. From his perspective, Toby had to be some distant relative of his, maybe even his father's secret son. Otherwise, how else could Toby have perfectly fused with the genetic fragments of the ultra-genetically modified spider? If that was the case, then whatever abilities Toby had, Andrew should have them too. It made perfect sense to him. But the reality was, during the entire trip here, Andrew had nearly popped his eyeballs out from staring so hard, yet his own hands hadn't changed a bit. "Oh, you mean this? Titch, come out and meet the new kid," Toby said in response. In an instant, the yellow suit Toby was wearing seemed to melt into his body, and a moment later, a golden yellow head sprouted from Toby's shoulder. "The name's Sandstorm, kid. Don't think you can call me whatever you want just because you're one of Toby's pals. Remember last time, when I gave you a taste of something special? Don't make me do it again," Sandstorm said, clearly annoyed. "Wait, Andrew finally got a good look at Toby's face at this moment. Wasn't this the same junior who'd been 2 years below him in school? Back when their classes attended the Columbia University study trip together, they'd crossed paths a few times. But before Andrew could finish processing this new shock, that yellow head full of razor-sharp teeth gave him an even bigger surprise. Why couldn't he do that? Was there some secret phrase or technique involved? "Titch, come out and meet the new kid," Andrew shouted, mimicking Toby. "7 hairs. Is this guy for real? Must be out of his mind. You brat. How dare you call me Titch?" This time, Sandstorm was genuinely furious. If it had been Toby, he might have let it slide. After all, Toby was his host, but for this kid to call him, that was just too much. It was an insult to the name Titch. With that, Sandstorm stretched his neck, clearly intent on biting Andrew's head off. All right, enough already. Sandstorm, I'll buy you some Wagyu steak later, okay? Top blade, tenderloin, ribeye. You pick." Toby quickly grabbed Sandstorm by the neck. Sandstorm hesitated for a moment, but in the end, the promise of a good meal won him over. "Order me one of each. Medium rare. Don't forget," he grumbled, and with that, Sandstorm ducked straight back into Toby's body. Out of sight, out of mind. Just looking at these two humans calling him Titch was enough to set him off. "All right, I'll admit it," That just scared me, Andrew said, sounding sheepish. So, should I call you my little brother? Or maybe my cousin? Little brother? Cousin? Toby looked completely baffled. It's like this. The ultra-transgenic spider was actually the result of my father's early cross-species genetic experiments. When he created this spider, my father, Charles Garfield, embedded a genetic passcode into it. To become like me, you'd have to be part of our family. P.S. Cross-species genetics. Honestly, I've always been curious about what Peter's father did to those spiders in the second movie. As he spoke, Andrew gestured toward Toby, then gave a slight shrug. At those words, the 7 fuzzballs were momentarily stunned. One by one, they looked at Andrew, then at Toby, then back at Andrew again, as if searching for any family resemblance between the two. Haha, so that's how it is. Looks like I'm misunderstood. At last, Toby understood. Everything really was just a coincidence. Andrew hadn't become Spider-Man because some organization experimented on his tissue samples. He'd simply inherited it from his father. From what you're saying, it seems you've also misunderstood. Actually, Toby went on to explain, at length, how he'd gained his abilities. Naturally, he also described the dangers he'd faced and detailed his connection to the spider monster that had once appeared at Midtown High. The 7 fuzzballs listened, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. I'd advise you 7 not to get any ideas. After that incident, the organization behind me did extensive research on both the spider monster and the remaining super spiders. The truth is, everyone who tried, except for me, failed. They either turned into monsters or died outright. At first, I thought Andrew might have been created by some group using my serum or tissue samples. But as it turns out, the truth is far better than I expected. So it really was just a coincidence. Andrew spoke with a hint of disappointment. His parents had disappeared, or died. His uncle was gone too, and now Aunt May was his only family left in the world. Andrew almost wished Toby really was the child his father had left behind in a moment of weakness. At least then he'd have one more relative in the world. Seeing the disappointment on Andrew's face, Toby guessed what he was thinking. He patted Andrew gently on the shoulder. I'm sorry for Ben's death, but know this. The web is never just one person. It stands for justice itself. The web of justice may be vast, but nothing escapes its reach. Anyone who dares to commit crimes under its watch will surely face retribution. That's why I hope you'll join us, Andrew. Stand with me and become part of the web. With your help, I truly believe we can prevent more tragedies like Ben's from ever happening again. With that, Toby extended an olive branch to Andrew. The web. Hearing Toby invite him to join the web, Andrew's eyes flashed with sudden resolve. If Gwen were to become the web, then wouldn't that mean? All right, I'm in. The two of them kept chatting, their conversation drifting from one topic to another. Meanwhile, somewhere in the shadows of New York City, a ragged man wandered the bustling streets and winding alleys all alone. He didn't stop until he turned into a narrow alleyway and caught sight of a web graffiti sprayed across the wall. He froze in his tracks. This feeling, it's so familiar. Sokovia Hydra Research Facility. Dr. Gordon, how is the experiment progressing? Inside the lab, a man with a monocle stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the elderly scientist before him. My apologies, Baron, the old man replied, but the test subject's genes are extremely unusual. One could even say domineering. All our human trials have failed. As he spoke, the old man tapped a few keys on the keyboard in front of him. Instantly, images flickered to life on the monitor. On the screen, a dozen or so humans, looking like the living dead, were hungrily gnawing at corpses strewn across the floor. Their eyes were glazed over, and they moved with nothing but raw, animal instinct. Seeing this, the man slowly closed his eyes, as if struggling to contain a surge of anger. Dr. Gordon, Pierce sent us such an interesting sample, and this is all you've managed to produce? Are you hoping that old Fox Pierce will have a good laugh at my expense? Though his tone was calm, the old scientist beside him broke out in a cold sweat. No, Baron, it's not incompetence on my part. Halfway through his protest, the man's phone rang. Strucker, how's the experiment going? Don't tell me you've got nothing to show for it. On the other end of the line, Alexander Pierce's voice came through, sharp and impatient. At these words, Baron Strucker shot Lucio Gordon a venomous glare, then drew a deep, heavy breath. It'll take a little more time before we see results. What's the matter, Pierce? Losing your patience already? Strucker retorted. Not exactly. I've just come across someone interesting. Might be useful for your project. Anyway, I don't have time to chat. Damned American. Military's been getting restless lately. I'll send you the information later. If you need anything else, you know where to find me. Without waiting for a reply, Pierce hung up. Damn you, Pierce, Strucker muttered through clenched teeth, gripping his phone so tightly it seemed he might crush it. Baron, here's an encrypted file from S.H.I.E.L.D., Gordon announced, pointing at the screen. Let's have a look then. I'm curious to see what kind of surprise Pierce has in store for me, Strucker said, leaning in with a low, menacing voice. Moments later, the screen displayed a detailed dossier on Flash Thompson, right before Gordon's eyes. Clones? How interesting. The final photograph in the file was none other than the ragged man who had previously appeared on the streets of New York. Dr. Gordon, what do you think would happen if we injected the Spider-Man serum into his clone? Strucker spoke with a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his words laced with implication. At this, Lucio Gordon's eyes sparkled instantly, as if he could already see the glimmer of hope for a successful experiment. My Lord Baron, with our current technology, we can already minimize most of the serum side effects. The failures among previous subjects were mainly caused by incompatibility between Spider-Man's genes and their own. But if we use a clone of Spider-Man himself, Gordon left the rest unsaid, but the triumphant smile on his face spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Flash had no inkling that he was already being targeted by an organization whose influence stretched across the globe. At the New York shelter for the homeless, Flash was listening as a few of the vagrants swapped legendary tales about Skynet. One had to admit, even though Toby hadn't handled things perfectly, what he'd done for New York, especially in Queens and Brooklyn, had made a world of difference. In the past, the homeless were often beaten up by thugs for no reason, sometimes even killed. It was bad enough for the men and for the women. For those living on the streets, it didn't matter if their tormentors were thugs, gang members, or even the authorities. The nightmares never stopped. But ever since the appearance of the Suenzi gang, everything had changed. Thugs had become fewer and farther between, and Skynet had almost wiped out the gangs in Queens and Brooklyn. With public safety improved, even the police and city officials looked at the homeless with a bit more humanity in their eyes. Listening to his fellow wanderers recount Skynet's heroic deeds, Flash felt his blood surge with excitement. Images flashed through his mind, himself as Skynet, standing up for the weak, fighting injustice, a true champion of the people. And when he saw the homeless men pull out their treasured photographs of Skynet, that sense of familiarity welled up from the very depths of his heart. My past must be connected to Skynet. This feeling, this sense of kinship, it can't be faked. Flash was certain of it. Friend, can you tell me where I might find Skynet? I'd love to meet the hero you all talk about. Flash asked, unable to hide his excitement. There's a Suenzi gang base over on 3rd Avenue. Folks usually go there to pay their protection fees. I've been there a couple of times myself, but I've still never actually seen a guy. The homeless man replied, a note of regret in his voice. Silently committing those words to memory, Flash wished more than anything that he could sprout a pair of wings and fly straight to meet this superhero called Skynet. It wasn't just a matter of idolizing a celebrity. Above all, Flash believed that Skynet must have known the former him. Perhaps he had even been a member of the Suenzi gang. Cambridge, Massachusetts. When people hear Cambridge, their minds usually leap to the renowned University of Cambridge. But in fact, the famous university is located in a city by the same name in faraway England. That's the true home of Cambridge University. Meanwhile, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the city boasts two other world-class institutions, MIT and Harvard University. Back in 1638, the Americans, envious of the British model where an entire city revolved around one university, decided to rename the original Newtown to Cambridge. The hope was that America's own education system could someday rival Britain's and rise to global prominence. As it turns out, centuries later, neither Harvard nor MIT has disappointed those ambitions. Samuel Stern, a newly appointed professor of cellular biology at MIT, had naturally been assigned a rather nice little house by the university. But when Mafara followed the address Samuel had given him, he found a house swarming with police officers coming and going. The property was even cordoned off with yellow tape. Excuse me, could you tell me what happened here? I'm a great admirer of Dr. Stern. I heard he lived here, so I've come a long way just to pay him a visit, Mafara asked, stopping one of the officers. Dr. Stern? Well, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. He's gone missing. The MIT board reported it to us yesterday, and we're currently investigating. If you know anything relevant. Never mind. Why am I telling all this to a kid? After shooting Mafara a quick glance, the officer gave a brief explanation before going back to his work. Missing. Mafara's brow furrowed. So it was true. That earlier sense of unease hadn't been for nothing. Samuel was a major player Mafara had positioned well in advance. Both Mafara himself and Pietro were counting on Samuel's research to enhance their physical abilities. This was especially urgent for Pietro. As his superpowers developed, his body was already struggling to keep up. If Pietro couldn't greatly improve his physical condition, his strength would plateau right here. Of course, in the Marvel Universe, there were many ways to boost one's physical form. Super Soldier Serum, for example, or the Extremis virus. But if we're talking purely about potential, the Hulk serum is without a doubt the most promising of them all. How could this happen? Could it be that Samuel was kidnapped? Marfa frowned and pondered quietly. If it were anyone else, Marfa might have been able to use S.H.I.E.L.D. or even Hydra's resources to help track them down. But Samuel was involved in research on the Hulk serum. If Marfa's connection to Samuel were exposed because of this, it would be difficult to avoid arousing the suspicions of those two old foxes, Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce. Forget it. I'd better head to Ohio first. If nothing else works, I'll just have to find another pawn. Come to think of it, Tony Stark's old flame, Maya Hansen, seems pretty impressive. If she could develop extremis, her achievements in biology must be significant. I wonder what Tony would think if I made his old girlfriend work for me. Marfa rubbed her aching temples, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a U.S. military laboratory. General, we've conducted an in-depth analysis of Samuel's blood sample. According to all the parameters, he's no longer an enhanced human. In fact, a man in a white lab coat hesitated as he spoke. General Ross glanced up at the still glowing fluorescent lights in the lab, feeling his blood pressure spike once more. He'd anticipated this outcome, yet he had still ordered his subordinates to run a thorough check on Samuel, even down to the tiniest details. The results were conclusive. Once again, General Ross had hit a dead end. The injection Samuel administered to himself had truly made him an ordinary person again. Go on, General Ross said after a moment of silence. As a result of that unknown compound, not only has the Hulk factor in Samuel's body lost all activity, but his physical condition has actually dropped below that of an average person. To put it plainly, his current health is about the same as someone in their 60s or 70s. On hearing this, General Ross couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Let's go. Take me to see Samuel. Looks like I failed this time. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to work with him. With that, the two made their way quickly to the lab, where Samuel was being held. When General Ross saw Samuel again, even he was startled by the man's appearance. All of Samuel's muscles had atrophied slightly, making him look like an old man on the verge of collapse. His hunched, frail posture only added to the impression that he might be blown over by the slightest breeze. Seeing General Ross enter, Samuel's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he were the true victor in the end. You old bastard, you're in quite a refined mood today, coming all the way to see me. I've told you before, you'll never get what you want. I am Samuel Stearns, after all. I haven't let you down, have I? Samuel spoke with a calm detachment, as if he had accepted his fate. After all, with the way things stood, his life or death was nothing more than a word from General Ross. To turn the tables now was out of the question. Samuel, I have to admit, I underestimated you. If you're willing to hand over the formula you perfected, I can spare your life. General Ross maintained that same haughty bearing, though his tone was noticeably softer than before. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. I came to you with sincerity, hoping to help you achieve a legacy for the ages. And you? Short-sighted, driven by nothing but greed. If you hadn't let your avarice get the better of you, we wouldn't be locked in this fight to the bitter end. And now you talk of sparing my life? Do you really think, after all this, that I care? With a sneer, Samuel spat at General Ross. Fortunately, Samuel was so weak by now that even spitting took more effort than he could muster. I've already located Banner. If you work with me, I believe the Hulk's healing factor might help restore your body. Think it over. With that, General Ross turned to leave. Find him for me, and the formula is yours. Samuel thought it over carefully and called out to stop General Ross. Ross paused, and a thin, satisfied smile played at the corners of his mouth. Ohio, Parma City. Bruce Banner had just returned from a shopping trip. Thanks to the generous settlement Obadiah had given him and Betty, Banner now enjoyed the lifestyle of a local tycoon. He lived in a villa, drove a nice car, and spent his days with Betty. Life was, by all accounts, exceedingly comfortable. The only catch was that every time he went out, he had to wrap himself in a black scarf, don a fake beard, and put on sunglasses to hide his identity. Honey, I'm home. Banner shut the door and called out. Soon, Betty emerged from inside, walking slowly, her belly unmistakably showing. There was no doubt, this time together had given birth to their own little miracle. Of course, this child was hard one indeed. The Hulk factor inside Bruce Banner meant he couldn't get too excited, not like other men. Otherwise, he'd transform into the Hulk on the spot. One can easily imagine, given the Hulk's immense body and that emerald, python-like strength, that if he truly let loose with Betty, she would be completely overwhelmed. Because of this, every time they tried, they would wear heart monitors and stop before things got out of hand. More often than not, just as Betty was starting to get into it, Banner would have to call it off abruptly. Betty was heartbroken about it for a while. Thankfully, both of them were biologists. Even though they'd never tried it before, Conceiving a child through IVF was almost too simple a task for them. As Betty's belly grew day by day, the bond between them only grew sweeter. "Darling, did you remember to get someone to fix the pipes today?" "Someone just came and repaired that leaky mess in the kitchen," Betty said, smiling. But at her words, Banner's expression changed instantly. A wave of unease swept through him. "Betty, quickly, gather your things. We have to leave right now," Bruce Banner said in a low, urgent voice. But it was already too late. The moment Bruce Banner opened the door again, a figure was already standing at their doorstep. Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, an agent of Hydra's Covert Shield Division. Alexander Pierce's right-hand man. Though his rank was slightly lower than Sitwell's, he was by far the strongest enforcer among Pierce's Hydra loyalists. A former mercenary, Rumlow had been fiercely dedicated to Pierce ever since joining Hydra, making countless contributions to their rise. In the events of Captain America 2, Brock showcased his mastery of combat and firearms, easily overpowering Falcon, a testament to his formidable strength. "Mr. Banner, Mrs. Banner, I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere," he said coldly. It was now obvious. The person who came to fix the pipes earlier was a Hydra agent. After confirming that Bruce Banner wasn't home, they had immediately alerted Brock Rumlow, who had long been lying in wait, hoping to use Betty as leverage against Banner. Unfortunately for them, Brock arrived just as Banner returned home. Seeing the couple about to make a run for it, Brock had no choice but to act immediately, blocking their path without hesitation. As Brock's words faded, countless red laser sights flickered to life, all trained on Betty, who was hiding behind Banner. "You can come with me quietly, or I can take your bodies instead," Brock said, his voice icy. At this, Bruce Banner's brow furrowed, and a faint green flush began to creep across his features. "Are you sure you want to do this? Maybe you'll walk away unharmed, but I promise you, your wife, and the child she's carrying, won't survive the crossfire." Brock spoke with an air of indifference, as if he had already gained the upper hand over Banner. "Stand down now. Fall back." Banner roared at the top of his lungs. "No, Hulk, kill them, protect Betty." Deep inside, the Hulk was fighting fiercely for control, his voice a guttural snarl. "Get back in there. If you come out now, Betty will really die." As Banner watched the swarm of red laser dots crawling over Betty's body, there was no way he could simply surrender control. He struggled violently, bellowing in defiance. His face twisted into a terrifying grimace, so fearsome that the agents behind Brock instinctively took several steps back. Some were so shaken they raised their weapons and took aim at Banner. Suddenly, with a gruesome burst, one agent's forehead was pierced by a bullet and blood sprayed in all directions. In an instant, Banner staggered back, grabbing Betty's head and shielding her with his own body. The sudden violence shocked Brock, who instinctively dove for cover. The agents he'd brought weren't so lucky. Within moments, a hail of gunfire had cut most of them down. "Damn it, which bastard would dare attack us?" Brock cursed under his breath. As a relentless gunfire faded, the real threat finally appeared. 3 armored vehicles and a helicopter, flanked by a squad of heavily armed soldiers, converged on Bruce Banner's house. "Banner, surrender now. You came out of the military. You belong with us. You belong to America, to the world. Don't you want to see America unite the world at last, to put an end to all war, to bring peace and unity to every corner of the globe?" From the helicopter above, General Ross's voice boomed over the community through a loudspeaker. "Damn it, him again." Banner's brow furrowed. The entangled history between General Ross and Banner was a tale too complex for words. Back then, Bruce Banner had joined General Ross's research institute as a brilliant biologist, hoping to recreate the super soldier serum once used on Captain America. Betty, Ross's daughter, was also involved in the project. Through their work, Banner and Betty grew close and fell in love. General Ross had high hopes for Banner, and Banner deeply respected his future father-in-law. But everything changed during a fateful experiment. An unexpected accident unleashed a new personality within Banner, the Hulk, granting him the power to become the Green Giant. In that incident, Betty was injured because of Banner, sending General Ross into a furious rage over his beloved daughter. Yet in the ensuing hunt for Banner, General Ross was in for a surprise. The Hulk's terrifying strength, superhuman defense, endurance, and regenerative powers gave General Ross a glimpse of a new kind of warfare. He saw the hope of America uniting the world under its banner. General Ross wanted to study Banner, to manufacture an army of Hulks and fulfill his own ambitions. But Banner, haunted by the uncontrollable power inside him, had no wish to see war and destruction spread across the globe. And so began their endless game of cat and mouse. Over 4 years ago, to evade General Ross's relentless pursuit, Banner fled all the way to Porto Verde in Brazil, taking up work as a laborer at the guarana soda factory. Yet, In the end, Ross found him anyway. Fortunately, Obadiah intervened just in time and rescued him and Betty. Who could have guessed that, after only a brief respite, this troublesome father-in-law would show up again? Soon, the helicopter touched down. With a squad of soldiers at his side, General Ross strode up to Banner. But when his eyes fell on his daughter's very pregnant belly, Ross was stunned. Note, let's just ignore the usual timeline for baby bumps. Chalk it up to Banner's extraordinary tadpoles. You? How dare you? For a moment, General Ross felt as if he might have a stroke. He'd only been out of touch for a few months, and now his precious daughter was carrying Banner's child. It was as if the cabbage he'd tended so carefully in his garden had been ravaged by a pig. Anger, regret, shock. He was swept by a storm of emotions. And soon, his gaze was drawn to Betty's right leg. A mechanical prosthetic powered by bioenergy. A wild, almost deranged laugh burst from General Ross as he threw back his head. Not only was his daughter pregnant, but she'd lost her right leg as well. Who could possibly accept such a blow? Bruce, run. Don't worry about me. He won't hurt me. Unlike Brock Rumlow earlier, Betty knew her father would never harm her, so she was utterly fearless. She urgently pressed Banner to flee. But almost instantly, a red dot of a laser sight flickered onto Betty's forehead. Damn you, Ross. Do you even realize what you've done? You just killed an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The U.S. military's getting pretty bold these days. Aren't you worried about sanctions from the United Nations? Brock emerged from cover, gun raised, eyes locked on General Ross. You'd better give me a good explanation, he said coldly. Now, for the first time, General Ross truly sized up the man brazen enough to point a gun at his daughter. Brock Rumlow. General Ross slowly uttered Rumlow's name. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. was under the jurisdiction of the United Nations Security Council, and Rumlow was a well-known agent within the organization, General Ross naturally recognized him. In fact, back when Pierce served as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ross had collaborated with him on several occasions. The initial order to shoot those armed individuals was simply because Ross did not want anyone getting in the way. He never imagined, not in a million years, that the ones killed would turn out to be S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Now, things are looking grim. He might very well have to face a military tribunal over this. Bruce Banner escaped from my own research facility. Of course I came to retrieve the test subject, Ross declared, his voice unyielding. Your people raised their weapons, threatening both my daughter and my experiment. What's wrong if I retaliated? And let me give you a word of advice. You'd better lower your weapons. Otherwise, even if Nick Fury himself showed up today, he couldn't save you. That's my promise. Although Ross was rattled by the accidental killing of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he was, after all, a high-ranking military officer. He couldn't afford to lose face. He had to stand his ground when it counted. Your test subject? Are you kidding me? SHLD's very purpose is to handle supernatural incidents like Bruce Banner. I'm here to apprehend him, acting entirely within the authority granted by the Security Council. What? You think the U.S. military alone can challenge the will of the United Nations? Where's your courage coming from? The President of the United States? At this point, Bruce Banner finally understood what was going on. In short, it was a dog-eat-dog situation. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and his father-in-law's side were fighting over him. Honestly, this was great news. If his father-in-law took a beating, all the better. Just thinking about it was enough to make him a little giddy with excitement. Well, father-in-law trying to catch his son-in-law. What a show. Brock, you found a juicy drama and didn't invite me? A voice drifted in from the distance. And in the very next moment, a figure cloaked in a soft, violet telekinetic glow appeared high above everyone's heads. At the same time, right beside General Ross, an impossibly handsome man materialized suddenly, pressing a blood and rust-stained axe directly to Ross's neck. Seeing the masked newcomer, Ma F.A., Brock's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out in surprise. Years of fieldwork had trained him well. Even though he knew Ma F.A.'s identity, he was not about to make the rookie mistake of calling him by his real name, as Toby might have. Hearing the commotion, General Ross followed everyone's gaze upward. He acted as though the axe at his throat didn't bother him in the slightest. As one of the top brass in the U.S. military, Ross still possessed a measure of true courage. Moreover, even if he is an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., so what? After all, he is still a high-ranking official of a nation. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to kill such an individual over a minor dispute, the consequences would be too great for them to bear. And as for SHLD superiors, the United Nations Security Council, they would never tolerate such an act. You're late. At the sight of Marfa's arrival, Brock's heart finally settled. He had witnessed Marfa's strength firsthand. Besides, not long ago, Marfa had obtained 5 cosmic cube energy crystals from S.H.I.E.L.D. Whatever he planned to do with them, it would surely boost his power or at least his hidden cards. General Ross, Bruce Banner, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be taking them. Any objections? Marfa's voice was low and commanding. Just a mere agent. What gives you the nerve to speak to me like that? Looks like I'll have to have a serious talk with your director some other day. General Ross turned his head away, his face full of disdain. Is that so? Are you really so sure I don't dare kill you? Marfa landed on the ground, a hint of amusement in his tone. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Do you really think you'll get away with it after that? Can't you see how many guns are trained on you right now? It was clear General Ross was confident he had Marfa cornered. He suddenly grabbed the axe from Little Bai's hands and, with a swift motion, tried to throw Little Bai over his shoulder. Though General Ross was getting on in years, he was still a soldier at heart. Leonardo might have a face handsome enough to make anyone swoon, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell he wasn't someone who had ever endured rigorous training. That's why General Ross was sure he could toss him aside with a single move. But reality had other plans. No matter how much force General Ross exerted, Little Bai remained rooted in place, not budging an inch. What a joke. Little Bai might look like nothing but a skeleton, but he was a summoned creature from another dimension, after all. And with Little Silver parasitizing his body, there was no way a mere unaltered human could ever hope to toss him aside. That would be utterly disgraceful. Ugh. NGH. General Ross kept straining, his face turning crimson with effort. Sir, maybe you should take it easy at your age? Your daughter and son-in-law are here. No need to embarrass yourself, right? Marfa offered, his tone half-mocking, half-concerned. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but to a soldier, it was a stinging insult. Even the soldiers General Ross had brought along started to exchange strange glances. Sensing the moment, Marfa seized the opportunity and quietly cast a poison spell on General Ross. Achoo! A loud sneeze echoed through the air. And just like that, General Ross's face flushed an even deeper shade of red. No wonder he's a soldier. Not even a hint of a puft. That sheer force of will alone was enough to earn Marfa's deep respect. Achoo! Another sneeze burst out, and in an instant, General Ross's previously flushed face turned pale as a ghost, as if he'd suddenly fallen gravely ill. Sweat the size of beans rolled relentlessly down his temples. With his teeth gritted and face twisted in pain, all thoughts of grappling or throwing anyone over his shoulder were long gone. He stood frozen, stiff as a board, not daring to move a muscle. This time, his face shifted from white to a sickly bluish shade, but even so, he managed to hold it in. Meanwhile, Marfa was utterly astonished. What kind of iron-willed man could endure all this without giving in? Witnessing the scene, Marfa immediately put on a look of concern and strode over, giving General Ross a hearty pat on the back. General Ross, you see, I told you, at your age, wouldn't it be nicer to enjoy your retirement at home? Waiting to hold your grandchild? Why put yourself through all this? You see, even a sneeze has thrown your back out now. But the moment Marfa's hand landed, a thunderous, unmistakable sound erupted from Ross's rear. A series of wet, explosive noises echoed through the air. At that moment, General Ross lost all control. The floodgates had burst open, and there was simply no holding back anymore. A foul stench immediately wafted from below. Quick as lightning, Marfa grabbed Xiao Bai and hurriedly retreated several steps, only relaxing once they were at a safe distance. Damn it! Achoo! What did you do to me? Achoo! Even if General Ross had been slow on the uptake before, now he was certain. This physical humiliation could only be the work of the shadow agent, Marfa. Utterly despicable. A true scoundrel. He cursed Marfa silently, but didn't dare raise his voice. Any slight relaxation of his muscles now, and the urge to let loose would become unstoppable. Mr. Banner, look at your father-in-law. At his age, he's completely lost control of his bladder and bowels. You and your wife shouldn't let him worry anymore. Just come with us. Rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't what you think. We only want to take you back because we're worried you might lose control and hurt the neighbors. At that moment, Marfa quietly activated his skill, Master Manipulator. Master Manipulator, active skill. When used, greatly increases the target's trust in the user's words. Cooldown, 24 hours. Duration, 1 minute. This skill cannot be enhanced or upgraded. Sure enough, as soon as Marfa finished speaking, both the wary Bruce Banner and the bewildered Betty suddenly felt that Marfa was an utterly trustworthy person. What he said made perfect sense. Even Brock Rumlow, standing off to the side, almost believed it himself. Fire. Shoot this bastard dead. I'll take full responsibility. I shall. At General Ross's command, countless red laser sights instantly converged on Marfa. A hail of gunfire erupted, bullets pouring down like a relentless storm. Yet, a pale violet psychic barrier caught every bullet with ease, stopping them all in midair. With the strength of Marfa's psychic power now, there was simply no way for ordinary bullets to break through the barrier. only a handful of specially made armor-piercing rounds might stand a chance. And even those rare armor-piercing rounds would need to focus fire on a single spot at rapid speed to have any hope of penetration. But even if they broke through, what then? Don't forget, Marfa now boasts a defense rating of 4 to 8. What does that mean? It means Marfa could stand perfectly still, let an ordinary handgun fire at him, and at most he'd walk away with a bruise. His skin wouldn't even be scratched. Perhaps Marfa couldn't match Toby in terms of sheer strength, but when it came to defense, only a select few in the entire Avengers, Black Panther, Hulk, Thor, could truly compare. So Marfa dared to show up here with utter confidence, knowing he was untouchable. Everyone stared, dumbfounded at the bullets suspended in the air, packed so densely it was as if they were embedded in glue. Was this even human anymore? At that moment, General Ross suddenly found himself far less interested in the Hulk. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Shadow, is it? I must have him. That thought flashed through his mind. Achoo. Damn you, you Achu. It had to be said, given the current situation, General Ross was in an incredibly awkward position. Should he really order the armored vehicles and helicopters to unleash their firepower on the ground? If he did, never mind whether they could actually hurt this so-called Shadow, he'd be putting his own and his daughter's lives at great risk. Ross didn't believe for a second that Marfa would give him a chance to retreat first. But if he just walked away now, it would be a blow to his pride. And after mobilizing so many troops and killing a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he'd surely end up in a military court. If he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, Congress would be impossible to placate. Still, it wasn't all for nothing. At the very least, Marfa's appearance had opened a whole new world to General Ross. Just from what Marfa had already shown, flight, telekinesis, and those insidious, combat-crippling tricks. One could imagine, if there were an army with such abilities, their fighting power would rival even that of the Hulk's forces. General Ross pondered for a moment, then finally, Achoo. Fine, Bruce Banner can be handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D., but I want you to join the U.S. military. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to burn all bridges and go down together. Achoo. General Ross's voice sounded drained and weary. Marfa pointed at himself, his face filled with confusion. Was this old man looking for a chance to get back at him? Or was he simply trying to recruit him? First it was S.H.I.E.L.D., then Hydra, then Carlton from the Life Foundation, and now the U.S. military. Everywhere he went, he seemed to be in high demand. Damn, I really am irresistible. Impossible. Before Marfa could reply, Brock spoke up first. After all, Marfa was currently the rising star that S.H.I.E.L.D. was grooming. Though still under evaluation and not yet someone Brock would trust with his life, he was a key figure in Alexander Pierce's plans. He's just an experimental subject, nothing more. Trading an experimental subject for someone with real potential? In Brock's eyes, that was a terrible deal. Impossible? Huh. Achoo. Brock Rumlow, it's not up to you. You'd better call your director. I'll give you 3 minutes. If time's up and I don't have an answer, I'll either take Banner or Shadow with me, or we'll settle this the hard way. If the news breaks that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents tried to assassinate an American general, I'd love to see how Nick Fury cleans up that mess. General Ross seemed on the edge of collapse, his legs barely able to hold him up. Clearly, the only reason he'd given Brock 3 minutes was because that was the limit of how long he could remain standing. After all, he wasn't like Agatha, who could simply float in the air. Hearing this, Brock's expression turned grim. He hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind to call it in. After all, General Ross was a 5-star general. This was a major issue. Brock, as a level 7 agent, was in no position to make the final call on something so significant. So, Brock immediately set down his weapon and walked alone into the house's inner room. 3 minutes later, Brock emerged from within. Shadow can be loaned to you, but the director has laid out several conditions. First, you must propose to the Department of Defense to grant Colonel Shadow a formal military rank. On paper, he'll be assigned to your command, but he must be guaranteed operational freedom. Second, you may order Shadow to cooperate with your missions, but S.H.I.E.L.D. reserves the right to be informed and to veto any orders. Third, the loan period is 4 years. After 4 years, Shadow will return to S.H.I.E.L.D. and will no longer be under your command. Fourth, Bruce Banner must be handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for safekeeping. These are our terms. If you do not accept, we have no problem going to war over this. Good grief. Once those 4 conditions were laid out, Marfa was left utterly stunned on the spot. First and foremost, the initial clause, on the surface, appeared to be a straightforward promotion. Yet beneath it, there lingered the possibility that he might be embedded within the upper echelons of the U.S. military. After all, in America, any military rank above Colonel must be approved by both the President and Congress. In other words, Colonel was the highest rank General Ross could bestow. As for the part about submitting proposals to the Department of Defense, That was little more than bureaucratic window dressing. There was also a clear emphasis on freedom of action. In other words, over the next 5 years, he might have the right to refuse missions from S.H.I.E.L.D., but when it came to Hydra's orders, there was little doubt he'd still be required to obey. Second, regardless of any command General Ross might give him, S.H.I.E.L.D. must be kept in the loop and retains the power to veto. Put another way, this was essentially an employment arrangement. The U.S. military was hiring Marfa, but as Marfa's true employer, S.H.I.E.L.D. reserved the right to weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. As for the 4-year term, timing-wise, it was already 2009, and 5 years later would coincide perfectly with the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier. In other words, come 2014, when Hydra launched the Inside Initiative, Marfa would have just returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. No wonder Alexander Pierce had such a reputation. Within moments, he managed to consider all these angles and reach such a decision. What Marfa didn't realize was that just now, Brock hadn't called only Pierce. He'd also phoned Nick Fury. After all, on the surface, Marfa was still a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. It would hardly make sense to second him to the U.S. military without at least giving the puppet director a heads up. The only catch was that, in doing so, the business with Bruce Banner would come to Nick Fury's attention, which meant that, once this matter was concluded, Bruce Banner would likely no longer be under Hydra's thumb, but would instead wind up under SFLD's watchful eye, right beneath Nick Fury's nose. As for General Ross, he hadn't reached his position without being a shrewd operator. He could see right through these machinations. Yet he seemed unfazed. Fine, I'll grant what you ask, but once I do, it's up to me whether or not I give you any real assignments. What's more, since Marfa wanted to join the military, a physical examination was mandatory. And with a physical came blood tests, which meant they could analyze his abilities. Once General Ross had Marfa's blood samples and intelligence on his powers, why would he need Bruce Banner? Studying Marfa would be far more valuable. As for the 4-year loan and all the other terms, General Ross frankly never intended to actually use Marfa. His real aim was simply to bring him in as a lab rat. Trading a handful of empty promises for an experimental subject of such immense value, General Ross considered it a bargain, a truly worthwhile exchange. Thus, the tense standoff, which had been on the verge of erupting into chaos, ended rather anticlimactically once General Ross gave his nod of approval. Naturally, Brock took Bruce Banner with him, as expected, while General Ross left with Marfa and Betty, looking quite satisfied with the outcome. Everyone seemed pleased with the arrangement. Everyone except Banner, who found it hard to part with his wife and their unborn child. Marfa, in particular, had every reason to be delighted. Although he appeared to be little more than a bargaining chip in this exchange, he had, in truth, emerged as the greatest beneficiary. The perks went beyond just the salary and benefits that came with his new rank as a colonel. Those were merely the icing on the cake. Previously, he had only been reaping rewards from both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, but now he had the military in his pocket as well. Marfa hadn't forgotten that General Ross possessed the super soldier serum. In the original storyline, Blonsky had relied on that, combined with the Hulk's serum, to become Abomination. Granted, the serum in General Ross's hands was a knockoff, fraught with risks and side effects, but Marfa wasn't the least bit worried. He and Pietro might have health risks if they injected the super soldier serum, but the symbiote wouldn't. Why not inject the serum into the symbiote first, and then let it bond with a host? That would be far safer and just as effective. As for the possibility that General Ross might try to target him for experimentation, Marfa had never lost sleep over that. What a joke. All of his strength had been earned the hard way, blade by blade, in the world of legends. His own genes remained perfectly ordinary. If General Ross expected to find something extraordinary in them, he would be sorely disappointed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully diverting the MCU storyline. Reward: 1,000 minutes of game time. Your current remaining game time is 9,360 minutes. Hearing the familiar system notification in his ear, Marfa couldn't help but smile. As expected, joining the U.S. military and sending Banner early to S.H.I.E.L.D. had netted him another system reward. It's time to level up again, Marfa thought to himself. The New York Times. Recently, Skynet has been frequently spotted in both Queens and Brooklyn, intensifying efforts to combat crime. According to relevant data, thanks to Skynet's frequent activity, incidents of violent assault and robbery in Queens and Brooklyn have nearly vanished. Residents of both boroughs have taken to the streets to celebrate. George Stacy, chief of police for the NYPD's Queens precinct, stated in a public address yesterday that Skynet has no authority to act in place of police officers. He asserted that both Skynet and the Sun Tzu Gang are little more than criminal organizations challenging the government's authority. The Daily Bugle. Following an in-depth investigation, our reporters have discovered that Skynet may not be a single individual, but rather a code name used within the Sun Tzu gang. Our reporters have even photographed two Skynets appearing simultaneously at different locations, each wearing similar battle suits in different colors. Below is a comparison of the two Skynets. CNN reported, the day before yesterday, the Sunzi gang, where Skynet belongs, announced publicly that they would be tightening their operational territory, limiting all anti-crime activities to Queens and Brooklyn and New York. In response, residents of the Bronx, Manhattan, and Staten Island voiced their protests, hoping that the Sunzi gang would treat everyone equally and extend their protection fee collection to all of New York. At the Sunzi gang's headquarters, Andrew and Toby, each holding a can of beer, watched the news on TV while snacking on chilled crayfish, celebrating their recent achievements. For Andrew, especially as a new recruit to the Sunzi gang, seeing people from other districts calling on Skynet to expand brought a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that was plain to see on his face. Although there were still hardliners like George Stacy who firmly opposed the Sunzi gang's actions. For now, the vast majority of New Yorkers strongly approved of the gang and Skynet. In New York, the name Skynet had quietly become synonymous with peace and stability. Andrew, look at this. We really have you to thank for your advice back then. If we're going to do something, we have to do it right. I believe if your uncle could see your achievements today, even from the afterlife, he'd be proud of you, Toby said as he took a sip of beer. I think so too, Andrew replied, laughing heartily before taking a big gulp of his beer. But despite his laughter, the trace of loneliness in Andrew's eyes didn't escape Toby's sharp notice. Hey man, don't overthink it. Today's a celebration. It's our 1-week Skynet Spider duo anniversary. We should talk about something fun, like where. We're going to party later. Bar or club? I heard there's a new bar nearby, and the girls there are gorgeous, Toby said, eyes sparkling with mischief. Hearing this, Andrew couldn't help but show a strange expression. After a month of working together, Andrew had gotten to know his junior pretty well. To put it simply, Toby was a reliable guy. His only flaw was his wandering heart. In just 1 month, Toby had already spent the night with at least 5 different women. Even if they were all paid encounters, this playboy lifestyle still made Andrew feel a bit uncomfortable. Toby, why don't you try finding a proper girlfriend? Wanda Maximoff from our class is pretty great, isn't she? How about it? Want to give it a shot? Andrew had barely finished speaking when Toby, who had just taken a mouthful of beer, immediately spit it out in surprise. Come on, Andrew didn't know, but as Wanda's best buddy, Toby knew all too well how impossible that was. Let's set aside for a moment whether Mafara would even agree to me becoming her brother-in-law. Even if she did give her blessing, Toby wouldn't dare make a move on Wanda. He still vividly remembered that evening when he was sparring with Wanda, only to be suddenly bound by her chaos magic. The next thing, he knew he was plummeting from a height of over 50 meters. Mind you, it was a rapid, accelerating fall, not just a gentle free fall. If Wanda hadn't stopped him just 5 centimeters above the ground at the last second, Toby was certain his life would have ended right there. And that wasn't even the worst of it. There was another evening. As Toby recalled something truly terrifying, a chill ran down his spine. Hey Toby, what's wrong? I'm talking to you. I'm saying, Wanda's really great. She's beautiful, has a good personality, and she's your buddy's sister. You've got the perfect chance. Stop. Can we just not talk about this? It gives me the creeps, Toby replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Andrew, is Wanda really that scary? She seems like a perfectly nice girl. Confused expression. Of course, she's still a bit less impressive than my Gwen. Knock. Just as an awkward silence was about to settle over the room, someone knocked loudly at the base's front door. Who is it? We're closed for the day. If you're here to pay protection money, come back early tomorrow, Toby called out toward the door. Normally, Toby left the protection money business to the Mau Mau crew. So far, aside from 7 Malmayos and a few others, almost no one knew that Tobey Maguire was actually Skynet. That's why he wasn't keen on answering the door himself. Knock. The knocking continued, persistent and insistent. Toby frowned slightly, puzzling over who could be at the door. After all, he'd been operating this base for quite some time, and the whole neighborhood knew the Suanzi gang's working hours. Could something urgent have happened? The thought flickered through Toby's mind. Andrew seemed to realize the same thing. Knowing that Toby couldn't show his face, he stood up from his seat and headed to open the door. The door swung open, and a man burst in, clearly in a panic. Help me. Please help me. I beg you, let me see Skynet just once. The newcomer's clothes were tattered, and a faint, unpleasant odor wafted from him. He clearly hadn't had a proper wash in ages. Sir, there's no need to panic. This is Suanzi gang territory. No one would dare cause trouble here. Andrew tried to reassure him. Only when the man slowly lifted his head did Andrew freeze in shock. Flash Thompson. How is this possible? Although Andrew hadn't met Flash many times, as the notorious tough guy at Midtown High, he certainly remembered him. More importantly, after the attack at Midtown High, the New York Times actually reported the true identity of the spider monster, so Andrew immediately recognized who had arrived. When Flash heard Andrew call his name, his eyes widened in shock. "You know me? Have we met before?" Flash threw his arms around Andrew, asking with a trace of excitement. "I don't care anymore. Please, I'm begging you. Save me. There's so many people chasing after me. I don't know who they are, and I've never met them." Flash's voice trembled with urgency. In his memory, Flash had no idea he was a clone. All he knew was that he'd lost his memory. Then, when he woke up, he found himself in a laboratory. Every day, a man claiming to be his father would come by to care for him and teach him things. But whenever Flash asked about the missing parts of his memory, the man who called himself his father would always dodge the question. Until one day, something strange arrived, saying it was here to recruit him as a sidekick. At this point, Andrew was utterly bewildered. He had watched, hidden among the crowd, as Toby and that shadowy figure killed Flash with his own eyes. But now, the person standing before him was undeniably real. Andrew felt almost afraid to keep thinking. "Who's there? Unless it's something important, come back tomorrow. We're closed for the day." From inside, Toby called out, noticing Andrew had been gone for too long. That voice, it sounded so familiar, so warm. As if recalling something, Flash was instantly overcome with excitement. He'd been to this hideout many times before, but had never once met the legendary Skynet. Today, luck was on his side. He was actually going to see his idol in person. "It's me. I'm Flash Thompson. Skynet, it's really me." Flash shouted at the top of his lungs, worried the Skynet inside wouldn't hear him. "Flash." In the next instant, a golden figure appeared before Flash. Flash Thompson, the man who had nearly killed him. The one who had killed Mary Jane. The person whose face haunted Toby's nightmares every single night, even after death. Toby could never forget this face, not even in death. Nor could he forget this voice. Yes, it was him. In a heartbeat, Toby's hand transformed into a golden blade, swinging it straight at Flash. At the very last moment, Andrew yanked Flash out of the way, dodging Toby's fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Immediately afterward, there was the sharp sound of web shooters. 2 strands of webbing shot out, pinning Toby's hands firmly to the wall behind him. "Andrew, what are you doing? Let me kill him." Toby roared in fury. At that moment, Flash was stunned, utterly dumbfounded. That person who always felt so close to him, the one he had admired for as long as he could remember, now upon meeting, was trying to kill him. Why? Can anyone tell me why? Flash took a small step back, unable to accept what had just happened. But before he could fully react, Toby had already slashed through the webs clinging to his body and lunged toward Flash once again. From the look in his eyes, it was as if he meant to tear Flash apart, no matter what. "Hurry, I'll hold him off for you." Andrew shoved Flash aside again, shouting loudly. Hearing this, Flash finally snapped out of it, and without another word, bolted for the door. But by then, Toby had already closed the distance, grabbed Andrew by the throat, and slammed him to the ground. "Andrew, do you even know what you're doing? Do you know who you just let escape? Do you even realize he killed my..." Toby's fists rained down on Andrew's face, one after another. Tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. In that instant, the pain of losing Mary Jane finally erupted from deep within. Even though Toby knew, deep down, that Mary Jane wasn't a good woman, love itself knows no right or wrong. No matter what Mary Jane had said or done, she was the woman Toby loved most. People could curse, they could judge, he didn't care about the world opinions. Ever since they'd started kindergarten together, Mary Jane had been his everything. Yet now, facing Andrew's interference, Toby understood that unless he was willing to go all the way, there was no way he could take down Flash. No one knew this better than another Spider-Man. Just as Toby's fist was about to come down on Andrew's face again, Andrew suddenly summoned his strength, seizing Toby's fist in his hand. There wasn't much power behind Toby's punches. Andrew, on the receiving end, could tell all too well. Toby was simply venting. Having experienced the agony of losing a loved one right in front of him, Andrew understood exactly why Toby had lost control. With a sudden movement, Andrew flipped them over, pinning Toby beneath him. In the same way as before, he began raining blows down on Toby's face. Once, twice, 3 times. "Are you back to your senses?" Andrew's voice was low and steady. When Toby didn't answer, Andrew landed another punch. "How about now?" Toby still said nothing. But now, the tears in his eyes were overflowing, streaming down his face like a dam that had finally burst. "You both saw Flash die with your own eyes back then. The person we just faced, there's definitely something strange about him. If you kill him now, what will it give you? A moment's satisfaction? But then what? What if another one appears, and another after that? Are you just going to keep killing? The Skynet, I know, is not that kind of person. Reach out to the power behind you. I'm sure they'll have a way to handle this. Andrew spoke in a low, serious voice. In terms of strength, Andrew was certainly no match for Toby, but when it came to intelligence, Toby was, frankly, far inferior to Andrew. In the original storyline, Andrew single-handedly invented the web shooter, a marvel of cutting-edge technology, and even Dr. Kurt Connor's lizard serum was developed with Andrew's assistance. Just on that merit alone, Andrew was far from the underachiever that Toby was. Otherwise, how could Toby have ended up as a temporary reporter, barely tolerated by the newspaper after graduation? Among the 3 generations of Spider-Man, only Tom Holland's Peter Parker could possibly rival Andrew in intellect. Meanwhile, the 2 men continued to discuss Flash's predicament. As for Flash himself, well, to be precise, Flash's clone, he was now running with every ounce of strength he had, desperate to escape. Like Toby, Flash's eyes were brimming with tears, completely lost and at a loss for what to do. From Flash's perspective, compared to the man claiming to be his father, Gamora, Tobey Maguire felt far more like family. Yet this person, whom he regarded almost as a kindred spirit, had attacked him without a word the moment they met. Flash couldn't understand it. He couldn't fathom what mistake he'd made, or why his idol now seemed to despise him. Everything he'd just experienced felt like a knife, shredding every beautiful dream he'd ever had. Flash bore no grudge against Toby, but right now, he was utterly lost. The thought that he'd crossed oceans and come all this way to end up like this was something he simply couldn't accept. All his previous efforts, even the sacrifice made by the leader he so admired, now seemed like a cruel joke. Footsteps echoed softly, drawing closer and closer to Flash. Here they come again, he thought. Well, if I die at his hands, maybe that's the perfect end to my messy, confused life. Flash felt exhausted. He couldn't run anymore. At last, a figure appeared in his line of sight. But it wasn't Tobey Maguire as he'd expected. Instead, it was a woman he'd never seen before. "Kid, you sure gave me a run for my money," she called out, her tone half exasperated, half amused. That voice was so familiar. Flash suddenly seemed to realize something, his eyes flying wide open. In the next instant, the dryness in his eyes was replaced by fresh tears. Boss. Boss, is that you? Boss." Flash stammered in disbelief. As his words faded, a fist-sized blob of black, viscous ooze slowly surfaced from the woman's face, then leaped directly onto Flash, merging into him and disappearing from sight. At the same moment, the middle-aged woman who had been hosting the black ooze collapsed to the ground. "I haven't recovered yet, and I've been chasing after you for so long. I am exhausted. Let me rest for a while, just a little while." That all too familiar voice echoed in Flash's mind, growing quieter and quieter until it faded away. But now, Flash felt a warmth unlike anything he had ever experienced before. In that moment, it was as if hope had returned to his world. At the very least, there was still someone, or well, something, left who cared about him so deeply. But before Flash could savor that happiness, a rapid burst of footsteps rang out along the street, shattering the peace. Soon, a group of men in black, armed with guns, closed in and surrounded him. "Flash Thompson, if you want to live, come with us. If you resist, or try to escape, we'll have no problem bringing your corpse back instead," the leader of the group said coldly. "Boss," Flash wanted to call out for venom inside him, but the memory of that weak, weary voice made him hesitate. In the end, he decided not to. For Venom's sake, he had to survive. "I'll go with you," he answered. Toby and Andrew, following the trail, finally arrived on the scene, only to find a middle-aged woman unconscious by the side of the road, and nothing else left behind. Character: Marfa. Class: Taoist. Level: 26. Defense: 6 to 10. Magic defense: 7 to 13. Attack: 8 to 21. Magic: 0 to 5. Taoism: 6 to 29. Hit points: HP 192/192. Mana points: MP 199/199. Skills: Healing Spell, Level 3. Mental Power Battle Technique, Max. Poison Spell, Max. Soulfire Talisman, Level 3. Summon Skeleton, Level 3. Invisibility, Level 3. Group Invisibility, Level 2. Ghost Shield, Level 3. Holy Armor, Level 1. Spiritual Revelation, Level 1. Special Skills: Spider Sense, cannot be upgraded. Great Bluffing, cannot be upgraded. Cancel Summon, cannot be upgraded. Light of Temptation, cannot be upgraded. Equipment: Demon Subduing Sword, Top Grade. Soul Battle Robe, Male. Psychic Bracelet, Top Grade. Third Eye Bracelet, Platinum Ring X1. Glass Ring X1, Top Grade. Celestial Pearl Necklace, Top Grade. Taoist Helmet, Top Grade. Special Ring, Teleportation ring, not equipped. Current remaining game time, 900 minutes. Daoist helmet, superior. Durability, 8/8. Defense, 1-2. Magic defense, 2-3. Attack, 0-1, +1. Required level, 24. Durability, 11/11. Defense, 1-1. Taoism, 1-3. Required Taoism, 22. Durability, 9/9. Agility, +2, Attack, 0-2, +2. Magic, 0-1, +1. Taoism, 1-6, +1. Required Taoism, 22. Inside a certain U.S. Army base, Marfa slowly opened his eyes. Bloodshot veins crawled across his eye sockets, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant, as if he had just endured 10 rounds of the grueling 499 combo. He was utterly exhausted. This was simply not something a human could withstand. Just now, Marfa had been fighting monsters nonstop for more than 8,000 minutes, running from the 3rd floor of the Woma Temple to the 2nd, then back up again, over and over. In short, he was dashing up and down the stairs without a moment's rest. Every monster that crossed his path was dispatched without hesitation. He'd even worn out the 2 M134 rapid-fire machine guns that Tony Stark had given him. But what does 8,000 minutes really mean? That's 6 days and 5 nights. If Marfa didn't possess a mental fortitude far beyond an ordinary person, and if every level up didn't fully restore his state, he probably would have collapsed long ago in the world of legend. Fortunately, all that effort was not in vain. Not only did he gain 4 levels in a row, but more importantly, his skills, like Soul Fire Talisman and Summon Skeleton, had finally been raised to level 3. In other words, as long as he could find the right materials, Marfa might be able to modify these skills. Furthermore, the appearance of investigation skills like Spiritual Revelation and defensive skills such as Ghost Shield and Holy Armor greatly broadened Marfa's range of abilities. Spiritual Revelation reveals the target's health. This was a rather niche skill. In the earliest days of the Legend game, players couldn't see a monster's exact health, so fighting was all about intuition. But the Taoist class could use this skill to check a monster's health and better gauge the difference in strength. Later on, it even evolved into a magical tool for finding mutated monsters with higher health among groups of similar enemies. However, as the game updated and sanctioned plugins became widespread, players could achieve the same effect through official add-ons. As a result, by the mid-game, this skill gradually faded into obscurity. As for Holy Armor and Ghost Shield, there's little need for explanation. The former boosts the defense of allies within range, while the latter increases magic resistance. For the Taoist, a class designed primarily for support, these were truly top-tier skills. Given Marfa's current gear and level, he could barely be considered a graduate at the Woma tier. Looks like I need to find Samuel Stern as soon as possible, he thought. To advance from level 26 to 27, a whopping 700,000 experience points were needed. If each Flame Woma yielded 290 points, that meant he'd have to slay over 2,000 of them, a truly grueling ordeal. More importantly, as he'd anticipated, the yin-yang fish in the Soul Fire Talisman skill required a special component, and obtaining that wasn't something a Taoist could easily manage alone. Therefore, he would have to rely on Hulk's power to greatly boost his own attack strength. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Marfa felt his eyelids growing heavy. Drowsiness washed over him. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed through the room. Colonel Maximov. The door swung open, and a female soldier stepped inside. She snapped a textbook salute to Marfa, her gaze level, her body stiff and rigid. At first glance, she looked more like an emotionless automaton than a real person. Reporting, Colonel. By directive of General Ross from headquarters, I am to escort you to the laboratory for a physical examination. As soon as she finished speaking, the female soldier snapped back into her wooden stance. Unbelievable. Was this really necessary? Soldier, what's your name? Marfa sat up, fighting off his sleepiness to ask. Reporting, Colonel. I am female soldier, A, serial number 202-1813. Sigh. Life in the military really was this dull. Never mind, lead the way. At once, Colonel. Please follow me. He glanced at the young woman. She was actually quite good-looking. What on earth had happened to make her this brainwashed? It was simply inhuman, heartless, a total lack of decency. They walked together for about 10 minutes, winding through corridor after corridor, until at last Marfa was brought to the entrance of the so-called laboratory. The female soldier gave Marfa another salute and then took up position outside the lab, clearly not intending to go in with him. That's it. I can't take it anymore. Once this exam is over, I have to get out of this hellhole, Marfa vowed to himself. Compared to this miserable military life, The colorful days at Midtown High seemed infinitely more appealing. After waiting for a short while inside the lab, a staff member in a white coat approached. He was slightly hunched, his movements awkward, his head bowed as he shuffled along. It was clear from his shuffling gait and hunched posture that, like Marfa, he had never received any proper military training. Interesting. Who would have thought someone else here also got in through the back door? At last, a normal person in this base. The realization moved Marfa deeply. What puzzled Marfa, however, was that although this person didn't salute him as the female soldier had done before, he could at least have looked up and shown his face. But why was he keeping his head down like this? What did that mean? This way, Colonel, please. The visitor spoke in a slightly stooped posture, giving Marfa a small bow. Wait a minute, that voice. After all, Marfa was a superhuman, and when it came to memory and perception, he far surpassed ordinary people. Though the figure before him felt completely unfamiliar, the voice seemed to spark a faint recollection. Soldier, why don't you look up? Marfa asked in a deep, steady voice. Yet upon hearing this, the person took 2 small steps backward, as if trying to hide something. Seeing this, Marfa immediately sensed that something was off. He strode forward in a few quick steps and grabbed the other person, pulling him upright. Revealed before Marfa was a face both familiar and strange. Familiar because he knew this person. Strange because the figure standing before him was nothing like the image he remembered. The face was covered in wrinkles, and even more jarring, the eyes were as dull and turbid as those of someone at death's door, clouded, lifeless. It's not me, it's not me. Colonel, you've got the wrong person. The man's expression turned panicked as he immediately covered his eyes with his hands, as if thinking, as long as I can't see you, you can't recognize me. For goodness sake, could you take this a bit more seriously? If you're gonna hide, at least cover your whole face. What's the point of just covering your eyes? At that moment, Marfa felt as if a herd of llamas was stampeding through his mind. To think he'd spent so much time searching for someone this clueless. Maybe he should just pretend not to recognize him? The thought crossed Marfa's mind, but in the end his thirst for the Hulk serum outweighed any annoyance he felt toward the man in front of him. Drop the act. Even if you turned into rain, I'd still recognize you. Now, be honest. How did you end up here? At this point, Marfa already had a vague suspicion, but he still hoped he was wrong. After all, to secure Samuel's loyalty, Marfa had funneled tens of millions of dollars in research funding his way. So he'd been scrimping and saving on his own end, while Samuel took his money and then turned his back on him. Who could stomach that? How was this any different from that golden-eared rabbit story? Well, not quite. At least he hadn't turned green. With that thought, Marfa managed to feel a bit better. Oh, boss. Thank goodness you're finally here. You have no idea how much I've missed you during this time. As he spoke, Samuel's tears streamed down his face. His performance so exaggerated, it was almost laughable. Even any random young idol from China could outact him by a mile. Back when Marfa barged into Samuel's house, his intentions were hardly noble, and he did win Samuel over with his fists. Still, Marfa had to admit, when it came to this tool, he had actually treated Samuel pretty well. If Samuel wanted money, Marfa gave him money. Again and again, money, money, and more money. Come to think of it, aside from cash, Marfa hadn't really given him anything else. But damn it, Marfa's money didn't just fall from the sky. Every cent was painstakingly squeezed out of Coulson. And what did Samuel do? The moment his experiments showed a hint of progress, he betrayed Marfa without a second thought, chasing after bigger ambitions. He turned his back on Marfa with barely a backward glance, as if nothing ever mattered. Fortunately, General Ross was shrewder than most, and Samuel ended up digging himself into a hole. He'd practically wrecked himself, reduced to a shadow of his former self. But that wasn't the end of it. In the end, Samuel still managed to strike a deal with General Ross. One could imagine, if Ross managed to bring Bruce Banner back successfully, Samuel might just have a shot at recovery. There was even a chance Ross would put Samuel's name down in the record of merit. But fate loves to play tricks. After witnessing Marfa's true power, General Ross changed his mind. Not only did he fail to bring Bruce Banner back, he hauled Marfa, Samuel's old boss, back instead. What did abandoning the whole project mean? It meant that, as far as General Ross was concerned, Samuel Stearns was once again a discarded pawn, an expendable nobody. So, to survive, Samuel's status slipped from Ross's collaborator to nothing more than a low-level lab assistant, doing odd jobs around the lab. Boss, you have no idea. I only pretended to side with General Ross for your sake. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the confrontation, Samuel's eyes darted nervously, and he immediately launched into a pitiful plea. Back in Cambridge, my research funds were nearly gone, the serum was depleted, and whenever I thought about how you'd given me so many resources, yet I had nothing to show for it, I was racked with guilt. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, tossing and turning all night. He paused for effect, then patted his left chest with exaggerated anguish. The guilt, right here. Oh, the torment. Watching Samuel sobbing and sniffling before him, Marfa didn't believe a single word. So what then? Overcome with guilt, you happily ran into the arms of the military. Marfa brushed away Samuel's snot-stained hand as it tried to reach him, his irritation barely contained. Samuel protested, denying everything. I only went to them because the military had more money, better equipment, and I could use them to get my hands on the Hulk serum. That's all. I swear, I just wanted to use them. Marfa had heard enough. This time, he really couldn't listen any longer. He couldn't even make up a believable story. What a lousy liar. Marfa simply decided to use the skill temptations light directly on Samuel. Sure enough, after a moment, Samuel became utterly docile and began to recount everything that had happened during this time to Marfa, leaving nothing out. Better to believe in ghosts than to trust a man's word, especially someone like Samuel, a shut-in to the core. Not even a single punctuation mark from him is to be believed. Yet, on second thought, Marfa felt a bit better knowing that Samuel had ended up in such a sorry state because he had betrayed him. Just now, Marfa had branded Samuel with a spiritual mark. In other words, from this moment on, Samuel was truly one of his own. Samuel, I'll find a way to get you out of here. After that, you can spend the rest of your life making it up to me, Marfa said in a deep voice. At your command, master. Now, when Samuel looked at Marfa, his gaze was filled with the same reverence that religious fanatics reserve for their gods. Master, General Ross sent me to take you for a physical examination, mainly to gather information about your abilities and collect blood samples. They want to replicate your powers to create a batch of super soldiers with abilities just like yours. Having been imprinted with absolute loyalty, Samuel had no reason to hide anything and laid out General Ross's intentions plainly. Marfa thought to himself, just take me for a regular checkup. Do it by the book. I know what I'm doing. Marfa, of course, understood his own situation perfectly. Blood samples? That was hardly a problem. As a Taoist skilled in healing arts, would he really be afraid of losing a bit of blood? Meanwhile, Samuel was drawing Marfa's blood with the utmost care, afraid of causing him the slightest pain. Elsewhere in Sokovia, Dr. Golden, we've drawn 600 cubic centimeters so far. The experiment is progressing well. There's no sign of rejection between the blood samples from the two test subjects. A Hydra researcher hurried over to Dr. Golden, bringing the good news. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Dr. Golden repeated the word 3 times, his eyes shining with excitement. Draw another 300 cubic centimeters as backup. If something goes wrong and he ends up dead, we'll still be able to clone another one. After that, go ahead and inject him with the serum from test subject number 1. It's only been a few days, and we're already close to completing this project. Keep up the good work. Baron won't forget your contributions. Dr. Golden patted the researcher on the shoulder, his expression full of appreciation. Understood. I'll set up the experiment right away. With that, the researcher hurried off toward the lab bench. Immediately after, he picked up a syringe thicker than an arm and plunged it straight into Flash's artery. As for Flash, he was already deathly pale and completely drained of strength from massive blood loss. If not for that last sliver of will to survive burning inside him, he would have passed out on the spot. Kid, what's going on? Why do I feel like your metabolism is slowing down more and more? At last, the venom inside him seemed to sense something and spoke in a voice so weak it was barely more than a whisper. It's nothing really, I'm just tired. You go on and rest. I promise I'll make it through this. I'll take you to every corner of the world, let you taste every delicacy there is. Flash silently recited his vow in his heart. Don't forget your promise. I don't intend to wait forever, you know. With that, the venom's voice faded completely, clearly slipping back into a deep healing sleep. Flash, too, gradually sank into unconsciousness. The experiment proceeded as smoothly as the earlier tests outside the body. As Flash's original cells and serum were steadily injected into the clone's body, fragments of memory began to flicker through the clone's mind, like a series of disjointed, half-remembered photographs. In his coma, Flash felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare. In it, he saw himself become a monster. He saw himself kill countless people, saw himself kill a woman whose body he'd pierced over and over. He even dreamed of being killed by Skynet, Shadow, and Natasha, all joining forces against him. Although the memories drawn from cells and serum weren't especially abundant, those searing, unforgettable moments from the original Flash's life played out in full inside the clone's mind. A piercing scream echoed through the laboratory, and Flash finally jolted awake from his stupor. But the sweat soaking his hair and the look of sheer terror on his face made it clear he was still deeply shaken. Was that monster really me? So, Skynet wanted to kill me because I killed that woman I'd slept with countless times? Is this the past I've been so desperate to uncover? And wasn't I already dead? In that instant, many of his old questions were finally answered, only for even more to arise in their place. Looks like you're awake. Dr. Golden strolled into the lab, his eyes sweeping over Flash, now bound to the table by countless steel cables, with the cool detachment of a man admiring a work of art. Who are you? Wasn't I dead? Why? Seeing someone approach, Flash could no longer hold back his questions. That's right, you're dead. The person you are now is nothing more than a successful clone. The reason you've regained some of your memories is because I injected your original stem cells back into your body. Feel it, the immense power coursing within you. I am your creator. It is I who has led you towards perfection. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, as Golden's words fell, a spider leg burst forth from Flash's back. Then came a second, a third, and soon the eighth. Unlike the earlier spider monsters, the current Flash clone had achieved a far more perfect fusion with the genes of the Super Spider King, Arachne. The Super Spider's genes hadn't altered his human appearance at all. The only difference was that, compared to ordinary humans, he now had 8 slender spider legs sprouting from his back. At first glance, he even bore a striking resemblance to the Holland Spider-Man in his nanosuit. Let me go. Flash struggled to rise from the lab table. Only to his shock, he found his body would not move at all. Oh, I know exactly how powerful you are. Did you really think I'd be foolish enough to restrain you with a few mere steel cables? Then again, you're not the original, are you? As it stands, you're barely a year old. You probably don't even know about something called a neural disruptor toxin. Golden's lips curled into a wicked grin as he immediately began typing at the computer before him. If Marfa were here at this moment, she just might recognize the machine, now standing beside Flash. It was the very device Hydra had once used to brainwash the Winter Soldier, James Buchanan Barnes. But unlike when Bucky was brainwashed, this time Golden didn't erase Flash's memories. On the contrary, as the machine whirred, he kept reinforcing the idea that this Flash was the genuine article, and that it was Hydra who had saved him, presenting this as the unvarnished truth. He even restored some of the original Flash's memories that the clone had never inherited. Every steel cable binding Flash suddenly snapped open, and Flash himself jolted awake, eyes wide. Hail Hydra! Meanwhile, in New York, the new Stark Industries Tower was finally complete. Tony Stark, ever the showman, had named it Stark Tower and even converted the top floor into his own private workshop and living quarters. Of course, the main reason for this was because Pepper Potts had previously been kidnapped by Obadiah, and Tony had to fly more than 3,000 kilometers to reach New York in time. To prevent such incidents from happening again, Tony decided he would work 2 days a week in New York, then return to California for 5 days of rest. This way, he could maintain tighter control over the company. Stark Tower, top floor. Hey, Marfa, didn't I tell you men aren't welcome here? Especially old men? Tony pointed at Samuel, who was standing next to Marfa, as he spoke. Get him set up with a lab, and from now on, you're covering his research expenses. Marfa shamelessly made his request. Oh, fuck. Do you even hear yourself right now? Why should I be the one to support this old guy? Is he your father or something? As Tony spoke, he took a couple of steps back, his face full of disdain as he looked at Marfa. Truth be told, Marfa had no choice but to leave Samuel with Tony Stark. General Ross had already written Samuel off as a lost cause. There was no way he could count on Samuel to steal something as valuable as the super soldier serum anymore. If Samuel stayed at the military base, how could he help Marfa study the Hulk serum? And even if, by some stroke of luck, they actually produced some results, who could guarantee General Ross wouldn't just swoop in and seize all their findings? On the other hand, if Marfa just dumped Samuel somewhere like before, he couldn't help but worry. Of course, it wasn't that Marfa lacked confidence in his own powers of persuasion, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was another matter entirely. Once they found out about Samuel's work, they'd probably whisk him away before anyone even realized. Never underestimate them. Nick Fury, while not as ambitious as Pierce, was far from the benevolent figure he appeared to be in the original story. You could tell by how, in secret, he was studying energy weapons behind the Avengers' backs. So, tell me, what's in it for me? You know I'm a businessman, right? Tony Stark picked up a glass of red wine and settled onto the couch, crossing his legs as he spoke. A reward? I saved your life, you know. Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you'd still have a battery stuck in your chest. Marfa pouted as he replied. That won't fly. I distinctly remember asking if there were any strings attached, and if I'm not mistaken, you said there weren't. Jarvis, play back the recording for this annoying kid, would you? How about I take you to see the Ancient One? Marfa switched tactics and offered another deal. No, that's not going to work either. I've already dealt with Obadiah, and frankly, I don't think there's anything in this world I can't handle. Tony said this out loud, though in truth, he hadn't quite worked through the issues Marfa had raised. As Marfa pointed out, Kamartaj didn't really care about nations or even humanity. They only existed to protect the multiverse itself. To them, a blade of grass, a person, even a stray dog, it was all the same. Tony, on the other hand, was determined to protect as many people as possible, to keep them safe from war and chaos. TCH, looks like I've managed to dig my own grave this time. Originally, I just wanted Tony to enter Kamartaj while keeping his Iron Man persona, hoping that, like Toby's last special mission, he might go above and beyond and earn extra system rewards. But who could have guessed that Tony would really get stuck on this issue? All right, out with it. What exactly do you want? Now Marfa was starting to get annoyed, his face turning serious as he spoke. Golden potion. The more, the better. Ideally, give me the recipe too. Tony Stark had been waiting for this. Ever since he tasted that powerful Sunwata Marfa had given him last time, he'd been craving the stuff day and night. Marfa was speechless. Why didn't he just say so in the first place? Making such a big fuss over something so trivial. I don't have a recipe for Sunwater, but I do have a few bottles left. With that, Marfa immediately pulled out 5 bottles of potent Sunwater from his backpack. Tony didn't waste any time. He grabbed a bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a generous swig. In that instant, a wave of warmth spread through Tony's entire body, and the exhaustion from several sleepless nights vanished in a flash. This is good stuff. Way better than Gatorade. One sip, and you just can't stop. Tony kept drinking as he spoke, clearly savoring every drop. But just a moment later, Tony suddenly frowned. Wait a second. This doesn't taste the same as last time. It's not as good, honestly. Be straight with me. Did you cut corners? Tony's tone was serious. Now, it was Marfa's turn to be bewildered. All the potent Sunwater came straight from the world of legends. How could there be any cutting corners? Suddenly, Marfa realized something. The last time he'd given Tony a bottle, it was the one he'd fished out of the Woma Lord's well droppings. Not as tasty this time, huh? Who would have thought, Tony, that you had such unique tastes? As for the flavor, well, you can adjust it yourself. Add a splash of wine, maybe some chili sauce. It's up to you. Last time was a special case, let's just say that. Anyway, you've got your Sunwater, and I'm leaving the person in your hands. Do as you see fit. With that, Marfa turned to leave, not wanting to risk saying too much and accidentally letting something slip. If Tony ever found out that the last bottle he drank had a certain special aroma, their relationship would be over. Next time they met, they'd probably end up in a fight. Not that Marfa was worried about losing. After all, Tony's wealth could be downright terrifying. Hey, hold on, what's the rush? I'll take the Sunwater, but I'm not planning to keep the guy. Tony had already finished off an entire bottle, sucking on the empty container with lingering satisfaction. At that, Marfa's expression changed instantly. Are you kidding me? In this world, is there anyone besides myself who could be so shameless? Taking the money and not doing the job? Wait. At least let me finish. Why are you holding that knife? Damn, you're serious? Mafa Maximoff. For God's sake, don't point that knife at my anaconda. After a brief commotion, in the end, Mafa didn't actually go through with it against Tony. You'd better explain yourself. Mafa grabbed a bottle of ultra-strong Sunwater from the table and gulped it down as if it were a soft drink, clearly trying to cool his temper. You must have heard about the state of Stark Industries. Ever since we pulled out of the market, the company's been dealt a serious blow. Right now, sure, the new energy sector is keeping us afloat, but to fully recover, it'll take a long time. Don't be so quick to turn me down. Let me finish. I don't believe for a second that you don't have the formula for that potion of yours. Not long ago, the Life Foundation got dragged into a mess thanks to Carlton Drake. I want to acquire it, make it a subsidiary, independent from Stark Industries. What I'm saying is, I want you to run the company. Just focus on producing your potion. Dilute it, add coffee or milk. However you want, it's up to you. I did some digging. Previously, Carlton held about 30% of the Life Foundation's shares. Now, with some financial maneuvering, I can get up to 48% of the shares. I'll give you 25%, I'll keep 24%, and I promise I'll only take dividends. I won't meddle in management. Besides us, no other shareholder will hold more than 3%, so you'll have absolute control. What do you think? Well, this time Mafa was truly stunned. This was a straight shot at making him the boss. The Life Foundation might be down on its luck now, but it was once a top-tier company. At its peak, it ranked just below Oscorp in the biopharmaceutical world. Tony Stark actually had the guts to buy out the Life Foundation and hand the whole thing over to him to run. For a moment, Mafa felt like his mind just couldn't keep up with everything. First of all, Tony Stark's decision definitely had something to do with Mafa performing that surgery for him without conditions. After all, he'd saved his life. This was a classic case of repaying a favor. Second, Tony Stark clearly had high hopes for his potion, confident it could take the U.S. market by storm, maybe even break out of North America and go global. And last, but perhaps most importantly, Stark Industries currently had a single-track business model, and under the circumstances, it was hard to find a better investment opportunity in the short term. Mafara remembered that in the original story, Tony had often appeared at top universities, recruiting talented individuals under the guise of sponsorship and investment. Even when he tried to recruit Spider-Man, he told Aunt May that Parker's project had received funding from Stark Industries. To put it nicely, Tony was investing in dreams. To put it bluntly, he was casting a wide net to catch as many fish as possible. As long as he invested in enough projects and people, some were bound to hit it big. Clearly, the current Tony had already started moving just as he had in the original plot, and Maffa was honored to become his very first investment target. After pondering for a long time, Maffa finally couldn't resist the allure of capital and gave in. Being the boss was truly delightful. Just as Tony had said, he could simply dilute the potion, go for a luxury, high-end strategy, and sell it to the wealthy. After all, the richer people are, the more afraid they are of death. Even when the healing potion and the sun potion were heavily diluted, their effects remained impressive. By then, he could use the profits to buy gold bars, bring them back to the world of legend to exchange for gold coins, restock, return to the real world, dilute, and resell. As he imagined all this, Maffa couldn't help but picture himself amassing a fortune, reaching the pinnacle of life, and marrying a beautiful, wealthy bride. Ahem, Maffa, don't just stare at me like that, Tony joked. Honestly, I'm really not interested in you. Looking into Maffa's eyes, Tony could already see the possibility of Stark Industries rising to glory once more. To tell the truth, Tony, I'm really tempted. But I'm sorry to say, although I can get a lot of those potions, I can't mass-produce them the way you imagine. So let's forget about acquiring Life Foundation and the like. But as you suggested, we can set up a specialized biopharma company and take the high-end route. After a moment's thought, Maffa replied. It wasn't that Maffa didn't want to control a giant like the Life Foundation. It was simply that he had no way to produce enough potion. His storage bag was large, but the slots were still limited. With Life Foundation's massive distribution network, if he really used it as his foundation, Maffa simply couldn't handle such a huge operation. All right, we'll do it your way. I'll have Pepper get in touch with you as soon as possible. And you can officially bring your friend on board too. With Stark Industries backing him, nobody will dare lay a finger on him. Isn't that right, Dr. Samuel Stearns? Tony said, his tone tinged with disappointment. It was clear that Maffa intended to keep things small-scale, rather than going all in as Tony had hoped. As a result, the benefits for Stark Industries would be minimal. So it's true, Tony had already known about Samuel's identity, which is why he was reluctant to take him in so directly. After all, even though Samuel hadn't officially joined the military, his relationship with General Ross was ambiguous and complicated. If I hadn't agreed to Tony's proposal to establish a biopharmaceutical company, Tony probably wouldn't have been willing to offend General Ross just for Samuel's sake. These were the thoughts swirling in Marfa's mind. Tony, in the end, was a businessman, and as a businessman, he could never put aside his interests simply for personal feelings. At that moment, as Marfa looked at Tony again, she couldn't help but feel that this man before her might not be the steadfast ally she had imagined. Marfa, carrying the triple identities of a Hydra agent, a SHIELD operative, and a U.S. Army colonel, seemed to enjoy 3 times the salary and threefold happiness. But one day, the truth would inevitably come to light. Meanwhile, the system only awarded game points for stirring up events in the MCU. The bigger the chaos, the greater the reward. This meant that, sooner or later, Marfa would inevitably find herself on opposing sides with various factions. When that day truly came, she had to consider that with a corporate behemoth like Stark Industries dragging its feet behind her, with countless employees relying on Stark Industries for their livelihoods, Tony simply couldn't afford to act as freely and recklessly as she could. Just like in the original storyline under the Sokovia Accords, Tony sided with the government as a compromiser, standing in opposition to Captain America's freedom fighters. From the very day he was born into the Stark family, Tony's position had been decided. But unlike the original plot, Dr. Kurt Connors, the Lizard, had not been making a high-profile scene in New York as he did in the Amazing Spider-Man films. Instead, he had uncharacteristically kept a low profile, hiding away in the city's sewers. If there had only been one Spider-Man, perhaps he would have acted without fear. But that day on the Williamsburg Bridge, he had seen with his own eyes, there were 2 Spider-Men. No one understood better than Connors, a scientist who had once participated in cross-species genetic research, what the appearance of 2 Spider-Men truly meant. Now, with 2 Skynets holding down the fort in New York, how was he supposed to play this game? It was infuriating. Connors slammed his fist down hard on his desk, his face twisted in anger. He He remembered when he had been a promising young man, filled with patriotic zeal, and had even volunteered to go to the Vietnam War to serve in logistics, eager to contribute to America. In those days, he had earned the admiration and respect of many. In everyone's eyes, Connors was a man of ambition with the world in his heart. But then, during a sudden enemy attack, he lost his right hand, meaning he could no longer perform surgery on the wounded. Left with no choice, Connors had to leave the battlefield and return to America. Deserter, useless, cripple, scum. One mocking remark after another, one icy stare after another. These made Connors suddenly wonder if he had somehow traveled to a different world. How could it be that in the same place, surrounded by the same people, their attitudes toward him had changed so drastically? During those days, Connors not only had to endure the physical and psychological agony brought on by the loss of his right hand, but he also had to weather the verbal abuse hurled at him by those around him. Falling straight from heaven into hell. Perhaps that's the best way to describe it. Fortunately, that dark period didn't last long. Connors met two people who would change his life forever: Norman Osborn and Charlie Garfield. Charlie was a brilliant mind in the field of genetic biology, talented, dashing, and possessing a refined charm. And Norman Osborn? He was wealthy. Their meeting set off a chain reaction, a clash of lightning and fire that sparked something truly extraordinary. With the combined efforts of all three, Oscorp soared to new heights, transforming from a small company into the industry giant it is today. It was then that Connors finally learned the true reason behind Norman Osborn's obsession with biological research. A hereditary disease. Yes, the Osborn family carried a flaw in their genes. Nearly every member of the Osborn clan fell ill before reaching 30, and none lived to see 50. Determined to help his benefactor break free from this family curse, Connors and Charlie formed a research group dedicated to using cross-species genetic technology to eradicate the Osborns' inherited illness at the genetic level. Everything seemed perfect: friends, funding, dreams, and a promising future. But one day, Charlie Garfield betrayed him, betrayed Oscorp, for reasons unknown. Charlie destroyed all their research records and vanished from everyone's sight. And just like that, everything ended. Connor's beautiful dream shattered. Without Charlie, without their previous research, progress on the experiment was wiped out in an instant. Yet as Connor seethed with anger over this betrayal, he received the news. His friend Charlie Garfield had died in a plane crash. Time passed. Years slipped away. Connors had all but lost hope. He lacked Charlie's genius, and his own equations always fell just short. Then Andrew Garfield appeared. With Andrew's help, Connors finally succeeded in completing his cross-species genetic technology. But by then, Norman Osborn was already gravely ill. Desperate to survive, Norman forced Connors to skip the animal testing phase and proceed directly to human trials. And so, for refusing to comply, Connors found himself out of a job once again. Frustrated and unwilling to accept defeat, Connors injected himself with the unfinished experimental creation, the lizard serum. That was how Connors ended up storming the Williamsburg Bridge and killing the Osborn family's butler in cold blood. According to his original plan, Connors intended to use Osborn Industries' aerosol devices to spread the lizard serum throughout New York, turning all of its residents into lizard people just like himself. In this way, not only could Connors regenerate his lost limb through the serum, but because everyone would look the same, discrimination would cease to exist. Most importantly, humanity would evolve to a higher level. It was in every sense a plan to kill three birds with one stone. But now, the two Skynet systems loomed before Connors like insurmountable mountains, blocking his path forward. As he recalled his tragic life, Connors grew increasingly agitated. He had been so close to success, his dreams within arm's reach. Just then, unfamiliar footsteps echoed through the sewer. Could it be that those two had tracked him down? Connors frowned and considered the possibilities, then quickly hid in a shadowy corner, prepared to strike the intruder with lethal force. At last, as the footsteps drew nearer, a massive silhouette entered Connors' line of sight. You? Why is it you? Connors stepped out from the darkness, his face filled with astonishment. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Kurt Connors? If I recall, the last time we met was at the Osborn Industries Expo. The newcomer showed no fear at all in the face of Connors' green skin, long tail, and scaly body, speaking with complete calm. What are you here for? You're no match for me now, Kingpin, Connors declared, brimming with confidence. I'm here to propose an alliance, of course. I saw your fight with Skynet on the Williamsburg Bridge. To be honest, you really did surprise me. Hearing this, Connors felt as if an old wound had been ripped open. A surge of murderous intent welled up uncontrollably within him. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself at Kingpin like a cannonball. But in the next instant, Kingpin drew a photon blade from his cane. The blade flashed, and in a heartbeat, one of Connor's scaly claws fell to the ground. It was clear that Kingpin's photon blade, unlike Tony's, could not sustain itself for long. After that single strike, it sputtered out, losing all energy. I'm not here to fight you. I simply want to propose a partnership. This is my gesture of good faith. With that, Kingpin took out his phone and tossed it to Connors. Connors snatched up his phone, simultaneously using accelerated regeneration to restore his severed arm while checking the messages on his screen. Giant Ape Research Project. Seeing that striking headline, Connors couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Without hesitation, he grabbed the phone and hurried into a studio to delve into the information himself. The Indian Ocean Skull Island giant apes? As he pored over the densely packed research data, Connors felt his breathing grow rapid and uneven. We accidentally discovered a gigantic ape-like creature on a small island in the Indian Ocean. Only after paying a tremendous price did we manage, with great difficulty, to bring it down. I thought I could harness that power through its genes, but it proved impossible. The giant ape's genes simply can't be cloned or artificially cultivated. Progress on the experiment stalled completely. Kingpin spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. At first, I wasn't too concerned about this. You know the extent of my influence. Having or lacking this kind of power didn't seem to make much difference. However, the emergence of that family changed my perspective. They're just too powerful. In that moment, the image of Natasha reducing members of the Kingpin Syndicate to dust flashed through his mind once again. Then came memories of Django wielding air magic against Agatha, Pietro's lightning speed, Wanda's sorcery, and Mafana's uncanny abilities. S.H.I.E.L.D. might be able to suppress this information, but as the Kingpin of America's underworld, it wasn't difficult for him to uncover the truth. Repeated failed attempts to recruit or win them over, coupled with the recent standoff between the Suanzi gang and the Kingpin Syndicate and the viral spread of 2 Skynet messages, all combined to create a profound sense of crisis within Kingpin. I have the giant ape's genes and the funding. You have the technology for cross-species genetics. Well, shall we work together? Kingpin's expression remained impassive, but the faint glint in his eyes betrayed the deep ambition simmering within him. In a small apartment in the northern part of Brooklyn, things were different from usual. Today, the place was filled with a rare sense of joy. Balloons and streamers hung from every wall. The dining table was loaded with a dazzling array of exquisite dishes. Happy birthday, little ones. With that, Django handed a brand new pair of sneakers to Pietro. Dad, what brand is this? You know regular shoes never survive my pace. Pietro took the gift from his father, a little dissatisfied. He'd never seen this unfamiliar logo before. Haha, let me teach you something, kid. This is to be #1. I had to pull some strings to get this from China. It's every bit as good as your Adidas. Trust me. With that, Django beamed and produced another gift box. Seeing this, Wanda's face instantly lit up. She hurriedly took the box, and when she opened it, she found a brand new Huawei phone inside. At once, Wanda's smile faded into disappointment. But then, Django leaned in close and whispered something into Wanda's ear. Suddenly, her face blossomed into a broad, joyful grin. Dad, you're the best. Mwah. She gave Django a quick kiss on the cheek, then eagerly tore open the phone's packaging. Without wasting a moment, she switched on the device and began to explore. Sure enough, tucked away in the phone's memory, Wanda discovered over 200 gigabytes of classic black and white sitcoms. Watching both his children treasure their gifts, Django's weathered face melted into a warm, delighted smile. That's right. Today was the birthday of the twins, Wanda and Pietro. 19 years ago, on this very day, fate delivered these 2 children into the Maximoff family. For that, Django would always be grateful. It's a shame Mafara is still in California. Otherwise, he could have shared our birthday cake, Pietro murmured. For the first time in over a decade, the Maximoff family was celebrating a birthday without everyone present. Without Mafara, it felt as if something vital was missing from the party. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. Right then, the front door swung open, and a massive birthday cake, easily over 20 inches across, floated gracefully into the room, hovering before everyone's eyes. What the? Both Pietro and Wanda glanced at the modest 6-inch cake on the table, then at the colossal confection floating before them. Instantly, the little cake seemed much less appealing. Happy birthday to you, pig. Happy birthday to you, pig. As a familiar voice rang out, a dazzling, multicolored gemstone necklace drifted in from the doorway, gently settling around Wanda's neck. Set against her impressive figure, the sparkling necklace looked even more radiant and eye-catching. Everyone instinctively overlooked the odd Chinese lyrics of the birthday song, turning as one to peer toward the doorway. Please, I'm back to steal your cake. The spell of invisibility lifted, and Mafa's figure sprang into view, eliciting gasps from all around. Before Mafa could react, a surge of crimson magical energy enveloped the little cake on the table, launching it straight at Mafa's face. Hey, that was my cake. In an instant, all the joy vanished from Django's face, replaced by a look of utter dismay. My fatherly love has been so carelessly trampled. Oh, how I weep. At that moment, Wanda's voice rang out. Well, my FA, look at you. You've been ignoring my calls and not replying to my messages for ages. Are you planning a mutiny, or what? Don't think you can fool me with a flashy little light. I'm telling you, you're in real trouble today. Wanda stood with one hand on her hip, the other pointing straight at my FA as she spoke. A pair of small, pointed canine teeth peeked out as she talked, making her look utterly adorable. Surely, this is what people mean by baby face with a stunning figure. In the next instant, the lights in the room flickered on, and Natalia's eyes widened as she caught sight of the life necklace hanging from Wanda's neck. This is a magical artifact. Judging by the magical energy it's emanating, this necklace is even more powerful than the one before. Natalia could hardly believe her eyes. Hearing this, Django immediately reached for his pufferfish from the wall. Begone, spirits and monsters, begone. As he chanted his magical incantation, sure enough, the life necklace responded instantly. Wanda suddenly felt the magic within her surge toward the necklace around her neck. In a heartbeat, she sensed a deep, intrinsic connection forming, as if they now shared the same lifeblood. In that moment, Wanda felt her magical strength skyrocket, as if she had spent years in rigorous training. This isn't just some bulb. It's a real gemstone, and a magical artifact at that. Without a doubt, everyone, Wanda, Django, even Natalia, was left speechless by my FA's extraordinary gift. After all, in the Marvel world, magical artifacts are rare treasures. Even a major magical faction like Kamar Taj can't afford to equip every member with one. Of course, spellcasting mediums like the Mystic Rings aren't counted in that. But Pietro, on the other hand, didn't look so pleased. Alas, I put my faith in the wrong person. He and Wanda shared a birthday, yet my FA gave Wanda such a precious gift and forgot about her own brother. My FA, however, wasn't upset by the cake suddenly smeared across his face. Though it looked like scolding, he knew Wanda was only acting out of concern. After all, not long ago, Iron Man had fought Cyborg in a fierce battle in California, and even the Life Foundation was rumored to be involved in illegal human experiments. My FA had gone to California precisely because he'd been invited by Tony Stark, the Iron Man himself. Anyone would worry in such a situation. Wiping the cream from his face, my FA felt a surge of warmth in his heart. To have family, it was a wonderful feeling. But just then, my FA noticed Pietro's pout, his lips practically reaching his nose. Seeing this, my FA couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Who would have thought Pietro could be so endearing? In an instant, the image of this friend throwing a little tantrum seemed impossible to reconcile with the noble figure from before, the one who had once said to him, "This isn't safe. Run now. Here, this is for you." With that, Marfa tossed over a glass jar filled with blue, viscous liquid. Hearing that he, too, had a gift, Pietro's face lit up with delight. But as soon as he saw the blue, revolting, dung-like slime inside the jar, his expression collapsed. What's that supposed to mean? Give me a lump of crap? Pietro recoiled in disgust. But then, before he could react, the lid of the glass jar popped open on its own. Suddenly, a blue, wailing head shot out in front of Pietro, stopping just inches from his own face. For a moment, their eyes locked at point-blank range. Staring at this blue-faced, fawn-bearing creature, Pietro jerked back in shock and instinctively flung the jar away. But it was already too late. The symbiote, Phantom, had slipped free from the jar's confines. "Kid, you'd better explain yourself. Who exactly are you calling a piece of crap? If you don't, I swear I'll eat you whole." Phantom bared his massive jaws, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, his face twisted into a menacing grin. "Blue, behave yourself. He's your new host. You'd better mind your manners, understood?" Marfa's voice was low and commanding. Before anyone could react, Phantom dove headlong into Pietro's body. In the next moment, a skin-tight suit of shimmering sapphire seemed to materialize over Pietro's figure. It gleamed with radiant light, as if inlaid with countless sapphires, strikingly handsome and elegant. Most importantly, it perfectly accentuated the chiseled physique Pietro had recently worked so hard to build. I didn't dote on this brother for nothing. Wearing this dazzling, jaw-dropping suit, and feeling the explosive power surging within, Pietro was suddenly seized by the urge to run 10 laps around New York City. Listen up, kid. The name's Phantom, and if you ever dare call me crap again, I'll take over your body and make you eat it yourself. Phantom threw in a final warning. At that moment, both Wanda and Pietro made a silent vow in their hearts. Marfa, we're definitely going to take charge of your love life. Prepare to be swept away by a sea of admirers. More than a month slipped by quietly, and Marfa returned to the vibrant, colorful days of campus life. Even though General Ross called repeatedly, coming up with every excuse in the book to demand physical examinations again and again, it did nothing to disturb Marfa's routine. With a teleportation ring, trips to and from the army base took no more than the blink of an eye, so Marfa didn't mind at all. Until, in the middle of one night, General Ross phoned Marfa for the 32nd time. Marfa jolted awake from his sleep, and this time, he was truly furious. Good grief, if you want me to get a physical exam, that's fine, I'll cooperate. But for heaven's sake, there are only 30 days in a month, and you've made me get examined 32 times. Isn't that a bit much? By that count, it meant drawing a vial of blood every single day. If Marfa didn't have the power of healing, an ordinary person would probably have been bled dry by now. So, from then on, every time Marfa was called to the military base for a physical, he would cast his toxic spell on every relevant official, General Ross included, one by one. And so it happened that the entire upper echelon of the base, including the research team, was thrown into a panic, everyone terrified of sudden bouts of diarrhea. Now, whenever anyone so much as sneezed, those nearby would instantly turn pale and tremble, as if they'd been possessed. In response to Marfa's shameless antics, General Ross immediately set up a special task force, hoping to crack the mystery of Marfa's toxic spell. But the results were less than promising. Finally, to end the curse of sneezing and sudden stomach trouble that plagued the entire military leadership, General Ross relented. The final agreement was that Marfa would only have to undergo a simple blood test once a week. That morning, just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, the door to Marfa and Pietro's room was knocked on. Marfa, are you up? I'm coming in. Wanda's voice called from outside. Marfa's eyes flew open under the covers, and a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Oh no, today's the weekend, he realized with a start. Lately, Pietro and Wanda had been acting strangely, insisting that since Marfa worked in such a dangerous field, he should settle down as soon as possible, essentially treating him like a stud horse, expected to help the Maximoff family flourish. P.S. According to Lobster's research, the legal marriage age in the United States varies by state, the youngest being 14 for boys and 12 for girls. For the past few weeks, every weekend morning, Wanda would knock on the door right on time, and with Pietro's help, drag Marfa off to yet another blind date. He'd seen every kind of woman, tall, short, thin, plump, black, white, yellow, brown. In short, now every Saturday, Marfa was on edge. With that thought, he quietly crept out of bed and cast an invisibility spell on himself, hiding in the corner of the room. The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed. It was clearly Pietro, just back from his morning run. Seeing the empty bed, Wanda frowned. She immediately shot a sharp look at Pietro. You'd better explain where he went, or else, Phantom, help me sniff out where Marfa is, Pietro said to the spirit residing within him. But he'd forgotten. Phantom was a gift from Marfa himself. There was no way it would betray its master. Seeing that Phantom didn't respond, Pietro immediately walked over to the bed and felt the warmth still lingering in the blankets. Don't worry, Phantom hasn't spoken, and the bed is still warm. I locked the window last night too, so Marfa must still be inside. With that, Pietro transformed into a streak of electric blue and zipped straight to the door, locking it from the inside. He then cast a mischievous glance at Wanda, standing beside him. The two exchanged looks, quickly sharing a knowing expression. Scarlet magical energy began to pour out from Wanda, and in an instant, countless glowing orbs of magic bounced around the room like ping-pong balls. Is that really going to work? Watching his siblings' antics, Marfa was utterly stunned. The room Pietro and Marfa shared was tiny, yet Pietro managed to dash to the door and shut it with just the right amount of force, a testament to how precisely he could now control his powers. And Wanda's peculiar detection spell was proof of her ever-increasing mastery of magic. As one of the magical orbs was about to strike him, a sly smile crept onto Marfa's lips. He'd already thought of a way out. With the help of Little Silver, and invoking his skeletal summoning, Little White instantly transformed into Marfa's likeness and appeared before Wanda and Pietro. Well, Marfa, you're really asking for it. Spotting Marfa, Wanda marched over, twisted his ear, and dragged him toward the bathroom. Marfa, I've arranged 3 meetings for you today. The first is with Martha Hammer. You'll meet at the cafe by the school gate. Martha's family is very wealthy, and she doesn't like frivolous types. Wanda rambled on at the bathroom door, listing names and details of today's blind dates, completely unaware that the real Mafara had already slipped out of the house. Such misery. On 3rd Avenue, Mafara trudged along with a dejected face, tasting the bitterness of being unable to return home. His phone rang. He glanced at the screen. An unknown caller. "Who's calling me so early in the morning?" Mafara answered with a look of utter resignation. "This is Sitwell. Your last performance disappointed the organization. Not only did you fail to bring back the symbiote, you also sent Bruce Banner straight to Nick Fury." The caller was Sitwell, a minor Hydra official Mafara hadn't heard from in a while. "Sigh, you can eat whatever you like, but you can't say whatever you please. There are 4 symbiotes in total, as you know. One disappeared as soon as it landed. One was accidentally fused with Tobey Maguire. Another died when we reached the Life Foundation, and the last one—" "Drop the act. The last one is with Pietro." Sitwell spoke coldly. "Do you really think we know nothing? My intelligence network far surpasses Director Fury's." Hearing this, Marfa was stunned. He had finally been found out. "We're giving you one last chance to redeem yourself. We've sent Demon Spider to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and extract our target. Now, you're ordered to head to Washington and support the operation. Your mission: make sure Bruce Banner escapes from Nick Fury's control. This is your final chance to prove your loyalty to the organization. Don't say I didn't warn you." With that, Sitwell hung up. United Nations Security Council, Minister's Office. "Minister Pierce, is it really necessary to go this far? Demon Spider is Baron's prized possession." Sitwell didn't finish his sentence before Alexander Pierce waved him off. "It's just a clone, nothing more. Compared to Marfa, it's not worth mentioning. The timing is right. I need to know whether he's truly loyal to our organization. If he's a promising talent, we must invest more in his training, so he can strengthen our elite forces. Besides, keeping the Cosmic Cube with Nick Fury is hardly a solution. We need a capable and loyal custodian. But if he isn't, then we must act before he grows too powerful, or he'll become a threat sooner or later." Alexander Pierce spoke in a low, steady tone. "Should I give Fury a hint to transfer Tobey Maguire to Washington to guard Bruce Banner? I don't believe Tobey would have fused with the symbiote without Marfa's orders. Tobey Maguire, Natasha Romanoff, and Nick Fury are all on the same side. If Tobey is the one guarding Bruce Banner, I expect it will be more useful for your experiment." Sitwell's eyes gleamed as he spoke. "Good, let's do that. I'm curious to see which he'll choose, his organization or his friends." Alexander Pierce lit a cigar, took 2 deep drags, and grinned wickedly. On the surface, Marfa had already been loaned by S.H.I.E.L.D. to General Ross's military unit, so there's no way S.H.I.E.L.D. could dispatch Marfa again. Otherwise, the military would likely take the opportunity to demand S.H.I.E.L.D. return Bruce Banner. Nick Fury knew very well that General Ross wanted to use Bruce Banner for his Hulk research. There was no way he'd hand Ross the chance to upend everything. "Director, that's roughly the situation," Sitwell reported, his tone grave. "Right now, the Skynet incident is causing an uproar. In New York, it's not just the mayor. Both the governor of New York and numerous members of Congress have voiced their concerns. When it comes down to it, Tobey is one of our own, and the United States is a permanent member of the UN Security Council, to which S.H.I.E.L.D. answers. If we continue to turn a blind eye, it's going to put the United Nations in a very difficult position." Washington, Triskelion headquarters, Nick Fury's office. Sitwell's face was all seriousness as he spoke. Nick Fury let out a long, weary sigh. How could he not know what Tobey had been up to in New York? Back when he recruited Tobey and Marfa into S.H.I.E.L.D., it was partly because they needed more top-tier talent. Both were Natasha's protégés, with relatively clean backgrounds. There was also the fact that Tobey's late parents had been CIA operatives, and Marfa's father was a key development target for Division 13. In truth, both of them were children of high-ranking officials. Bringing them into the fold was a way to strengthen ties with the U.S. government. Of course, most importantly, in Fury's eyes, both were still young, their worldviews and values not yet fully formed. If they strayed down the wrong path with their abilities, the consequences could be disastrous, far beyond imagination. By bringing them into S.H.I.E.L.D., they could be supervised and guided, channeling their talents into the cause of global security. That was why, even when Tobey started collecting protection fees, Fury had chosen to look the other way. Author's note: feel free to roast this decision. But he never expected Tobey to turn his side business into such a thriving enterprise. Now, there was even a growing number of New Yorkers supporting Tobey for the next mayor, or even governor. Let's not forget, America is a capitalist country through and through. They boast about democracy, but in reality, those in power always have the backing of major capital and powerful consortiums, whether overt or hidden. He's just a kid, and yet, what he's doing is already quietly threatening the interests of many tycoons. If someone like that ever became mayor or governor, the repercussions could shake the very foundations of America's political system. You're right, Fury conceded. All of this traces back to the Good Citizen Medal the president awarded Toby, a move that's come back to haunt us. But let's be honest, we have to shoulder some of the blame, too. At those words, Nick Fury couldn't help but glance at Natasha and Clark Coulson, standing nearby. Toby is your student. What do you both think? Natasha. Clark Coulson. There was no doubt. The director was trying to pass the buck. In all honesty, I'm in a tough spot here. From start to finish, I've barely been involved in any of this. I'm just an honorary principal, just a figurehead, you know? Just a name only. I've even changed my name, and you still won't let me off the hook. Clark Coulson grumbled inwardly. Seeing neither of them respond, Sitwell quickly seized the opportunity to speak up. Director, a single Tobey Maguire was enough to throw New York's underworld into chaos, and now we have an Andrew Garfield on our hands as well. Sooner or later, this is going to blow up. If you ask me, why not transfer Toby to headquarters and give him a cushy assignment? That way, he'll be easier to supervise and won't have the chance to stir up more trouble in New York. Of course, if possible, it would be even better to bring Andrew in as well. If we're going to teach one, we might as well teach both. Since they're both Clark's students, why not assign them to Clark's care? What do you think, Director? Sitwell truly lived up to his reputation as an old Hydra hand. His mastery of the art of retreating to advance was on full display. If he'd suggested outright to Nick Fury that the two of them should be assigned to watch over Bruce Banner, especially since he'd brought up the subject in the first place, Fury might have become suspicious of his motives. But if he shifted the responsibility to Clark Coulson, no, I don't agree, Director. I'm just the Scapigo, I'm just an honorary principal in name only. There's no way I could manage two superpowered individuals. If you ask me, this should be handed over to Natasha or Barton. They're both more experienced than I am, and much more capable in the field. They're far better suited to this task than I am. Clark Coulson clearly wanted nothing to do with this hot potato and immediately spoke up to refuse. No, that won't do. Natasha and Barton are both tied up with their own missions at the moment, and besides, their methods are a bit too ruthless. They're not suited to guiding these two youngsters. Nick Fury shot down the suggestion without hesitation. Then let's hand them over to Brock Rumlow. He's currently watching over Bruce Banner from the shadows and has plenty of free time. Plus, he used to be a mercenary. He can guide the kids with a semi-military approach, which would be the perfect training for them to become top-notch agents in the future. Clark Coulson offered his suggestion. Although Clark Coulson and Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, never did see eye to eye, there really weren't any better options left. They couldn't hand this off to Hill, after all. Maria Hill was Nick Fury's personal secretary and confidant, and who knew what was going on between those two of him. In any case, Maria Hill was absolutely off limits. As expected, the bait was taken. Sitwell let out a silent sigh of relief, and then couldn't help but feel a swell of delight. This move was a risky gamble, and Sitwell's greatest concern was that Clark Coulson would nominate Maria Hill. As a level 9 agent and Nick Fury's trusted confidant, as well as his personal assistant, Maria Hill was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. Only with her would it be easier for Nick Fury to instill his own will into Toby and Andrew. If Clark Coulson really did make that suggestion, there was no guarantee that Nick Fury wouldn't be tempted. Hill needs to help me handle the pressure from America these days, so let's forget about her for now. Since Clark recommends Brock, what do the rest of you think? Nick Fury's tone was cool and detached, but as one good, I was fixed sharply on each person's face, trying to catch even the slightest hint of a reaction. I object. I'm not here to play babysitter. Brock Rumlow spoke with a cold, hard expression. No, Brock Rumlow is even more dangerous than Natasha or Barton. Hill. Before Sitwell could finish, Nick Fury slapped the table. It's decided then. Brock, you'll be responsible for training Toby. As for Andrew, if he's willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D., keep an eye on him too. After all, both of them have extraordinary abilities. If Bruce Banner ever loses control, they might actually be able to give you a hand. On the outskirts of Washington, Flash sat inside an upscale Western restaurant, staring listlessly at the rarest steak, barely cooked, set before him. Boss, do we really have to eat this? Flash's voice was filled with despair, as if he'd lost all hope. Although he'd regained most of his predecessor's memories, and even had loyalty to Hydra implanted in his mind. What Dr. Golden and Baron Strucker didn't know was that the clone Flash was no longer just Flash. There was something else inside him they knew nothing about. Under Venom's powerful influence, Flash didn't truly feel like he had personally experienced those memories. Instead, it was more like watching a very long movie. As a result, his personality hadn't really changed all that much. Of course we do. Eat up. You promised me you'd take me around to taste every delicacy on Earth and see all the sights. Come on, hurry up. I can't wait to try this top-grade Wagyu you keep raving about. Venom's voice echoed inside Flash's mind. A steak that's barely cooked. What does that even mean? It's not much different from taking a bite straight out of the cow. Staring at the blood-soaked, nearly raw steak in front of him, Flash couldn't help but frown. Scenes of himself gnawing on live flesh before his amnesia flickered through his mind once again. But when he remembered how Venom had nearly lost his life to save him, Flash managed to suppress the turmoil roiling in his stomach. Just eat it. After all, this isn't the first time. Walking out of the steakhouse, Flash felt like his whole body was out of sorts. Every time he recalled that mouthful of grease mingled with the taste of blood. Kid, run. Now. Suddenly, Venom's voice echoed in Flash's mind. Trusting Venom without hesitation, Flash forced down his nausea and dashed off in the direction Venom indicated. What's going on, boss? He asked in his thoughts, confusion written all over his face. My boss just arrived. Move faster. If you get caught, we're in serious trouble. Venom's tone was grave. No sooner had he finished speaking than a silver figure blocked Flash's path. I knew it. So the so-called demon spider is just you. The silver figure's voice was cold as ice. Sensing the chilling aura radiating from his opponent, Flash snapped into battle mode. In an instant, 8 spider legs as hard as steel sprang from his back, glinting faintly with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. At the same moment, Venom spread to envelop Flash's entire body, transforming him at a glance into someone clad in a skin-tight combat suit. Nice outfit. Let's see what you're made of. The silver figure sounded nonchalant, but in the next instant his arms shot out, extending over a dozen meters like 2 silver blades, slicing toward Flash's waist. Reacting swiftly, a strand of inky black symbiote shot from Flash's back, latching onto a nearby high wall. With a powerful yank, he pulled himself away from danger just in time. With a metallic snap, the street lamp where Flash had just been standing was sheared clean in two. You're as quick to escape as ever. The silver figure rolled his neck with a crack, eyes locked on a Flash. Suddenly, with a burst of power from his legs, he launched himself forward, becoming a blur of silver hurtling toward Flash. Kid, don't be careless. This opponent is dangerous. Venom's warning rang once more in Flash's mind. By now, Flash had recovered from the shock of the ambush. Blades of armor sprouted from each of his 8 spider legs, and in the blink of an eye, the legs bristled with wickedly sharp barbs. The spider legs whirled furiously in front of Flash, forming a deadly barrier, like a living meat grinder, ready to meet the charging silver figure head-on. But in the very next moment, a faint violet aura shimmered over the silver figure's body. Then, defying all the laws of physics, he simply halted in midair, hanging suspended above the ground. Stop fighting. Run now. His host is also a superpowered individual. At this revelation, the Venom symbiote within Flash was struck with terror. He had always been no match for the person before him. But after all, Flash was not an ordinary human. By bonding with Flash, Venom's own strength had increased tremendously. That's the nature of a symbiote. While amplifying the host's abilities, it is also influenced by the host's genes, sometimes even acquiring a portion of the host's powers. So even standing against this formidable opponent once more, the current Venom felt he finally had the strength to put up a fight. But if the other's host was also a superpowered being, that would change everything. For an instant, the memory flashed before Flash's eyes, the moment when Venom had nearly sacrificed himself to buy time for their escape. The peril of that day felt painfully close once again. To the Flash of today, there was nothing in the world more important, besides Hydra, than the symbiote leader residing within him. He would never allow that scene to repeat itself. No, I'm not the powerless weakling I once was. This time, I'll protect you, boss. With those words, Flash's gaze sharpened to a deadly focus. All 8 of his spider legs leveled in front of him, their pointed tips aimed directly at the silver figure. The 8-legged barrage. With a rapid-fire sound, countless streams of white webbing shot out from the tips of his spider legs at blinding speed. The white filaments solidified the instant they hit the air, hardening into bullet-like projectiles that hurtled toward their enemy. But just as the web bullets were about to strike the silver figure, they stopped abruptly in midair, as though swallowed by an invisible wall. Not bad. That packs as much punch as an MG-36 light machine gun, the silver-clad figure commented coolly. Regarding Flash with a detached disdain, one might show an insect. We're not done yet. Dance of the Pine. As the words left his mouth, Flash's 8 spider legs snapped tightly to his body, their razor-sharp edges poised at various angles, ready to strike outward. In the next moment, Flash hurled himself at the silver figure, spinning rapidly like a living top as he charged. Everything in his path, metal fences, billboards, was sliced into pieces with effortless precision. Any other opponent, faced with such a relentless, all-encompassing attack, would have found it nearly impossible to defend against. But the silver figure calmly produced a yellow talisman from somewhere, and with a flick of the wrist, tossed it toward Flash. Oomph. Just a piece of paper. Watch me shred it to confetti. Flash's eyes blazed with determination, his voice brimming with fearless resolve. A tantôt explosion érupted. Flash's entire body was blasted 10 meters away. 2 of his spider legs were snapped clean in the blast. Damn it. Boss, who the hell is this guy? He's utterly despicable. Fighting so dirty, Flash grumbled inwardly. Fortunately, the symbiote's powerful regenerative abilities kicked in. Within just a few breaths, the 2 shattered legs were completely restored. Is the king of our symbiotes. Riot. Venom sighed helplessly. A king is always a king, setting aside strength. Even the host he's chosen is on a whole different level from mine. Venom knew all too well that symbiotes didn't possess the ability to create telekinetic barriers to block bullets, nor could they pull off tricks like that paper-thin shield just now. The only explanation was that Riot's current host was a superpowered individual of formidable strength. Any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I'm coming for you. Riot's silvery figure loomed above Flash like a mountain pressing on his chest, imposing and impossible to surmount. No, I can't lose here. I haven't avenged my past, and my mission for the organization isn't done. I absolutely can't lose to this guy. As if recalling something, a sharp glint flashed in Flash's eyes. Boss, help me restrain him. I've got one last move. Flash shouted. As soon as he spoke, countless black, sticky tendrils shot out from Flash and lunged to bind Riot. At the same time, Flash's 8 spider legs twisted and wove together like braided rope, forming a massive, spiraling lance. Here's my final move, the dance of the iron spider. With that, Flash launched himself at Riot like an arrow loose from a bow, raising the lance high. A faint emerald glow shimmered on the lance's tip. Clearly, this time Flash had infused it with spider venom. Just as the lance was about to pierce Riot's telekinetic shield, Flash suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Ashoo! A resounding, flatulent noise echoed down the alley. Flash froze in place, and even the venom inside him was stunned. But it didn't end there. Ashoo! Come on, kid. Don't push it. I'm still wrapped around your body here. Are you trying to gross me out? Venom complained. But before he could finish, Ashoo! Ashoo! Venom instantly retreated back into Flash's body, and right then, a yellowish liquid began to trickle down Flash's pants. What did you do to me? Flash's eyes reddened with fury as he glared at Riot standing before him. To his surprise, the Riot receded just like the symbiote, slowly withdrawing back into the host's body, revealing Marfa's true face. Hey, long time no see. It's you. Ashoo! A stifled laugh escaped. Upon seeing who had arrived, Flash instinctively took a cautious step back, his face filled with fear. No way, how could it be you? Memories injected by Hydra now loomed over Flash like a dark cloud, engulfing him completely. Boss, please come out and help me. This is the one who killed me last time. Ashoo! Again, the sound of suppressed laughter. Flash spoke in a panic. Little Silver, won't you come out and greet your old friend? Marfa said calmly. As soon as he finished, a strip of silvery liquid sprouted from Marfa's shoulder, and at the end of it was none other than Riot's head. Master, that guy is no friend of mine. To be precise, he's nothing but trash. Riot opened his mouth, full of razor-sharp teeth, and rumbled deeply. You actually have? Ashoo! Another burst of laughter. At this moment, Flash was far too shocked to care about the sticky mess below his waist. His face was a mask of utter disbelief. In the next instant, a head almost identical to Riot's appeared on Flash's shoulder, sneezing as it emerged. Boss, I can't believe you're still alive. Ashoo! Venom spoke, his voice tinged with fear. Back on the symbiote homeworld, Venom had suffered more than his share of bullying at Riot's hands. Still, no matter how he tried, he couldn't understand why the domineering, prideful Riot would call this man his master. Trash will always be trash. Only you would partner with such a pitiful weakling. Riot cast a disdainful glance at Venom. 2 sneezes rang out at once. Boss, maybe your partner could undo this spell for us? We're the last of our kind on Earth. We can't afford to fight among ourselves. Venom pleaded pitifully. Oomph. Fool. The one before you is no partner of mine. He's my supreme master. As for my partner... Riot stopped abruptly, as if recalling something. The king of all symbiotes, and yet his own partner was nothing but a skeleton. He couldn't let that slip. It was just too humiliating. Flash, I'm the one you've been waiting for. So you're in luck. I won't kill you. You should be grateful you joined the organization. I don't care how you came back to life, but from now on, you'd better follow my orders. Or else. Marfa delivered his threat with a chilling calm. Just before arriving in Washington, Marfa had already learned from Toby that both Toby and Andrew had also come to the city. Unlike him, Toby received a mission from S.H.I.E.L.D., requiring both him and Andrew to temporarily withdraw from school and join Brock Rumlow in monitoring Bruce Banner for a period of time. He was also expected to take this opportunity to learn some basic skills and professional conduct from Brock as an agent. Mafara, with keen intuition, quickly sensed the scent of conspiracy in Toby's words. First, Sitwell assigned him to assist the Demon Spider, Flash Thompson, in helping Bruce Banner escape from Nick Fury's control. Immediately after, Nick Fury recruited Andrew Garfield into S.H.I.E.L.D., arranging for him and Tobey Maguire to train under Brock Rumlow together. Most crucially, Brock Rumlow was currently in charge of overseeing Bruce Banner within S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's make a bold assumption. If Nick Fury hadn't summoned Andrew and Tobey to S.H.I.E.L.D., and if Sitwell hadn't given Mafara the order to assist, then, with Flash openly trying to snatch Banner, and Brock secretly lending a hand, it's easy to imagine Bruce Banner would have successfully slipped out of Nick Fury's grasp. It's like a scale that's already tipped to one side. If you add equal weights to both ends at the same time, the balance remains unchanged. In this way, the only explanation is that someone wants to see him in conflict with the two Spider-Man. By process of elimination, Nick Fury has no reason to orchestrate this. After all, in the original storyline, he was the mastermind behind assembling the Avengers. No one desires SHLD's superpowered operatives to unite more than Nick Fury himself to forge an invincible team. That leaves only Hydra. And among those with the power to influence Nick Fury while also commanding both Sitwell and Brock Rumlow throughout the entire Snake Shield, only Alexander Pierce fits the bill. Which brings us to the real question. Why would Pierce do this? If he wanted to eliminate either him or Toby, he could have chosen a far more direct approach. For instance, he could have pinned a crime on them, ruined their reputations, and then joined forces with Nick Fury to take them down. What's more, not long ago, Pierce had just placed him within the military. There's no reason he would abandon him so soon. Thus, only one possibility remains. This is Pierce's ultimate test for him, a test of his loyalty to Hydra. And since it's an ultimate test, it means that if he passes, Pierce will surely put him in a position of importance, perhaps even grant him access to many of Hydra's inner secrets. For example, the Insight Project at the heart of Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Armed with his foreknowledge of the plot, Mafara needed little effort to grasp the deeper meaning behind Pierce's arrangements. To counter Pierce's schemes, Mafara had a plan ahead, aiming to secure the greatest possible benefit in the chess match between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. And Flash was Marfa's most critical move in this grand game. Mafara hadn't forgotten that Sitwell had ordered him to assist Flash in freeing Bruce Banner. But assist didn't mean Mafara had to wade into the fray himself, fighting Toby or Andrew to the bitter end. On the contrary, Mafara much preferred to act from behind the scenes, pulling the strings, advancing the plot. If possible, he would rather remain invisible throughout, so long as Pierce was satisfied with the outcome. That was precisely why Mafara needed to approach Flash first, to awe him with overwhelming strength, making Flash wholly convinced and obedient. Inside a temporary Hydra Street base, Mafara laid out his instructions to Flash. "Do you know what you need to do?" Mafara asked in a low, steady voice, his lips barely curved. "I understand. But why are you helping me? Toby is your friend, after all." Flash, now, was not the same as before. At his core, he was still a simple-minded child, barely a year old in experience, blessed with great power and a memory filled with hatred. To Flash, everything was either good or bad. There was no third way. So Mafara's wholehearted guidance left him genuinely puzzled. Of course, it's all for the organization. Cut off one head, two more will take its place. Hail Hydra! Mafara's face took on the wild fervor of a zealot as he spoke. At the same time, he activated his greatest skill, the Grand Bluff. The reason I once revealed part of my strength was simply to impress S.H.I.E.L.D., making it easier to infiltrate them as the organization required. Your arrival was unexpected, of course, but with your help, I managed to earn Nick Fury's trust. In that sense, you truly were indispensable. Because of that, the organization values your talent and has done everything possible to resurrect you and restore your power. Now, since Hydra wants me to help you, I will spare no effort. Mafara delivered his lines with conviction, as if he were genuinely devoted to Hydra's cause. I see. Flash's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. That's just like you. It's an honor to sacrifice for the organization. It's just, he hesitated for a moment. All for the organization. Everything for Hydra. Mafara clapped Flash firmly on the shoulder, his words steady and resolute. Yes, hail Hydra! Flash's eyes shone with excitement. In that moment, Mafara's figure seemed to loom even larger in his heart. Unlike Flash, Venom, though also affected by the Grand Persuasion, did not share Flash's feverish devotion. Something's off here, though I can't quite put my finger on it. There's definitely something wrong with the boss's master, Venom thought to himself suspiciously. No, I had to find a chance to warn this thick-headed kid. But just then, Mafana's hand landed heavily on Flash's shoulder, and Venom heard her voice in his mind, a riotous storm of warning. Venom, you'd better behave yourself. If you try anything and disrupt the Master's great plan, I swear I'll destroy you. Alexandria is a bustling town under the jurisdiction of Washington, D.C. The reason for its name? Well, Americans do love borrowing names from elsewhere. To the east, a great waterway leads directly to the Atlantic Ocean, giving the town a beautiful environment and a pleasant climate. Coupled with the economic prosperity radiating from Washington itself, Alexandria truly thrives. Yet, amid the soaring property prices, there stand a rather unique villa in Alexandria. For a full 3 kilometers around, the villa is surrounded by open pasture. It was originally intended by a developer to become a grand golf course. Now, the golf course is finished, but it's never been open to the public. At this moment, a man in a casual shirt is stretched out on the sofa, absorbed in a book. Before him sits a towering stack of thick volumes, each one covered with circles, underlines, and countless notes in the margins. Dr. Banner, are you still not ready to give up? Clark Coulson asked, a hint of resignation in his voice. If you can't fix my problem, then I'll have to rely on myself, Bruce Banner replied, his tone tinged with frustration. I refuse to believe that with my 7 doctoral degrees, I can't solve my own body's mystery. I'm truly sorry, Clark Coulson said, his voice full of genuine regret. It's not that we want to make things hard for you, but you know as well as anyone, if something goes wrong, the consequences could be catastrophic. But I haven't had any incidents in over 100 days, Banner insisted. I just miss Betty and our child. A faint green tinge crept across Bruce Banner's forehead, and before he knew it, he'd accidentally torn off a corner of the sofa. Startled Clark Coulson stumbled back, nearly losing his balance and falling over. As if suddenly aware of himself, the green faded quickly from Banner's brow, and he looked up with a helpless expression. Mr. Banner, honestly, we're negotiating with the military right now, hoping to let you have a video call with Betty. But you know how General Ross is. He's an old hardliner, and he's never been fond of you as a son-in-law, Clark said gently. As soon as Clark finished speaking, Bruce Banner's whole body shuddered ever so slightly. At least this way, Betty and the child won't be in danger. I just hope you won't keep me waiting too long. Gazing out the window at the birds soaring freely through the sky, Banner's eyes brimmed with endless longing and envy. After offering Bruce Banner a few comforting words, Clark immediately stepped out of the villa. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk. Outside the villa, 2 young men were locked in a fierce hand-to-hand bout. Their movements were swift and precise. Each time one's punch or kick nearly landed, the other would instinctively dodge, guided by their spider sense. Andrew, you're relying on too many little tricks. In real combat, you don't need all those flashy moves. Toby, why are you so hesitant with your attacks? This is combat training. Your opponent isn't Andrew, but an enemy who wants to kill you. Brock Rumlow was, without doubt, a formidable instructor. Compared to Natasha, he was far stricter, by more than just a little. His long years as a mercenary had given him a fighting style that was swift, ruthless, and deadly. Each strike meant to incapacitate. It was a stark contrast to Natasha's approach, which relied on finesse and subtlety. If you deliver the person, then get lost. You're interrupting our training. Brock shot Clark a disgruntled glance, clearly annoyed. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., there were 3 main factions. One was the Hawks, led by Brock Rumlow, who always favored resolving problems through force. Another was the Doves, headed by Sitwell and Clark Coulson, who advocated for negotiation whenever possible. Finally, there were the neutrals, like Natasha, Barton, and Hill, who followed Nick Fury's orders and had no clear factional allegiance. The feud between Brock Rumlow and Clark Coulson was well known throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. That was precisely why, when Clark Coulson recommended Brock, Nick Fury's doubts were finally put to rest. It's worth mentioning Sitwell here. Outwardly, he was a dove, but in reality, he had a good relationship with Brock, serving as a kind of glue between the 2 factions. Asterisk P.S. Pierce says, Nick Fury, whether they're good or bad, they all work for me. What do you think of that? Asterisk. The reason Nick Fury valued Sitwell so highly wasn't just his competence. More importantly, he was able to smooth over the tensions between the Hawks and the Doves. Ahem, Brock, we're all colleagues here. I just got here and haven't even had a chance to. Before Clark Coulson could finish, Brock cut him off sharply. Clark Coulson, on the rooftop of a tall building 3 kilometers away. Flash lay prone at the edge of the roof, carefully watching every blade of grass and tree around the villa through his binoculars. Boss, it's all up to you this time, he whispered. Please, something this small? I could handle it with one hand tied behind my back. But never mind. Kid, make sure you watch yourself. Ahem, what I mean is, if you die, there'll be no one left to take me out for wagyu beef. As soon as he finished speaking, a jet-black tendril shot out from Flash, instantly snatching a bald eagle soaring through the sky. Venom's inky form surged like a wave, pouring straight into the eagle's beak. Don't make a move until you hear from me, got it? I really don't have patience for disobedient sidekicks. Venom gave his warning. Without waiting for Flash's reply, Venom flapped the eagle's wings and soared off toward the villa. Meanwhile, in front of the villa, Andrew and Toby had collapsed on the ground, utterly spent. Brock's brutal training regimen was almost more than they could handle. They could both feel their progress by leaps and bounds, but this was exhaustion on another level. Toby, do you think the Suenzi gang is going to cause trouble back in New York now that we're gone? We haven't heard from Connors in ages. I'm a little worried something might have happened to him, Andrew panted, concern etched across his face. I doubt it. The name of the web duo is enough to keep the riffraff in check, and besides, they're still there, Toby answered, lying on his back and barely able to catch his breath. Wait, you mean the Shadow? The one who fought beside you in that big battle with Flash at Midtown High? And why them, anyway? If not the Shadow, who else could it be? I'm with S.H.I.E.L.D. now. Can't you finally tell me? Andrew sat up, curiosity lighting his eyes. All right, sure. Shadow, like us, is an external S.H.I.E.L.D. operative. I talked to him before we came here. The military borrowed him. For a while, he's currently working with them. I'm Yelus. 2 paychecks, and all he does is go to school and flirt with girls. Toby sighed with envy. School? Don't tell me he's at Midtown High too. Exactly. In fact, you know him, Mafara Maximoff. The they I mentioned? That's Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. The 3 of them. None of them are easy to deal with. As for you, Wanda could probably toss you straight out of the stratosphere without breaking a sweat. A shiver ran through Toby, as if he were recalling a particularly painful memory. At that moment, Andrew was stunned. It was one thing for Martha to be involved, but Wanda and Pietro were his classmates. How could they have kept such a secret right under his nose? But soon, Andrew began to understand. No wonder he'd told Toby to stop flirting around and find a good girl to settle down with. He'd even recommended Wanda to him. How had Toby reacted back then? Right, he'd broken out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. With that memory, Andrew glanced at Toby again, a look of dawning realization on his face. So it wasn't that this guy wasn't interested in Wanda. He was simply too scared to even think about it. Andrew. Noticing Andrew's odd stare, Toby couldn't help but purse his lips. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Gwen Stacy's father, Captain George Stacy, really hates people with extraordinary abilities, especially Spider-Net. You'd better keep your distance from her. Seriously? Come on, man. I thought we were brothers. Now you're telling me you want to make a move on Gwen, too. Andrew bristled at that. Gwen was 2 grades above Toby, so there was no way he could know her that well. Yet Toby was familiar with her family, even her father's dislikes. Andrew just couldn't believe Toby had no interest in Gwen. If it were anyone else, it'd be different. But Gwen admired heroes, especially Spider-Net and Shadow, who saved Midtown High back in the day. Andrew knew this for a fact. In fact, that had even caused a misunderstanding between him and Gwen not long ago. Don't overthink it. I'm really not interested in Gwen. I just know that someone else already tried and got shot down hard. As your friend, I just want to keep you from going down the wrong path, that's all. Besides, Toby trailed off, and the image of Martha being shooed away by George flashed in his mind. Back then, Toby had been on the rooftop of the building next door, just planning to drop off a few burglars at the police station. He never expected to witness Martha being snubbed by her future father-in-law. Toby was no stranger to matters of the heart these days, and he could easily read the bashfulness and flutter in Gwen's eyes, the unmistakable look of a girl falling in love. In his mind, Gwen had long since earned the title of sister-in-law. Come on, Toby, you're really underestimating me. We're not in Huagua here. There's no arranged marriage nonsense. As long as you stay out of it, who cares about George Stacy? Sooner or later, Andrew suddenly broke off mid-sentence. A new possibility had struck him. If Toby wasn't interested in Gwen, then why was he so adamant about Andrew staying away from her? That left only 2 possibilities. Either Toby felt unworthy of Gwen, or, in Toby's mind, Gwen was already spoken for. Thinking back to the heroes Gwen idolized, Webnet and Shadow, and the fact that Shadow was actually Mafara Maximoff, who happened to be Toby's friend, everything suddenly seemed to connect. So, was my real rival Mafara Maximoff all along? A hollow, mocking laugh echoed through Andrew's mind. In that instant, a wave of bitter defeat washed over him. So, in the end, the joke was on me. Even though Gwen didn't know that Shadow was actually Mafara, she admired Shadow and Webnet from the bottom of her heart. All along, I thought, even if I wasn't Webnet yet, as long as I became the real Webnet, I'd eventually win Gwen's heart. Turns out, it was all just a farce, nothing but wishful thinking on my part. Toby, are you rested yet? Let's go another round, Andrews said, rising to his feet. Seeing the stubborn look on Andrew's face, Toby said nothing in the end. A rapid volley of blows rang out as their spar resumed. Their abilities were so closely matched that, with Toby deliberately holding himself back to Andrew's level, neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. Suddenly, Andrew fired a strand of web, catching Toby around the waist. With a forceful flick of his arms, he sent Toby flying through the air before Toby could react. Andrew seized the opportunity, launching himself forward with explosive power, like a dragon ascending the mountain, charging straight at Toby. Just as Andrew anticipated, his punch landed squarely in Toby's abdomen. Grabbing the same strand of web, Andrew swung Toby down with crushing force, slamming him hard into the ground. Luckily, Toby recovered quickly with the help of Sandstorm. He managed to adjust his position midair. As he landed, his legs drove deep into the earth from the tremendous impact, tearing up a swath of the turf around him. What's gotten into you? We're just sparring. Why are you using webs? Toby frowned, a hint of irritation in his voice. Don't hold back. I want to see just how big the gap between us really is, Andrew said, taking a deep breath. Are you all right? Why are you so worked up all of a sudden? Toby, sensing something was off, asked with concern. A web projectile shot from Andrew's wrist device, blocking Toby's advance. All right, as you wish. Little no, Sandstorm. As soon as Toby finished speaking, his golden bodysuit snapped into place, wrapping around him in an instant. In the next moment, two long white whips, spun from spider silk, shot out sharply from the scars on Toby's wrists. A heartbeat later, the whips turned a vivid emerald green, infused with venom from the other two scars. Are you sure you want to go all out? This isn't a joke. Toby tried to reason with him one last time. But Andrew's only reply was a web shot from his own wrist. With the power boost from the Sandstorm, Toby now utterly outmatched Andrew in raw physical abilities. What's more, the Sandstorm itself was sentient, occasionally morphing into golden tentacles, which transformed into all kinds of weapons to help Toby in battle. Most importantly, the two whips in Toby's hands, woven from his own silk and laced with venom inherited from Arachne, swept through everything in their path. Andrew tried to block with his own webs or threads, but every strand was instantly dissolved and snapped by the venomous green whips. After all, Andrew's webbing was nothing more than a synthetic product, a marvel of chemistry, yes, but artificial. Toby's silk, on the other hand, was natural, spun from his own body. There was a clear ceiling to the strength of Andrew's webs, while Toby's could grow ever more powerful, evolving as his strength and genetic understanding deepened. If they were only comparing hand-to-hand skills, it would be a close match. Andrew's natural talent far surpassed Toby's, but Toby had more real combat experience. In such a fight, they could go back and forth for a long time. But in an all-out, no-holds-barred fight, Toby was stronger, faster, his silk was deadlier, he had venom, and he fought alongside a symbiotic Sandstorm. With all that, how could Andrew possibly win? It wasn't even a fair comparison. So, after only a few exchanges, Andrew found himself, just like on the Williamsburg Bridge, thoroughly outmatched by Toby. When another Sandstorm tentacle transformed into a giant frying pan and sent Andrew flying. This time he didn't get up to fight back. Instead, he dropped to one knee, pounding the grass in front of him, once, twice, again and again, each blow fueled by frustration at his own weakness. Toby let the Sandstorm armor dissolve, returning to his ordinary form. Seeing Andrew like this, he was at a complete loss. Compared to Andrew, who was not only more gifted in combat, but also more creative and even more intelligent, Toby seemed painfully average, the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second glance. And to top it off, Toby had always been too kind-hearted, and before he gained his powers, he was painfully timid. But Andrew, in the original storyline, not only was he an undeniable academic genius, but he also invented automatic door locks, developed a web shooter, and synthetic spider silk, and, after gaining his powers, immediately gave a harsh lesson to the school bully who used to torment him. Compared to Toby, he was far more accomplished in every way. But reality is always so merciless. Despite being better than Toby in nearly every aspect, when he gained his own powers, he was still no match for Toby. And that was just Toby. What about Morlun, the one Toby spoke of, who was said to be even stronger? What could he possibly use to compete with him for Gwen? He had worked so hard. And so, Andrew lingered on the grass for a long time, So long that even Toby eventually went back inside to rest. So long that the moon slowly climbed its way into the night sky. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to surpass Toby? Do you want everyone to admire you, to look up to you? In a daze, Andrew heard a whisper in his ear. Then, countless black threads shot out from a nearby bald eagle, enveloping Andrew in an instant. The next moment, Andrew's eyes snapped open. He clenched his fist. So this is what they call the sandstorm. No, I am Venom. As soon as the words were spoken, 8 jet-black, blade-like spider legs erupted from Andrew's back. Under the moonlight on the field, Andrew was relentlessly testing out his newfound abilities. With his command, the 8 spider legs slashed and spun through the air with fierce force, sending countless blades of grass flying, severed cleanly by the whirlwind. Not only that, under Andrew's precise control, not a single blade of grass touched the ground. Instead, they were swept up and whirled around him in the powerful gust. Well, who would have thought his talent was this remarkable? In just over an hour, he's mastered Flash's abilities so smoothly, Venom mused to himself in silent awe. But in the very next second, countless tufts of hair sprouted along the 8 spider legs, each tipped with a touch of vivid green venom. Venom was even more stunned this time. It had taken Flash several days to wield this power successfully. He never expected Andrew to reach this level in such a short time. After a symbiote parasitizes a host, there's always a chance it can fuse with parts of the host's abilities, especially those rooted in genetics. In theory, as long as the symbiote merges with enough hosts, it can grow without limit. Having been bonded to Flash for so long, Venom had already absorbed the genetic potential for both spider legs and venomous attacks. Now, after merging with Andrew, these 2 abilities were at Andrew's disposal through Venom. It was just Andrew was adapting at an astonishing speed, especially in his use of the spider legs. He was already nearly on par with Flash, the original owner. Ha! Truly a genius. With talent like yours, it's a travesty that you had to live in Toby's shadow. Clearly, the heavens have been blind. Venom roared with laughter inside Andrew's mind. He only had an edge over me because of Sandstorm. But now, with you by my side, I'm no less than him, Andrew replied coldly. Skynet, huh? From this day forward, I, Andrew, will never let someone else's name define me in front of the world. From now on, call me Poison Spider. Andrew's expression was resolute. Poison Spider, not bad, not bad. I'm Venom. You're Poison Spider. What a perfect pair we make. Ha. So what now? What do you want? With your current power, money, women, fame, you could have anything you desire just by reaching out for it. Venom coaxed, his words dripping with temptation. No, not yet. Until I defeat Toby and Martha, I am nothing. If I can't surpass them, then in the end, I'm just a joke, Andrew said, gazing up at the bright, full moon hanging in the sky. Determination settled in his heart. He wasn't like Carlton or Obadiah, driven by one ambition or another. The earnest guidance of his aunt and uncle over the years had kept him from straying down that path. But that didn't mean Andrew needed to keep suppressing himself. Just like in the original story, when he was bullied by the school thugs, once he gained power, he would inevitably strike back. What Andrew wanted was simple: to be respected, to be seen for who he was, not pitted or patronized. Yet, all the care Toby had shown him recently felt, in Andrew's eyes, like pity, like charity, like the strong looking down on the weak. Now, even if it weren't for Gwen, Andrew still felt he needed to face Toby and Martha. Only by challenging them could he feel his own existence. Only then would his gifts and talents mean anything. I, Andrew Garfield, from this day forward, will never bow to anyone again. I will never accept another's charity or pity. I will prove to the world that I am the most powerful, extraordinary being. Andrew swore to the bright moon. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, Martha, completely invisible, watched him with a look of gentle, almost pitying concern. Am I being too harsh? He's such a good kid, yet he's been pushed to this point, she sighed inwardly. Looks like I'll have to make another trip to New York and bring May here. Otherwise, I fear this won't end well. Martha let out a silent sigh from the shadows. This time, the way things were arranged did indeed let Andrew and Toby down, but it wasn't without its silver linings. Just like Toby before, after Mary Jane's death, a demon had taken root in his heart. Day in and day out, aside from collecting protection fees, he spent his time with women. If not for his spider-enhanced physique, he'd probably have worried about catching something serious. Andrew, too, had his own burdens. The death of his uncle was a shadow that never left him. Later, after losing to Toby, whose abilities mirrored his own, he ended up joining the Sun Tzu gang almost by accident. Now, for Andrew, his uncle's death, his rivalry with Toby, and even Aunt May and Gwen had all become demons haunting his mind. The best way to truly heal these wounds would undoubtedly be to let them fully unleash their emotions first, then address each issue head-on, one by one. If handled properly, perhaps the twin spiders of the web could truly rise from the ashes and become the real Spider-Man. And if the MCU ended up with two genuine Spider-Man, the point card rewards might be just as generous as creating two superpowered individuals with Spider-Man's abilities. Because of her previous relentless grind, Mafa's stash of game point cards was running low. Now, if she wanted to grow stronger, she had only three options left. First, she could dramatically alter the MCU's plotlines to earn more point cards for upgrades. Second, she could use genetic serums to strengthen her own body. Third, she could acquire treasures from the MCU or other miraculous items to enhance her skills. Helping Bruce Banner escape, as SHLD's grasp this time, was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. If she could use this chance to bring Banner to her side, or even get him to willingly accept the Riot symbiote, then with the combined mental strength of Banner, Riot, and herself, they might be able to fully conquer or even leave a psychic imprint on Hulk. At that point, whether Hulk transformed, when he transformed, and what he did after transforming would all be under Mafa's complete control. Riot might even gain the chance to assimilate some of Hulk's powers, and by strengthening Riot, Mafa's own abilities would be boosted as well. It would be a win on multiple fronts. In fact, the possibility of a symbiote merging with Hulk had already appeared in Marvel's animated series and comics. The result of such a fusion once overwhelmed the entire Avengers team, a testament to its raw power. Inside the villa, Brock Rumlow's room was right next to Bruce Banner's. Brock had an almost mysterious confidence in his own nerve sensitivity. Back in his mercenary days, he lived on the edge, surviving by the sword. The slightest hint of trouble would put him instantly on alert. It was this very instinct that had allowed Brock Rumlow to survive countless battles. These days, Bruce Banner is separated from him by nothing more than a single wall. Besides, Banner is just a doctor with no professional training. If he tries to do anything under Brock's watch, there's no way he'll escape Brock's notice. Not even while Brock is asleep. Soft, rhythmic breathing filled the room as Brock snored. Yet by his pillow lay two specially crafted alloy daggers. Suddenly, Brock's eyes snapped open. A split-second whisper of steel slicing through air was heard as Brock, in one swift motion, flipped out of bed like a coiled spring, landing with another dagger gripped tightly in his hand. His gaze, cold and fierce as a bloodthirsty beast, locked onto the window's shadow. Only after he could clearly make out the visitor's face did he finally allow himself to exhale, his tension ebbing away. "I've got things just about arranged on my end. When do you plan to make your move?" Mafa's voice slipped quietly from the darkness. Not a chance. If something happened the moment I left, wouldn't that make it obvious I'm the mole?" Brock replied in a low, steady tone. "Fair enough. In that case, forgive me." As soon as Mafa finished speaking, she flicked 7 daggers into the air. Guided by telekinesis, the blades darted at Brock Rumlow from every imaginable angle, each trajectory more cunning than the last. In that instant, Brock felt a very real, deadly intent bearing down on him. What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a staged fight? Why is there such murderous fury in his attack? According to Brock's original plan, he would lose his fighting ability after a staged injury during a scuffle with the enemy, right before Flash made his move. That way, Bruce Banner would be taken away by Flash and Mafa, and everything would go as scripted. But with all his years of living on the edge, Brock could tell Mafa genuinely intended to kill him. The sharp clash of metal rang out as Brock, with great effort, deflected 3 of Mafa's daggers with his own blade. He spun and dodged, barely managing to avoid another 3 blades. Just as he was beginning to think he might survive this attack, a faint purple shimmer flickered behind him. From within that glow, a blade formed from the tendrils of a symbiote lashed out, aiming straight for the center of Brock's back. The sound was crisp and final, and Brock's face twisted in utter disbelief. "You rest easy. Minister Pierce doesn't need too many loyal followers at his side. And you won't be lonely. Those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lying in ambush outside have already started down the road to the underworld ahead of you. So farewell. Forever." As soon as the words fell, the dagger Brock had thrown earlier flew back through the air. It aimed straight for the crown of Brock's head and plunged in without hesitation. Just to be sure, Ma.F.A. didn't forget to guide the dagger, twisting it forcefully. Only after making certain that everything inside Brock's skull had been thoroughly destroyed did he drift away, leaving nothing behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully killing Crossbones, Brock Rumlow. You have been awarded 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully altering the MCU storyline. You are awarded 2,000 minutes of game time. Current remaining game time, 2,900 minutes. Please keep up the good work. Listening to the system notifications echoing in his ears, my FA couldn't help but smile serenely. Although killing Brock Rumlow had gone so smoothly, largely due to the element of surprise, Brock was caught off guard and didn't even have time to draw his gun. Yet, to eliminate Brock without leaving any traces and successfully pin the blame on Flash was still a challenging feat. In all of this, Riot's contribution had been absolutely crucial. Previously, Ma Fa had fought Flash himself. Partly, he was curious about what abilities this so-called demon spider actually had, but more importantly, he wanted to get a sense of his opponent's powers to better plan his own moves. What Ma Fa hadn't expected was that the demon spider was actually Flash, and, on top of that, he had a symbiote with him. That made things much easier. Since both were bonded with symbiotes, it was a simple matter for Riot to mimic Flash's spider legs and skewer Brock like a kebab. Now, all Ma Fa needed to do was win the trust of Alexander Pierce while systematically eliminating Pierce's loyalists. With that, rising to power and gaining access to Hydra's resources would be within reach. Ma Fa had never doubted the power Hydra wielded. Back in the day, under Hydra's control, Bucky had attacked Tony's parents and taken a whole case of super soldier serum from them. Granted, the serum was similar to what the military had. Both were somewhat defective products, but clearly, the version used for the Winter Soldier was much more refined than what the Army possessed. If Ma Fa could secure both types of serum, and with the help of Samuel Stearns and today's technology, far more advanced than in the days of World War II, there was every chance of developing a new serum that surpassed even what Captain America had once used. Besides, if the storyline wasn't changed, Hydra would eventually possess both the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. Out of the 6 Infinity Stones, Hydra alone would have 2 in their grasp. That was no small matter. What's more, Ma Fa hadn't forgotten that beneath the old Camp Lehigh site in New Jersey, Dr. Zola's antiquated machines, housing the remains of his consciousness, were still waiting for the day to see the light again. The technology that could link the human brain directly to a computer, even after more than half a century, still remains beyond anyone's reach. But if Marfa were to master these techniques, couldn't she reverse the process and channel knowledge from computers, or even the entire internet, straight into the human mind, like an instant download of enlightenment? At that point, whether it was astronomy or geography, biology or chemistry, or even mechanical combat, as long as Marfa desired it, she could easily master any of them through this almost cheating style of learning. With the example of Tony Stark, a mere mortal taking on gods, set firmly in her mind, Marfa would never underestimate the crystallized wisdom of human civilization spanning thousands of years. Dawn gradually broke, and Andrew and Toby had already been waiting outside the villa for quite some time. According to yesterday's plan, today Brock was supposed to teach them the finer points of close-quarters weaponry. Yet, despite their long wait, there was still no sign of Brock. "Dr. Banner, have you seen Mr. Rumlow anywhere?" Noticing Bruce Banner tinkering with a lawnmower nearby, Toby decided to ask. "Mr. Rumlow? Oh, you mean Brock. No, I haven't seen him at all this morning." Bruce Banner paused to think, a hint of doubt flickering across his face. Could he relax his guard just because there are 2 kids here? Fortunately, Banner wasn't overly concerned. Even though he couldn't see Betty or his unborn child here, at least this place offered a certain freedom, aside from not being able to leave at will. Until he found a way to resolve the Hulk within, Banner didn't feel an urgent need to leave. "Toby, I want to challenge you again." Just then, Andrew spoke up in a low, determined voice. Hearing this, Toby frowned. "Another match? Maybe I should just let him win for once. That might save us both from his constant pestering." With this decision made, Toby nodded in agreement. "Toby, don't let your guard down. Andrew is different from yesterday. I sense something familiar in him." At that moment, a voice echoed inside Toby. Sandstorm, the symbiote, speaking up. Toby's heart filled with suspicion. He shot Andrew a look of disbelief. "Andrew, you. Ha ha ha. So you noticed? Symbiotes aren't your exclusive domain. Come out, Venom. Say hello to your old friend." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a surge of black, viscous matter erupted from Andrew, and in the blink of an eye, he was clad in a sleek black spider suit. "Is that Venom?" Seeing that Andrew's symbiote was indeed Venom, Sandstorm couldn't help but smile. If it had been any other symbiote, Sandstorm might have felt a trace of apprehension, but Venom was a different story. Too easy. After all, back in the day, Sandstorm was right in the thick of the chaos, bullying Venom every chance he got. Within the symbiote community, Venom was just like Toby before he gained his powers. Anyone, regardless of gender, could pick on him at will. Cowardly, timid, always ready to bolt at the slightest provocation. These traits had become synonymous with Venom. Some symbiotes even gave Venom the nickname Venom the Runner. "Toby, give him a good beating. It's been ages since I last enjoyed the thrill of picking on Venom," Sandstorm said with relish. Before Toby could respond, Sandstorm had already transformed into a suit of yellow spider armor, merging seamlessly with Toby. Now we can fight on equal footing. Toby, come on. Let's see which of us is truly stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 spider legs burst out from Andrew's back, each one covered in countless venomous bristles and barbs. Just a glance at them was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. This can't be. Toby froze, staring at the all-too-familiar sight before him. Spider legs, barbs. Weren't these exactly the signature features of the spider monster that Flash had once become? Have you met Flash? In that instant, Toby's tone turned cold. No matter what Andrew did, Toby could usually ignore it, maybe even indulge him. But Flash was the shadow that haunted his heart, the one thing he couldn't let go. Flash, didn't he run away ages ago? Don't change the subject. Today, I'm going to defeat you fair and square. Only I am the true inheritor of the spider's power, Andrew declared, his voice unwavering. Now, thanks to Venom's subtle influence, Andrew's tone was eerily reminiscent of the old Flash. This stirred up a fierce anger within Toby, one he couldn't quite explain. Sandstorm, this time we go all out. No problem. I'll give you everything I've got. With those words, Toby pressed his palms together and shouted. Instantly, a massive pool of yellow slime oozed out beneath his feet. The slime quickly seeped into the ground, and in a flash, Sandstorm summoned up a torrent of earth, drying it into sand in an instant. The sand whirled and gathered, forming a giant over 10 meters tall, encasing Toby within its core. Symbiote names aren't given lightly. Ride's called that because he's strong and violent. Phantom's a master of illusions, able to conjure visions out of thin air. And me? I am Sandstorm. I'm the one who can command the sands themselves. With a roar, a fist the size of a water barrel came crashing down toward Andrew. Holy, are you kidding me? Andrew immediately sprang backward, narrowly dodging the massive fist thanks to the enhancements the Venom symbiote lent his physical abilities. The giant fist crashed into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. When the sand giant finally wrenched his fist free, a pit nearly 2 meters deep had appeared exactly where Andrew had been standing moments before. Hey, Sandstorm, take it easy. Don't break him, someone shouted. It was clear this was Toby's first time wielding this power, and even he was startled by its destructive force. Holy! Andrew swallowed hard, stunned by what he saw. This was nothing like what he'd been promised. Can't anyone put a stop to this? This guy's totally cheating. But then, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, don't I have a symbiote too? Venom, if the symbiote's name is tied to its power, what exactly can you do? Spit poison? Liquefy things? Andrew urgently asked in his mind. Sandstorm's just making things up. There's no such rule, Venom replied sheepishly. I'm called Venom simply because I'm pitch black, undulating like a poisonous liquid. Andrew felt utterly deflated at this explanation. What the heck is this? Why is it that all symbiotes are supposed to grant unique gifts, but when it comes to me, I get nothing special? How come all the Spider-Men can shoot webs, but I can't? Is this some kind of divine joke at my expense? A wave of malice seemed to descend upon Andrew, a sensation as if some higher will had singled him out with ill intent. Why must there be both heroes and rivals in this world? Why give me the power only to stun its growth? As the sand giant's massive fist came crashing down at him again, despair began to creep into Andrew's heart. All he could do was raise his 8 spider legs in front of him, bracing himself against the blow in a desperate bid to shield his body from harm. The giant fist hammered down on the spider legs with a thunderous impact, sending clouds of dust billowing out like a thick fog. Sandstorm, didn't I tell you to watch your strength? What if you actually break him? Toby complained, his tone tinged with annoyance. Relax, I've got it under control. Sandstorm started to retort, but then stopped mid-sentence, astonished. As the dust settled, there stood Andrew, completely unharmed. His 8 spider legs had shielded him perfectly, absorbing the full brunt of the blow. No way. How can mere Venom handle my attack so effortlessly? Sandstorm was dumbfounded. Venom, too, was equally shaken. What kind of monster is this guy? Symbiotes instinctively consume parts of their host tissue to merge with their genes and inherit abilities. It's in our very nature.